The 8-year-old boy never pays attention in class, but scores 100 points in every subject. He can even beat professional players in the game King of Glory after just one match, which he has never played before. His simple humming can even attract invitations from major TV programs. All of this is because I accidentally came to this world 8 years ago and became a human cub. Although my soul is in my 30s now, I can only attend elementary school. Therefore, I sleep in class every day, which led to the teacher calling my parents to pick up this mess now. Father Jiayun pointed to the big black pot in front of me and asked me to lift it up. With my small 8-year-old body, how could I possibly lift such a big pot? It's too heavy. I can't lift it. My father immediately started educating me, asking me to try if the pot is heavy or if my study materials are heavy. Study well, so that in the future you won't end up like me, only able to cook rice to make a living. However, what he didn't know is that in my past life, I did study hard, but still ended up as a corporate worker, better off just cooking rice directly and avoiding years of detours. While I was contemplating, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. The max-level human system has detected that the host meets the qualifications and successfully bound. There is a beginner's gift pack, a beginner's protection period, and the host can enjoy the protection of the beginner's protection period until adulthood. System task: make 5 servings of fried rice for the fragile university student. Reward of 10 years of fried rice experience has been issued. Refusing the task will result in the rewards issued in advance being taken back. Countdown of 24 hours to complete the system task. When I heard that system brother had arrived, I was so happy. Isn't this about developing me into a full-level human? I have only one question. How exactly does the newbie protection period work? Ding ding ding. Even if I act recklessly before adulthood, if I die, it's on me. Then, a wealth of fried rice experience appeared in my mind. What seasonings to add, when to add them, and even tips on how to easily handle the pot. Just as I was absorbing the experience, the college students outside couldn't wait any longer. Boss, can my mildly spicy fried rice be ready soon? I have a self-study class later, and my dad just realized. Right away. I'll stir fry for you. You're mildly spicy. You don't want it spicy. With egg, right? Seeing the opportunity rare, so I directly made a request. Dad, how about letting me stir fry it? Don't come here to cause trouble. The sisters are all eager to eat. You can't even handle the pot. Before he could finish, I picked up the pot and put it on the stove. The female college student was startled because she happened to be live streaming, and the netizens also saw this scene, so they started cheering. The host said, "Let the kid stir fry one. Maybe he really can." The female college student is also a fan. Boss, let your son stir fry for me. What if he can really do it? At this time, Dad also wanted me to work a bit, so I could study well. Come on, if you don't stir fry well, you'll have to hurry back and do your homework. Then I stood in front of the pot, skillfully turned on the gas, lit the fire, heated the pot in one go. Not only Zhao Yun and the female college student were surprised, even the audience in the live broadcast room were all amazed. Can I say I don't even know how to turn on the gas? I didn't believe he could stir fry. He's just an 8-year-old kid. How could he possibly stir fry rice? Meanwhile, I had already prepared the ingredients, and then I started stirring, even performing a pot flip. Seeing this, Zhao Yun beside me widened his eyes. Just now he said the pot was heavy. How come he suddenly started showing off by flipping the pot? In an instant, I packed the female college student's fried rice. Wow, it smells so good. Boss, I'll eat it here. Not only that, several college students were attracted by the smell. Little kid, stir fry one for me too. I wanted with egg. For a moment, passing college students came over to join in the fun and started ordering. However, Zhao Yun next to him has not yet recovered from the shock. Is this really Zhao Yi's first time cooking fried rice? Could it be that he inherited my fried rice genes? Although many people came, I was not flustered, as I happened to have a task to complete. And at this time, the female college student who was live streaming eating fried rice was full of praise for my cooking skills. Family, this kid's cooking is super delicious, she hurriedly said and never looked up again. Then the netizens in the live broadcast room started discussing on their own address. Send me the speed. Show me. Are they really that delicious? Sure enough, the innate fried rice saint appeared. After a few minutes, Zhao Yun finally regained his senses and started to help me. He probably never imagined that his son would revive this struggling business. As more and more fried rice was cooked, the aroma attracted a long line of students. At that moment, a female college student who had just finished her first bowl of fried rice suddenly said, "Hey kid, make me 3 more slightly spicy servings to go." To her surprise, when she looked up, she saw that there were already so many people waiting in line. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yun also wanted to give the old customers a backdoor. Otherwise shall I personally stir-fry for you? Unexpectedly, the female college student shook her head. I want the kid brother to stir-fry for me. I'll go queue up at the back. After saying that, she trotted off to join the line. In no time, as 5 portions of fried rice were served, the system signaled the completion of the task. Back at home, the mother had already prepared the meal. How about it? Xiaoyi, is it hard for your dad to earn money? Thinking she could persuade me to study hard by enduring hardship. She didn't expect that I would be frying for my father all night today. When she saw the income was twice as much as usual, she was even more surprised. What's going on? Why is it more than usual? Zhao Yun exaggeratedly explained. But his mother didn't believe it at first, until she saw the video of her son frying rice on Douyin that night, and surprisingly it had tens of thousands of likes. Oh my goodness. Do you always take Xiaoyi to the stall and make him fry rice? The father immediately replied. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want my son to inherit my business. I really haven't taught him. Both of them were full of doubts, completely unable to understand. The next day, they didn't receive any tasks from the system all day, so they decided to do their homework well on the tricycle. However, when they arrived at the stall, they found that all the fried rice was made by the kid brother. Boss, where's the kid brother? Your fried rice isn't tasty. Kid brother, your fried rice is delicious. Yesterday, the young lady continued her live broadcast and even brought her roommates along. The students next to her didn't even look and just placed their orders. I also want to have a portion of the kid brother fried rice. With egg, boss. Originally, I was hiding in the car doing homework, but now I also received a task from the system. Today's task, make Lao Dang do homework. The host fry rice. Reward full level soccer talent. Task countdown 24 hours. Monk's bloodstain instantly dropped to the chopping block. The moment you hit the ground, fire off a sprint to pull back. Linny sensed the middle and auxiliary coming over. Didn't chase hard. Left a skill 2 off the field. The big move Lin Yi didn't even deliver. Seeing that Mon went home, Lin Yi, whose purpose was accomplished, left. Greedy Sim sends Monk to the black screen and reckons he has to leave his head behind as well. Lin Yi chose to keep the pace up and let Monk waste some time with a trip home. And Nua, the operator of Meng Xie, broke out into a cold sweat at Lin Yi's scare. The kid brother didn't make a big move just now. If he did, he would have died for sure. And next Lin Yi operated Han Xin to frantically expand his economy. Nono had no choice but to take his teammates to defend the high ground. But with a crushing economy, group battles are always a disadvantage. Lin Yi's operation of Han Xin always went into the high ground to show them a wave of operations, sometimes even giving Monk a kill in front of the assist before retreating. Various seconds for 3 suits, 7 in and 7 out. Same as he Meow anchors are playing video footage in general. Nano was sweating as he watched Lin Yi follow the ghost and come out every now and then. Lin Yi took his teammates under pressure, and this one took the win as well. Nono looked at the panel of his negative performance. Looking at the opposite Han Xin, the kid brother played, actually did not die once. Nono was a little skeptical. This is to ask the national costume Han Xin to play on behalf of you? But the viewers are saying that it's the kid brother himself who's playing. At this time, Suya looked at the crystal explosion on the opposite side of the room and also dropped her jaw in shock. 1. Brother Xiaoyi, you won against the pros. Suya was incredulous. Lin Yi just won over the king's pros. And what a one-sided slaughter. Played to the opponent's negative record. Out of the high ground was appeared Lin Yi 2-1 sweep to force back. Even developing outside is a luxury. Suya looked at the overpriced Lin Yi. That's only 2 plays and they're all playing so strong. The innate game save body that the audience in the live broadcast was talking about was really right. Lin Yi heard what Suya said. Professional player? Lin Yi thought about how that monk operated without blindly face scouting the grass, and how he could almost always anticipate his appearance every time. Unfortunately, though, Han Xin mobility is sky high. If you want to keep him, I'm afraid you'll need all hands on deck. But unluckily for him, his teammates are all strong, and the East King's decisive matchups are all great. Or does his luck win a payoff as well? The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded at this time. That's alright? Crush wins. Is that really no-no? Innate game saint body, so terrifying as this? Kid brother is open. Definitely open. And at this point, Nono couldn't believe it and watched the replay on Kid Brother's livestream. Nono also sighed. Unconvinced. Elementary school kids play well nowadays. Suya watched as Lin Yi drove 2 more. It was almost always the same explosive kill. The opponent has no chance to resist. The viewers of the live broadcast watched an entire process of Lin Yi playing king. Kid brother. There were a lot of people outside just now. Brother is kneeling down for you. Take me to the big score. Kid's not going to go pro and make a name for himself with that kind of talent. This is the innate game saint body. Kid brother, so many holy bodies. Is it not an extremely complex composition holy body? Lin Yi didn't hear the system's voice ring out until he heard it. Mission accomplished. Handing the phone back to Shuya. No more games. Suya saw that Lin Yi wasn't playing anymore. Don't. Brother, shall we play a few more games? Suya begged Lin Yi to put her on the scoreboard. It's true that kid brother is strong. She was going to be ashamed of the slightest hint of lack of confidence she had developed in Lin Yi earlier. Time passes in an instant. Soon comes the eve of the winter break vacation. The principal called Lin Yi to his office. Lin Yi, it's almost vacation. What are you going to do about the alpaca and the dog? The principal's point was that the school was going to be locked. They were still there. And there was nothing wrong with the alpaca and the dog being at the school. But the problem is the vacation. There is no one to run the school. Lin Yi also knew what the principal meant after hearing this. Principal, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. The principal nodded when he heard Lin Yi's reply. And Lin Yi walked out of the office. Suya also asked Lin Yi, raising alpacas in the neighborhood. I'm afraid the ones downstairs will have a problem with it. Lin Yi thought about it. Wouldn't it be better to change this house for a villa? And that's when the system's voice rang out. Mission, get Lao Dang to buy a villa. Reward, full-level Chinese Kung Fu. Lin Yi heard this mission. This reward. Also contemplation. Letting old Den buy a villa? Isn't this looking to your father to become a dragon? His family's assets were well known to Lin Yi. This suite in Magic City. Selling it is not enough to buy a villa's toilet. Of course, there is nothing wrong with selling to build a villa in some remote areas in third-tier towns. But insisting on staying in Mordor. That buying a villa. It's going to take Olden's old life. Lin Yi thought of something. With a koi body, you shouldn't have any problem coming up with a big one. Returning home from school, Lin Yi dumped his book bag, and Lin Yi looked at his dad, Lin Yun, who was in the living room. Dad, I want a villa. Lin Yi spoke out of turn, and Zhang Yin and Lin Yun, who were at home, were stunned when they heard it, and Suya was also surprised by Lin Yi's words. She then casually mentioned that having alpacas in the community room was a real nuisance, but I did not expect Lin Yi, this guy, come back to let Lin Yun old board the whole villa. Ah. The audience in the live broadcast room was also buzzing when they heard Lin Yi open this golden mouth. Ha 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 ha. What are you doing, kid brother? Wanting your father to become a dragon? Buy a villa? I can't even buy you a spatula that smokes when I'm frying rice. Old Den, are you going to kill me? Kid, boy, you're going against the grain. He is really daring to mention this villa. Not all 10 million to start? Kid brother, do you have a dream? Lin Yun and Zhang Yin looked at each other after. They were truly surprised that Lin Yi hadn't asked for anything from them. That's what I'm talking about. It's going to be their whole villa. Lin Yun converted with his fried rice earnings, counting his next life. He could not necessarily buy a villa in this inch of land in Mordu. Lin Yi had brought in more than $1 million during this time, and they were all helping Lin Yi save it. None of them had any thoughts of spending it, planning to give it to Lin Yi when he came of age. Lin Yi this to buy a villa. They sold the house, plus the deposit cannot make up the money to buy a villa. Xiao Yi, a villa is not a cabbage on the side of the road that you can buy whenever you want. Lin Yun and Zhang Yin both knew Lin Yi's nature. It's not usually easy to talk. Opening his mouth proved that Lin Yi was just the right thing to do, but they still didn't understand what Lin Yi wanted the villa for. This kid wants to live like a rich man? Lin Yun didn't blame Lin Yi for asking a bit too much. He only blamed himself for not being able to compete. It's all thanks to the son's tiny little being a member of the rich generation. Of course, $1 million or so in savings is a small fortune. And at that moment Huangfu Xiaomei, who arrived home from school, watching Lin Yi make a request for a villa to Olden. Huangfu Xiaomei looked at her home. The idea of moving the family's old den. Huangfu Xiaomei's old man, who was looking at his cell phone on the side, heard Lin Yi mention wanting a villa on the live broadcast. Looking again at the way Huangfu Xiaomei looked at him. At this moment, the father and daughter knew what kind of shit Huangfu Xiaomei was going to pull with just a look between them. Huangfu Xiaomei's father was silent, but at this moment, his eyes seemed to be saying, "You want to kill me?" Lin Yun, on the other hand, was talking to Lin Yi about waiting for father to work hard again. I'll fry for a few more hours a day so that living in a villa won't be far away. Lin Yi nodded as he listened. But villas for him, it's really a cabbage. It's just a matter of whether he wants to or not. Suya left after eating at Lin Yi's house, and Lin Yun packed up his things and prepared to leave the stall. Lin Yi then called out to Lin Yun, "Dad, wait." Lin Yun was a bit puzzled. Turning back, he watched as Lin Yi took out a piece of paper on his own table, wrote 7 numbers on it. Lin Yi finished writing and handed it to Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked at the 7 different numbers and fell into deep thought. It is? Lin Yi, on the other hand, said, "I don't know. Last night I dreamt of Grandpa, and Grandpa told me to live in a villa and rely on this number." This number was a number Lin Yi had picked out at random. Lin Yi just wanted to try out this koi physique. picked 7 numbers and told Lin Yun to go buy a lottery ticket and try it once. In order to be reasonable and allay Olden's suspicions, he said that he got the number in a dream. Let's see if Lin Yun can understand the implication of these 7 numbers. If this koi physique picks a number that doesn't win, Linny can only find a way to take Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun out and buy scratch-offs one store at a time to win the lottery. But that would be too flashy. And Linny was going to let his dad try the numbers he picked out and see if he could win any money. Everyone was happy if they could win, but if they didn't, Linny could only find another way. Lin Yun looked at the 7 numbers and fell into deep thought. The old man came in a dream? Lin Yun took the number and walked out the door. He didn't ask Linny much. Zhang Yinyin watched the scene and didn't say anything. Maybe it's really a dream from the old man? Lin Yun took the elevator downstairs and suddenly remembered the 7-numbered lottery ticket. Again, this number is not sorted by size and should be followed by 2. Lin Yun suddenly woke up. It should be that the old man feels that his grandson is having a hard time and wants him to live a rich life. Lin Yun ran to the lottery store. Boss, this number. Hit me with 50 bets. The boss also saw it and gave Lin Yun a call. Lin Yun also took the ticket and went on to set up a stall for fried rice. Unbeknownst to me, the splash of riches is about to come. Until the evening draw time, Linny was at home and turned on the TV to the lottery draw channel. Zhang Yinyin also looked on. Linny looked at the falling opening. 7 balls. It all matched his number. Linny drank a glass of water bashfully. Sure enough, this koi physique. He had been neglecting it. Koi attracts wealth. Real wealth. But he never really seemed to think financially. Thinking of the ice stored in the snow for the delivery of urban to bring tourism revenue. Linny but saw. Zhang Yinyin looked at Linny as he finished reading the 7 numbers, and remembered that she saw Linny writing to Lin Yun. It seemed to be these 7 numbers, so she asked, "The ones you wrote to your dad are these 7 numbers, right, shall we?" Lin Yi nodded. Zhang Yinyin, on the other hand, winked. "If you buy all 7 numbers, that's a lot of money." Yinyin Zhang knows that winning the first prize in a lottery starts with at least $10 million. This Lin Yun really bought a winner. How many daughters-in-law is that enough for his precious son? 10 million. I'm afraid it's not enough to buy a villa, but it's enough to step back and build a luxury villa in a third-tier city. And at this time, Lin Yun, who was setting up a stall for fried rice, fell into deep thought when he saw the lottery numbers. Checked the number in his hand. He didn't buy a single bet. Looking at himself, he bought 50. The amount of money for a single winning bet. That's in the tens of millions of dollars. This hangs 50 bets. The winnings are conservatively starting at $1 billion. Lin Yun felt his heartbeat, beating fast. The heart is as if it's going to break away from the body. Lin Yun hurriedly closed the stall and refused any customers. Packed up and rushed home immediately. Sent. Lin Yun only had this thought. His baby boy. He really is a fortune cookie. Is it really a dream from the old man? If that's the case, gonna go burn a few more carts of plutonium for old Den. Lao Deng, well, then I'll prepare to rise up in rebellion in hell. Ordered by heaven. Returning home, Lin Yun opened the door and saw Zhang Yinyin and Linny sitting in the living room. Lin Yun was also panting heavily. After locking the door behind you, take out the ticket that you bought. Wife. Son. Bingo. Our family is rich. Made a fortune. Lin Yun said excitedly, handing the lottery ticket to Lin Yi and Zhang Yinyin. Zhang Yinyin looked at Lin Yun in this agitated manner. It's more exciting than marrying her back then. Linny took the lottery ticket at this time. After taking a look, Linny was silent. How much did you buy? Bought 50 bets. Lin Yi's pupils were dilated. How dare you buy it? It's all the winnings for the lottery pool, isn't it? That's a pretty big jackpot. It's hard to keep a low profile. Zhang Yinyin also glanced at the lottery ticket and seeing the exact same numbers. Lin Yun bought 50 bets. People are stupid. She thought that if she won a bet it would be $10 million, but she didn't expect Lin Yun buying 50 bets. Lin Yun excitedly hugged her and Lin Yi, cheering wildly. Zhang Yinyin also understood why Lin Yun was so excited. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yun at this moment. Dad's buying a villa tomorrow. When Lin Yun heard Lin Yi say this, he also said, "Bye, go get your prize tomorrow and I'll buy you a mega villa right away. I'll buy you any airplane you want." Lin Yun gave Lin Yi a kiss on the forehead. This really is the fortune cookie of the family. Lin Yi disgustedly wiped off old Den's saliva and went back to his room to sleep. That mission should count as accomplished. Now, move to the villa, and there will be no complaints from the collage about how it is messed up in the villa. Alpaca jailbait and dog jailbait can just mess around in the cottage too. Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun were in the living room for a long time. Only then did they calm their excitement and went back to their rooms to rest as well. The two couples watched the 50-bet lottery tickets from their beds. Zhang Yinyin also asked, 50 bets, how much can we win? Lin Yun also estimated, a few $100 million should be there. The next day, A red banner hangs from the door of the store where Lin Yun bought his lottery ticket. Warmly celebrate that this site has won the lottery's XXXX issue. The first prize, additional, 50 injections. The total prize money of 548 million RMB. The amount of this win was reported to the news and blew up online as well. Crap, over $500 million? I'm afraid this is not which director to celebrate the new year. Withdraw cash money out yo. It's recommended that it be investigated closely. This is definitely an insider. Yes. How can an ordinary person win such a big prize? And at this time after a night, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun, who couldn't sleep while hugging the lottery ticket, got up. After cooking breakfast for Lin Yi, Suya, the two of them went out. Not long after, Suya also came over to pick up Lin Yi from school, and Lin Yi brushed his teeth, washed his face, and Suya ate breakfast and went out. Suya was a bit puzzled. She couldn't see Lin Yi's mom in the morning? It's busy with something. Lin Yi still had the habit of running in the morning. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun were in the parking lot, getting ready to drive to the lottery headquarters to cash in their prizes as Lin Yun looked at the lottery tickets. Where are your stockings? Wife, what do you need stockings for? We have so much money in this prize. Don't we have a hood? I'm afraid of being watched. Yin Zhang and Lin Yi, who was running downstairs at that moment. I happened to come across firecrackers being set off at the store where Lin Yun bought his lottery ticket. Lin Yi stopped to take a look. The jackpot amounted to 548 million RMB. 50 bets. That's right. His dad bought it. When Lin Yi saw the winning amount, he also felt that it should be enough for the family to spend casually. Buy a villa in Magic City. No problem. Lin Yi was relieved to continue running. Suya opened the live broadcast just in time to see the lottery store banner that winning amount. Suya was also a bit surprised and spoke to the live audience. Family, who knows? This store actually won the first prize of more than $500 million. What luck is all this? Lin Yi also looked at Suya when he heard her mention this. She has to know that the lottery is in his family. Lin Yi didn't say anything and continued jogging. The audience in the live broadcast room was also buzzing when they heard Suya say this and also took a look at the banner that appeared in the camera. More, take less, 500 million plus? More than $500 million. It's enough to buy my life. The money I pay in taxes is enough to last me a lifetime. I love to be honest. It's all in the insiders. I also love to tell the truth. Which ordinary people can win this kind of prize? It's all just a secret operation. And Suya glanced at the pop-up, then saw Lin Yi, who was jogging on the side. It felt as if Lin Yi had said something, and as if he hadn't. Suya's head suddenly flashed. Beneath. It's not the Kid Brothers' house, is it? It just happened to be at the lottery store outside the Kid Brothers building. With this luck, she only recognized the existence of Lin Yi as a humanoid koi. The last million was also won extremely suddenly. Lin Yi's casual little scratch-off is the $1 million jackpot. This lottery is over 500 million. Suya thought again about what the netizen had said, that most of these winners were insiders clearing the prize pool. A small jackpot one could be dog luck, but the $1 billion jackpot. Suya looked at Lin Yi. Brother Xiaoyi, this prize shouldn't be from your family, right? Lin Yi was running and froze for a moment when Suya asked him that. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Sister Suya, a brittle college student, isn't her brain quite good? He didn't even say anything and you can push logic onto him? It seemed like it. The koi physique had been used once last time, and it was normal for Suya to be able to think of his head. When Suya saw this reaction from Lin Yi, she felt that she was blindsided by the right answer. Brother Xiaoyi, is it really from your home? The viewers in the live broadcast room saw Lin Yi's abnormal behavior and guessed what was going on. Just like Suya, there were explosions. It can't really be the Kid Brothers' house, can it? More than $500 million? Do you need a child bride in your family? Or don't be too stuck on gender. The pattern is small. I went straight to Lao Dang. Lao Dang. I'm your long-lost son. More than $500 million. That's enough to buy me how many lives? Lin Yi knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. I suppose so. Lin Yi's reply caused Suya's brain to instantly go down. It's over $500 million. This Lin Yi's family has jumped from 1 million households, straight into billion-dollar households. It didn't even stay a $10 million household. Suya still found it a bit unbelievable. It's a few $100 million. It's too much to spend. It simply can't be spent. At this time, Yining Zhang and Lin Yun went to the lottery headquarters to cash in their prizes, and the two couples were interviewed by a TV station while wearing headgear. Can you tell us a little bit, sir, about what went into buying the 50-bet ticket? This is my precious son, who wrote me 7 numbers, saying that the old man of the house told him in a dream. I just thought of buying a lottery ticket, and 50 bets isn't much money, so I did. The people interviewed by the TV station were outraged when they heard about it. Where did this son buy it? Give him a bunch. Relying on his son for a splash of riches belongs to the unprecedented. Do you have any plans for this money? First I'll buy a superb villa for my baby boy, and save the rest to see what the kids like. Lin Yun, however, knew that his precious son wasn't much different from the fortune-telling koi and the god of fortune. It's not a direct offering? What an eyesore. After Lin Yun and Zhang Yining received their prizes, they separated the money into several banks. And with that, he went home, and the video of Lin Yun being interviewed went online. It rushed to the top of the internet. Many of those who were fans of Lin Yi heard the voices of the two couples in the interview. They then concluded that it was Kid Brothers' old Den and mom and heard the interview. The netizens were even more seated. Crap, the voice of old Den's fried rice boss. It's really Kid Brothers' father. I Lua Bean. Really is a child brother home of this more than 500 million jackpot. Can I still yell shady? I can't believe the Kid Brother wrote the number. Cripes. I've seen a lot of people who rely on their dads to become rich. But this is the first time I've seen this heck of a rich generation relying on their sons. Dad in the opposite direction. I've hung my son up and beaten him for 2 hours, so I hope he knows better and tells me the next winning numbers. At this time, Suya, who was broadcasting live at the school, saw that the pop-up viewers were all saying that the actual hammer, it's a prize in Lin Yi's house. Suya saw what the pop-up teacher said and half-heartedly slowed down. As soon as school time arrived, Zhang Yining and Lin Yun came to pick up Lin Yi from school. Suya and Lin Yi sat in the back of the car. Lin Yun, on the other hand, said, "Go, take you to buy a big villa. Just say which one you like." Lin Yun finished speaking and drove off. Xiao was dumbfounded. What's the rush? Couldn't you pick it up on the weekend? The audience in the live stream has exploded. This old dingnan place. Money he is really for children brother spend that must be, the father of the opposite direction. Old Den to recognize the family status. Lin Yun and my son and I are really amazing. More than $500 million in one wave. Villa said to buy? I watch a live broadcast. Really by their own poor laugh. Kid Brother, Pan Lao Dang. Pick the most expensive one to buy. The family soon arrives at the property where there are villas for sale. Lin Yun looked at several sets of villas. The mark of the land alone is tens of millions of dollars at the bottom. But he wasn't heartbroken. Since his baby son, the fortune-telling koi, had given the number. Earned money. He says he wants a villa. So buy it. Zhang Yining and Suya looked at the price tag and both sucked in a breath of cool air. Lin Yi looked at these numbers, his heart unperturbed. The salesman came over, looked at the family, and greeted them with a question as well. Since he came to their property, he must be a lord with bottom-line money. Hello, let me know if you need anything. Before Lin Yun could say anything, Lin Yi opened his mouth and asked, is there that kind of? The fastest villa to move into. Sister. Lin Yi thought about how quickly this winter vacation was coming. If Lao Dang buys an unfurnished villa, the winter vacation dog in alpaca bottom of the cell residence is afraid of some trouble. Lin Yi still felt that it was better to just buy the turnkey kind. As soon as Lin Yi opened his mouth, the salesman looked at the children in the family. The moment the salesman saw Lin Yi. Kid Brother, I'm your idol. No, I'm your asshole. Lin Yi listened to her excited speech. He was also a bit speechless. Why are you so excited? The audience in the live broadcast room bubbled up when they saw how excited this sales lady was. TCH, look at how excited Missy is. She can't even speak. Thick gift crab. I haven't even seen a Kid Brother in reality yet. This should be ironic. Packing iron powders Kid Brother in her this buy a villa. Commission does not eat hemp? And the sales lady directly ignored Lin Yi's words. Can I take a picture with you, Kid Brother? Lin Yi finished taking a picture with her and saw that she was going to send a friend circle to show off. While Lin Yi reminded Missy, what I just asked. And she just reacted to the fact that she was so excited that she forgot she was working. A turnkey villa. Yes, but the renovations in square footage are huge. What is the budget on your side? Speaking of which, sales still looked at Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yi was still young and shouldn't understand such things. Lin Yun, on the other hand, thought about leaving $100 million in the bank card to eat the interest. Let Lin Yi be able to feed and clothe himself for the rest of his life, and spend the rest of his money as he pleases. Around $200 million, all acceptable. Hearing Lin Yun say this, the salesman came to be interested. Yes, please follow me. If you need a packaged move-in type, our company has recently launched a new manor house, covering 310 square feet, decorated with all the trimmings, an absolute ceiling-level estate home in the country. Of course, the price is also something to look at and shake your head to. 200 million, said, taking out the newly launched manor house. Lin Yun also swallowed when he heard $200 million. How money feels like numbers these days. Lin Yi took a look at it and thought it wasn't bad. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded when they saw the manor house. Ha, how many square feet? Over 1,000 square feet? An estate like this. You didn't have one when you were born. Odds are you won't have one in your lifetime. Right? Young Master Lin. If this manor is to be bought, there must be a shortage of watchdogs at the entrance. Right? Do you think I still have a chance? Rinji, you take me for air. Ha, bottom of the cell. I'm mostly sick. Watching a live broadcast gives myself a poor laugh. 200 million manor house. I Lua Bina. Read. I'm a college student. Kid brother sent me a set. The kind that covers handling fees. Kid brother. VL 50 to see the strength before I buy. Are you really hungry for kids V50? Lin Yi blinked. Den. Buy. Lin Yun heard Lin Yi's words. Buy. Do the paperwork at speed. My baby needs to move in tomorrow. Lin Yun said as he pulled out his wallet's bank card. The salesman looked at the bank card Lin Yun handed over. Lost in thought. Ha! The salesman looked at Lin Yi. I just watched Lin Yi's live stream yesterday and said he wanted Olden to buy a villa. This today? This kid brother's family is really no ordinary family. No wonder it's so hot. But she doesn't seem to know. It was only today that Lin Yun Lao Dang went to collect the grand prize. This prize, even if he left some change in his bank card to eat the interest, it would be enough for Lin Yi not to worry about food or drink. This, I'll arrange for someone to do it right away for the formalities. Mr. Full payment? Full payment. Can't get a little loan. The salesman was also frozen in place as he watched Lin Yun being so bold. These 200 million. She had to count the zeros on the paper. Lin Yun Lao Dang actually said he'd buy it? Well, arrange for someone over here to show you around first. If there are any grievances you can mention them. Soon. Arrangements were made to take Lin Yi's family on a tour of the estate villa. The only one thing I'm not happy with. That it's too big. Easy to get lost. The following day, the formalities were completed and Lin Yi's family could move in with their bags and stuff. The estate was named Lin's Manor. Fame strikes in the Magic City. The manor was bought in full with $200 million in cash. In this day and age where cash is king, there are only a handful of people who can shell out $200 million. Lin Yi's mission is complete. One more new ability. Full-level Chinese Kung Fu. Winter vacation is coming. Lin Yi took the dog and alpaca jailbait to live in the manor. After arranging the dog and alpaca nests for the two sages, Lin Yi looked at the alpaca and the dog. See, I told you that if you hang out with me, you won't be shortchanged. Keep a good eye on the manor. Oh, one day I'll give you the whole goat girl, and the dog girl. Yining Zhang also let Suya live in Lin's manor. She was afraid that Suya, the girl, would run around inconveniently live or something. There are so many rooms in the manor house that you can sleep in a different room a day. Lin Yun at this time in the organization of tomorrow into the new home of the banquet. Tomorrow to entertain friends and family to hot new home. Suya looked at the pop-up, then looked at Lin Yi. The banquet will open tomorrow. Your aunt and uncle from the live stream said they're coming to the banquet tomorrow too. Yay. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't care. Just let dad make the arrangements. Suya listened. Looking at the 100,000 plus online audience in the live broadcast room fell into deep thought. Suya seemed to say something, and then nothing. The audience in the live room was buzzing at this point. Well, the visitor is a guest, right? Old Den entertains until his scalp goes numb, doesn't he? One serving of fried rice for this one, and Olden's spatula is smoking, isn't it? Ha. Times are different now. Before was before, now is now. Lao Deng became a rich second generation. The whole thing upstairs rhymes. Are you going to grad school? Lin Yi looked at how late it was. Come on, let's play some ball. Sioa shook her head when she heard that she had to play. She didn't want to exercise. Couldn't exercise a bit. No. Young master, you play by yourself. I'll watch from the side. Lin Yi ignored what Suya said and walked into the house. Sister Suya, don't exercise more. Don't go out one day and get killed by ants alone. I want to play badminton. How can I play badminton alone? Play with me for a while. What Lin Yi said made sense to Suya. But the notion that the ants single-handedly killed her is more than a little outrageous. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed up at Suya at this time when they heard what Lin Yi said. My college roommate gave me a push-up. And boy, did those arms vibrate? So I didn't catch a cold. You housemate, go out and don't get killed by the wind alone. Take care of this frail and sickly good old son. Guys, really don't lay around on your cell phones all the time. Get out and walk around when you can. Don't listen. The wanker reads the scriptures. My life's purpose is read more books and newspapers, eat less snacks and sleep more. Lin Yi returned to the house and found the badminton racket in a large room. And this room is all about movement. Soccer, basketball, badminton, table tennis, whatever, everything. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin were in a mob mentality these days. buying whatever they wanted. They bought all these sports things for Linny in one day, because they know their baby boy won't like just one sport. Instead, it is moving in many directions. The live viewers looked at the room full of stuff. Basketballs of all types, soccer balls, badminton balls, all filled an entire large room. No, kid, your sports store? Why do you have everything? That's heck of a lot more than what I have in my store. This is buying so many at once? Sure enough, you're rich and capricious. That's so posh. Can't play with all these things. Kid brother, don't you know my bully suit is stacked? The kid brother's mom and dad are really generous with their purchases. 2. Suya had seen it all long ago. Watching Linny come out with a badminton ball and racket, Suya also took it and walked out with Linny, intending to find a more open place in the manor to play badminton. As a result, Linny and Suya hadn't even stepped out of the house yet, when the heavens opened up. It started raining. Suya looked at the rain and fell into deep thought. See, God doesn't want me to play the sport of badminton. Linny felt a bit speechless after hearing this. It just happens to be raining. That's all there is to it. Linny, on the other hand, spoke. Sister Suya, who says you can't play badminton if it's raining? Suya's smile froze as she listened. How can I play in the rain? It's not possible that Linny wants to play badminton with an umbrella, is it? However, Linny walked back into the house and looked at the wide living room. Linny felt able to fight. You can fight here. Suya listened to what Linny said and glanced at the living room. It was indeed possible to fight. Suya was also speechless. As expected, no one could stop Linny from doing what he wanted to do. Setting up his cell phone for the live camera, he played badminton with Linny. Linny had a full-grade badminton talent, but nay, that talent had been put away for too long. Linny hadn't even thought about it, solely in a good mood to experience it today. Linny and Suya didn't have the desire to win or lose in badminton either, just normal recreational playing badminton activities. Linny and Suya slapped each other across. Some of the new viewers in the live broadcast room also exploded when they saw the operation of playing badminton in this living room. Jeanbois, get online. Someone is playing badminton in the living room. What? Ziqiao, are you saying that someone is playing badminton in the living room? I don't believe it. I'm not going to watch the live stream. Woo woo, I'm an NPC who can suffer, but I can't see others living better than me. Well, the NPC's plot is refreshed again. Today it's watching young Master Lin play badminton in the living room. I thought it was Kid Brother activating the holy body again, but it turned out to be another stab to my fragile mind. The floor tiles in Kid Brother's house don't even have seams. The house is so big and echoing. Kid Brother will surely be scared. Lack of nursemaid to warm the bed? No need to call me mom. Just call me maid sister. I'm really laughing at myself. The world is really just a giant tomato novel? Novels come to life. The audience in the live room, breaking defense, some even suspecting that they are a useless NPC, observing the lives of real players. Some even directly and skillfully shouted young Master Linny. And Linny was happy to play badminton with Suya. In a moment, Suya, a brittle college student, felt tired after fighting for a while. Oh young master, I can't. Give me a break. Linny also had the sense to stop and pack up his badminton. That's enough exercise for today. It hasn't even been a couple hours since Linny played badminton in the evening. The online video of Linny and Suya playing badminton caught fire. Suya looked at the video with hundreds of thousands of likes and fell silent. Lately it's not even necessary for her to edit and post videos. Someone else cut it and updated it faster than she did. And Linny's live account had long since reached over 5 million followers. Suya glanced at the comments section, clear of NPC statements. This time is really by their own poor laugh. Also thought that other people are unable to find an open place big badminton. Sure enough, the rich man's world is like this. Jitterbug. I thank you for pushing these on me, but they don't seem like something an NPC at my level should be watching. I even wonder if everyone who lives in the house inside the video has to be equipped with a walkie-talkie. Their house. Do they still need security? Suya are looking at the laugh. It seems that the internet more than a terrier. By their own poor laugh spicy. Suya looked at the video and handed it to Linny, who was watching TV at the side. You're on fire again. Linny looked at it and was no longer surprised. Other people are online dating through a screen. Pregnant with an easy pregnancy. He is fire prone. And Sioa thought of something spooky. Putting his live phone on the table, he picked up his own phone to send a message to his college roommate. Drip drip drip. Are you watching the live stream? Do you want to mess with Kid Brother? I need you to cooperate. What's the whole deal? Just a home visit. Tease him. Okay. Shuya sends her housemate some questions for the home visit and tells them to follow the questions above. After sending it, Suya pretended to be in a hurry and looked at Linny. Young Master Lin, please do me a favor. Linny listened to this favor. What kind of favor? First, not necessarily help. For her part, Suya spoke up. It's like this. A teacher from our school is going to call for a home visit to verify some information. He'll ask you if you're my brother or something and you'll just answer. This one's easy. Linny frowned slightly as he listened. Sharply felt that there was something wrong with it. The resourceful little genius CPU spins rapidly. There's definitely something wrong. Whose college home visit visits a kid like him? Don't you always ask the adults in your family? Linny was just about to open his mouth to refuse. Brother Unity's voice once again sounded in his head. Mission: help crunchy college students complete their home visits. Reward: proficiency in world languages. After Linny heard that there was a mission, he also weighed the pros and cons for a bit. Just help answer the phone. It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat. Well, but what are you going to give me for answering home calls for you? It was one thing for Linny to think about Brother Unity's reward, and another for Suya to do this favor. Suya heard Linny say that. Benefits? It's okay to buy you 2 Ultraman toys. Linny shook his lips after hearing this. It's going to be New Year's Eve in a while. I want to play with fireworks. Is this okay? Suya heard Linny say play with fireworks. There was a moment of silence. Magic City, a first-tier city, has banned fireworks in bamboo for years. You can only play in the suburbs of Magic City, the outer ring. Suya thought about it. This one isn't that hard. Okay, I promise. I'll give you enough fun for New Year's Eve, so that you can be an aspiring tart who lets his ideals fly on New Year's Eve. Linny heard that Suya could give him a whole firework. Okay, I'll help you. Suya also pretended. Okay, wait for a while before the teacher calls. Not a moment later, the phone sounded. Suya handed it to Linny, and the note on the phone was Mr. Lee. Linny picked up the phone. Hello, and a female voice rose from across the room. Hello, are you Suya's brother? Yes. Okay, I'm a teacher from Mordor University. This site verifies Suya's information about filling out her studies at school. Okay. The information says that Suya loves life, wakes up early tomorrow morning to run 3 kilometers in the morning, and also cooks breakfast for the family. Is this true? Linny's pupils dilated when he heard this and looked at Suya. Love of life? Running 3 kilometers in the morning? Sure, it's not 3 steps in the morning? I vaguely remember Suya's most athletic endeavor was being chased by the dog and standing up and stomping the whole way. The amount of exercise that day was estimated to top her for a month, and it took half a day to catch your breath after pedaling. Making breakfast? Suya, the crunchy college student, frying him a poached egg in the kitchen, is wailing. Breakfast? What kind of breakfast? Linny could only touch the sweat on his forehead and said with a clear conscience, true, too true and hot. The audience in the live broadcast room went crazy with laughter when they heard the question and Linny's answer. Crispy college students talking about running 3 kilometers in the morning? For 3 kilometers. She's going to lose her life, isn't she? Ha. She really dares to fill in this information blindly. The kid brother is amazed. Talent. Ha. He really, I cried to death. Kid brother for fireworks. Really, anything to answer? And the caller continued to ask. Then can you list the breakfasts that Sioa has made for you? When Linny heard this, he also replied seriously. This tomato eggs, tomato chicken, tomato scrambled eggs, tomato pork. Linny came up with a random set of tomato combos and listed them. I'm afraid that if I say any more, the broadcast room will start to stand up as a whole. Well, the information over here says that you are Suya's younger brother. Talented, very versatile, and outstanding in your studies, right? When Linny heard this, he finally felt that Suya had done her job. Right, and Sioa was beside him, frantically stifling her laughter. She is professionally trained, laughing too much, which she naturally holds in. Suya also wrote that you learned multiple languages in advance. Can you come on and confirm it in a couple of national languages? When Linny heard this, he looked over to Suya, who was holding back a laugh. That's too much. If it wasn't for the reward Tatsuko just gave him, this would have been a baka at best. The audience in the live broadcast room was also mad with joy at this time. This crunchy college student is really daring to write. It's so super to write about kid brother, isn't it? Good. Multiple languages are coming? Look at the kid get shocked. His eyes get big. I'm too good at this multilingualism. I'm not a talented person, and I'm quite good at Japanese. You drop flower girl, drop work. Upstairs. Studied on the Resistance channel, didn't you? Linny also seriously cleared his throat at this moment. The multi-language given by Brother Unicorn. This situation is not just a random take. Linny spoke English seriously. Practice more food, but don't play if you can't afford to lose. Linny suddenly yanked out an English sentence fluently. Suya sat on the sidelines, her smile frozen. Kid brother. Really? She relies on English, and she takes all the tests in single digits. Linny's fluent English gave her a whole lot of trouble. She couldn't even understand what Linny was saying. but she could hear it clearly. The words were complete. The audience people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Yi, who was 8 years old, to really know English. Ha, kid brother really knows English. Ha, translator, quickly translate for my young master. I'm in my 20s and I don't understand what that means. So what, beat me to death? Against the heavens? Is this not the innate English holy body? Passing the English exam is not a closed eye? And Suya, the brittle college student, was really not listening. I can't understand what I'm hearing. I can't learn what I'm learning. Lin Yi's pronunciation, which was formal and didn't sound like nonsense. Suya was once again struck by Lin Yi. Suya's roommate on the other end of the phone had already laughed and jerked. But at this moment, Lin Yi didn't need her reminder and continued to speak in the language of other countries. Came through in both French and German. Classic dishes, just practice more. Suya's housemates on the other end of the phone froze as they listened. She understood English just now, but the latter two languages that Lin Yi spiked up. She was confused by what she heard. She'd learned a lot of English over the exams, but the language Lin Yi was soaring out of right now, she couldn't even understand what country it was from. Suddenly I feel like a failure in life. I can't even compete with an 8-year-old. Suya more confused. Lin Yi, he really does know multiple languages. Is this still human? I'm afraid it's not a super strong NPC made by the Earth's will. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded when they heard Lin Yi speak German and French. Hang, crooked hanging, I'll report it. Kid brother is definitely on. I couldn't even understand what language he was speaking. Here we go again. This kind of days when the upper is worse than the old and the lower is worse than the young. Kid brother, you'd better flaunt your wealth. I think your rich days are more real than this blow to me. Ha 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 ha. First floor. Kid brother just spoke German and French, and said what he meant to say in reply to your remark. I'm learning German and I'm already laughing like crazy. The kid brother is so alive. And Suya's housemate on the other side of the phone hurriedly closed. Okay, thanks for your cooperation. That's it for this home visit. The phone hung up. Lin Yi handed his cell phone to Suya. Suya hadn't recovered from the shock at this point. It took Suya a while to react, trying to get up to test if Lin Yi was some kind of AI, or alien. Palace Jade Wine. What's the next line? Lin Yi quickly picked up. 181 cups. It was only when she heard Lin Yi naturally pick up on it that Suya recognized Lin Yi as a real human, instead of some alien. Viewers of the livestream also called out that it was right on the money. Lin Yi's system voice rang in his head at this moment. Mission accomplished. After Lin Yi heard that the mission was complete, he looked at the time and also yawned and went back to sleep. Suya nagged the live viewers for a while before going back to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun got up early and prepared to set up today's banquet, setting the scene for entertaining guests. Lin Yi didn't get up until the hour, and after brushing his teeth and washing his face, he planned to go out for a morning run, and Lin Yi had just walked out of the house. Just 2 rows of ceremonial ladies in red dresses at the entrance of the house. Lin Yi walked out afterward. When the ladies saw Lin Yi, they were also trained to turn on him, shouting out in unison, "Young Master Lin Yi, good morning." Lin Yi froze for a moment, walking in the center looking at the 2 rows of ceremonial ladies. What's going on? What's with all the pomp and circumstance? Into the new home, according to Lin Yi's philosophy, come as many people to set up as many tables on the line. It's not much of a guest, is it, to be so grand? Lin Yi didn't pay any more attention and continued his daily morning run every morning. Lin Yi had long since developed a thunderous morning practice. High-intensity training is not something he needs at his age. It just needs to develop and grow slowly. And the 2 rows of ceremonial ladies at this moment watched as Lin Yi began his morning run, also looking on with a smile. Lin Yi, a small internet celebrity with almost 6 million followers. How could they not recognize each other in the Magic City? Magic City, a household name in the small netizen. The father rely on his son to become the existence of the rich generation. He's got all the right looks for a young master. By the billionaire people, it's a pity that it's still small. Otherwise I don't know how much it would take to fall into the Lin family. At this time, Suya, the sun shone into the room before waking up to brush her teeth and wash her face, turn on the live stream to walk out the door. She knew Lin Yi had gotten up early. When I walked out the door, I saw 2 rows of Miss Manners. The grandiose scene made Suya look dumbfounded. That's an extravagant amount of preparation. Suya also looked up Lin Yi in the manner, and after Lin Yi-chen finished his run, he knew that some guests would come today, and maybe those aunt and uncle fans from the live broadcast would come as well. Lin Yi found the bottom of the alpaca cell, grabbing alpaca's old man by the scruff of the neck. No spitting on guests today. No what? The alpaca listened and nodded in understanding as well. Lin Yi was really afraid that this prison bottom would spit out a mouthful of VIPs. It's not straight to the table. That's all because the knife wasn't sharpened fast enough. Before Suya could find Lin Yi, she ran into Zhang Yinyin who was busy at the scene. Zhang Yining spoke to Suya. It's crowded today. Keep an eye on Xiao Yao. Yining Zhang was afraid that there would be a lot of people mixing up, and Lin Yi wouldn't even know when he was taken away. Shuya nodded. Got it. After saying that, he found Lin Yi. Suya is also exhausted. This big manor. You can get lost looking for someone. Why don't we go near the door and receive guests? Maybe someone you know will come. Lin Yi didn't think much of it after hearing that. How many acquaintances could he have? A live streaming fan? And Suya watched Lin Yi go back to bed yesterday, chattering away with the live viewers. The official account of the Irvine Cultural Tourism Organization swiped tens of thousands of dollars in gifts for Lin Yi's live broadcast number. He said that tomorrow, the director of the Urban Culture and Tourism Bureau will also come to eat into the new residence of the seat. Lin Yi and Suya walked towards the direction of the manor's main gate. An alpaca prisoner followed behind Lin Yi without slowing down. The dog is guilty of an occupational disease developed at school. Inspecting the manor. And at this time, the royal family. Huangfu Xiaomei pulled her mom and dad up early to take gifts out the door and go to Lin Yi's house for a banquet. Mom and dad, hurry up, before it's too late. There's still room over there. If you go over there late, you won't even have a chance to get in the door. Huangfu Xiaomei watched the live stream and knew that Lin Yi's family had entered a new home, and it must be very lively today. As Lin Yi's classmate and hardcore fan of the live broadcast, it made sense for her to go to the scene, didn't it? Huangfu Xiaomei's mom and dad also had no choice but to follow their baby girl out the door with thick gifts, until they came to the entrance of the luxurious manor. Looking at the large estate house, Huangfu Xiaomei's parents froze in place. Is it really that Lin Yi's house? Yes, Daddy, I told you. Brother Xiaoyi, he's not a poor boy. He's the only son of the Lin family. Young Master Lin. Huangfu Xiaomei suddenly felt that her eye for choosing people exceeded 99% of the population. Huangfu Xiaomei's parents froze in place. Huangfu Xiaomei's old man, before, had always thought that Lin Yi was one of those ordinary families, and that if his baby daughter got together with Lin Yi in the future, it would be Lin Yi climbing high on their family. But now, Olden looked at the huge estate, and the steady stream of guests coming through the door with generous gifts. Olden's sweating it out. Huangfu Xiaomei led the way, seeing Lin Yi and Alpaca at the door. Sister Suya, little brother Yat, I'm coming. Lin Yi saw that it was Huangfu Xiaomei, who was in the same class, and didn't expect her to come. Looking at Mei's parents who were following behind, Lin Yi also greeted politely. Hello uncle and aunt, inside please. Huangfu Xiaomei's old den was a bit embarrassed for a while. He remembered glaring at Lin Yi earlier. Now Lin Yi was being so polite. He suddenly felt a little guilty. Nodding awkwardly he headed inside. Huangfu Xiaomei herself was at the entrance, planning to play with Lin Yi today. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Huangfu Xiaomei Laoden's expression, and some of the old fans were hilarious. Ha 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 ha. I vaguely remember this old den glaring at kid brother. Yeah, that time in front of the school. I remember. This old dang. Lin Yi is still so polite to him. I guess I woke up in the middle of the night and slapped myself in the face, cursing myself for being so damned What's the point of staring at a kid? Young master, do you see a shortage of housekeepers in your house? It's fine to tie me to the door at night. And Lin Yi looked at Huangfu Xiaomei. Why are you here too? Huangfu Xiaomei, on the other hand, replied, I've watched you live. Whoever you say is coming is fine. Brother Xiaoyi, may I not come? Huangfu Xiaomei was a bit aggrieved. Lin Yi also waved his hand when he saw the situation, interrupting Huangfu Xiaomei's spell casting. I'm just asking. Don't make a mess. He's not going to eat that from a little girl. Huangfu Xiaomei Yan stroked up the alpaca. Zhang Yining and Suya usually take the alpaca and the dog to the pet store for a bath when they have nothing else to do. Well-maintained fur is smooth. The more Huangfu Xiaomei touched it, the more she liked it. The alpaca chewed something in his mouth. Looking at Huangfu Xiaomei, who was shorter than it, the alpaca remembered what Big Brother said about not being able to spit on the guests. Choose to hold your head high and restrain yourself. And at that moment Huangfu Xiaomei's mom and dad entered with gifts. Come into the living room of the house and look at the expensive gifts that fill the living room. The thick gifts in their hands seemed to become nothing more than commonplace. And not a moment later, a dozen or so luxury cars drove up to the front of the manor in a big line. Each car came down wearing an executive jacket and carrying a thermos with a junior carrying a briefcase behind him. At first glance, it's a civil servants line, and they look like leaders. After Lin Yi got a good look at the person leading the group, he really recognized him this time, and also went forward to get a greeting pose. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Why are you free to come here? Director Li. The person who came was none other than the director of the Irvine Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Mr. Li. Director Li saw Lin Yi greet him. You boy. And you'll help welcome guests. Not bad. Not bad. Promising. I heard from the bureau that your family is entering a new home. This I stopped by to see you. Director Lee couldn't forget, for the life of him, Lin Yi, the publicity ambassador, bringing a splash of riches to their urban. As long as Lin Yi had a need, he was Lin Yi's absolute human connection. These are my friends, the mayor of Irvine, the directors of culture and tourism from all over the eastern provinces. Director Lee introduced Lin Yi to the friends he had brought with him. It seemed to be expanding Lin Yi's network in general. You need a family to play soccer. You need to have a background in power, right? Let's see if they're old enough to have a background. No connections to play soccer. No money at home. All these taunts to Lin Yi, the soccer prodigy, seemed to fall on deaf ears. Lin Yi also went up to shake their hands. Hello uncles, please feel free to sit inside. The crowd looked at the polite Lin Yi. He also nodded to Lin Yi in satisfaction. Good for you. The little one is so young to be helping to welcome guests to the house. The one in my house. He just knows how to play games in his room. A dragon among men. This kid has a great future ahead of him. Complimenting Lin Yi, he headed for the manor. And at this time, Lin Yun and Zhang Yining, who were inside entertaining the guests, heard that a leader had come. Immediately, he stopped and walked towards the entrance of the manor. Looked like a bunch of big leaders. Lin Yun also stepped forward to greet him. He was really surprised that so many leaders had come. He thought it would just come from some of Lin Yi's livestream fans. He didn't realize Lin Yi's connections were stronger than even his. Greeted by Lin Yun, he took the leader on a tour of the manor. When Director Lee heard Lin Yun say that the manor house was $200 million, he had become even more certain of his inner speculation about Lin Yi. A dragon among men is no joke. He also knew about the more than $500 million lottery that Lin Yi's family had won some time ago. He also felt at that moment that it was Lin Yi, the humanoid koi, who had brought luck to Urban. The jackpots that were won were at the billion-dollar level. Lin Yi really wasn't a normal destiny. And at this time, Lin Yi's live broadcast room had already exploded. Many viewers in the north recognize what positions those leaders among the people just now. In the 3 eastern provinces are high-level leaders. My god, this kid brother's connections. The mayor of Urban is here? Crap, I see my leaders are here. Shit, kid brother, you've got a lot of connections. Are you going against the odds, kid? If something happens to the kid brother, I'm afraid that the whole magic city will tremble. Right, kid brother? I'm your long-lost wife. Have you forgotten me? I even wonder if that lottery ticket that was won was arranged for Lin Yi's family by Director Lee's people. Huangfu Xiaomei was beside him and admired Lin Yi even more. She hadn't seen much of that on a regular basis. The way her daddy had to be respectful to the type of leader he had just been. Afraid to say the wrong thing. These are the existences that her family has to flatter. Suya had long since become numb. Lin Yi's popularity had gotten so good that she couldn't even imagine it. It wouldn't be surprising if he popped up one day wearing a bar on his shoulder. And one after another. Many of them came to be fans of Lin Yi's live broadcast. Some are on the list of uncles and aunts. All of them are rich and noble families living in the Magic City. Rushing to take a picture with Lin Yi, the alpaca. Huangfu Xiaomei and Suya were both squeezed to the side. Until they finished taking pictures together for their entrance. Lin Yi watched as not much came. And also headed inside. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the people in the picture. As well as the lady who greeted the guests at the manor. The scene makes it look like a movie. The audience in the live stream was exploding. This new home banquet is so luxurious and extravagant. If this kid brother wants to get married, I'm afraid it's not. In the past, when I watched a live broadcast, I would substitute into the perspective of the host of the broadcast. But, now I can only watch a live broadcast from the point of view of the host. But now I can only watch a live broadcast from the point of view of the guest at the door. Do you have $300 a day to stand there? Another new NPC plot. Envious of kid brother's life every day. I told you. Those in the tomato novels are too conservative. This one by Brother Kid is the opposite. From now on, I'll write according to kid brother's standards. I'll reward you. Thick gift crab. Yesterday it was badminton in the living room. Today it's an entry into the new house feast to blow my mind. Damn you, jitterbug, for bringing me into circles I shouldn't be in. And the front yard of the house was filled with tables. Most of those who came had finished touring the estate and were taking their seats for the meal. Lin Yi was looking at so many people at this point. And he was also tearing his voice away from the center. Welcome to all the leaders, all the uncles and aunts, big brothers and sisters. The hospitality is not good. Sit down as if you were in your own home. Everyone, make yourselves at home. Hearing that Lin Yi was so understanding, everyone in the arena was delighted. Lin Yi finished and returned to the Lin's table. A table that was basically the Lin family. While Lin Yun talked to Lin Yi, those leaders, uncles and aunts rushed you. Do you want to make a toast? Hearing this, the other relatives also coaxed Lin Yi to go. After all, some of them are leadership level figures. When Lin Yi heard this, he stood up. Eating a meal and still wanting to honor tea? To not let people eat. He wanted to lift the table. Difficult to do? Then don't do it. Looking at the table is so heavy and pressurized that you can't lift it. Better do it then. Lin Yi also took a deep breath. It's hard to eat a meal, but after thinking about it, those leaders who come in are designated to help themselves in the future. Still need to take it seriously. Lin Yi's sacred body of humanity also triggered at this time. Took a bottle of milk, poured a glass, and then went to the table where Director Li and many leaders were important, and began to take the pinch, pressing his own cup with one hand and lifting Director Li's cup with the other. To honor the etiquette of respected elders, Lin Yi still understood. Ah, Director Li, thank you for coming today. It makes our home fluffy. A toast to you from my little brother. A set of continuous moves that gave Director Li all the tricks he couldn't handle. He always felt so familiar with this business. But, the kid brother toasts the drinks. Everyone else's wine. Other leaders also marveled at Lin Yi. Suya looked dumbfounded from the sidelines. She knew that this guy Lin Yi was definitely the sacred body of humanity. Huangfu Xiaomei was also holding a drink next to her and giggled as she learned. Once you see it, you know it. Once you learn it, you lose it. Lin Yun froze as he watched from a short distance away. His son is really great. In those occasions where the aura of the leader is so strong, he can still say the salutations so unabashedly. The live audience was buzzing at this point. I told you, kid brother is definitely the saint of human kindness. I can learn to lift a cup for the rest of my life. No wonder the kid brother is so rare to so many people. This humane way of doing things is really inviting. Principal, so? Promise me. Director Li to the kid brother, the whole official as it. Performance is too good. Do not need to take the public employment directly hired it. I'm most afraid of kid brothers like this showing up at the same dinner table as me. Because that would easily emphasize that I'm super nerdy as a person. Social cow kid brother. Ha 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 ha. Clear thinking. Proper etiquette. Eloquence. I'm not as good as a college student. The other leaders in the arena were also very happy. Sure enough, this kid is a crowd pleaser. Lin Yi finished giving a toast to a whole table of leaders. One of the leaders also stood up and came to the center of the field. Pick up the mic and talk. Cough cough. Hello everyone. Today is Lin's housewarming day, and we didn't prepare any gifts on our side. We, the Eastern Province, bring an Irving Promoter's Certificate to the Lin family. Also, the Lin's family will go to all the attractions and places of interest in the Eastern Province in the future, with a lifetime free admission privilege. At the leader's words, the crowd in the arena applauded. It's never about the value of the gift or anything. As the old saying goes, a gift is a gift, he said, handing Lin Yi a file bag. It contains some information. Lin Yi gave the document bag to Lin Yun. Lin Yun also thanked the leaders and drank with them. While Lin Yi was still eating his meal, the same relatives of the Lin clan, whom Lin Yi would probably have to call uncle, asked Lin Yi about it. Xiao Yi, how are your studies going these days? Lin Yi is still eating the seat. Dry rice should look like dry rice. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless. Let's just eat. What the hell are you talking about? Lin Yi has also started has read mess back. What else is there to learn? Lin Yi also replied. Learning never ends. Lin Yi's reply silenced the uncle's relatives. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the answer to this question, but something seems wrong. Lin Yi was still continuing to cam meals. Uncles began to say again. I say these you may not like to hear. To read well I just ate the loss of uneducated. Now all regret. When Lin Yi heard this, he also responded immediately. Why did you say that when you knew I didn't like it? Lin Yi's reply caused the crowd to fall silent once again. Lin Yi was like a control hit full of AIDS at this point, but without targeting his relatives for damage. Suya also froze for a moment as she listened at this point. Just by looking at the way Lin Yi has a response in his sentence while cam rice, he knows that he is terribly strong. The audience in the live room was also laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha. Kid brother has read the mess back, looking forward to know. To uncle all dry and silent. The kid brother started hard control for his relatives. You know you don't like it and still say it? Kid brother, hurry up and close the mic for me. You've got a machine running at such high speeds. And the relatives hadn't stopped at this point, grilling Lin Yi in the same way they did at the New Year's Eve dinner. Xiao Yi, remember to make good relations with those leaders more often. Lin Yi, got it. I'll go over and beat them up later. Uncle. Uncle was once again dryly silenced by Lin Yi's words. Crowd leader, there are bad people in the crowd. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin were sweating when they heard this reply from Lin Yi. That's not a good thing to say, baby boy. This is to beat a meal of those leaders a meal. Afraid that this meal will become a famous dish in the Magic City. Suya also touched the sweat on his forehead. Not worthy of being you, kid brother. This is really daring to say. It's not like that to have read the messed up replies. Is it? The audience in the live room was also happy and numb. I've learned this kid brother move has red mess back. Now it's terribly strong. Give me on relatives. Get to the point, make a good relationship. Hey, 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 hey. What if my relatives ask me where I work? Then you answer. King's Grand Canyon ADC Road. And a secretary who follows him around. Sentences that respond. Sentences that don't match. Is this the full level of coping with the relative Eucharist? Has another new saint body been developed? Is this a heavenly pride level saint's son? Interesting. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve and thanks for the gifts from the papas. Regarding the recent problem of only 2 more. I am going to owe the beginning of the 4th to make up for you guys. After the 4th to come to a day 4 more to make up for the back yo. Thank you for your support. Lin Yi's sentence put a hard control on all the relatives who asked questions in the arena. And Lin Yi was able to eat up his meal quietly. Otherwise Lin Yi can stand up. Don't eat? Then don't even eat it. And after the wine and dinner, some of Lin Yi's old fans in the venue suggested that Lin Yi come on for a bit of a talent show. Lin Yi was still eating and fiercely showing off his seat at this point. The uproar in the arena grew louder. Lin Yi, put on a show. Come on, come on, come on. Uncle loves to watch you. Have a set of subject 3 small consecutive moves kid brother. It's more or less impossible not to perform a handful of these, isn't it? With the uproar of the crowd, Lin Yi naturally heard it. And Zhang Yining asked about Lin Yi. Xiao Yi, see if you want to put on a talent show to make the uncles and aunts happy. And Huangfu Xiaomei was next to Lin Yi at the moment, her eyes glowing, wanting to see Lin Yi put on a talent show. In Huangfu Xiaomei's eyes, Lin Yi was perfect and versatile. When Lin Yi heard this, he thought about what he could perform. Magic, or basketball, or sing-dance rap, or a combination of basketball and sing-dance rap? That's when the system's voice rang out. Task, perform a talent show, unlimited. Reward, full-level DJ beatboxing. Lin Yi heard this, and Unicorn was feeding the rice. It's more or less rude not to perform a handful of these. Perform anything? Then he can just live the whole thing. Lin Yi walked to the center of the field. Okay, give the uncles and aunts the whole job. And at this time, Huangfu Xiaomei, who was watching from the side, was incomparably excited. Wanted to see what Lin Yi was going to perform. The audience in the live room was buzzing at this point. Brother kid, don't go whole hog, please. I've been run over by you and I feel like a loser. Come on, Rio, give him the whole live. What's the kid brothers game again? Who knows? Maybe singing? The viewers of the live broadcast were still guessing what Lin Yi was going to perform. But at this point, Lin Yi had already thought about what to perform. And since the system said whatever, he'd just show his hand in a small way. Since getting a full level of magic, Lin Yi had seen the magic tricks performed by others on TV. On Jitterbug. He even thought it was a child's trick. He will explain to the world what top magic is. And some of the old fans in the arena, the Iron fans, the bigwigs on the list, watched Lin Yi grow up. Much like watching their own children grow up. They were still very clear about Lin Yi's several kilograms. There are unexpected surprises at every turn. Soccer, ping pong, fishing, even that goal celebration on the soccer field. The kid brother, just like the welder, caught their eye. The leaders in the arena and the Lin family applauded, feeling happy that Lin Yi was about to give them a show, as well as clapping and cheering for Lin Yi. Good, leak us a hand. Lin Yun looked at Lin Yi, being starstruck by the crowd. He was also touched to the core. Lin Yi was his pride, his bottom line, and Zhang Yingyin's thoughts are the same. Lin Yi has never been a substitute for any ballplayer, and there is no shadow from anyone else in him. Lin Yi is Lin Yi, and Lin Yi is next to the leader's table. Leader, borrow your handkerchief. The leader didn't refuse to hand it to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi took the handkerchief and showed both sides for all to see. Watch it, there's nothing right? The moment Lin Yi displayed the handkerchief, the crowd also quieted down, realizing that what Lin Yi was about to perform was probably magic, and carefully observing Lin Yi's details, trying to find a crack in Lin Yi's performance. But they don't know that Lin Yi has a full magic maneuver. The viewers of the live broadcast room were seriously looking at Lin Yi at this point, and after realizing that Lin Yi was going to perform a magic trick, they all started buzzing. Is this a magic show, kid brother? I blew a card just the last time he celebrated in the soccer stadium magic way. I pour good look at several times, cannot see any little broken. Keep your eyes open and see if you can find a break. I'll give you guys a gift if you can find a break. Kid brother, don't go the whole innate magic holy body again. Oh, under the hilarity of the crowd in the arena, Lin Yi also put a handkerchief over one of his hands. Good, the time to witness the miracle is coming. As Lin Yi's words came out, everyone in the arena watched Lin Yi's movements intently. The same was true of the live audience. Even the frequency of pop-ups was less frequent. All were watching with serious eyes wide open. Lin Yi looked at the handkerchief, and it seemed that at that moment Lin Yi thought of something. He didn't seem to be performing magic, but magic. Lin Yi slowly lifted the handkerchief, only to see a white dove of peace that began to flap its wings toward the sky. There was a silence in the arena, and everyone's pupils were dilated for a split second. Everyone looked dumbfounded and wondered where the pigeon came from. None of them had seen when Lin Yi had covered his handkerchief with a dove of peace. Suya was dumbfounded at this point. Handsome, really handsome. To others, Lin Yi pretended to. To her, Lin Yi was really handsome. Looking at this moment, Lin Yi was calm as water, performing amazing magic tricks. These seem to be basic operations that don't need to be deducted from the 6th general. Everyone looked at the dove of peace with its wings spread high. Both were shocked. Huangfu Xiaomei. Only Lin Yi in her eyes. Lin Yi really. Too cool, hot. The audience in the live broadcast room, by now, had also exploded. A screen full of question marks and shocked AHS. Not. Kid brother. Are you really an innate magic holy body? Ha, where did the pigeons come from? College students, please teach me. I'll kowtow to you. Elementary school student, hang on, he's hung. It's definitely on. I guarantee it with my head. I Lua soy steel. Kid brother, this also magic is also too bizarre. Branding iron. Please don't show hot. It took a long time for the crowd in the arena to slow down under the shock. Some people started applauding Lin Yi for this brilliant magic show. Everyone applauded Lin Yi from the bottom of their hearts. Great, it's beautiful. I can't even see where the pigeons came from. This performance will be fine for the spring festival. If I had known it was so good, I would have recorded it and played it in a few days for New Year's. Goo, thanks for the little guy's performance. It belongs to the one that blew me away. Lin Yun also applauded Lin Yi fiercely. Just by looking at that expressionless, highly skilled performance, he knew that his son was frighteningly strong. Huangfu Xiaomei, Suya all applauded. Lin Yi's dog was on Lin Yi's side at the moment, and was excitedly performing a backflip as well. P.S. Happy New Year, Reader's Posy. All the best. Can I congratulate you on your wealth? Ha ha ha. A backflip from the dog's oldest brother. Ignore. Backflip sound effect. The crowd in the arena was also delighted. Lin Yi looked to the dog on the side. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded when they saw this scene. Not good. Second brother has a backbone. This dog will become a great danger. Those who applaud are the kid brother's men. Those who don't are the doggy jailbird's men. It's a real backbone. Come and reward me with a big bone stick at the bottom of my dog's cell. For such a scene, I'm afraid that only brother lightning avoidance can suppress it. The system's voice also sounded in Lin Yi's head. Mission accomplished. And the drinking was soon over. Lin Yun sent the guests away, and Suya asked in the living room about the magic trick Lin Yi had just done. Normal people who watch magic are attempting to find the breaks in the magic. Even if you can't find a break, you want to know what kind of magic trick works. Brother Xiaoyi, please teach me the magic trick I just did. I really need this hand. Suya also got straight to the point and asked Lin Yi to teach her a hand. And Lin Yi didn't know how to answer after hearing that. Is it hard to tell her that it's the skills that Unicorn gave him? How does this teach? He himself couldn't even think of actually turning out pigeons. This full level of magic, turning out surprises, all at his whim. What comes to mind? Turns out. How can you teach this? Indeed, it can't be taught. I don't know how it happened, but suddenly there was a pigeon in my hand. Ha, aha, yeah, that's it. Suya was dumbfounded when Lin Yi finished speaking. This makes even less sense. She could only think that Lin Yi was hiding a big hand and didn't want to teach it. The audience in the live broadcast room had also watched Lin Yi's magic many times, but neither of them saw the break they wanted to see. The video quickly spread on the net, and everyone agreed. Lin Yi that this was not magic, rather, it was real magic. This shit is magic. Well, you call magic magic, don't you? This tramp is 8 years old? Shocking. What's wrong with 8? Approach quickly. You're going against the grain kid. It really is a full human. Just an NPC, isn't it? Time passes in an instant. Soon came before New Year's Eve. The Chinese New Year is upon us. It's snowing in Mordor too. Suya also promised Lin Yi to play fireworks for Lin Yi, driving Lin Yi out of Mordor to the Outer Ring town, Suya's hometown. This is part of the Outer Ring and fireworks are not prohibited. Suya and Lin Yi picked up fireworks in town. Gatling, Monkey King, all kinds of fancy fireworks. Suya arranges them all for Lin Yi. Lin Yi and Suya were walking on the road on a snowy day. It's so important to see people on the side of the road driving carefully and cautiously. The snow was light, but the roads were slippery. Lin Yi and Suya witnessed an ant on an electric bike fall down. Suya watched the fall and also sucked in a breath of cold air. Ouch, it hurts so much. And it's cold. so a fall is designated as bad. The viewers in the live room cringed as they watched. And Suya just took Linny out of the parking lot to drive back. But at that moment, Linny didn't look like he was planning to leave standing in place. Suya was a bit puzzled. There's nothing to eat here. Why are you standing? Gone? Linny shook his head. Only then on the side of the road, 3 police officers saw someone on a bicycle fell, intending to go over to help up, eager to help others. They didn't care about the road, but just as they got closer, they too suddenly slipped and fell. Almost instantly, Linny predicted that they were going to fall. Sea bulls. Suya listened to Linny coldly come up with a sea bull. Watching the 3 traffic cops who slipped in front of them in unison was also a moment of joy. All Suya wanted to do at this point was to open her cell phone and come knock on the electronic wooden fish. With this smile, I'm afraid that all the merit I've saved for a year is gone. Suya was also apologizing silently in her heart. I'm sorry, police uncle. She really didn't hold it together. Suya was also thinking that her training was not professional enough, and this kind of sudden scene really poked her shitty funny bone. Especially Lin Yi's preemptive line "sea bulls" originally didn't laugh, but by Lin Yi's sentence, it was genuinely hard to be taught. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed like crazy when they saw the scene. Ha 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 ha. What a sea bull. Suya, hiss. Really hurt Driving a tram ant, pain dead. Traffic police, awkward dead. Suya, ha 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 ha. 3 police uncles, thinking about living on another planet? Today's merit 10086. What's going on? The Kid brothers got a sound effect, right? Uncle policeman, well. So dubbed, right? Suya also couldn't hold it together and hurriedly pulled Lin Yi away, afraid that her laughter would attract the attention of the police. Put the fireworks in the trunk and hurriedly drove back. Back at Suya's house, Suya played a lot of small firecrackers, falling cannons and whatnot with Lin Yi. Lin Yi played them all, until Lin Yi thought of something. Take the firecrackers and walk towards Suya's house at the dog kennel. The dog also got up and took a step backwards when he saw Lin Yi approaching. It could feel something scary from this little guy. Suya is a little puzzled. Lin Yi would not take firecrackers to blow up the dog to play. Suya also hurriedly followed, intending to stop Lin Yi. The dog was at least her family's caretaker. Just watch them play with fireworks for a while. The crime is not mortal. Suya had just reached Lin Yi and was about to say something. Only Lin Yi squatted down at this point and pointed at the dog's dog dish in front of the kennel. Dog, I'd like to borrow this dog bowl of yours to play with firecrackers. Is that okay? Lin Yi's words out. Suya are silent. Ha! The audience in the live room was even more confused with laughter after hearing that. Ha! Borrow a dog bowl to play with firecrackers? Dog, you are really daring to borrow. Kid brother is polite, but not much. Dog, you seize the presumptuous jail bottom. The dog was listening to Lin Yi's words at this time, as if his CPU was burning. Dumbfounded, he looked at Lin Yi from where he was, and Lin Yi is a master at communicating with both people and dogs. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your default. I'll just borrow it for a while, ha. Lin Yi picked up the dog's iron dog bowl and ran to the center of the yard. And at this time Suya once again froze. Looking at the family's credit dog, she could do nothing but swing with both hands. She really couldn't stop Lin Yi from doing anything. The dog is sorry. You can only blame Lin Yi for having too many ideas and coming up with an unexpected play every now and then. The dog and Suya looked at each other for a moment, looking at Lin Yi, who was running away with the thing it was eating. Dog, is he polite? The dog could only follow and catch up with Lin Yi. But at that moment Lin Yi stepped on the dog bowl and lit firecrackers. A little goes a long way. The dog bowl is covered, and no one loves it. Lin Yi stood up and walked off into the distance. Real men never look back at explosions. Only the poor dog barked in place. Watching his dog bowl covered with firecrackers was all he could do to bark. Just a loud bang. The dog bowl flies into the air. Suya could really only watch helplessly, and Lin Yi watched his masterpiece fall through the air. It also hit the dog's head with an unbiased clunk. Suya almost didn't strain herself when she saw the scene. The dog was knocked and held the dog bowl to his mouth through the pain. Don't dare put it down again. When it's New Year's Eve, the dog's dog bowl is always propped up by small children. They can't do anything to the kids yet. They can only exercise the greatest power in dog life. Bark, bite a child. What happens to the child it doesn't know? But the designated dog's life is not guaranteed. These little ancestors, chickens peck on a bite to directly boil water to pluck the hair. Passing dogs get a kick in the pants. And the audience in the live broadcast room went crazy with joy when they saw the scene. Ha 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 ha. Dogs, you take the shoots. Dog, be a human being, please. If you don't be a man, let me be a man. Why don't the dogs come up to the table for dinner tonight and let the kid brother play? Dog, what kind of person is this? How come everyone is targeting me? 7 children are on their way to get firecrackers. He's not a real person. but kid brother must be a real dog. The family's Linji was relieved to see the scene. And thankfully fireworks are banned downtown. This is going to be able to be put downtown. And the dogs and alpacas in the bottom of the cell at home. I'm afraid they're going to be in shock for a day. Linny watched as the dog was about to run with the basin in his mouth. Hey, I just put one in. Let me put another one in. However, the dog didn't pay attention to Linny and walked away with the dog bowl in his mouth. As if he had made some kind of decision. It can't be messed with. It can hide. There is an old Chinese saying that those who know the time. Linny watched as the dog ran off with his dinner in his mouth. It's also hopeless. It's not fun at all. Looking at the firecrackers all over the ground, Linny squatted down and found a small firecracker that hadn't been lit. This firecracker does little damage in a single burst. Linny was going to try out Unicorn's newbie protection. The heart of death rises again. Taking a torpedo firecracker kind of kills too much. It's still okay to experiment with this kind. Suya walked over and watched as Linny held a small firecracker to set off. Also frowned. There's a saying about firecrackers on New Year's Eve that white-haired fuses don't have to run. And the Flash takes a beating when he comes. The green hair can be released when our milk comes. And what Linny was holding in his hand was the little white-haired fuse firecracker. This is the kind of family people play. Hey, don't play with this one. Little brother Yat. It's too loud too fast. Don't I have punchy little firecrackers in my car? Play with those. Suya persuaded Linny. This firecracker isn't much of a killer though. But a little. Almost too late to throw it. It's going to ring in your hand. It's true that it can't hurt. But numbing your fingers can be a long way to remember. And when Linny made a decision, no one could stop it. The viewers of the live broadcast also saw Linny's unruly eyes. Seems like a must play with this little firecracker. How dare you play with any white-haired fuse? Kid brother, you are packaged against the sky. Who dares to play with this thing? Just play. One without squeaking. Remember the kid brother, this untamed look. Later pack change face of the jail bottom. How come there are village people everywhere? Let him play. This thing is going to go back with a black hand when Flash comes to play. Linny also took out his lighter at this time, and grabbed the small firecracker with 2 fingers. Dangerous operation. Do not imitate. Suya frowned, knowing that she couldn't stop Linny. This guy Linny, not even 100 pounds. Half of the body is backbone and the remaining half is all hard eyes. Shuya took a step backwards. Linny lit the small firecracker, grasping it in my hand, with no intention of losing it. But the moment it was lit, none of the little firecrackers went off. Linny also froze for a moment. Waved it in his hand. Is it a boring? Or is it just the novice protection of Brother Unicorn? Who won't let him get hurt a bit? Immune to even minor injuries? Suya frowned at the small firecracker Linny had lit, but it never went off. Suya just breathed a sigh of relief. Bored or not, looking at Linny did not even mean to throw, obviously trying out the strength of this little firecracker. The live stream was also buzzing with viewers. It doesn't ring a bell? TSK? Newbie protection period? It's not like giving a face? Top notch. Kid brother, this newbie protection period. The pack changed faces. Only it was us who changed faces. I thought I'd get to see kid brother cry and whine pinch. Shame. Take a Monkey King and put it on so loud that it might be able to make the kid brother change his face. Will it go off? Firecracker, it will. It can be a little tricky if it's with water. And at this moment, Linny threw a firecracker behind him and was about to run to get new fireworks to play with. As a result, this was when the firecracker was out of Linny's range. Not far behind Linny, it rang out coldly. Suya was startled by the sudden ringing sound that made his tiger's body shake. This actually rings? Suya are confused. Linny didn't look back at the explosion. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded when they saw this scene. Dig the groove. It's not boring. Lua Bean. So handsome. Real men never look back at explosions, do they? At this point the kid brother imagines himself. Well, kid brother can play Instant Blast now, can't he? Elementary school student, I can do this one too. Let me do it. Crispy college student, scare the crap out of me. It's been art ever since. Since arriving at Suya's family New Year's Eve dinner, Suya's family ate a little earlier. Suya also planned to take Linny back after eating and have New Year's Eve dinner at Linny's house. A table was seated. Everyone looked at the dog walking east with the dog bowl in his mouth in deep thought. Strange. He's had the dog bowl in his mouth all day today. Hey, dogs need to celebrate New Year's Eve, too. Unbeknownst to them, the dog is no longer away from his food bowl after today. After the meal, Suya took Linny back to the center of Magic City. Lamb's Manor. All of Lin's relatives are here. The last time I ate a seat and asked Linny's uncle. I was banned from the sound at this time in general. At the table, not a word was said. Since Linny's answer last time, which silenced him, he now didn't even have the courage to ask Linny about it. Lin Yi was also happy to eat in peace, and at this time, Lin Yi's uncle, Zhang Yin's own brother, began to New Year's Eve dinner in the capacity of an elder, began to torture and inquire. It seems like he's experienced this dinner table tradition before, and he's been in the rain, so why should kids nowadays eat so comfortably? Lin Yi's uncle also started the classic New Year's Eve dinner torture session. How's your academic performance, shall we? Lin Yi was gnawing on a large chicken leg when he heard that his uncle was going to start the torture. Lin Yi had also learned that once this torture session started at this kind of New Year's Eve dinner table, it was basically hard to stop. Lin Yi was also a bit speechless. Eating was eating. Where did he get off talking so much? Stand straight up later. I don't eat beef. No? Then don't eat. Lift the table. And the uncle who had experienced Lin Yi's answer the last time had frozen at that moment. This nephew of his. It's not a good idea to ask. One doesn't squeak when asked. How dare he ask? I'm not afraid that the little one will be anxious. As soon as midnight passes today, I'll get the scissors up and have a New Year's Eve haircutting session. Which uncle can stand this first month's haircutting session? Suya was eating next to Lin Yi when she heard Lin Yi's uncle begin his classic questioning. Also looked at Lin Yi. Well, you don't want to eat a good meal. You have to mess with this Lin Yi guy. Then don't even eat it later. And when Lin Yi stopped eating, he was also thinking about something. The system's voice rang out. Mission, counter-torture Uncle Nakaden and convince him. Reward, full-level painting skill. When Lin Yi heard the quest released by Brother Unity, he knew that something was up. Well then, a head break with Uncle. Academic performance? Average. Full marks in all subjects. Is Uncle seeing anyone now? Lin Yi's reply fell, and without waiting for his uncle to respond, he began his counter-torture. Lin Yi's reply had caused all the relatives to suck in a breath of cold air. Full marks in all subjects. If this keeps up, it won't be hard for their family to produce a top student. I'm afraid. And they didn't know that a title like scholar was nothing more than something they could take if they wanted to for Lin Yi. Suya wasn't surprised by Lin Yi's accomplishments. Just listening to Lin Yi's rhetorical question, also with eyes as wide as brass bells, he looked at Lin Yi, who was not arrogantly asking his uncle rhetorically from the side. One dares to ask. One really dares to answer even if. How dare Lin Yi ask a question back? Sioa's CPU burned. Do NPC humans really ask rhetorical questions when confronted with relatives in their settings? She's been tortured over the years. When you ask for grades during your school years, you ask for a date at the annual dinner after graduation. This torture she answered every year in silence, then awkwardly buried his head in his food. Doesn't it even seem to occur to you that you can ask rhetorical questions in the face of your elders? Lin Yi's rhetorical question also caused the relatives in the room who were still moving their chopsticks to eat to freeze for a moment, just coming out of the surprise of Lin Yi's accomplishments. Lin Yi came back with this handful of rhetorical questions. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun froze at this moment. Ouch. Rhetorical question. The two couples really didn't expect this guy Lin Yi to come up with a rhetorical question. Who's got the balls to do that? The live audience also blew up, as they didn't seem to find a setting for rhetorical questions about their elders in their own settings. It was also shocking to see Lin Yi, at the age of 8, actually counter-cuffing his uncle. Ouch crikey, there's an expert. How dare he torture uncle? I've seen kid brothers read in disorganized back. What's this red and rhetorical question operation? No. Do we NPCs have a setting to ask elders rhetorically? Isn't it set as an impolite and impermissible action? I've been tortured for so many fucking years, and now you're telling me that it's possible to practice counter-torture? Wouldn't I have been tortured all these years for nothing? No. I'm going to learn the details of kid brothers' torture in slow motion, frame by frame. I want to get better so bad. However, the setting of anti-torture was not something that Lin Yi felt comfortable with. What are you afraid of? You can't ask because your uncle is older than him? His uncle nominally said he cared about him and asked how he was doing at the dinner table. Then why can't he be concerned about how his uncle is doing and how he's doing? Lin Yi's rhetorical question made his uncle smile slightly. There are some. I guess, one day uncle will go to a chess game and bring the object back for you. My uncle's answer silenced the crowd in the room once again. An inquiry hard charges them for 3 seconds. And this uncle comes back with a wave of strong charges. Pulled full. Really pulled full. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin were dumbfounded, looking at Lin Yi's uncle. Suya was also confused at this point. Objects, some, chess, bringing back a date? For her part, Shuya really wanted the world to press pause. The silence from everyone was a little deafening to her. The noise made her think seriously. Shuya's CPU is burning up. This, object? Suya stroked her forehead and thought seriously. And Lin Yi came to be interested when he heard his uncle's answer. It's no wonder that Brother Unity posted this today's mission alone. Turns out uncle isn't a hard opponent to put up. It was an answer that even he hadn't expected. Go to the chess game and get an object out. The audience in the live broadcast room always felt a bit familiar when they heard Uncle Lin Yi's read messed up reply. Ouch crikey. See oil cake guard? I'd say you guys are a family. You all know how to read and mess back, don't you? Is this red mess back engraved in your DNA? Underline them, objects, to be tested. There are some. I'll bring them back to show you someday. Kid brother, a master taught. Can't break the move ah. Ha 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 ha. Master's duel. Old man child college student go first. Uncle give the kid brother strength. And the duel of the masters is always so plain and simple. Uncle continued the attack. Any little girls like it when you do so well in school? Lin Yi's meaning was obvious when he heard his uncle's question, trying to set up a way to ask him if he's seeing anyone. This really isn't. It's all your fault, uncle. Lin Yi's reply caused all the relatives in the room to stop eating, and their chopsticks were simply put down. This matchup is much more interesting than New Year's Eve plus spring break. Extremely informative in both the answer and the question. You can't get through the details of this question and answer without a speeding machine. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin looked at Lin Yi. No little girls like it? The last time they sent gold and door-to-door gifts for the banquet. Huangfu Xiaomei. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin were looking at them. The admiration for Lin Yi in Huangfu Xiaomei's eyes had reached the extreme. Fans who knew Lin Yi were also clear that this guy Lin Yi was multi-talented and had 8 little fangirls in his class without 10. Lin Yi's answer that there was none was false. Uncle heard this rhetorical question from Lin Yi and blamed him? Crap. What's it to him? It's not all personal charisma if there's a little fangirl, or if most of the little girls in school like good grades. Lin Yi's handsome temperament. How could no one like him? No little girls like. What's it to me? When Lin Yi heard his uncle say this, he also immediately replied. It's none of your business. What are you asking? Whether or not this is liked by little girls is beside the point. His own age he knows best. How old are you to respond to early love when a little girl likes you? When his uncle heard Lin Yi's words, he also said, you brat. In this round, it was Lin Yi who won. Even if Lin Yi talked about his girlfriend, it really didn't have anything to do with this uncle of his. It's his sister who should be worried about this. The relatives were also amazed by Lin Yi's sharp-tongued eloquence. At the age of 8 years old, Lin Yi's mind's eye and vigor didn't know how many of his peers he exceeded. Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun also had a streak of nationalism in their hearts. Boy, Suya was all confused after hearing that. Crap, with such a masterful answer. Not to mention the ability to score full points. That's a lot of seconds to hard control a relative. Why didn't she think of answering her relatives like that? Have read The Art of Messing Back just the other day and now I've learned a handful more. It belongs to yes. Live and learn. Lin Yi said that learning never ends. This is really no problem ah. Kid brother forever God. There is nothing wrong with him. Among the relatives, some cousins in college and high school were also amazed by Lin Yi's eloquence and applauded. Yes, but they were all met with a glare back from an aside from mom and dad. It really wasn't any of his uncle's business whether Lin Yi was looking for a date or not. But it's absolutely none of mom and dad's business what they do. The audience in the live broadcast room also went crazy with joy. Lin Yi's answer to this god one belonged to the explosive kill uncle. Laughing bored. Hardly he days? Why didn't I think of that answer before? Well. I feel like I'm horribly strong this year. Tonight's New Year's Eve dinner for the relatives on the strength. Relatives a mouth. Your package change face a jail bottom. Don't get high off your mouth. Watching the live stream one by one they all think they're horribly strong. Only to have their relatives stutter in their answers when they open their mouths. Relative, I came from the other end of the sea. I tortured once a year, and I have long since achieved the realm of the tortured emperor. The kid brother begs super standard ah. Not to say that young age is the biggest bottom carded. I 24. A year by a table of people urging marriage. And Lin Yi won his uncle a hand first. There was no intention to give uncle a reprieve. Uncle, where are you working now? Lin Yi's question. And uncle knew that Lin Yi was a little expert. Then go completely crazy. Uncle me ah. In doing duck pinch. Even Lin Yi was dryly silenced by his uncle's reply. Lin Yi's big eyes widened. Ha? He didn't even realize that his uncle had gone straight to mad literature. Lin Yi was really hard to strain. The crowd of relatives in the arena was silent. Everyone's eyes were locked tightly on their uncle at this moment. Uncle is still very proud to hold his head high. It seems that today, he is the protagonist. The eyes of all the relatives were filled with incredulity. On the side, his own sister, Zhang Yinyin, was even thinking about how to sever the sibling relationship with this old brother. Grandmother, next to Uncle Lin Yi, fumbled for something next to the table. Granny thought, what could whip up a storm and beat this good old boy to death? Saying you do this at an occasion like New Year's Eve dinner? Uncle thought Grandma had dropped something. Mom, what are you looking for? Let me help you find it. Lin Yi, who was on the side, knew what Granny was looking for. Wait a minute Grandma, I'll get you a big one. Lin Yi quickly ran to the sports equipment room and pulled out a baseball bat from it. Metal. A whirlwind one does not squeak. The audience in the live broadcast room was going crazy with joy at this point. Ha 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 ha. Uncle can't afford to play anymore. Just go straight to crazy literature. This can't be learned, oh branding irons. It's not clear that there's a name missing from the account book. Is that you, warrior? Sure enough. The gurus on the internet say the brave enjoy first. Well. This is really going to be an early enjoyment of heaven. You're a fucking genius. I see that uncle is also in style. Maybe it's just different local customs. We don't have to rush through the performance like uncle in this New Year's Eve. Linny pulled out a baseball bat, and his uncle looked at the metal bat, and looked at the old mom who was about to take the bat out of Linny's hand. Are you going to kill me? What a good nephew of mine. This is not a nephew. This is a virgin. Mom, listen to the solution. I'm a roast duck maker. A real duck maker. How can an old mom not know exactly what her son does for a living? Who wouldn't be confused to hear a table of relatives here, saying that their occupation is duck? It's useless for uncle to explain anything now. All my uncle could do was grab the baseball bat. TSK. Joking with my nephew, it's not. Why is mom taking this seriously? You've disgraced your Zhang family. Okay, don't be mad. My uncle went to great lengths to appease my grandmother. Linny really wanted to give his uncle a thumbs up. He dared to ask, but his uncle was really daring to answer. My uncle was still obviously defiant and still had that bratty look about him. Linny knew that it wasn't over. Because of a joke from his uncle, the crowd stopped torturing and ate in silence. Uncle sat next to Linny. For this year's New Year's money, I'll give you $10. You kowtow to me and I'll give you $10. When Linny heard this, he just nodded with a slight smile. Okay. Only $10 for New Year's money, right? Don't want to give? Then you don't have to give it. Linny also realized that his head was a bit itchy. He hoped to see his uncle in this untamed state after tonight. Nothing was said, as if it had been said again. Uncle looked at Linny with a smirk on his face. Something doesn't feel right, but he couldn't say anything about it, so he could only eat in silence. And at that moment, when Suya saw this bad smile of Linny's, she felt creeped out. This uncle had to provoke this little guy Linny. Then there's nothing she can do but watch the show. The viewers of the live broadcast, seeing Linny with this smile, were also attacked by dead memories. Ouch cripes, this uncle is going to be bad. I'm afraid uncle doesn't know that the kid brother has nothing but backbones and hard eyes. What, $10 a pop? Do you need a drop for a kid? A man's knee is gold. The spring festival is the time to realize a prison bottom. The bag of cash withdrawals. Can you do it? If not, let me do it. I'll give uncle a bankruptcy. Oh uncle, I'm your long-lost good nephew. After the meal, my uncle didn't go back, and all the relatives stayed at the estate, and so did the uncle. Today's Linny was surprisingly perverse, not choosing to go to bed early, watching a boring spring dinner in the living room. Suya looked at Linny. All of them felt a bit strange. The usual Linny wouldn't go back to sleep past 10:30 p.m. Uncle was also on the sidelines. Why don't kids go to bed at this hour? Staying up all night is bad for your health. Linny just shook his head bashfully after hearing this. He's waiting for the first month. Uncle, what are you waiting for? P.S. Thanks for all the gifts. And tomorrow I'll start making up the draft I owe from the other day. Go for it in the new year. Linny watched the TV and waited for the 0 o'clock countdown. 0 o'clock on the dot. Linny didn't congratulate anyone else and was the first to find his uncle who was playing a game in his room. Uncle, congratulations on your fortune. Bring me the red packet. Suya just followed behind. Somewhat puzzled. Was Linny like this in previous years? And without playing another game, my uncle pulled a bunch of red bills out of his pocket. Open up and count up hard. But in the next second $10 changed out of 100 and handed it to Linny. It's not much, but it's new. Linny saw the $10. Well, don't blame him then. Just, $10? You know, in a city like Magic City, elementary school students have more than this much pocket money every day. Linny's question came out, while his uncle smacked his lips. It's all been said. Kowtow at $10. When Linny heard this, he repeated thoughtfully, knocking one for $10. Right? Linny walked out of the room where his uncle was when he finished speaking. Obviously, the fight with my uncle isn't over yet. Uncle looked at Linny with some suspicion, and Linny actually didn't kowtow to any of them. My uncle also shook his head and muttered to himself, kids these days really don't lack for money. If this were his old life, he wouldn't have kowtowed to his old uncle in bankruptcy. The viewers of the live broadcast watched as Linny actually took out just $10 without doing anything. This uncle is too stingy. Didn't uncle say $10 for a kowtow? Crispy college student asked kid brother for me. Do you need a drop in lieu of a knock? Just half for one. $10 a head. Not to uncle kowtow bankruptcy are counted as my head is not hard enough. Kid brother is really knee-deep in gold. This is not even kowtowing. Suya glanced at the pop-up screen and looked at Lin Yi, who had walked out, as if he was thinking about something. Brother Yat, did your fans say you needed a drop in lieu of a knock? I'll kowtow if I need to. I'll take half. Lin Yi shook his head at this point. He was just going to try it out. Did this good uncle really give $10? Or was he joking? Well now, the first month has arrived. After the popularization of the modern internet, everyone is using blackmail to say that what the first month to cut the head to die uncle. That's why most uncles are now afraid of a handful of scissor warnings from their nephews. No, I've got a way to get him to give a red packet. Lin Yi went to the living room to find the scissors and once again walked towards his uncle's room. The audience in the live broadcast room finally understood at this moment why Lin Yi hadn't ordered a DDT to knock on his behalf. Crap. What are you going to do? To silly Chun? Brother kid, uncle, my head itches. I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. I said, why don't the kid brother use the drop generation to knock? So he hit a hand. I thought the kid brother was compromised, but it turns out he's hiding a big hand. Ha 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 ha. Uncle me duck. Today is going to be karma. Suya looked at Lin Yi holding the scissors, and also shook her mouth. Ouch. Haircut in the first month. There's not much science to it, but most uncles are afraid of this hand nowadays. Lin Yi is not afraid that his uncle will not give the big pressure money. It turns out that it was all planned long ago. Just now, I went in to congratulate my uncle. It was just a test. Knocking a $10 bill. As if Lin Yi didn't hear it. Lin Yi entered his uncle's room with the scissors. Lin Yi hid behind his back and looked at his uncle with a smile. Uncle was also happy to see Lin Yi back again. Hurry up. It's late. $10 a pop. Again. My uncle pulled out a bunch of red bills. But uncle saw that Lin Yi had a smile on his face and had no intention of kowtowing. It just doesn't feel right. Looking at Lin Yi's smile, he only felt creeped out. What do you mean? And at that moment Lin Yi took out his scissors. The other hand scratched his head. Uncle, I've been feeling a little itchy in my head for the past few days. Maybe my hair is a bit long. Uncle shook his lips at this and glanced at the time midnight on his cell phone screen. Spring Festival. The first day of the first month. Cutting your head in the first month of the year to think about your uncle's warning. Uncle looked at Lin Yi. He knew there was no scientific basis for this stuff. But who is Lin Yi? The family's estate was earned from the lottery numbers he wrote. What happens to other people when they cut their hair on the first month? He doesn't know. But there was something wicked about his good nephew. It seemed that at the moment, whenever Lin Yi wanted to cut, if he cut off a single hair, he would lose a year of his life expectancy. This was the feeling in his heart. The same as his Miao Yen Wang reduced life settlement. Don't. Xiao Yi ah. It's not a good time of year to be waving scissors around. Have a conversation and put the scissors down. Cut your itchy head after the first month ha. It's not just a red packet. Here you go. All of it. This was meant for you. Uncle said, pulling out all the red RMBs he had prepared in his pockets and handing them all to Lin Yi in a pile, to bring Lin Yi's scissors over. But Lin Yi wasn't willing to let go yet, and his uncle was in a hurry. Here you go. All of it. You can have all the bank cards. The password is XXXX. At this moment, my uncle was full of smiles, completely lacking the look of today's insubordinate saying that he would only give $10 of New Year's money. Lin Yi looked at the pile of banknotes in his hand plus the bank card and smiled in satisfaction. Although he didn't know how much money was in his bank card, Lin Yi was already satisfied. Gave the scissors to my uncle. All Lin Yi wanted to say now was, Uncle I still like the untamed look you had yesterday. Suya looked at the red packet money Lin Yi had gotten on the side. That's less than 10,000 hit bottom. You can always pull out 10,000 in cash. You can't have an empty bank card, can you? With just this hand. Lin Yi's red packet entry exceeded over $10,000. Suya can remember her previous congratulations on the money. Out of the year only $10,000 Uncle casually pulled out a red envelope for Suya as well. Inin Zhang had told him that it was mostly Suya who took care of Lin Yi. This is also considered a junior. Suya is not yet married. He still has to give a red envelope. Suya looked at the red envelope and also said some words of thanks. The uncle breathes a sigh of relief at this point and hides the scissors. The sound of a system mission being completed rang in Lin Yi's head. Mission accomplished. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded as they watched Lin Yi's operation in exchange for so much red packet money. Ouch, a flat A. Uncle's bank card is handed over? This is all fine. Without further ado, I'll start the practical exercises. It's over. My mom and my uncle had a mixed doubles. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs. Are you fucking laughing at me? Kid brother, this New Year's money just started so much. How about this? Kid brother, I'll kowtow to you and you give me $10. P.S. One more. Linny heard the system say that the mission was complete. Obviously, Uncle this Nacton, afraid of this hand, has succumbed to this first month. Linny looked at the pile of bills in his hand at this moment. Oh uncle, knock one off for $10 right? Why don't you kowtow to me? Kowtow to me for $50 apiece, Linny said, finding a chair and crossing his legs, waiting for my uncle's worshipful salute. Sioa really didn't hold it together on the sidelines. Nice guy, using the money his uncle gave him to kowtow? Well, kid brother is kind of living it up. Uncle's pupils dilated as he listened. Reverse the Big Dipper, reverse the Big Dipper. Sis, you rebellious son actually wants me to kowtow. Uncle shouted at Zhang Yinyin, also in the waist to draw his little animal, the 7 wolves. When Linny saw this, he wasn't stupid. He took off running. The audience of the live broadcast went crazy with joy. All of them are Leslie's people are not professionally trained. It is really hard to strain. Ha 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 ha. Inverted Big Dipper spicy. Kid brother, you do know how to kowtow. When an uncle sees that his nephew is not dead, he draws 7 wolves, a family that invades and hinders each other. Rating less? $50 for one? Let me do it. Linny was kicked out of the room, and his uncle didn't chase after him anymore. This Linny guy was quirky. He's not bothering to straighten it out. Linny went out of the room, looked at his uncle's bank card in his hand, and thought of something. There's a bank card with a pin, and it's bullshit if it's empty. Linny turned back to the doorway of his uncle's room, opening a mouth and looking at his uncle lying inside. My dear uncle, how much money is on this card? Linny inquired about his uncle, who was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. You got money in your eyes, little man? How come you weren't so gracious when you asked him to kowtow when you took the scissors earlier? You asked about the balance on the card. Oh, that's an empty card. If you want to go to school one day, go to the self-service machine and deposit money. Then you'll know you miss me. Uncle spoke triumphantly. Suya was even happier when she heard her uncle say this. It's really a family that infringes on each other like the netizens say. Not a family not into a door. This engaged in a tawdry set to give an empty card. Suya belongs to was not expected. Linny didn't say anything, just opened the door and scratched his head. Uncle why do you think this world is so amazing? Uncle listened to Linny. Watching Linny's movements, he naturally knew what this guy Linny was trying to say. Don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil. There's money on the card. Over $100,000. My whole body. Really? No kidding. When Linny heard this, he then said, then you're saying that Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people? Well, wasps don't lie to wasps. Uncle wanted to tease Linny just a bit, but I didn't expect this Linny guy to come back to touch his head and warn. Linny nodded in satisfaction when he heard what his uncle said. Well, lie to me and you're a little yossi. Uncle was speechless for a while after hearing that. What a wicked curse. In China, cursing people and their parents is not as vicious as this. The audience in the live room exploded as they listened to the conversation. Uncle, don't make me slap you on New Year's Eve. What a vicious curse. You can even call me a birth, but not a brat. That one sentence kills more than anything else. Linny went to bed after paying his respects to his mom and dad. Early the next morning, Linny got up early and collected many red envelopes for New Year's greetings. Until the second day of the year, many guests came to Linny's home. The principal of the school, and the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau in Irvine. Many people came. Linny's holding a school bag full of money. Suya went home for half a day before coming to Linny's house at noon, looking at Linny carrying a thick school bag, lost in thought. It's only the second day of the Lunar New Year. What's Linny doing with his backpack? Is school starting? Suya turned on the live stream and approached with suspicion. Linny was playing with an alpaca when he saw Suya coming back. Sister Suya, back. Suya nodded and pointed at Linny's book bag. What's this for? Where are you going? Linny, on the other hand, said, load the red envelope. There are too many red envelopes to hold. Linny's words came out, giving Su Yegan silence. Loaded. Red packets? Never seen pockets filled. But, haven't seen pockets that don't fit into a red envelope with a book bag. The audience in the live stream also exploded. Wait, what did he say? Is this book bag for red envelopes? There are too many red envelopes to carry. Look at that. Is that a human word? A book bag all red? I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. Sci-fi movie. Suya expressed her disbelief. She's only been back for half a day, and Lin Yi's got so many red envelopes? Is it okay for me to look? Lin Yi nodded, opened the book bag, which was suddenly full of red RMB, not even a little greenback in sight. Suya saw that it was full of red RMB, and most of them were whole bundles. Scattered are less. You robbed a bank? That was Shuya's first thought. Other than robbing a bank, She couldn't even think of where anyone would have so many new red, whole stacks of RMBs. The audience in the live broadcast room, looking at the book bag full of red RMB, all exploded. They only have so many new bills when they see bank robbers on the movies. It was also quite a blast to see so much in Lin Yi's 8-year-old kid's book bag. Crap, it's all fucking red. I don't believe this motherfucker didn't rob a bank. Where are you, kid brother? I'm not going to traffic you. It's too flashy. I'm going to just rob you. Kid brother, what color sack do you like? I'll prepare it. Let me know first, and pick me up at the door later. He meow. I can't even compare my financial power to a small child. I'm really purely accompanying a living NPC. Kid brother, good boy. Mom saved it for you. It won't touch you. Daddy saved it for you. There's interest, $100 more every year. The live audience began their lull. Classic mom's gang deposit with all kinds of speeches. Lin Yi listened to what Suya said. Robbing a bank? Didn't rob it. It's all from relatives, and the principal, and Chief Lee and them. So many people give. I'm thinking about the whole QR code collection. P.S. Second shift. Suya listened to Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi's New Year's money came in. It's faster than robbing a bank. Anyone who has experienced robbing a bank knows that it's good to rob a bank and at least get past the security guards and threaten the bank staff to take out the money and put it in their bags. Lin Yi this. A word of congratulations and you're in the money. And there's no risk at all. Look at that. And now there's a whole QR code to collect money. Is that a human thing to say? What do the other kids who only collect a few $1,000s for a New Year's Eve and face the risk of mom's help deposit think when they hear about it? Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room, hearing this statement from Lin Yi, felt that the $1,000 or $2,000 of New Year's money in their pockets suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Kid brother, don't show off. I have a friend. Of course this is a real friend, not me. I didn't break the defense. Don't get me wrong. He's a little sweaty. I suggest from my side. These words are not conducive to unity. In the future, kid brother, don't you talk about it, okay? Forget it. I'll get a van full of people to fuck you. Do people talk? Much to the point of using a collection code to collect your New Year's Eve money? Kid brother, where is your house? Nothing else? I'll send you some satsumas from my side. Real satsumas. No more. I'll talk to kid brother's mom and help kid brother save it. It's not safe for kids to take so much money pinch. Lin Yi thought of something and spoke to the live camera. Uncles and aunts on the air. Big brothers and sisters. Happy New Year. New Year. Prosperity and good health. Lin Yi finished politely and gave a smile. However, the mom fans in the live broadcast, which could withstand Lin Yi's little streak, they even wanted to pull out their bank cards and throw them at Lin Yi. How much New Year's money they wanted. Swipe it themselves. Suya looked at the gift bar of the live broadcast at this time, and the special effects of those top gifts from the Shakeology platform popped up crazily. Suya merely looked at it for a moment. Those big gifts were like no money at all. Swiping the screen. Suya just look at a moment. On the prediction of this small will live earnings. Let's say more than 100,000 bottom. Suya looked dumbfounded. What's the point of robbing a bank? Isn't abducting Lin Yi faster than robbing a bank? It's pure fortune koi. At this time Huangfu Xiaomei's house. Huangfu Xiaomei watched Lin Yi's little streak of congratulations to the live streaming camera and looked at the red tickets in her pocket in deep thought. Lin Yi had reminded her last time that underage people couldn't swipe money. Huangfu Xiaomei looked towards Lao Deng who was playing with his cell phone at the couch at the moment. Daddy, Xiaoyi brother, he said, congratulations to you. Look. Huangfu Xiaomei played back the live feed from earlier to her old den. Huangfu Xiaomei's father watched and also opened Lin Yi's livestream in his phone. Swipe up gifts. The last time he had gone to Lin Yi's house and had eaten at the incoming new residence seat, he had seen Lin Yi's connections. So many powerful people close by at a young age. The future is unlimited. After a few days, Lin Yi's mom, Zhang Yining, purchased many more things for Lin Yi. Last time Lin Yi had played the piano, she had bought Lin Yi the most expensive one today. Delivered quickly. Lin Yi looked at the piano and became interested again. Zhang Yining saw Lin Yi coming down the stairs. Xiaoyi, come. Don't you know how to play? Play another one for mommy. When Lin Yi heard this, he also searched in his head for his mom's favorite song. Suya just looked at Lin Yi, wanting to quietly watch Lin Yi put on a show. The last time she played it got windy and reminded her of her youth. The veteran viewers of the live broadcast wouldn't question whether Lin Yi could play, because kid brother, that's an innate piano saint body. The phrase absolute sound sense no longer applies to kid brother. Rather, they are the beneficiaries of a previous life that was not cleanly forgotten and watered down with Mona's soup. Putting Lin Yi on a plate, that's like a large-scale watered-down Mona's soup incident. MacArthur comes in and gives a thumbs up with a capital NB. In Lin Yi's mind, the system's voice also sounded at this time. Mission, start playing a song. Play it freely. Reward, Chinese lion dance full level skill. Lin Yi heard this. Even if Brother Unity hadn't issued a mission, he would have played a song to make his mom happy. It made her feel like she got her money's worth out of the piano. Upon hearing Brother Unity's reward, Lin Yi was first shocked. Lion dance in China is an Asian folk traditional performing art. Originated in the Han Dynasty when lions were first imported from the West, some people imitated the appearance and movements of lions to produce a play, and developed into a lion dance in the Three Kingdoms. There is a saying in this world that the world lion dance should be seen in Huaxia, and the lion dance in Huaxia should be seen in Yeye. Lion dance. This is our country's excellent folk skills. Every spring festival celebration program will be a lion show to help. Lin Yi pondered for a moment that this lion dance skill would come in handy someday. Lin Yi walked towards the piano, sat down, and looked at his mom seriously. Mom, what do you want to hear me play? Zhang Yinin looked at Lin Yi. Play whatever you know how to play. Mom doesn't pick. In Zhang Yinin's eyes, Lin Yi was her pride. She was proud to have such a son. Lin Yi could play the piano at the age of 8 years old, and she was satisfied when she played the tune's meter. And when Lin Yi heard that his mom wasn't picky, he remembered the songs that his mom and Olden used to like to listen to. Lin Yi took a deep breath looking at the piano keys. At this point, he already had a tune to play. Lin Yi began to play. Put your hands on the piano keys. As soon as the intro sounded, Suya had already heard what the song was about. Under Mount Fuji, looking at Lin Yi's playing appearance, all Shuya wanted to say was, "Yeah, too elegant." Zhang Yinyin was already in tears after hearing this. Light Lin Yi played the introductory main melody, playing it deep into her heart, straight to the depths of her soul. She recalls a time when, upstairs, Lin Yun Laodeng heard this melody and also headed downstairs. Watching Lin Yi play, he slowed down and sat at the stairs to watch him play. He heard feelings in the melody that didn't belong to Lin Yi's age. He also recalled in the melody the past with Lin Yi, his mother. Once upon a time, the live audience listened to the melody and were reminiscing about their first love. Yeah, it's so yeah, give me a reward. Toilet paper can't help but turn into a glass of red wine. Yeah, it's really elegant. Kid brother, please transition with a children's song. I'll kowtow to you. Elementary school students, piano piece, under Mount Fuji, for college students, in a little garden. Outrageous. How did Kid brother experience the emotion of this song? What has he been through? Kid brother, when you're my age, you'll understand. Kid brother, can you teach me? Suya and Zhang Yin in the field, and Lin Yun all quietly listened up, until the tune ended and Lin Yi's playing came to an end. In full tune. This instrument is beautiful to listen to. Suya, as usual, as long as Lin Yi performed, she would give the most sincere, heartfelt appreciation at the final curtain call, giving Lin Yi a round of applause and praise. She would be Lin Yi's most loyal viewer, now and forever. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun also came back to their senses from the emotions they had just recalled, followed by Shuya clapping. The live audience also buzzed. It's not unusual to be able to memorize the score, but he can play the emotions belonging to the song on the piano. The absolute piano Eucharist. Alright. Brother Chu, are you listening? Ready, are you listening? That was excellent. Kid brother, Mr. Arima, is that you? In the future, when Kid brother becomes a big star in the piano world, I will point to you playing in the screen with my head held high and tell everyone that Kid brother is the one I watched grow up. The system's voice rang out in Lin Yi's mind at this moment. Mission accomplished. The next day, the family agreed to go out and do some shopping together. Lin Yun drove Zhang Yin and Lin Yi, Suya towards the mall area and found a spot to park, get off the bus and start shopping, wherever there are a lot of people to make a fuss, until the big square in front of the mall. Lin Yi could hear the rhythmic sound of banging gongs and drums not far away. Just acquired the lion dance skill yesterday. Hearing the rhythmic gongs and drums, Lin Yi was intrigued. Even listening to the rhythm, he could dance to it. Lin Yi walked towards the large square. He wanted to see it. This belongs to the intangible cultural heritage of China. Suya and Lin Yun, Zhang Yinin all followed curiously. Lin Yi was in the crowd, looking at the lion dance team in the center of the square. And the lion dance also distinguishes between many kinds of non-heritage lion dances. The top is labeled Team from UU. Lin Yi recognized it with just a glance. This team's lion dance is called the Waking Lion in UU. The lion dance is also differentiated into many types of lion dances based on color and different performances. UU has not only waking lions, but also green lions. Other places have other kinds of specialty lion dances. The Zhuang lion dance of Gue Gue. The capital's white paper place is Two Lion. Gizo's Bunyai Takadai lion light dance. The small phase lion dance of Hebei. Shushui lion dance. River Nan Acacia Store One Lion. Jiangxi, Lichuan white lion dance. Gupi mat lion. Shangxi, Tenta lion dance. Zhuzheng, Huangsha lion, and so on. A variety of lion dances. There are also lion dances that have disappeared into obscurity. With the changing times and the lack of a successor, many different types of lion dance performances. The full level of lion dance given by the unicorns encompasses a variety of different cultural lion dances, as well as a variety of lion dance performance moves. Just name it, or a lion dance performance move that has appeared in the annals of history. Lin Yi will do both, only with the drums together, with a stage and an audience. He can show the Chinese people in full lion dance. Where there are Chinese people, there are lion dances. This ancient intangible cultural heritage should not be lost. Lin Yi watched the seniors on stage dance to their heart's content. The heart also has the urge to dance. Looking at the waking lions on the field, it seems that after the popularization of the modern internet, the top stream of lions is led by the waking lions of UU. Some also call the waking lion the setter. The waking lion is also the rarest of the rare when it comes to face value, the face of the game. Of course, each type of lion dance has its own distinctive look and unique way of performing. High tower lion dance, northern lion rolling embroidery ball, all kinds of lion dances. Lin Yi also marveled at the fact that Chinese culture was so profound. Suya and Lin Yi's mom and dad walked over and were a bit surprised to see the waking lions in the field. In this part of the Magic City, it's rare to see a Cantonese lion dance performance. The crowd in the arena couldn't help but praise and applaud as they watched the performance of the waking lions. This is the UU lion dance troupe that the mall owner paid a lot of money for. In this big festival of Chinese New Year, you have to have a lion to cheer up. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the lion in the center of the square and buzzed with excitement. The rhythm of the gongs and drums. It's the right flavor. Cantonese lion dance. What a handsome lion dance. Isn't this the Magic City? Why is there a UU lion dance troupe? Rare. I've been searching the internet for a day for the video, and I didn't think I'd be able to see it in Kid Brother's live room. What's the Kid Brother doing here? You're not interested in the lion, are you? Join the cultural heritage team. Kid Brother. Kid Brother, learn this. Find a girl with a lion's tail and dance with you. Kid Brother. Do you want to dance too? Lin Yi looked at the dancing lions, and also got the idea of wanting to be on a high pillar, dancing, and at that moment the system sounded. Task, complete a full lion dance, no time limit. Reward, full grade gongs. After Lin Yi heard this reward, well, Brother Unicorn is giving him a whole set of arrangements. A full level of gongs and drums plus a full level of lion dance. This cultural heritage is really picking up. Unico is really not giving any leakage at all. Lin Yi looked at old Den who was on the side. Den, I want to play that. Lin Yun listened to what Lin Yi suddenly said. Look at the wake-up team at this point. Then buy it. It was also the first time Lin Yun had heard Lin Yi mention to him what he was going to play. And it was quite rare. Wait until Dad gets someone to customize a set for you. A smaller version of the treadmill with a lion's head. Do you want the waking lions or which one? Both. Lin Yun felt that the waking lion was atmospheric and handsome for a moment. Lin Yun thought about spending money to hire a master for Lin Yi's lion dance troupe, plus customizing those lion dance full sets. These are not things at all to him. A rich kid who just got rich off his son. Zhang Yinyin was also a bit surprised when she heard Lin Yi say he wanted a lion dance. Is Lin Yi interested in lion dance? That's great. Suya heard this, while looking at Lin Yi. It's not like you learned it just by watching someone else perform, is it? The audience in the live broadcast room had already exploded at this point. What the what? Kid Brother said he wants a lion dance? What? Kid Brother, he said he's going to show me a lion dance all by himself? Kid Brother wouldn't really know how to do a lion dance, would he? I've heard this thing is pretty hard to learn. You can get all sweaty just dancing those few movements of the lion's head. Single seems easy. Double tests cooperation. Waking lion forever God. Strongly recommend waking lion. I've been a waking lion blower all my life. And at this time at home watching the live broadcast of Huangfu Xiaomei. Seeing that Lin Yi wanted a lion dance, he also felt that his chance had come. Her perception was that the lion dance had one person at the head and one at the tail. Lin Yi's going to dance a two-person lion dance. Then she can be either the head or the tail for Lin Yi. Daddy, I want to learn the lion dance. P.S. Thanks for all the gifts. Huangfu Xiaomei's old man, on the other hand, felt speechless when he heard Huangfu Xiaomei say this. No, you don't want to. When he saw Lin Yi playing the piano yesterday, he wanted to practice violin and aspired to be the best violinist beside Lin Yi. Okay, this one he agreed to, enrolling in violin classes overnight. And then today another one says he wants to do a lion dance? Lion dance. This thing, right, it requires daily training. As the saying goes, a minute on the stage is 10 years of work under the stage. Fiddles and lion dances and taming robots. Robots have to be exhausted, right? One day when Lin Yi played pool, could it be that she was going to get a pool referee's license? If Lin Yi wants to play ping pong, she's going to work her ass off to practice ping pong and have a co-ed doubles match with Lin Yi? So if Lin Yi wants to develop soccer, she's going to be a soccer babe? None of this is baby girl, who couldn't quite keep up. Lin Yi is very well-rounded. Soccer, piano, music, people skills, all kinds can be seen developing into a long-lasting path in Lin Yi. How could Huangfu Xiaomei possibly keep up with Lin Yi before he even oriented himself on a path? Huangfu Xiaomei heard Lao Deng's retort. Why? Huangfu Xiaomei's old man, on the other hand, felt that not many girls could bear the pain of training for this lion dance in a girl's home. His baby girl, he's all pampered over. This lion dance thing, I've heard that you have to practice your downward motion and stand still to make a horse dance. He was a father, and thought he didn't think his daughter had that fortitude. You have to realize that the lion dance can be exhausting to train every day. Lin Yi, he's a boy with a love for this lion dance culture, can go far. But you're just a whim, or a 3-minute headache. Are you sure you want to practice? I'll find you a master to teach you. Don't tell me it's too tiring then. It's understandable that you want to keep up with Lin Yi, but you have to think clearly. The violin plus the lion dance. All this daily training is overloading you. Huangfu Xiaomei's old man conducts ideological work. It's not that he can't shell out that money. It was just that Huangfu Xiaomei was a girl, training so much, how could she digest it? Might as well specialize in one thing. The violin, for example, could be an ensemble with Lin Yi. The violin also suits his baby girl. What boy isn't confused when it comes to developing confidence and grace? Huangfu Xiaomei plausibly listened to her old dad's thought process, and at this time at the scene of Lin Yun, has pulled out his cell phone, on the phone to contact friends, to see if there is a channel for Lin Yi to arrange a complete set of lion dance. Lin Yun glanced at his cell phone and then at the Yu Waking Lion troupe that was performing in the arena. How stupid. Isn't it ready-made right here? Just ask no. Where do they have such ready-made channels in this part of Mordor? Lin Yun brought the family to where the gongs and drums were being beaten. Hello, master. I have something to ask you. My kid wants to learn the lion dance. One of the masters stops drumming and lets the apprentice take over for a bit. Come with me. It's too noisy over here. Let's go over there and talk. The drumming master led Lin Yun outside the crowd. If you have anything to ask it now. We'll be rushing to the next one later. They come to Mordor. That's all booked by the boss of Mordor. It's all about dancing in the magic city these days. Lin Yun also directly opened the door. It's like this, master. My kid is interested in waking up the lion. I want to learn lion dance. Do you have someone on your side to teach? I'll pay any amount of money. And the master waved his hand after hearing this and looked at Lin Yi, who was beside Lin Yun. Is this your family's child? Lin Yun nodded. Master looked at Lin Yi. He was young and it was good to start practicing at a young age. For them, the promotion and inheritance of the lion is at the top of the list. Tolls and all that are on the back burner. Forget about the money and all that. Let your kids move around and see how the flexibility is. Lin Yun looked at Lin Yi, who was on the side after hearing this. Lin Yi wasn't polite either, taking off the jacket he was wearing and giving it to Zhang Yin on the side. Flexibility? His physical reflexes and coordination are off the charts. Not to mention, with a full level of Chinese Kung Fu on his side, what moves couldn't he do? Lin Yi retreated to a place where there weren't many people, ran around a bit and started a backflip straight away. Master and Lin Yun, among others, watched as Lin Yi perfectly did 5 consecutive backflips and landed smoothly. This little operation gave the master a whole lot of amazement. How old is this child of yours? 8. 8? Master was shocked and delighted when he heard Lin Yi's age. With that body flexibility, a lion dance would be absolutely fine. Let's leave a contact. After Master added a WX with Lin Yun. Little friend, come and follow me. Master led Lin Yi towards the center of the square. Come near the team car and pull out a single set of a small golden waking lion in a box on the car. Take it out and hand it to Lin Yi. Consider this a meet and greet gift from me to you. Lin Yi looked at the waking lion set in his hands. A handsome word to describe it. Lin Yun watched as Master gave Lin Yi a suit. Just about to say something, Master knew what Lin Yun wanted to say. This one doesn't cost anything. As a meet and greet gift for the kids. There are very few children interested in ancient Chinese culture anymore. The waking lion set that Master handed Lin Yi seemed to be more than just a meet and greet gift. There was also a feeling of planting the seed of inheritance. Here in Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at the suit. It was a bit old, but well maintained. Lin Yi looked towards the teacher at the moment. There was already gray hair on his head, and it seemed that he was the oldest in this team of waking lions. The audience in the live broadcast room watched this scene and buzzed. One day Sifu returned home, and the family's old and asked, "Where's that lion waking set from when you were a kid?" "That set. I bet it on the new era. I opened the book straight through the night. Book no store smash. Master Sensei seems to have pinned something on the kid brother. Generations of inheritance. Lion dance cannot let him decline. Do not be foreigners robbed of our ancient culture. Aren't Little Baka and Little Pickle? Copy that. change it to a four-legged lion, and look disgustingly bad to me. Master stroked Lin Yi's head. Take good care of it if you like it. One day when you're not interested in the lion dance anymore, don't damage it and give it back to me, okay? Lin Yi nodded as he listened. Since it was given to him, there was no reason to damage it. We're rushing over to the lion dance over on West Street on our end, so I'll communicate with you WX if there's anything to talk about. Lin Yun nodded after hearing this. Now in this era, adding a WX, you can communicate at any time. The show in the center of the square ended. They rushed to the next place. Lin Yi also watched them leave from the same spot. Lin Yun helped Lin Yi put the little waking lion suit away in the car, taking Lin Yi and Suya and the others shopping. Lin Yun was also very on board with spending money to arrange for people to get those training pillars for Lin Yi, arranged on a child's level on the lawn of your own estate. In a few days, Lin Yun had communicated with the master of the lion waking troupe from that Guangdong province that he would come to his home to teach Lin Yi after these days of performances, and Lin Yi's training pillar had already arranged for someone to get it done. The day of completion. Xiao Yi the pillar is done. Come out and play in your lion suit. Lin Yun shouted up to Lin Yi who was upstairs. Lin Yi heard this and ran back to his room to change as well. Suya also went straight downstairs to the manor lawn. In the training pillar that this got, even if Lin Yi accidentally fell, he would only fall onto the lawn. The pillars weren't that tall either, purposely set much shorter according to Lin Yi's age. Lin Yi was wearing his waking lion suit at the moment and ran out. It was also the first time Suya had seen Lin Yi wear it. Lin Yi these days has never put it on. It was also the first time she had seen it. Although the set Lin Yi was wearing at the moment wasn't exactly new, but it still looks handsome and festive. When Lin Yun and Zhang Yining saw Lin Yi come out, they also applauded. So handsome, son. The audience in the live broadcast room was also buzzing with excitement at the sight of Lin Yi, who was clad in the waking lion suit. I have a bean. So cool. Am I the only one who thinks it's super cute? Wake up lion. It looks like a real essence. Kid brother whole live. Come dance with one hand. Uncle will paint your sports car when he's happy. Lin Yi shook the waking lion head. The inside of the waking lion head wasn't simple. There were controls for blinking eyes, mouths, and ears. All of these operations have to be performed in conjunction with movements. It's not just a simple head shake. Lin Yi ran towards the pillar and observed its alignment. Started his operation. Self-dance without drums. Stepping upwards. The pace was as good as any on the pillars. It seems that these pillars will not limit his maneuvering. The pillars were a bit high, and there was a risk of accidentally stepping out of the way and losing your footing and falling. But that wouldn't cause Lin Yi's lion dance to slow down. Waking lion high pillar turning back. Suya and Zhang Yining and Lin Yun were watching from the sidelines, still a little worried about Lin Yi falling and getting hurt. But their fears were clearly redundant. Watching this perfect maneuver by Lin Yi, it's the same as watching those lion dance movies. On the pillars, as it were. In their impression, these operations, it seemed, were practiced by others who had practiced hard for more than a decade. But how is it that Lin Yi has only seen someone else perform it once, and he's going to perform it? Under their doubts, they also always felt that Lin Yi's performance was missing something. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded as they watched Lin Yi's maneuver. Crap, it appeared. Innate lion dancing holy body? Why is he so brave? It's like flat ground on a pole. Kid brother, isn't he afraid of falling? Let me step on such a low pillar. I have to hesitate which one to step on first. How is kid brother so decisive? Is that how brave the rookie protection period is? I've always felt something's missing. What do you guys think? Yeah, I think so. Feeling lack of gongs. Suya, Lin Yun, and Zhang Yining in the field also finally felt that something was missing. The lion dance and the lion dance, of course, can't be without the sound of gongs and drums. A lion dance with the sound of gongs and drums. That's what you call perfection. Lin Yun thought about carrying a home stereo out and searching for someone else to dub the gongs and drums. And at that moment, Lin Yi had already danced out according to a set using the full-level lion dance skill given by Brother Tuzi. But the quest still didn't prompt for completion. Only now did Lin Yi realize this mission wasn't that simple. Lin Yi remembered what Brother Unity had said when he released the mission. Complete lion dance. Thinking about it, Lin Yi remembered. Drumming is essential to the art of lion dance, and drumming plays a large part in the dragon and lion dance art movement. Drums drive the dynamics of the dancers angry. The lack of drums backing. Fierce dragon lion such as no spirit without gas. As they say, wake up drums is the soul of the dragon and lion. The single lion dance is less soulful. He can dance and he can drum, but it's hard for him to do both on his own. Suya and Zhang Yining also chatted. I told you. So it's missing the sound of the gongs and drums. So it's kind of weird. What should we do? We don't know how to beat the gongs and drums either. While they were still chatting, Lin Yun thought about going into the villa to carry the stereo out, and a car passed by at that moment. It was the Yu Sun family lion dance troupe that Lin Yi's family had seen at the Grand Plaza in the mall the other day. A caravan of people, who happened to be finishing a show at a nearby villa mansion, were just about to leave, happened to pass by Lin's estate. The driver of the car saw Lin Yi stomping on a pillar in the manor, dressed in a waking lion suit. He always thought the little waking lion costume looked a little familiar. The oldest master in their class has shown them the same as this little waking lion set. The color and size. It seems to be a set. He also unconsciously slammed on the brakes, wanting to see Lin Yi perform. Hey, you guys, look, what that little guy is wearing. Is it the same set as Master Sun's? The driver's comment caused the crowd in the car to look in the direction he was pointing. Master Sun also looked over. He had already handed over that set of waking lion costume to a little guy named Lin the other day. At the moment it is seen again. It has been worn on a child. Master Sun also froze as he watched, looking at the large letters on the door. Lin's manor. Was it really such a coincidence? He had just thought of logging off to teach Lin Yi some days later. But dreaming, passing by after a performance and just passing by the little guy's house? This can already be said to be, not coincidence, but fate. It seems, this kid is related to our lion dance. Master Sun looked at Lin Yi in his waking lion suit and seemed to see his spirited self as an hour. After the people in the car saw the set of lion costumes, they also confirmed that this was the set that Master Sun treasured and couldn't let them touch. Ha, it's that Sun Lao thing. Didn't Elder Sun hand him over to a local kid from Mordor the other day? He's the one who gave it to him. Ha, Elder Sun, is this really from you? The crowd inquired about Elder Sun, who also nodded his head. They were also a little surprised to see Master Sun's affirmative reply. This old dang. Usually the clan's juniors want to touch. They are all beaten by his hand. It's like a family heirloom, not to be touched. This trip to Mordor, you're giving it away? Their doubts were soon answered. Lin Yi wanted to get off the pillar and take off the lion dance head, so he could complete this lion dance task one day when the time was right. Stepping on the pillar, the reflex shook his head a few more times. At this time, the crowd outside the door had already heard Suya and Zhang Yinyin's conversation. Lack of gongs and drums? Don't they have it readily available here? Master Sun watched as Lin Yi stepped on the pillar to come down, and also signaled the gongs and drummers in the car to start the accompaniment for the lion dance. The sound of gongs and drums rang out abruptly. Lin Yi's footsteps as he stepped off the pillar stopped, lifting his head to look out the door a short distance. A rousing gong sounded rhythmically. It was also accompanied by excited cheers from the crowd in the car. They had just seen Lin Yi's steady pace on the pillar. In their eyes, Lin Yi had a future. Lin Yun and Suya, Zhang Yining froze when they heard the sound of the gongs and drums and turned their eyes to the car outside the door. The familiar Yu Lion dance troupe. And Lin Yi listened to the rhythmic gongs and drums, also danced to the rhythm. On the pillars, the lion dance at this moment is truly infused with soul. Lin Yi's lion dance had also become strong and powerful, and his pace was calm on the pillar, dancing to the rhythm of the drumming. Lin Yi had already put the rest behind him at this point, and was fully focused on listening to the rhythm of the gongs and drums to dance to. The crowd on the vehicles beat their gongs and drums, watching Lin Yi's wonderful performance. They also appreciated Lin Yi's dancing. They taught many young apprentices, but none of them shone as brightly as the little waking lions performing in front of them. Dance the essence of belonging to the waking lion. Move boldly and dance the lion's head to the rhythm. The team's crowd was also cheering and shouting for Lin Yi at the sound of gongs and drums. Hey, beautiful. They had just finished their show and were exhausted and would have loved to go back to the hotel and lie down for the rest of the day. But at the moment, admiring Lin Yi's dancing in the style of a waking lion, they no longer wanted to leave. The viewers of the live broadcast also watched Lin Yi's lion awakening performance attentively. At this point, Lin Yi's performance was in stark contrast to the small segment in front of him. They always felt, in the first part, that something was missing, but at this moment, the soul-infused lion dance thrilled them to watch. I say there's always something missing, so it's missing the rhythm of the gongs. Handsome, really handsome, awake to the core. Kid brother, is this the innate lion dancing sacred body? Kid brother, he actually dances to the rhythm of the gongs and drums. What girl doesn't get confused looking at this? Yeah, great yeah, 100 feints ah 100 feints ah. Suya and Lin Yun, Zhang Yining watched Lin Yi's performance. Under the sound of gongs and drums, Lin Yi danced vividly. If they were passing spectators, they couldn't resist a big reward. And Huangfu Xiaomei watched this scene in the live broadcast room. There was also a gleam in his eyes. So handsome. In her eyes, Lin Yi sparkled. I was so excited that I grabbed the family pillow and danced a few times. And at that moment the drumming in the arena stopped. Lin Yi turned his direction towards the direction of Master Sun and the others at the moment. There is more than just the skill and knowledge of lion dance taught in the full level of lion dance given by the unicorns, and the etiquette in various lion dances. Lin Yi used the old 3 flips of the head technique. The 3 throws of the head down is also called a return salute, and in the lion dance world is also called 3 throws. 1 throws a return salute, the second throws respect, the third throws to thank the other party for their support, which is passed down from generation to generation by the old generation. Master Sun in the distance was also stunned when he looked at it. Lin Yi's lowered head in 3 flings made his eyes unconsciously red. I vaguely remember the year his master, who first taught him manners, told him the words, learning the art first learns the manners. He was in a bit of a trance when he saw Lin Yi's gift. It was as if he was standing in the perspective of his former master and looking at himself. The crowd of Yu Waking Lion troop watched the lowered head of the young Waking Lion with 3 flings. It was also a bit of a surprise. This is the little guy who really knows something about lion dance culture. Watching Lin Yi's manners in place, they seemed to have the exhaustion washed away from their bodies in a flash. Sellers applauded Lin Yi. Yes, very good. This little guy, he knows so much. It's so rare. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun. Suya also applauded for Lin Yi's closing. The viewers of the live broadcast, watching Lin Yi's lowered head in 3 flings. In this moment they saw Lin Yi flinging out his heritage, flinging out his manners, and flinging out the soul of China. So far, art has become. At this moment, it was as if sand had gotten into their eyes. Oh my god, the kid brother actually lowers his head for 3 flings. I'm peeing my eyes out just watching. It's like I'm seeing the ancient cultural heritage of China materialize. There are southern lions in the south and northern lions in the north. So I hope all the cultures will be passed on. It's all about legacy, passing from generation to generation. Encouragement from the older generation. The continuation of the culture. Do you see a future star in the wake of the Yu Lion team out there? MacArthur sees this. What does he say? Lin Yi raised the head of the dancing lion and looked at Master Sun, who was not far away. With a slight smile, empty hands greeted the crowd in the car. Lin Yi put the dancing lion head away and ran out the door. At this time, Mr. Sun also slowly got off. Going to Lin Yi's front, he stroked Lin Yi's head. A kind smile that makes you feel warm and fuzzy. Lin Yun Zhang Yin. Suya also walked out. When Master Sun saw Lin Yun, he was also embarrassed to talk about it. Sorry, it's been pretty busy these days. So many people here in Mordor have invited us to the lion dance that we're too busy to come and see showy. I was just going to come visit him in a few days and teach him a little. I didn't realize it was such a coincidence. Just passing by your house. Lin Yun waved his hand after hearing this as well. It's fine, Master Sun. Come back when you have time. You're always welcome. Master Sun remembered Lin Yi's pace just now. How he looked like he had practiced. Not like a novice at all. I see the little guy is dancing well. Is someone teaching these days? All he could think of was that someone had taught it. But it's only been a few days. So no matter how hard you practice, you'll only know the basics at most, right? Lin Yun, on the other hand, shook his head. He's fine watching some videos on his own. And no one taught him. He knows those. Master Sun was a little confused when he heard it all. Self-taught and you know so much? What a heavenly talent. That's a good lion dance. Courtesy, flexibility, and lack of arrogance. All of these traits can be seen in Lin Yi. This is really wasted without the lion dance. Master Sun thought of something. Our Waking Lion troop's recent scheduling in Mordor is at least until the end of the month. And we may not even be free after the Lantern Festival. Shall we? What's the first day of school? Hearing Master Sun mention this, Zhang Yin also said, school starts on the 20th. Master Sun, on the other hand, stated his purpose after hearing this. In this way, let Xiaoyi perform with us these days, and these disciples and I will take care of him and also teach him. What do you guys think? You guys can follow if you're not sure. Lin Yi had brightened up when he heard Master Sun mention it. In the small segment of the show just now, the unicorns didn't even rule that the mission was accomplished. This is clearly not a complete lion dance. Wouldn't there be a chance for this mission to be accomplished if we followed the lion dance team? Lin Yun heard Master Sun mention it and took Lin Yi to the show. This will also allow time to teach Lin Yi during the show. It's not a bad idea to have Master Sun take Lin Yi to see the world. Master Sun had just said that he wouldn't have time until after the Lantern Festival or at the end of the month. And this Lin Yi was about to start school. There is time just to get out of school. And it is unlikely that school will be delayed. Taking advantage of the current vacation, he didn't have much of an opinion about letting Master Sun take Lin Yi anyway. As for being reassured or not reassured or whatever, Lin Yi, a small netizen with almost 10 million followers, who would dare to abduct them? Who can sell them if they're abducted? Lin Yun looked to the side at Zhang Yin. The two looked at Lin Yi after looking at each other. Master Sun, this is up to Xiaoyi himself. We usually can't make his decisions. Lin Yun was very divided between Lin Yi's position in this family. One could even say, Lin Yi Zhang Yin Shou Hei, dog, alpaca and then him. Lin Yi didn't have to worry about his academic performance here. And he didn't have to worry about his talent either. Dare I ask, Where in this world is there an existence that is more heaven-defying than his son? This he was going overboard to influence Lin Yi's development and growth. I'm afraid he's not just plugging in the green smoke rising from his ancestral vault. He had seen on TV that a genius who had skipped a grade had offered his family to buy a suite in Kyoto. As a result, his old den was confused and didn't buy it. And after, Kyoto's house prices have skyrocketed uncharacteristically. He has a share in plugging up the smoke that comes out of his ancestors' graves. Case in point, he's a rich man who relied on his son to become a rich man. Lin Yun naturally weighed in. Let Lin Yi make his own choice. And even if he chose the wrong path, he wouldn't blame him. Everyone looked at Lin Yi. Master's son also looked at Lin Yi, waiting for him to give an answer. Lin Yi nodded. I'll follow Master's son. Just have Sister Suya join me. Master's son smiled slightly even after hearing that. Okay, let's go back and we'll pick you up in the morning. There was no show today. There was a celebratory dinner on the boss. They are going to the feast. Slow down. In the evening, the video of Lin Yi's lion dance caught fire online. Even the accounts of the wasps are retweeting it. It quickly shot up to the top of the Hot 100. On days like the Chinese New Year, when you see a lion dance, Chinese people all stop to watch the video without fail. This scene is so touching. A kid practicing lion dance meets a team of lion dancers coming home from a performance, and the crowd is cheering for him. Just work hard for your dreams, and there will always be people cheering for you. A kid brother practicing lion dance meets the lion dance team by chance, and at this moment, he also finally understands the meaning of inheritance. At this moment, it's like a collision of culture and heritage that brings so many surprises. Major documentary on the legend of Kid Brother. 5-star critic MacArthur rated Kid Brother. There is also a renewed craze for lion dance culture online. All eyes were once again on the Kid Brother. The Kid Brother surprised them too many times. It has also brought them many moments of joy. Many of the old fans, looking at Lin Yi's love for the ancient culture of China. Mom fans had already wept. A sense of pride rose in his heart at the moment as he watched Lin Yi grow up. Lin Yi's family watched TV in the living room after dinner. Shuya also hangs onto her cell phone live to swipe the video. Until I saw the Kid Brother video reviewed by 5-star reviewer MacArthur. Suya pulled Lin Yi, who was watching TV, to watch with him. Give the Kid Brother a chance to fry his rice. He'll be able to make old Den ashamed of himself. A chance to play soccer and he can kick his way to the title of future star of China. A chance to give gifts on Teacher's Day and he can scare the principal into weak legs. Give him a rookie protection period and he dares to send the principal with a cannonball in his hand. Give him another chance to be a human being. He can't even be a human being, but he's doing a dog's work. A slight outburst from the Kid Brother is the limit of the documentary. Seeing this, Suya couldn't hold it together anymore. The blogger of this clip is a talented one, too. This counts as a big roundup for Lin Yi. Definitely a true fan. The audience in the live broadcast room was also buzzing at this point as they watched the screen. Ha 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 ha. Improper people actually do dog things. Lin Air has absolute say in this matter, alright. Dead memories attacked me. Principal Olden, don't take stock. It's full of tears. In retrospect, it's a miracle that Headmaster Olden still survived this toss from Kid Brother. The Kid Brother's slight outburst is already the limit of humanity. All I can say is that documentaries are not the limit for Kid Brother. And Suya continued to play, with the audience and Lin Yi continuing to watch. He's the full-grade Kid Brother we all know. He has appeared on many people's coveted Hot 100 lists with a variety of unexpected maneuvers. The famous Sakura Nation soccer player, Leo Yossi, once said, when a star emerges in China who is strong enough to overturn the soccer world appears, I should be ready to pave the way for him to reach the top of the soccer world. The godly chef of China, Little Fortune, once commented that Kid Brother's egg fried rice was so good that even a god would shed a tear if he ate it. Suya was already laughing like crazy when she saw this. To talk about the whole job, it's the Shake Shack clip blogger. She had no professional training, and the moment she saw Rio Yossi's chart appear, she simply couldn't control her tears. Tears of laughter. This blogger knows how to keep up with current events. Changed nationality for Yossi. Good review, right? Shuya even wanted to splurge on a Shake Plus for this video. Originally, she didn't know anything about the soccer world, but because of Lin Yi, she paid a lot of attention. Also see this recent pro-Japanese Rio Yossi incident. It was so hateful to watch her. This kind of trash die a death. Between country and idol, the Chinese have an absolutely sober choice. The audience in the live broadcast room was also laughing like crazy when they saw the scene at this time. Good job. Give me a hard reward. Without further ado, I'm going to cast Shake Plus for this video. Could it be that this blogger is a genius? This follows the real thing closely. 100 feints well. Brother Kid, promise me that you'll lead Chinese soccer and kick the crap out of these scum. We hold you up as the true king. Ha, Shang Chef Xiaofu Gue even commented on it? What kind of brainwave is this? Fast forward to how MacArthur rates P.S. Thanks to, want world peace, for the king of gifts reward from the big guy. First time I've ever received such a large gift. Thank you dust thank you. Thanks to, Knight, for the big healthcare reward. And of course thank you all for your gifts and companionship. 3 shifts today. Depending on the situation 4 shifts yo. And at this point the video of the documentary continues to play. The principal of Magic City Sunshine Elementary School also said bluntly, the kid brother can come to study in his school. Really he's convinced. 8 years old. Is his lie. The famous eunuch Zhao Gao once said that with strength. What you say goes. Give him another chance to travel north. And he can talk straight about the northern expedition. Blitzed Urban. Give Urban a splash of riches. In response, Commissioner Lee of Irvine gave the kid brother a thumbs up. Good riddance. Love. And more riddance. Give him a chance to touch the Northeast Tiger and he can tame Brother Tiger like a dog. Nangong asked you to call out straight. Touch whoever's stupid name. Or give it to the kid brother. Give him another chance to play the oboe and he can blow the mask of pain out of the net. Rocco. Com also commented, it almost didn't send me away. A full-level kid brother with an innate fried rice holy body, an innate soccer holy body, an innate ski holy body, an innate ping-pong holy body, an innate Nangong Chinya holy body, an innate piano holy body, an innate oboe holy body, koi like chi, and the ability to speak multiple languages, and even magic tricks that other people can't see. Seeing this, Suya was shocked. Lin Yi, there are so many holy body titles out there? She doesn't even remember it as well as this blogger. This is not a holy body. This is a full human open trumpet Lin Yi looked at it and also called out bull. Some of the abilities he had only used once. And all these fans remembered so clearly? The audience in the live stream saw this and buzzed. I'm not a Eucharistic brother. I declare this series of major documentaries. Seal the deal. Kid brother is slightly out of his element and this video is all his material. 8 is a lie for you. All that talent and you're telling me it's 8 fucking years old? Shocker. Brother kid, what's wrong with being 8? Quickly approaching, have a kung fu sacred body. Whatever he says. The video also comes to an end in climax. Today, the far-famed full-grade kid brother performs a lion dance, ending with a low 3 throws, letting netizens see the ancient cultural romance belonging to the Chinese people. And the kid brother's dance also makes the Chinese people understand that the lion dance is more than just an activity, a performance. It is also a culture, an inheritance. The matter, too, quickly attracted widespread international attention. In response to this 5-star critic MacArthur also said, kid brother he has the posture of a great emperor. If I were to face a full-grade kid brother straight on, then I would rather carry AK to fight God with a bayonet. China can't live without kid brother. Just like the West can't live without Jerusalem. The legend of the full-grade kid brother, a major documentary, continues to air for you. Seeing the end, Suya was even happier. Good job. Reward. Hearing MacArthur's indication, COO was straight up comfortable too. Linny sees the end. Continuing to broadcast for you? More work? Counselor. Letter him. The moment the audience heard the 5-star critic MacArthur's appearance, comfortable pop-ups all over the screen. Comfortable plus 999. LOL. Thanks to this blogger for taking stock. Good job. Give me a hard reward. Yes. It's so right. Okay, branding irons. Also gave a wave of MacArthur traffic alright. MacArthur, I'm fucking dead and you're telling me I'm an internet sensation? After watching the entire live video, Linny also went to bed early. Get up early tomorrow and wait for Master Sun to pick us up and go to the show together. Suya saw that Linny had gone to bed, and also went off the air to sleep. Until the morning, Linny woke up early as usual. After knocking on Shuya's door, he went to brush his teeth and wash his face for breakfast. Suya also got up slowly. After following Linny and going to bed early and getting up early every day, she realized that her physique was all better. Gone are the brittle bodies that used to get a cold in 2 days and a fever in 3. Linny took the little waking lion suit and waited with Suya at the entrance of the manor for Master Sun and the others to arrive. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun also reminded Linny to stay safe. With Suya following them, they were too relieved. Not a moment later, Master Sun and the others arrived, and Suya and Linny got in the car and set off for the next performance. Their wake-up call was out of order last night. Bosses from all over the world pay high prices to book them to put on a show. Their schedules can even be scheduled until next month. The schedule is full. Their lion dance troupes are usually invited to perform a show just for joyous occasions, or when some of their family members got good grades in the college entrance exams. Outside of these, it's only the holidays that are booked. They are also the busiest with these time slots in the spring. But I didn't expect this visit to the Magic City to be very rewarding. A lion dance wizard, and a show full of schedules. Master Sun also loved this little guy Lin Yi. The eyes were all very gentle as they looked at Lin Yi. Soon the car came to the villa area. They are performing today for the owner of the villa area. These owners booked their appointments long before. Seeing the arrival of the lion dance troupe, the owner of the villa also came out to greet them and hand them cigarettes. After handing out cigarettes, he saw the little waking lion Lin Yi who was following the crowd. Phew, if it isn't the little waking lion that caught fire yesterday, is he? Suya nodded aside. It's him. The owner also heard that he had earned it. Egu, the little waking lions are here. And some of the reporters at this time, who had been staring at Lin Yi's start of the broadcast early on, followed Lin Yi and their tails to get here. See the conspicuous little waking lion. They were also rushing with lenses and microphones to interview Lin Yi. Kid brother, is it okay to interview you? It was only a short while before several cameras and microphones, as well as reporters, surrounded Lin Yi. Lin Yi took off his headgear, all a bit confused. Nice one. That's siege speed. Luckily he doesn't get scared or sociopathic in the face of the camera or anything. Nodding his head in agreement with their interview. The last time he was in school, he went through the interview. There are only a few questions to be asked, and when they're done they're gone. Kid brother, when did you get into lion dance? Just the other day. I saw Master Sun and his lion dance troupe performing over at the mall plaza, and I fell in love. The reporter listened and also continued to ask, so can you tell us what got you into lion dancing? In a word, handsome. Lin Yi answered truthfully. Doing tasks is doing tasks. And being handsome is really handsome. The lion dance is awesome, this one can't be beat. The reporter also asked a few more questions. Toward the end, the reporter also asked one last time. Now a lot of children on the internet, because of your performance like the lion dance, do you have anything to say? When Lin Yi heard this, he also replied from the bottom of his heart. I hope more children will enjoy the lion dance culture. The Chinese cultural heritage needs us. Hearing Lin Yi reply with such a big pattern, the reporter also froze. Give Lin Yi a thumbs up. The road went wide, going too wide. This little guy has a great future ahead of him. They were interviewed by Wasp TV. This interview with Lin Yi is something that can go viral. The crowd of Master Sun's lion dance troupe were also a bit stunned when they heard Lin Yi's words in reply to the interview. Yes, the cultural heritage of China needs young blood. They will grow old and young people will come and take over the legacy, passing the torch from one generation to the next. Master Sun's eyes involuntarily reddened as he looked at Lin Yi. He would teach Lin Yi without reservation until Lin Yi was a master. Tuition? He didn't want to charge at all. Upon seeing Lin Yi's nimble backflip, he even wanted to offer to take Lin Yi south to Guangdong to develop him and take over the Sun family lion dance troupe. Foreign name? Out-of-towner? He didn't care at all. As long as the love of this lion dance culture, cannot let this lion dance culture decline, disappeared in the long river of time, are qualified inheritors. Suya listened on the sidelines and didn't disturb this interview. Hearing Lin Yi promote the culture of lion dance, it was at this moment that Suya realized why so many netizens like Lin Yi at the tender age of 8. Lin Yi wasn't just multi-talented. The youthfulness and charisma he displayed was something most people didn't have. It's a puzzling skin at times, but none of that detracts from the netizens' love for him. The audience in the live room was already hot to hear this. Ancient Chinese culture, rise up. Damn, it lit up. I jumped right off the bed and danced twice, not to mention, breathless. My brother stopped dancing in Subject 3 yesterday after watching his kid brother's lion dance. He's dancing blindly with a beer crate. So far, the art is complete. I told you, since I was a kid, I've been watching the kid brother's behavior. This pattern is not ordinary big serves the kid brother right for being on fire. The reporter didn't interfere too much with Lin Yi at this point, intending to film this lion dance performance on the spot. Seeing that Lin Yi was all dressed up in a lion dance suit, this little guy should be able to perform as well. Master Sun led Lin Yi to the middle of the field. The master of the team prepares the preparation of the lion dance set by placing the gongs and setting up the drums. This performance is ready to go. Master Sun looked at Lin Yi, intending to try Lin Yi's guts. Oh little yat, dare to be a lion's head? As a lion's head? That would be a duo with a lion dance. It's not like a single person who controls the head and the tail anymore. The double lion dance is about a match. Lin Yi thought of this. Perhaps there was more than a lack of full gong rhythms at the last show. What's missing is more of a double-teamed lion dance. Unicorn detects the completion of the quest, and odds are that it takes a double dance to trigger it. Dare. Master Sun also smiled broadly when he heard Lin Yi's reply, waving his hand toward the junior in front of him. Ah Xiang, come here for a moment. Xiang, who had put on his lion dance suit pants, walked over. Master, what's wrong? You and Yat cooperate. Double lion today. Little guy on the head. You on the tail. Xiang's youth nodded as he listened. No problem. In his opinion, Lin Yi, the little guy, didn't weigh much. Let the little guy be the head and he can easily lift and do the moves. Master Sun looked at Lin Yi. The little guy isn't afraid of heights, right? Lin Yi shook his head. Afraid of heights? What the hell was that? He's not afraid of snakes or tigers. Afraid of heights? If there was a slight fear of heights, he wouldn't dare think of taking on the Ozaki 8 as an adult. It's good to not be afraid. Mr. Sun also made a movement instruction to Xiang. Make some moves in place, because Lin Yi was in charge. To be the tail, Xiang grabs Lin Yi's waist and does some maneuvers, even high up. Xiang and Lin Yi also cooperated and rehearsed. Lin Yi was also cooperative. Master Sun nodded in satisfaction. Lin Yi thought of something at that moment. Master Sun, have you ever performed a drunken lion? Master Sun also frowned slightly when he heard Lin Yi mention this. The other senior brothers all looked at Lin Yi, all a little surprised. Drunken lion? Lin Yi, at this young age, actually knows about drunken lions? It is important to realize that the lion dance program is not only about dancing alone. It also contains a fancy show. The southern and northern lions have different styles of performances. The normal form of lion dance is the ordinary performing lion dance, which simply simulates the form and movements of a lion. Other forms of performances are the lion dance with lanterns, the lion dance with rice planting songs, the lion dance on stilts, the lion dance in competitions, the lion dance in fights, and many others. What about the drunken lion? It's a type of performance among the waking lions, performed as a drunken lion with a subtle sobriety. From drunkenness to sobriety, perform a variety of emotional actions in drunkenness. Lin Yi even knew about drunken lions, so it was obvious that he was very down with his homework. Master Sun also asked about Lin Yi. How did you know about the drunken lion? Master Sun is a little curious. Reasonable. In you drunken lion children know very reasonable. But how did the kids born and raised in Mordor know that? Lin Yi, on the other hand, said, it's known online. Lin Yi couldn't say that it was the knowledge given to him by Brother Unicorn. Could he? He doesn't just know. He will. This drunken lion is kind of hard. The movements and acting looks in it, before and after, have to be perfectly matched on. That would show what it means to really wake up a lion after a drunken stupor. When Mr. Sun heard this, he also thought it was reasonable. He always felt that this little guy couldn't have been from Yu in his previous life. And then didn't forget the drunken lion that I only learned about when I was clean. Drunken lions? I used to perform a lot of them when I was young and leading classes. Not many young people will these days. Master Sun answered up what Lin Yi had just asked. You know the drunken lion. Do you perform it? Master Sun asked Lin Yi tentatively. To be reasonable, Lin Yi's performance on the pillar that day had really amazed him as an old man. The average apprentice practiced for at least a few years before he had Lin Yi's skill. But Lin Yi had that merit only after this contact. That was why he thought that Lin Yi was a lion dance wizard. It's lion dance material. Lin Yi said at this time. I will. Why don't we perform the drunken lion today? Lin Yi said, putting on his own little waking lion head. Lin Yi didn't wait for Master Sun to respond. Just start the show in the middle of the field. When Lin Yi said that he would, he specified that no one would believe him, and that it would be true if he took out the real material. Since you want the chance to shine on stage, you have to earn it. This is true of lion dancing, and it is true of life. Lin Yi ruffled the lion's eyes in a drunken gesture, standing still, moving the lion's head like he was drunk. Lin Yi then only performed some. Master Sun and the rest of the lion dance troupe in the arena looked stunned. The look on Lin Yi's face just now as he rattled the dancing lions was truly one of drunken ecstasy. Ouch crikey, this little guy is really something. The other masters in the arena unconsciously gave Lin Yi their appreciation. The look on his face just now when he was getting the lion dance was beyond many people. Lin Yi took off his headgear and looked at Master Sun. Master Sun, how about this? Master Sun nodded, looking to Xiang. Xiang. Then today you cooperate with Xiaoyi and have a drunken lion fight. Let's see what a Cantonese lion is. Xiang also nodded. Okay. You've got to get serious. Little guy. Master Sun thought. Since Lin Yi wanted a chance to perform, then it's given. Just enough to give the other members a break as well. They came to the Magic City from Guangdong and have been performing for several days in a row. The rest of the team is getting a little tired. Just the thing to give them a break. Lin Yi had absolute confidence in himself. And to be a lion's head, you have to show real skill. Master Sun also signaled the other team members. Get the props. Are you sure you will? No need to teach you? Lin Yi nodded at this point. How could he need to teach? The full grade lion dance given by Brother Unity. He didn't even need to learn it. Just get on with it. The movements of these lion dances are etched in the DNA. He followed along and just wanted a chance to perform and fulfill the task of Brother Unity. Master Sun watched the other members prepare the props and also reconfirmed to Lin Yi. This is a sloppy thing to do. It's not good to round off a bad performance. He believed that Lin Yi was accomplished, but the whole process of this drunken lion, every movement and look, was a little difficult. It is really easy to compare stepping on a high post. So tell me, Into which steps is the drunken lion divided? Master Sun quizzed Lin Yi, and Lin Yi answered correctly in the face of Master Sun's test. Wine tasting, gluttony, drunken lions, sleeping lions, and finally, the waking lion. The final awakening is what the drunken lion is all about, and the theme is just centered around drunkenness, followed by the sobering up of the lion after the sobriety. Lin Yi's repartee caused the master teacher and other members of the field to nod their heads in recognition as well. The answer is exactly right. First you taste, then you covet, then you sleep, then you wake up. Ah Xiang nodded in recognition as well. Looks like it would be his honor to be the lion's tail for this little guy. When he was Lin Yi's age, he was avoiding the training arranged by Master Sun to find a place to fish. Suya was listening from the sidelines. What the real answer was she didn't know, but it always felt like Lin Yi was right. Drunken lion. Definitely wine is a theme. Drunken sleep then wake up. Sure enough, the Chinese have been doing reading comprehension all their lives. Some of the ones in the live stream who had some knowledge of this recognized Lin Yi's answer. Sure enough, Kid Brother is full rank. Is there anything he doesn't know? I really can't stand it. Find a chance to ask him about fusion control technology someday. I don't believe he'll be able to answer. Kid Brother, just ask. One doesn't squeak. I can't wait to see Kid Brother perform the drunken lion. Master Sun made the arrangements, instructed Lin Yi and Ah Xiang, and then walked towards the gold master who had invited them to perform this time. Bossly, on my side. The little guy said he wants to perform a lion dance for you. Any comments from your side? Master Sun thought. If he doesn't agree, then let's go to the next place and let Lin Yi perform again. There's plenty of opportunity. And the boss, upon hearing this, laughed so hard that the corners of his mouth cracked up to his ears. No comment, absolutely no comment. Just perform as you're scheduled and be done with it. The owner was already overjoyed to see Lin Yi, the little waking lion who had been on fire just yesterday, come to support the show. Thinking of any sadness couldn't overpower the joy he felt at the moment. That's a wave well spent. The little lion is coming to the door. So you will be rich and prosperous for millions of years. Master Sun listened and also went back to arrange to start. After instructing Lin Yi and little Ah Xiang, nod for them to enter. Lin Yi and Ah Xiang also set up their suits. Accompanied by the slow rhythmic sound of gongs and drums, Lin Yi and Ah Xiang walked towards a prop wine altar set up in the center of the field. The crowd in the arena also quieted down when they saw that the show was about to start, and all the discussions from earlier came to an abrupt end. The field is surrounded by passers-by. Suya watched as Lin Yi took the stage, and also concentrated on getting the camera right. This should be considered Lin Yi's real lion dance debut. The last performance was merely Lin Yi's own little rehearsal. Watching Lin Yi and Ah Xiang cooperate, the dancing lion walked towards the wine altar, lively and bobbing head. The gongs and drums also come to a high pitch along with the lion dance to the wine altar. Master Sun nodded in satisfaction from the sidelines. The pre-tasting section at the beginning of the tasting has a small dance that shows the activity of the waking lions, to contrast with the wine tasting and the disorientation that comes with gluttony. This is the opening. Master Sun gave Ah Xiang and Lin Yi full marks for their performance. There was no room for criticism. The surrounding crowd of onlookers did not know much about the culture of lion dance, silently watching. That's quite an eye-opener. The audience in the live room was already buzzing when they saw this. Seeing the lion dance on the field at this point, they all thought it was very graphic. It was performed beautifully. Lin Yi also listened to the rhythm of the gongs and drums, started to stop in front of the wine altar, start the wine tasting, biting down on the wine jar with the lion's mouth, blinking the lion's curious eyes. He lifts them upward and uses a fierce, dazzling gesture. A mouthful of fierce dazzle. When a sip of dazzle was almost done, he dropped the wine jar, raised the lion's head and moved the lion's mouth in earnest. It's as if you finished your drink and are savoring it. Some of the people in the arena were happy to see this scene. It's so like the way my old den pursed his lips after taking a sip of wine. Ha 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 ha. Great show. This lion can still drink. And some of the uninitiated in the field were puzzled. The Golden Master is already happy to see this. That little snippet alone made it worth his while. It even feels like less money is being offered. The boss also applauded. And on the sidelines, Suya also shouted, "Good, well performed." Suya acted as the atmosphere team and gave Lin Yi a shout of support. And after the wine tasting, it's on to the next stage. Intentionally greedy. Approaching the altar of wine he had just dropped with a curious mind. Play with it again and hold it in your mouth. Looking to get down on the ground and finish pouring the only wine left in the jug. When Suya saw this scene, she felt that her reading comprehension was a perfect score. Now it's time to finish drinking and coveting. It's almost time to move on to the next stage. The wine altar greedily finished its cups under the lion manipulated by Lin Yi and Ah Xiang. Getting into a drunken state, tried to get up, but wobbled and fell to the side. Got up again, and wobbled and fell again. The crowd of onlookers visualized the drunken state of the lion at this point. It's almost as if the person is so drunk and confused that they start to wobble when they walk. The lion's demeanor is also acted out. The gongs and drums go into a muffled sound. The lion's movements are also accompanied by the low sound of the gongs and drums as he enters a state of sleep. Get down on the ground. The crowd watched the lion as if it were real, lying on the ground ready to fall into a general slumber. There was also a small murmur. This lion performs as if, and drunk. At this point the owner who invited the lion dance troupe to come was already mad with joy. He didn't expect that even if the little waking lion came to his door today, he would give him such a good performance. Something must be prepared for the little waking lions and the lion dancers later. And at this point the sound of the gongs, the only thing left is the gongs that are banging on the side. The master of the gongs and drums didn't expect Lin Yi to be so young. It's able to fit Xiang so perfectly. Even the gong rhythms were perfectly followed. It was something they didn't expect. The drums banging started to slowly get higher. The lions are also about to go into a state of awakening. Lin Yi slowly raised his lion's head, his eyes blinking slowly. The high of the gongs and drums went into the wake. The eyes that manipulated the lion's head also blinked open for a split second. The crowd looked at the eyes of the lion at this point, gleaming. The mouth is wide open. The beginning of the spirit of the waking lion. The lion also moved its head once again under Lin Yi's control. Master Sun was on the sidelines as a supervisor and an admirer. The demeanor that Lin Yi had gotten out of Lionel waking up had surpassed that of his younger self. The word genius no longer describes this little guy. Suya looked at this scene. Even if she didn't know anything about lion dance, she knew how difficult this operation was. Lin Yi in the lion's headset can get the lion's waking demeanor out of it. For Master Sun, he was most puzzled as to how Lin Yi, at such a young age, could comprehend the drunken state of the drunken lion so well. Can you appreciate that disoriented, half-drunken haze without ever having had a drink? He could no longer look at Lin Yi with common-sense perceptions. The audience in the live room cheered as well. No, kid brother really has something. Not a little, but a lot. This lion is sober. I've got a good one. Wake up lion. Wake up lion. It's time to wake up. Oh my god. Thai cool spice. The whole thing makes me want to take lion dance lessons. As for Lin Yi and Ah Xiang, they slowly stood up at that moment. As in, waking up from a drunken haze and still kind of not sober. With some difficulty, he stood up. Take 2 steps. The gongs were slowly raised at this point. After a few shakes, get down again. This was followed by entering the true state of being a waking lion. The drums and gongs reach a crescendo, and the lion dance begins to wake up in the true sense of the word. Xiang and Lin Yi wandered onto the sidelines. The crowd gathered on the sidelines wanted to pet the lion's head, but Lin Yi and Ah Xiang didn't stop for them. It climaxes with the sound of gongs and drums. The show is also coming to an end. Lin Yi spoke to Xiang in the lion's head. Brother Chung, hold me up high for a bit later. Ah Xiang was a bit puzzled when he heard that, but with Lin Yi leading the way to the center of the field, with the sound of gongs and drums and the cheers of the masters who beat the gongs and drums, it is time to go into the closing. Ah Xiang also raised Lin Yi high at the last minute. Lin Yi then spat out a 4-character strip link in the lion's mouth. It clearly says all the best. The crowd in the arena saw this after all have not begrudgingly applauded loudly. Good, great performance. They thought the performance was fantastic. The show was so good. It's as if the 2 men manipulating the waking lion actually drank. And under their appreciation of the lion show. At this time when the lion's tail was lifted high up, Lin Yi's Chun looked at the falling out of the bar association. He was confused. Did Master Sun prepare this joint prop for Lin Yi just now? How could he remember that Lin Yi had never taken this bar association at all? Out of thin air? He felt a little strange. And this, it's Lin Yi's magic trick. It was accompanied by the sound of the system in his head. Mission accomplished. Lin Yi knew that this debut performance had come full circle. The owner who invited the lion dance troupe to come was happy and applauding at this point. Good, great performance. He paid a lot of money for this show, including the entire lion dance team and the traveling expenses. But at the moment he feels blood money. There is not a single thought of feeling shortchanged. He made a lot of money just from the all the best couplet in front of the front door at the end of the day. And at that moment, the reporters were frantically taking pictures. They were also overwhelmed by Lin Yi's performance. This time they were really visualizing what a real waking lion was. Switching down from wine tasting, gluttony, drunken lion, sleeping lion, and waking lion in several different states, really surprised them. This is perhaps the charm of the ancient culture of China. Master Sun also applauded excitedly from the sidelines. He felt at this moment that this guy, Lin Yi, could even perform a performance like the drunken lion, which required a high level of skill, perfectly. The rest shouldn't be much of a challenge for him. This he still teaches fair trade. Suya saw the fall closing in and also shouted excitedly, Lin Yi is awesome. The viewers of the live stream blew up after watching the entire program. So cute. This performance comes alive. Brother kid, With you and the legacy of Chinese culture, I, a college student, will feel relieved to swing for the fences. Seeing this, Wasia has a flower in the form of kid brother. I am relaxing under the covers with a sigh of relief. I think of the kid brother being in charge, and I feel adored by this lion. What's going on? With the crowd cheering, many old fans thanked Lin Yi for his performance. There was a flurry of swiping up gifts to reward. Suya looked at the big gift special effects that filled the screen once again. People were dumbfounded. The last time I saw this scene was the last time. And at the moment, Lin Yi and Xian took off their hoods, walked over. Xiang was still confused about the banner just now. Helping Lin Yi, he took the lion's head and looked inside carefully a few times, but he couldn't find the banner from earlier. He's so dumb. And the owner walked over and slipped Lin Yi a red envelope, touching Lin Yi's head. Touch the lion's head in the new year, and you won't have to worry about anything. Lin Yi took the red envelope, and just the moment he took it, he felt that it wasn't money in the red envelope. Instead, bank card. On the first day of the year, Grandma gave him a red envelope as well. It's the one with the bank card stuffed in it. Same feel. Stuffing red envelopes are stuffed with bank cards, so this touching him is not out of the question. Other members received red envelopes as well, and the show is over. After Master Sun sent Lin Yi and Suya home, he also returned to the hotel to rest. After arriving home, Suya watched as Lin Yi opened the red envelope in his hand. What appeared was clearly a Huaxia bank card. Ha! Xiao was dumbfounded. She also just took a red envelope with $100 in it. But Lin Yi's red envelope is a bank card? The PIN number is taped to the back of the bank card. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also enviously numb when they saw this scene. No! What kind of red packet is this? I've been told there are red tickets in red envelopes, but no one has told me I can open a bank card either. And with a code. This is obviously not an empty card. Kid brother, this is a real fortune hunter. I told you he's the reincarnation of a koi carp. Any operation is money. Lin Yi glanced at it before giving it to Zhang Yining, who was at the side. Mom, keep it. Zhang Yining looked at the bank card with the pin. You went to a show and came back with such a big red packet? Zhang Yining didn't ask much. Since Lin Yi had caught fire, the family had had too many windfalls, live earnings, winning. Basically, wherever Lin Yi went, he brought back some wealth. She, being a mom, even thought that if Lin Yi went to find a place to dig at random, he could dig up dog's head gold. Zhang Yining was concerned about Lin Yi following him to the show. How was it rewarding to go to the show today? Lin Yi nodded after hearing this. Not a bad harvest. This lion dance mission was completed and counted as the biggest reward for him. Next is the lion dance to experience the joy of lion dancing. And online, the video of Lin Yi and Xian's lion dance is on fire again. And the interview with Lin Yi before it started. Kid brother promotes Chinese culture, the future of the motherland. Non-heritage will be passed on forever. And the lion is a young man. The drunken lion of Yu lion dance. How can you not love a kid's lion dance and a great debut? Netizens have also reacted in kind. Have I really stabbed the lion dance den in the last few days? I've seen it on the hot seat for 2 days. This is the heritage of the Chinese people. And the Chinese culture is unending. How come Kid Brother is so much? Why don't we apply for a national protection slot for Kid Brother? State level protected animal kid. Goddamn animal Kid Brother. Dogs, so he blasted my dog bowl. Is that something a human being could do? My lawyer is on the way. Lin Yi also followed Master Sun's team to perform throughout these days. Until the 7th night of the new year. Lin Yi's family is eating. Zhang Yining talked to Lin Yi about the notice from the school. By the way, Yat, your school starts early tomorrow. Did you finish your winter break homework? Lin Yi's dry rice movement came to an abrupt halt, and his pupils dilated. What? School starts tomorrow? Lin Yi thought, it's only the 8th day of the new year tomorrow. School starts on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year? You don't have to roll like that. They are only in elementary school. When he saw the news that junior high and high school students were starting school early, Lin Yi was all but unfeeling. But this early start to school actually went to his head? Suya ate her meal and was happy to hear that Lin Yi was going to school tomorrow. There was nothing she wanted to say about Lin Yi mentioning no advance. She'd been through a lot before in her middle school and high school years. Now Lin Yi Elementary School can even experience what it's like to end your vacation life early. She had gotten wet, and seeing Lin Yi get wet as well made her really happy and numb. So, it's not a matter of concern. It's such a great feeling. She even used to have school start on the 4th day of the year when she had to catch up on her winter vacation homework all night before her relatives were even finished. Nice guy. The pens are going up in smoke from winter vacation homework. The audience in the live broadcast room heard Zhang Yining say this. And there were also student parties that bubbled up. Ouch crikey. I can't believe school starts on the same day as me. Crazy, right? School starts on the 8th day of the new year? The ones that have been in school since the 4th year already don't want to talk anymore. Ha 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 ha. I laughed out loud watching the livestream catching up on homework. Is this even humanly possible? The vacation is so short and school has to start early. Linny was so numb that he couldn't even eat. That's something he hasn't had enough of. This can't be Principal Olden. Missed him? Starting school early just to see him? Linny asked Suya to pick up the phone. Sister Suya, give me your cell phone. Suya also gave Linny his spare cell phone at this time. After Linny took it, he opened the dialer and pressed up the principal's phone number. The principal's phone number was something Linny had memorized a long time ago. Almost any phone number he's ever seen. He never forgets. Humanoid address book. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun. Suya were all a bit confused. Who's Linny calling this late at night? Zhang Yin and Lin Yun looked at each other before looking at Suya. Suya also shrugged. Looking at the number Linny had pressed, she didn't even know who it was. Linny called, turned on the speakerphone and put it on the table, and waited for Principal Olden to pick up the phone while he ate. The call was quickly answered. A familiar voice rang out on the other end of the line. Hello? Which one? The principal's voice rang out, and Lin Yun and Suya were both confused. Lin Yun and Suya were familiar with this voice. The sound of that card-dotted phlegm. They knew it was the principal of Sunnyside Elementary just from the moment they heard it. Hey, dear principal, I'm a student from your school, the second class of the third year. Lin E. The principal's end also stood up straight away when he heard this dead movement from Lin E. Who? Lin E. Hearing that it was Lin E, the principal, who had been in bed with a sleepy feeling about to go to sleep, woke up directly with a jolt. Lin Yi's motion with a bit of politeness, reporting his name. He's really scared to death. The principal seemed to have figured out Lin Yi's pattern of screwing up. When Lin Yi was wearing a smile, then it must not be because Lin Yi had thought of something happy. Instead, they want to do something bad. As for how bad this is, who knows? Maybe it was a joke, or maybe it's a nod from Hades. The principal had the courtesy to bring a smile to Lin Yi's voice. Bad. Punch him. Ah. Lin Yi, ah. What's the matter? The principal's entire body was sweating, and his voice was trembling a little. He was afraid that Lin Yi would prepare some kind of happiness for him. Suya heard the principal's voice become a little fuzzy from the mellow sound. He started to answer the phone. It was also aware of Lin Yi's mischievous sense of oppression. Across the screen, Principal Olden was scared to death. It's like this. My mommy just said that school starts tomorrow? The principal heard the early start of school that Lin Yi had mentioned. It was also knowing the purpose of Lin Yi's call. Lin Yi, this little guy, that's not doing anything, obviously. This little guy doesn't want to start school early. The principal also contemplated what would be a good response. You're saying it's early? This little guy's one disgruntled, and he's got a surprise gift bag for the start of school. Alpaca old brother and the dog had just gotten acquainted, and Lin Yi had gone wherever the whole rare thing came to school, so his little heart couldn't carry it. Well, the principal decided to change it overnight, and this early school start. Not early enough? Early school start? No shit. Who notified of the early start? This is not nonsense. Just report to school as per your vacation notice. Lin Yi heard Principal Lao Deng say that school didn't start early. That heart that wanted to prepare a surprise package for the principal, Lao Deng, was also immediately put down. Oh, then I was misinformed. Gee, dear principal, you must go to bed early and get up early to take care of your health. Go to bed early. Aha. Okay. Lin Yi hung up the phone, gave the cell phone back to Suya. Suya's pupils were dilated. One phone call and you don't have to start school early? Is this the oppressive feeling of a kid brother? The principal at this time is also rushed to notify the class teacher of each class. Immediately informed. In accordance with the original opening time, not in advance. The classroom teachers looked at the news of the early start that hadn't been given enough notice for one day. You're changing it back? They also had no choice but to notify all members in the parent WX Group 8. Zhang Yining also heard what the principal said just now, that there was no notice of the early start of the school year? But she and Lin Yin clearly saw the announcement in the WX group this morning that Lin Yi's homeroom teacher had made an urgent announcement in the group about the early start of school. Zhang Yining opened her cell phone, and that one announcement of the early start of school was all still there. But the next moment it was covered by the notice cancelling the early start of school. Zhang Yining also showed her cell phone to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at it. Since he didn't have to start school early, then there's no point in nitpicking those details. The food smells great too. Lin Yi ate his rice, chewing. Sister Suya, you said that this thing about starting school early, chewing, who invented it? Too bad. Suya shrugged at that. If I knew which one it was, I would have taken a slingshot to his house class during my high school and middle school years. She also hated the human who invented early school starts. Now she's graduated. She was genuinely amused to watch the pop-up little teachers all breaking down their defenses and spouting off about the early start of school. No. What's the point? A phone call from kid brother and you don't have to start school early? I Lua Bean. Kid brother. All the students of Sunshine Elementary School should give you a kowtow. The kid brother is worthy to enjoy the temple. I made a phone call to complain, and within an hour, the homeroom teacher called to ask if I still wanted to study. Ha 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 ha. Absolute. Kid brother save me. Mordor second middle school inappropriate people. The first 6 days of the new year have begun. Suya looked at the pop-ups. Some of the guys seem to be treating Linny like a human connection and a lifesaver. What about begging Linny for help? Suya also gave Linny her live phone. Brother Yat, your mixed silk is begging for your help. Linny ate his meal and watched the live pop-ups. All are complaining to him. Says what day their school starts or something. Linny looked and saw a lot of off said. There are Magic City Middle School. High school early start? Linny couldn't sit still when he saw this. Help or no help this one first. He plans to be in Mordor in the future. To attend middle school and high school. Both of which start early. When he was bored, he had long ago planned which school he would attend for middle school and high school. Linny doesn't want to go out of Mordor. He just wants to finish middle school and high school properly in Mordor. Seeing that his planned middle school and high school are starting early, that's not going to work. Linny was not happy. If this tradition is to be maintained, when he goes to middle school and high school, he may also be subject to this early start of the school year. Schools almost always start early in Magic City. Ha? Linny asked curiously. Linny only cared about the ones in Magic City. As for the ones in the field, Linny doesn't go to school, so it's useless to care. The audience in the live broadcast room, hearing Linny ask, also exploded. Second grade. First grade. They all start early. Yeah, the Magic City high schools I know of, and middle schools almost always start early. I've been in school for 2 days. Jail time. Study hard kids. Linny saw this. Middle and high schools in the Magic City almost always start early? Linny fell into deep thought. After weighing the pros and cons, Linny decided to do something big. Here, post the name of your school, the start time, on the pop-up and I'll see how it goes. The viewers of the live broadcast were a bit confused as to what Linny was up to. Suya was also a bit confused. What did Linny want with people's school names and start times? Linny stood up. Mom, I'm full. After saying that, Linny ran towards the room where he was writing his homework. Suya was a bit puzzled and slowly finished her meal before walking into the room Linny had just entered. Only Linny wrote the names of many local middle and high school schools in Mordor on the book, with the start dates noted on it. Seeing this, Suya was even more puzzled. What's Linny doing collecting all this information? Suya didn't understand and didn't bother Linny. Just sit back and observe. Linny's had more than enough operations that puzzled her. She couldn't have guessed everything. Linny approached her for a spare cell phone at this time. Suya didn't care much. Linny took the spare phone and once again typed in a string of phone numbers she didn't recognize. The viewers of the live broadcast didn't know what Linny was up to, but it always felt like Linny was going to do something amazing. And Linny mobilized his connections to pave a way for his future. A voice rang out on the other end of the phone again. Suya sounded somewhat familiar. Hello, who is it? Hey, Uncle Lee, it's me. I'm Linny. Suya heard Linny mention his uncle surnamed Lee and listened to the voice. It finally came to her mind that it was Lee, the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Urban City. Linny, it's so rare for the little guy to call me. What can I do for you? Are you trying to visit me on your vacation? Want me to pick you up at the airport? Or should I arrange for someone to pick you up at your house? Director Lee was very enthusiastic about Linny. With the contributions Linny had made to Urban, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was his nobleman. Whatever Linny needed, he would do his best to fulfill it. No, I don't want to travel for a while these days. Uncle Lee, I'd like to ask you for Uncle Yang's phone number from the last time we were at the banquet. Do you have it? Director Lee heard Linny say Uncle Yang. At the last reception, Director Lee remembered. Mayor Yang of Mordor was present at the banquet when Linny's family entered their new home. Isn't that Mayor Yang Linny talking about? That's all that's going on. I'll text you his number later. Director Lee finished talking to Linny for a while before hanging up. Suya was dumbfounded on the sidelines. Uncle Yang? Which Uncle Yang? How come she didn't remember Linny knowing any Uncle Yang? The viewers of the live broadcast were all speculating about what kind of person Linny was looking for in Uncle Yang. I don't know what Linny is looking for with this Uncle Yang. Suya crazy recalls that the surname Yang, Mayor Yang? Suya recalled that last time when Linny's family entered their new home. Many people at the leaders' table called out to one person as Mayor Yang, the one that made Linny call him Uncle Yang. Many people toasted respectfully. Even those mayors and other bureau chiefs that Director Lee brought with him had to be greeted with smiles. That's Mayor Yang of Mordor. Suya's scalp tingled at the thought. What's Linny doing looking for the mayor of Mordor on the phone? Doubtful. Linny had already dialed the number sent by Director Lee. Hello, is this Uncle Yang? It's Linny. Mayor Yang on the other end of the phone heard that it was this little guy Lin Yi. Also came to be interested. Where did this little guy find his number? Oh, Xiaoyi, can I help you? The audience in the live room heard the voice. Familiar but unable to recall it. But some people who understood, after running through it, finally realized who this phone call Lin Yi had made and who Uncle Yang was over there. Crap, this voice, heck, it can't really be Mayor Yang of Magic City, right? I Lua Bean. This is really Mayor Yang, okay? What are you doing? Dumbo Haru. Crazy, right? What's Kid Brother doing calling the mayor of Mordor? He wouldn't call the mayor to report a school that started early, right? I'm crying my eyes out. I'm announcing right now that Kid Brother is the strongest connection I have in the world. He has something is really on the multitude of school principals in the Magic City, not. Don't complaints always go to the hotline? You're calling the mayor directly? Ha 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 ha. I saw this and I knew the principal of Mordor was going to be sweating bullets. The live broadcast room awake audience, already looking for past TV interviews, appeared in the mayor of Mordor compared to the sound. The last name was the same, and the person who was now conversing with Lin Yi sounded exactly like the mayor of Mordor. The audience in the live broadcast room also immediately confirmed that this was 100% the mayor of Magic City. They also recalled the mayor of Urban who came when Lin Yi's family entered their new home, as well as many directors. Even the mayor of Mordor was there. At this moment, all of Lin Yi's fans stood in awe. Lin Yi's connections in backstage were no longer something that normal people had. You can call the mayor. Who can do that? Not to mention, Lin Yi is just how old. Some viewers are also reminded how Lin Yi is on the hot search so often. So it's this backstage bonbon hard, who dares to restrict the flow. At this moment, Suya also understood Lin Yi's purpose. Report an early start to school in the Magic City? Suya was also dumbfounded by Lin Yi's maneuver. Don't other people report complaints to the local hotline? Lin Yi is good. Contact the mayor directly? The congregation of principals at Magic City School. I'm really tethered to Q. Just live with it. Who can live with you? Lin Yi had been chatting with the mayor at this point, and had mentioned it in passing. Uncle Yang, I have something to report and expose. Uncle Yang on the other end of the phone heard Lin Yi say that, also curious to ask. Say, what's there to expose and prosecute? It's like this, my brother and sister. They start school on the 6th day of the month. I seem to remember like the normal start time of school, not this time of day, right? Uncle Yan listened to a slight frown. The 6th day of school? The document said to appropriately advance the start of the school year, but not this early like this. Then tell me the name of the school your brother and sister are in, and I'll take care of it. When Uncle Yang said that, Suya's pupils dilated. This is going to be taken care of? Lin Yi, it's okay? Suya also shook her head. The principal of the Magic City School. This is going to be a sweaty mess. The audience in the live broadcast room was abuzz. Crap, Kid Brother. You're my god. Kid Brother. You really dare to complain? Directly report complaints to the mayor. This sweaty school principals in the Magic City. Kid Brother. You're so nice. You've helped with this big thing. Can you help me with my homework for that small thing? I'm halfway through my winter vacation homework. Brother Kid, you have to have power and a background to hang out. Principal Lao Deng. What kind of gang are you in? Ha 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 ha. There's a picture. Lin Yi heard Uncle Yang say he wanted to deal with it. Lin Yi also immediately picked up what he had just recorded. Then I said, well, go ahead. I'm listening. Mordor 2. School starts on the 6th day of the month. Mordor 3rd Middle School. Starts on the 8th day of the 8th month. Mordor. Lin Yi barraged a few schools at once. Mayor Yang was dumbfounded. This is not a school for older siblings. This is to report a whole school in Magic City, isn't it? Mayor Yang also interrupted in a hurry. Wait a minute. Yacht. You're sure all of these schools are acting unreasonably early, right? Yes. So, how many does that tally? Not many. A couple hundred should do it. Mayor Yang was dumbfounded. Goddamn hundreds of them. To know, the Magic City High School, Junior High School, private, public, a total of more than 1,000 points on the whole. Lin Yi counted a few hundred of these. This is really going to report an entire school in Magic City. It occurred to Mayor Yang that Lin Yi was an internet celebrity, which was mostly what his fans complained about. Mayor Yang thought it made a lot more sense. Aren't Lin Yi's so-called brothers and sisters just fans online? It's not exactly blind reporting, because he's heard a lot of buzz about schools starting early just recently. Okay, Xiaoyi, there's no need to report the name of the school. This unreasonable behavior of starting school early. I'll let someone handle it. Have you finished your vacation homework yet? Finished writing. That's good. Remember to study hard. I'm busy. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Mayor Yang hung up the phone and immediately notified his secretary and the people underneath him to get to work. This night, all the junior colleges and principals in the Magic City area went into an emergency state of rectification. Those who were at school also immediately notified their parents to take their students home. Linny put down the phone, as if he had done something great, as if he had redeemed his future self at the moment. It was as if BGM was ringing in Suya's ears. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. Suya stared closely at Linny, who at the moment seemed like a Buddha's light. The merit above his head increased wildly. Suya was thinking, why isn't Linny in the same era as her? If she'd had a classmate like Linny before, she'd have been crazy enough to be Linny's licking dog. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt that dog-licking holy body, Huangfu Xiaomei, the licking is still too conservative. Can't lick. Let her do it. Lin Yi's words had caused a delay in the start of school. In the old days, she'd have offered Linny up. The audience in the live broadcast room also cheered wildly. Kid brother, you're my drop. God, is this the kids' connections? The mayor even did it immediately. I'm so steel. Kid's brother, Urban's early start unreasonable phenomenon also help report I declare that Kid brother will be our people's parent official from now on. The principals of all the schools in Magic City are probably going to panic. And Linny didn't bother with the live stream audience anymore to rest and go. Sioa also got off the air, unbeknownst to Suya and Linny, because Lin Yi's few words caused a big incident. All middle schools and high schools in Mordor at this time were dismissed at the principal's notice. The night was an emergency notice for parents to come to school to pick up their children from school by 10 a.m. Tomorrow morning. No students are allowed in school before 10 o'clock. Delayed start date. All the parents of the students were confused. It was hard to get the four-legged gold devourer out of school and happy to be at home. It's only a few days into the school year and then it's a vacation? Good for the students. Good for the parents. Bad. The four-legged gold swallowing beasts are going home again, and are back to their routine of sleeping until noon and waking up to forage for food. The following day, the news of the rectification of the Magic City junior and senior high schools created a furor on the internet. Magic City Junior High School early enroll plan is broken, ordered to rectify the unreasonable behavior of early school start. Thank you, brother kid. Kid brother is the phone man. And Magic City's middle and high schools have postponed the start of school. I told you, the world can't live without Kid brother. Kid brother is the god of our hearts. Multiple hot searches about Linny appeared. Because of the start of the incident that Linny had pulled off, there was also a wave of reporting on the internet. Many college students have also gotten wet and tasted this despair of starting school early and not being able to say no. Schools also start them early under the guise of voluntary return. Tried to fight back to report it, but in no time at all, he was pulled out and educated by his homeroom teacher. But at the moment, they're college students, no longer bound by these rules. College students help call the tip line. Send me the name of the school and the start date, and please call me the nameless phone man. A lot of college phone warriors are popping up online. Linny dealt with just the ones in Mordor, but the phone man appeared all over China. And that's where having a school's name helped to report it. College phone man. They're all making up for their former selves who were too timid to speak up and report school infractions. This is also the moment to declare goodbye to your past timid self. With the phone man fiasco, Linny was once again pushed to the top of the hot search. All the netizens affectionately called Linny the parental officer of Magic City. When she ate her morning, Suya saw these hot searches, especially a Magic City parental officer Kid brother lyric. Suya's pupils were dilated. Ouch crikey. She was surprised. How old is Linny? And you've been given the title of Mordor's parental official? Taking a look at the events that appeared in the hot. Suya no. Linny, this is good. Magic all middle schools, high school principals lao dang. This must not bite the back groove of the teeth generally hate Linny? It was fine. A mayor's briefing criticized. Suya showed Linny the hot search. Little brother E. You're having a blast. The principals of the middle and high schools in Mordor. I guess they've all put you on their school's blacklist. Suya thought to herself, these principals hate Linny, and it seems like the only thing they can do is arrange for Linny to be blacklisted. Linny just looked at it. Listening to Suya talking about the blacklist, Linny didn't panic. He can't believe that the principals of these schools won't let him enroll when he moves on to middle school and high school. Then it'll be interesting. Suya opened the live broadcast room, which was hotter than usual at this time. Many of the students had come to thank Linny. Even if they weren't students from Mordor, they appeared as nameless phone warriors because of what Linny had started. They felt the credit went to Linny. That was the unreasonable behavior reporting fiasco driven by Linny. After Suya glanced at it, she only saw that a live broadcast Big Brother had reminded her that Linny had made it onto a certain poker's rating list. Suya also searched curiously. Only a video appeared. Not all kids can be called Kid brother. A certain poker rating list has recently killed a full score webcam. Not all internet celebrities can get a high score. Give him a scoring list and he can kill the top of the list in a day. He is the ancient Greek god in charge of the Eucharist, the full-grade kid brother, Lin Yi. The kid brother was also honored by a certain Puff as a parent official of Mordor. Have you ever seen an officer who was not even 10 years old? Suya looked at it and froze as well. Nice one. A perfect score? Suya was aware that the famous Mr. Luo Xiang had black children. Her rating she remembers is only 9.7. Full marks for Lin Yi? And this scoring time has pushed Lin Yi into the limelight. Some black people on the internet began to find black material during Lin Yi's live broadcast. From the first time Suya was live at Lin Yi's school, the incident where Lin Yi took a snake as a surprise gift was also all picked up as a black mark and attacked Lin Yi on the internet. A snake as a gift for teachers on Teachers' Day? Is this what you call a parental official? People are red. And Lin Yi also appeared in a public opinion storm on the internet. It's only been an afternoon. A video about Lin Yi's blackmail went viral on the internet. Suya also frowned straight away when she looked at it. It's helping to calm Lin Yi online. She was present to witness Lin Yi's gift giving. Perhaps Lin Yi's Teacher's Day gift was a bit inappropriate, but she vaguely remembers the principal's second reminder before he let go of the surprise. From start to finish, this surprise has never been out of Lin Yi's control. Her being Lin Yi's assistant certainly counted as public relations. Suya couldn't have imagined that this matter of people being read as a matter of right and wrong could come to the head of Lin Yi, an 8-year-old child. At the first sight, Suya was not convinced. For a child to have an opinion, Suya guessed that someone was messing things up. Those marketing numbers are fine. They like to set off confrontation or make some topic opinion to rub heat and traffic. The virtues of those marketing numbers, Suya has long been surprised. But I didn't expect to rub it in, even if it's not enough, but to blacken the kid brother in such an outrageous way. Suya couldn't bear it, really couldn't. If it wasn't for the live broadcast, Suya would have gone up to greet the genealogy of this marketing number. Suya searched up the first blogger who posted an opinionated wind against Lin Yi. Communication was fruitless and the other party would not delete it, as if it had found the traffic code. It's only been a few short hours and is getting extremely high airplay. The comments section was also very lively, although it was all kid brother fans scolding him for this. Makes him think that black and red is also red. Suya was so angry. Grabbing his spare cell phone, he showed the live viewers a glimpse of that blogger's edited video. The live streaming audience watched it all. Suya also took a deep breath and tried not to let her temper rise up to curse. Everyone saw it too. This is the first time I've been to a live broadcast from a kid brother's school. What came up then? Older fans should probably remember that, and those who have followed on Kid Brother since then probably haven't seen this. But the real thing, unlike in this video, this should count as malicious editing. Let me review the situation for you. Suya also talked about the surprise that Lin Yi had prepared for his teacher, but was shouted at by the principal to take it out. Even if the principal said it was a poisonous snake, Lin Yi didn't even think of letting go and letting the snake hurt people. Always hold it in your hand. Even put it back in his pocket. Suya is also questioned. Lin Yi's behavior, in addition to the preparation of the surprise, is a bit improper. He didn't even think to shake it off when he knew it was a viper. Instead, it was tucked back into his pocket with aplomb. If he intentionally brought it to the school to scare or poison the teachers, why didn't he just throw it to the principal? One bite and no squeak. As a witness at the scene, Suya had the absolute right to speak. And spending time with Lin Yi, and experiencing so many good and funny moments with Lin Yi. Not to say much about Lin Yi's level of understanding, she could still tell the difference between Lin Yi's being a good boy and a bad boy. The viewers in the live broadcast room, hearing Suya review the game in such a way, even if Suya didn't say anything, they believed Lin Yi unconditionally. This thing I remember. At that time I was all anxious. I started powder from the fried rice stall. I don't even see him letting the snake off the hook. He really am crying my eyes out. I watched Kid Brother grow up. Don't I know if he's bad or not? Yes. The Kid Brother is a bad boy. And this kind of stupid marketing number should be sentenced to jail. If Kid Brother was going to be bad, would he mobilize his contacts to help all the students in Mordor make a tip-off call? You can even question my intelligence, but you can't question Kid Brother's character or 3 views. The Kid Brother who pushes Chinese culture. How come they're not black? What? Now they're pulling out old stories to blacken my Kid Brother? Damn it. Don't stop me. Let me blast this birth marketing number. This Kid Brother of mine, Mamasan, looks angry, very angry. This blogger has angered a lion. The live audience instantly reacted. Many of them had to fight for Lin Yi. At this moment, they dare to lift up their keyboards and ask God directly above the clouds. What is an immortal? What is a key fairy? After Suya watched the fans in the live broadcast get a little angry, she also advised them up. Guys, don't curse. Never, ever curse. Suya suddenly had some regrets about spilling her guts on the air. immediately took the cell phone and ran downstairs. At this time Linny is downstairs to take grass to feed Lin San, and to take dog food to feed Lin Air. Blackie spends most of his time lying around swinging in the second floor living room. Linny thought about it before jacking it. Brother Showy. It's not good, it's not good. Suya thought that it would be good to talk to Linny about this. She always felt that Linny had a solution. Linny fed the bottom of the cell and listened to Suya's raucous shouting. What's wrong? Sioa was also the one who told him about being hacked online. She made it even bigger by spewing her bitterness on the air. Let that stupid marketing number eat more traffic now. Linny bashfully stroked his alpaca elder brother after hearing this. Hack him? Just do it. It's not like he's going to lose any weight with all the so-called online reviews. The surprise thing. Linny really only wanted to give a surprise, didn't really intend to give the snake away. How long has this been going on and someone can still pick up on it and hack him? That counts as homework. Linny wasn't bothered by this. It's okay Sister Shuya. What do you care? Suya heard Linny say that. Suya also froze for a moment. Is Linny so Buddhist? You're more open-minded than a grown-up college graduate like her, aren't you? Still, she felt that she couldn't hold her breath. Linny glanced at the dumbfounded Suya and just felt that Suya was thinking about things from too few angles. Hack him? So he's the titular urban tourism promotion ambassador, and he's given urban a whole 5A attraction. And all these names are just for show? Hack him. It's up to Chief Lee or someone over at Irving to say yes or no. And the incident of Lin Yi's public opinion storm. It hadn't even lasted a day, and was quickly put to rest in the evening. Irving's director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau received a public opinion storm about Lin Yi. Also frowned at the idea of immediately getting someone to take care of it. As for the incident in the video that gave way to Lin Yi's opinion, he didn't care. He only remembers the ice sword in the Snow 5A attraction that Lin Yi brought to Urban, and what everyone said about the splash of riches brought about by the koi that his kid brother, the netizens of Irvine, and the netizens of the Magic City couldn't sit still. There has been a flurry of attacks on the marketing blogger who posted the video of Lin Yi's opinion. The netizens of Mordor all knew Lin Yi, the smallest and reddest netizen in Mordor. It could be said that they had watched Lin Yi grow up. They themselves knew very well what Lin Yi's character was like and what his 3 views were. It's only been a few days since the Lion Dance Culture promotion hit the airwaves, and they're still fresh in their minds, with many people ordering the deletion. That marketing blogger ignored it and head iron hardened all the netizens. Thinks this is going to be Netflix traffic going to his head. And the executives of the Shakeology platform are aware of this. Also immediately had that marketing blogger's account permanently banned. They don't care if all that blackmail is true. The first point is that Lin Yi, a small netizen, is in the top stream of traffic in Jiayin. And the rumors online about Lin Yi's backstage background has been so terrifying that it's hard for them to imagine. Only last night, a phone call from the kid brother let the entire Magic City colleges, high schools to rectify the opening date of the school. This hot search hasn't even gone down yet and someone dares to demonize kid brother? Officials came down to the stand and marketing Black Lin Yi's account was directly and permanently banned. The word is out and everyone is posting videos and giving incense to their marketing accounts. Live incense. Dude can only say good seal. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's a shame about the millions of fans on this account. Damn this idiot for posting antagonistic sort of opinions and rubbing it in every time. You said you. What's the point of messing with kid brother? He's not a kid that anyone can bully. Xia Baoqing. Xia Baoqing. And that's official big happy behavior. Sioa also called it cool when he saw it at night. She and Lin Yi had similar temperaments, and had always been. With others, well-watered. Just don't mess with them. There's just nothing going on. What goes around comes around. Suya was also a bit curious. Was Lin Yi predicting that the other party's account would be blocked, so he doesn't care about these things? And these things didn't affect Lin Yi's mood. Late afternoon. Come on Sister Suya. Let's go out and have some fun. School starts in a few days. As intended. Even if school didn't start on the 8th day of the first month, Lin Yi's start time was very close. When Suya heard that Lin Yi was going out to play, she also picked up her cell phone and went out with Lin Yi. Want to drive? Lin Yi shook his head. Going out for a casual stroll. Walking everywhere. Shuya didn't care either. Walk more, just for exercise. Until then, passing outside a neighborhood, Lin Yi heard the regular rattling of ping-pong balls on the table. Lin Yi turned his head to look, only to see the two great masters sparring. Lin Yi remembered his truly undemonstrated, full-grade ping-pong talent. Lin Yi looked at the doorway not far away and walked in with interest, up close and personal. Shuya could only follow. The viewers of the live broadcast saw that it was the neighborhood Moncler outlet online playing ping-pong, and Lin Yi actually went to join in the fun. There was a lot of blowing up. Run, kid brother. These are not existences you can mess with. They're all terrifyingly strong. Just by looking at the way those grandpas hold the racket. I know. They're terribly strong. Kid brother, run. Don't let them break your invincible self-confidence. Kid brother is unaware. The most terrifying existence in the table tennis world appears in the neighborhood? The audience in the live broadcast room knows that the table tennis battle level in China is divided into world champions, then Chinese national champions before going to the community. Neighborhood champions. Who are the people who bagged the community block championship? Your Majesty. The world champions come to play against the cell champions, and they all have to leave their ping pong paddles behind before they can leave. Those Moncler Jackets outlet will show you what it means to be your Moncler Jackets outlet after all. Put on your socks before you put on your shoes, and be a grandson before you become a master. Suya saw the pop-up, said, being in China, naturally understand what the pop-up teacher said. These words are gold. All Chinese people think that table tennis is the national ball of China, and it can easily win the championship every time. One could say genius. Just the threshold of seeing the top table tennis players in China. Suya was just about to say something to Linny when Linny had already stood by the ping pong table by now, watching the two lords in each other's fast breaks. Linny could also tell from the two grandmasters' maneuvers. It's not easy. It's really not that simple. Some time ago, after Linny had acquired those sports talents, he watched those matches whenever he could. Table tennis, soccer, basketball, badminton. Linny had seen many of these matches, seeing the way the Moncler Jackets for sale offense in front of him. Powerful backhand, delicate forehand, solid footwork and quick reflexes. Linny even frowned slightly. These operations Linny in the tournament. Seen those top players in the game video. Some foreign players are not as good as these Moncler outlet online. If he hadn't seen their gray hair, Linny would have doubted their actual age. Linny merely looked at it for a while longer, and even felt that, to be on the same stage as these two grandmasters, he'd have to rely on those weird moves that other people didn't really make to win. The two monks played for a while before they noticed Linny, who was seriously watching them play ping pong. It's also slowing down the pace to wipe the sweat off. Ouch. This is getting old. And I'm sweating profusely even after a few swings in passing. Old age. The two Moncler outlet store Moncler Jackets talked for a bit and took a sip of water. And one of them looked at Linny. Moncler outlet store online. Kids, do you want to play ping pong too? Linny nodded at this point. He wanted to play with the masters. Perfect your supposedly full ping pong talent. Right now. For Linny, it appeared that the talent was at full level. And if he didn't practice more, he would only be at the threshold of seeing some powerful existences. If he works hard enough, and that can be perfected to the hilt, at that point it might be genius. It's just the threshold for meeting him. Suya lowered her head at this moment and whispered in Linny's ear. These lords are strong, the pop-up teacher said. So you have to be careful. Linny nodded as he listened. It's not like this is a serious competition. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. It's just a man's desire to win. And the pop-up teacher's reminder is nothing more than not wanting him to lose. What the live audience wanted to see was the myth of Linny coming out to build an undefeated record, because the Linny in their eyes was perfect. Expectations for Linny were also infinitely high. One of the Moncler outlet store Moncler outlet online heard that Linny wanted to fight, also giving up ping pong paddles. You guys cut for a while. Grandpa has also seen many talented youngsters. There were quite a few kids as old as Linny who could go through a few moves with them, so none of them ever belittled any of the kids. Any kid who says they want to play ping pong almost never needs them to teach any more grip basics. Come on, Gramps. I'll try you. Little doll, you're going to have to catch this ball. The boss is also posing, with a posture that was not at all that of an amateur. He was about to serve the ball to Linny. Linny was also frowning slightly at the moment, just from the Moncler outlet store's serious posture. It is not amateurish at all. The sense of oppression that appeared made Linny feel that it was professional level Moncler outlet. Suya also stood away to the side. Seeing Moncler outlet store that stance, he always felt like he had seen it in a ping pong game on TV. Suya thought it was an illusion. This is because those who can appear on the TV set to compete are the absolute top players selected by more than 1 billion people in China. Is it hard to believe that this ordinary grandpa has actually been in some kind of competition? The live audience watched Moncler outlet store the posture in eyes. It was as if they remembered something. Crap! This old dang is the Triple Crown champion. Kid brother. Run, this old den is really something bad. I'm afraid Kid brother is going to be hit with autism this wave. This old dang he meow Triple Crown. When in the World Series, smoked all don't know how many players straight shake their heads off. This also retired as a neighborhood master. The buffs are stacked. This kid is going to be bad. A kid brother has to be autistic even if he's a genius, right? The viewers of the live stream had swiped the screen, saying that the grandpa Linny was playing against at the moment was the famous Triple Crown champion of the ping pong world. Suya glanced at the pop-up screen and her pupils dilated. If there was only one pop-up teacher talking, maybe she'd question the truth. But with all the pop-ups going on right now, it goes without saying whether it's true or not. Suya also knew at this moment that she had felt Multilingual outlet online some familiarity before. I've seen it on TV. And that was when I was a kid watching table tennis Sebi. Now looking at Multilingual outlet store the pose, she finally thought of the being who had terrorized her opponents in the ping-pong world. As long as the opponents who had dueled with him saw his sharp eyes, none of them were sweating. Although it is true that this triple crown is old and retired, but it is clear that the aura is not reduced, but also up a notch. When the table tennis world's most terrifying existence, the Chinese neighborhood Multilingual outlet, retired from back-to-back triple crowns and still a neighborhood grandpa, Suya had already imagined Lin Yi's defeat. Looking at the Lin Yi at this moment, Lin Yi rarely frowned. The strength of the other party, even before Lin Yi had even started fighting with them, he had already felt the absolute aura, confidence above him in this ping-pong field. Facing Headmaster Lao Dang, Lin Yi was absolutely relaxed. Lin Yi faced this aura of the old man's, and didn't even feel a bit of it on the principle. It was just like a small monster in a novice village with no sense of oppression. Multilingual outlet store at this point the ball is thrown up in a professional serving stance. The ball flew towards Lin Yi, and Lin Yi didn't dare to take the enemy lightly, putting his nerves on edge. Allow your full reaction to trigger at a moment's notice. The ball came and Lin Yi easily slapped it back. The old man saw how easily Lin Yi could take it. It also went up in intensity quickly and used a little bit of strength to shoot. Lin Yi knew that the other grandpa was very strong. Lin Yi also followed through on the lion's fight with the rabbit at this point, but also had to give it his all. There can be no relaxation. Lin Yi also upped the ante with a hard forehand backhand. The boss also stepped back and began a peak duel with Lin Yi. The ball is getting up faster and faster. The boss and Lin Yi put their best foot forward in a continuous pair of pulls. Lin Yi and the oldest man were both moving back in small steps. Lin Yi was bursting with pressure at this point. In the face of Multilingual outlet store powerful forehand and backhand return draws, Lin Yi is responding seriously. Lin Yi felt oppressed like never before after obtaining the help of brother unity. Lin Yi had never even had this adrenaline rush against soccer players older than him. But this feeling, it also made Lin Yi extremely exhilarated. That's what he wants. That feeling of putting your best foot forward against a formidable opponent. Lin Yi is also enjoying this peak showdown with the Grand Master. Little did he know, none of the opponents Lin Yi had met after this had ever given him this feeling. The boss also sensed Lin Yi's uncomplicated nature in his positive and negative hands. The catch was precise and responsive, without a hint of excess movement, without the fancy moves that some players have nowadays in the table tennis world. On the sidelines the old man's partner from before watched the kid and his old friend engage in a sparring match. He froze. The hand paused with the glass of water. He looked at Lin Yi, thinking that Lin Yi was only 8 or 9 years old. To be able to pull so many hits against his old friend? He was also a bit confused. His old friend, others may not know him, but he does. A presence that reigned supreme in the table tennis world in the beginning. He had the feeling of dreaming back to his youth. Now is the time to be on the sidelines, watching the touchdown final. The old master watched Lin Yi's movements carefully, also muttering to himself, no shortcomings on the forehand and backhand. The action response is sharp and striking. The catch was absolutely precise. Watching the scene, the old man, who was spectating from the side, also gave Lin Yi his highest evaluation. Genius. When he touched table tennis at the age of 8, he felt that he would later be unbeatable in the table tennis world. But youth training then. He ran into his old friend, the Triple Crown champion who was now facing off against Lin Yi. Every snap against the pole exploded off his absolute self-confidence. Now look at Lin Yi at this moment. He thought to himself that even his own invincible 8 years old back then would have been defeated by this little guy. Suya watched the Triple Crown King and Lin Yi pull against each other. She looked at the ping-pong balls bouncing out of the vapors on the ping-pong table. The ping-pong balls bounced on the table as if they were striking the keys of a piano. The voice is fascinating. Lin Yi and the boss silently slowed down the tempo and resumed their frantic dueling again. Xiao was on the sidelines with another resting Multilingual outlet store man watching in awe. Watch the ping-pong balls run this way and that. Some passing by from work saw the kid brother dueling the old man, also stopping to watch this showdown. It's been on the pull. Table tennis is such a hot-blooded pair of pulls that they feel feverish watching it. The audience in the live broadcast room was also at this time as if they were watching an expert duel. The sea has cake hands? It's appeared. Kid Brother's innate ping-pong ball sacred body. See? I told you that Kid Brother was the ancient Greek god in charge of the Eucharist. Now there's a ping-pong ball Eucharist. I Lou a tart just. The Kid Brother actually can and neighborhood Multilingual jackets fight back and forth. Kid Brother, pull him. Winning the neighborhood Multilingual outlet. This is the beginning of your glory. The live audience was also driven to emotion by the showdown between Kid Brother and Grandpa. At the moment it seemed as if Linny winning the neighborhood Moncler outlet store was the same as winning the Ping Pong World Championship. Linny and the Grandmaster staged a peak showdown that was intense and entertaining to watch. Passing dogs stopped to watch. Linny and the Grandmaster's pair of pulls, fast and slow, both sides can catch. Linny was already sweating at this point. As long as he's popping and pumping, the bosses on the other side of the field can easily unlock the ball. Linny just wanted to say, "Your grandpa deserves to be your grandpa." But it wasn't easy for the boss to beat him. With his body reacting at full strength, he had plenty of time to release the ball and pull back. Unless, can drain his strength until he doesn't want to move. Moncler outlet store, it seems like he's letting it go as well, not wanting to end this matchup easily. Linny also on the Moncler outlet store, tacit understanding in the pair of pulls, slow and fast at times. It's also a sight for sore eyes for anyone passing by. Some even took out their cell phones to record videos, posting a video with a title he'd thought of. The Kid Brother versus the Neighborhood Boss. A great matchup. Suya had already seen Linny swing the racket. All the sweat on his forehead flew out with the swing of the racket down. The more Linny fights, the more he gets energized. The Triple Crown champion on the opposite side was also puzzled by Linny's powerful technique. Is it possible that? Does this kid have some kind of guidance? The ball is so sharp at this age. In his opinion, this little guy was going to grow up, and all those honors he had gained in the past, this kid would likewise gain. Even, the green is better than the blue. The old man also easily dislodged the force and caught the ball in his hands as Linny slapped back again. He conceded, if they fought like this, except for some strange tricks to win, it would be a case of him and the little guy being exhausted and seeing who couldn't swing. He has to serve his age. 2. Linny was posing in place, watching the old man catch the ball, a little puzzled. What does this mean? Admit defeat? Linny was just now planning to win with a spinning ball trick. The crowd of onlookers was also a bit confused. They were still well aware of the strength of the 3 Crown King old men in their neighborhood, especially having grown up in this neighborhood. It can be said that the neighborhood's childhood dream of feeling super good at table tennis and dominating the table tennis circuit was shattered one by one by this Triple Crown King Laodang. Some of the kids have even been beaten by this old den until they cry and go home crying. One classic in particular, one that hit the junior final, took lessons from him. The result was a board of violent snaps, plus that murderous sentence. A weak backhand, a poor forehand, weak footwork, slow reflexes, and complacent after a few lucky wins with a few crooked moves. When you get on the real court, all that cleverness will make you not even worthy of the backdrop. Since that time, the guy who thought he was a one-of-a-kind genius and was beaten into self-imposed isolation and never touched a board again. Read well. Laodang's strength they know very well. How suddenly unloaded to catch the ball, not to play. This is the first time they've seen such a wonderful pair of pulls. The only one who could take so many moves from the old man was the little guy in front of him. Most of those who sparred with him were snapped to fear by his professionally fought, defiant burst of energy. His desire to win and lose began with his retirement, and he won't let up in the field. One can almost say that treating a fight against anyone is a real match. The old master picked up a towel on a side table and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His eyes tightly focused on Linny. He saw Linny's resolute eyes. The old man also suddenly felt, really like his eyes when he first killed the professional field an energy to fuck over anyone who comes along. What's a Kora Nation? Lighthouse Nation genius. Against him, there's only one word for losing. You win this one, little guy. I'm old and out of strength. When Linny heard the old man verbally admit defeat, he also relaxed his taut nerves. The crowd in the arena heard that the old man of the Triple Crown King actually admitted defeat on his own initiative. The old man's old friend was also dumbfounded. This dead old den used to fight him until he threw up and let him loose a little, and he'd beat him to death. This fights a little guy for a while and just admits defeat? His old friend was also looking at Linny in front of him. The crowd of onlookers were also puzzled. Old Den admits defeat? You know, he hasn't even lost in this urban area. Yeah, he's been undefeated in battle and conceded defeat to a little kid? It's probably protecting the flowers of the motherland. He'll protect my ass. My son just got beat up by this old Den yesterday and came home crying to me. Neighbors on the block are talking. Suya was also looking confused at this time. The Triple Crown champion conceded defeat to Linny? What the hell is going on? The Triple Crown champion is getting old? You really can't beat Linny? Suya could only think of this. But Seoa remembered the glorious moments of the Triple Crown all those years ago. The Triple World Crown. The gold content of this goes without saying. It's safe to say that in any competitive sport, back-to-back Triple Crowns are harder than reaching for the sky. It's hard to fight the world. It's even harder to defend the world. Holding on to the throne of the championship and facing challenge after challenge from a group of absolutely talented competitors. Ask how many people can keep it. The audience in the live broadcast room had already exploded at this point. What? The Triple Crown King actually conceded defeat to Kid Brother? What's the deal? Too old to swing? Losing to Kid Brother on purpose? Come on. You don't know the Triple Crown Champion's absolute desire to win. He was going to fuck up his opponents even with an injured hand that year. What do you think the Triple Crown is famous for? Kid Brother. It's really a ping pong ball Saint body. No kidding. It's rare to see the Triple Crown Champion pulling off a fight like that just now. There weren't many opponents that year that could have fought the Triple Crown Champion for so long on the field for a single point. There was a feeling among the live audience that the Triple Crown Champions were letting off steam. Some also feel that the Triple Crown Champion is too old to play. There were also some old Lin Yi fans who chose to believe in that nebulous innate ping pong ball sacred body. Absolute genius out there. Some of them were also overwhelmed by Lin Yi's violent shots. They had a lot of exposure to table tennis, so they could naturally see the gold content of the balls that Lin Yi was hitting. Many were up in arms, cheering, "Table tennis world, meet your new king." The old man looked around at his neighbors, all of whom did not believe that he was really losing in the eyes of the discussion. Well guys, this loss is a real loss. There is no such thing as letting go. Which family is this little guy from? Old Tan's family? Or Old Tan's? I remember their sons are this big, right? The old man was present to check up on the account. This little guy he recognized. He had to find this little guy's parent and get him to take this little guy on the right path to table tennis. He's fine as a chaperone for training and all that. Of course, all of this is only possible with parental consent to take a child on a conquest of table tennis. And all the old Chen and Tan in the room shook their heads. Not my house. It's not my house either. I haven't even seen him in the neighborhood. Yeah, I think it's a visit from a relative? Onlookers in the neighborhood shook their heads and said they had never seen it in the neighborhood. The old man also looked at Lin Yi in confusion. He came next to Lin Yi and handed him a pack of tissues and mineral water. Who's your daddy? Little man, does he live here? Lin Yi took out a tissue and wiped his sweat. I live over there. My name is Lin Yi, Lin Yi said, pointing in the direction of the Lin Manor in the distance. P.S. Thanks for all the gifts. Something came up a little late with the update, so I apologize to all of you. The old man looked not far away and frowned slightly. Lin Yi? The old man took a deep breath. The last name is Lin. The Lin estate that hosted the reception into the new residence some time ago. I heard that the mayor of Magic City came to support the event. Thinking of this, the old man murmured somewhat doubtfully. Are all the rich second generation nowadays so powerful? Lin Yi heard the old man mumble something. Richie rich? He is not a rich second generation. According to the netizens, he is a rich generation. Lin Yunlaodang is a rich one. Generation. He remembered that rich kids might touch these sports, but most of them go to study abroad to gold-plate themselves or something. Rarely do they go on to play professional sports. But the kid in front of him now, this unbelievable talent, is not playing table tennis professionally. It's really a waste. Although it is said that China does not lack talent in table tennis, there are talents in every generation. In the field of table tennis, Chinese national players have, in recent years, almost always won without a doubt. But after this next decade, who knows what will change? Bloom and bust? Or more? These he does not know. But as the people of China, he was able to present an option for the selection of talent, which was considered his twilight mission. Lin Yi, you just came with that one. Is she yours? Sort of a sister. After Lin Yi's reply, the old man also walked towards Suya. Hello, you're Lin Yi's sister, right? Can I trouble you over here to leave a phone number and WX for the parents? I have some things to discuss with them over here. Suya nodded and took out her cell phone, leaving Lin Yun's phone number and WX for the old man. Master, you don't think you want Lin Yi to go pro, do you? There's that idea that he's a genius at table tennis. Well, playing professionally or not, I think you'd better ask him directly. His dad can't make his decisions. Suya was also being honest. Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun had always been the kind of people to let Lin Yi make his own decisions about everything. Listening to what Suya said, the old man froze for a moment. What? Parents can't make decisions about their kids? What's going on here? The old man couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Is there a problem with what the girl just expressed? How is it that the old man can't make his son's decisions? The old man's CPU is getting overloaded. Looking towards Lin Yi, who was drinking water at the moment. You want to ask a kid who is a little older than 8 or 9 years old if he's going to play professionally or not? Can he really decide on his own? Shouldn't it be whether the family agrees or not? He's seen a lot of pros on the road to the rushing game, blocked by mom and dads. But for the first time, I've seen a little one around 8 or 9 years old who can be his own master. Out there, he's even seen adults who can't decide on the power to open a carton of wanted milk at home yet. That was the point that the old man couldn't figure out. The old man thought for a moment, but he didn't open his mouth to ask Lin Yi anything. He thought it would be better to communicate with Lin Yi's parents. At Lin Yi's age, He was afraid that he didn't even have a clear idea of what a career was. Linny finished his water, thanked the old man and walked out of the neighborhood. The old man's old friend came over at that moment. Old man, that kid just now. What do you think? Well, so do you think I just let go? His old friend shook his head, knowing well the nature of his longtime friend. Even when playing with kids who are just learning to grip the racket, he will seriously put his best foot forward. Not a bit of water will be put in. Not put? Yeah, I didn't put it on and, I'm telling you, my hands were already shaking just now. 2 more rounds against the pull and I shouldn't be able to solve his explosive pull. If take him and me in the same era, all I can say is, coach would have me as a sparring partner for him. When the old man's words came out, his old friend also frowned slightly. Under the same era? As a chaperone? Isn't that who he was then? To the best friend in front of me. The Triple Crown champion has been a sparring partner for a few years, practicing chipping day and night, practicing forehand and backhand. Silence can only be a substitute, but he has no regrets, because of absolute talent, absolute strength crushing. In the context of that time, there was a lot of pressure to figure out the positioning in order to stay with the national team. The starter's seat isn't for just anyone. Linny and Suya strolled around the night market for a while. Just go home and rest. And after this night, the video of Linny playing ping pong with the Triple Crown King's old man went viral on the internet. A day on the hot seat. The Triple Crown of table tennis reappears. The Triple Crown champion versus Kid Brother? The Triple Crown champion admits defeat? Innate ping pong saint body. Is this the horrible talent of Chinese people in table tennis? Everyone on the internet watched the summit showdown. Violence against the pull. A rare sight almost always seen on the playing field. I actually saw it today on a video of a kid taking on an old man. The video also rushed to the top of the hit list along with the Triple Crown champion and Lin Yi's kid brother's name. Everyone still remembers the Triple Crown winner who won the ping pong Triple Crown back-to-back. Used to beat other country players and lose confidence. An opponent of the same ilk as him could be described as pathetic. There were also many players who lamented. Born in the wrong era. The Triple Crown champion actually lost to Kid Brother? My god. Have the Chinese always been so unbelievable at this ping pong? 8 or 9 years old and you can beat a former Triple Crown champion? Is there any watering down or not? The Triple Crown champion said it himself. He didn't let up at all. Crap. Won't ping pong balls usher in a new era of devils once again? How many more eras will it take for China to monopolize the table tennis championship? Kid Brother grows up. This table tennis program? Really? Other countries can choose to give up. Everyone was amazed that Kid Brother, who was 8 or 9 years old, beat the Triple Crown champion. For his future inestimable. The video also made it to the extranet. Some of the big foreign anchors on the extranet. Seeing Linny and the old man's pair of pulls. He was also a nationalist. I'm special hair. How old is this? Did you guys just say that the old man was a former Triple Crown ping pong champion? Buzzkill. So old to win the Triple Crown? They are no strangers to the name Triple Crown of table tennis. Anyone who has been exposed to table tennis will think of the cold-hearted Demon King whenever the Triple Crown is mentioned. Table tennis Grand Slam winner. When he first announced his retirement in front of the whole world, it was because it was too boring to win without an opponent. Of course, there have been injuries plus giving the new age youngsters some chances. Along with this one hot item about table tennis, a hot search for tournament registration also appeared. This year's much-anticipated World Table Tennis Junior competition is about to begin. With the emergence of this hot search, many people are jitterbugging up the Kid Brother Jitterbug account operated by Suya. Having just witnessed Lin Yi's terrifying table tennis prowess yesterday, they all want Lin Yi to sign up for the tournament. Suya played with her cell phone and also saw the video of many people ate. The Great Table Tennis Junior competition? Suya was impressed by this. Lin Yi remembered that the tournament was also called the World Junior Table Tennis Challenge. It is the 4th largest junior tournament in the fight after the World Table Tennis Championships, World Cup and World Junior Championships. There is a clear age limit of 15 years old and under. It's also known as the Cradle of Champions. Anyone who has participated in this tournament can be selected for the national team if they place in it or shine. But it's also extremely competitive, with talented table tennis kids from every country in the world taking part. Most of today's national team juniors, who have placed in this tournament, skip the national team selection tournament and are directly selected. Suya searched the entry requirements, and anyone over the age of 8 could sign up for the preliminary round. After the New Year's Eve, Linny was 9 years old and eligible for enrollment. Looking at the Magic City local preliminary round times, this is after the start of school. Suya pondered for a moment and thought it would be good to mention it to Linny. It's his word whether he goes or not. The viewers in the live broadcast room also saw Suya browsing through the entry requirements for the competition in question, and they were up in arms when they saw that Suya was still hesitant. Sister Suya, hurry up and let Kid Brother enroll. Sign up or it's too late. The kid brother wasn't happy to go. And the early enrollment and all that is bullshit. I've just been looking at all of them. And kid brother matches the age. Kid brother, this is too hard. Soccer talent and ping pong talent. Balls, give me this random talent. I'll use one ability to reach the top. Kid brother. Is this going to be too busy with all the competitions when you're an adult? Yeah. Kid brother, this soccer, ping pong talent are top notch. I think kid brother should pick one and work hard on it. Don't have to think so much. Suya glanced at the pop-up and found Linny, who was upside down with a soccer ball on the lawn downstairs. She sat on the grass, enjoying Linny's long overdue practice. Linny hardly practiced much, but that ball sense was always well maintained. Suya also felt strange. Linny doesn't train hard. This can still be so strong. Suya also thought. This was perhaps top talent. Suya also thought of what the pop-up teacher had just brought up. Linny is strong not only in soccer, but also in table tennis. Other acting-type talents she'll leave aside for now. Linny table tennis, soccer, skiing sports class, has top talent and will one day be tapped by the national team. Although it was said that more skill was not enough, but Linny had too much talent in this big item category. Without choosing a long-term development, she couldn't even see where exactly Linny's future lay. Is it table tennis, or soccer, or the brightest new star on the ski slopes? Suya also remembered the dream Linny had mentioned earlier. It's about soccer, but it's a difficult dream to realize. Leading the Chinese soccer team to hit the World Cup, a quadrennial event. The Chinese soccer team has tried hard, but never got in. This multiplayer team sport, without questioning Lin Yi's soccer talent, relying on Linny as a thigh. Can he really take a Chinese team to the World Cup? Teammates are, at best, helpers, and at worst, they can be called drags. Suya also thought about persuading Lin Yi to give up the soccer track, turning to the table tennis track. It would be simpler to seal the gods and take the supreme honor. She felt like discussing all this with Lin Yi later. In table tennis men's singles, you only need to consider your own factors, and you don't have to think about any other factors at all. The opponent was strong as he was strong, and in the case of Zizi, in Suya's eyes, Lin Yi was invincible. In singles, Lin Yi could pull against the Triple Crown champion for so long. And if it was the same era, the same age, he couldn't even imagine how desperate his opponent was. It's possible to knock your opponent out of the shadows and into self-imposed isolation. Watching Linny bobble the ball until Linny realized she was next to him. It was only then that Linny slowly stopped bobbing the ball, stepping the ball in place. Linny looked at Suya. Sister Suya, what's wrong? Linny took a sip of water and also sat on the lawn looking at Suya's eyes as she thought about something. Brother Xiaoyi, tell you something? Say it. Shuya was also the one who brought up this year's World Junior Table Tennis Challenge. What are your thoughts on the World Junior Table Tennis Challenge that your fans want you to sign up for? When Lin Yi heard this, he also thought for a moment. A world tournament of table tennis? Lin Yi thought it was about time to use this ping-pong full-level talent. This youth competition, Lin Yi remembered, was open to registration until the age of 15. It's an honor to win this race. Lin Yi remembered that he, seemingly, hadn't won any competitions yet. A real race that doesn't even seem to. There was only that friendly soccer game, a minor competition, but one without honor. Linny thought about how his last bumbling self hadn't even received any honors in his last life. In this life, he's only 9 years old, and Tetsuko is still building him up to be a full great human. All these gifts, talents, and if he didn't use them, wouldn't he be letting down what Brother Unicorn expected of him? You've got the talent, you've got the time, and you don't go to these games? More or less a waste of talent. Linny was just about to reply that Suya could enroll. At that moment the system's voice in his head rang out. Mission, participate in the World Junior Table Tennis Challenge and win the championship. Reward, full street dance. Linny listened to the quests and rewards posted by Brother Unity. Full street dance? Singing and dancing rap. It's all coming together. Good, 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 good. Good, good. Other than that, Unicorn would have attended even if he hadn't issued the quest. Because of yesterday's sparring with that old man, he felt unprecedented. After acquiring the system, there was a rare rush of blood. That feeling of extreme saves, slamming swings, adrenaline rushes, the fear of the ball hitting the ground, the fear of not winning against a powerful old Denzoppression. He really liked it. Linny replied seriously to Suya at this point. Sister Suya, I want to compete, so sign me up. Suya was also a bit surprised when she heard Linny say he was going to compete. Suya had heard Zhang Yining say, Linny had decisively refused the Voice of China competition last time. This seemed to be the first competition Suya had heard Linny initiate. Okay, I'll help you find a channel to sign up later. Suya was also thinking that Lin Yi should have fallen in love with the sport of table tennis from his sparring session with that Triple Crown champion yesterday. Yesterday she had seen Lin Yi's rare nervous look, the video of Lin Yi taking the shells to the police station, with his hands in his pockets loading snake in his pockets, didn't even have a hint of nervous panic. Suya also felt that Lin Yi had perhaps grown up and emerged with the desire for victory and defeat that Chinese men engraved in their bones. Brother Xiaoyi, have you ever thought of a question? It's your multiple talents. Will that be a pro or a con? Will you be able to care for so many career choices in the future? Suya asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't think much of anything after hearing this. In keeping with the idea that there is no such thing as too much skill, talent he does have in abundance. But listening to what Suya said, choosing a regular career? Without those thoughts, the system trained him towards a full human, and that made him choose for himself. What exactly is the future choice to go to the top of the ballgame? Or a celebrity who is famous for something else? These were but a thought for him to pursue. Lin Yi stood up in silence. Sister Suya, didn't we watch that racing movie on New Year's Eve those days? Suya listened to Lin Yi's rhetorical question. Racing movie? Suya remembered. But what Suya didn't understand was why did Lin Yi suddenly bring this up? And Lin Yi opened his mouth at Suya's doubt. Each of us is born to fight for our own Barnbrook. Maybe there's something about turning two corners and just laying flat and swinging. But, Sister Suya, my Bayenbrook track is still far away. His Bayenbrook track is destined to be longer and more difficult than normal people. Perhaps the perfect end of other people's lives is to marry and have children. The perfect end of someone's life is to marry and have children and live a happy life in harmony and peace. But that would not be the end of Lin Yi. Suya looked at Lin Yi in the sunlight. The words spoken by the Lin Yi in front of her truly amazed her for the rest of her life. All she knew from that racing movie in the spring festival was, Bayonne Brooks dry, Bayonne Brooks dirt, champion pilot in the passenger seat on the second test. The old man is not even happy anymore. But Lin Yi actually comprehended in this movie that the Bayenbrook track is actually the same as the journey of a person's life. Everyone has everyone's journey and the end is different. Lin Yi's words also made Suya understand why Lin Yi could be a schoolteacher. Comprehension is superb. She, a college graduate, is ashamed of herself. Sioa was also thinking, whether she's the kind of contestant who takes a corner on the track and swings for the fences. Or do you already know what your Barnbrook track looks like? The audience in the live broadcast room were also buzzing when they heard Lin Yi's words. Kid brother, do you want to be the king of Bayenbrook too? Do you think I'll have a chance to be the queen of Barnbrook when you become the king of Barnbrook in your own life? Kid brother? Upstairs, you're counting all over my face. Kid brother, are you hungry? I'm an adult this year, can wait for you for 10 years. Upstairs is trying to be a child husband, isn't it? Go kid brother, no matter what choice you make, the mommies will wave the flag and cheer you on. Why don't you become a race car driver in the future? Kid brother, you don't think that kid brother has an innate racing saint body, do you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Time passes quickly, and Suya helps Lin Yi enroll in the World Junior Table Tennis Challenge. Player eligibility and tournament times were also acquired, and every country and every region is actively preparing for the preliminary auditions. It's also time for Lin Yi to start school. First day of school, Lin Yi's class welcomes new students. Class, we have a new addition to our class. A round of applause. Everyone. The crowd also applauded without much thought. Into the doorway walks the chubby guy with a big book bag on his back. Lin Yi also took a curious look. Weight-wise, when compared to Lin Yi is fine. The teacher was also beside him. Come on, introduce yourself to everyone. My name is Liang Qi. Strange Qi. The crowd was happy to hear him introduce himself. Strange odd. Well, Lungi, you just sit there. The homeroom teacher pointed to the seat next to Lin Yi. Suya also moved her chair back a bit at this time. Liang Qi also sat down next to Lin Yi with his school bag. As the book bag was placed under the table, Lin Yi could clearly hear that it was filled with things. Lin Yi wondered what was inside. It's time for class to end. Liang Qi picked up his school bag and put it on the table, and when he opened it, Lin Yi saw a wide array of snacks. Lollipops, peanuts, apples, whatever. Lin Yi also called out to the good guys. Is this his dry food for the school day? This is too. Lin Yi quivered and looked at Liang Qi. Hello, my name is Liang Qi. You can call me Liang Fatty. Take whatever you want. Lin Yi didn't say anything. At this time the Huangfu Xiaomei walked over. The vacation cannot see Lin Yi every day. Can only watch in the live broadcast? Through the screen to see Lin Yi no fun. She still liked the school days, when she had something to do and could see Lin Yi when she looked back. Huangfu Xiaomei was also a little surprised when she looked at Liang Qi's book bag that was full of food. Wow, so much. Lin Yi waved his hand. I don't want to eat yet. I want to eat before I find you. Liang Qi didn't force it after hearing this. Take your book bag in class and divide it up for your classmates. Almost every one of them got a share of the food. Huangfu Xiaomei just looked at Liang Qi before turning her head to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was still as high and cold as ever, and didn't even want to greet her. Lin Yi, how much did you receive in New Year's red envelopes? Huangfu Xiaomei was also looking to Lin Yi for conversation. Lin Yi also answered truthfully when he heard this question. 1 million or so, I think. I don't remember exactly. He couldn't use any of that money right now, and all that red packet money had been deposited by Yin Zhang to a bank card opened for Lin Yi. In the past, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun wouldn't touch Lin Yi's New Year's red packet money and saved it all for him. Huangfu Xiaomei heard Lin Yi talking about red packet money. Suddenly it froze. I just wanted to follow the plan like the novels I read online. After asking Lin Yi how much red packet money he has, and then saying that Lin Yi doesn't have as much red packet money as she does, she gives Lin Yi her own New Year's Eve red packet money, and lulls him into marrying her when he grows up as a setup. It was stuffed by Lin Yi's sentence. 1 million. That's more than a star, more than her. How else is she going to set it up down the line? Huangfu Xiaomei swallowed back the words she was about to say. Graying, he went back to his seat. Liang Qi finished distributing snacks at this time and returned to his seat. Still continued to open to be shared. Lin Yi always felt strange, so he did not ask. Lin Yi also asked about Liang Qi. Why did you transfer to our Sunshine Elementary School? After hearing this, Liang Qi said, my old man let me transfer here the previous year after seeing online that this school had a good atmosphere. Lin Yi nodded his head after hearing this. Reasonable. But Liang Qi asked Lin Yi the next second. Lin Yi, can you lend me $2 to take the bus home after school? Lin Yi was also a bit confused when he heard Liang Qi borrow money from him. Borrow? $2? On the bus? Lin Yi looked at the fresh apples and candies and stuff in Liang Qi's book bag. Lin Yi had a clear perception of prices. An apple is now, let's say, $3 to bottom. This Liang Qi, a book bag of snacks and fruit, will still be $2 short of taking the bus home? Lin Yi was a bit confused. $2 was not a thing to Lin Yi, but Lin Yi really didn't understand. It was just after New Year's Eve, and even if the family had finished collecting the red packet money, they would more or less keep some. Students who just started school after winter break are theoretically worse off with their own expenses. All Lin Yi could think of. Only this guy, Liang Qi, spent all his money buying food for his classmates in order to give them a good impression. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this point alone. This Liang Qi can really handle it, regardless of whether Liang Qi was familiar with him or not. Just for that, Lin Yi would still borrow $2. Suya listened to Liang Qi's mention of borrowing money behind her. I'm a little confused too. A backpack full of food, $2 short of a bus ride home? Shuya was also puzzled. The viewers of the live stream have their own perspective on things. He literally am crying my eyes out for bringing snacks for my classmates and not keeping $2. I'll go a single 6. Brother kid, let's borrow this money. I'll reimburse him with a gift. It's like I see my old self trying to get a snack, spending the money on the bus. Ha 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 ha. This little fat kid is kind of funny. Oh. Lin Yi nodded at this point. Liang Qi, I can lend you the money, but there's something I want to ask you. Lin Yi wanted to know how this Liang Qi managed to buy all the snacks with no pennies left. Naturally, Liang Qi was willing to answer the question to borrow the money to go home. That's a good thing. Ask, and I'll answer you all. Lin Yi also asked his doubts at this time. This bag of food, you didn't spend a week's allowance on it, did you? At Lin Yi's question, Liang Qi shook his head decisively. No. Lin Yi also froze when he heard Liang Qi's denial. This backpack of food, didn't you buy it with your allowance? Where did you get that? $0 purchase? But it's not like $0 purchases are popular in China like in the lighthouse countries. Besides, it's not Liang Qi's turn to buy $0. Lin Yi was even more confused now, and once again asked about Fatty Liang. It's not spent pocket money? Then where did you get it? After hearing this, Fatty Liang didn't want to tell this secret to Lin Yi, but when Lin Yi said that he borrowed the money to take the bus home just now, he had Lin Yi as a good friend in his heart. His journey home was considered a bit of a long one, and if he walked, he wouldn't be able to make it home before dark. Fatty Liang didn't hide it anymore. Actually, this backpack of stuff was all picked up at my secret base. Free, no money, Fatty Liang said with pride. It seems to be getting nature's gift for free. Lin Yi also frowned slightly as he listened to Fatty Liang. Something is wrong. It's really wrong. What could be so good about picking up so many fresh apples and sugar for nothing? Can't it be that on the way to school, some supermarket's delivery truck overturned? Liang Qi went to pick it up? Lin Yi didn't directly ask him where his secret base was. Asked Suya behind him for $2 in change and gave it to Liang Qi. Here, I'll lend you this money, and I don't have to pay it back. Can you tell me where your secret base is? Lin Yi wasn't trying to hijack his secret base. Rather, he was really curious. Where on earth did Liang Qi get so many new things from? Liang Qi took the money and didn't care if Lin Yi would rob his secret base. Because he treats Lin Yi like a brother. It's only natural to share the same blessings. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone. Fatty Liang lowered his voice as if it was the biggest secret of his life. Suya also pricked up her ears behind Lin Yi, listening carefully to where exactly this secret base was. How Fatty Liang suppressed his voice. Suya could hear it. Lin Yi nodded. What secret base this was? He specified that he wouldn't tell anyone about it. This secret base? Ah, I found it the other day when I went with my dad to visit my great-grandfather's grave. Lin Yi's mind instantly cleared up when he heard the word tomb sweeping. This secret base is the Mordor mausoleum that the bus 307 that comes to the school passes by on the way. There are more of these to eat. Next time you bring your school bag and I'll take you. If you don't want to go with me, I'll bring you a book bag tomorrow. My dad just gave me $4 today. Round trip fare. Because I thought to bring food for my classmates. Stopped at the entrance of the mausoleum, went in and picked up a backpack to retake the bus before I came. Liang Qi is talking about his secret base. The childish innocence of a child was played out to the fullest in Liang Qi. After hearing this, Lin Yi also knew where Liang Qi had gotten this backpack of stuff from, and why he didn't have the fare to borrow from him. The $0 purchase is real, but it's mausoleum purchase. Open up the door for the outrageous mom. Outrageous to the core. Lin Yi finally realized why his body actively resisted these snacks. Suya's pupils dilated as she listened from the back, also celebrating. She didn't take Liang Qi's food. The audience in the live broadcast room also heard Liang Qi's words about the secret base at this time, and immediately exploded. The nationalist streak. Ouch, crikey. WC, you bastard. My grandmother also lives in that mausoleum. No wonder my grandmother gave me a dream this morning without food. Really? A mausoleum purchase? I told you. This internet thing is amazing. 1 second I was sympathizing with him if his family didn't give him pocket money to ride in the car. The next second I wanted to greet him. On a side note, my great-grandfather is really in that mausoleum too. It's appeared. The innate steals the tribute sacred body. No. This should be the innate pure altar-bearer sacred body. I told you. The last row in the classroom doesn't support loafers. Fatty Liang, how dare you mess with me? I'll take a plane to your grave and steal your tribute like crazy. Lin Yi also sighed at this point. It was normal to make some mistakes at this age. Lin Yi patted Liang Qi's shoulder and said seriously, there's no need to bring me a book bag. It's something. You rot in your stomach. And don't tell the class about your secret base. I advise you not to go to that place in the future. Or else you might sleep one day and dream of your Taijin. Lin Yi had made it clear enough. If Liang Qi's dad were to find out about this, I'm afraid he'd have to whip out 7 wolves and pump him until he could see the Taifu. Liang Qi listened with a plausible understanding. Taking out the candy in his backpack, he ate one. Lin Yi watched as everyone in the class ate the snacks Liang Qi had brought. I wish I could install an electronic merit mullet for all of them. Suya and Lin Yi looked at each other. Both are holding their laughter. The current Lin Yi and Suya also really couldn't strain themselves to laugh. Lord Buddha. You know, we were born with smiling lips. Time flies. The second week of school. It also came to the World Junior Table Tennis Challenge auditions, which Lin Yi was participating in. The auditions for Magic City were also held at Magic City's downtown stadium. Suya was a bit negligent, forgetting to take a vacation for Lin Yi yesterday. She also planned to drive over there after she went to the school to ask for leave. After the morning meeting, Lin Yi walked towards the principal's office, and Suya followed behind him. The principal had just sat down for a glass of water after a meeting. Seeing Lin Yi coming, "Yo, Lin Yi is here. Sit. The principal really had to thank Lin Yi. Before the start of the school year, the principals of elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and principals of almost all of Mordor were called into a meeting and were subjected to a wave of criticism. Lin Yi's phone call allowed him to change the start time of the school year, and it also allowed him to dodge the bullet. Lin Yi walked to the office and also said directly, "Principal, I need a vacation." Hearing that Lin Yi wanted to take a vacation, the principal was also a bit curious. A vacation? This first period class hasn't even started. You should have taken a vacation yesterday straight after school. What are you going for? I'm going to play in the World Junior Table Tennis Challenge. The auditions for the Magic City region. The principal's pupils also dilated when he heard that Lin Yi was going to play in the World Youth Table Tennis Challenge. Keep in mind that this tournament is extremely unreal at the junior player stage in the country. I can't tell you how many talented players have been flushed out of the city tournaments alone, at Lin Yi's age, 9 years old, to compete. It wasn't that the principal didn't trust Lin Yi, but that match was extremely stressful. Many of the WAC junior runners are running for a place in the rankings. Just play down a roster spot, and that could be an early entry into the Nationals roster. Whether or not you get to sit as a competitive starter is another story. In the tradition of the National, a new general can fuck a veteran into abdication. and that's really sitting on the throne of the main event. The veterans of the National League do not give up their starting positions easily, as it has been a tradition that the veterans have been carrying out. Opportunities are earned, not given away. If it's seeded, the big tournament softball will only be a disgrace and a bust for the Nationals. This path to the World Junior Grand Prix tournament is also a shortcut for many talents who want to pursue a spot on the national roster. But the principal didn't say anything discouraging. Go ahead. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Think of it as going to the grind. Are the ping pong paddles and stuff ready? I've heard you have to prepare your own racket. The principal thought that if Linny wasn't prepared, he'd go and give Linny a whole new, expensive racket. Suya took out her backpack at this time and showed the principal what was in it. Entry cards and ping pong paddles are available. The principal also nodded. Go ahead. I'll tell the homeroom teacher for you later. Linny got up at that moment and seriously addressed the principal. Principal, have any of your students won any competitions? The principal shook his head as he listened. No. Varsity basketball, ping pong, and soccer, none of which have won city honors, let alone any so-called championships. Linny got the principal's answer and also walked out, leaving the principal to ponder in place. What did Linny mean by that? Suya followed behind Linny, walked to the parking lot. Looking at Linny's back, Suya felt that Linny was growing. That childishness gradually transformed into the aura of a king. It didn't belong to that realm, but was an absolute confidence that belonged solely to Linny himself. Thinking about what Linny had just said to the principal, Suya knew that Linny's goal was champion. Linny's era of ascending to godhood might have already begun at this moment. Linny started to conquer his own Bayenbrook track. The viewers in the live broadcast room heard the meaning in the words that Linny and the principal had said. Headmaster Olden, just wait. One of these days you're going to frame a picture of my kid brother and put it in the very center of your office. Kid brother's goal. Is it the championship? Charge. Kid brother. Impacting the Asian season. Blowing up the geniuses in the same city is nothing. Beating the geniuses in the same region is the best. Sister Suya, tell kid brother to keep in mind that his goal is to fuck up the little baka countries in Asia. Those heavenly prides of the kimchi countries. The Triple Crown champion can hold his own. And these matches at the same age should be easy for kid brother. Getting lit up by you guys. I wanted to start a book when I saw the kid brother ask the principal to line that. Upstairs bookless shop smash. Suya saw these pop-ups and didn't relay them to Linny, putting her phone away and seriously driving Linny to set off to the Magic City Sports Center. These come from pop-ups saying what goals to have Linny set. Suya felt that all of this was putting pressure on Linny. It's better not to say. This all allows Linny to follow his heart. Linny could fight to whatever extent that was. Like the principal said, it doesn't matter what it's like. It's a grind. Many netizens online had extremely high expectations for Linny, the innate ping pong ball saint body. The kid brother, Linny, who is centered around the superscope, steps into a real big match arena for the first time. Even the preliminary regional auditions. The internet has exploded. Kid brother participates in the World Junior Table Tennis Challenge. The audition tournament in Magic City starts today. Looking forward to the results of the super standard kid brother. A hot search appeared, and many people found their way to Linny's livestream in admiration. Linny had beaten the Triple Crown champion, and some of the people who were eating it, they were going to see what Linny was going to charge up to. And when the Triple Crown king learned that Linny was going to participate in today's audition, he also took a car with his old friend and rushed to the Magic City Sports Center, where the audition was to be watched live. He had fought against Linny and naturally knew how powerful Linny was. It can be said that Linny's bottleneck was age. Every year he grows, the stronger he gets. After the power went up, Linny's killing balls, he might not be able to block many of them. Linny's current state reminded him of what netizens on the internet said. The Demon King took over and was reborn. Looking at his body, damn it, can this show really utilize this much strength anymore? Suya drove Linny to the sports center. After finding a parking lot and putting the car away, he took his things and walked with Linny to the entrance of the sports center. Crowd. Extremely lively. Suya led Linny to the entrance of the male contestants. The sports center was divided into two entry areas, men's and women's. Suya entered with Linny's entry credentials verified. There are already many ping pong tables in the field, each equipped with a referee and scorekeeper. Linny and Suya came a little early, waiting for the final cutoff moment for the start of the competition. And at this time Sunnyside Elementary School. It's morning reading time. The principal cheerfully went to the teacher's office. The teachers looked at the principal, who looked as happy as if he had found money. One of the teachers spoke up and asked, "Yo, what's up principal? Is something happy going on today?" The principal, on the other hand, said, "Oops, you guessed right. That little guy, Linny, took the initiative to go to a ping pong tournament. How rare." The principal said and sighed. This little guy has grown up, and in the future he will not be naughty when his mind is on pursuing these awards. As a principal and a victim of Lin Yi's naughtiness, he felt deeply. The crowd of teachers in the office were no strangers to hearing the name Lin Yi. Probably says they won't forget this little guy until they breathe their last. They were impressed by what they did. Hearing that Lin Yi went to a ping pong tournament, Coach Wood, who teaches varsity soccer, was in his office drinking tea at the moment. Coach Wu, on the other hand, was puzzled. Principal, that little guy Lin Yi can still play table tennis? Coach Wu was well aware of Lin Yi's unbelievable talent in soccer. Now that he heard that Lin Yi was going to participate in a ping pong tournament, he was more than a little puzzled. It's hard not to. Lin Yi is also talented at table tennis? Doesn't that mean you won't ever go to a varsity soccer practice again? Having just found the core of the varsity team for this year's Magic City Elementary School varsity soccer tournament, it feels like a bit of a sure thing. But this Lin Yi wanting a ping pong match made him feel a little bad. Wouldn't soccer be out of favor with Lin Yi? Maybe not even play soccer in the future? The principal heard what Coach Wood said. That kid knows a lot of things. Those netizens on the internet are calling this little guy something. Full grade kid brother. Outrageous as hell. Teacher Chen. Lin Yi is taking a day off today. Oh. Teacher Chen nodded after hearing this. This guy Lin Yi went straight to the principal to ask for a leave of absence. Mr. Chen didn't think much of it. It wasn't easy for them to comment on this relationship between Lin Yi and the principal. And at this time in the Magic City Sports Center, the Magic City District Audition Competition was about to begin. Following the information sent, Suya took Lin Yi to wait by the designated number of ping pong tables. A dozen groups per ping pong table have to compete. There are a lot of table tennis players in China, too. Those who emerge from the hordes of table tennis embryos in China will be rushing to the national team roster in the future. Every year every kind of table tennis tournament also makes some players who call themselves geniuses recognize the gap between themselves and the geniuses. If it's out of reach, it's destined to be a minor character who can't even get on the backdrop. The Triple Crown champion at this time, Guo Lao, also brought his best friend to the scene. The Table Tennis Association staff at the scene, seeing that it was Guo Lao, even though they now had gray hair, they could still recognize him. The old Guo who fought for his country and won 3 world championships. Some of the staff came up to say hello. Elder Guo, what brings you here? I'm here to see the freshmen compete. Can I come in? Can. Must be able. Does Elder Guo have a student competing in it? Guo Lao shook his head after hearing this. I simply came to take a look. Lin Yi said he was his student? He couldn't talk about having taught Lin Yi anything. Sean Lin Yi's ballistic style. There is definitely a high-ranking person behind the designation. That tall man's strength was definitely not below him either. Elder Gui was also curious to know who Lin Yi had studied under at his age, teaching such an anticlimactic presence. Guo Lao wandered around the scene and quickly found the table number where Lin Yi was playing. It said Lin Yi's age, and the age of the opposing player. Lin Yi, 9 years old, registered age, 0. Elder Guo looked on with a slight frown. Just registered? That is, like the netizens said, those table tennis tournaments in the children's division. Lin Yi had never participated in them at all. Did this just register and the goal is for this teen challenge? But this teen challenge is against international players from all over the world. The pressure isn't comparable to downtown regional games. Elder Guo takes a seat in the live audience area. At this point in time, Lin Yi was also about to start the match. Lin Yi noticed the old man in the audience area. The fight with him that day was still fresh in Lin Yi's mind. That old man's release of the ball also caught his eye. Absolute experience. The old man also acted like a bag of experience and taught him a lot in that matchup. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand in greeting to the old man. Not sure if the old man came to see him play, but out of kids' politeness, it's always good to say hello when you see one. The old master looked at Lin Yi and nodded with a smile as well. Signaled Lin Yi to fight properly. Elder Guo looked at Lin Yi's heart and recognized it. Some of the little guys he used to teach don't even bring a greeting when they see him now. No basic manners at all. And Lin Yi had only fought him, waving his hand in greeting to him, an old man, from a long distance away. Suya was on the sidelines at that moment, looking in the direction Lin Yi was looking. It's the Triple Crown King, Elder Guo. Guo Lao is here to watch the audition. The auditions, so to speak, are almost as quick to filter out the unqualified contestants. Hardly anything to see. After the auditions, the big divisional competitions around the country of China, then the big Asian competition, and then the 4 continents converge to compete for the Challenge World Championship. It's the later matches that are the ones to watch. Those pro championship players, national coaches, presidents, and staff members of the ball association committees don't visit until later in the tournament to watch. Look out for the seeds that belong in your heart in this tournament. Most of the basically favored seeds could be on the national team's main alternate list. The one who takes the title will skip straight to the Nationals Grand Prix, earning points above all competitors and being the first to appear on the grand list. That's why there is an intense enroll at this under-15 World Junior Table Tennis Challenge. And at that moment the announcement of the contestants' preparations rang out from the contest site. Lin Yi, Li Weiwei. Stand by on competition stage 007. The first match belonging to Lin Yi's table tennis career was about to begin. P.S. Thank you for the Big God certification from the big man of Cool Island Tilting. And thanks to all of you for your gifts and supportive company. It is much appreciated. Sorry, there's been some stuff going on lately. I can only promise 2 shifts a day without breaking, and the extra shifts will wait a bit longer. Hearing the preparatory sounds, Suya also took the racket for Lin Yi. Go for it, little brother Yi. Suya gave Lin Yi a pre-game pep talk. No matter how far Lin Yi gets in this ping-pong tournament, she'll always be Lin Yi's most loyal one fan. Lin Yi nodded and walked towards the referee with his racket and eligibility card. Because it's an audition tournament, the testing of the boards hasn't been the most rigorous yet. All that is required is for the referee to decide on the spot whether the racket meets the entry criteria. And after the city-level auditions, the tournament players' rackets are to be submitted to the adjudication office in advance for adjudication and sealing, and the judges are to bring in the referee's testing time. The principal of Sunshine Elementary School, who had already turned on his computer, opened the live stream of Lin Yi's account. The viewpoint is the Shuya Live View. The official broadcasts are just big venues with no specific player perspective. It's only at the downtown auditions, the domestic regionals, that each player's perspective. The principal couldn't wait to see Lin Yi play ping pong. The last time he fought Lin Yi, he could feel the powerlessness of not having the slightest chance of winning against him. He wasn't sure if he was too much of a rookie, or was Lin Yi too strong. In this high-pressure environment of ping-pong balls in China, it can be said that geniuses are a dime a dozen. In recent years, to say that the sport competition of soccer is the weak point of Huaxia, table tennis that is the absolute strong point, and the absolute king in this race. Lin Yi's mom and dad were also at home at the moment, opening up Lin Yi's live stream to watch Lin Yi's match. Shuya reminds them that there is a competition today, and they dropped everything they were doing and watched the game. Live streaming these things, they won't follow Lin Yi. It's better if Shuya follows all the time. This live aspect, Shuya specialized over them. Suya's salary was also increased from the original 10,000, and Lin Yi asked Yin Zhang and Lin Yun to raise it to 100,000 for Suya to hit the bottom. Suya didn't dare to ask for so much at first, because every day following Lin Yi on air was relaxing and enjoyable. Money and stuff, she doesn't have to pay rent. What Lin Yi's family eats, what she eats, 10,000 is enough for her expenses. But her refusal to raise her salary was not heeded by the liners. Suya thought, how many netizens envied her for being able to watch Lin Yi up close and personal all the time in this heat. Some netizens even wanted to become Palu, black slaves, and didn't want to pay a penny, as long as they could follow Lin Yi's live broadcast, compete with her like crazy. Her current job at Live Lin Yi is more competitive than a job at a state-owned enterprise. As Lin Yi's #1 fan, it was a blessing for her to be able to be by Lin Yi's side every day and cheer him on. And it's time for the game to begin. The umpire ruled that the rackets brought in by both teams were fine. The referee signals a handshake to begin pre-match etiquette. Lin Yi also humbly went forward to shake hands. And the one who will be fighting him soon is the age 13-year-old Li Wei. Li Weiwei shook Lin Yi's hand and smiled slightly as a sign of politeness. The big hit in table tennis the other day was his opponent, Lin Yi, known to netizens as the full-grade kid brother. It was also an innate ping-pong ball saint body. Lin Yi's 9-year-old age was recognized by netizens for this title. You can imagine how unbelievable it is. There's a lot of online claptrap and a lot of teasing by the internet, but being recognized by the internet with a nickname is among the very rare. The umpire signals the teams to draw straws to determine the division of directions and who will serve and who will receive the side of the split serve. And with the luck of Lin Yi's koi, the winners are always 100%, because the arena was bustling and extremely loud. The referee bent down to question Lin Yi. Pick first serve, or pick orientation. It's a 2-for-1 option, and the singles rule ruled that one could choose to serve first, but what one loses is the right to pick a bearing. Lin Yi chooses to serve, then the opponent gets to choose the right of bearing. Lin Yi chooses the orientation, then the opponent gets to choose whether to serve first or receive. Lin Yi had nothing to say about any of these choices. It was the same on either side, and it was the same who served first. Lin Yi then said, let him choose first. There is also a rule that the person who wins has the right to let the other person choose first, and that. It was also Lin Yi's last modesty for his fellow Chinese. He wouldn't be modest when it came to fighting. It was also a gentle smile in exchange for a gentle smile from Li Wei. The referee is also surprised to hear that this 9-year-old guy is giving the preference to the one older than him. Li early in the morning also opted for starters' rights, because he competes against his classmates at school, usually eat each other's serves. Whenever he starts, then he's in a position to score first. After Li Weiwei had chosen, Lin Yi also chose the side that would allow the old man from the previous neighborhood to view the orientation. The referee signals both sides to stand. The whistle blows. Li Weizi is also set up to serve. He'd seen the rules before the game. Instead of just coming in like a wildcard game, Lin Yi was also seriously preparing to catch the ball on the opposite side of Li Weiwei. He'll go all out next. But at the moment, Lin Yi didn't feel a single ounce of pressure when facing Li Weiwei, who was 4 years older than him. Unlike the old man in the neighborhood he faced before, that aura that was full of harshness before he didn't serve had the same absolute pressure. Lin Yi also didn't know the slightest thing, that the neighborhood old den he faced that evening was the world triple crown of table tennis fame, the king of the old generation, an existence that is still holding the throne of the world. No one ping even before retiring. Li early morning also serves at this moment. Lin Yi also took his opponent's serve with ease. Li Weiwei also played a step backwards, catching the ball with force and exploding to snap at Lin Yi. Lin Yi also had an absolute reaction, pulled back across the room with a forceful burst. The ball is extremely fast. This time the opponent didn't take the next. Watching the ball touch the table and fly out, he didn't even have time to react to release it. Lin Yi's two boards made him freeze in place. He couldn't even figure it out. Lin Yi, this 9-year-old, could actually catch his powerful explosive charge. The referee blows the whistle and the scoreboard is +1 for Lin Yi. It wasn't just Li Weiwei who was skeptical. Lin Yi was also a bit stunned. Li early morning, not buddy. You can take this? Lin Yi, no dude. You can't handle this? Lin Yi didn't even use a spinning ball just now. It was just a simple explosive pull back. Lin Yi also thought about that ball just now. The previous Sel Olden could have taken it with his eyes closed. And at that moment, Elder Gua, who was in the audience, saw Lin Yi's explosive charge, and his opponent couldn't even eat Lin Yi's second board. Elder Gua also shook his head, understanding. This guy who was 4 years older than Lin Yi just wasn't on the same level as Lin Yi, too slow to react, not really a ping pong player. And Suya was on the sidelines, cheering for Lin Yi to gain points. Lin Yi is awesome. The audience in the live broadcast room was also cheering for Lin Yi to capture a point first at this point. The principal at school, and Lin Yi's mom and dad at home also cheered for Lin Yi to win a game. It was important to realize that Lin Yi was facing a player who was 4 years older than him, and Li Weiwei on the opposite side didn't believe it either, thinking that Lin Yi's explosive charge just now was clueless. The serve, with 2 points to go, was still his. He has one more serve to go. The rules of table tennis are such that within 2 points it is still up to the first player to serve again. After 2 points a rotation is made, with the opposing team posting again. Li Wei thinks, half the battle is won if you can serve. Drop a point. The difference isn't that big yet, but he didn't know in the slightest that Lin Yi, who had been hailed by netizens as the innate ping-pong ball saint body, stronger than a star. Li Weizi sent the ball out again in earnest, but the ball was unconsciously high. Lin Yi stepped back, and don't want to give each other any more chances. He didn't even use tricks since he was playing ping-pong, taking it hard every time with full body reactions. Lin Yi also wants to end this fight before it's too late. Take a step backwards and make a burst. The ball flew towards the catchable range of Li Wei. Li Weizi's reaction time was extremely slow. Didn't even see Lin Yi's kill shot. Li Weizi is sweating it out. These 2 kills made him recognize the gap between him and Lin Yi. Netizens recognize the innate ping-pong ball saint body. The name is not a lie. The referee's score flips. +1 for Lin Yi. Lin Yi 2 o'clock Li Wei. Elder Gua, who was in the audience, also nodded approvingly. The core strength is perfect. As he thought, the current Lin Yi's ball style, power, and reaction could all be described as perfect. But that wasn't Lin Yi's limit. Lin Yi's limits only got stronger as his age increased. And at that point 2 points passed. The rotation, to Lin Yi served, playing with friends at school, basically eating each other's serves in the early hours of Li's morning. By now it was sweating. His triple axe had swung through at the 2-point serve. The serve advantage, which felt certain to take the point, was gone. The difference in strength. It was already obvious when he couldn't even react in time to Lin Yi's 2 explosive rushes. Lin Yi was also serving seriously at this point. He wanted to try out those learned tricks. He and Olden were almost always relying on reactions against pulls. Just now, and those learned tricks, twisting and pulling, spinning, side cutting, arcing, changing to a straight line, swinging speed, he didn't use any of them. Lin Yi was also giving it a try, even though the current Li Weiwei was completely unqualified for him to use them. Lin Yi threw up the ball, and at that moment, Li Weiyi was also focused. Lin Yi's ball was sent out, and this time Lin Yi used a spinning ball, and in Li's early morning opinion, this coming ball fell flat on its face. He can also react in time to anticipate reaching out for the beat. The racket touches the ball. but before it can be tapped back, the ball grazes the racket and slips out of the way. Li Weiwei was confused. Looking at the ball falling next to him, he was a bit skeptical. He caught the ball. The referee didn't hesitate when he saw it and decisively gave Lin Yi extra points. Lin Yi 3 o'clock Li Wei. The referee had a sharp eye and saw that the ball Lin Yi sent was a spin ball. The referee was a bit surprised too. In all his years as a referee, he hadn't seen anyone like Lin Yi, who was 9 years old and could send out such a perfect spinning ball. The qualification. In his opinion, the auditions, a total fish fry. Elder Gua, who was in the audience, also frowned slightly. He had played professionally, and seeing Lin Yi's serving technique just now, and he was puzzled. Spinning the ball, there's no way he wouldn't recognize it. Face to face with my old friend. Do you ever feel that this hand spin serve is a bit deja vu? Yeah, old Yi's spinning ball. From old Yi? But I don't remember old Yi saying he had any students. It's not right. It's very wrong. Walao, he has been in the table tennis world for many years and has studied many people's game. It was safe to say that he had a rough idea of the man's habits by looking at the serving technique. But see Lin Yi's spinning serve. He was a little confused. There are only a few that play spin ball in China, and he's in touch with all of them. But neither heard them mention having this 9-year-old student. With no one to teach him, Lin Yi's spinning ball is still so good? Drilled it yourself? But at 9 years old? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's why he's going to be there to watch. He wanted to see how Lin Yi served the ball. If he had learned from a senior, this senior had definitely taught Lin Yi the technique of serving. But Lin Yi's spinning ball, he can't read it. Lin Yi watched as Li Weiwei didn't take his spinning ball. Also, the test was completed and the serve continued to start. Send it once normally, with absolutely no finesse, and let your opponent pick up a board. Li Weiwei took Lin Yi's ball this time and backslapped it back, but this also fell into Lin Yi's trap. Lin Yi watched the ball go high, came with a powerful downward burst. The ball is not normally fast with amplified core strength. Li Weizi watched the ball fly and didn't react again. The people in the arena who had gathered around to watch Lin Yi's match were also in an uproar. Ooh, this kid. Suya watched from the sidelines as Lin Yi landed such a handsome blow. It was also surprised by Lin Yi. Handsome, so cool. Li Weiwei also understood something. At this moment, he was like a toy, being played with by Lin Yi. It wasn't that he had the strength to take a board just now. Rather, Lin Yi did it on purpose. Letting him go back to the plate is not a letdown. It's intended to be a catch and release pop-up. Li Weizi hates it too. Letting a guy 4 years younger than him pretend to be. Elder Kwa also applauded in the audience. He still didn't understand Lin Yi's ball path. Just the core strength was far superior, as were the reflexes, and the spinning ball was perfect. The audience in the live broadcast room was also cheering for Lin Yi at this time. Lin Yi's first game, and this has gone to 4 o'clock. This first game out of the gate went well for them. Kid brother cowboy. Crap, it's 4 o'clock. This opponent hasn't even passed the third board of kid brother. This is too weak. I play ping pong with my friends at school by eating each other's serves. Ha 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 ha. Kid brother, this is pretty strong alright. Downward bursts, spinning serves. Kid brother is definitely hiding something. This opponent. It always makes me feel like kid brother is abusing the vegetables. The principal of Sunnyside Elementary School, who saw the 4-0 score on the live stream, was already dancing around in his office. And Lin Yi didn't find it interesting that his opponent couldn't even catch the first 3 boards. Not to mention that there will be evenly matched high-intensity pulls. Lin Yi felt a bit drained, starting to reminisce about that evening's sparring session with the neighborhood's old den. The kind that makes his blood boil. Simply, combat, cool. Lin Yi thought, maybe it's the audition. It's too watery. Play further up the ladder and the opposition might be stronger. Lin Yi also picks up the pace, feeling like ending the match and going back later to fight Lao Deng to find that fight. The feeling of being cool. The score went from 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Li Weiwei was shaved by Lin Yi. The audition was a 2 out of 3 round system, and Li Weiwei also directly chose to abstain from the competition. Shameful finish. He kept trying to catch Lin Yi's balls, but they were all caught and the balls went away. Either that or they didn't respond. The whole thing was sweaty and the whole thing was red in the face. To summarize, a feeling of not being able to use one's strength. A feeling of not being able to shit. He was also sensible enough to know the disparity in strength. Looking at the score being all shaved, there's no point in hardening the game any further. Lin Yi got his first win with a crushing victory. Some rejoice, and some are sad. Li Weizi's mom and dad took Li Weizi off the grounds, and Lin Yi walked towards Suya on the sidelines. Suya also took out the towel she had prepared to wipe Lin Yi's sweat, but just as he raised his hand, he saw that there were no beads of sweat even on Lin Yi's forehead. Lin Yi also waved his hand at this point, just asking for water. Suya froze for a moment and handed the water in her bag to Lin Yi. Suya was all a bit confused. No sweat after a fight? The day he beat Triple Crown champion Lao Dang, he was so sweaty that he could see the sweat on Lin Yi's back on the way back. Suya thought about it. It was a crushing win, not that stressful, and it made sense to win easily without breaking a sweat. Suya also understood something at this moment. When you meet a strong one, maybe Lin Yi will only sweat. Like that Triple Crown winner Old Den. Great example. And the one just now. Li Wei lost without even passing the third board. Lin Yi also advanced smoothly, moving into first place in his group on points. Appeared on the big screen in this division with 0 shutouts. Lin Yi played 2 more matches and once again shut out 2 opponents. The 007 group, which Lin Yi was in, were all beaten 11 o'clock by Lin Yi, and were not willing to be humiliated and directly abstained. Lin Yi with the highest number of points. All wins, 0 losses and 0 goals conceded. The last player of the 007 group. All the other groups are still comparing. Lin Yi's match is over. The referee informs Suya that the first points of each group will be played tomorrow. Elimination system, eliminated to the remaining 10 to advance to the grand competition of players between cities within China. The inter-city tournament would leave only the 6 highest point earners to advance to the Asian tournament. That is, with kimchi, baka, etc. Asian regional national competition. Competing for seeding in Asia before the final showdown of players from the 4 continents, also known as the Worlds. Go back and wait for the text. There's a second grouping of texts tonight. Okay, thanks. The 007 division referee left work early. It was also a joy to watch. This Lin Yi guy is a relentless race machine. Not a single point for the opposite side to take off. 3 players, all of whom had their heads shaved by Lin Yi. None of them could get past Lin Yi's third board. One-sided abuse. The referee was also thinking in his mind that he hoped Lin Yi wasn't fighting the illusory god internally. Keep it up like he is now. Become the future pillar of the Chinese table tennis world. He could tell that Lin Yi's strength was terrifying. But when it comes to the finals of a major tournament, that's where a table tennis player's true strength comes into play. Suya also led Lin Yi out of the grounds. All the other groups are still playing. But because none of the players that Lin Yi faced off against had gone 2 out of 3, they all surrendered after Lin Yi won the first set. And unbeknownst to them, the 9-year-old kid brother Lin Yi who beat them straight shook his head. In the future to 0 to become famous also by the netizens called 0 to the king. Suya looked at the time, it wasn't even past noon. Going back to class? Suya asked for Lin Yi's opinion. Today theoretically counts as a day off for Lin Yi, and Lin Yi thought about it. At this point in time, the neighborhood Old Den shouldn't have started playing. It's better to go back to school and attend classes. Go back to school. Shuya nodded back. Drove Lin Yi back to Sunshine Elementary School, and by now the principal had bought firecrackers, waiting at the school gate for Lin Yi to return. The head of security, Doggy, and the deputy director of teaching, Alpaca Jailbait, also arrived at the school gate. Unknown to them, they looked at the firecrackers hanging. The principal was overjoyed at this point. Lin Yi actually shut out his opponents, advancing to the audition group stage. This strength, if someday small school team cup, to race, Lin Yi to participate is not easy to win the championship? The principal was also bragging with the security man at the door. Our school is going to have a world champion in a while. The security guard looked at the firecrackers hanging on the door, as if he understood something. World champion is good. It's a great honor for our school. And just in time for recess, all the other students ran to the front of the school and looked at the firecrackers that the principal, Olden, had put up. On the other hand, there is some confusion. It's already New Year's Eve. What's with the firecrackers? And the next moment, Suya drove Lin Yi back. The security guard opened the door as well. The principal himself lit the firecrackers. With the sound of firecrackers, frightened security chief Dog and teaching deputy director of the Alpaca Cell Bottom ran back in shock. Lin Yi and Suya are back. Everyone got a good look at Lin Yi and Suya, who had gotten out of the car. Lin Yi watched as Principal Lao Dang actually lit firecrackers to celebrate. Holy shit. What the fuck is this? Halftime champagne? More champagne in the first half of the final. But this is the first time I've seen champagne celebrations before the promotion match is even finished. It's something for the principal to celebrate. It's only just been confirmed that the audition team has advanced, but that's something to be congratulated on. Lin Yi, who specializes in favors and stories, is finally doing his job. No more surprise warnings. Rather, it's the joy of winning a race. A joy, Lin Yi has grown up. Second joy, surprises for him are no longer scary. It can be a double whammy. Principal Lao Dang saw Lin Yi get off the bus and also drove the students around him to applaud. Come on, applaud our heroes from Sunnyside Elementary. Lin Yi's students kept quiet about the World Youth Table Tennis Challenge. It's now a big win. And the audition team has advanced. Attention, it's a 0 defeat of the opponent, with absolute high scores to advance to the Li. How could the principal know about the contest when he knew the students were in class? The principal finished clapping. The other students and security guards applauded unabashedly. It's a little hard to understand though, but those who read a little bit of understanding hear the word zero. Know that full of gold. Absolute strength crushes the opponent, and the opponent has no power to fight back. That's why the word zero can appear. Huangfu Xiaomei came to the scene at this time with her classmates. Liang Qi is here too. Liang Qi and Huangfu Xiaomei were also a little surprised to hear that Lin Yi had won the audition and advanced. It turned out that Lin Yi had taken a leave of absence to go to the competition. Liang Qi was also shocked to hear that the zero defeat. I'm a bean. His table. So powerful? The audience in the live broadcast room was also joyfully numb as they watched Principal Olden being so happy. Headmaster Olden is so happy the corners of his mouth are cracking. Can he not be happy? Surprises like shutting out his opponent 0 times are something he never expected in his life. Headmaster, my student, Lin Yi, has the stature of a ping-pong ball great emperor. Damn it, let the kid brother get loaded. Fantasy moment, zeroing out your opponents on the playing field. The principal who used to look down on you, changing his face as fast as a coke jailbait. Well, cool video copywriting all around right. Huangfu Xiaomei also looked at Lin Yi at this moment. Huangfu Xiaomei, who knew that Lin Yi had zeroed out his opponent in the table tennis match, had both joy and sorrow. Happy for Lin Yi's big win. And the sadness is that she feels Lin Yi is getting farther and farther away from her. Although Lin Yi was now close by, still in the same class, and only a few desks away, but she always felt that Lin Yi was like a character in a novel, and she was just that sneaky attention in the corner, the nameless passerby. It's also time for class. Those who were watching from around the room were walking to their classes. The principal then led Lin Yi and Suya towards his office. He even thought he could set up 2 tables for the day. Want to go out to eat and celebrate? The principal asked Lin Yi about it in his office. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a bit speechless. Or forget it, I'm going back to class. The principal wanted to say that Lin Yi should rest and relax. After all, the match had just taken place. But Lin Yi got up and went back to class. The principal didn't know what to say, thinking that Lin Yi knew so much that it made his heart ache. This audition just advanced and actually rushed back to class, concerned about his studies. The principal shed a tear at this point. Well, grow up. It's good to grow up. Thinking of the formerly mischievous Lin Yi, the principal also felt that there was nothing wrong with the school's education system. For Lin Yi, he wasn't worried about his studies. Will you fall behind in your classes if you go to a race? Doesn't exist. He just wanted to go back to the classroom to sleep. After all, if you sleep in the classroom, you can go into a deep sleep under the sound of the ocean of knowledge. Tired of the game? Not at all. This one was unbelievably easy. It even gave him the feeling that he was playing against a simple human machine. As for Cell Olden, Lin Yi also defined it as a difficult human machine. Nightmare level. Olden can't rate it yet, because he didn't feel the pressure of not having a chance to win at Olden. Lin Yi was in a match. He was also looking for an opponent who could make him feel the pressure. Because he went to sit in the principal's office for a while, Lin Yi was also a little late. Shuya entered directly through the back door. Lin Yi walked towards the front door with a polite report. The teacher looked at was Lin Yi. This little guy went to the ping-pong auditions today and just heard the principal setting off firecrackers. The odds are that Lin Yi is winning the race. Come in. When Lin Yi returned to his position, he stood up his books and began to sleep. Suya had already seen it all long ago. School is out in the evening. Suya drove Lin Yi back home. Lin Yi went home and dropped his book bag and ran out. Suya looked at Lin Yi in such a hurry, and she followed in confusion. Brother Xiaoyi, what are you going to do? You haven't done your homework. The usual Lin Yi only played casually after finishing his homework. Today is a bit of an anomaly. Viewers of the live stream were also puzzled. Suya jogged to keep up while Lin Yi ran. I'll get the neighborhood geezer to play ping pong. Today's audition looked like abuse. Even if he let the water down and slowed the ball down, the opponent couldn't even catch 3 boards. Not to mention the pair of pulls he wanted to pursue. That feeling of violently pulling against each other, putting his core full of power and moving his whole body. That's what he wanted. Instead, simple as playing a human machine. That seems boring. After obtaining the system, Lin Yi had enjoyed pursuing this kind of excitement, but it rarely occurs. Now, the only one who fits the bill is the old man of the neighborhood. Suya heard that Lin Yi was going to play ping pong with the Triple Crown King old man, also following at a slow pace. He also understood why Lin Yi was in such a hurry to go play ping pong with the old man. It's obvious. Today's audition matches were matched against opponents who didn't let him play his heart out, didn't even break a sweat. Getting old men to play ping pong. Of course it's fun. The other guy was the Triple Crown champion of table tennis when he was young. This would allow the Triple Crown champion to chaperone. How many people have that? The audience in the live room buzzed when they heard it. Well, 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 what an innate ping-pong ball saint body. Even if you blew up the fish in the audition, now you have to go and bully old dang whose hair is all gray. Ha 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 ha. Should I tell the ones upstairs that white-haired old dang is Gwasand one? Kid brother, okay. They say I fry fish. I'll fry a shark. Is that okay? Isn't that purely using the Triple Crown as an experience bag? The kid brother is going to bully the old man again. And at that moment, Linny quickly ran into the familiar neighborhood. Once again, the sound of a ping-pong ball bouncing on the table was heard. Linny knew that the old man must be there. Elder Gwa also saw Linny, who had hurriedly arrived. Yo, little man out of school? Just released. What, come to bully an old man like me again? Elder Gwa also joked. In terms of Lin Yi's current strength, he had only ever seen Lin Yi simply react physically to deal with it in tournaments. Only ever seen Lin Yi use the spinning ball technique. If only we could teach the little guy some more tricks like the bully twist. This new generation of the table tennis world was destined to be ruled by Lin Yi. Lin Yi heard Lao Deng say it was bullying. Don't say that, Gramps. I'm not here to spar with you. How can you call it bullying? Well, it's cut and dried. Lao Yang, give him the ping-pong paddle. Lao Yang, an old friend of Gua's, also gave Lin Yi his ping-pong paddle. Old Yang, on the other hand, was a bit curious about Lin Yi. Don't bring a racket you're comfortable with. Wildcourt has a variety of rackets, both good and bad. Use your smooth talents to maximize your strength. As for Lin Yi, he doesn't eat rackets at all. Even if you give him a pan, he can still fight. But what kind of fight that would be is another story. Elder Gua saw that Lin Yi had taken the racket and was also planning to try Lin Yi. You know what a bully screw is, little guy? He wanted to see how much Lin Yi knew about techniques. When Lin Yi heard this, he also understood what Elder Gua wanted to know. Bully screw. He's learned all those tricks, but the opponents in the auditions couldn't even get past his normal fastball for 3 boards. Not to mention the fact that Lin Yi would use a move like the bully screw in order to get points. The king screw. Screwing and pulling out the angle is tricky, but this technique is difficult to learn. Very strong and at the same time very costly. It's a lot of load on the wrists, as well as hurting your back. Few of Watch's players in the old and new generations will. The ones that will are all kind of ungodly too. Lin Yi had watched a lot of competition videos in order to learn this hand. In table tennis, bully screw has also been rated by netizens. One screw breaks all laws. One screw decides the winner. This near unsolvable high game in table tennis can be scary, and the older generation of pros use this move as a must-have as well. If you can play it, you will score, but the cost of using more than one can drastically shorten a pro's peak. A shorter peak also means an earlier than usual retirement from the career path. Lin Yi looked at the old man across from him. I know a little bit too. Don't really want to use it. When Lin Yi said that he would be a little bit, Elder Gui was also a little surprised at this point. This is a near elimination maneuver in the new era of the game. Lin Yi actually said he knew a little? Suya arrives at the scene and hears Lin Yi say he'll be a little. With a clear knowledge of Lin Yi, Suya also took out the equation for direct seconds. Knowing a little equals knowing a billion points. Seconds up. The veteran viewers of the live broadcast also had a clear perception of Lin Yi. Who is Lin Yi? Full grade kid brother Every time they appear in the hot search, they make many college students think they are NPC. Well, it'll be a billion points, won't it? A slight strike from the kid brother can make me feel inferior. Please, kid brother, don't pull any more god-awful maneuvers. You're making me feel useless. No wonder the internet is banned for elementary school students. So it's because they're afraid that kid brother will be too strong in this version. So strong that he'll make us break our defenses. Kid brother even knows how to bully screw? Why don't you use it in today's game? Have you ever seen a fish fry player use his full strength? Come on, show me that bully screw you know. Elder Guo also wanted to see how Lin Yi's bully screw was, said launching the ball in earnest. Lin Yi was also ready to cope with the gesture. The old man sent the ball, a standard casual catch, and Lin Yi used the bully screw. The ball flew in a C-shaped arc and landed bizarrely on Guo Lao's side of the table. Guo Lao listened carefully to the grinding sound of the ping-pong ball crashing into the table resounding. It's obvious to hear the spin and revs on this ball. Extremely fast. Lin Yi's technique was also extremely right on the money. Guo Lao also tries to catch the ball, but as he thought, the bully twist caused the ball to spin, and the moment the racket touched the ball, it rubbed against the racket to the side. It's hard to save. This is where the terror of overlord screwing comes in. Not many people can take a bully screw hard. Even if you can anticipate the trajectory of the ball landing on the screwed up ball, the release is another piece of the puzzle. The rings are interlocked and extremely difficult to crack. Yang Lao on the sidelines was sitting in his chair and stood up as he watched, dumbfounded. He looked at the 9-year-old Lin Yi. At 9 years old, He could make a perfect bully screw. The future is immeasurable. You know, most of those talented youngsters, stepping onto the national team's alternate roster at age 13 or 14, relied on spin reflexes to make a name for themselves. Rarely does it appear that there is anyone absolutely superior skill. Unless you enter the national team training, the older generation of coaches and national team starters under the grinding to achieve their own approach. 9 years old, just will bully screw. He is really not seen. Watching 9-year-olds play ping pong is basically eating each other's serves. There's no such thing as Lin Yi. He can pull against Guo Sangguan, but he can also twist a king. Elder Yang was also so shocked that he shook his head. Demon! Yang Lao was also thinking. His own self, who had been selected for the national team roster back then. Against Lin Yi. Maybe not even a chance to pick up a point. Not a single chance of winning. Elder Yang also understood why Lin Yi, who was playing the audition match today, didn't even bother to use techniques. That's if the opponent is too much of a rookie to even think about letting him put up a skill. Elder Gui was also a bit surprised at this time. Bully screwing for a 9-year-old. Surprisingly, it's so perfect. He also learned it back in the day when he was training with the national team. That's how much food you have to eat before you learn to screw a bully. 9-year-old Lin Yi actually would. And this, it's not just a little bit. The spin and arc of this hand was hard for him to do. Although Suya couldn't read table tennis, she saw the arc that Lin Yi had just twisted out. She felt so tricky. Put her up against Lin Yi and she might not even be able to react to where the ball was flying. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded at this time. Showing up, bully screw. My god, kid brother, do you want me to live? Confirmed. I'm a real NPC. Kid brother, this is a proper Kryptonite plus insider player. What else would a kid brother know? Anyway, I broke defense. For real, teach me, kid brother. I want to get better so badly. Let me learn this hand and I'll go screw my best buddy. I want to learn too. The viewers in the live broadcast room wanted to pay homage to Lin Yi. And at that moment, Elder Guo walked over to Lin Yi. Remember, little one, the core power point of this move is the waist and major sleight of hand. When you play ping pong, the worst thing you can fear is a hand injury. This bully screw, don't use it if you can. Use him as a big move. Got it? Elder Gui was also looking out for Lin Yi's future. This 9-year-old touched table tennis. The future is still long. That's a lot of bully screwing to use as a normal maneuver. Injuring your wrist and not far from retirement. Career paths should be wary of some of these career injuries if they are to be long-lasting. Lin Yi also seemed to understand after listening. Hurt your back? Hurt your wrist? But this hand, the bully screw, was eaten up by his full ping pong talent. The bully screw has also been improved so that it doesn't hurt your back or your hands. A big move? But Lin Yi felt. These all seem to be small skills. The magic ball was his real big move. Come on, let me pair pull for a while. Let me find out what it was like to be young. Don't use spin ball. Oh, normal hand pull. Guo Lao came to be interested. He still missed the moments when he was in the pros, pulling wildly against opponents at his level. That feeling of being evenly matched and your opponent exploding at him to unlock the ball is too good to be true. And Lin Yi proved that day that he definitely had the strength to compete with him on the same stage. Lin Yi heard this, naturally happy to. He's here for the right pull. All those tricks of whatever he wanted to leave behind. Just want to go crazy on the pull. None of the opponents in today's audition had the quality to fight him in a pulling situation. Lin Yi also started dueling with Guo Lao against RA. There's no hard ice hitting the ball close for points. It's just pure pop. Let your opponent unravel the ball. Suya looked dumbfounded at the side. This ping pong, why is it like badminton? Until late, Lin Yi was hungry and Suya went back. Guo Lao also wiped his sweat and drank water next to Lao Yang. Ouch. It's been years since I've had such a good fight. Old Yang could also see that Lin Yi's strength. I'm afraid any foreigner in this era would have to shut themselves up and surrender when they encounter it. Back in the day, when Guo Lao was on the field, he could make his opponents cringe straight away. Be prepared to lose. If the new era is led by this little guy, he couldn't even imagine the look on his opponent's face. Old Guo. Table tennis national team main alternative list appeared. The youngest is how old? I heard my old friend Lao Yang mention the big list of alternatives for the main ping pong national team. It usually starts with the alternate talent list, then moves to the starting second team, to the highest starting first team. Most of those who make it to the alternative list are at the top of their generation. You could also call it genius, because most of the people on the alternative list are teenagers. Lao Guo listened to Lao Yang mention how old is the youngest? Lao Guo mused. We were 14 on the alternate list back then. I think there was a youngest 13 that year. Lao Yang heard what Lao Guo said. There was also a slight smile. You said, is it possible to make the national team roster at the age of 9? Lao Guo smiled slightly as he listened. Naturally, he knew who old Yang was talking about. Come to think of it, Lao Guo all but shook his head. There are talented people in the river and mountains. The talented table tennis boy born in the same era as him is destined to be a tragedy. Competing with Lin Yi for the title? Competing for a place in the world table tennis power rankings? That's all whimsical thinking. Lao Guo thought of something. Let's hope those talented table tennis teens from abroad have a stronger mental capacity. The following day, Lin Yi once again crushed his opponents in the Magic City Seaside Tournament, shutting them out. Finished first in points in the Magic City auditions. It also meant that Lin Yi advanced to the Huaxia Region Grand Competition. Lin Yi's bright performance, coupled with his unrivaled stance at the same stage, stormed onto the hot seat. The table tennis world is once again in the midst of a big sensation. Congenital ping-pong holy body? Problems with the scoreboard? The game has zeroed out many times. The table tennis little devil who appeared in the Magic City audition area is absolutely crushing. I've seen it all. The kid brother explained to me what it means to be invincible at the same stage. Can you believe it? 9-year-old kid. Started in the draft. 10 games. No goals allowed. No opponent has ever scored on him. The auditions are over in all regions of the country. Representing the list of the auditions of each district, the results of the competition were shown in front of the eyes of more than 1 billion people in China. Everyone saw Lin Yi, who had exceeded second and doubled his points. The nation of Wachovia was shocked and thought there was an error in the scoreboard. That's a point they counted. And that's 1 point they didn't lose before they had it. As it turned out, the officials stepped in and the race points were correct. Netizens across the country are also blowing up. Innate ping-pong ball saint body. Terrifying as hell. A kind of reading a metaphysical novel with protagonists fighting at the same stage or even across stages. A sense of immediacy. Kid, I'm the only true king of table tennis. Hashtag Kidgora blew away all of the country's sky-high ping-pong players. So far, the table tennis world has been shocked by the emergence of a large number of sedentary brothers. My God, has this human evolution gone too far? Is this the strength he should have at the age of 9? Geniuses under 15 from all regions of China. Seeing that Lin Yi was far ahead and firmly in first place in terms of points, lapse into contemplation. Is it humanly possible to fight? 0 wins in every game. You know, China, which is full of table tennis geniuses, the champion player will lose a point against any stronger. But, Lin Yi did absolutely 0. Seeing this score, all the divisional participants, some of them were praying not to run into Lin Yi. Some are also questioning the gold standard of the Magic City Division auditions. The story of Lin Yi's 0 shutout of his opponents in the entire game has also spread on the internet. The foreigners saw this amazing battle record of Lin Yi's. Netizens from the same Asian regions of Kimchi and Little Baka countries have also commented, "Nani? 0 wins? That's shady. Neither is strong. Such outrageousness. What kind of demon king hasn't there been in recent years in Huaxia country? There won't be a 0-sealed demon king here, right? Guys, pay attention. He's only 9 years old? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ha 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 ha." There's some claptrap in the propaganda style of the Chinese nation, trying to use this kind of fake news to scare our nation's talented contestants. I think it's also overhyped and a bit fake. Some of the netizens in the Kimchi and Little Baka countries think it's fake. There were also some who chose to believe it, and went looking for more news about Lin Yi. In-house staff of the Table Tennis Association of the Kimchi and Little Baka countries, when you see such news, you also report it to the International Report to apply for a strict investigation. But the responses were all no problem. The game was video recorded. Each district tournament has a number of resident referees sent by the International Table Tennis Association. Any problems will be reported directly. The internal staff of the Table Tennis Associations of the Kimchi and Little Baka countries heard this response, also in disbelief. That kind of outrageous war record is actually true. They are the same countries in the Asian zone, and the players between the countries in the continental zone will play in an upset draw. It was a high probability that it would line up with a monster like Lin Yi. Can they not panic? Table tennis in recent years, the country of China can be said to monopolize the championship. They are also tasked with just wanting a few placements at international tournaments. Back in the olden days, their Kimchi country could be considered a dominant player in table tennis. It's amazing that we're now so far down that we're afraid to aim for the title. They are naturally resigned. They can only pray that the seeded players belonging to their countries at the Continental Zone tournament will have killed off the competition and squeaked into the finals. And at the moment the principal of Sunnyside Elementary, seeing Lin Yi's hotness in the table tennis world on the list, he, who was Lin Yi's principal, was also overjoyed. Even falling asleep was like Lin Yi representing the Chinese group and winning the championship on behalf of the Asian region. The principal is also the one who decided to have a banquet at the school, invite the principals of all the elementary schools in the Magic City to the table, and then announce that their school had produced such an awesome man among men as Lin Yi. He'd also heard that the principal of the arch-rival elementary school, several of whom had represented the school's seeds in the audition rounds, had been sent out of the competition. There was even one that just happened to be sent away by Lin Yi for 0. This he had to invite. The main event is a stick face opener. His students finished first in points in the Magic City audition area. What about his students? All of them were wiped out before they even passed the auditions. Just ask him if he's angry. Whenever you think of it, do it. The next day at Sunshine Elementary School, a celebration banquet was held for Lin Yi. The principal hemorrhaged money and invited the parents of all the students in the school, as well as all the principals in the Magic City district to come inside the school for this celebratory dinner. Schools are closed for the day. The school was filled with tables of booze. Suya also called out outrageous when she saw the scene at school. Lin Yi had seen it all before. Firecrackers the other day. Today, a direct feast. Do not know that the principal Lao Dang married again. Lin Yi didn't care. He ate when he had a seat. Lin Yi's family was also invited. Zhang Yining held Xiaohei and looked at the field, which could be described as an alternative school bonding activity. Lin Yun also called out bullishly straight away. His son qualified for nationals. He didn't even want to set up 2 tables to celebrate. The principal actually posed directly. Lin Yun thought about it, and this principal had saved him some trouble. The principal was also greeting the parents of the students who had come to the banquet at this time. It doesn't matter how much you bleed this time. The main one is happy. I'm so happy. And at this time the principals of the other elementary schools came by invitation of the principal. Senior Dang. Principal Qin also came forward to greet him. Hey, welcome. Oops, come on, take a seat. Happy today. More or less have a drink. You don't have to be so exaggerated. Lao Qin, don't you need money to set up so many tables? Hearing hyperbole from the principal of his nemesis, Principal Tum also answered the question. How did you know that a student from my school killed it in the international table tennis auditions? Oh, I heard that your school seating didn't even make it past the preliminary round robin. Pity, try harder next time. Principal Tum's words came out as a clear show of understatement. The other principals were also filled with speechlessness. The black lines are drying out. No. Who asked for a match? And no one asked. They've had a tough couple days. The seeded players in the school went to the ping pong auditions, and one by one they lost. There was even one in the field, and the seeded players were in Lin Yi's group. As a result, don't even think about it. Got beat up to the point where I went back to school for the last couple of days and ping pong practice was off the table. Put on your glasses and hide in the classroom to study. And the nemesis principal, every single year, is comparing enrollment with Principal Tum and student excellence. This defeat, Principal Tum clearly gave him a hard time. He's angry too. Why isn't that monster at his school? What about having to be at a school that's a dead ringer? At this moment, how he wanted to listen to the clock in the opposite direction 10,000 times. Back to the day Lin Yi enrolled in school, trying to figure out how to get Lin Yi to study at their school. Give face to come. This seat does not eat. Seem a bit no temperament. I'm here now, and there's nothing I can do about this wave of being shown a face. Principal Qin was also sitting at a table with the other principals. Not drinking is fine. Drinking. Headmaster Olden began to stick his face in a frenzy of output. Oops, you don't know how good this student of mine is. He scores perfect marks in every exam. This ping pong ball is a no-brainer. You should have all seen it on the hot search. The Demon King who zeroed out his opponents. This kid is also a great soccer player. The last friendly match with the second school gave the opposite team all the kicks they needed to disband. Amazing, isn't it? Our mayor of Magic City knows, right? Last time this kid made one phone call and delayed the start of school for all of us in Mordor. Principal Qin just about stood up on his desk and gave a speech about how awesome Lin Yi was. The principals of the other elementary schools listened with black faces. This ping pong kid is the same guy who got all of them criticized by the city leaders last time? Principal Tum is sticking his face on big time. This also pulls all the hate. Lin Yi was speechless when he passed by and heard it. Took the alpaca and doggy old man and left. I'm afraid I'm going to be served and eaten if I keep listening in this neighborhood. Suya also looked at the principal Laoden's speechlessness and shook his lips, followed Lin Yi and slipped away. The viewers of the live stream were also mad with joy, laughing like crazy. Drink some horse urine down. Principal Laodang, he dares to say anything. 2 more bottles of this, and I'm afraid I'm not going to say that all of magic is Lin Yi's house. Principals of other schools, well, this is the pussy that reported it, isn't it? The celebration dinner was a lie by the principal. Mr. Dang. Shrimp and pig's heart. Drink some horse piss, you're high-minded. Without some handle you're alive or dead. That rhymes? You're going to grad school? The kid brother couldn't even stand to watch and was going to prepare a surprise for the principal. Lin Yi left this lively venue at this time, walking towards the playground. When Huangfu Xiaomei saw this, she didn't eat anymore and ran her ass towards Lin Yi. Huangfu Laoding saw the scene. It's also hard to know what to say. This precious daughter of his, is she really good enough for Linny? He was already a little skeptical. All of the initial questions about Linny turned to his own precious daughter. The confidence that money had given him was now being knocked out of him by a 9-year-old. Playing soccer, table tennis, piano. Linny was extremely good at all these talents. Now Linny's family's fortune. His family is afraid it won't be able to match. At first I thought his family had an edge. Now there's none at all. He didn't know how to persuade his daughter anymore. One can only go along with one's baby girl. Linny walked, looking at Huangfu Xiaomei, who had followed him from the side. Linny didn't say anything, and Huangfu Xiaomei is slowly learning to be brave. Linny ignored her. None of this mattered. Huangfu Xiaomei was concerned about Linny. Are you full? Linny nodded bashfully. Full. Suya had the sense to follow behind at this point with slow steps, like a kowtowing CP eater in general. But she knew Linny. Linny clearly had no interest in Huangfu Xiaomei, and Huangfu Xiaomei's fondness for Linny was beyond words. It's all in the eye of the beholder. In the classroom, during class, Suya could even notice Huangfu Xiaomei in the back, taking the time to peek back at Linny. Suya also shook her head with a faint smile, ignorantly liking it. So that's how it is. Shuya thought of something. Linny was so good. Huangfu Xiaomei. Or maybe in the future, when Linny becomes an adult, is there really an existence worthy of Linny? At least she didn't see anything in Linny's chain of relationships right now that would be worthy of Linny. Perhaps in the future, there will be a soccer prodigy girl? Or maybe the female ping-pong titan and Linny form a mixed doubles juggernaut? Or is it Linny playing the piano with a beautifully dressed girl on the side, playing the violin for him? Suya thought about this, knowing that these things were not her place to worry about. What does she know about the future? The future. Keep looking forward, that's the future. Just do the job that belongs to her own assistant. Huangfu Xiaomei didn't say anything and silently followed Linny. She wanted to tell Linny that she had recently made a lot of progress in her violin studies. It can be used in conjunction with Linny for piano and violin ensemble pieces, but she reeled it in. Linny had recently been in a ping-pong tournament, and she didn't want to affect him. She also realized what Dad had meant in those earlier words. Linny was extremely prominent in many of her talents, and there was no way she could keep up with Linny in everything. She wants to keep up with Linny's lion dance, and she wants to keep up with his piano playing, learn the violin, and play with Linny in the future. Soccer, table tennis, trying to keep up? There's no way these could have been learned by her. She now understands that she wants to specialize in one path and reach the top on the violin. Let Linny see her. Huangfu Xiaomei thought of something and talked to Linny about it. Linny, go for it in the competition. I'll be watching you race. Good. And time passes quickly. World Junior Table Tennis Challenge. China's table tennis civil war finals are upon us. This time, it was the geniuses that had been killed in the auditions of the various districts of China, clashing to determine the 5 places to represent the country of China in the Asian Regional Challenge. The tournament was held at the Kyoto Gymnasium. Linny and Suya followed the usual practice of taking leave from the principal, Lao Deng, and went home to pack up and leave for Kyoto. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining followed along this time. After all, it's a long way away, and the last time they traveled up north, none of the other students' parents went, so there was no reason for them to go. And this time when they could go, they naturally went to the scene to wave the flag and cheer for Linny. The family finished packing and left for the airport. Talented contestants from all over the world, who have come out of the auditions, are also on their way to Kyoto. A ball club called ahead and asked if they would follow the organization on the trip. Linny's family chose to set out on their own. This time it was a clash of the geniuses of domestic table tennis newcomers. Many Chinese people are paying attention. A number of table tennis pros will be there to observe. And there is a saying in the Chinese table tennis world: international table tennis matches are not necessarily more intense than domestic civil wars. The honor of winning a tournament in the country of China is much harder than internationally. The talent that was brushed off in the civil war is no worse than the foreign players. Those who can fight for the opportunity deserve to be called true geniuses. Linny's family soon arrived in Kyoto. The race is on the following day. Found a hotel near the sports center and put it up. Linny thought of this city, the capital of China. Naturally, he wanted to go out and have some fun. Come on, let's go out and have some fun. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining. Suya naturally had no objections. Well, out for a stroll around the capital. Say, Yat, don't you practice your ball? Should I find you a ping-pong playing ground and train you? Tomorrow can be the ping-pong challenge. The finals in China. Lin Yun thought about the purpose of his visit to the capital this time. It's not a tour. It's a race to get here. He was also worried that Linny would play all day today and misplay tomorrow. That's no way to show your face at an international tournament. He went and watched recorded videos of this game from previous years. Never even seen one under the age of 10 that could kill the Chinese division of the table tennis challenge. Linny is 9 years old. Is it really possible to face those geniuses everywhere? Suya heard Lin Yun say that. Lin Yun obviously didn't know anything about his son Lin Yi's true strength in table tennis. Lin Yi was pulling an evening against Gua Triple Crown King that night. Give the Triple Crown all zeros. Not to mention the same stage of the game. Those so-called geniuses. Uncle, just relax. Xiaoyi, he's the strongest. When Suya said that, Lin Yun didn't say anything else, and Lin Yi didn't refute it. The strongest opponent he had ever encountered, so far, was the old man of the neighborhood. Same age group. It's too much to look at and too much to fight. Yet, Lin Yi also decided to have some fun in Kyoto today. Lin Yi's family also traveled around Kyoto. Some of the local viewers on the live stream, some of them were talking about entertaining Lin Yi, and Lin Yi's family was completely aimless, having fun here and there in Kyoto. Let the kid brother come to my place. I have roast duck here. Come to my place. My grandpa plays with birds. It's absolutely fun. Where is kid brother trying to go to play? He blinked. Must want to come to my house. Come on, let Auntie Kyoto have a kiss. No more. I'm going offline to block kid brother. Suya looked at the pop-up screen. Those iron fans of Lin Yi were up in arms to entertain Lin Yi. Shuya didn't reply, and as Lin Yi walked down an alley, he heard the sound of a group of old men playing chess, the sound of chess pieces falling, and a cacophony of pointing. Can't get under this. Oops, back off, cannon him. Don't order it. Checkmate. Lin Yi listened to a bunch of old men hilariously playing chess. It could be said that just by listening to the sound, Lin Yi knew that the old deng who was sitting in the main seat playing chess wasn't even playing as much as he was watching from the side. Lin Yi also curiously walked over. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining, Suya, could only follow. They followed whatever Lin Yi wanted to play or eat today. This is the real youngest member of the family. You have to serve it right. Letting Lin Yi come along with him. Lin Yun? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Lin Yun can't distinguish between this family empire, I'm afraid I don't have to live. If other families rely on their sons to get rich, it's not an exaggeration to offer this son up for incense. Lin Yun, Zhang Yining, and Suya followed Lin Yi. Lin Yi came to the side where a group of old men were playing Go. Watched the play. These old masters are still starting to break up over the loss of the last hand. Someone can take the fall for any wrong move. It seems the game. Everyone made a move. The audience in the live broadcast room also went crazy with joy at the sight of this scene. Kid brother is really good at finding land. It's one of the great features of Kyoto, that someone must point at you when you play chess. 2 hours of replay. 2 minutes of chess. They're making so much noise that my CPU is burning up. It's like someone has laid a hand on everyone passing by. Kid brother, stay away from this place of wrongdoing. Suya saw the live audience persuasion. Nor did he intend to let Lin Yi go. Wanted to see what Lin Yi was up to. And at this time, Lin Yi, the system's voice rang in his head. Mission, beat the old man at chess. Reward, full grade chess. Lin Yi listened to the system's rewards. Curious, I inquire. Full level? Winning at that level of alpha dog chess? And Unicorn responded with, you can rub it on the ground, the loss is on me. Lin Yi was silent upon hearing this. If you lose, it's Tatsuko's fault? It always felt familiar. The full newbie protection period is so anticlimactic. This full level chess should be strong as well. And Lin Yi politely greeted the oldest man in the audience. Everyone here. Ahem. Ahem. Mistake. Can I have a game? Gents, I love playing chess. The bosses in the audience all looked at Lin Yi. A little kid. They could tell by the accent that Lin Yi wasn't from authentic Kyoto. Yo, kid, from out of town, right? Which land is it from? Mordor. Mordor. Have you ever played chess, kid? Down a little. Alright, let him take the next hand. Don't cry if you lose. Kids. An old master gave way to Lin Yi. The viewers of the live broadcast, however, egged Suya on, trying to get Suya to take her cell phone and open up the Celestial Realm's human machine for Lin Yi. Let Lin Yi abuse the old man. Sioa looked at the pop-up. These netizens are so inappropriate. But hearing Lin Yi say just now that he would billion points, Suya knew Lin Yi thoroughly. Lin Yi, this might be another innate elephant chess sacred body. Taking his cell phone and giving Lin Yi the boot? It seems. You don't need it, do you? Hang on, it's not necessary. There's no need. Lin Yi himself is a hanged man. The old man was naturally happy to get down with Lin Yi. Let Lin Yi go first. On the side, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun also watched curiously. Their son plays chess? How do they not know? Suddenly there was something strange about my son. And at this time some of the old fans of the live broadcast, in accordance with the scene of the live broadcast, appeared to catch up to the scene to watch the game of chess. The game between the old man and Lin Yi also went on for several hands. But after only a few hands, the old man was sweating. How come this kid's chess moves are so strong? He had the immediate feeling of playing chess with his oldest 20-something grandson at home. His oldest grandson is also the strong playing chess and holding a cell phone. One mind, two minds, beating him senseless every time. But it's only when he regrets a move that his grandson thinks about it for 30 seconds. But he didn't know. His grandson was not thinking. That's taking a step back from watching the commercials. On the sidelines, Chess Fellowship's Lao Deng is starting to make a push as well. They initially thought a child, casually abused. Turns out the next few hands were completely unbroken. Get off this. Cannon him. Silly. Cannon, he won't be able to block it to be generalized. Play this. I'll say this. A few hands off to the side reach out to point and move the chess. Those who don't know think it's Moncler Outlet Store, the true form of the martial spirit. The thousand-handed goddess of mercy. Lin Yi watched the scene, also patting his chin. Bored. How they went down. Lin Yi had a kind of law general. They take an extra step, but it's just within the rules limitations to step out of this hand and bag a loss. And with a few old men arguing, the decision was finally made to lay hands on it. Lin Yi inquired, "Are you sure about this place? Not going to regret the move, are you?" "Well, it won't." Lin Yi got an answer and also picked up his pieces. Checkmate. Lin Yi's pieces fell. It took all the old denizens to come to their senses. Another one of their classic rehash moments. Lin Yi also just smiled and listened. The surrounding onlookers were also a bit surprised. Lin Yi actually toyed with Lao Deng in the field of chess. You know that any old man in the alleys of Kyoto has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. World champions come to fear one of the gods in their remorseful chess. Lin Yi actually let them repent at will. The audience in the live broadcast room was already boiling at this point. Crap. This is innate chess sacred body? It's appeared. Innate elephant chess sacred body kid brother. No. I blew a child brother You in the end hid how many hands I told you. The big time is here. The Mamba sacred body only appeared next door yesterday. And this kid here has the innate chess sacred body. The 9 holy bodies battled now? The kid brother is slightly out of hand. Some of those who could read Lin Yi's game were already surprised. Lin Yi's few hands had given a few old denizens across the street a young Lao Deng, who was playing against Lin Yi, was also trying to hire outside help. His grandson is awesome too. Must be invited out to play a game with this brat, or he won't be able to sleep tonight. Grandson, come out and help me play a game with a master. Lin Yi didn't panic as he listened to Lao Deng on the opposite side of the room ask for outside help. And anoint your hands? Come on then. Lin Yi typically wasn't afraid of the strongest ones now, but the weakest ones. There is no energy in the game. The grandson on the other end of the phone also said after hearing this, "What, lost again? Don't play if you can't afford to lose. Grandma's calling you back for dinner. Cut the crap. Come over here and play a game for me. And I'll go back to eating if you win." Okay, here it comes. The grandson on the other end of the phone was about to arrive. Lin Yi listened to this. "You're not going to eat until you beat him? Then this. It's going to starve to death, isn't it?" In the midst of the noise, a tart arrived with a cell phone. Just him, Ching get down well. Must win. All Olden saw Ching coming. Both are excited, because they've all been won by Ching. With Ching's heavenly humanity, it's a free-for-all. Quick, there's something about this kid. Gu, Xiao Cheng is awesome. Last time he won me by playing with his cell phone. Hearing the uninformed Olden bragging about it, Ching was obviously a little embarrassed. Coughing a bit, he secretly opened his phone's chess app. Prepare the chess software with your cell phone with the intention of unity. And Lin Yi saw him reach for his cell phone. I also know the so-called master of Lao Deng, so it's a hang-up with a cell phone. Lin Yi's hang is considered an internal hang. The game cannot be blocked. But, how can you go to the game with a cell phone? Genius chess player announces retirement because he can't hold a cell phone on stage? Suya also saw at this time that the kid sitting across from Lin Yi had opened his cell phone and put it under the table to sneak a peek, using the celestial realm and the chess software. To put it bluntly, this Lin Yi is playing against an overpowered human machine. Not humans. The live audience also noticed the hand. Ouch crikey, this kid is hanging out with his cell phone. I thought it was anointing the hands. And this is what it turned out to be? Ha 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 ha. The last time I played with this against my grandfather, Lao Deng regretted his move 10 times. You just go ahead and give it to old Den the younger he gets. Bad. Sister Suya quickly warned kid brother that this guy opened up. It's really open. Suya looked at Lin Yi and was just about to say something. Lin Yi clearly predicted what she was going to say. Bashfully, he shook his head at her. Doesn't matter. His hang is more powerful than the opposite hang. Suya shook his head confidently after seeing Lin Yi. Also a shock. Lin Yi is confident that he can win? The opposite side is open. And Lin Yi has self-confidence? Suya was also confused. Is this the overrun human pup? And that's when the matchmaking begins. You go first. The tartacross from Lin Yi told Lin Yi to play first. Lin Yi also knew that when he took the next step, the opposite side's hangers-on would take one step in defense. It didn't matter to Lin Yi. The sequence was fine. A casual step. Lin Yi was also planning to play with the opposite side's hangers-on. Lin Yi played a few normal hands and didn't reveal any cracks. And at that moment the old dang, who was gathered around, felt that this duel must be watched without a word. They had seen how powerful Xiao Chang was, so they naturally knew that their finger-pointing had no effect. And Chang relied on the unity of heaven and man and the idea of unity. Natural and easy to play. Lin Yi also knew that it wasn't the person on the opposite side of the room that was playing him, and the superb man machine in the cell phone. Win. He could win instead. But this kind of win is tasteless. After Lin Yi took a step down, he looked at the person across from him and lowered his head to take a step. Lin Yi, on the other hand, acted as if he had made a mistake and accidentally got off on the wrong foot. Mind if I repent a move? Lin Yi's words caused Xiao Chang, who was on the opposite side of the table, to have his pupils dilated. Don't mind? Mind. He minded very much. That's a hell of a remorseful move. He's about to watch a 30-second commercial. How can he cheapen these advertisers when he aspires to a life of white whoring? And Lin Yi with a smiling look. Shuya could see it. She really wanted to ask Lin Yi now. You were careless. Or was it on purpose? Suya also probably guessed what Lin Yi wanted. Down the wrong way? Seems like it doesn't exist here in Lin Yi. The crowd of old dangs on the sidelines were full of confidence in Xiao Chang. Let him step. That's right. A little kid. Even if you let him take 2 more steps he can win, right Chang? It's absolutely fine for Chang to step in. Xiao Chang listened to the old man's bragging on the side. Suddenly I feel like I have nothing to lose by watching a commercial. Okay. Repent 1 step. He withdrew a step and immediately watched an advertisement on his cell phone. The downside of this unity of mankind move is that you have to watch the commercials. Suya was also happy to see him watching the advertisement from the side. She's more or less professionally trained to hold it in. On the side, Lin Yi's parents, Zhang Yinin, and Lin Yun also saw the kid playing against Lin Yi watching the commercials, also staring at him, didn't say anything. Lin Yi regretted his move and immediately played his next move, waiting for the opponent's celestial union, intending to make another hole. And as Ching opens the commercial, he looks across at the kid Lin Yi. You're so decisive when you're done with chess. And looking at him with a smile on his face, he always felt something was wrong. Hearing the accompanying commotion, he turned his head to look, only to see the eyes of 2 women and a man staring at him. Obviously you can see his little movement perspective, seeing Suya's expression that was stifling laughter, and then look at the bad smile on the kid's face across the room. He understands. The kid across the street is obviously teasing him. You have to resort to such tactics to play against an elementary school student. It's been discovered. His face was red all of a sudden, too, and Lin Yi made up for it at that moment. This brother, it's your turn to play. I assume you're done watching the Repent chess commercial? Lin Yi's shrimp and pig's heart hand obviously know that he is in the unity of heaven and man. The repentance just now was just teasing him. It made him even more groundless. The older denizens around him couldn't understand what it meant, but the young people present on the sidelines, Lin Yi's fans, naturally knew what was meant in those words. No wonder. This kid keeps his head down on his cell phone. Ha 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 ha. The words came out of Ching's mouth and he tried to drag his grandfather home. No more, Grandpa. The food is getting cold. It's time to go home and eat. I admit defeat. Okay. And Ching's grandfather didn't understand what was going on. Oops, there's still a chance to win this game. Why don't you get off? How did the old man know that Ching was so close to taking a red nose out and putting on a show? Suya did not tense up at this point and laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. The live audience was buzzing at this point. Ha 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 ha. Dub that little brother. It belongs to the clown Ben Clown. Kid brother, this hand kills and kills. Give people our dry red warm. No. Won't his commercials be for nothing? Lin Yi's family went back to the hotel to rest after a day of fun in Kyoto. The following day the race started as scheduled. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun went to the audience to watch. Suya, on the other hand, acted as Lin Yi's assistant and helped Lin Yi bring the boards forward for inspection. Lin Yi enters and prepares for battle. The arena was packed. Many people entered, wanting to see the civil war of geniuses that belonged to Huaxia, and the national team players. They all came to the site. There were also the older generation of players, and even the top 10 existences in the international table tennis player rankings in terms of battle power. Who came to watch? The women's and men's current national starters are in. There's more to this game than simply watching. It's also vetting and selecting talent for the state. The director of the Table Tennis Association of China and related staff were also present. And in the audience, from Lin Yi's fan club, someone raised a red union. Kid Brothers support group. Go Kid Brother. Some of those who didn't recognize Lin Yi thought that this Kid Brothers title was cheering on all the contestants present. This tournament, after all, is all about the under-15s. And at that moment an audience. It's all about players who have won world titles, or some shouted-out tournament name that has won every time. They both looked curiously across the room at the joint. Kid brother? It's that 9-year-old contestant from Mordor, isn't it? It should be. This kid's got a real wild streak. He's got 0 shutouts in every matchup. This hasn't even become a pro yet and he has so many fans? There's a fan base to support him? Ouch crikey. Young people nowadays. And at this time, Suya, who was live in the audience, also saw those professional players in the opposite audience. Suya's pupils were dilated. King of the 3 boards. Spinning Ball King. Big Devil King. Little Devil King. They're all here. And many table tennis pros have nicknames of their own. Some are named after stunts and some are familiar nicknames from internet users. The audience in the live room was also happy at this point. Ouch cripes. A bunch of winners of championships come to watch kids under 15 play? This is about picking seeds, isn't it? Those eaters across the street. They can't play ping pong at first glance. The one with his legs crossed. Come out with me in single combat. Upstairs. The one you're talking about. He's ranked number 1 internationally in table tennis. Excuse me, sit back down. And the players are about to enter at this point. The host also took the microphone. And now, the Magic City contestants. Lin Yi, Battle Chang, Su Su. According to the points ranking, Lin Yi's points led all regions. So Lin Yi led the Magic City tournament entry. At the competitors' entrance, the competitors are wearing their entry tags and preparing to enter. The moment you hear the host's voice, players from all the districts voluntarily move the entrance path out of the way. Give the Magic City players first dibs. And at this moment, the Magic City players who heard the entrance of the Magic City tournament, even after hearing their names, but none of them dared to move ahead. They all looked in unison at Lin Yi, who was only 9 years old. They came from all regions of the country, and had all heard of Lin Yi's legendary 0 record. All of them are geniuses who have been killed in various regions. All of them were at the bottom of the age range of 12 years old, while Lin Yi was 9 years old. And they contrasted with Lin Yi's height. But height does not determine strength. Everyone looked at the 9-year-old Lin Yi. Make a path for Lin Yi to enter first. The players in the Magic City tournament all knew how terrifying Lin Yi was. No one in the Magic City tournament had ever gotten past Lin Yi's 3 boards, and no one had ever captured a point under Lin Yi. It was natural to treat Lin Yi with respect. One could say, their coaches have to offer incense and pray that they don't run into Lin Yi before a match. Instead of praying for how well it goes at the big game, bumping into Lin Yi, count them as having kicked the bucket. The players from the other regions in the arena didn't dare to belittle Lin Yi based on his age. The coach had also said earlier in the day that the match was a match and not to mess with Lin Yi. And Lin Yi looked at the eyes of the players from all the regions looking at him, looking at an empty road ahead. They're not leaving? Then let him go. Because he didn't have to carry anything, Lin Yi walked towards the contestant exit lane with his hands in his pockets. Geniuses from all over the place on the side watched Lin Yi. At present, Lin Yi interprets. What does it mean? Genius? It's just the threshold to see me. The eyes of all the spectators in the arena looked towards the exit, watching Lin Yi enter with his hands in his pockets. It's like, I had my hands in my pockets that year and didn't know what I was up against. The audience in the arena also exploded in an instant. A mountain of cheers went up. Woohoo! He's so loaded. Kid brother, go for it. Suya looked at Lin Yi's distinctive appearance. Also the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Charge, toward the top of your heart. At the audience, those active players who had won the championship, as well as retired players and coaches, all looked at Lin Yi as he made this appearance. It was also a joy to watch. There's something interesting about this kid. Oh, did you hear? He's the only little guy in the districts this time that's under 10. And the rest are all bottoming out at 12. I heard. This kid's got the aura of a once in a century. If this guy is going to fight in the international arena, those foreigners, aren't they going to be shocked and confused? I heard that Elder Gui taught him to come. Ha, that's even more fun. And at that moment, the audience of Lin Yi's live broadcast saw that Lin Yi was the first to appear. This appearance was also extremely fitting for Lin Yi. I just love how bratty the kid brother is. Damn it, he's loaded to the hilt. Principal Olden, dead memories suddenly attacked me. Seeing him with these hands in his pockets, my DNA moved. Ha 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 ha. That's the time I became a fan of Kid Brother. That year, I had my hands in my pockets and I got beat up so bad my parents didn't recognize me. The players from the Magic City tournament also followed Lin Yi's entrance after he made his appearance. The ones from all the races are coming out in droves, and none of them dared to cross Lin Yi. Officials also had players draw into groups before the start of the tournament. The final winner of this Chinese tournament will be determined by disrupting the grouping. Representing Huaxia in the Asian Division Grand Prix, the players in this tournament, and their coaches, watched the draw begin. The player silently prayed in his heart that he wouldn't run into a group with Lin Yi, because only one of a group can survive. If they were grouped with Lin Yi, they would be 100% out of this National Junior Table Tennis Challenge. Then it's time to prepare for the next session, even if they had absolute confidence in their own strength. But Lin Yi's terrifying battle record would crush it with absolute points. Their coaches, as well as the presidents of the table tennis associations in the districts, were folding their hands and praying to the heavens. Don't run into Lin Yi. And in response to their, only the back of the Zero Demon King, Lin Yi casually drew Group A. Others prayed silently in their hearts. No Group A, no Group A. At the moment, they don't know how much they hate this A. Even if they don't get an A in their future studies, they can live with it. Fingers crossed this time. No A. And the draw goes on. It's time to hide. The player who picked A was instantly deflated. Those who didn't pick A were as happy and cheering as if they had won $1 million. Those who picked A's all looked towards Lin Yi, who was currently in the warm-up area, boredly bumping a ping-pong ball, as if it didn't matter to him which group. Under the diverse emotions of the players in the arena, contrasted with the relaxed Lin Yi at the moment, they understand what? It's the rules that qualify them to compete on the same stage as Lin Yi, not their strength. They found that in the divisions, the killers, genius, that's just a ticket to meet Lin Yi. They didn't even have a hint of joy the moment they qualified to face Lin Yi. The coaches, in the audience, watched as their students drew Group A. There was also a silent shake of the head. It was because they had studied Lin Yi, who was number 1 in points, before the race. Having seen Lin Yi's approach and fighting style in the match, they could see that, even if they went on, they couldn't possibly take it under Lin Yi. The reaction time is too fast. Basically, it could be said that Lin Yi's opponents, the moment the action of catching the ball came out, Lin Yi then already saw the trajectory of where the ball was going to fly behind him. Early defense. Reactions are what ping-pong balls are supposed to be. But Lin Yi, this monster obviously has its reaction points filled. That's it. How did Lin Yi lose? How are they going to win the fight? At this time, those main professional players of the national ping and coaches saw Lin Yi, who was easily and happily bobbing the ball at this time, waiting for the arrangement to begin. They watched Lin Yi bobble the ball with the venue so noisy. Lin Yi wasn't even affected. It's always upside down. The crowd's eyes were on Lin Yi, wanting to see when Lin Yi would end up bobbing the ball. That sense of balance. In their opinion, it's already 100%. The sound of the game starting rang out. It was only then that Lin Yi stopped turning the ball over. Group A players ready. And the tournament continues with 2 out of 3 sets. The groups will determine the final winners and then there will be another elimination round tomorrow. The winners of each group face off against each other. Half of them will be eliminated. And only the remaining ones will represent the Chinese division to go abroad for the Asian division grand competition. All the players in Group A, their brows were furrowed. Before the game even started, they felt a mountain of pressure. Packs of sweaty. And the sideline warm-ups are over. The game is about to begin. Lin Yi was in the third and also watched from the sidelines for a bit. Soon, to the time of Lin Yi's match, Lin Yi gets in the ring and the referee has put the docketed taps in place. Lin Yi and his opponent drew straws to decide who would serve and who would receive. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't have much to ask for in this regard. It didn't matter to him if he was the first to send and receive. Lin Yi held the racket and watched carefully as his opponent was about to serve. And his opponent's brow was furrowed in tense. Just by looking at Lin Yi's standing posture, he knew it was frighteningly strong. And the game goes. Lin Yi played normally as if he was playing an audition match, and his opponent didn't get past Lin Yi's third board. The spectators on the sidelines watched in awe. Wow, this guy is really scary. So strong. Back in the day, the 3-board king's invincible stance wasn't even like this, was it? He's 9 years old. And in the audience, those who have won the championship, watching Lin Yi's maneuvers live for the first time, looked even frowned. They can't believe it's a 9-year-old guy. The experience is old and the reaction time is no longer comparable to the norm. If you guys go on, can you win? A coach was there to ask about the starters who had played in the World Series. When they heard this, some of them shook their heads. It's not going to curry any favor. One of them, on the other hand, seemed to have seen Lin Yi's shortcomings. Height, shorthand defects. You guys said, how about the short ball? Can you restrain him? His words came out and everyone thought of that. Lin Yi's current age of 9 was completely disproportionate to his opponent's height of 15. In the case of serving short balls, they felt that this would be Lin Yi's shortcoming. It's also where the flaws are. And Netflix has analyzed it. The way to beat Lin Yi nowadays is on short balls. And they're not the only ones who can think of that. A national team starter in the middle of the field spoke up at this point. That's something I've thought about. And I've seen videos of his audition matches. Some witches have also used the short ball this hand. But, do you guys think that this Lin Yi, who killed his way all the way to the Chinese finals and zeroed out his opponents all the way there, would really have this kind of flaw that his opponents can't perceive? His reaction is so demonic. You see that opponent of his, every time he serves at a different angle, the angle of the ball on the return is different. But he always anticipates where the ball's trajectory will land in the first place. It's safe to say that the moment his opponents start and return, he knows where they're going to hit. If you were the one with that talent, you wouldn't be able to defend the short ball this hand? Short ball? Just run the table and catch it. And with this reaction, Linny wouldn't run off course at all. His answer, too, dawned on the crowd. Yeah, Linny zeroed in all the way over to the semifinals of the China region. Is there really no opponent who has thought about this hand? Obviously it's been tested. It's a bit of an odd hand, but only a bit. This was the only break Linny had revealed in this age. Like Gualao thought, when Linny grows up, the Chinese table tennis scene will be at its true peak, and the game on the field, the opponent who was dueling with Linny. 6 o'clock by Linny's consecutive explosive rushes. He had played against Linny, and had also felt Linny's terror more intuitively. At the moment, even though he hadn't exercised much, he was sweating profusely at the moment, before going on the court, thinking that against Linny, even if Linny was stronger, he would still blog a point. But, obviously, he couldn't find a break in Linny at all. Linny reacted too quickly. He also thought about the audience. What the pros were thinking. Short ball. But as soon as it was sent, Linny had already moved to the table to receive it back. And it's a popping punch. He didn't catch it. One could only see Linny's brows furrowed at this moment. He thought he'd found a break in Linny. Unknown. Angered a lion. A short ball that Lynch hates, because he'd have to run early to catch it, and that would be too much work. That's why he's impatient with this kind of ball. Suya also noticed Lin Yi's expression. Last time at the auditions, there was a guy who did the same thing, thinking that short balls would get points with Lin Yi, breaking the legend of Lin Yi's 0 wins. But unbeknownst to Lin Yi frowned. The word danger appears above the opponent's head. This won't end simply. The audience in the live broadcast room were also buzzing when they saw Lin Yi's expression change. This guy, what a short ball for nothing. Can't you fight properly? You have to go and provoke the kid brother. Ugh. I'm afraid that the next second the kid brother will throw out the racket too. Ha 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 ha. That's a real accident. He thinks he's found a break, but he doesn't realize that he's angered kid brother. And it was Lin Yi's turn to serve. Lin Yi wouldn't give another chance either. How exhausting would it be to get him to serve up a few more short balls? Lin Yi sent out a spinning ball. The opponent didn't catch it. This time, Lin Yi used tricks and wasn't going to mess around with the other party. The opponent's brain buzzed under several consecutive beats. Now it's good. Can't catch a serve. He serves the ball and Lin Yi kills it with one shot. In the beginning, it was good enough to be a pleasant 2-shot pickup. How is this after serving a short ball? It's gone bad? The champions in the audience, and those coaches, looked on in amusement. It was obvious that Lin Yi was quite a bit more serious after the short ball from earlier. See, the short ball, he copes with it as a strain, but that doesn't mean he can't eat it. This guy is serious in the flesh. Serve with spin, catch and bully screw. Good boy. The no. 1 seed in China is him. The game was no longer in doubt. Lin Yi showed his true dominance on the ping pong table in front of the audience. The opponent has hit the rush. Until 11 o'clock. When the game score was set and the first round was over, Lin Yi's opponent's Dao heart shattered as well, because he is 15 years old. Next year will be over the age of this World Junior Table Tennis Challenge, meaning, he's out of this race in the future. Even if he plays well later and tops the table tennis world, this tournament will be a regret in his young heart. A roar resounded through the playing field. Blanche. With a roar, the beat slammed down to the floor. The next round, fight or no fight, is all but assured, and he's out of the running for a spot on this trip abroad, even if he won his group, a player other than Lin Yi, to increase his points. But the other groups didn't face anything as perverse as Lin Yi, and their average scores would catch up and crush him. Lin Yi watched all of this blandly. He has no taste for them anymore. It's okay for the opponent to shed tears, or to look at him through gritted teeth and hate him. None of this has anything to do with him. They can only blame themselves for being born in the same era as him. The audience, the referee, the genius players, and the veteran players in the arena watched as the guy fighting Lin Yi broke his defense. All silent. The scene saw broken defense. It's also rare to see this kind of scene at a tournament, and it's in the semi-finals of the Teen Challenge. All geniuses who have killed their way up from the divisions. I can't believe the defense just broke, but they thought about it. Who wouldn't break the defense? All the way to the semi-finals, but by the semi-finals, bumped into a monster and gave 0. It was as if a towering high wall suddenly appeared, telling him, forbidden land ahead, waste is forbidden, still breaking down his defenses in an area he is proud of. those in the audience who have won championships, played in big games, alternative national team starters, and coaches, both shook their heads with a faint smile. Being good at ping pong is not a big deal in China, because in the field of table tennis in China, there is no lack of talent. Many players, for the most part, are strong in the mental aspect of the game to make it to the top step by step. There are few setbacks to break the defense, but they would rather choose not to make this spectacle on the playing field and shed silent tears behind their backs. A loss is a loss. Don't act like you can't afford to compare. Shame on yourself and shame on your country. The opposing coach also went in and surrendered and retired, taking his student. Lin Yi's match ended in victory, and Suya shook her head bashfully at this moment as she looked at Lin Yi's opponent who had been taken away. You said you. What a short ball to serve. If Lin Yi doesn't frown, perhaps if Lin Yi was in a good mood, he would relax and pull against him, giving face to his fellow Chinese. Let a water pair pull for a while and then win again to make it less embarrassing for him to lose. Ended up having to go and serve that short ball. Lin Yi is right about the short flawed points, but when Lin Yi has a bad day and comes into a bit of a mood, no one will give face to anyone who comes. Lin Yi also had few mood changes, and Suya could say that since she knew Lin Yi, she hadn't seen many times when Lin Yi had too many mood swings. Laughing proves that it's going to be a bad job. A frown means he's not happy. No more hee-haw. The other side is going to be bad. That's all Shuya observed. The viewers of the live broadcast also sighed for the talented boy. Xia Baoqing, why are you messing with him? That guy is so dead. He had to send a short ball to make kid brother angry. Well, can't fight happily anymore? Just break the defense and carry away. He thought he had found kid brother's weakness, but it turned out to be touching the tiger's ass. I would call kid brother a genius detector. If you don't break the defense, that's proof of good mental skills. Hashtag blast your ping pong dreams with one board. And at that moment in the audience, those coaches, too, had recognized Lin Yi as the no. 1 seed in this Chinese tournament. As for number 2, they wanted to see if any of the geniuses could win a point against Lin Yi. The coaches are shaking their heads. What kind of demons are in this new era? Not a single point will be allowed. Is this the way to play your own legendary life? The coach's knowledge of table tennis exceeds that of many people, but he felt at the moment that his knowledge and conception of table tennis had been turned upside down by Lin Yi. It's normal to have losses and wins in table tennis, but Lin Yi doesn't lose a single point. The national team coach no longer saw Lin Yi as a human being. It's killing me to tighten up like this and make myself scramble not to lose points. More than the tournament, there was a big rock weighing down Lin Yi in the opening round. For Lin Yi to lose a point, wouldn't that affect his game? The coach of the national team could only sigh and talk to Lin Yi about it later during the break. Just tell Lin Yi not to care about those scores. Keep his whipping and win. And unbeknownst to them, Lin would rather let the form unleash in full force. 22 balls to end the 2 out of 3 innings before it's too late. Of course, it's certainly more economical to play a game like you just did and your opponent breaks his defense. The game in the center of the field was played again. Lin Yi also took first place in Group A after shutting out players from other regions in today's match. Eliminate all Group A players. The other groups of competitors also finished before the night. Lin Yi returned to the lounge, and Suya and Lin Yun, Zhang Yining came to pick up Lin Yi at this time. And those 2 coaches from the national team found Lin Yi. Hello, are you Lin Yi's parents? Yes, you are? We are Coach Su of the national team. Coach Ma, I came here this time to talk to Lin Yi about what happened at his ping pong ball. Is it convenient to find a place to talk? Convenient. Come on then, we drove here. Coach Su. Coach Ma drove Lin Yi's family to find a restaurant. Talking over dinner, they mentioned to Lin Yi the disadvantages of zero blocking. Because when you play in a foreign country, you more or less have to give the other country some face. Exercise the humility of the great Chinese nation of etiquette and put in a little water. Save face. Lin Yi couldn't agree with this viewpoint. Didn't respond to them either. It's up to him what he wants to do. Saving face? You're going to let it go? Doesn't anyone teach them? Face is earned by strength, and not by letting go and letting out. No one's teaching? Then he will be in this new age. Teach the gringos. Want to gain a shred of face with him, then go all out. Use whatever means they want. Mean or sinister. Let's bring them all up. It's a new era of war. The game is used to determine the winner. It's also like deciding the fate of a nation. Lin Yi wasn't going to let out a little bit of water so that the other country's contestants could have a chance to catch their breath and win a glimmer of glory. The state invests such a large amount of money to get players to fight for their country. One day, he steps on the ping pong, soccer, badminton, basketball, etc. The playing field of the game, whatever the game may be. As soon as he dons the flag, he will then go all out for his country. Let that national flag that belongs to China override all nations. Fly it. And the World Junior Table Tennis Challenge. The day of the semi-final match of the Huaxia tournament, Linny was once again on fire. The tournament was broadcast live for the entire country, and everyone witnessed the 9-year-old, Linny's terrifying strength. Unsurprisingly, Linny will be in the history of the World Junior Table Tennis Challenge, representing the Huaxia region to participate in the Asian region competition, the youngest existence. Thanks to Night Tattoo, a great healthcare reward. Thank you all for your gifts and companionship. It's my fault for not updating on the first day, but facts aside, isn't Tomato to blame? He told me to take the day off, hee. Linny's current points. An accident. There's only one possibility. That is, autonomous withdrawal. Even if Linny swung for the fences in the later finals, the total points would be enough for him to take a spot. But, Linny won't have to appear to be letting go. Opponent strong or weak, the humility of the Chinese bone? However, Linny's character preferred the phrase, going all out is the greatest respect for your opponent. Letting the water out will give him yet another bad choice in his subconscious. Pre-match consideration of what the opponent is. Consider whether or not to release water during the race. All this wasting of brain cells thinking about things. Linny didn't bother to do it. Might as well consider what percentage of force to use on the next board. Forehand or backhand. Or bully screw to kill the match. Within the finals, Linny had once again exemplified unrivaled strength at the same stage. Once again, they shut out their opponents and qualified to represent China in the Asian knockout rounds. Winners were also decided in the women's division. There are 10 places in each of the men's and women's divisions. The day the finals of the Huaxia tournament ended, many hot searches appeared for Linny's name. A 9-year-old player appeared in the World Youth Table Tennis Challenge, representing the Asian China region. 0 for the whole game? No. 1 seed in Chinese table tennis is only 9 years old. Kid brother is going to represent Huaxia in the Asian knockout tournament? 9 years old to fight for our country? After a meeting of the Table Tennis Association, the list of alternatives for the new generation of starters has been announced. 9-year-old national team starter alternative? Is it too early for scheduling? These hot searches appeared and online users exploded. Many people who didn't follow table tennis or Linny thought the world had changed drastically when they saw these news. What the hell? 9 years old and fighting for your country? I'm 9 years old and I'm still trying to figure out how to get a hook to fish. I'm Tafa, a full-grade kid brother, representing your country at 9 years old? I'm so relieved to see that kid brother is going to fight for his country. Has the world evolved? Many people are watching the hot words. 9-year-old Linny represented his country. And for some table tennis players, the news has rocked the table tennis scene. Those who had seen the live stream of Linny's matches were cognizant of Linny. It also recognized Linny's innate ping-pong ball saintly body, causing absolute strength crushing against opponents under the age of 15. Linny also interpreted that age was worthless and strength was king. The older starter saw the Table Tennis Association make the decision to have Linny as an alternate starter list. It's the start of a pro's career. If it wasn't for Linny's age, they'd think. Those guys from the Table Tennis Association would have let Linny go straight to the main chair. They were also commenting on Linny. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. The former waves die on the beach. The knockout rounds in Asia are still some time away. Linny also returned to campus life for a while. And the next elimination tournament in Asia will be hosted by Little Baja Nation. The address is also in the capital of Little Baja. A flash of time passes. Race time is approaching. The state arranges transportation by special aircraft. All the contestants representing China met at the Mordor airport. Be able to bring a coach, or a family assistant. Zhang Yining chose to let Suya follow Linny. She and Lin Yun went by airplane. Soon arrived in Little Baja country. After landing, the national staff arranged for Linny and the other players to check into a hotel not far from the host venue. Linny found the training place too boring, and there was still some time before the match started. Linny greeted the staff and was about to go out with Suya. Suya drove a live stream and walked with Linny through the streets of the Little Baca country. Linny looked at his surroundings and stuck his hands in his pockets in disdain. Sister Suya, why do you think there are so many things going on in this Noga-sized country? Linny usually paid close attention to the news. The news of what Little Baca did that wasn't personnel was all over the news. Suya heard what Linny said, and didn't care about any ladylike image in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. A nation of brutes is certainly full of faults. Calling them animals insults the word animal. When Suya said this, the audience in the live broadcast room agreed with this point of view. Yeah, the beast of beasts. Children brother, you do not want to eat small baga that thing I heard that crabs have more than one pincer out. Those who don't know will think that the shopkeeper has put more pincers. There's a picture. Down with Little Baca. Brother kid, please blow the charge on the field. I will lead the charge. If we run into the Little Baca players this time, kid brother please pop them hard. It doesn't matter if the racket is thrown out. The audience in the live broadcast room. The DNA was frantically agitating at the moment. especially since this tournament was an elimination tournament in the Asian region, which meant that Lin Yi had the probability of bumping into a little baka player. They all wanted Lin Yi to bring out his full strength, raise the national prestige of China. 0. Saving face for the opposition, letting off steam? These don't exist here in Lin Yi. Suya followed Lin Yi and wandered through the streets. This is, after all, a foreign country. It's not as safe as it is at home. Still need to keep an eye on Lin Yi. The other players are under intense training. Lin Yi played for many days, but the coach who was temporarily assigned to lead the team didn't dare say anything about Lin Yi, the youngest of the players who came to represent Wachovia this. Of course, it's also the strongest there is. In those 2 days of domestic elimination matches, Lin Yi didn't even know how many domestic seeded players he had crushed. Some of the seeded players were taught by their teachers, or even by their old coaches, being pressed into existence with a seeded name. But several couldn't take the humiliation of Lin Yi's 0 defeat and dropped their paddles, never wanting to play table tennis again. How dare he, a temporary coach, criticize Lin Yi, the no. 1 seed? Obviously. Don't dare. And Lin Yi is 9 years old. Maybe 2 words from him and the little guy rebels. What if I don't want to play ping pong anymore? Then he's a sinner. It's better to do more than less. Let Lin Yi play how he played before. He could only kindly remind Suya, who was following Lin Yi, to protect him. None of the other players dared to slack off. World Junior Table Tennis Challenge Asia Knockout Tournament. Match start. The tournament was broadcast live for the entire world. Success is king and defeat is the backdrop. Many just waited for this moment of fame. And now please, the contestants from the country of China enter. Enter the Kimchi Nation contestants. Enter the Sakura Nation players. Enter the Indians. It was accompanied by the voice of the host of the main event. Players from various countries are also about to emerge from the aisles. By the first appearance of the Wasp, the players from Huaxia who were here this time were aware of Lin Yi's terror. Self-knowledge they have. One of the contestants stepped to the side of Lin Yi and gestured his hand to ask Lin Yi to go ahead first, and he had steely eyes. Even if he was to be a replacement for Lin Yi in the future, it wasn't a shame, but an honor. The others had no intention of going first. Pride they have. But Lin Yi's fighting style of deciding the winner under 3 boards had convinced them. Lin Yi cannot be viewed through the lens of age. The others also gestured for Lin Yi to go first. Lin Yi saw how polite they were, also walked out of the players' lane with his hands in his pockets. Spectators, judges, and coaches from various countries in the arena are now watching the emerging players. Those who make it to the Asian tournament will later be second-team starters if not first-team national starters. Lin Yi walked out, and the other contestants followed behind him. Obvious height difference. The spectators in the arena from various countries were all talking when they saw Lin Yi, who was dressed in red, with the Chinese flag on his chest and his hands in his pockets. He's so small. Is that height? 10 years old? He couldn't be that innate ping-pong ball Saint body from the extranet forums. Could he? It should be him. I heard that at only 9 years old. He's listed as an alternative starter in Chinese table tennis. Oh my god. He's so wild. He's actually got his hands in his pockets. 9-year-old alternative genius mainstay. Let me do it. I'm crazier than he is. Everyone was speculating about Lin Yi. They'd all seen something about Lin Yi on the internet, with some gringos discussing it. It was known that Lin Yi had been alternative national team starter at the age of 9. It was also a big surprise. You know, table tennis is a sport that can be filled with talent. The selected starters are all bottoming out at 13 years of age and are unlikely to be considered under 12. This appears to be a 9-year-old alternative. What does that prove? There's no one left in Chinese table tennis? No. It was this genius who crushed the pack and who will lead a new era of Chinese table tennis. Suya also cheered wildly when she saw Lin Yi take the stage in the audience. And next to them, Lin Yi fans who had traveled a long way to Little Baja country to enter and watch. The moment Lin Yi appeared, a red banner was pulled up for him, cheering and shouting. When the red flag is all over the world, we'll be enjoying the cherry blossoms in Tokyo. Go kid brother, smoke that kid. The charge is blown for you. Go ahead. Don't look back. The banner carries a small Baka Mandarin translation. The field was conspicuous. Almost everyone's eyes went to the alternative banner. Suya also heard someone cheering Lin Yi's screen name at that moment. I can't believe there can be a Lin Yi fanbase here. Shuya was also surprised and turned the camera around. The viewers of the live broadcast saw the line about horseback riding in Tokyo to enjoy the cherry blossoms. The live audience also exploded. Horse treads on Tokyo. Brothers charge. Kid brother. Let them feel the shock of a full kid brother. Explosive kill. Kid brother. This game let loose with 0 shutouts. Don't take what Coach Ma and the others said about letting go of the game seriously. Put a Kiba water. Regardless of the strong and weak countries, when the oldest generation to participate in world sports competitions, they have thought of water? At that time, our country competition players, or their own pockets to go. They have thought to leave a little face to China? How weak is China's soccer? What country would ever give a little face? It's still mocked as a talking point. Kid brother, please fight a new era for China. In sports, vegetables are the original sin. The Chinese look hot and the little baka look annoyed at the existence. The organizers were also annoyed to enter the audience to persuade the banners to be withdrawn. Linny stood up in the middle of the field, and all the other contestants stood next to Linny. Players from other countries are coming on board. Linny saw the one banner that had been pulled up. Also, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. At this moment, Linny was also praying in his heart for more little baka players to come. It's best if the opponents are all players who have had a bad little life. That way he can dunk the ball a lot. There's not an ounce of guilt. There was actually a trace of guilt in Linny's heart towards his country's players. But not much. But against a gringo. Or against the likes of little baka. Linny's blood was already boiling just thinking about it. The players from the other countries all looked at Linny, the smallest man from the Chinese country. They also smiled contemptuously when they saw Linny with his hands in his pockets, thinking that with Linny's height, they could just win like a toy. Little did he know, Linny, the smallest man, was the strongest here. After the host reads out the names of the players from each country, start randomizing the contestants in each group on the big screen. This is the data of all Asian players together. Fully randomized groupings. It is possible for a group to have multiple countries, or one country. There are only 10 players in a group. There can only be one winner in each group. At this time in the Kimchi Kingdom, the Little Baka Kingdom coaching rest field, the coach of Kimchi Nation, Little Baka Nation, was looking at the screen at that moment and praying with folded hands. Don't show up with that Linny name against their seating. Their seated players didn't know how terrifying Linny was, but their coaches aren't close-mouthed. For this 9-year-old genius out of the country of Huaxia, they had already known about it when Linny had killed his reputation in the preliminary rounds in Magic City. Naturally, they don't want their seeded players to fall here. Their goal is to hit the rankings of the World Grand Prix, but their prayers seem to be answered. Words appear on the big screen. The men's singles playing list for Group A. Huaxia State, Linny. Cherry Blossom Country, Hashibakuja. Cherry Blossom Country Dash. Cherry Blossom Country Dash. 10 names appear. The players and coaches of the countries in the arena and the spectators and referees all looked dumbfounded. A Chinese country player. The other 9 are all Little Baha Nation players. Linny saw this scene and smiled evilly. Koi physique. It still works like that. It's alright to say what you mean. Well, it's all brats. We can have some fun this time. New age, he has his playbook for beating up little kids. The other seated players of the Chinese nation were also holding their mouths behind Linny at this time to stifle their laughter. Boy, good grief. The brats had 10 seated players, and Linny challenged 9 of them. One lone wolf left out there. If it weren't for the fact that there were only a group of 10, they all suspected that all 10 of the little devils would have been the losers under Linny's board. Their mission, at the moment, was also clear the moment the list appeared. Whether or not Linny could fix those 9 was a question that didn't need to be pondered at all. Their mission, too, was to take care of the last lone wolf. Seeds to the kiddies, all killed in this Asian knockout. At this moment, all the seeded players of the Chinese nation, looking at the group that had just been discharged, their thoughts were instantly clear. Even if Linny just dropped out of the tournament, only one in a group could advance, and all the kids in that group would be eliminated until there was only one left. That is, all 9 seeded players would either lose to Linny, either kill a solo. But, how could Linny swing for the fences? Linny really wanted to run up to the little kid players at this point. Ha ha, you're all surrounded by me. Linny really didn't think that this koi physique had this function. Words follow the law? He's going to want this island to have an earthquake and tsunami, a volcanic eruption or something. Linny also immediately shook his head when he thought of this. No. He's still here in the competition. To earthquake and tsunami wait for him to return to his country and then earthquake and then tsunami and then volcano eruption. That way you can watch the news and play good luck at home in Wachovia. And prepare a wooden fish to knock while laughing. Merit does not increase or decrease? At this time, all the little kid players next to them saw that a group round was drawn out. All of them were their own country's players. Just one Wawa. See this? For those who don't know, it's still a civil war in the domestic circuit, but it's a civil war in the Asian region. So many national players. How come 9 of them are in Group A? In this Group A, even if they win against China's Linny, only one of them will advance to the total elimination round. They were also frowning. Something was wrong with the lottery system? They're the organizers. There's no malicious screwing of them by another country. Players from other countries, too, lit up at the sight of the scene that appeared on the big screen. This hand draw could be described as, well, a straight-up elimination of 8 kitty seeds. The audience in the arena was also in an uproar at this point. Most of them are Sakura's audience. Ha, what the hell? What is this organizer up to? Is there something wrong with this draw? Yeah, this hasn't even started the competition yet. And it's indirectly eliminated 8 seeded players. My goodness, is someone maligning this lottery system? And at this point, the women's bingo players saw the scene before the men's bingo even started. It was also a bit of a surprise. This falls into the category of being unprecedented. But that's when the leadership of the organizers have had their hands full. It's completely random. No one is going to get this maliciously. The kitty coaches in the field are holding their heads and scratching their hair, their eyes full of incredulity. The probability of this kind of scene appearing is no less than an ordinary person winning a $1 billion lottery. The probability is too low. The coach of the Chinese country was mad with joy at this point, laughing and slapping my thighs. That's a really good hand of random signatures. The Chinese viewers in front of the TV set, seeing the scene that appeared, would not cry out for something shady. Rather, it's a joyous madness. They all knew the mechanism of the competition, which now belonged to the elimination tournament, where only one player could be killed in a group, with Lin Yi appearing in this group. The suspense was actually pretty low. When Guo Lao and his old friend in a neighborhood in Magic City saw the scene, the tea in their mouths spewed out in laughter. Ha 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 ha. These brats are so unlucky. God's way is good. The brats have done too many bad things. Now they're getting their comeuppance, right? If that little guy Lin Yi kills it, they're 9 seeds short. That's bad news for the kiddies. Bad news, the 9 seeds are lined up in a group with the possibility of one out. Worse news, Lin Yi is in this group and may not leave a single one behind. Doja clucked. At this point the kitty coaching staff is in tears. When I saw that the Chinese player in this group's surname was Lin, the coaching staff is desperate. One can only hope for the 1 seed that didn't show up. Suya was also shocked when she saw this scene. Should we say Lin Yi's lucky? Or should I say bad luck for the kiddies? Suya was also chewing candy in front of the live audience. Who do you think? Choo choo choo, kid brother invented this gadget. Choo choo choo, choo choo choo. This luck is too overwhelming. The live studio audience was already going crazy with joy at this point. Ha 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 ha. Kid brother killed out this group this time. That's the anti-Japanese wonder. I Lua Pop Bean. This little kid in our party this point draw guy. The more I see of him, the more he looks like a good guy. The number 1 drawer in the country alright. Look at those brat coaches. Just now they were praying. Ha 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 ha. Pray. As a result, the only thing that answered them was Lin Yi's 1 point but 3 boards ringing. And it was only then that the commentators to be saw the scene and slowed down from their shock. The players in Group A have been finalized. As you can see, the Chinese player, Lin Yi, is in first place, and the other 9 are all Sakura Nation players. Player Lin Yi, the youngest in the Asian elimination rounds since the opening of the World Table Tennis Junior Challenge, and the only one who entered the Asian knockout rounds with 0 wins in every match. This is the data of player Lin Yi, as well as the data of the other Sakura Nation players. Group A will be the Chinese-Japanese rivalry that sings in this Tokyo table tennis tournament. As the commentators' words came out, a graph of the ability data belonging to the players in Group A unfolded on the large screen in the center of the arena. Everyone in the arena saw Lin Yi with his hands in his pockets in the picture. The ability chart appears next to it. A complete and unblemished hexagon. The crowd in the arena was in an uproar. The viewers from the Asian countries also sucked in a breath of cold air at this moment when they saw Lin Yi's hexagonal ability chart. Plus what the commentary just said. It is impossible to falsify these data. Know this. There are only a handful of players in table tennis who have a 6-sided ability chart. But there's no such thing as a player this small with a hexagonal ability map. All the other Sakura Nation's ability charts have missing. One full indicator is missing. A stark contrast. I special hair? It's 9 years old? It's over. There's going to be another Demon King in the new era of ping pong in the country of Huaxia. 9 years old. Is the country of Huaxia cultivating monsters? Even playing ping pong from the womb isn't this strong. Just that smallest guy. Shouldn't he be the strongest among the Chinese players? If he's not the strongest, then wouldn't there be a stronger one? I'm afraid that Sakura's Group A players will be wiped out. All the national players present saw the players' ability charts appear on the big screen. The moment they saw Lin Yi's ability chart, the little kid players, flabbergasted. This, so well-rounded at 9? They remembered the horrible man. Also from Huaxia, and the 9 brat players who were in Group A with Lin Yi. It was sweating by now. Just now I was thinking about taking it easy and just fighting another civil war. After all, there's just one Chinese player, and 9 of them, any more, one of the 9 of them should be able to beat the Chinese player and win to advance, right? But, the moment Lin Yi's ability map appeared, they were already dumbfounded. How are they gonna win? And at this point the draw for the other groups continues. Players enter and warm up in the middle of the field first. The other group draws are out. The other 9 Chinese-seeded players also locked onto the kid lone wolf player who was outside. As the crowd was warming up, fellow Chinese player Su Wenxiang came to Lin Yi's side. "Brother Yat, don't worry, leave the remaining one to me. I'll smoke him." Su Wenxiang was assigned to a group with that final ghost-seeded player. In that group, he was the only Chinese seed. It's up to him to kill all the ghost seeds in this elimination round. On Lin Yi's side, it could be said that there was no suspense. When Lin Yi heard his words, he also looked at Su Wenxiang. "You're older than me." Lin Yi knew that he was the smallest of the seeded players in this Chinese nation. The others are basically 4 years older than him. Call him brother? Netizens call him kid brother, shouting for fun. He's used to it. Suya also called him brother Shaoyi when he was fine, and he got used to it. But that. Su Wenxiang waved his hand after hearing this. "You're the real big brother. Age doesn't matter." Su Wenxiang also weighs up who is strong and who is weak. Pride? Watching Lin Yi compete in 2 matches on the sidelines, you'll know what it means to beat you senseless. He had been in Group B before, witnessing Lin Yi zeroing in on his opponents one kill after another. That scene was miserable to say the least. He's from the same Eastern Province region as him, and he's in Group A. Can he not know if that guy is strong or not? He had known about Lin Yi's superlatives since the days of the Northern Expedition Tour. He was approached by the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and the president of the Eastern Province Table Tennis Association before he came out from the Eastern Province. Tell him to take care of Lin Yi. But he doesn't know what care means. Lin Yi heard Su Wenxiang say that age didn't matter, and nothing more was said. Warming up on the sidelines. It's still warm-up time. And at that moment Su Wenxiang noticed the little kid player who was warming up. Seeing their odd way of warming up, Su Wenxiang was also mad with joy. Running up to Lin Yi, he laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. "Yat, look at them warming up, like as not to surrender. Ha 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 ha." That's a gesture of surrender ready before the match has even started. Lin Yi looked over and was also amused. If you don't say they're little kids, the way they warm up is special. It's the same as throwing up your hands and surrendering. And the game in the arena begins with the start of Group A. Lin Yi hadn't even started yet, and they were already matched on Civil War. Watching them in their Civil War, Lin Yi also found it amusing to watch from the sidelines. Split into 5 matchups, 4 of which were Civil Wars for their little kids. All that was left was for Lin Yi to compete with their other seeded player. Eliminate 5. 5 left. Next game, then one will be rotated off. Soon, to Lin Yi's appearance, the commentator was also present to talk about. The next game is Lin Yi of the Chinese nation versus Sakurai Shima of the Sakura nation. Lin Yi makes his entrance with his hands in his pockets and the beat is ready. Lin Yi listened to his opponent's name. It's always weird, but after thinking about the fact that it's a kid country, it's normal. Sakurai Style Horse made his entrance and looked at Lin Yi, who had his hands in his pockets. He also swallowed hard. Lin Yi's small size gave him no less pressure than the top national team coaches who taught him. It has the feel of going up against a national team starter. Just by looking at the way Lin Yi had his hands in his pockets, he knew that Lin Yi was terribly strong. It will lose. The thought of certain defeat rose in his mind at this time. Instead of the idea of being able to arm wrestle, the referee steps forward and has both men draw straws. Lin Yi was still mainly lucky, drawing first pick. This time Lin Yi did not choose to let. Against his own country, Lin Yi didn't even care. But externally, Lin Yi would let them feel what it meant to be desperate. Lin Yi chose to start and let his opponent pick his bearings. The opponent picks his bearings and the referee gives the ball to Lin Yi. A ceremonial handshake before both teams play. The moment Lin Yi shook hands with the other party, Lin Yi could feel the other party's hands sweating out. Lin Yi also smiled slightly. Interesting. This is not even a game yet. It is sweating. The pressure is so explosive. Jail bottom. Waiting for the bag to beat him into autism. 3 boards. No, 1 board. Smash the table tennis stream in his heart. The commentary started at this point as well. This time, it's 9-year-old Lin Yi, a player from the country of China, versus 15-year-old Sakurai Shima from the country of Sakura. The last junior challenge. Sakurai Stylish Horse also had a tournament record, losing in the Asian Regional Total Elimination Tournament and not qualifying for the World Junior Challenge Grand Prix. And the 9-year-old Lin Yi player, a first-timer, has shocked China with multiple shutouts. This time Sakurai Style Horse, does he have a chance to break his own record? Or is it being terminated in this elimination semifinal by the Chinese nation's supernova player? Lin Yi prepares his stance and gets ready to serve. Sakurai Stima also set up for the catch. The spectators on the sidelines also quieted down at this point, in order not to interfere with the player's play. Whispering is fine, but no loud noises at this time. Winning moments are then random. Lin Yi prepares to serve, pondering what to serve. As for Lin Yi's opponent, Sakurai Style Horse, beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead by now. Lin Yi's thinking time. He had already figured out how to catch Lin Yi's ball with his full strength. Lin Yi threw up the ball and didn't choose the normal serve and pull with the little kid. Instead, they were thinking of a quick fix, a hard cotton board rub. Lin Yi chose to serve a reverse spin ball. This ball, can you catch it? The ball was sent out, and Lin Yi's foot made a noise on the floor. The quiet arena resounded with the sound of ping pong balls touching the table. Sakurai Stima looked at the ball sent by Lin Yi, thinking back to Lin Yi's gesture just now. Spinning balls, his brain was also working quickly, finding ways to cope with. But the idea is beautiful and the reality is bone-chilling. Lin Yi looked at the way he rose his hand to catch it and knew he could catch it. But catching doesn't mean you can return the ball. As Lin Yi thought, the ball touched Sakurai Stima's plate. Sakurai Stima was just trying to get out of the way. The ball spun, and the moment he swung out the ball went down, bumped the net. Lin Yi had just served a ball and the score was already there. Lin Yi won a clock Sakurai-style horse. Lin Yi had a bored look on his face and shook his head bashfully. Sakurai Stima looked dumbfounded, looking at the board and then at Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi's disinterested shaking head, he was confused. What's with the shaking of the head? Why does it look like he lost the game? The audience in the arena from China, Lin Yi's support fans, cheered in an instant, all on their feet and cheering in a flash. HWA's coaching staff also clenched their fists. Lin Yi is playing normally today. The internal war is horribly strong. It seems that this external war is even stronger. No mercy at all. The coach saw the inside spinning ball that Lin Yi sent. In the domestic knockout matches, Lin Yi was serving normally. It basically ends with a second board firing. This is a spinning ball for Lin Yi to start with, obviously trying to serve and score to end the game early. And at that moment the little kid's coaching staff saw that look on Lin Yi's face as he shook his head. They were a little confused. What's that head shake mean? Are they looking down on their seating? That was exactly what Lin Yi had intended. The game continues. As expected, Lin Yi crushed all the way. 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. The kids player couldn't even get past Lin Yi's 3 boards. Lin Yi also didn't celebrate every win. Just a bashful shake of the head. Out of. The opponents are just too weak. After a few balls, Lin Yi could feel the strength of his opponent. At home, Lin Yi eliminated many talented Chinese players. Compared to the geniuses of the Chinese nation, this guy is weak. Lin Yi picking out one of the Huaxia finals would be enough to win this guy. Lin Yi continued his crushing. 11 o'clock. End the first round. Sakurai Stylesma also stiffened up and had to fight for the second round. But unsurprisingly, Lin Yi hit him with board after board, making him doubt his life. Either can't catch the ball. Either the ball sent out was wrenched back by a hard-to-dissolve bully twist from Lin Yi. The ball that was sent at a tricky angle. Lin Yi was able to predict the landing point. Sakurai-style horse feeling. He's playing against a monster. Not humans. The reflexes, the speed of the ball, the skill, none of it should be expected from a 9-year-old. Lin Yi's techniques were varied, like a magician, switching between maneuvers and tricks once around. Forehand, backhand, bully screw, internal rotation, external rotation. This time, the shutout made Sakurai-style horse skeptical. The belief in his heart that belonged to ping pong had collapsed at this point. Lin Yi wins. Sakurai-style horse elimination. Lin Yi left the stage emotionlessly. Thought the players in Asia would be strong this time around. Result. Playing this Sakurai-style horse is not as good as some of the players in the Mordor editions. At this point the commentator has lost his excitement. Lin Yi didn't allow a single shot. 0. Sakurai-style horse from the Sakura Nation versus Lin Yi from the Chinese Nation. Sakura Nation is defeated. Lin Yi, the player from the country of China, zeroed out his opponent once again. Eliminates Sakurai-style horse in an absolute crushing position. Superb play by the 9-year-old zero-seeded little devil from China. Hooray for contestant Lin Yi's victory. I'm sorry to see the Sakurai-styles horse player withdraw. He will not be eligible to sign up for the Junior Challenge this coming year. Lin Yi got off the field and went to the Chinese country's player concentration area. The coach was also laughing his ass off. 0. And it's the kiddies that are zeroed out. It was broadcast live around the world. The little devils are disgraced. Great job. Pick it up again. The coach complimented Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded as he listened. Certainly build on it. Fighting his own family he had no mercy. Fighting these brats. The power of the hegemony of the service are pulled full. How could he let it go? He would beat these little devils to the point that they would have to bow their heads when they saw their Chinese table tennis players in the field of table tennis in the future. Beat them until they don't want to play in ping pong. If it weren't for the world broadcast, Lin Yi would have wanted to raise both pincers and taunt ramen. Practice more if you're a vegetable. Don't play if you can't afford to lose. Or beat them into self-imposed isolation? The brats don't want to work at table tennis anymore? Change the field? Soccer? Basketball? Badminton? It doesn't matter. He'll show up in one field after another and make them feel desperate. If you don't want to play, don't play. Hurry up and pin it in Asia. Other WAC seeds. Looking at Lin Yi, his eyes were filled with admiration and respect. If they were as strong as Lin Yi, they'd be even wilder than Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't even want to celebrate his win. The Chinese nationals in the audience were all chanting Lin Yi's name at this point. Lin Yi, cheers for Lin Yi, cheers for Lin Yi. Other spectators who weren't from Sakura Nation were following the trend, shouting Lin Yi's name. Because Lin Yi was so powerful, they had all witnessed it with their own eyes. Beat the Sakura Nation players without a fight. This teenager is too powerful. Let's hope our national players don't meet him in the back. The little brats are screwed this time. 9 seeded players, in the same group as this little devil from China. All 9 seeds will fall. The gringos are seeing the situation clearly. How can the kitty coaching staff and seeding not see that? Let's leave aside how strong Lin Yi was. Their seeded player, Sakurai Stima, was an upper middle class presence among the 10 seeded players. He couldn't even win a single ball against Lin Yi. They are already desperate. It didn't need to be thought about 10 seeded players, as if it was a game, being played by Lin Yi as a game of elimination. The Sakura Nation's support group, as well as the coaching staff, and the seeded players area, all fell into dead silence. The atmosphere of cheering each other on, and the atmosphere of shouting cheers at all the previous year's games, it's all gone. They know what their Sakura Nation players are facing. Faced with the possibility that only one seed could kill off the Asian knockout rounds and advance to the international stage. In previous years, the ratio was such that at least 4 would advance. Only one of them will kill the international game this year. It's no longer necessary to think about how bad this is. At this time, Sakura Nation's women's ping-pong seeded players lounge watched the game live. Looking at the 9-year-old Lin Yi gave their country's seeded players such a sense of oppression. They are also confused, brain buzzing. Suya was in the audience at the moment, cheering for Lin Yi. The voice is hoarse. The number of people in the livestream also broke new highs. The pop-ups were all swiping Lin Yi's name. At this moment, no longer call Lin Yi kid brother, but to fight for the country, wearing the national flag Lin Yi players. Lin Yi, go for it. The kiddies are clueless. There's no time to mourn the 9 seeds for the kiddies. Up next is 9 encircling 1 being countered. Can you play? This I must trumpet out and play a good luck song today. The kid brother bully suits are all stacked up to fight the kid brother bully suits. Plus there's no one from their own country in the group, so feel free to fight them. The elimination of Group A went down to the wire. Lin Yi's absolute strength crushed. Not a single point was allowed and 0 Group A opponents were killed in the Group A elimination round. 18 games are over. Time to rest and play again tomorrow. The final king of Group A, Lin Yi. Winners were decided for the other groups as well. Lin Yi walked out of the players' lane. Go find Sioa and mom and dad. Lin Yi had just seen Suya and mom and dad. That's when a Sakura Nation interviewer came to find Lin Yi. Hello, contestant Lin Yi. Can I interview you? She spoke Sakura Nation and brought a translator with her for fear that Lin Yi wouldn't understand. The interpreter said it again. Lin Yi didn't stop him either. The interpreter has a job as an interpreter, and it's his business if he understands it. It would be one thing if Lin Yi didn't want to talk about cherry blossom bird language. It's one thing to not want to talk about it. Lin Yi listened to the translator and replied in Mandarin Chinese. Ask, how do you feel about the opponents in Group A after your superb play today to kill it? Was it an honorable opponent? Lin Yi already had an answer when he heard this question. How? They probably had something on their minds today and didn't play very well. The Moncler outlet store next neighborhood in our country plays better than them. Well, that's it. Lin Yi finished speaking and left. He didn't target anyone, and any national player. Instead, it's aimed at the rest of Group A. It's all garbage. The old dens in the next neighborhood played better than they did. This is a fact, not an exaggeration. The translator next to the Sakura Nation interviewer froze in place, but out of professional ethics. He also translated Lin Yi's original words. The interviewer's face turned green with anger as he listened. They're talented seated. In Lin Yi's eyes, he couldn't even compare to the old man in the neighborhood? Strange shame. In the player's lane, he also has no regard for his image on the air. Bursting into foul language in their country's bird language. Lin Yi heard it, also happy and anxious. He was in a hurry. That's just one sentence. How did the defense break? Lin Yi felt that he was being very humble. Lin Yi even felt that he was already humble to the bone. They all say they have something on their mind and are playing out of their minds. What more does he want? Is it hard to hear the truth? Well, he'll probably be in more of a hurry, won't he? Suya heard the incompetent raging voice in the back. It's also joyful. Suya hadn't told Lin Yi either. That Lao Dang was the Triple Crown champion. The strong old Dang in Lin Yi's mouth. Was that something that could be compared to an ordinary old man? But it has to be said. The old Dangs who play table tennis in China are all very strong indeed. The viewers of the live broadcast also saw the scene at this time, and they were overjoyed to hear Lin Yi answer the interview. Ha 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 ha. Kid brother knows shrimp and pig's heart. Kid brother. This is out of whisper? The damage is so high. Great job. I thought the kid brother was shy. Social fear in the international arena. Turns out the kid is holding back. This wave of interviews. I hope it's on a loop in the brat country tomorrow, alright. Great idea upstairs. Lin Yi and Suya, Zhang Yinin, and Lin Yun walked out of the sports center where the competition was held. While walking outside and still discussing what to eat tonight, a girl with a small backpack walked out. He was wearing the clothes of a Sakura Nation player, blocking in front of Lin Yi and the others. Lin Yi frowned slightly. The seated player of the Sakura Nation's women's team? Lin Yi hadn't even opened his mouth. The other party then gave a slight salute to Lin Yi's mom and dad. Hello aunts and uncles, I'm Sakurako Hayes. I'm a player on the Sakura Nation women's team. Something for Lin Yi. Speaking in a cherry bird language, followed by a man in a suit and tie. Help translate it up in Mandarin Chinese. Greetings, this is our first lady, Sakurako Hayes. She's greeting you. She's a player on the women's team representing Sakura Nation in this team challenge. Something for your son, Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a bit confused when he heard that. What was he looking for him for? Suya was on the sidelines with a live cell phone, also watching the show. Listen to the interpreter. Looking for Lin Yi? Suya also smacked her lips. Lin Yi, at such a young age, had girls actively seeking him out? And his peach blossoms were that strong? If he grows up to be an adult, those who are chasing after this little guy will be lined up from China to France, right? Suya didn't know what this Hashio Sakurako was looking for from Lin Yi, but this stance, I'm afraid he's not looking for Lin Yi to cut ping pong balls? Or is it just a case of seeing 9 of their country's seeded men's team get knocked out of the tournament? Here for a fight? Zhang Yin and Lin Yun looked at each other. This Sakura girl, looking for Lin Yi? Zhang Yin and Lin Yun also said, if there's something you want to say, say it. After saying that, he looked towards Lin Yi, wanted to see what Lin Yi's reaction was. What reaction could Lin Yi have? Just deal with it when you come to pick a fight. The audience in the live broadcast room was also buzzing as they watched the Sakura girl. Ouch crikey. This girl. Not bad at all. This grows on me. Brother kid. No, let me do it. I'll go up there and get one. Hey. Beautiful. My rating is not as good as kid brother. Brother. You smell good. Kick the difficult same upstairs out. Banned for 365 days. Kid brother, well, I treat you guys like fans, and you treat me like Southern brewer? Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room, looking at Sakurako Hashimoto's face, also wanted to revolt. And Sakurako Hashimoto is pretty good looking. High ponytail. Sakurako Hanyu says she's a Sakura women's team player, which means she's not yet over 15. The interpreter spoke Sakura Nation to signal that Hazuko Sakura could just say what was going on. Go ahead. Sakurako Hashimoto also walked up to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I need a strong teammate. Can you play with me in the mixed doubles later? When Lin Yi heard this, he didn't need an interpreter to say it. He already understood it. Mixed doubles? With her a Sakura girl? He's sick to pick mixed doubles with Sakura girls. Other than that, with different nationalities, they're pressurized to be teammates. Unless this Sakurako Hanyu changes citizenship. Or he does? No way. Absolutely impossible. He's going to become a kid? There's no way in hell he'd transfer his citizenship to the Sakura country for a ping-pong hitchhiker. Not mention female table tennis players. Wasia catch. A little girl lifted out of the neighborhood might even be a better fighter than she. Sakurako Hashimoto. Why should Lin Yi pick her as a hitchhiker? If Lin Yi wanted to need a hitchhiker, the country would arrange for the strongest. Something like finding a hitchhiker didn't even require him to think about it. Lin Yi looked at Sakurako Hashimoto with a speechless expression, like looking at a retard, with suspicion and pity in their eyes. In Chinese, that's this girl. I'm afraid that if I go and get cured, I'll be drooling. Listening to the guy in the suit and tie who just stepped aside. This girl is Missy? Maybe it's the money in her family that gives her the backbone? It made her think that it was okay to pay Lin Yi to transfer his nationality. The translation also recounts what Sakurako Hashimoto said. The words of the interpreter came out. Lin Yi's mom and dad looked at each other after hearing this. They also know that table tennis is not only about men's singles, but also team competition, men's doubles, and also mixed doubles for men and women. But hearing that a girl from a cherry blossom country was looking for Lin Yi to be a hitchhiker, when Lin Yi's mom and dad heard this, it was inevitable that they would think more about it. Mixed doubles in a multinational group? There's no precedent for pressure. Unless it's a club or something. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun weren't stupid either. This Sakura girl guessed that she wanted Lin Yi to change his nationality. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun also frowned slightly. They don't know if that's what it means or not. But come to think of it, other than that, It doesn't seem to be there. Trying to get their baby boy to transfer his citizenship to a ghost country? Isn't this wanting their Lin family to be poked in the back by the Chinese? Shuya heard what Sakurako Hashimoto translated to say. It's also a little breathless. Looking for mixed doubles teammates across the border? It's a good thing this little girl thought of it. But Shua thought about it. Linny was so good at table tennis that this was normal. But China's women's ping pong is not weaker than any other country. Genius is everywhere. Why should I pick a foreign girl as a partner? And it's still a ghost country with a national grudge. Suya saw the way Linny looked at Sakurako Hashimoto with that look of a retard. Just know what Linny is thinking. The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked at this time after hearing what the translator said. Many people were confused by what they heard. Ha, what did she say? Wanting kid brother to be her hitchhiker? I'll be the first to say no. Okay. We have pretty girls playing table tennis all over China. Why should we pick her as a hitchhiker? Kid brother, go, give her a big pussy pocket to wake her up. Pick her as a hitchhiker? What kind of face does she have? What does the kid want with her? That she can play ping pong? Her family's rich? The kid brother's family has more money than they can spend at all. Playing ping pong? Don't the girls in Huaxia smell good? This is definitely the ghost country plotting against us, trying to use this little girl to poach kid brother to the ghost country. What a beautiful thought. The viewers of the live stream have clear brain circuits. It was also conjectured what the girl was up to. They could think that this treacherous ghost was trying to poach China's genius ping pong boy, Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi's power was evident to the whole world. Today's battle eliminated all Sakura Nation players in Group A. It's not uncommon to see those who can't be beaten and then bought off. Lin Yi had wanted to just turn his head and walk away. But out of wanting to know what this Sakurako Hashimoto was really up to, it was also confirmed by asking about it. What do you mean? Want me to take your country's citizenship? To serve your country? Hashizakuriko's interpreter also translated to Hashizakuriko in the original language. Sakurako Hashimoto nodded as she listened. You can interpret it that way. Come to our country. Any training costs, and how much money you need for each year. You can mention it, and I'll pay for it as much as you want. Linny frowned slightly when Sakurako Hashimoto's words came out. Sure enough, he guessed right. Whether it was out of her own mind or someone had arranged for her to come, Linny didn't want to care at this point. Money? His koi body will be poorly paid? Change your nationality to a ghost country? Linny wanted to laugh just thinking about it. Not to mention, if he were to go to the ghost country, how many generations of their lineage of the Lin family genealogy? It is estimated that they will be greeted by Chinese netizens thousands of times. In this case, Linny had learned about some historical events in the table tennis world. Naturally, there have been table tennis players who have changed their nationality to play for kid countries. Linny was deeply impressed by this. Online, the player can be said to, winning the game was cursed by the Wahini nation, losing is cursed by little kids. That's not the point. The key is that he can understand the Chinese national language, the kid language, and whatever he's cursing him in the audience. It's safe to say that he's still alive, sort of mentally tough. Linny wouldn't do such a cerebral palsy choice. Born in China, born and bred in China. Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun listened to what the translator said before Linny could speak. Zhang Yinyin also waved her hand in a hurry. No, this won't do, and our family isn't too far behind your brat's stinking money. Get the hell away from me. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was furious for a moment. Is his family short of money? No shortage at all. How dare they want their precious son to become a brat? Aren't we going to be called traitors by our countrymen? Then the Lin family's ancestors' graves would have been dug up the moment they made the decision. Lin Yun didn't care about image either. Isn't mentioning such a thing like wanting their precious son to be scolded? Can he not be angry about that? Suya was also speechless at this time. This little devil. Toad wants to eat swan's meat. You've got to be kidding me. This a normal Chinese person will not agree, right? Money? Lin Yi's family won the lottery last time, leaving part of it in the bank to eat the interest. Lin Yi's life and his children and grandchildren are not worried about food and drink. Not to mention, Lin Yi is now counting his daily earnings from live broadcasts in the hundreds of thousands of dollars at the bottom. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also spitting up on Sakurako Hashimoto as a girl at this point. Is she okay? If you're fine, go eat a yo-yo. TSK. It's definitely sent by their country to try to use a beauty trick on kid brother. She should really be given a big pussy pocket to wake her up. There's been one in the history of table tennis. I heard about the match, and both sides were cursing him. TSK, tisk. Sister Suya, talk to the kid brother about the science. Under Lin Yun's anger, the interpreter also said the words to Hashimoto Sakurako. Hashizum Sakurako also saw Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin resisting now. Sakurako Hashimoto didn't know why. Lin Yi's family is so resistant. Lin Yi also walked from the side at this moment, and Lin Yun and Zhang Yinin. Suya followed, and Sakurako Hashimoto doesn't understand, following behind Lin Yi and stalking him about something. Changing nationality doesn't affect anything, does it? Didn't they say that China and Japan are friendly? When Lin Yi heard Hashizumi Sakurako say this, he didn't wait for the translator to speak. He had stopped. Frowning angrily, he stared at Sakurako Hayes. Sino-Japanese friendship? What a Wahini Japanese friendship. Those 4 words made Lin Yi a little angry. Fuck you, Wari has it good. Just 4 words are enough to make the Chinese people forget their history? Can you cover up the disappearance of the history that once nearly exterminated the race? You don't think that we, the new youth of the Chinese generation, know nothing about the history that was once there, do you? Lin Yi said angrily in Mandarin. Lin Yi couldn't figure out how big of a face this Heizo Sakurako had. It's so easy to say that China and Japan are friendly. He was not qualified to forgive the brats, nor was he qualified to downplay those tragic histories. The peace of the new era, which allows him to be so at ease in school, is the result of his forefathers' exchange of foam of flesh and blood for the present-day prosperity. This was one of Lin Yi's rare outbursts. Sioa glared angrily at Sakurako Hashimoto from the sidelines as well. How this animal country really want to make this China-Japan friendship as the main theme, want to let the Chinese people forget those history once. Suya also rarely saw Lin Yi explode into a nationalist. Even without a translator, Sakurako Hashimoto roughly understood something from Lin Yi's emotions. Lin Yi walked away without looking back. Suya and Zhang Yinin, followed by Lin Yun, got the restaurant for dinner. Elimination rounds on consecutive days. Lin Yi's Group A and Group B and many more group elimination matches have ended. Today is the day when the other groups in the back are playing. Lin Yi was also watching the match from the players' rest area. Today's game is also crucial. Today goes to the elimination match in Su Wenxiang's group. And Su Wenxiang's group had the last of the kid seeds in it. In the eyes of the Chinese, that's vital. Eliminate all of the kids' seeds from the Asian elimination rounds. That's a beautiful thing. The race is about to begin. As expected, Su Wenxiang bumped into the ghostly seeded player. The commentator was also excited at this point. China's Su Wenxiang versus Sakura's Mizutani Takasaki. The Sakura Nation player, the final seeded player, and a highly touted No. 1 seed. Among the 10 seeded players from Sakura Nation who are finalists this time around, Takasaki Mizutani is ranked first in terms of overall strength. Since the auditions, he holds a perfect record of winning games. Su Wenxiang, a player from the country of Huaxia, is at the bottom of the 10 seeded players from the country of Huaxia in terms of battle records, points, and overall strength. The final king of this group. Will it be a Chinese player or a Sakura country player? Everyone at this point carries suspense. The people of the Chinese nation, and the people of the Sakura nation, were all watching nervously as the match began. For the people of Sakura nation, Mizutani Takasaki is their last pride. Win that and there will be a chance to break out of Asia and hit the international scene. For the Chinese nationals, it's great to see the damn brats can't even walk out of the Asian tournament. That's a good thing. It's worth playing a good day's song in the street. In the resting area of the seated players of the Huaxia country, the players were all very nervous. Only Lin Yi was bashful. Sakura Nation's coaching staff, nervous as hell. To be finished in this elimination game, they don't even have to do it next year. And the game started to get underway. Su Wenxiang and Takasaki Mizutani are fighting back and forth. Su Wenxiang has been outscored by Takasaki Mizutani, 3:4, 5:8. The gap has opened up for Su Wenxiang, until the score was set, 12-8. End of round 1. Takasaki Mizutani won. Takasaki Mizutani carried the pressure for an entire round without celebrating. He was also weighed down by a large stone in his heart. It could be said that all eyes in the Sakura country were on him. He will bring shame to the country if he loses. But winning is heroic. At the moment, Takasaki Mizutani is winning the next round. And it's as if a lightboat has crossed a mountain. Crazy is on the field with his arms raised. Taking a finger and pointing it at all the Chinese spectators and the Chinese seated players area. It seems that at this moment, he has highlighted the siege of Huaxia. He will impact the international arena. The rest of the Sakura Nation's seated players and the crowd cheered as well. Cheers to Takasaki Mizutani. Mizutani Takasaki. Great job. Win him. You're our hero. The other seated players of the Chinese nation were all shaking their heads bashfully at this moment. They could see the difference between Su Wenxiang and Mizutani Takasaki. Takasaki Mizutani has competed in the previous editions and has made it to the international division each time. How about the experience of the game is better than Su Wenxiang, who killed his first time to the Asian elimination. Seeing Mizutani Takasaki's provocation, they hated too. Why weren't they the ones who ran into Takasaki Mizutani? To change them, smoke the beast. 10 eliminated 9. Leaving this one stress-free. Su Wenxiang's 5-minute break moment looked at Lin Yi. He felt a little guilty. Surprisingly, lost a round. He could also sense the difference in strength between himself and Mizutani Takasaki. He did his best. Lin Yi looked at Su Wenxiang. Another look at Takasaki Mizutani, who was barking madly and provoking them at the players' table. Lin Yi also smiled slightly. You see, there's another rush, getting past the elimination of the group. But, there's a group winner knockout. The last chance to touch him. Love the barking. Lin Yi would make them Sakura's last seeded player and finish eliminating them in the Asian divisionals. Lin Yi had absolute confidence in his koi physique. Crazy, huh? For Lin Yi, Su Wenxiang's win or loss had no effect. Su Wenxiang won all happy. So Man Kung lost. That's embarrassing. Next up on the scene is the fiery, overpriced Lin Yi. And at this point the coaching staff is clearing the haze of the last few days of stress. There was a smile on his face. They could see that Su Wen was stronger and weaker than Mizutani Takasaki. Takasaki Mizutani taking out Su Wenxiang to make the international scene is promising. The Sakura Nation crowd, in the center of the arena, cheered wildly. Some were dancing and celebrating, holding up their anti-towel flags. Some of them even provoked the Chinese country's player area. Suya was also speechless when she saw this scene. You've only won one round and you're already so mad, aren't you? What's with all the pampers? Suya was also thinking. Maybe it's the local culture. They don't have the custom of lifting an ant's napkin in their Chinese country. Suya also mocked ramen. Suya stood up and made an international friendly gesture towards the other side of the audience. Middle finger. Nah, yeah shit you. This line was learned on Jitterbug during those days of the new year when she was interested in the culture of Yu. Suya's lead, the Chinese audience, Lin Yi's support group, hasn't the Chinese this far too and come to see the young general's game. All stood up in droves. In their own way, they responded to each other's provocations. Then under the middle finger, Suya led the way, shouting up, I have Lin Yi, who do you have? All wasps know how to pick up the next sentence. I have Lin Yi who loves me. The collective voice shouted down. The audience of little devils also trembled in fear when they heard Lin Yi's name. You know, this guy Lin Yi, in his interview yesterday, said that they're players. They're not as good as the neighborhood grandpa. And it was only a moment later that they continued to cheer for Takasaki Mizutani. The coaching staff also had a blast. Lin Yi watched this and didn't say anything. Takasaki Mizutani unsurprisingly won against So Man Kung. The moment she won, Takasaki Mizutani celebrated with vocal cheers. For those who don't know, thought they won the Asian knockout stage. Su Wenxiang lost and walked to the Chinese seating area. No one blamed Su Wenxiang, but Su Wenxiang blamed himself a little. If only it were stronger. If you win, you'll be seated for total annihilation of the ghosts. Su Wenxiang sat down next to Lin Yi. I'm too weak. Lin Yi patted Su Wenxiang's shoulder. Small problem. They were too happy too soon. It's only the end of the group stage. The total elimination of the Asian division. Are they confident that they can't touch the players from our country of China? Or it's possible to run into another country's expert? It's not a team competition. Just reflect on yourself if you lose. Don't be burdened. Lin Yi said something. Su Wenxiang listened and understood what Lin Yi meant. Yeah, it's not like it's a team game between countries. It's just an individual race. The only thing to regret is not cutting the ghosts down. Su Wenxiang was also becoming more and more of an admirer of Lin Yi, who was younger than him. Look at it more openly than he did. Strength not to mention. The next day, the knockout finals of the Asian region are underway. The winners of each group will play 2 out of 3 rounds to determine the final spots that will represent Asia in the international competition. The draw for the match pairings continues. This time the organizers changed one way. Using the old-fashioned lottery method, no longer electronic. Last time they suspected that it was a hacking job, but without evidence. It's not good for them to dispute it. Lin Yi looked at the old-fashioned lottery method used this time, and smiled slightly. With his koi physique, he was able to draw the sign he wanted. Trying to use this method so he can't meet that ghost's final seed? It's just useless. Draw down. Lin Yi unsurprisingly drew the signature for the group playing against the ghost player, Mizutani Takasaki. Inside the playing field, the Chinese people were in a collective uproar. Dig the groove, up and over. Yeah, make that boy bark. Kid brother, smoke him for me. Kid brother, like to scream? Scream. For all the Chinese, this is an absolute upper hand. They absolutely recognized Lin Yi's strength. Lin Yi was also like a great killer in their hearts. A shocking presence when it didn't come out. The shutout signing. Under the happy clamor with the Chinese people, the audience of the Sakura country on the opposite side was plunged into a dead silence. They were silent. The energy of yesterday's anti-towel waving is gone at the moment. Mizutani Takasaki against Lin Yi. And just by seeing Lin Yi's name, they knew that there is not a single chance of winning this junior challenge. The 10 seeded players from Sakura Nation will be nailed to the pillar of shame. In previous years it is held up to be able to kill the Asian division. This year, not even a standout? For the Wahoos it's an up sign. For the Sakuranas it's a down sign. The presence of a dead sign. The coaching staff of the Chinese nation, too, is straight up in pain. Table tennis against the Japanese. This would be a truly great victory. Mizutani Takasaki watched as she was grouped with Lin Yi. Lost in thought. How? Like this. He was confident that as long as he couldn't touch Lin Yi in this elimination round, he would be Sakura's last seed going into the international tournament. But it's a fluke idea. What you fear comes to you. The Sakura Nation coaching staff, collectively, shook their heads. Give it up. Let the country give up the table tennis program. This generation, with Lin Yi's presence, will have its chance. To hit any awards would be a fool's errand. Those veteran coaches on the coaching staff felt that this generation, with Lin Yi in it, would have no future. Lin Yi looked at Mizutani Takasaki with a slight smile at this moment. Like to scream? Like to point with your finger right? Mizutani Takasaki looked at Lin Yi's smirk. He was like a toy to Lin Yi himself. The more Mizutani Takasaki looked at Lin Yi, the more fearful he became. He didn't dare to meet Lin Yi with his eyes again. It's all two hands, a head and a ping-pong paddle. Why should he fear Lin Yi? Even if he couldn't win, he was going to break Lin Yi's record of absolute zeros. Suya was mad with joy at this point. She really wanted to carry the stereo on and play a good luck song. Sioa shouted out to the Sakura Nation audience across the room. Why aren't you guys laughing? Is something bad coming to mind? Still not naturally smiley. Ha, ha 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 ha. Suya's magical laughter rang out. Lin Yi could hear Suya's netherworldly, creepy laughter from the draw seat. Lin Yi looked in Suya's direction and shook his lips as well. The seated players of the Chinese nation who came along to draw lots on the side also noticed Suya's laughter. He was impressed with Shuya, Lin Yi's assistant. Brother Yat, isn't that your assistant? Lin Yi heard this question. My assistant. Ha, I don't know her well. The audience in the live broadcast room was also celebrating wildly at this time. Champagne was also popped early. For the Chinese, opening champagne at halftime? Why do you make it sound like who doesn't know how? They'll also pop champagne before the game even starts. This was absolute confidence in Lin Yi. Ha 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 ha. Champagne before we even start the game? Not good. Joy numb. Let them bark. Kid brother, call, show your head in its seconds. Let them feel the oppression of a fully leveled kid brother. Get on the battle zone. Have the assistant carry the stereo and follow the kid brother onto the stage. The kid brother just puts his hands in his pockets. Kid brother, I've told you. I had my hands in my pockets that year. And this subsection doesn't know what a rival is. The kid brother, this is absolutely anti-Japanese holy body Handle touch the brats. How can the brats play happy as hell. The little devils are going to be desperate. They're not going to stop competing after they can't afford to play. Are they? The draw is over. Lin Yi returned to the player's seat. Looking aside. Su Wenxiang. Watch and learn. And watch me beat him into autism. Avenge you. Since Su Wenxiang called him brother Yat, then how can he, as a brother, watch his oldest brother being bullied? Of course it came out to find out. Su Wenxiang heard Lin Yi say. He was also moved to look at Lin Yi. Brother, you've lost weight. Su Wenxiang, an air of wrongness rose. Lin Yi listened to Su Wenxiang sing. It always felt wrong. I'm treating you like a jailbird? You treat me like I'm hard to brew? Get out. Okay. It's Lin Yi and Mizutani Takasaki's turn in the match. The race is also about to begin. Takasaki Mizutani, who was nervously warming up in the arena, watched Lin Yi enter with his hands in his pockets. He also swallowed in panic, obviously looking at 9 years old. With a harmless, smiling face. Lin Yi, how do you look at it? It feels like it's covered in cracks. But he felt, as long as he served and slapped the ball, Lin Yi could catch it. The draw was made and Lin Yi kicked off the power play. Lin Yi held the ball, set up his stance, and looked at Mizutani Takasaki on the opposite side of the table with a smile on his face. Mizutani Takasaki was also nervous, looking at Lin Yi's smile. Kind? Nuclear goodness is the right thing to do, isn't it? Lin Yi leaves no stone unturned with a classic spin serve. At this moment, Lin Yi had already pronounced that he had lost. The moment Mizutani Takasaki caught the ball, just like the other players, he couldn't catch Lin Yi's ball at all. The ball wipes the board out of control. 1 o'clock. Spin serve, which is the easiest to score in table tennis. It is also a serve to score water sections. Lin Yi improved down and rotated internally. Who can pick it up? Mizutani Takasaki realized at this moment. He didn't have the slightest chance of winning even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Every time Lin Yi scored, the Huaxia crowd in the arena cheered. Until the end of a turn. 11 o'clock. The second round continued 11-0. Mizutani Takasaki is desperate. Is this something humans can win? And Lin remembers Mizutani Takasaki's dog barking that day. A winner's celebration? And he will. It was just that Lin didn't think the previous victory was worth mentioning and was too lazy to celebrate. Since the other side is wild, then he'll go wild for a bit too. Lin turned to the Sakura Nation's audience area. The contestants' seats. Raising both pincers. Vegetables. Just practice more. If you can't play ping pong, then don't play. Lin had absolute strength. To be wild and to be restrained was merely a matter of Lin Yi's whim. Lin Yi's classic taunt. The Chinese audience, the supportive fanbase, all know too well what it means. Recalling the little kid's provocative fingers that day, he also stood up and raised his double pincers like Lin Yi. Practice more if you're a vegetable. A mountain of Chinese nationalisms, deafeningly resounding throughout the playing field. All the Chinese seated players were numb with pleasure. Lin Yi had also taken a vicious breath. Su Wenxian looked at Lin Yi at the moment. Lin Yi, he was glowing. Lin Yi raised his double pincers, also framed in the minds of all the Chinese people. World-famous paintings, facing all the Sakura people, openly provocative. But Lin Yi's strength was known to everyone at the moment. Under the age of 15, Huaxia Lin Yi, invincible. The silence from all the brats was deafening as well. The coach of the Chinese nation was also behind Lin Yi, raising his fists and cheering in celebration. Celebrating the talented Chinese player. Lin Yi, extinction of all ghost players. Lin Yi's mocking way of celebrating was also live-streamed down by Suya. Many people have taken screenshots. Include this scene in Lin Yi's lifetime. Highlight moments that occurred. They knew that this might just be a small chapter in Lin Yi's legendary life. Suya turned her head back and looked at the scene where all the Chinese spectators were united. See, Lin Yi, this pomp and circumstances as you wish. The audience in the live broadcast room also swiped up the screen at this time. It's all about the emoji of Lin Yi raising both pincers. Practice more if you're a vegetable. Plus 999. Buy now. It has become a famous scene of resistance. The Asian knockout rounds are over. Lin Yi, who finished first in points, won the Asian knockout round. All the other Chinese players, who hadn't touched Lin Yi, were chasing hard on points. The top 5 in the Asian division, the Asian champion and runner-up are all wrapped up by the Chinese country's seeding. It also made it to the Junior Challenge International roster. Lin Yi eliminated a number of Sakura players in the Asian elimination rounds with a record of 0 wins against all opponents. 1 battle to seal a god, 1 battle to make a name for himself, and later in the international circuit, and other players from 3 continents. The fight became a civil war in China in the end. 5 Wahini juniors that fought an internal war. Of course, it was also Lin Yi's coy physique's heart's desire that the 5 of them wouldn't meet in the tournament. Lin Yi met all the players from other countries. In this regard, Lin Yi won the World Junior Challenge Championship. At only 9 years old, Lin Yi made a splash in the international tournament. Everyone remembers that 9-year-old zero-seeded little devil. Lin Yi. The women's game also featured a talented 14-year-old who took the women's crown. The news is spreading in Huaxia, the day the current participants in the Worlds returned home. The airports in the Magic City are overcrowded. Everyone was holding banners. Welcome to the hero's triumph. And the country has prepared for the table tennis juniors, the water gift gate. Suya was inside the airplane, watching the scene of preparation. It was also a shock. This Mizaman Ray, for the ping pong youngster who was representing Huaxia this time, pick up the slack. This crossing of the water right gate, also the highest right in the liturgy. Suya shocked down. After getting off the plane, there were already many people waiting. The director of the Table Tennis Association and the big leaders are here. You can see how much importance this places on the juniors who are fighting for their country. Out of the bustling airport, all the runners are sitting in one car. Lin Yi thought he had gone home. As a result, they were taken to the busiest avenue in Magic City for a float parade. More than 100,000 Chinese people had gathered on the bustling avenue of Magic City. Everyone was cheering the names of Lin Yi and the other contestants. The sky roared. Lin Yi raised his head, and he saw warplanes circling in the sky. Lin Yi recognized that it was a uniquely Chinese fighter sequence by its appearance. 9 airplanes flew side by side in the sky. Colorful fog appeared on the tail of the warplane, as if to open the way for the triumphant ping-pong players on a whole Magic City avenue. On the avenue of Magic City, all the people of the Chinese nation looked at the warplanes in the sky, all cheering and celebrating. No one was panicked by the presence of the fighters, because that's a warplane that belongs uniquely to China. My God, fighter planes open up. I can't enjoy this supreme ritual for the rest of my life. A ping-pong tournament, does it really have to be that much of a stretch? You have to realize that this time, men and women won the championship together. This is the future star of our Chinese table tennis. If one day China wins the World Cup, I don't even dare to think about that scene. It's not far, not far. China's fortunes are flourishing, and it doesn't need a country to balance it out. Suya was in the back of the bus, watching the scene, looking at the fighters flying side by side in the sky. Then he looked at the Chinese people on the avenue cheering for the players. It was also a big surprise. Down the street, Sunnyside Elementary School's principal, Senior Deng, looking at Lin Yi, who was on the float, holding the International Youth Table Tennis Challenge Championship trophy. Old Den is in tears, sobbing with joy. He flaunted it to the people on the side of the road who were cheering for Lin Yi. He's a student at my school. Ha, which one? It's that 9-year-old Lin Yi with the championship trophy. Passers-by watched as the principal, Olden, was so excited that tears came to his eyes, and they knew it. It's not a blind climb. This is the real kid, brother principal. You're a good student. You've done you a favor. The international championship, that'll blow you away for the rest of your life. Won't it? Please, take out the word bar and I'll still be able to blow in Hades. And after the parade, Lin Yi also went back home with his mom, dad, and Suya. In the evening, Principal Olden was having dinner with his best friend. A good friend unintentionally spoke up. TSK. This shrimp is quite tasty. Principal Olden, what? How do you know that there's a table tennis junior challenge world champion among the students at my school? Friends. Lin Yi returns to life in the Magic City. Dogs and alpacas. White Fox asked Principal Lao Deng to take care of Lin Yi for a while he was competing abroad. The following day happened to be still Sunday. No school. Lin Yi woke up in the morning and went out for a run as usual. Suya also slowly got up and brushed her teeth and washed her face for breakfast. Turn on the TV and watch the news. And the news is reporting international news. An unprecedented earthquake and tsunami hit Sakura country. The volcano is showing signs of erupting. Suya ate her breakfast and watched the news. Hadn't had much of an appetite for breakfast. But at the moment this news is coming out, it made her extremely down home. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining also watched the news. 2 extra eggs. Suya took out her stereo at this time. Uncle and Auntie, do you mind if I put on some music? Lin Yun and Zhang Yining were indifferent. On the estate, there was no talk of disturbing the public by playing DJs in the middle of the night. Put it on. Shuya turned up the volume and good luck ringing through the villa. Turn on the live stream and share it with your fans on the air. Although it is unethical to say that natural disasters shouldn't be like this. But, it's the little brats who died. So immoral is immoral. That little merit you've accumulated over the years. Deduct it. Lin Yi jogged back and entered the manor to hear the villa's good luck singing. Why is this a celebration? Lin Yi went up to the second floor to take a look. And Suya was mad with joy at the moment. Brother Yi, look. The brats get what's coming to them. BYD pours he wastewater into the sea. Now that's a good thing. Earthquakes and tsunamis. All of them. Lin Yi took a look at what was reported on TV. Lin Yi really didn't think that this heart's desire. It's also too heaven-defying. Lin Yi had thought that merit would be madly deducted. But +1 merit on his head. Merit +1. It increases faster than even knocking on an electronic woodchuck. The next day, Lin Yi returned to school time. Lin Yi also dodged many assignments with the match. But it's time to go to school. You can't hide from it. Inside Sunshine Elementary School, after morning exercises, Principal Olden is also following the usual practice of being verbose every Monday. The meeting was called to order. I'm sure all of you know about Lin Yi, the third-year student at our school, won the international competition in table tennis. I hereby commend as well as commend 10,000 RMB to student Lin Yi. Mr. Lin Yi, come up to the stage to receive your award. Lin Yi was dumbfounded at the bottom. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Money coming to your door? Although that said, his family is not short of money. But what Principal Olden gave as pocket money, that's another flavor to spend. This reward is better than a couple sets of test papers. If the Principal, Olden, had gotten this kind of reward, he would have had to prepare a surprise for the next day. With his teacher and classmates applauding, Lin Yi went up to the stage to receive his award. Principal Olden was also pumped up. Students, in any way, any competition, as long as the awards are won and an award is won, I will personally fund the award money at no less than 5,000 RMB each time. The students in the arena were thrilled at the words of Headmaster Olden. Well, and at that moment, Lin Yi's eyes glowed as he listened, asking from the sidelines, Headmaster, you still have assets in total? Principal Olden froze for a moment when he heard Lin Yi's inquiry. What does that mean? Check out his family? Don't worry about that. There's plenty of it anyway. Work on it. Lin Yi was also counting. According to a prize, 5,000 RMB. 10 of them would be 50,000 RMB. 100 of those would be 500,000 RMB. Get rich. Suya was in the pile of teachers at that moment, and heard Lin Yi asking the principal about the problem. Suya also shook her mouth. Lao Dang. Lin Yi isn't checking up on your family. Lin Yi is inquiring how much money belongs to him in the future that he has saved with you. After the morning meeting, Linny went back to the classroom and pulled out the trophy belonging to the winner of the Table Tennis Youth International Challenge from his book bag. Linny took it and walked towards the principal's office. Suya also followed behind. When Linny arrived in front of the principal, he gave the trophy to the principal. Olden. These trophies are glory, yes, but this kind of thing was within reach for Linny. It's better to give it to Principal Olden as a souvenir. The principal looked at the trophy that countless geniuses around the world had sought. It was taken by his 9-year-old student, who had stood out from the countless geniuses. The principal also loved it and vacated his office for a bit, setting it up in the brightest spot in the office. The surrounding area was also immaculately scrubbed by the principal. Olden. Linny didn't bother Principal Olden when he saw this scene. It's only just begun and Principal Olden is so excited? Linny and Suya left the office and went back to class. And that's when the first class, the homeroom teacher, walked in. Everyone knew that this was not a classroom language lesson. They were confused for a moment, but the homeroom teacher spoke up. Cough, cough, cough. A temporary adjustment to the program. There's one thing to say today. We have a new student in our class. Linny froze when he heard this. How long has school been in session? Anyone else transferring? Maritina, come in. Linny froze when he heard the name. Foreign name? A foreign girl? The eyes of the class gathered at the door. Just a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes in a high ponytail walked in. There was a gasp from the class. Wow, a foreign chick. Oh my god. Her eyes are so beautiful. What country is this? And Maritina came in and greeted the crowd. But she didn't know Chinese and spoke the language of her woolly bear country. Hello everyone. I'm Maritina. Linny listened to the language. He had world language proficiency. It was natural to hear what country the little girl came from. Woolly Bear Nation. This is Maritina. She's from the woolly bear country. Come to our Magic City Sunshine Elementary School because your family works. Does anyone want to be at the same table as Maritina? The eyes looked at no one under the classroom teacher's words, just looking towards Linny in the corner. Linny was speechless. See how he's doing the marketplace? He's got Liang Qi at his table. The classroom teacher's meaning was obvious. He had previously learned on the internet that this guy Linny was fluent in multiple languages. The video also spoke fluent woolly bear country. This entire class, Linny is the only one suitable to be Maritina's classmate. Can you teach Maritina Mandarin? But many in the class become curious about Maritina, and both men and women rush to be at Maritina's table. Linny didn't bother with the homeroom teacher. Liang Qi is quite good to be the same table. You can sleep quietly on your back in class together. But this foreign girl, Suya, was behind Linny, looking at Maritina, as cute as a doll. She's a girl who loved Barbie dolls as a child and bought dolls at the mall that weren't just like Maritina. The audience in the live broadcast room, Linny's male and female fans, were all buzzing at this point. I've got beans. Guys, I really like this one. Hey, 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 hey. It's only third grade girls. Are you guys too penalized? Penalty. You are too torturable, my friend. This foreign girl, kid brother. I'll leave it to you. Don't be heartbroken. It's okay to stand up and stomp. The Empress Dowager Cixi paid for you back then. Goddamn, stand up and stomp. Empress Dowager Cixi gave money? No wonder it always feels like foreigners owe me money. If you say so, I'm going to go find a foreign girl on the side of the road. The viewers of the live stream each said their own thing. Some felt that Linny and Maritina were talented. Some discussed the money that Empress Dowager Cixi paid in advance back in the day. Casual whoring in a foreign country. Old Empress Dowager Cixi has paid for it. The homeroom teacher saw that the whole class had ideas to be at the same table with Maritina. Only Linny and Liang Qi were silent. Liang Qi had begun to sleep by now. The quality of sleep was even better than Lin Yi's. The main event is I sleep with me. You talk with you. Mr. Lin Yi, why don't Maritina and you be at the same table? I hear you're fluent in the language of the woolly bear nation. The homeroom teacher let Lin Yi be Maritina's deskmate in advance. The gazes of the entire class swarmed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was confused. Again. Me? Isn't Liang Qi my deskmate? You don't treat Liang Qi like a human being? Although this guy steals tributes. Not doing his job. But Liang Qi isn't bad. The crime isn't so bad that he doesn't even have human rights. Linny was not happy to get down. Huangfu Xiaomei wasn't happy about it either. Once this Maritina arrived, the homeroom teacher even tried to arrange for Maritina to be at the same table as Linny. She was the first to say no. This she kept quiet and watched as Maritina stole the crystals. No way. Absolutely not. Yeah, Linny even has a table mate. It's okay to have Maritina and me at the same table. The classroom teacher knows everyone in the class like the back of her hand. Linny is the most compatible. Academic achievement. And that would be a plus for foreign languages. It was only about time this Maritina and Linny were at the same table. Suya was overjoyed at this point. It's too okay. Isn't it nice that Maritina sits in front of her and watches foreign girls? In internet terms, That means she agreed to the marriage. Suya excitedly patted Lin Yi. Say yes. It should be fun to have this foreign girl as your deskmate. Lin Yi listened to what Suya said and looked at Suya, who was more excited than the whole class. A look of an ant's smile left Lin Yi speechless. Lin Yi's classmates will learn a foreign language. Huangfu Xiaomei. You too? Huangfu Xiaomei was also silent when she heard the homeroom teacher say this. And the homeroom teacher walked on with Maritina, looking at Liang Qi, who was still huffing and puffing. He was really afraid that Liang Qi would affect Lin Yi's studies. How would she know? Liang Qi's problem with class time was taught by Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at Liang Qi, who was still huffing and puffing next to him. I really don't know what to say. You've just finished morning exercises and you can't sleep? He really wanted to open his mouth and say, at this age, can you sleep? Lin Yi patted Liang Qi's thigh, signaling him to wake up. Ah, what's wrong? Brother Yat, you don't know. I just dreamt about my tits. Liang Qi woke up and didn't notice the homeroom teacher who was beside him. Lin Yi was also speechless. Well, dreaming of too much milk. The homeroom teacher is going to tell your old den about sleeping. You don't even have to dream about it. The 7 wolves will give you a whirl until you can see the tits. Thinking about the last time Liang Qi stole the tribute, when his old deng found out about it, he took a few days off from work and gave Liang Qi a beating. He was also dragged to the mausoleum and kowtowed to each tombstone to apologize. Liang Qi saw the homeroom teacher at this time. It also bowed its head in a collected manner and wiped the harumph off the table. The homeroom teacher then said, Liang Qi, you sit over there. Give your place to the new table. Liang Qi then looked at the homeroom teacher. That look, as if warning him not to resist. Liang Qi numbly packed up his things and gave way. Maritina became Lin Yi's tablemate. There was nothing Lin Yi could do if he wasn't happy about it. Huangfu Xiaomei was not far away, biting her thumb. That's called hate. Like that feeling of helplessness when you're pushing a tower in the enemy's high ground and turn your head and watch your crystal get stolen. She always kept her distance from Lin Yi. It was that she was afraid that if she clung to Lin Yi too much, Lin Yi would resent her. Otherwise she would have applied to be Lin Yi's deskmate long ago. She wasn't afraid of anything when Liang Qi came. Well now, here comes a foreign girl. Maritina. Huangfu Xiaomei seemed to see a competitor. The homeroom teacher was speaking to Maritina in English at this point. Your tablemate knows the language of the woolly bear country, so you can communicate. He can teach you Mandarin Chinese. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him too. The classroom teacher only knows English. Woolly bear Mandarin she didn't learn. She could only pin her hopes on Lin Yi. Let Lin Yi teach. Maritina looked at Lin Yi after hearing this and nodded. Lin Yi was also speechless as he listened to the English spoken by the homeroom teacher. He didn't have the heart to teach. At that moment in his head, the system's voice rang out. Mission, teach Maritina a word of the Chinese language. Reward, full invention skill. Lin Yi heard this reward. Inventing skills? This he really needs. Just teach a line? Lin Yi looked at the foreign girl Maritina on the side. Think of something. Brother Tuanzi. You said just one sentence. More than that I don't even bring to teach. Brother Unicorn. Lin Yi didn't know this foreign hairy man anything, and he remembered history very well. The old queen paid for it back in the day, and it's more or less true to say that the foreign hairs owed them. And now you want him to teach for free? It's not that good. Lin Yi looked at Maritina with a smile on his face. Communicate with him in the language of the woolly bear nation. Shall I teach you a Chinese phrase? Maritina heard Lin Yi say that. A light flared in his simple eyes. Chinese people are really warm like her parents said. And this same table actually knows their country's language. Yes, thank you so much. Maritina said thank you to Lin Yi with a smile on her face. At this moment, Huangfu Xiaomei looked at this scene of Lin Yi and Maritina talking and laughing. Her back teeth were about to be clenched. Normally, when you see your mom and dad, do you just call them mom and dad? Maritina nodded as she listened. Lin Yi continued. Then I'll start by teaching you a super polite phrase in Chinese Mandarin to greet your mom and dad when you see them. Lin Yi said with a smile. Suya watched from the back as Lin Yi and Maritina gabbled in furry bear language. Completely unintelligible. But as she looked at Lin Yi's expression, she always felt that Lin Yi wasn't right. Lin Yi is fine. Is he really that enthusiastic? Lin Yi's expression. Suya felt out. Very much a percentage off. The homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction as she watched Lin Yi and Maritina talk to each other. She was afraid that Lin Yi would be resistant to Maritina, a sister from a foreign country. Looks like Lin Yi is still very friendly. At this moment, the audience of the live broadcast, some of Lin Yi's mom fans, couldn't look away. Keep this chick away from my Ebo. Damn it, I do know about the yellow-haired boy, but this is the first time I've seen a yellow-haired girl. Kid brother I watched grow up. What if I see him talking to a sister and I get all tingly and scratchy? I think you're really sick. Come on man, get on the interpreter. I hear you. Kid brother said teach the little girl a Chinese word. Chinese? One word of bull is enough for her to learn for a semester. My comment is, might as well teach her a lesson about knowing what's good for her. She doesn't deserve kid brother. I'm the first to oppose cross-country marriages. Viewers of the live stream objected. Protesting there. Lin Yi taught himself. If it wasn't for the fact that Brother Unity was on a mission, Lin Yi intended to teach this foreign chick a lesson. It could make her write a, my dumb desk. It's a simple task too. Just complete it and be done with it. Maritina heard Lin Yi talking about teaching. She was naturally very happy. The favorable impression of Lin Yi was instantly pulled full circle. Coming to school was all about learning, and she was afraid that her new classmates at school wouldn't accept her. This she learns a Chinese word and goes back to talk to her mom and dad. Mom and dad must be happy, right? Lin Yi was also teaching Maritina at this time. Look at the shape of my mouth. Maritina nodded. Lin Yi whispered in Mandarin. Me. Maritina followed Lin Yi's mouth pattern. Me. Lin Yi heard Maritina speak broken Chinese, but you can hear the word I. Lin Yi also nodded in recognition and said in the language of the woolly bear country again. Yes, that's it. And then the next word is, 2. Maritina once again mimicked the shape of Lin Yi's mouth and uttered the second word. Suya frowned in confusion at the back, listening to the 2 words taught by Lin Yi. I'm going to. Su Yaorun was dumbfounded. She had no idea which sentence Lin Yi was going to teach. Which sentence starts with I want and mom and dad's salutation. Suya instantly felt that the 9-year obligation was not missing any knowledge. A polite hello to mom and dad. Not all. Dear. Dang. It doesn't start with I want. Doesn't the word I want always mean to make a claim? To demand? Suya fumbled. So did the live streaming audience. Maritina was also at Lin Yi's point. Say the word I want back to back. And Lin Yi continued to teach. Yankees. Maritina followed suit and mouthed the words. When Suya heard the word foreigner in the back, she was confused. I want the Yankees? What kind of Mandarin salutation is that for mom and dad? She's not very talented. Really doesn't understand what Lin Yi is trying to teach. And Maritina finished digesting the 4 words. Lin Yi taught up the 5th word. Die. Maritina also read it spontaneously and coherently. I want the foreigners. Die. This chapter is limited to fun. If you have to think that I strongly hate foreigners, then you ought to think of the 8-power allied forces. The destruction of the Yuan Minju and robbery of cultural relics. Mao Zi has no share in it. Lin Yi heard Maritina repeat herself a few times, and slowly began to get her words right. I want the foreigners dead. It's also joyful, but he is professionally trained. Won't laugh easily. Lin Yi gave Maritina a thumbs up and full praise. You know, I'm not one to compliment people easily. Right, that's it. So right. Lin Yi looked at Maritina and got more and more excited as he talked. Eyes so firm. It's like reading the party manifesto. At the moment, no one loves Wasia more than Maritina. Lin Yi thought of a phrase that seemed very much like Maritina's words. Although my body is foreign, my heart is still Chinese. Suya heard Maritina's repeated practice line in the back. I want the foreigners to die. She really didn't strain herself, covering her mouth and laughing so hard her stomach hurt. If this wasn't still a class, she could have laughed her ducks off. She really didn't think that this guy, Lin Yi, was really good at teaching. The audience in the live broadcast room was also mad with joy at this time and exploded. Ha 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 plus 999. No. Kid brother. Who told you to teach like that? God damn it, I want the Yankees dead. In Maritina's eyes, I see a patriotic heart. Good news, pretty patriotic. Bad news, love's not her country. Belonging is. Singing Chinese with a guitar in your hand. And firing a gun straight into your ancestors' graves. Upstairs rhymes so well. You're going to graduate school. Maritina was still practicing that one line Lin Yi had taught her over and over again. Her parents had told her that Chinese culture was profound. Live and learn. Thank you, tablemate, but why do I feel weird about that statement? What does that probably mean? Maritina was cute and cuddly and had no head to ask Lin Yi about it. Blinking her big kazoo eyes every now and then, Lin Yi also explained in a serious manner. What does that mean? It means to greet a loved one in good health. Your parents and relatives in your country only. You have to change your sentence for us Chinese. We'll teach you later. Maritina nodded her head as she listened and thought it made sense. You can use this with mom and dad and relatives. Well, she'd have to remember that with a vengeance. Lin Yi's voice rang out in his head at this moment. Brother Unity. Mission. Done. Lin Yi listened to Brother Unicorn settle the mission full of reluctance. What's wrong with Brother Tunchan? Did I not teach you well? Unico. Lin Yi didn't hear a response from Unicorn, and didn't care anymore. Brother Unicorn sends its mission and he finishes his. Brother Tuzi. Let's not talk about whether I taught well or not. Did I teach or not? Brother Unicorn had been convinced by Lin Yi. The viewers of the live stream were listening to Maritina at this point, still remembering by rote I want the Yankees to die. This foreign girl. She's afraid she'll forget the classic Chinese saying. You guys? This kid brother thing. Who invented it? So talented. I literally laughed so hard my stomach hurt. I thought kid brother was really a good kid. But he's a bad boy. A little bit of the beloved president template. But not much. This Maritina. Really want to go back to her mom and dad to stick her face open big. I don't know what her parents should do. Inverted Big Dipper law. At lunchtime. The bell rang for the end of class. The sound of lounge music during the lunch hour resonates through campus. Linny left the classroom and walked on the way to the dining hall. Linny listened to the music. How it didn't sound good. Wait for me. I'll go back and get something. After Linny and Suya finished talking, they ran towards the broadcasting room on the second floor. Linny looked outside the broadcasting room and the teacher wasn't there. Linny thought about changing the BGM for the school. It's not even rhythmic music. It doesn't make me feel good to eat. Linny was at the computer in the broadcasting room, searching up the DJ. Tune in and run downstairs. Suya looked at Linny curiously. Linny's hands were empty. What did he go back to take? Suya hadn't asked. The first song on the radio ends. The second song that Linny booked came on. Rhythmic voices rang out across the campus. A few years of wind and snow rolled up the blade, and the wind was alone with the day. Look at the world in turmoil. It's all jagged and skinny. Linny was in a happy mood as he listened to this old ancestral march. Suya listened to the sudden Guanshan wine DJ. It also froze. She could be in school for a long time. All that music before was slow. What's going on today? I can't believe I'm on the DJ? Is she going to say this school is trendy? But seeing Linny, who had a smile on his face and was enjoying listening to the BGM, she guessed something. At home, Linny liked to play some BGM, especially on weekends when she slept in until noon. Linny would turn on this DJ BGM right on time. To think that Linny had just gone to the second floor. You went and changed the song, didn't you? Suya inquired about Linny. Linny nodded. Don't chat, DJ first, DJ first. Go to the cafeteria with Shuya. And the live audience got high listening to the old ancestral march. Wipe, you're getting a wave of hard controls all the way into the live room? This song awakens those charming old ancestors in the depths of my memory. Yo, when the ditty is played, the ancestors make their appearance. The Chinese refuse to give God absolute authority over man. Strange, why no words this time? I'm blind. May I ask if we're blitzing the Huns today? I was shitting myself watching Kid Brothers livestream. When this BGM went off, I feel like I'm going to go into battle with a high ponytail the next second. Students on campus got high. The principal, Senior, Deng, who was in the office, was unconsciously high. Linny listened to the music and thought it was more or less the same. The campus is always dead. How does it work? After eating, Linny walked into the principal's office. The principal saw that it was Linny and Suya, making tea for Linny and Suya as well. Come, drink tea with me. The principal asked about Linny after he sat down. That music was played by your boy, wasn't it? Linny heard the Principal Olden ask. That's a guess? Principal Olden, meanwhile, laughed and shook his head. The school is like an NPC setting with the morning exercise music. The things that happened, as long as something was strange, then the only thing he could think of was that this guy Linny had done it. He didn't want to rectify any more school rules now. As long as it wasn't something dangerous, Linny could do whatever he wanted in school. I've brought Blackie home to keep him. I'll have him delivered later. Lin 2 and Lin 3, do you want to take them home with you after school too? Principal Olden brought up the alpaca, the doggy jailbait, and the little white fox that he had been asked to look after before the game. While the little white fox is too much of an eyesore at school, the principal takes it home and keeps it, and the alpaca and the dog. The students in the school had long since gotten used to the presence of them, the two security chiefs and the assistant director of instruction. Linny thought for a moment. I'll take little Blackie back. It's better to let these two guard the school. The principal looked at Linny after hearing this. What's so great about school for them to guard? TSK. Protecting elementary school kids. The day a bad guy runs into the school, they've got some fight in them too. You win. Principal Olden was a bit speechless. Protection? Thank goodness they don't spit in the students' faces. After school, Linny took Xiao Hei back home. Supper STH. Lin Yun spoke to Linny. Son, Pops, I want to start a business. Look, is it possible? Linny ate his meal and listened to Lao Deng suddenly talk about doing business in advance. Linny froze for a moment. It's like, what's wrong? Why do you ask for his opinion when he's in business? He and Mom have all the money. Suya was also confused at this time. The decision to do business or not? Ask the youngest in the family? But after thinking about it, this guy Linny brings money to the family. And Lin Yun asks Lin Yi's opinion. Reasonable, very reasonable. In the live room, some of the new viewers were a bit confused at this point. This family. What's the situation? Why is an adult asking a child's opinion? The new guy doesn't know. Does he? Brain buzzing. Right? Kid brother's famous work, Olden in the opposite direction. The kid brother can write a, my manhwareolden, all night long. Introducing the newcomer. Kid brother. The Jung-Hoo persona. The humanoid koi carp, the walking god of fortune. The family are relying on him to make a fortune. Change you. You are all him as the god of wealth for a bottom of the cell. The bag of offerings a jailbait. Lin E, on the other hand, felt indifferent. He's got a koi body, so it's not like the family business is going to lose money, right? Let old Den build it. Both. After receiving Lin Yi's reply, Lin Yun was obviously much happier. This lying flat on the back of eating interest is too torturous. He's still looking for a little something to do. Go fry rice noodles. And he's afraid of embarrassing his baby boy. That's why I'm looking for a whole business with Yining Zhang. Open a bar. Or a fruit store. A supermarket or something. He has ideas for all of them. With an idea in mind, Lin Yun and Zhang Yining also planned the business, taking on a bar in the Magic City. Supermarket. After some days, on Friday night, Lin Yi finished his homework and watched TV in the living room. Watch what's happening internationally. Lin Yi's little genius CPU spun rapidly. Foreign wars have begun. Lin Yi thought, could it be that the S3 season is getting ready to start? When Lin Yi thought of this, he immediately shook his idea out of his head. This blue star is going to open the S3 season. The scene is no longer to be thought of. But Lin Yi thought about it. S3 season of Huaxia. But the six god outfit if the little devil dares to show his head, he'll get a second. Lin Yi was also thinking about world peace in his mind. Lin Yi also spun up the stage. No more international news. Until Lin Yi turned on an invented variety station. The eyes also seemed to have light. Watching strange inventions on TV. Just acquired a full level of inventing skill today and have a lot of bold ideas at the moment. Flesh and blood suffer mechanical ascension. Join the glorious evolution. How about adding some overkill to the S3 season of Huaxia? When Lin Yi thought of this, he already had a billion little points to aim for. But take your time with all these inventions. He can't build a big mech all at once. That way, maybe, the day after it's built, the steak will have it sliced up. One can only start with a few small inventions. Lin Yi also turned off the TV. Go back to bed. For 2 days over the weekend, Lin Yi had been thinking about inventing something. Do it. It's not that complicated. With the full level invention skill given by Brother Unity, he can always go and invent some mecha type. But it's easy to play it off. Inventions from the beginning. That would falsify it. He's been into inventions since the beginning. Then slowly get bigger and stronger. There's something to be said for being brought in for questioning by the state in this way. And there's something to be said for rounding it out. It wasn't until Monday morning at school that Lin Yi figured out what to invent. Lin Yi asked Zhang Yining as he ate his breakfast. Mom, how much does the piano in our house cost? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yining wondered what Lin Yi was doing asking this all of a sudden. Lin Yi never cared about the price of things. Well, I don't know much about it. Your dad went and picked it out for like $300,000 or so. Lin Yi heard more than $300,000? Immediately dismissed the idea of taking something from home and remodeling it. It's too expensive. Although his family had a lot of money, he wasn't some loser who took hundreds of thousands of dollars to play with. Suya also asked Lin Yi curiously from the sidelines. What's the point of asking that? Lin Yi, on the other hand, had no intention of talking to Suya. It's fine. Off to school. See you tonight. Mom. Be safe. Suya and Lin Yi went downstairs and Suya drove Lin Yi towards the school. Suya saw that Lin Yi, who was in the back seat, had been thinking. It was also rare for Suya to see Lin Yi think about something for so long. And Lin Yi had already figured out where to use the stuff and wouldn't feel like the invention was wasted. After doing his morning exercises, Lin Yi rushed towards Principal Laodang's office in a hurry. Suya also followed Lin Yi. I always feel that Lin Yi, is he going to do something bad again? Lin Yi walked into the principal's office. Early in the morning the alpaca old man was already on the floor of the office. When it saw Lin Yi coming, it immediately stood upright as well. Lin Yi wasn't interested in playing with alpaca's oldest brother. He had a big job to do. The principal saw Lin Yi arrive. It was also known that this guy, Lin Yi, had nothing to do with anything. Say, what's up again? Lin Yi heard the principal prejudge that he had something to find. Also smiling. Dear principal, I've had a dream of inventing for the past 2 days over the weekend. I think you'll support me, right? Suya was at the doorway, stroking her alpaca elder brother's head, when she heard what Lin Yi said. A dream of invention? Well, here comes another dream. Lin Yi, this is the innate dream sacred body? One day at a time, a dream to be realized. Suya had also seen it all a long time ago. The live audience was buzzing at this point. Good boy. Having dreams again and again and again. Are you? You're invincible, kid, cover your face, okay? What does the kid brother want to invent? He's not going to build a nuclear bomb with his bare hands, is he? Kid brother is preparing for the S3 season? He was prescient. Other people's dreams, spend your whole life jockeying for position. A kid brother's dream, 3 days for a big dream, 2 days to accomplish a small dream. Kid brother will give Principal Lao Deng an unarmed two-way foil rub later. The principal heard Lin Yi's set of words, also contemplated the pros and cons, but thinking about it, it was felt that the advantages of appearing on Lin Yi outweighed the disadvantages. The surprise Lin Yi created was something he couldn't have imagined. Lin Yi was at an age where he had pie-in-the-sky ideas. This is going to invent something that can be patented. This he can blow for a while again. In the future, among the principals in Mordor, he should not be in the top stream, right? Isn't that one more piece of capital to brag about in front of your old friends? Thinking of this, Headmaster Olden had fantasized about Lin Yi's invention of building rockets and tanks. And now for Principal Olden's fantasy moment. Lin Yi looked at the Principal Lao Deng, who didn't say anything and was so full of smiles that he was close to drooling out his harangue. Hey, Principal. It was only after Lin Yi's reminder that the Principal, Lao Deng, snapped out of his fantasies. Okay, I'm sure I fully support your dream. Now is there any difficulty you can't solve? You can mention it all to me. Lin Yi heard the Principal Olden promise. Fruity? It has to be true. Then I'll need a lot of materials. It's a pain in the ass. Principal Olden heard that Lin Yi wanted materials. He doesn't skimp on his wallet either. That's true. Principal, am I that kind of cheap? Feel free to use whatever you have at school. I'll help you procure what you don't have. For Principal Olden, he seems like an angel investor at the moment. Any idea Lin Yi had? A dream he would help realize. What if there is a miracle like the last international championship in table tennis? Such honor, how many people can have that? When Lin Yi heard what the principal said, he also searched for paper in the office. Write up some of the materials he needs for this invention. There were some materials that Lin Yi thought the school had, but some of them still need to be repurchased. Suya didn't know what to say when she saw the principal agree to Lin Yi. No wonder Lin Yi had been thinking about things in the car today. So you're thinking of inventing. The viewers of the live broadcast were also overwhelmed by the generosity of the principal at this point. He's really, for crying out loud, Principal Olden is really not mean at all. Your uncle spoils him. The kids are spoiled by the principal. Mr. Deng, having a student who has won a world championship is a great honor, isn't it? The principal is taking a gamble, wanting to see if kid brother is an innate invention saint body, inventing his sixth uncle. What can a kid brother with a fart's brain invent? The principal doted on Lin Yi as he wrote a list of many materials, but the more you look at it, the more it doesn't look right. Looking at the principal, Olden frowned. Lin Yi was writing, so he couldn't be bothered. Until Lin Yi finished writing and gave the list to the principal. That's all it takes. Oh principal, there are some things I can't move. Could you please inform the frail gym teacher that she's free to help me move some things? The principal looks at the list and nods. The bell rang, and Lin Yi ran back towards the classroom. The principal looked at the list. He was genuinely puzzled as to what exactly Lin Yi was going to invent. P.S. We've reached 200 chapters. Sprinkle a flower to celebrate the fact that you've lasted so long. I wonder how many readers have been chasing it from dozens of chapters. Thanks for the support and thanks for the company. The principal of the list couldn't read. Also shakes his head bashfully. Perhaps, that's the idea of genius. After all, the mind of a genius is always elusive. The principal could only go and procure it for Lin Yi himself. A bunch of messy stuff, including tools. On Lin Yi's way back to the classroom, Suya was as curious as an Edison about what magical things Lin Yi was trying to invent. Asked Lin Yi. Yat, what are you trying to invent? Secret, just wait and see. Lin Yi gave Suya the benefit of the doubt. And for the next few days, Lin Yi asked his gym teacher to help him move the most expensive piano on campus to the studio where he was going to get his invention. A whole big studio that the principal had specially prepared for Lin Yi. Lin Yi certainly wouldn't fail him. During this time, Lin Yi didn't allow people like Suya and the principal to enter the invention studio. Make it mysterious. Lin Yi let the gym teacher do the hard work. The physical education teacher had no choice but to act as a temporary assistant to Lin Yi. Who told this little guy to be the world table tennis champion? In future sports competitions, maybe he'll have to use Lin Yi. For a long time, Lin Yi didn't even come home from school, getting late at school before going back. Lin Yi took care of it and informed up the principal that he would publicize his invention tomorrow at the end of the week. Principal Olden was so excited to hear about it that he stayed up all night. It's a big deal for him. Lin Yi had been focusing on this invention for the past few days. And make it mysterious. The principal had a lot of confidence in the genius that was Lin Yi. Find out about the contacts on the Variety channel. I love inventions. Let the hosts they come live to the school tomorrow to witness the inventions of his gifted students. Lin Yi had whetted his appetite these days. In his opinion, Lin Yi's invention would shock China. And the next day, the hosts of the I Love Inventions program, with their on-air equipment and crew, are ready to launch a session at Sunnyside Elementary School. Lin Yi and Suya arrived late. Watching the scene was more than just teachers and principals, but also the hosts of I Love Inventions. Lin Yi straightened up and called out the good guys. Principal Olden, you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? So eager to get ahead? Suya saw that the hosts of I Love Invention had come to the live broadcast, also looked stupid. The audience in the live stream also exploded. I've got a tasty steal. This is even the I Love Inventions section? Kid brother, debut your genius invention. Lighten up little baby. It must be a superb invention that Kid brother doesn't let crunchy college students follow him on air for so many days, right? An absolutely great invention after holding it back for so many days. I'll make a reservation first. The innate invention's sacred body is good. The viewers of the live broadcast even started naming Lin Yi's new holy body. The principal, who was present, also introduced Lin Yi to the host of the I Love Inventions program when he saw him arrive. This is my genius student, Lin Yi. Great idea for an invention. The host listened and then came to Lin Yi with a microphone. Hello Mr. Lin Yi. I'm the host of I Love Inventions. Today our column was invited by your principal to come to the site to have a look at your invention. Can you tell us what aspect of this invention you are geared toward? Lin Yi listened to the host's question. I was silent for a while thinking about my debut work, which I did not create with my heart. Seems to have something on his mind that he doesn't want to answer. You'll see later. PE teacher, coach would come with me. Lin Yi wanted to trouble them to help carry out what he had invented. The gym teacher and coach Wu followed Lin Yi to his invention room without ambiguity. And that invention had long since been covered with a mysterious black cloth by Lin Yi. The gym teacher and coach Wu didn't ask too many questions. Lin Yi wanted to remain mysterious. Then keep it a mystery. They carried Lin Yi's invention to the playground. The live camera of the I Love Inventions program also disliked the black cloth around it. The audience was shown the black cloth. The host also did a live effect. Wow! As you can see, there's something special about Lin Yi's invention, covered with a black curtain for all the mystery. Honestly, I'm a little curious as to what magical things the elementary school student, Lin Yi, can invent. Is it convenient for our daily routine or is it an innovation? We stay tuned. And the principal, Olden, watched the mystery pull full circle and smiled from ear to ear. This may or may not be Lin Yi's amazing work, or patentable existence. He's a principal, but he can blow it for the rest of his life. He even fantasized. Lin Yi said in an interview that he couldn't have done such a good work without the full support of his principal. How many teachers and principals dream of that scene? And the host told Lin Yi to stand aside from the invention. Come, student Lin Yi, reveal to us your invention. At this moment, Suya was also unconsciously looking forward to it, because these days, when Lin Yi went to the invention room, he asked her not to follow, so she had no idea what type of thing Lin Yi had invented. She being Lin Yi's #1 fangirl. Naturally, he was looking forward to Lin Yi's first invention. Maybe she's witnessing a miracle. Lin Yi stood in front of the work at that moment and pulled back the black curtain with force. An invention that looked like a piano, a stall cart, and a kebab stand appeared in front of everyone. The crowd in the arena looked frozen in place. Principal Olden's jaw dropped in shock. Isn't this piano the most expensive piano in the school, by the looks of it? Lin Yi took it to be a victim of invention? Seeing the invention made by Lin Yi, on top of the piano keys, there were also barbecue skewers. For those who don't know, I thought Lin Yi was preparing a stall to sell barbecue. Principal Olden thought of the school's piano. That's a $100,000 piano. The principal pressed his human center. I almost didn't pass out. The host and the other teachers were confused. What kind of invention is this? Lin Yi watched everyone freeze at this point, and was also afraid that they wouldn't understand the significance of his invention. Well, at least it's his debut work, and it deserves the platitudes. No less. Lin Yi explained to the crowd in a serious manner. It's my invention. I have a friend who told me he wanted to be classy and eat barbecue at a roadside stand at the same time. But it's something he doesn't think it's possible to combine. I thought about it. Art, it needs to be inculcated. That's why I made this homemade piano kebab cart. Lin Yi said, taking a seat in front of the piano. 2 wheels around the piano. Another wheel under the chair. Use the wheels underneath the chair to steer the direction and realize grilling kebabs at the same time, while playing the piano. There are also topping bowls of toppings and skewers of lamb on the grill. You can barbecue while pottering. Elegant. Never goes out of style. Lin Yi gave an explanation of his invention, giving the crowd of teachers in the room and the host of I Love Inventions a hard control for 3 minutes. Suya all froze in place. She didn't realize that Lin Yi had invented this, playing piano while barbecuing. In a way, There's really nothing wrong with this invention. Like Linny said, art needs to be cultivated. Principal Olden looked at the piano. He no longer cared what Linny had invented. The principal pressed up the center of the human body for himself, fearing that the next moment the white eyes would roll over and the white cloth would cover. You know, Linny, this piano barbecue. Roughly the material but the school piano to transform. That piano is worth over $100,000. Linny brings such oohs and ahs. The principal was so sorry. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Linny's invention, some of them fell silent. They'd all thought about it just now. This invented holy body of Linny's. Looking forward to Linny inventing a controlled fusion, or something bullish that can go to heaven. Didn't realize. Linny held back a big pile. I'm so steel. This thing I really like. Do you want to sell it? Piano grill. I think it makes sense. Other than that, just tell me if it's an invention. Kid brother, this little genius CPU. How did you come up with the drops? Principal, no. This is really useless stuff. Someone on the live stream was trolling Lin Yi's invention. Some also appreciated Lin Yi's invention, and Lin Yi, in the silence of the crowd, started lighting a fire in front of the piano while grilling in piano. Can you go back to the day of your vacation by playing the clock in the opposite direction 10,000 times? Lin Yi finished playing the reverse direction bell piano version. From time to time, douse the skewers with some chili. The car ran with Lin Yi at the controls. The bells and pianos in the opposite direction ring out. The crowd in the arena came back to their senses, listening to Lin Yi's piano and smelling the kebabs. Other than that, tawdry, plus kebabs, Lin Yi did it with this invention. Shuya listened to the piano music and smelled the skewers. Flashbacks to 18 years of carefree summers. The crowd in the arena was also satisfied as they listened to Lin Yi's unmistakable piano tune. The audience in the live room was listening to the tune at this point, and the picture changed. Elegant, so elegant. It's going to be a barbecue. The barbecue in your hand suddenly turns into a glass of red wine. I've seen this one called April Is Your Lie. Pain. It hurts too much. Can I go back to the day of my winter vacation by listening to the clock in the opposite direction 10,000 times? Elegance never goes out of style. Kid brother, you're invincible. Let's not talk about inventions or anything else. The kid brother's playing is really good. I'm voting for this project. Mass production immediately. The kid brother is preparing the dolls who are learning piano now for employment in 10 years. I'm crying my eyes out. Principal Olden almost spat out a mouthful of old blood as he listened to the piano. Lin Yi the piano. Soccer. Ping pong genius. Had to go tinker with some invention. The principal was screaming with regret. Regret investing in Lin Yi and letting Lin Yi invent it. He also now finally understood what it meant to waste talent. The host stopped Lin Yi at this point and gave him a close-up of his piano grill truck. Other than that, Lin Yi's welding is still okay. This one is a must. Full-grade welders are no joke. But the invention. There are some hard words. A different kind of barbecue while playing the piano. Like Mr. Lin Yi said, art needs to be inculcated. The host of I Love Inventions hastily ended the day's broadcast. Not even much of an interview. Take the staff and evacuate in flames. Principal Olden watched the staff walk away. Also helplessly, he went to Lin Yi's side and sighed. He didn't want to hit Lin Yi either. But this piano barbecue cart made by Lin Yi is really useless. Who's a nice guy playing the piano and selling skewers at the same time? Would a virtuoso who can play the piano go to a barbecue and perform while he's on the grill for that scrap of silver and a few tails? The ones that make money selling kebabs and play the piano? It's either he says it's useless or it's not. It's really, really useless. That's an invention of yours that none of those presenters would recognize. It's not the principal I'm criticizing you. The point is that this invention of yours costs too much money. I have a limited wallet. It's not that I don't support your inventions. You can invent something practical that saves money and is useful. If we can't, we don't have talent in inventing. We can return to table tennis and soccer. I recognize your talent in these fields. The principal persuaded Lin Yi bitterly, afraid that Lin Yi's next invention would demolish the school. Invent a big one. It wasn't like he dared to just tell Lin Yi to give up the invention, afraid of hitting Lin Yi's fragile heart. When Lin Yi heard what Headmaster Lao Deng said, he also nodded his head in a seemingly understandable manner. Useful. And saves money. Lin Yi had an instant thought. Saving money. Useful, right? Help me get some more materials. I'm getting ideas. Lin Yi finished writing down the list for the principal. Principal Olden looked at the list. Steel pipe and wire. Things were cheap this time around. His wallet suffered too. Watching Lin Yi run towards his invention room with this undiminished enthusiasm, he couldn't be bothered to splash Lin Yi with cold water. Looking at Suya, Lin Yi's assistant. Xiao Ya, you find a chance to help me persuade Xiaoyi. It's easy for him to waste other talents when he's obsessed with inventions like that. He was more worried about Lin Yi's future as a principal than anyone else. Worried that Lin Yi had been indulging in inventions and losing his fortune and wasting time, not to mention. Can you really find a career of your own as an adult when other talents are wasted? How would the principal know? This was just a little idea that Lin Yi had. And it didn't go well with those full-grade inventions in his head. If he wanted to, could have invented the one-hit wonder thing. But that's too inviting and takes a little time to transition. He is really holding back a big one. Suya listened to what the principal said and didn't know what to say. Persuade Lin Yi? This can't be happening. His mom and dad couldn't care less what Lin Yi wanted to do. Even when the family did tens of millions of dollars of business, they had to ask Lin Yi's opinion before they started. Not to mention her assistant. The principal had no choice but to go and procure the items Lin Yi needed. Until Lin Yi himself said he was giving up, the support he needed to do was still necessary. And for a few days, what everyone didn't expect was, Lin Yi's invention of a piano grill cart caught fire on the hot search. It was even rumored on the extranet that foreigners loved this elegant invention of Lin Yi's. Many people mimicked the piano grill car of Lin Yi. In the past few days, Lin Yi hadn't given up on his invention idea either. Principal Olden wanted to save money and be practical. Then invent. Because of Lin Yi's earlier piano grill cart invention, Sunshine Elementary School principal welcomes CCTV TV hosts for an interview. This should be happy. The principal Olden in front of the interview camera, sad face. The host of the interview was a bit confused. A student at this school has invented something that could catch fire abroad. Well, that proves there's an audience for this invention. This should be a source of pride. Why isn't the principal happy? Something on your mind, perhaps? Sioa is live on the sidelines, watching the sad-faced principal Olden being interviewed. Lin Yi, at this time now, was still in his invention room. Shua can't even follow. Lin Yi spent all his free time in the invention room except for class time. And the host started the interview. Hello, principal? What do you think of that piano grill cart invention of your students that caught fire abroad? The principal listens to what the host says. Fire it up abroad. Then fire it up. It's not gonna work for him. Lin Yi went to play ping pong, soccer, or failing that, be a pianist. Which item of talent alone is not in existence that crushes the same generation? Tossing this crap invention. All the good stuff in the school was demolished for Lin Yi. Inventions. What a misguided attempt to victimize his best student with this invention. In the words of the internet, is this invented dream to ruin Lin Yi? 4 principles. Lin Yi now. That's just not doing his job. Table tennis, soccer training. Lin Yi was not interested at all. A mind is rooted in invention. Ugh. The principal shook his head sadly. What can one feel? Lin Yi, is the most talented student in soccer, ping pong, and piano since my school opened. Now that a mind is on inventions, I'm worried. The moderator heard the principal's response. It's also a little confusing. This student is so good? Invention. She thought it wasn't so bad. Who can invent something to fire abroad? There's only a handful of them. Are you not in favor of his invention? But I understand from the internet that you are, so to speak, an angel investor in your students. Another question from the moderator. The principal also had a sad look on his face. To be honest, I don't support him. He was heartily unsupportive. But Lin Yi had always made him an irresistible investment. Because Lin Yi could create many impossible miracles for him. But this time, seems like expectations were put too high. As the old saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The principal said, spilling the beans for the interview host. He invented the contraption. I guess, there's no future in it. Getting all that mess. Ugh. I told him he was wasting money. And he's trying to save me money. After the principal finished speaking, he pulled out the stainless steel wallet Lin Yi had built for him from his pocket. Opening it reveals that the wallet holds Lao Deng's ID card, and some bank cards. It was the other day that Lin Yi listened to the advice of the principal. Lao Deng said to save money. Lin Yi pondered. A wallet should be replaced every 2 or 3 years, right? Or dropped it without even realizing it. Lin Yi simply built a stainless steel one. It's still moving when you drop it on the floor. The main one is one. Den go. The wallet is still there. Principal Lao Deng helpless. Do not use cannot. Lin Yi snatched his wallet and threw it in the trash. Having to make him use this stainless steel. He doesn't have to. He's afraid of hurting Lin Yi's young heart. The host looked at the principal's wallet and barely tensed. The apples of her face are very noticeable. Although she didn't laugh, but Sioa on the side can see that she's holding it in very hard. No specialized training, but not her Shuya. The assistants around Lin Yi had long since become accustomed to it. She can hold it in, but every time she saw Principal Olden pull out his wallet, she could feel her merit dwindling like crazy. Some of the newer viewers in the livestream went crazy with laughter when they saw the scene. Ha 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 ha. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. Goddamn stainless steel wallet. When the man is gone, the wallet can still be passed on for 3 generations. Forget about the platitudes and all that. Just tell me. Save your money. May I ask where to buy this Kid Brother brand wallet? I want to buy 10 of them. Do you know the pain of holding in your laughter on the bus? Headmaster Lao Deng is really convinced that he has a student like Kid Brother. The thief went for the wallet with a razor blade when the hamper went up in flames. Principal Lao Deng's face was written with dislike for Lin Yi's stainless steel wallet. This he took out with him to dinner with friends and he was afraid to even pull it out. He was afraid his friends would find out. Sit there and you'll be nagged for the rest of your life. Lin Yi, table tennis world champion, to earn him some face, are going to be thrown away. The host of the interview almost couldn't hold back his laughter as he watched the disgust written all over the principal's face. But out of professionalism, she didn't laugh. The principal took his wallet back into his pocket. That one's off the table. Just watch that one, said the principal, pointing to an elementary school student who was sweeping the leaves aside. The host looked over and saw 2 third graders, both grasping a stainless steel iron broom, desperately sweeping the floor. Every sweep or 2, you have to stop and wipe the sweat from your forehead. Even if they don't say it, anyone who sees it can hear, sweating it out. Bro Mo. Curious, the host walked over and took it for a test drive. Both hand sweeps were a struggle. Good man. These students are going to be repaired to sweepers for 2 more years. Suya was speechless when she saw this masterpiece that Lin Yi had invented. She didn't dare laugh out loud. I'm afraid that Lin Yi will be expelled by old Den tomorrow with his left foot first in the school. After the experience, the presenter comes back. Principal Olden continued to spew his bitterness at him. The broom is heavy and laborious. It's hard on these students. The principal said it all with a bit of a sob. Give back his genius Lin Yi student. He doesn't want the Lin Yi that will invent it. He wanted the unbeatable table tennis player of his generation. The flexible Lin Yi on the green field. Instead, Lin Yi, who made a bunch of useless inventions. He invented this stainless steel broom, and I'll leave it at that. He also returned all the stockpiled brooms the school had stockpiled, saying he would buy more stainless steel brooms when they broke down to save the school some money each semester. It's not that I think there's no use. These things are really useless. The host almost laughed when he heard what the principal said. Stainless steel broom. Buy it again when it breaks. This stainless steel broom. I'm afraid the broom will still be there when the person leaves, right? Suya was already speechless. Lin Yi's invention. There's this high-speed machine. The audience in the live broadcast room was going crazy with joy at this point. Ha 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 ha. The school is a prison. And these dozens of pounds of broomsticks, aren't they torture devices? Headmaster Olden's heart is breaking. The key is that the Kid Brother and he cannot say resistance with a body that weighs several dozen pounds. If it's not his heart, it's his backbone. I can see Principal Olden's eyes are full of worry about Kid Brother's future. Principal Olden is in tears. Principal, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Kid Brother, falsehood. Principal, they're useless. Kid Brother, what about the truth? Principal, it's true useless. The principal isn't disgusted. He's really disgusted. Ha 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 ha. The moderator of the interview was not in a position to ask any more questions. Lin Yi was still delving into his invention. Mecha, the ultimate romance for men. And what Lin Yi had invented during this time had made the school miserable. And even the principal, Lao Deng, was shaking his head straight. This interview and incident spread quickly online. Kid Brother's useless invention? The principal's heart is in agony. Brother Kid was honored with the title of Minister of Justice. After a long time, it was hard for Lin Yi to sit in the principal's office for a while. The principal saw that Lin Yi was finally too idle to ponder the invention. He thought Lin Yi was giving up on inventing. He also thought about diverting Lin Yi's attention from wasting time on those inventions. In the principal's opinion, Lin Yi was wasting his time and talent. Xiao Yi, do you want to attend the school's 6-1 Children's Day party in a few days? Put on a show or something. The principal knew that Lin Yi could play the piano and perhaps had other talents. Let Lin Yi perform. Take this opportunity to enrich the program of the 6-1 Children's Day party. The party, after all, is something that every student and every parent can be there to see. Suya was at the side, also looking at Lin Yi. Wanted to know if Lin Yi would answer. This Children's Day is not her holiday though, but it should be fun to watch the little ones. Lin Yi couldn't guarantee that he'd activate another holy body of some sort. Lin Yi listened to the principal asking him to perform. There was also a hesitation. But think of the fact that you need some important parts for your invention. Thinking that if I promise and mention it to the principal, I should be able to get it, right? Okay then. I'll take care of the curtain call act. Is this okay? The principal heard that Lin Yi was going to perform. The entire pupil was dilated. Curtain call session? No problem. Absolutely no problem. It's fine for Lin Yi to perform a few more. Fine. This will work. Do I need to prepare someone for you? Lin Yi shook his head. I need something. Okay, I'll get it for you. Linny once again used the name of the curtain call performance to get Principal Laodang to help him buy some materials. His truly virgin invention is about to come to life. It took the effort and months of work to build it. It's what's called an invention this time. The June 1st Children's Day party is on schedule. Many parents of students gathered in the school in the evening. Small benches and snacks are on hand, just waiting to see what the kids do. The show had also started at this point. Suya was live next to the stage, and Lin Yi's shadow was nowhere to be seen. The principal was also asking about Suya. How are the preparations for Lin Yi's curtain call performance? Suya also shrugged. He ran to the invention room after class. The principal shook his head helplessly when he heard what Suya said. I can only hope that Lin Yi doesn't let the pigeon go. One by one, the grade level performances end. Lin Yi didn't even show up until it was about to wrap up. The audience in the live broadcast room also wondered at this point. Where's Kid Brother? Didn't we say he was performing today? I've got my melon ready. Don't tell me he's a pigeon today. Melon seeds, beer, peanuts and mineral water are all ready. If the Kid Brother does not come out, the Principal Laodang, I'll find a pack of people to get you. Oh, Principal, so, what did I do wrong? Ha 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 ha. Principal Olden is going to die of embarrassment. Principal, when I met Kid Brother, I knew. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Many parents in the arena were looking forward to Lin Yi's performance. Many of them are Lin Yi's fans. Huangfu Xiaomei had finished her violin performance at this point, and was also waiting expectantly for Lin Yi's performance under the field. She had seen the set list and Lin Yi was alone in the performance curtain call. She was Lin Yi's most loyal fangirl outside of Suya. Lin Yi's mom and dad, Yin Zhang, and Lin Yun also put down their business at hand and came to watch the Children's Day party. Wanted to see what Lin Yi was going to perform. They would also always be Lin Yi's most loyal audience. Cheers for Lin Yi. Until finally, the school host takes the stage. The next act is a curtain call for Mr. Lin Yi. With that, the host stepped off the stage. The crowd in the arena also cheered and applauded. The teachers were also looking forward to what this little guy Lin Yi was going to perform. Suya was also pointing the camera at the stage at this time. She was also incredibly excited. Wanted to witness Lin Yi's mysterious performance today. Lin Yi neither revealed nor rehearsed, and as Lin Yi's assistant, she really didn't know a thing about it. The host steps down and the lights in front of the stage suddenly turn off. The playground was plunged into darkness. The only thing in the field is the brightly lit screen of a cell phone in the hands of a teacher playing with it. Whoa! What happened? Power outage? No! Right! The crowd was speculating if there was a power outage. The viewers of the live broadcast, what they saw was also pitch black. Listening to people around them talking about hearing. Oh wow! The power's out? ITEFA. There's no blackout. Is there? This should Kid Brothers be the entrance ceremony, right? The live streaming audience is under discussion. The crowd of teachers also confirmed with the backstage that it wasn't a power outage. Rather, it was Lin Yi's request to start hitting the lights in 10 seconds. Under the suspicion of the crowd in the arena, the stage lights up with a small white light. The crowd heard the sound of machinery rattling and all eyes gathered at the stage. Look at the little lights at the stage. They looked as if they had seen it somewhere, until a pair of lighted eyes lit up. Everyone in the darkness saw where the eyes were and where the chest lights were. A bold answer came to everyone's mind. Iron Man. Under the 10-second countdown, the lights on the stage arena suddenly came on. The crowd got a good look at the mech that silently appeared on the stage. As much as the answers in their minds thought, Iron Man, that delicate steel mech appeared on the stage. The arena was in an instantaneous uproar. Steel mecha battlesuits may be a bit childish for college students, but for elementary school students, they possess absolute lethality. No elementary school student can resist the lure of a mech. It wasn't just elementary school students in the arena, but teachers and parents of students joined in with a shocked nationalist cheer. Crap! Is this a model? Or is it really built? It's not just a leather jacket, is it? It really looks like it. Those headlights, holy crap! Under the shocked voices of the crowd of parents, Suya and the principal froze. This is Lin Yi's Iron Man mecha that he's been working so hard on for the past few months? They looked dumbfounded off stage. The principal man was dumbfounded. The audience in the live broadcast room had also exploded at this time. I Lu a big tart steel. Kid Brother is really hold a big ah. This invention. It can't just be a tin. Can it? Crap. Oversized bang. Kid Brother. Lend me this to play with. I'm a college student. Can it be free? Not even if you're an animal. Maybe a little childish for elementary school students. Just right for me as a college student. Brother Kid. I'm a 10-year-old fan of yours. Let me play. The audience in the live broadcast room. At this time, the eyes of fire came out. How perfect was this Iron Man suit that Lin Yi had built? Could they not know? Lin Yi had been burying his head in the invention room for the past few months, As any old fan knows, kid brother may be a bit naughty, but the surprises created for them are never absent. And Lin Yi was wearing a steel battlesuit at the moment. The field moved. The mechanical arm lifted up towards the sky at a 45-degree angle. The only thing the crowd in the arena saw was a shot appearing to shoot out of Lin Yi's mecha arm. Sharp rattles broke through the air and resonated throughout the campus. Everyone looked up. Only an item was seen rising vertically high into the air. Everyone was frozen in shock, looking up at the broken thing. They thought it was a surface-to-air missile. What is it? Iron Man's cannonball? My god, this isn't a model mech, it's a real steel battlesuit. Watching Lin Yi launch something that rose vertically high into the sky, everyone understood that Lin Yi's Iron Man suit was not a Koskin. Instead, it's the real deal. The steel battlesuit. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining were both confused. Is this what his son has been scraping the bottom of the barrel to invent all these days? Lin Yun really wanted to shout out at this moment. My son, Lin Yi, has the appearance of a great inventor? Huangfu Xiaomei looked dumbfounded, although she couldn't see Lin Yi in the iron battlesuit. But at this moment, Lin Yi was the most handsome in her heart. Nope, always the most handsome. Suya and Headmaster Lao Dang looked up at what continued to rise in the air. It's also full of incredulity. Until that one thing that Lin Yi had launched, reached a certain height and hovered in the air. Then it changes tracks and boom, bloomed out in the air. Colorful fireworks lit up the dark night. With the sound of the fireworks going off, everyone looked at the beautiful fireworks in the air and gawked up. Everyone is stupid. What did they just see? Vertical liftoff hovering variable orbit fireworks? Some of the military buffs in the audience knew that this was shell trajectory technology set on a national weapon. I can't believe that there can be vertical liftoff hovering orbit change technology in a firework set off by an elementary school student. Oh my god, did that firework just change tracks? How did this little guy invent it? So handsome. Daddy, I want that battlesuit. Buy it for me. The adults in the arena were surprised that Lin Yi released vertical lift hovering variable orbit fireworks. The elementary school student then pointed at Lin Yi, who was on the stage, wearing an Iron Man battlesuit. Said the man who wanted Lin Yi's exact same battlesuit. Lin Yi's former cohort, Liang Qi, saw the iron battlesuit on stage. He also knew that it was Lin Yi who was on the stage now. He really wanted to rush up to Lin Yi now and say, "Brother, you smell good." The principal, who was next to the stage, also saw the fireworks launched by Lin Yi, the vertical liftoff hovering and changing orbit technique. He was still in shock and hadn't come back from it either. Thought Lin Yi just built a tin this time. He hadn't realized that Lin Yi had even gotten it right to launch a cannonball. The principal was momentarily unsure whether this invention of Lin Yi's, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Suya was also so surprised at this time that her mouth couldn't close. Surprised, he looked at Lin Yi on the stage who raised his left hand, still in the firing position. Lin Yi these past few months, diving into inventions. I didn't expect to invent this. The launch functions are all there now. If we give Lin Yi some more time, wouldn't Lin Yi be able to invent the flight function? But after thinking about it, it shouldn't be possible. Absolutely not. The audience in the live broadcast room also witnessed the ascending fireworks at this time, and the live broadcast audience exploded, one after another. They began to discuss Lin Yi's iron battlesuit and vertical lift hovering orbit change technology. Bad. Our private sector has mastered the vertical liftoff hovering orbit change technology, and we can't hide it. If you don't start a rumor, I'm going to start one. Kid brother forever god. Crap let the kid brother load too. No kidding. Mask next Venom. The kid brother under the mask is supposed to look like this. Come on master with the picture. Flesh and blood sufferings. Follow me in my mechanical ascension. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room also wanted to find Lin Yi to learn about building techniques. And the commotion of the fireworks caused the surrounding public to look towards Sunnyside Elementary School. Police officers patrolling the surrounding area also rushed to Sunnyside Elementary School. Lin Yi was also controlling the iron battlesuit at this time. The battlesuit opened from the front and unloaded Lin Yi. Lin Yi also walked down. The mecha restored back naturally as in the movie. Standing in the middle of the field, Lin Yi also stood next to the mech and began his curtain call. Thanks to all who watched his invention. And for this curtain raiser, closing the show, Lin Yi put his hand in front of his chest to give thanks, half bowing, and the iron battlesuit followed Lin Yi's movements to give thanks. Thank you all for coming out to the June 1st party. A thank you. With their busy schedules, they were able to take time out of their busy schedules to watch the evening with him. Two sheiks, they watched attentively the show of inventions belonging to him. Lin Yi will have all the manners he should have. The main one is A, quality unknown. All depends on the other. The crowd in the arena watched as Iron Battlesuit and Lin Yi gave their thanks. Everyone froze. Lin Yi had gotten out of the mech, and that mech would actually synchronize Lin Yi's movements. Thunderous applause in the arena. They hadn't looked back since Lin Yi's performance, until the synchronized bowing of Lin Yi and the mech. Oh my god, this guy is a real genius. This mech actually synchronizes his movements. This son will become a great man. The many parents of the students at the bottom gave Linny the highest praise. These few minutes of falling performance gave them so many shocks. It also gave them a rare glimpse of fireworks in the Magic City. It was only for a moment, but they were satisfied. Under the applause, many of his fellow schoolmates looked at Linny. They even wanted to rush up and wear Linny's battlesuit for fun. But the parents and teachers are there, and it's Linny up there. In Sunshine Elementary School, one could not take Principal Lao Deng seriously, but one could not disregard Linny. The incident of the delayed start of school. They had relied on Linny to make up for their homework by renewing their lives over the winter break. There were also friendly soccer matches, international table tennis matches, and Linny's record took their breath away. He was in awe of Linny. Even those who were in a higher grade than Linny had to call out Brother E when they saw Linny. If he didn't want to call out to Brother E and called out to young Master Lin, Linny could afford to do so. Now that he saw that Linny had invented a mecha that could not only launch things, but also synchronize Linny's movements, still able to open up and let the person driving down like in the movie, they had a few more points of admiration for Linny in their hearts. Although the iron broomstick Linny invented these past few months, it made them feel more painful than being in jail. But at this moment, all this pain was swept away. There's just adoration. Adoration. Huangfu Xiaomei's eyes were glowing as she looked at Linny. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun were also feeling very long in the tooth as they listened to all the parents around them praising Linny. Uploaded on the internet a few months ago, their baby boy invented all the useless inventions, but in their eyes, Linny was their pride. Inventions. Linny can't invent something out of the ordinary all at once. They also thought that it was Linny trying. In progress. See, I told you yet. He's the best. Suya was listening to what Zhang Yinin uttered from the sidelines. At this moment, she realized that the phrase society's cornerstones, mom's little pride, that had been circulating on the internet. The edges do not fit when used on Linny. But during that time, Linny invented something that the head of the school's security brigade shook his head at. Now Linny seems to have proved himself. His invention, who says it doesn't work, that launched fireworks that lifted vertically to hover and change orbit. It's going to give Linny a little time to make a cannonball. Then Linny's battle armor would only lack a flight function. Things like artillery shells, is a controlled substance in China. Linny used the fireworks to confirm that there was nothing wrong with his invention idea. On this point alone, no one dared to say that Linny's invention was useless anymore. Improve it, maybe someday. It can be a war weapon. Principal Olden had dropped his jaw long ago. The viewers of the live broadcast room were also buzzing at this point when they saw that Linny's mech was able to synchronize its movements and autonomous retractions. They couldn't even believe that Linny had invented it. After all, those unspeakable inventions Linny made a few months ago had been on the hot search. They were still fresh in their minds. No. Synchronization all worked out? No dude, shrimp head looking at computer, you really know how to invent huh? You really damn Bromo tell me it's fake. I'm dreaming. Kid brother, you invented some stainless steel brooms, just for fun. Why did you come up with something that really works? Tell you what. I'll eat a pile of big ones and you can withdraw this invention. Kid brother, you'll look like I'm a real iron waste. Don't look. Shit. Trying to watch a show. Giving me a broken defense. Many new viewers of the live broadcast came to watch the June 1st Children's Day party. But seeing Lin Yi's inventions, they all broke defense in droves. Lin Yi's invention. Just the synchronized movement of the mechs, opening and closing like a movie that let the driver down, was enough to shock them for a whole day. Not to mention that fireworks vertical liftoff hover variable orbit technology, switched to missiles, this could be a weapon of war. Some war fans, recently brainwashed by the upcoming S3 season, have been thinking about what they're going to play for S3. Seeing Lin Yi's mecha made them even more excited. Suya watched as the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room began to change in style. Brother kid, you're in charge of improving the mecha. I'll prepare the raw materials for the missiles for you. If the flight function is really afraid of test flights, I can use my life to be a test pilot for you. Flying once before you die is also straight hot. Criminal. You're too criminal. Give you guys a whole AK? Give kid brother a whole rifle and you dare to blitz the brats, right? He. Fooled you. No AK blitz too. The viewers on the live feed even started preparing to blitz the little kids. Linny shut down the mech in the middle of the field. The power source for this thing. Linny invented harvesting solar energy. And it's still half finished at the moment. Evolving into a true finished product will take a good long while, like the ability to fly, and the materials used in this mech. It's all too easy. If you give him some valuable materials, that's true mechanical ascension. Join the glorious evolution. If it is indeed the S3 season, this will be a big baby. The June 1st party ended successfully. the police came to the school and also gave a verbal warning. Lin Yi sent the mech back to the invention room, and went home with his mom, dad, and Suya. In one night, Principal Olden tossed and turned. He always had a feeling that something was going to happen. He also didn't expect Lin Yi to invent something that had been held back for so long and come to a head. The next day, as Principal Olden expected, Lin Yi's curtain call performance yesterday went viral on the internet. It even rushed to the top of the hot search. The kids' homemade mecha. The fireworks have their own vertical lift, hovering and orbiting technology. The Mets all come with synchronized systems. Please protect the country. Slice. A 9-year-old's brother is so rebellious. Industrial mapping? Even the kid brother came to participate? The moment the hot search appeared, Chinese netizens were not calm. All thought the images on the hot topic were from a movie. But with the netizens debunking the rumor, everyone knows. It's true. No. I thought it was a movie. Ilua tainted steel. Kid brother this version T0 ah. So super standard? Hey. Human cubs, this is evolving too fast. I'm still working on the screws in the factory. This fucking 9 years old? Can you build a synchronized system like the movie? Iron Man. The lighthouse didn't even show up. And it ended up in China? This must be sliced. Slice and study it. Spread the word. Our civilian population has mastered the vertical lift hovering orbit change technology. Anyone who commits an offense against our China will be executed even if it's far away. Anyone disprove the rumor? No one's disproving the rumor. I'm going to blitz the brats tomorrow. First, I'll burn a sacred toilet. Then I'll give the head of the brats a shot in homage to the no. One male gun in the Japanese service. The internet had gone crazy about what Lin Yi had invented. Among Kid Brother's recent inventions, the steel battlesuit is among the top ones. Unprecedented invention, so to speak. In one fell swoop, Lin Yi had lifted the name of the previous ruined invention. Overnight, Lin Yi's shift in popularity from the Ministry of Criminal. Netizens recognized him as a little inventor. Innate invention of the sacred body. The video of Lin Yi's invention of the iron battlesuit had also reached the extranet. The gringos look at the nationalist streak afterward. I can't believe this was made by a 9-year-old. Synchronized system. Perfect opening and closing of the mech. Firing function. This down the line, that's a war machine taking shape. In the school office, Principal Lao Dang wore glasses and stared wide-eyed at the computer screen, filled with news about Lin Yi. He couldn't even believe that Lin Yi's invention was so influential. The principal underestimated the bond between men and mecha. And, an even bigger surprise is on the way. Half an hour later, all the news about Lin Yi's invention on the Chinese internet instantly disappeared. Being officially hidden no longer pushes the stream. All the hot takes were replaced with the usual things. Principal Olden was depressed looking at his computer in his office. This hot search went down so fast? Can't even search for it. Suya, who was in the classroom, also watched as more pop-ups went up on the livestream, all reminding her that the hot search was gone. Crispy college students, look at that. Kid Brother's tens of millions of invented hot takes have disappeared. Ilua popping pox ah. This is the official limit flow ah. Seems like a bit of a statement. Is it aimed at the Kid Brother? Yeah, it feels so weird. That's not how a heat drop works, is it? Is Kid Brother being restricted? With so many hot searches a day, someone should be eyeing to mess with Kid Brother. Suya was at the back of the classroom and noticed the pop-up alert. She was also turning on her backup cell phone. Searched. Lin Yi is nicknamed Kid Brother by netizens. It's still searchable. Past videos are searchable. Shouldn't there be any current limiting? Last night's June 1st party, Lin Yi's performance video, was originally still covered in marketing number retweets. It's all out of sight now. I can't even find the keywords for searching for inventions. Suya was also frowning in confusion at this moment. Someone's targeting? Not really. And after a class is over, there were uninvited guests on campus. It also alarmed all the students at the school. Oh my god, those are soldier boys. I can't believe they came to our school. Many elementary school students, watching the large number of soldier brothers appearing on the school grounds, also cheered in astonishment. At their age, many aspire to the military. In China, becoming an Iron Blood soldier is the highest honor. One person joins the army and the whole family is honored. In their hearts, the soldier brother is also the existence that fills them with a sense of security. Lin Yi was at the fence, looking at so many soldiers. It was also a bit of a surprise. Lin Yi's eyes, looking at the soldiers in the distance, saw the ones walking at the front, the rank at their shoulders. Even from a long distance, Lin Yi could see Venus' presence. Although he didn't see all of it, Lin Yi was certain that it should be a general officer to start with. What are you doing at school? Lin Yi was also a bit puzzled. Sister Suya, what are these soldier boys doing at school? Lin Yi really couldn't think of anything. What's an officer doing at school? Could it be a student of Principal Olden, returning to campus with honor? but it didn't make much sense when Lin Yi thought about it. The principal, old denizen, is gone, so I guess it's only then that we'll have officer-level students? Shuya shrugged. Lin Yi couldn't even imagine. She's a brittle college student, and her head is down thinking about a 100-7. Can you figure it out? The viewers of the live broadcast room were looking at the soldiers appearing on the screen at this time. It also blew up. Kid brother run, this motherfucker's here to get you for slicing. Crap. Zundu? Then this way kid brother really run. You guys are just talking nonsense. This is China, not a country where $0 purchases appear everywhere. It wouldn't be one of Olden's students, would it? Think about it. A hot search invented by Kid Brother was blocked just now. And now there are people from the military district coming to the school. I know they're here to look for Kid Brother, right? Yeah, whoops, upstairs is right. Viewers of the live stream began to dish out logic in conjunction with the day's events. Hot news that was blocked from invention on the front foot. Back foot inventor Lin Yi's school appeared military. This is to find Lin Yi. Sioa glanced at the pop-up. See the logic in what the pop-up teacher said. Beavers indeed. A large area of information blocking and control, which does require a lot of energy to do. And the principal, who was in the principal's office at the moment, looked at so many in military uniforms. It's all so sweaty. The principal looked at the one who walked into the office, probably in his 60s in age. The principal didn't say anything, subconsciously looking over his shoulder. The star at the shoulder is the rank level of the Chinese nation. Fix your eyes. Golden branches and leaves. 3 gold stars. Principal Olden's eyes wanted to fall to the floor. Admiral. The principal's forehead is starting to sweat. To say that the moment he saw so many soldiers made him sweat a little. Now the moment you see the rank and file. If it was raining in the sky right now, it wouldn't be raining. That's his sweat. Now the principal is bursting with stress. The bag is sweating. He didn't know what the military bigwig had to do to visit the school. This is also without notice. A general in the cold. He is a small elementary school principal. Cannot panic? You. Hello. The principal shuddered in greeting. The admiral in front of him was majestic. Just walking in those 2 steps. He knew it. This admiral was awfully strong. Not to mention the status in China. The military front alone made Olden feel sweaty. Can this be someone pretending to be a spoof? This temperament. He's so serious even if it's not true. The incoming admiral looked at the principal. Hello. I'm here for that little guy Lin Yi, said the admiral extending his hand for a polite handshake with the headmaster Olden. For him, in this school, to be able to produce a man of Lin Yi's caliber, this principal was something. What heights Lin Yi could reach in the future, no one knew. The principal was dumbfounded at this point. A big shot with the rank of general. He's here to see Lin Yi? It was only at this moment that the principal realized that this admiral had come to find Lin Yi. It should be about the invention of yesterday's gala performance. It's being watched by the country's top brass. He also just ran through why the hot search about Lin Yi's invention had been blocked so quickly. That's the state stepping in to block the news. Lin Yi was upstairs at the moment wondering what rank the soldier who had just walked in front of him was. Lin Yi walked down the stairs, and Suya followed behind. Liang Qi also followed Lin Yi at that moment. Brother Yat, what are you going to do? Lin Yi looked at Liang Qi. Go see Master Jun. Liang Qi heard Lin Yi's reply and thought about checking it out as well. Come near the principal's office. 2 soldiers stood outside the door, standing in a military posture. Very dignified. Handsome. So handsome. Suya looked at the soldier at this time, giving the highest rating. Of all the men's clothes, perhaps the military uniform is the most handsome? Liang Qi looked at the soldiers and also stood up in front of them, standing upright, and gave his military brother a military stance, the standard Chinese salute posture. At the moment, Liang Qi's determined eyes can join the party. Suya was looking happy from the sidelines. This Liang Qi is also alive, innate stealing the tribute's sacred body. Surely it's not that simple. The military brother standing at the door looked at Liang Qi and also politely returned a salute. Lin Yi curiously probed inside the office at this moment. It was only now that he could see what rank the man talking to the principal, Olden, was. The principal and the admiral spoke, looking for Lin Yi. You sit down for a moment. I'll call for him, said he was about to leave the office. But before he could get out of the office he saw Lin Yi poking his head out and looking at the office. Lin Yi was confused, pointing at himself. Looking for me again? Principal Olden is panicking. Eyes signaling Lin Yi to come in quickly. Lin Yi thought about it. It should be the invention that came to him? But his invention is only half finished. Lin Yi walked into the office, looking at the officer sitting at the couch, the admiral with the golden branches and 3 gold stars on his shoulders. Lin Yi locked eyes with him, and he responded to Lin Yi with a smile on his face. Lin Yi wasn't the least bit afraid either. Hello, I'm Lin Yi from the 2nd class of the 3rd year at Sunshine Elementary School. Shuangmu Lin Yi. the E of Shuran. Linny extended his hand in polite greeting. The admiral sitting on the sofa looked at Linny and extended his hand, and was also a bit surprised that Linny had introduced himself, and this unflappable nature. Politeness also has. Scanning over Linny, the admiral could sense in Linny a posture of confidence beyond the norm. The admiral was a little puzzled. This guy was only 9 years old and he was so confident? He was also a little curious what the environment was like in Linny's home. What kind of mom and dad could raise such a man of honor? He had seen some of the big families, plutocrats, and sons of officials, educated on a daily basis at the highest level, but none of them were as confident as Linny. Linny had more than just confidence. There was also this gentle nature. Before he came, he inquired about Linny. 9 years old, winner of the Table Tennis International Challenge, a record of 0 shutouts in a game. All of the contestants' evaluations of Linny were, in one word, mad. But the admiral didn't feel Linny's madness now that he was facing him, rather unexpectedly gentle. The admiral also stood up with a slight smile and addressed Linny with the highest of courtesies. After shaking hands, "Hello, Linny student. Introduce yourself. I am the commander of the Chinese State Army, Li Jinghua." Linny's small hand was held by Li Jinghua's large hand. Linny raised his head and looked at Li Jinghua, who was at least 1 meter 8 tall. Even if he had a smile on his face, Linny could feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. The principal was sweating profusely by now. He hadn't expected Linny to be such a social cow, daring to take the initiative to greet him. He was glad, though, that Linny's manners were kind to strangers. Unless it was someone Linny didn't like, he'd only put up a front. This was a general. He actually took the initiative to report his rank to Linny. It could be said to be the highest form of etiquette for Linny. In China, how many people can have this kind of treatment? Suya, who was outside the door, didn't dare to point the camera at the office. Just silently blocked out the sound on the live feed and aimed the image at the playground outside. She could also see the officer inside. She also knew that coming to Linny was definitely not a small matter. Combine that with the fact that you just couldn't search the internet for a video of Linny's invention. The odds are that the state has stepped in. The class bell rang, and Liang Qi had the sense to go back to the classroom. He also knew that Linny wasn't a match for him. Even if Linny wanted to walk out for a walk during class time, the teacher wouldn't even say a word. He's going to complain to the teacher. The teacher would only reply, "Linny that's too tired from studying and relaxing." This is schoolboy supremacy. But Linny is more than just a schoolteacher. In his office, Headmaster Lao Dang made tea for the admiral and Linny. Let the two of them talk. The principal can only act as a tea maker. The admiral also asked Linny about the invention. "Can you show us the mech invention that you displayed at the party yesterday?" "Yes." With that, Linny got up and was about to lead him towards the invention room. For them to come and watch, Linny didn't care. Because it's already been present, there's nothing left to keep secret. To keep it a secret, it's only the core invention of the mech. Suya followed the crowd and walked towards Linny's invention room. The viewers of the live stream were yelling for Suya to turn on the sound and for them to watch Linny. But Linny had been followed by the admiral next to him. She wouldn't dare go live. On the way, Linny mentioned to the admiral, "That invention of mine, it's actually only a half-finished product. It will take a good long time to perfect it before the whole is complete." The admiral was a little surprised to hear that. Think of the details in the video you watched yesterday. Linny launched fireworks in his mech that came with vertical lift, hovering and changing orbit technology. To know this technology, is the Blue Star 5 permanent countries? The upper 3 permanent countries only have the technology. Linny, a 9-year-old, could master it. And the opening and closing of the mech, the synchronization system. These techniques, they're not that simple. Linny actually said it was half finished. "Oh, how so? What kind of finished product do you have in mind? Like the movies, you know?" When Linny said that, the admiral and the soldiers following beside him were shocked. The iron battlesuit in the movie, the perfect finished product. That's a war machine. Impossible to build according to the existing modern human civilization. That's why steel suits in movies are categorized as sci-fi. Linny, this 9-year-old guy, actually invented in that direction. It also surprised the admiral a bit. The key. Linny also spoke with particular confidence. It seems, given time, he could really lead the human race. Mechanically soaring. Suya listened to what Linny said, also a little surprised. She couldn't figure out what Linny was doing inventing this thing. Made for war? But after thinking about it, Linny must have his reasons for doing this. And Linny looked at Li Jinghua at this moment. "By the way, if I can invent a complete mech, will I be able to bail out of graduate school later?" Li Jinghua was also a bit surprised to hear this. Linny, at the age of 9, knows more than just inventions beyond the norm. Still know about this bailout stuff? Before he came, he had learned that Linny was an elementary school bully. future plans are clear. And it's normal to understand that. The other soldiers on the side smiled bashfully when they heard Lin Yi ask this question. Nothing was said. Lin Yi was now getting the attention of the country. And Lin Yi's invention would only need to be confirmed with the vertical lift hovering orbit change technology in it. The fact that Lin Yi had the ability to come up with this proved that there was a mind for it. If Lin Yi were to really invent it, the complete body of the mech, as in the movie, with the advantages of a weapon of war. Graduate school? Smaller. The pattern is small. Maybe they'll have to respectfully address Lin Yi as Mr. Academician. Principal Olden heard Lin Yi ask the Admiral that. He is well aware of the measurements in this area. According to the current Admiral's personal inspection, Lin Yi's invention is getting national attention. Graduate school? I'm afraid that's not enough. Li Xinguo also smiled slightly. Little fellow, do you know how old the youngest member of our Chinese National Academy of Sciences is? Lin Yi thought for a moment. I've read some information. I think I'm in my 40s? Li Xinguo wasn't surprised that Lin Yi was able to answer. Yeah, mid-40s. If your invention can make the mecha a true complete unit, it'll be a minor problem for grad school and all that. It's not impossible to become an academician admired by millions. Inventing some of the cores in a mech is not that simple. Something that could appear that wasn't in the current era. Lin Yi would become a 9-year-old academician. But, it seems too hard. Lin Yi fell into deep thought. Invented the whole thing as an academician? Lin Yi suddenly realized. The full-grade invention given by this Tuzi brother seemed to be beyond his expectations. There are many inventions that have not been developed in the current era. But Lin Yi thought about it. And I'm afraid that to invent those things would take Blue Star's civilization even further. Lin Yi pondered that it would be better to take his time. Mid-sentence, came inside Lin Yi's invention room. It was an old classroom that the principal had purposely set aside for Lin Yi to use. The crowd entered the invention chamber. 01. I am. A mechanical voice sounded. At the center the steel mech's eyes lit up, as well as the core in front of its chest joining its normal state from its dark dormant mode. Voice activated? Li Xinguo was a bit surprised. At the age of 9 you can program out a voice-activated system. It should be more than he knows. Genius schoolteacher. It's just a matter of crossing knowledge levels. Lin Yi this even knows voice-controlled programming. Li Xinguo was also taking his knowledge of Lin Yi to another level. If it wasn't for his personal qualities, I'd say, what the fuck is this? 9 years old? Suya entered the invention room and closed the live feed. There's the country's top brass, not to mention the secret of Lin Yi's invention room. Normally she couldn't even come here with Lin Yi. Now that she can come in, consider it a visit. Looking at the mech Lin Yi had awakened. Suya heard Lin Yi shout out, 01. It was clear why Lin Yi had given the mech that name. Lin Yi, 01. Looking at the delicate mech, Suya also went aside to touch up. Xiaowa didn't even finish reading it carefully yesterday. The entire group was in a state of amazement that was difficult to extricate themselves from. She hadn't even seen the whole thing until Lin Yi had brought the mech back to the invention room. At this time, she could appreciate it 365 degrees without any dead angle, so she naturally did not miss this opportunity. Caressing the battlesuit. Suya could only use 2 words to describe it. That's exquisite. It's so delicate. Same as taking it out of the movies. The glowing core at the chest. Suya was a bit puzzled when she saw the core. Iron Man's core? Isn't it always in a person's chest? And this Lin Yi one doesn't seem quite the same. Li Xinguo also went up to look at the core. Lin Yi heard Li Xinguo's surprised voice control. But that's just the skinny in mecha. Not even a little bit of the core. This voice control was only recognized by the mech if it was his voice. And among them, there is artificial intelligence. There are automatic one-touch disassembly function. Just give him materials that can make a kill. He loads it up. And give it some time to get the flight function. This will truly be complete. He's got a lot of features he hasn't shown. Li Xinguo was a bit surprised to hear that. Come on. Show it. Then you guys back off a bit so you don't get hurt. Lin Yi said for them to back off. Li Xinguo and Principal Lao Dang also stepped back. Lin Yi emptied the area around the mech. Synchronize. After saying that, Lin Yi stood next to the mech. Swung his fist twice. The mechs all follow in one piece. Lin Yi stood next to the principal and the others. Battle mode. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, he only saw that steel battlesuit, whose eyes had originally glowed white, turn red in an instant, charging fiercely towards Lin Yi and Headmaster Olden. Swinging his fist out, he charged straight at Lin Yi. Principal Lao Dang nearly pissed his pants when he saw the scene. The whole thing went limp and fell backwards. Lin Yi watched as the mecha approached and applause rang out. The fist was fixed in front of Lin Yi and the others. Li Xinguo was completely refreshed in his worldview by Lin Yi. Battle mode all the way? Little one, can you give us this mech to take back and study? You're taking it away. Ha! Lin Yi grinned and stretched out his hand, making a gesture of asking for money. Li Xinguo looked a little sweaty. Principal Olden is sweating. How dare you ask the admiral for money? Lin Yi is so bold. As it turned out, the admiral really did pull out a bank card from his pocket and give it to Lin Yi. The code is in the back. Just pick it up yourself if you want as much money as you want. After saying that, fearing that Lin Yi would back out, he asked Lin Yi to change the mech authority system to him, and let the soldier outside carry the mech and run away. Suya had also long since gotten used to Lin Yi's money-grubbing nature. The main one is gotta add money. But sometimes, money is not something Lin Yi values. Lin Yi looked at the bank card, and the password, and also put the card back in his pocket. I'll go fetch some out to Principal Olden someday. After all, it's Principal Olden who pays for the loss of materials for inventions. Lin Yi was also aware that he wouldn't be able to keep this thing if it was targeted by the state. And at that moment, the video of Lin Yi's invented mecha was transmitted to the extranet. Even if the country of China reacted and blocked the video about Lin Yi's invention at the first opportunity, in the Blue Planet, multiple countries were eyeing China. These wins, which were enough to shock the world, reached the eyes of many high-ranking countries as early as the first. The top brass of the Little Cherry Blossom Kingdom were a bit overwhelmed by the shock. Watching the video content of the child is only 9 years old to develop such high-tech things. There is also a news blackout on the part of the state of China. It goes without thinking. Specify that there's something to hide. Other countries are also asking China at international conferences. Are they building products that exceed current technology to conceal it? China's top brass, no shit. That's just kids playing cosplay. You guys admit it. The Chinese folk have mastered the vertical liftoff hovering orbit change technology, right? HWA Senior, then it's just a firework. Why are you panicking? Various countries. You should know that the vertical lift hovering orbit change technology, this technology, nowadays, only the first 3 of the 5 major powers of the Blue Planet have. Now the news is coming out that the Chinese folk have mastered the vertical liftoff hovering orbit change technology. Even the fireworks set off by the 9-year-olds came with their own. The other countries all thought that the whole of the Huaxia country was preparing for the S3 season. Huaxia, who was already a 6-god suit, raised his nation. All the countries of the Blue Planet were well aware of the greatness of the men of Huaxia. To have a war. Huaxia will explain what it means to be a true fighting nation. Is the country of China preparing for war? The top brass of the Chinese nation, don't you slander me. He slandered me. The top echelons of the Chinese nation have all received a unified directive. Spreading falsehoods. Downplaying 9-year-olds. Lin Yi's invention. Let the focus of other countries turn to whether to prepare for war. Huaxia folk mastered vertical liftoff hovering change orbit technology. These are all rumors spread out by Ozeki. Let them stop focusing on Lin Yi as the focus. When Lin Yi's invention was moved to the Military Research Office, many titans in the field of science conducted research. They can only dismantle the voice-activated, highly intelligent system from it. But after disassembling it, they found the main thing was the core at the chest. It's a core that has many R&D titans shaking their heads. They really couldn't figure out what was contained in this tiny core. How can you support this mech? In a confined test environment, combat mode, the swinging dummies were being fucked off punch after punch. Single combat power. Human flesh body of humans, without taking weapons, even dozens of them together, cannot be restrained. Even the titans of their field can't parse what doesn't amount to something beyond what current technological civilization should be. That's why the higher-ups of China had arranged for people to secretly protect Lin Yi, as well as muddying the news on the extranet so that foreign countries wouldn't focus on Lin Yi. In the present, the Blue Star situation is a bit tense and perhaps a trigger will open the S3 season. Small moves on the part of Huaxia can put other major powers on their guard. And Lin Yi during this time was no longer obsessed with inventing things, because he knew very well what the core of that mech meant. Light that core. The country researched and understood. It would be a huge technological advancement. Lin Yi also locked his invention room. There are some inventions that don't need to be introduced too early. The current 6-god suit of Huaxia doesn't need those things yet. If it comes to a moment of national need, he'll be obliged to announce something that's enough to shake up the current 3-legged situation for the country. Until then, he still wants to go back to being a kid. It's time to go to class and play ball. Admiral Li Jinhua moved the mechs, so let them slowly work on that core. The time came quickly to summer vacation. Lin Yi also welcomes the joyous summer vacation time. Lin Yi spent the evening watching TV with his mom and dad, while Suya played the game live on the sidelines, until a broadcast news story. Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun also frowned as they watched. A story about bullying in schools. The trio mercilessly murdered their classmates. Seeing this, Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin also sighed. Hell is empty and demons are on earth. Yat, why don't we enroll you in a taekwondo, karate class while we're at it? Learn something this way so you don't have to fight back when someone bullies you when you get to middle school. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin were of the same mind. They didn't want to see their precious son being bullied. Take advantage of the summer vacation period and enroll Linny in a taekwondo class or something like that. How nice to have something for defense. Suya was playing a game on the side and also happened to finish. Hearing what Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun said, there was also a nod of approval. Yeah, we can get Yi to take a taekwondo class. I just think it's good. Now that she was in elementary school, she could still follow Linny around live. What about in a few years to middle school? Maybe Linny will have to protect himself. She might not even be able to get in the school finger. Take a teaching test to the middle school Linny will attend? That aside, school bullying is something. It's not something you can't defend yourself against. Linny listened to what they said. Naturally, he knew what Mom and Dad and Suya were worried about. School bullying? But he has a full body reaction from Brother Unity, not to mention. There's also full-level Chinese Kung Fu. Although he hadn't tested this skill, Linny believed that the product of Brother Unity had to be a fine product. You don't need this full level of Kung Fu. Just a full level of reaction, which is equivalent to a full point in the dodge skill. It's perfectly fine to dodge a punch or two, even if you can't avoid it. The full-level newbie protection before the age of 18 issued by Brother Unicorn. Is it just for show again? He'll be afraid of schoolyard bullies? He's got all these skills and he needs to go to a cram school to further his education? It's summer vacation time. He doesn't want nothing to do with himself. At that moment in his head rang the voice of Brother Unity. Prove to Mom and Dad that you have what it takes to not be afraid of schoolyard bullies. Reward, full grade skateboard. Linny heard this quest and reward. Proof, also good. Prove it. Allay Mom and Dad's fears. Tell them to stop the idea of sending him to cram school. Taekwondo? Karate? I don't like it. I'm not going. Why don't you guys come with me for a minute? Linny said, putting on his shoes and running towards the fitness room on the third floor. It was built by Lin Yun himself, thinking that he had nothing to do but run on the treadmill or hit the sandbags for exercise. After all, there's money to be made, so take care of your health. Suya and Zhang Yinyin. Lin Yun looked at each other, a little confused. What does Linny want? The three of them could only wear shoes to follow, and Suya also brought her cell phone with her. The audience in the live stream was puzzled at this point. What's the kid brother up to? Going to do some kind of work? Who knows? I haven't even seen the third floor of the kid brother's house. What's he running up there for? Who knows? Suya and Lin Yun. Zhang Yinyin followed Linny to the fitness room on the third floor, and Linny opened his mouth in front of the crowd at that moment. Mom, Dad, Sister Suya, have you ever heard of the ancient Chinese fist technique? Suya and Lin Yun. Zhang Yinyin were also a bit confused when they heard Linny mention the ancient Chinese boxing style. Ancient boxing? It's rarely even heard of online. Lin Yun was also curious and asked, could it be? You would? And as Lin Yun's question fell, Linny bobbed his head in place. To know, in 1974, there was an expert who had acquired the ancient Chinese boxing method and was the first to fight free sparring in Southeast Asia, and won the championship. Linny said while shaking his head in place like he was taking some kind of pill. Suya and Lin Yun, Zhang Yinyin all looked frozen in place, being hard controlled by Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yun, wife, why don't we send him to learn some martial arts? This head shaking of his, it doesn't seem to be much use. Zhang Yinyin, I also think. Do you think it's better to learn karate, or taekwondo? Lin Yun, find a Shaolin temple to deliver it? Suya had realized by now. This guy Linny is in the middle of a whole job. Other than that, the head shaking. It is indeed comical. The audience in the live broadcast room was also mad with joy at this time. Ha 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 ha. Which talent taught him that? I Lu a soy steel ah. Not buddy. You Wu Jing ah. Horror head method gyroscope dodge bullets? Snipers are taking aim for minutes. Masaka, could this be the long-lost swinging fist technique? MacArthur once said that I fought him 10 times, and 10 times I lost to his swinging punch. After being disabled in his first free-for-all in Southeast Asia in 1974, he won 2 consecutive free-for-all beatdown championships in 1980, followed by 3 consecutive years of LCUs, earning him the hospital's highest occupancy record nickname. Kid brother is too alive. Ha 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 ha. Louis 16, anchor. Head sensitivity, give it a go. Linny heard Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun discussing whether to send the Shaolin temple or some class, and also stopped the whole job. Oi oi. Mom and Dad, I really know Kung Fu. I'll prove it to you guys, so don't even think about sending me to some taekwondo class. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin nodded after hearing this, but if Linny could fight a little, not swinging around as naively as he did just now, they wouldn't have considered sending Linny to some Shaolin temple or something. Sister Suya helped me find 2 books. Suya nodded after hearing this and went downstairs to find Linny's summer vacation homework in his book bag. She didn't know what Linny was coming for, taking it up to the 3rd floor. Linny didn't look at it much when he got it and stacked the 2 books up and hung them on the wall. Mom and Dad watch this move. It's going to be awesome. Linny finished zipping up his horse stance, Wing Chun Japanese character punch. Fist staggered on the book. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun were also anxious when they saw this scene. Suya was also in a hurry. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun panicked a bit because Lin Yi threw punches at the book though, but it's a wall behind the book. The two of them were parents, and their hearts ached for Lin Yi. Don't want to see Lin Yi get hurt or anything to prove himself. And Sioa is in a hurry. This was Lin Yi's summer vacation homework that he had rushed through the other day. Yat don't. Brother Yat, stop it. They shouted urgently for Lin Yi to stop. Shuya really didn't mean it. He didn't know Lin Yi wanted this to fight. Are you going to ruin your summer homework yourself? And at that moment, Lin Yi's sun character punch attack speed had already stacked up. Completely not hearing the shouts of Suya and Lin Yin next to him, Zhang Yin shouts to stop. Fists blasted into the books, punches getting faster and faster. Wing Chun's day character punch is a punch that gets faster and more penetrating the more powerful it becomes. Lin Yi explained at this moment what was meant by not reading. One can also break 10,000 scrolls. Suya and Lin Yun, Zhang Yin were listening to the sound of Lin Yi's fist punching from the sidelines, as loud as a sonic boom. They froze. After watching from the sidelines as Lin Yi ran a fist through the book, surprise was written all over the three men's faces. The speed of the punches. Looking at the stance, they look like the traditional martial arts that everyone in China knows. Wing Chun. Lin Yi this really knows Kung Fu. The audience in the live broadcast room saw the speed of the attack that Lin Yi's fists had struck, and at that moment, they exploded. I Lu a popping bean. Not. You really know Kung Fu ah. I know this one. Wing Chun's sun character punch. True, breaking 10,000 scrolls. Look, my mom and dad san. Don't read. You can also read a million books. The ancients are true. There really is a presence throughout the entire text. Okay, don't fight. Kid brother. From now on you're mommy's only son. I'm not taking any more pinch hitters for elementary school kids, so in the future, I'll be available for anything up to second grade. A pack of chili fries and honest hitters. I love telling the truth. The viewers in the live room watched and called out that they couldn't beat it. Lin Yi's fist slowly came to a halt, and the two books that were stacked on top of each other were smashed through by Lin Yi's fist at this point. Lin Yi stopped and handed the book to Lin Yun and Zhang Yin, proving that he has the strength to not be afraid of schoolyard bullies. But before Lin Yi handed it to his mom and dad, looking at the book, he always felt it looked a bit familiar. Lin Yun and Zhang Yin looked at the pierced book, also swallowed. Zhang Yin was concerned about Lin Yi's fist, but Lin Yi's fists didn't even hurt. They were just a little red. Lin Yun Laodang looked at the book and also burst into a cyber terrier. You're invincible, kid. This was from the bottom of his heart. The greatest compliment to Lin Yi. It's really unbeatable. What's this fear of schoolyard bullying in Gitmo? Thank goodness you don't bully others. Yin Zhang said about Lin Yi. Don't fight like that in the future. You can't fight with others if they don't bully you. Oh. Lin Yi nodded. The system's voice rang out in his head. Mission accomplished. Suya froze at the moment, watching Zhang Yin care for Lin Yi. Looking at the invincible Lin Yi, Suya didn't know whether to say. The object of Lin Yi's painful punches was his summer vacation homework that he had rushed to finish in a few days. Suya could only laugh awkwardly from the side. There's indeed no need to practice any taekwondo. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded at this time as they listened to what Suya and Lin Yun were saying. What's the point of going to learn this? Why don't you open a class, and I'll learn on my knees? 9-year-old kid brother was afraid of schoolyard bullies, so he learned Wing Chun overnight. Just live with it. Who could live with it more than you? Is the kid brother also something they can bully? Boy, you really are invincible. Your mom's only son. Stop fighting. Kid brother, schoolyard bully me? I'm going to hit 10 of them. Lin Yi looked at Suya with a slightly strange expression, as if he had thought of something. Sister Suya. It's not my summer vacation homework, is it? Lin Yi pointed to the two books that were pierced in Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun and Zhang Yin also looked at each other in disbelief, and then seriously confirmed it. Indeed, Lin Yi's summer homework. Suya could only bite her fingers nervously. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Brother Xiaoyi, I just yelled at you to stop, and you just kept going faster and faster. Lin Yi was also speechless upon hearing this. 6. A drubbing of long-written summer homework. Ouch, it hurts so much. Suya had no choice but to help Lin Yi find 2 books to make up for it. She should have no problem with third-grade questions. The audience in the live broadcast room was also laughing like crazy at this scene. At the moment, happiness builds on the pain of others figuratively. Ha 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 ha. This wave of crunchy college students MVP alright. I'd like to pummel my homework like that too, but strength won't allow it. You're the one who's really invincible. My friend. Kid brother, I said, why is it weird? Did you do it on purpose or by accident? Crispy college students, on purpose, head held high, proud face. And the next day, Suya, who had no choice but to drive Lin Yi to his homeroom teacher's home. Ask your homeroom teacher for another copy of the summer homework for language arts and one for math. Brother Shoei, you've already written it once. You don't care to write it again, do you? Suya drove the car and talked to Lin Yi. What do you say? Why don't we get you some protective gloves and you put them on? It doesn't matter how many punches I took for my summer homework or how many punches you carry. I'll do my summer homework again. Suya shook her head after hearing this. No. Absolutely not. Although it was said that Lin Yi probably didn't have much strength in his small body. But how many punches could her brittle college student take? Not for a moment. Come to the classroom teacher's home. The homeroom teacher saw that the visitors were Suya and Lin Yi. Yo, Lin Yi, rare guest. What, is there something you want to tell me about nothing? The homeroom teacher also knew that the next semester, Lin Yi would be a fourth year. He wouldn't be Lin Yi's homeroom teacher. Nothing much. It's just bad summer vacation homework. Looking for you to ask for more. Lin Yi finished. The homeroom teacher was also surprised. A new semester and a new classroom teacher checking in or not is another matter. Lin Yi broke it and asked him for it? Broken? What's going on? Lin Yi looked at Suya, who was a bit rattled at the side. Please watch the VCR. Lin Yi said and asked Suya to get on the video. And Shuya had already cut it yesterday. It was meant to be updated material. But after thinking about it, I'm afraid that some students will learn the hard way and take summer homework to break the bank too. The homeroom teacher held his cell phone and watched the video of Lin Yi thrashing his summer homework. Fight through. The homeroom teacher looked on with a straight frown. A punch she felt fleshly as she watched. You boy. Who taught you to run through the whole text like that? The homeroom teacher was speechless, and after finishing, she found 2 new books at home and gave them to Lin Yi. Lin Yi and Suya took and then bid farewell to the homeroom teacher. For the sake of daylight, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun had been busy doing business lately. Lin Yi also casually played outside with Suya. Lin Yi and Suya were bored and came to a park for a walk. Looking at the view from the small pond in the park, Suya remembered something at that moment. Brother Yat, if I fall into the river, what can you do for me? Lin Yi looked at the small pond, and when he heard the question Suya asked, he also stretched his legs. He seems to can't swim. What are you doing for Sister Coa? Lin Yi's brain thought quickly. There's really something he can do. I can play the oboe for you, and ask my parents to spend money and throw a party for you. He can't swim, so he can't save it. It's true. He is a professional in this area of open seating. A white cloth covers it. When the swana sounds, my parents raised me in vain. That's a good question, and you don't have to ask it next time. Suya heard Lin Yi's answer. The pain masks are drying out. That wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. She wanted to hear that Lin Yi would go into the water to save her. And it's the innate swimming saint body kind. Fade. Feelings fade. Ugh. The audience in the live room could not live to laugh at this point. You don't say. You don't say. Kid brother can do this for you in a way that most people can't. Oh indeed. You crunchy college kids just steal the show. Kid brother will play you a song of 100 birds for the rest of your life. Straight and hot. When the swana goes off. Crunchy college students. Good job. Reward. Ha 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 ha. Who told you to take his summer homework yesterday and make him beat it? Feeling a bit bored, Lin Yi took a turn around the small pond in the park. But it's all surrounded. Lin Yi was still thinking about playing with the fish. Lin Yi walked to a large willow tree, in the ground next to it, thinking about trying out his koi physique. Let's see if random digging turns up gold or something. Suya didn't pay much attention to Lin Yi when she saw him digging in the mud, solely sitting down at a stone chair on the side watching Lin Yi digging in the soil with a log. Nothing to play in the mud. If you're really bored, I'll send you to an electronics factory to find a screwdriver job to practice. Suya said this, and Lin Yi didn't try to ignore Suya when he heard it, because he seems to have dug up something good. Lin Yi was also digging harder and harder. A 4-square piece was dug out. When Lin Yi dug it up, it was wrapped in dirt. Suya froze as she watched from the sidelines. The pupils also dilated for a moment. Ha, that's even digging for something? Suya couldn't believe that Lin Yi could dig something out of a random hole. Suya also approached curiously. What's this? Lin Yi shook his head. I don't know. Just find a place to wash it with water, Lin Yi said before picking up and walking through the park, finding a place with a faucet. Suya was still in a state of surprise and hadn't come back to her senses at this point. Don't know what it is though, but her woman's intuition told her that since this thing was dug up by Lin Yi, that's ironically a good one. Maybe it's a. What about an ancient Chinese artifact? You know, Lin Yi was known as a humanoid koi. P.S. Thanks for all the gifts yay. Thanks for the great healthcare yay Asamumushi big brother. Thank you very much. Suya followed Lin Yi with her cell phone. The audience in the live room was already buzzing at this point. They, the old viewers and old fans, had a deep knowledge of Lin Yi, the humanoid koi, absolute sons of the air. chosen, and the only. They all had the feeling that Linny had definitely dug up something good. There was a lot of discussion on the air. Ouch crikey. Is this the kind of luck where you can pick up money even when you're walking? Kid brother, this isn't digging up any artifacts, is it? Artifacts? Gold, right? If it's dog's head gold, then it's the kid brothers. If it was an artifact, it would all have to be handed over unconditionally. Kid brother really has a bit of a claim. Linny came to a faucet and carefully cleaned what he had just dug out. Linny also didn't expect. This koi physique was so unbelievable. He'd always thought that novice protection was the best of what Unicorn had given him. Didn't realize. Full inventions in koi physiques overshadow the glory of the newbie protection period. Linny cleaned it, but perhaps it had been buried for too long. It's a little hard to clear the dirt off, but at the moment one can already see what it probably looks like. The 5 dragons of the upper New York crossing are becoming clearer and clearer. Suya's pupils also dilated in an instant. At this moment, in the back of her mind, she had already thought of what the thing Linny had dug up was. Jade seal. The first generation of ID cards in the true sense of the country of China. The symbol of the emperor. Handled dozens of emperors in the history of China. It can be said, this is the first national treasure of China that deserves it. The value is immeasurable, nor is it an existence that money can measure. But Suya still felt in her heart. This one that Linny had dug up might not be the heirloom jade seal, but a fake. Maybe it's some other king's seal. After all, the history of the transmission of the Chinese state has long been lost. Linny this randomly dug up under a tree. How can that be true? Maybe it was a spoof. A deliberately buried artifact, and as Linny washed and washed, the general appearance had appeared. As rumored, the top button crosses 5 dragons and the bottom is engraved. Linny also raised it up, looking at the distinctive font at the bottom. By the mandate of heaven, both life and eternity. Linny read it out. Suya looked at Linny. At the moment, Linny seemed as if he had been dazzled by the yellow robe, looking at the clean jade seal. Crap, is this a real jade seal? Suya took it at this time and read it carefully. Viewers of the live broadcast have also become treasure masters. Ilua pop bina, to the child brother dig to really? Crap. It doesn't look like a fake. Ilua good boy. The lost jade seal. Children brother dig to dig out? Chow thief, impossible, absolutely impossible. Kid brother has already taken the yellow robe at this point, and you're still honoring the fake toot. Look at the kid brother reciting the words. Receive the mandate of heaven. Live forever. What a feeling. The viewers of the live broadcast were still admiring the jade seal and were speculating whether it was real or fake, but most stayed in denial. After all, how could Linny dig randomly and find something that was real? They perceived that perhaps the jade seal had been broken long ago and disappeared into the river of time, or maybe in some unexcavated imperial tomb. Others looked at the lines of the jade seal, and the script. Feels like the real thing. And at that moment, the system's voice rang in Linny's head. Brother Unicorn went straight to being a real master treasure hunter. Ding! Detected that the host has dug up the real jade seal of the passing state. Mission, play emperor for a day. Reward, full-level surfing skill. Linny heard Unicorn's voice. Even Brother Unicorn confirmed that it's real, so it must be the real thing. Bonus for full-level surfing? Linny also thought about it. Adult challenge Ozaki Hachina has waterborne. Extreme surfing. Need this. Playing emperor for a day? That's not a bad assignment. I have been aware of this. Stand down Tuzi cell bottom. Brother Unicorn. Linny also got into character. Since it was an authentic heirloom jade seal, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with being emperor for a day. Linny took the jade seal that Suya was still viewing and held it in his hands. That is to say, it is the order of heaven. Prepare for the Taishan Zen seal at once. Must be clad in yellow robes, holding the jade seal of the state, climbing Mount Tai to seal the Zen sacrifice. Even if the next second shot, then I am also the death of the driver. The name of 1,000 history. All the beloved ministers, why don't you quickly pay your respects? Don't the 9 clans want it? Linny spoke to the live camera and Suya. Suya listened to Linny's aura as he spoke, an inexplicable aura that instantly made her feel. Linny was truly commanded by the heavens, both longevity and eternity now. In the words of the internet, that just doesn't look like acting. The look of an emperor, his aura, his fortune. Linny has it all. The audience in the live broadcast room had also exploded at this time. Ouch crikey, what kind of filth is this guy possessed by? Ha 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 ha. Not acting, is all I can say. What filth? Is there a possibility that one of our old ancestors has returned? The kid brother is going to be a whole lot of work, and actually knows about the Tarzan seal? Ilua Bean. The child brother is afraid not climbed Mount Tai on the collapse. Brother kid, if I kowtow to you now, can you make me a prince? Suya looked at Linny for a moment, not knowing if it was a whole job or really. Here. Suya also responded to Linny. following the example of the drama. To prepare for the sealing of the gods, that must be for her to prepare. Rise with me and return to the palace. Lin Yi finished speaking, walking with his hands behind his back. Suya looked at Lin Yi's back. It really felt like which emperor's ancestor had returned. The amazing aura made Suya feel like he couldn't tell that Lin Yi was acting. The audience in the live broadcast room was also living a whole life at this time, no longer discussing the authenticity of the jade seal. Forgiveness, your emperor has returned. The kid brother is walking with his hands in the air, as if he were the gangster brother. Handsome, it's too handsome, it really can't be said if this doesn't ascend to the throne. A new era is here. Change the year's name, Lin. The aura, desolate, it's you. Quickly, crispy college students ask what position I can be ordained for kowtowing to kid brother now. Ken seal A. Throat it, throat the throat. You fucking. Suya followed Lin Yi out of the park. Coming to the front of the car, Lin Yi stood beside it without speaking. Suya also knew exactly what Lin Yi meant. Lin Yi is naughty, so let's go along with Lin Yi. What if? And she said what if? Lin Yi was a real emperor? Suya opened the car door for Lin Yi. Lin Yi also took his seat, and Suya sat in the driver's seat. Your Majesty, sit down. Get up and go back to the palace. Suya clips out the voice of a eunuch and talks to Lin Yi about driving back to the palace. Lin Yi listened to Suya in the back seat, and was also delighted by the dragon's face. Lin Yi was also enjoying feeling like an emperor. It's no wonder there's been a rumor floating around the internet. Did not pick up the seal of the state, pick up certainly to submit to the state. After picking up the jade seal of transmission, ordered by the both longevity and eternal prosperity, why don't all the people kowtow to me one step at a time? This feeling of being an emperor, even if it was just playing the role, was very satisfying. I've seen some theater groups recruiting people to play the emperor before on the internet, and some people even pay money backwards to play them. Being the son of a real dragon is a really good feeling. Lin Yi listens to Suya's professional eunuch voice, and also happily praises Suya. Ai Ching is very much in my heart. Go back to the palace. I have a reward. Suya was naturally happy to hear that Lin Yi had a reward. Lin Yi had an emperor addiction. So let's play. Just don't get bewitched. Greetings. Suya also drove up and went back to the palace. The audience in the live broadcast room was listening to Lin Yi and Suya's conversation at this time. The crowd went crazy with joy. Ouch crouch. Kid brother, this temperament. Not like acting. It is recommended to investigate severely. Strictly investigate the 18 generations of ancestors. This crunchy college student doesn't look like he's acting either. This eunuch voice, absolutely great. My fucking stomach hurts from laughing so hard. This crunchy college kid got into the scene faster than I did. Ha 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 ha. Kid brother really has a reward? Then let the lackey serve his majesty. Don't you guys argue, let me do it. Some of the netizens on the live stream have started to live the whole thing. They all knew how many tens of thousands of dollars of pocket money Lin Yi had casually pulled out of his pocket. This reward? It must not be 10,000 taels of gold. Suya drove back to the villa, came to the backseat door and opened it. Your Majesty has arrived at the palace, he said, half bending down and reaching out to assist Lin Yi out. Suya hadn't watched many of those palace dramas during her college days. To be a redhead next to the emperor, these kneeling services are an absolute must. Lin Yi also got out of the car and went back to the villa. Back on the second floor of the villa, Lin Yi sat down on the soft sofa, and Suya was off to the side, thinking about waiting until Lin Yi's reward. I'm not asking for gold or anything. At least don't let her do her homework. While it may not be difficult for her to write that third grade summer homework, honestly, 2 books, that's too much torture. Now she's all graduated from college, has no homework at all, and enjoys life. It's a great feeling to watch elementary and middle school students catching up on their summer homework on the internet and have fun. Suya also went behind the sofa at this time and pressed up the mojo on Lin Yi's shoulders. Lin Yi and her had been walking outside all day today, and were more than likely a little tired. And Lin Yi has been running lately, push-up workouts and all. This should be exhausting. Suya was also planning to give Lin Yi a massage to relax and unwind. Maybe if Lin Yi was happy later, she wouldn't have to write her homework. Your Majesty, how's the strength of this massage? Should I add more strength? Lin Yi is also a dragon's face at this time. I didn't expect this sister Suya to be so considerate, really letting him enjoy the feeling of an emperor. Wonderful, very wonderful. At this moment, Lin Yi also finally understood why ancient China, for the sake of the throne, was so heartless that even his own brothers were killing each other hand in hand. Suya's point of service can be said to be only the tip of the iceberg under the imperial power. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded as they watched Suya being so active. Ouch cripes, no kidding, this crunchy college kid doesn't act like one. In ancient times it was a eunuch in chief, to say the least. I Luatart steel and shoulder press service. Crispy college student. You're invincible. Who can beat you at this job? It's bad. It really gets the kid brother high. This emperor addiction. Count on him to get high. No. 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 I'm unbalanced. I'm going to report kid brother for picking up the jade seal of transmission. That's it. Why should he get to be so cool? Nice crunchy college student by the shoulder. I want it too. Brother kid, in the crowd. There are bad people. Some of the viewers of the live broadcast, some of whom had watched Linny enjoy himself so much, had broken their defenses, all clamoring to report Linny for picking up the jade seal of transmission. I don't know if it's a fake or real though, but they are adhering to the fact that what is false is also true. Lift first as a tribute. Suya also didn't care whether or not the jade seal of transmission in Linny's hands was real or fake, but she still dismissed it as fake. If Linny wants to make a fool of himself by ascending to the throne and claiming the title of emperor with this thing, then let him. After all, it's summer vacation. Lots of time to fool around. Suya reminded Linny at this point about the reward he was going to give before he came back just now. Your Majesty, the reward you just said. Can I be excused from the chastisement of making up my homework? Make up for my mistakes? Linny listened to Suya's hints. It also understood what Suya wanted. It's not just that you don't want to do your summer homework. Linny was also displaying his dragon power at this time, and his dragon face was furious. Soyako, you're teaching me how to do things? Linny's answer made even Suya serve hotness. Good. Really? Soyako, that doesn't really make him a eunuch. Although she really didn't put the sub, but Linny usually called her sister Suya. Now that's some real royal majesty. She also didn't dare to disobey Linny, fearing that Linny would raise both pincers. Imperial transportation. The art of stripping the 9 clans. Suya also followed the example of the drama. Emperor, rest your anger. Minion doesn't want a reward for being spicy. Some of the viewers in the live stream were watching Linny live out his emperor addiction. Ha 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 ha. So good. Tough substitution. It may be a little childish and awkward for elementary school students, but for me, a college student, I think it's just right. I want to be a dog emperor for once too. Give my best buddy a dog official title. Bro, you smell good. This brittle college student with this acting skill. It's really a pity that he doesn't go to acting. Since I didn't get it, I'm ruthlessly advising kid brother to turn in the transmitting jade seal quickly. Yes, to avoid the loss of the nation's treasure. If you were to lose it at Little Cherry Blossom with the jade seal of passage, forget I said anythokay. Okay. Linny also gave Suya a leg up at this point. I am tired. Kneel in peace. Although he said that the homework was punched through by him, but he didn't ask Sioa to bring his summer vacation homework for him to beat. This reward money can be. Homework absolutely cannot be exempted. Because I'm exempt, that means I'll write it myself. He doesn't want to have to repeat himself. Linny was about to take a nap when he finished talking and lay down with the jade seal in his arms. Suya was also at this time. Minion, excuse me. Suya didn't dare to rush Linny either, fearing that Linny would come with bold, you dare to disobey me? Suya also knew that the reward Linny had promised would naturally come. It's just a matter of giving or not giving time. What kind of person was Linny? She had followed him around for so long, how could she not understand? Today is perhaps just a case of trying to be like the movie and live the emperor's life. As influenced by the transfiguration jade seal, Suya didn't disturb Linny as she watched him take a nap while holding the jade seal, greeted the live audience and went off the air. She didn't want to disturb Linny's nap. Suya went back to her room to play a game. And that's when the story of Linny picking up a piece of what was suspected to be the jade seal of the passing state spread rapidly on the internet. The kid brother dug up a piece of the state seal at the bottom of a willow tree in the park. He was crowned emperor on the spot. Some video footage of Linny's live broadcast appeared in the hot search. Many people watched the video to witness the heirloom jade seal that Linny had dug up. No serious display though, but to the naked eye it looks like an old object. As to whether it was an imitation or the real thing, all had no way of knowing. It wasn't held in the hand for a closer look, and no one on the internet could really palm it off. Netizens have also been bringing up the tempo. When this jade seal of the passing state reaches the hands of Brother Kid, will Brother Kid really be able to seal the throne on Taishan? I must ascend the throne for this change. I can't wait a moment longer. And you claim that I went to the bottom of the cell? I don't care. If you shoot me, I will ascend the throne. Historical records should be dedicated to open a page to write about me. Even if I'm killed by peanuts, it will be written that I am the one who died. Come on people, if you want the position of general, you must go through fire for me. Upstairs is also very sick. haul it away. The online discussion about the heirloom jade seal is getting hotter and hotter. The state authorities are also concerned about Lin Yi. And at this moment, Lin Yi, who was still asleep from his nap, was unaware that there is a rebel who wants to revolt, to destroy the empire he had just created. Lin Yi dreamed of ascending to the throne and becoming emperor. At this time Lin Yi's parents, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun, came back from their busy day. They also didn't know that Lin Yi was taking a nap. There had been a loud discussion about something as they walked up the stairs downstairs. No volume at all. Because in this house, Lin Yi rarely even took a nap. Not to mention Suya, a brittle college student. If you're fine, you can sleep in until noon for dinner and get up when the sun is up. Lin Yi heard Zhang Yin and Lin Yun's voices, also waking up from a dream. Suya, who was playing games in her room at this time, heard Zhang Yin and Lin Yun's voices. He was also thinking of going out of the room to tell Zhang Yin and Lin Yun to keep their voices down. Suya, who exited the room, told Zhang Yin and Lin Yun with a silent banning gesture that he hadn't stepped out of his eunuch roleplay at all. Still chucking. Shoo, the emperor is sleeping. Don't disturb the emperor. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun also frowned in confusion, looking over to Lin Yi, who was napping at the couch. Your Majesty? Listening to Suya, this voice, really a bit of the palace eunuch, that flavor. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun were also a bit strange. At this moment, Lin Yi woke up, sat up, and didn't lose the jade seal in his hand. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun saw Lin Yi sitting up and woke up, but they were still afraid of disturbing Lin Yi. What are you two little guys up to at home? Acting out a trip to ancient times, are we? Lin Yun said as he sat down next to Lin Yi, looking at the jade seal in Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yun also took it over and carefully observed it. Suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. The props you guys prepared here are quite realistic. After saying that, he returned it to Lin Yi. He doesn't realize that the jade seal he thought was a prop was the most valuable national treasure in China. The thing that emperors of all generations fought over was just thrown back to Lin Yi as a prop by Lin Yun. Lin Yi was still reminiscing about the image of being crowned emperor in his dream at this point. Sitting on the dragon chair, enjoying the pilgrimage of all the people, the powerful ministers prostrated themselves and shouted salutations. Long live the emperor. Neighboring countries all around are offering gifts as small vassal states of this country. That dreamy feeling of being the only one in the sky. It's really better than winning the championship. Lin Yi was also strange. Usually I don't feel like sleeping at noon, but today I actually feel sleepy. Maybe it's divine guidance? Or is it a dream that Brother Unicorn has promised him? Lin Yi was still thinking. At this moment, Lin Yun also substituted. Ha 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 ha. What did you say? Xiao Yi is the emperor? Then wouldn't I be the emperor? So you're my wife. So that makes you the queen of the Dowager Empress? Zhang Yin listened to Lin Yun talking to himself, and also disliked Lin Yun. Come on you. Xiao Yi is joking. You still take it seriously. What kind of spring and fall dream? Lin Yi was also feeling hungry at this point. I want to have my meal. Since Brother Unity asked him to play the emperor for a day, he should play it in word and deed. Zhang Yin heard Lin Yi say he wanted a meal at this time. He also glared at Lin Yun next to him. Why don't you hurry up and go cook? Baby boy is hungry. Lin Yun didn't retort when he heard it, and also followed Suya's eunuch voice. I'll get on with it. Slave. After that, he went to the kitchen. There's no way around it. Lin Yi is indeed the family emperor at home. A real gem. His is. Family status. Floor tile floor. Even White Fox Blackie can't compete. As Zhang Yin and Suya listened to Lin Yun's eunuch voice, the two women looked at each other and also bared their teeth. They didn't expect Lin Yun, the eunuch voice, to be so graphic. Suya's assessment is that Uncle Lin Yun into the palace at least can also mix a eunuch chief position to the high side that is the emperor's side of the big red man. After one night, the police department in Magic City has also received many anonymous reports from netizens that Kid Brother dug up the jade seal. The police department also opened a meeting at this time regarding today's netizens' report of children digging up the jade seal of the state of transmission. Xiao Zhang, you are responsible for door-to-door investigation to see if the matter is true or false, and then come back to report it. This is the one you've dealt with. Chang, the same little guy who came to the police station last time with shells in a barrel. Okay. Xiao Zhan was also a bit surprised to hear that. She thought she wouldn't cross paths with Lin Yi after she went to the elementary school that day to give him an award. I didn't realize. This little guy dug up the jade seal again? Xiao Zhang also took on the task, looking at the new address of Lin Yi's house and drove off. And at this time, Lin Yi had also gotten up early. Lin Yi, who was in the living room, thought that today, his fellow classmate, Liang Fat, also known as Liang Qi, had stolen the tribute's sacred body. I said I'd come over to his house to play with him today. Lin Yi was also giving Suya holy orders in the living room. Xiao Yazi, I have a matter that I need you to take care of personally. I have a classmate who is coming to see me. Go outside and pick him up. Suya listened at this time. I'll go do it now. Linny waved his hand at this moment. Wait. This is my reward. Take it and spend it. Linny casually threw out a bank card onto the table. Suya's eyes lit up when she saw it. Heaven forbid. Thank you, Lord. Suya also experienced that those eunuchs in ancient times received rewards after making the emperor happy. Getting rich in a flash. Although he didn't know how much money was in the bank card Linny had given him. But she knew that Linny's bank card was less than a few tens of thousands of dollars to hit the bottom of the pocketbook. Or more. This playing a role-playing game with Linny and getting so much money. It was better than working part-time. Suya happily took the bank card and went downstairs, going outside to pick up a classmate who came down. Suya didn't know who it was, but none of that matters. The viewers of the live broadcast room all exploded as they watched the image of Suya getting Linny's seal of approval. Hey, really have reward I Lua Bean. Let me do this job. No wonder those eunuchs in ancient times worked their asses off to serve by the emperor's side. Accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. Wealth and riches are at stake. When the emperor is happy, there are 10,000 taels of gold. Let me do this job. Crispy college kids aren't in place yet. Bad. This generous aura of the kid brother. I'm afraid it's not the emperor bloodline awakening? The emperor's face? That old fortune teller dang from before. He definitely wasn't joking. That old den is something. The math is right. Bullshit. Last time I went to the count, he said I was yellow. I ended up delivering for 2 years. Ha 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 ha. Just tell me if it's a yellow robe. The viewers of the live broadcast knew that Linny's pocket money was all in the tens of thousands. Linny's mom and dad gave pocket money by opening a card to Linny. Released the money to Linny. And Linny usually spends basically nothing. The last time the state admiral gave a bank card with a bank balance in it, it was as long as the phone number. And Linny's New Year's bonus money. Multiple bank cards with more or less large deposits. Linny casually flung a reward to Suya. Perhaps one of them. Netflix is naturally thinking of grabbing the position of being this eunuch. Suya took her bank card, drove out, and went outside to wait for someone by the bus stop. It didn't take long to see the chubby little man getting off the bus. Liang Qi. Suya naturally recognized that the classmate Linny was talking about was perhaps Liang Qi. Liang Qi is carrying a small school bag. Suya stepped forward. Liang Qi, here to find Linny, right? Liang Qi nodded his head when he saw Suya as well. Aha. Come with me. Suya drove Liang Qi back to the villa. Liang Qi came to Linny's house for the first time. The sight of this large estate. Liang Qi was all surprised with his mouth wide open. After parking to the garage, Liang Qi followed Suya as she walked through the manor. Liang Qi followed for a while before seeing the villa. The dog and alpaca jailbait were sleeping under the tree outside the villa entrance. These two little brothers of Linny were not strangers to Liang Qi, because, when he was learning to sleep like Linny, he was given a mouthful of thick 82 spit by an alpaca jailbird who burrowed into the classroom. Later he realizes that the alpaca is the assistant director of instruction and the dog is the head of security. Liang Qi followed Suya up the stairs, and Suya immediately returned to her role as a eunuch when she saw Linny. Your Majesty, I've brought your classmate. Yeah, come here little chickie. Liang Qi was a bit surprised by Suya's eunuch voice beside Suya. Hearing Linny, who was sitting on the sofa at that moment, jade seal in hand, call out to him, Chiki-chan, me? Liang Qi walked over. Taking a good look at the jade seal of transmission in Linny's hand, I Lua saw steel. Brother Yat, what is this? The Emperor's jade seal? How dare you? Who let you call me by my real name? Liang Qi acted as if he hadn't heard what Linny had said, directly selectively ignoring it. It was about to take the jade seal in Linny's hand. Brother Yat, can you take this and ascend to the throne as the Emperor? Liang Qi curiously held it in his hands and admired it. And Linny is also dragon rage. Rebellious son, how dare you usurp the throne? Soyako, drag it out and castrate it. Greetings. Suya finished by stepping forward to grab Liang Qi's jade seal and return it to Linny, lifting Liang Qi into the room. Don't make a scene. Brother Xiaoyi is role-playing for live effects. I'm a eunuch. You're a classmate of the Emperor. Get it? Show some respect. Suya thought that Linny was supposed to be doing a program effect with this handful of role-playing. After all, Linny is a man full of life. She's a mixer of the internet, surfing the web every day, and getting paid tens of thousands of dollars to be Linny's assistant. And if she can't read this stuff, she doesn't deserve to get this paycheck. Suya was also persuading up Liang Qi to let Liang Qi, the innate stealing tribute saint body, be more sensible. Liang Qi's little genius CPU spun for a moment and randomly nodded. Got it. After saying that, he released Liang Qi. Your Majesty, you've become an emperor. Forgotten the vows you once made. Where is the thing that was promised to me? A harem of 3,000 beauties and endless mountains of food. Liang Qi also begged for Lin Yi's reward at this time. Lin Yi also pondered for a moment at this point. If I give you the crown prince position, you will have the intention of plotting against the dynasty and usurping the throne. Then I will give you a harem of 3,000 beauties, endless mountain treasures and seafood, and seal a eunuch king so that you can accompany me. The more Liang Qi listened, the more satisfied he became. Right, so right. But when he heard the eunuch king behind him, Liang Qi frowned slightly. Eunuch king? And Lin Yi continues. The position. Eunuch king is a bit out of line. Afraid that you are not at peace, grant a death, and then posthumously appoint a one-word parallel king. State rights to bury each other. I'm relieved to have you in charge of hell. Lin Yi's words fell. Although it was a bit esoteric, Liang Qi was no iron being. A silent question mark appears on the forehead. A gift and a death. Well, I'll let you live and understand. Suya is holding back her laughter at this time. Prince, eunuch king, bestowed with death. Well, bestowed with loneliness, right? The audience in the live broadcast room was also happy and numb at this time. Gave a whole bunch of them. None of them can be enjoyed. Messed up buddy. Gave a loneliness. Giving a gift is a lie to you. Either a prince or a eunuch. It has to start with the word two, right? Then give me a teisho. Upstairs. You're the one who's against the Big Dipper. Ha 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 ha. If I were to be the emperor, I'd castrate my brother and make him my noble consort. Upstairs. You are really hungry. You're invincible kid. The many lezzies in the live feeds were already hilarious. Lin Yi never let them down when he played live. And at that moment there was a figure outside the doorway who was about to overthrow the new dynasty Lin Yi had just established. Ding dong. A doorbell rang on the second floor. Suya listened to the commotion and looked up at the second floor surveillance screen, which allowed him to see who was standing outside the gate. Lin Yi was also wondering who it was. Suya turned her head. It's the Policia Emperor. I'll get the door? Go on. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Suya went downstairs to open the door. Lin Yi was in deep thought at this moment as he looked at the jade seal of transmission in his hands. I'm afraid it's not for the jade seal of passage? This he hadn't even gotten around to sealing his death at Tarzan yet. His dynasty is coming to an end? None of Tusco's tasks have been completed yet. No way. Lin Yi also hurriedly stuffed the jade seal of transmission into the pocket of his sweater. The audience in the live broadcast room at this time saw that it was the police who came, but also knew that the guys who broke the defense yesterday said that the report was not a joke. It's a real report. I Lua Soy Steel. Really someone report kid brother ah? The kid brother is not even addicted to being an emperor. And the throne is not even sitting hot. And someone is attacking to usurp the throne? Ha 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 ha. Kid brother hasn't even sealed his zen yet. No. I'm just saying for fun. You guys really have people reporting it. Kid brother, bastard ah, TM beast ah. The emperor has been assassinated. Seal off the scene. And at that moment, Officer Zhang followed Suya up the stairs. Once Lin Yi looked at the people, he still recognized them. This is not the last time. He touched the fish and touched the shell. This police sister went to his school to send him a few years of exercises. Lin Yi was very impressed with her. It's a good thing she changed her sneaker reward later, or else Lin Yi would have specified retaliation. Ah, no, it's payback. Ruthless repayment. Yo, little guy. Long time no see. Lin Yi also nodded at this time. Well, I haven't seen you for a long time either. I miss you very much. Come on up and sit down. Sayako serves tea. Suya also went to make up tea. Officer Zhang also sat down on the couch. Liang Qi also stepped aside at this time. He was naturally intimidated by the ones in police uniforms, hiding behind the couch. Officer Zhang didn't care much about Liang Qi's vigilant her appearance. She's here on a mission. Just now, hearing Lin Yi call himself me, Officer Zhang felt that it was a fact that netizens had reported Lin Yi as having picked up the jade seal. Okay, little guy. I came here to ask questions, not to have tea with you. We received a report from a netizen that you picked up the jade seal of transmission. Lin Yi also held his head high. No. It was just as he suspected. There are bad people in the crowd. There are unruly people who want to harm me, nakedly trying to usurp the throne. Officer Zhang also frowned slightly when he heard Lin Yi's reply and looked at him seriously. No? Then why do you call yourself me? Officer Zhang is not stupid. Officer Zhang stared at Lin Yi with a serious expression. Really? Are you questioning me? Hearing Lin Yi's reply, Officer Zhang was helpless. It was also intended to be another way to get Lin Yi to loosen up. So what do you think of the heirloom seal? Lin Yi also replied seriously after hearing this. The so-called heirloom jade seal is nothing more than a historical item made of Hotan jade with the rear missing corner inlaid with gold. Hearing this reply from Lin Yi, Officer Zhang was even more certain that this jade seal of state was really in Lin Yi's hands. Okay, it's fine. Are your parents home? No. Is it okay if I visit your home? Then, feel free. Linny got up after saying that and was about to go back to his room. He's going to Tarzan to seal his death. At least delay until the mission is complete. After Linny got up, Officer Zhang saw the pockets of Linny's sweatshirt bulging. There was no hurry for Linny to hand it over. Linny went back to his room and picked up his bag and planned to go to Mount Tai to seal his zen. Officer Zhang had just finished looking at the living room when he saw Linny about to go downstairs with his backpack. Liang Qi and Suya were both confused. Officer Zhang also wondered where this kid was going with his backpack. The live audience was buzzing at this point. Ouch, where's the kid going with his backpack? Running away from home? The kid brother wouldn't be going to Mount Tai to seal his death, would he? Ha 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 ha. It looks like it. The jade seal of passage can't be hidden in his hands. Immediately ascend the throne. Seal the throne at Taishan. The viewers of the live stream speculated what Linny was going to do. Officer Zhang called out to stop Linny. Linny, wait. Linny was shouted at by Officer Zhang before he could get downstairs. That thing in your pocket. What is it? Linny turned his head. Daring, what has it got to do with you what I'm hiding? Come on. I know that's the seal of passage in your pocket. Hand it over. At this point, Linny hadn't even heard Brother Unity announce the end of the mission. So how could he possibly hand over the jade seal of transmission? This is the symbol of the Emperor. Officer Zhang held out his hand for Linny to hand it over. She could understand if Linny fooled around a bit. If this was the real jade seal of the state, and Linny took it out and lost it, it would be a big deal. Losing a national relic is a felony. You know that, right? Linny also pretended to be crazy. I can't understand what you're saying. Retire from the court. Linny slipped downstairs after saying that. Goodbye mom and dad. I'm sailing away today. Sayako, keep up. Linny shouted up for Suya to follow. Suya also followed Linny down the stairs. If the mission is accomplished, Linny wouldn't give it much thought. This jade seal of transmission. If he wasn't doing a mission, he would have definitely turned it in. But now that the mission hasn't even been completed, turn it in? No way. Absolutely impossible. Lost is definitely not lost. Let him fool around. Tarzan was enthroned. After all, he's found this real jade seal of passage. So what's wrong with him playing with it for a day? If it's going to be turned in now, he could really be the last emperor of China. It didn't even last 24 hours, and it became the fastest dynasty to overthrow. If you want to see your own heirloom jade seal in the future, you'll have to pay to see it in a museum. Watching Suya and Linny go downstairs, Liang Qi followed. Officer Zhang watched Linny go downstairs and also shook his head with a faint smile, thinking that Linny was going to play something. And he didn't care about Linny, literally touring up in Linny's home. Little did he know, Linny is really going to pick up his backpack and sail away. Before the dynasty falls, he's going to ascend to the top of Mount Tai, ascend to the throne and seal the throne. Witnesses after the throne grid, announced, all my Chinese children, are standardized with 6 insurance and 2 gold, foot baths into the health insurance, to lead us to glory. Sayako, depart Tarzan. It's too late to explain, get in the car. Suya didn't think too much about it, nor did she consider Officer Zhang who was upstairs. Destination, Taishan. The audience in the live room was dumbfounded. Ha, really go to Taishan to seal the Zen? Ha, you went against the grain kid. I Lua soy steel. Others joke, kid brother you really ah? Lin Yi's mission hadn't been completed yet. Naturally, he was going to procrastinate a bit and casually go to the top of that Taishan mountain to ascend to the throne and travel. A little change from the last chapter. Go back and read it again if you feel you can't catch it. Yo! The audience in the live broadcast room was still in shock at this point. Linny was really going to go to Taishan to seal his immortality. Suya began to adjust her phone's navigation. Destination Taishan. The trip will take about 8 hours. Suya didn't hesitate much as she listened to the navigation about the travel time. This may be one of those, say, trips on the internet. There won't be too much hesitation to go for what you want to do. Those driving to the highlands are so far away that it can take up to 10 days to even get there. It's only 8 hours to Tarzan. What's there to fear? Suya stepped on the gas, and Liang Qi sat in the back seat with Linny. Liang Qi was still confused at this point. He doesn't understand the Tarzan seal, which is a blind spot in his knowledge. All he knew was that it was now an 8-hour drive to Tarzan. But Liang Qi didn't utter a word to say he wasn't going, and silently followed Linny just fine. Anyway, I said hello to my family today and said I came to play with Linny. And at this time, Officer Zhang, who was still visiting the villa, came to the roof of the building and watched the manor drive out a car. Suddenly in deep thought, rushing downstairs to look up Linny. As a result, the building is empty. Officer Zhang also guessed that it was Linny and the others who had gone out, and Officer Zhang shook his head helplessly, picking up the walkie-talkie and speaking to his superiors. Boss, target Linny is leaving the manor's range. It looks like it's going to be a long trip. And at that moment, the chief of the police department heard what Officer Zhang said and replied, "Don't worry about it. Notify all units that the key protection target, Lin Yi, is about to leave Magic City." When the secretary finished, he also called the top levels of the country. They, the Mordor Police Department, had received orders from the state to protect Lin Yi's safety before this. It could be said that there were people following around Lin Yi's manor, around the school, on the way to and from school, and even when Lin Yi went out to play to protect Lin Yi's safety. Lin Yi has a situation out of Mordor that must be reported. And Admiral Li Jinghua received the news that Lin Yi was leaving Mordor. Suya drove onto the highway and went straight to Taishan. And at that moment Suya's phone was called by an unknown caller. Shuya picked it up as well. "Hello?" And the caller on the other side was none other than Admiral Li Jingguk. "Put Lin Yi on the phone." Suya heard that extremely majestic voice, to which she was no stranger, handed the phone to Lin Yi in the back seat. Lin Yi also took it at this time. "Hello, what does General Li have for me?" Li Jinghua glanced at the phone with some confusion after hearing Lin Yi's voice and address. The voice is right and the phone number is right? General Li? He could remember this little guy Lin Yi calling him Uncle Li. "Where are you running out of Mordor to go? You little guy?" "I'm going to Mt. Tai to seal my Zen." Li Jinghua frowned straight after hearing this. Tarzan seal? That is the success of emperors to create great achievements. Receive the guidance of the heavens before going to Mount Tai to hold ceremonies. This little friend of Lin Yi's, going to Tarzan to seal the throne? Is it playing terrier to travel to Tarzan? Li Jinghua also only thought of this, since it is to go to Taishan, not out of the country, are in the protection of China. These are no problem. Okay, be safe. Li Jinghua instructed Lin Yi to pay attention to his safety and hung up after that. He had received a mission from the state, focused on protecting Lin Yi, and as long as Lin Yi didn't leave the country, within the borders of China, it was impossible for Lin Yi to have any accidents. The audience in the live broadcast room had also exploded in the broadcast room at this time when they heard Lin Yi and the Admiral's conversation. No, kid brother really went to Taishan to seal the Zen, and this Admiral doesn't care a bit? If you really want to seal the throne, it will really be the General Li of the verbal post. Doesn't the Tarzan sealing have to be guided from heaven? And all the previous kings who went to Taishan to seal the throne have had great achievements. What battle achievements does the kid brother have? Yeah, he's got an egg. Big guts, you unruly people. Since my kid brother has obtained the Jade Seal of State, then he should obey the will of heaven and seal the throne on Mount Tai. Are your words belittling the fact that my emperor's picking up the Jade Seal of State which has disappeared for many years is not weighty enough? That's just it. Since more than 1 billion Chinese people have been searching for so many years and kid brother has casually dug it up, it means that the heavens are going to send down the imperial character. Kid brother deserves to be able to seal the throne. The viewers and fans in the live stream began to split into two ends of the spectrum. One side thought that Lin Yi was 9 years old and did not have the same great unification as the previous kings, or the great achievement of letting his people live in peace and work without worrying about food and clothing. There was also no heavenly guidance for Lin Yi to go to Mount Tai to seal his death. It's not worthy to go to Tarzan to be sealed. On the other hand, one side was brainlessly convinced that Lin Yi had a bright future ahead of him, digging up the lost for so many years, leaving aside whether or not the state seal is real or fake first. No one had been able to find it for so many years, but if Lin Yi found it, wasn't that tantamount to a great achievement? Also in their minds, it was God's will. Let this humanoid koi, Lin Yi, go to Tarzan to seal the throne. Combined with Lin Yi's koi luck, the fortune teller had previously said that Lin Yi had the destiny of an emperor. They believed that a new generation of EMP. It's Lin Yi. Lin Yi hung up the phone and looked at the live streaming pop-ups in his cell phone. There were people who loved and adored him, and there were also unruly people who were opposing his Tarzan sealing. Lin Yi chose to ignore it in the grand scheme of things. He's not going to refute it. Digging up the Jade Seal of Transmission, plus the dream of the Emperor that Brother Unicorn promised him. Let him be sure that he can go to Tarzan and try to seal it. Seeing dodgy people on the air wanting his so-called contributions, great achievements? Lin Yi smiled blandly. Everyone didn't know that the core of the mech he had turned in, which none of those experts had been able to understand so far, was a small controlled nuclear fusion. As long as he opened his mouth to release the secrets of it, Huaxiao would be far ahead of all Blue Star countries in terms of technology. Attention, it's far ahead in all. In one fell swoop, Huaxiao became the planet Blue Star, the absolute T0 hegemon. Does that qualify as a contribution, a great achievement? In his knowledge, the steps of Tarzan totaled 6,331. That is, he is going to ascend to the top of Mount Tai with the body of a 9-year-old. Before climbing Mount Tai, he will ask for instructions from heaven. He can ascend. That would be proof that he could witness the human royalty grid. If the sky sends down a decree, if it rains, winds and thunders, or if he can't get up there with all his might. And if he is prevented from getting to the top of Taishan, then it proves that he is not worthy of Taishan's ceiling of Zen. P.S. Thanks to Lone Mendicant for the Great God certification. Thanks for all the great gifts, much appreciated. All updates will be earlier today. Little gifts for Yopa boys. The car was traveling on the highway. Suya drove the car and inquired about her cell phone. Showy. The weather conditions in Tarzan today. Suya thought that since Linny was going to climb Mount Tai, she couldn't avoid following him up the mountain. Let's focus on the weather intelligence first. The cell phone's AI system Showy Assistant is also answering Suya. Cloudy to light rain in Taishan today. Thunderstorms or showers tonight. Travel safely. Suya heard Xiao Yi's reply. It was also not sure what to say. Your Majesty, it may not be appropriate to seal Taishan today. Suya and Lin Yi talked about it. Lin Yi then said, I already know. Let's talk about it at the destination. If it really storms, it's proof that the sky is in the way. Soon, the car took more than 8 hours to arrive at the bottom of Mount Tai, and at this time the time also came to the evening. The sun is about to go down. Lin Yi got out of the car and put the jade seal in his bag. Looking at the sky, where are the clouds and rain? The sky is clear. Where is the sign of rain? Mount Tai, which was once considered the top of the mountains. The Taishan feudal sacrifice is the highest standard of sacrifice in ancient China. It also symbolizes the power of the king is granted by heaven. And this Taishan Zen, only 6 former emperors have actually accomplished it. After Song Zhenzong, no more emperors performed Taishan Zen. That's because the emperor who succeeded Song Zhenzong did not think that Song Zhenzong's war record was enough to seal the throne of Taishan. The sealing of Mount Tai, in ancient Chinese history, is recorded as the prerequisite needs to be a war record that guarantees the unity of the national territory under the era of the emperor's rule, and to live in peace and prosperity. And the last item, which is the character of the emperor. Under Song Zhenzong's rule, the country was neither greatly unified, the war record was mediocre. It also dared to carry out the Tarzan sealing. After that, Song Zhenzong was regarded as a disgrace by the world. It was also felt by later emperors that Song Zhenzong had pulled down the Taishan sealing and stopped pursuing it. It's not that the emperor's war record after Song Zhenzong was not good. And this, he was also known in later times as the Tarzan seal finisher. As Lin Yi dared to come to this Mount Tai to seal his throne, he didn't consider his battle record. Instead, he came to ask this day, is he qualified to be a Taoist? The throne of man. The main focus is one of sweetness followed by bitterness. First, while the jade seal of transmission has not yet been handed over, ask heaven and earth if he can lead China and surpass the ancient Chinese era of the Great Tang. Today, I, Lin Yi, obey the instructions of heaven. I have come to Mount Tai and will ascend to the summit of Mount Tai to seal the throne. Depart. Lin Yi's words fell as he began to climb Mount Tai. Suya and Liang Qi silently followed. Suya and Liang Qi were actually wondering why the weather forecast said there would be rain, but now the sky is clear and dark clouds are absent. It's raining? It doesn't look like rain at all. Sioa sensed something. Could it be that it was really God's will for Lin Yi to summit Mount Tai? Let Lin Yi perform the sealing. The live audience was buzzing at this point. Holy shit. I was just on Mount Tai and it was raining. And it stopped raining as soon as this kid brother guy came. Weird. It's really weird. Can't it be that the kid brother is really obeying the will of heaven? I thought there was a rainstorm at night. Don't you know it by looking again? My God. The heavens are opening up to him. Is this the chosen one? I finally understand in the novels the existence of that kind of son of Qi. Isn't kid brother one? Suppose what he dug up was the real jade seal, and then really climbed to the top of Mount Tai on his own to seal the throne, and the sky fell with auspiciousness. Then wouldn't he really be the emperor of a new era? Kid brother, Blackie speaks. Oh, exempt. The unruly people who report, and the rebels who think kid brother is not good enough for Tarzan sealing. Sweating it out, right? If the kid brother really isn't qualified, the sky is probably in the way, but the heavens are giving the green light all the way. How? Many of the viewers in the live room, watching the events of the day, no one was in the way, and it was clear skies on Tarzan when it was supposed to be raining. They were also guessing, does even heaven think Lin Yi is good enough to seal the throne? Lin Yi was about to start the official start of climbing Mount Tai. The system's voice rang in his head, playing mission accomplished. New quest, climb to the top of Mount Tai without relying on the help of anyone or any item, and do what you want to do. Reward, full level breathing technique. Lin Yi listened to Brother Unity settle yesterday's quest and proceeded to send out a new one. Climb to the top of Mount Tai, not relying on others for help and items? Lin Yi was doing just that. He was going to rely on himself and climb to the top of Mount Tai step by step. Rewarded or breath work. We are committed to the idea that the product of Unico must be of high quality. This breathing method may be the unicorn supporting his ascent to the top of Tarzan. Even unicorn is supporting him. That proved that it was definitely the will of heaven that made him seal the throne of Mount Tai before handing over the jade seal of the passing state. Chinese blood. Who can resist the temptation of the commanded by heaven to live forever, and the power of the king is authorized by heaven? If he succeeds in sealing the throne, then it won't be him handing over the jade seal of transmission to the state. Please give the country to me. I will let the modern world see the prosperity of the once prosperous Great Tang. Lin Yi began to ascend step by step. Suya and Liang Qi also followed behind. And Lin Yi didn't force Liang Qi to follow. Since Liang Qi has the intention to follow, then let's follow. Liang Qi didn't usually work out much, but he firmly believed, as his dad had told him, that following Lin Yi around would definitely lead to a future. Suya followed and was not afraid of the 6,331 steps of this Taishan. They're all human beings. Others can reach the top. Why can't she? At this time, Lin Yi climbed to the top of Mount Tai Zhenthing. Spread on the network. Combined with yesterday's news that Lin Yi had dug up the jade seal of transmission, the heat of this event had escalated once again. Because all of us have fantasized about picking up the jade seal and calling ourselves I, by the command of heaven both life and eternity, climbing to the top of Mount Tai to seal the Zen. This is all that all ordinary people have fantasized about. As long as they pick up the jade seal of transmission, they will also absolutely not hesitate to pick it up today. And the next day they will climb to the top of Mount Tai and seal the throne. Under the heat spread of the network, many people began to pay attention to the 9-year-old kid brother with the state jade seal climbed Mount Tai Zen sealing challenge. Numerous lezzies online, and those who hadn't paid attention to Kid Brother, were attracted to these hot searches at this time. They went to Lin Yi's livestream to watch the whole thing. Crap, someone really picked up the jade seal of state to seal the throne of Taishan. 9-year-old Kid Brother? Bull, the capitalized kind. I'm so impressed, doing what I've never dared to do in my life. I'm going to pick up the jade seal of state and tremble. I wouldn't dare to climb Mount Tai with the jade seal. Concerned, I want to see if Kid Brother has the fortitude to summit Mount Tai. The last time I climbed Mt. Tai, I reached the top in more than 6 hours and my legs were shaking, and he's only 9 years old? Can he handle it? The internet crowd of netizens, who have had first-hand experience of climbing Mount Tai, normal is more like 6 or 7 hours, less like 3 or 4. The career-challenging record of 56 points remains unbroken. It can be said that summiting Mount Tai is a challenge to human fitness. They had experienced it, so naturally they felt that this challenge of climbing Mount Tai to the top was extremely difficult for Lin Yi, who was 9 years old. Without the help of ropeways and the like, Lin Yi had to have more than just perseverance. He also had to be physically fit enough. News of Lin Yi's challenge to ascend to Mount Tai to seal the throne spread for a short time, and the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of the city of Taishan saw that the heat of Taishan was surging. Also think it's a wave of heat. Go, arrange for someone to conduct a full follow-up of Kid Brother Live. Inform the ticket office to give the Kid Brother and his group free tickets. Free tickets? Commissioner, are you sure that Kid Brother is 9 years old? Can walk to the ticket counter by himself? The classic thing about Tarzan as a conscientious attraction is that it never charges admission for waste. When you first enter the mountain, you are unaware of the sky, and after climbing halfway up the mountain, you realize that you have just reached the ticket office. When the director heard this, he also immediately retorted, "What do you care? Listening to the internet. This Kid Brother is obeying the will of heaven to climb Mount Tai to seal the throne. If it's really God's will, then he should be able to climb it. Make a live broadcast to encourage it and remember to turn off the receive gifts feature. Go on." The director of Taiyan City felt that it was always their turn for this heavenly riches, wasn't it? Lin Yi has previously given Irvine a shot at generating huge tourism revenue. That's something that's on the radar of civic and tourism directors across the country. The staff of the Tarzan Division, too, received orders to work, full follow-through, free tickets, and the help they need. And Lin Yi was working his way up, one step at a time. The system's full-level breathing method allowed him to adjust his breathing perfectly and save a lot of strength. Looking back, Liang Qi and crispy college student sister Suya were both already a bit tired. How much longer do we have to climb? Suya had gotten a little desperate. Usually following Lin Yi's morning jogging, he would just run for a day or two, and in general, he just couldn't take a little bit of pain, and he would run a couple of steps when he was in a good mood. And the Tarzan staff, who were broadcasting live from the sidelines at the moment, were also happy. Where are we? We haven't even gotten to the ticket office yet. The staff didn't make a sound, just a silent live stream. Shuya also gave all the equipment to the staff, and the staff looked at the little fat man and Suya cannot hold on, is also signaling the assistant to bring the mountaineering stick, although it is a piece of wood, but more or less count a little help. The 3 wooden sticks were handed to Suya, Liang Qi, and Lin Yi respectively. Suya and Liang Qi took it as if they saw a life-saving straw. Like a twilight old denizen, he crawled with his cane, bent over, and Linny held his head high, showing off his vibrant youthfulness, refusing the staff's offer of a stick. I don't need it, thanks. Linny politely refused the staff and started walking forward without looking back. Brother Unity said not to accept help from anyone or anything to reach the summit. Just include the stick. The staff member heard Lin Yi's refusal and also withdrew his stick. He was also a little surprised. A tough-talking teenager? He's seen too many tough-talking players in his years of working here. Tough talk? I'm sorry, Tarzan is the right medicine, but he specializes in tough talk. The staff member also shook his head with a bashful smile when a kid brother asked him to. And at this time, the number of people in the official live broadcast of the City of Tainan Culture and Tourism exceeded tens of millions of people watching online. Many of them came to watch Lin Yi's Mount Tai ascent to the summit of the sealing ceremony after seeing the recommendation of the hot search. The Director of Culture and Tourism of the City of Tainan has also put down a huge amount of blood and money to invest in the stream. The numbers are still soaring. The viewers of the live broadcast saw the scene where Lin Yi refused Stick's help. Ha! Is he crazy enough to not even use a stick? I Lu a tart steel. Innate mouth hard holy body? Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid the kid brother doesn't know that Tarzan specializes in tough talk. Bottom of the cell. He'll be begging for a good stick later on. Young crunchy college students are giving tired old age a good laugh. I'm betting on kid brother turning around without even seeing the ticket booth this wave. Many of the viewers in the live stream who hadn't paid attention to Lin Yi had begun to speculate about where Lin Yi could climb to. And Lin Yi had confidence in himself. A daily morning run, plus a recent fear of his mother worrying about him being bullied in school. Extra fitness training every day. He's not some pampered young master. After climbing for a long time, an hour or so, Lin Yi raised his head and saw the ticket booth. Lin Yi stood still for a moment as he glanced at the ticket counter. At this point, Lin Yi had long since climbed to the point where he was drenched in sweat. The staff at the side of the broadcast room were snickering as they watched Lin Yi standing stupidly looking at the ticket booth. Desperate. Ha! The bottom of the cell. Just now. Just started. He wanted to see how long Lin Yi could keep his mouth shut before he gave in and asked him for a stick to support him. It took Suya and Liang Qi a while to crawl and follow Lin Yi. They didn't know why Lin Yi was standing around stupidly. Liang Qi's physical ability was at its limit at the moment. His eyes were hazy from seeing things covered in sweat. Liang Qi thought he was arriving and curiously opened his mouth to ask Lin Yi, "Is it here?" Liang Qi and Suya were both so tired that they lowered their heads and didn't even have the strength to raise their heads. How is it possible to look up and see the Red Gate Palace ticket office? Lin Yi also replied at this time, "It's here." Liang Qi and Suya were also overjoyed upon hearing this. Arrived? A little Tarzan. But, Suya excitedly raised his head just about to make a big speech. See the Red Gate Palace ticket office. The words he was just about to say came to an abrupt end, and the smile that appeared on his face froze in an instant. You, isn't that what it says? Suya almost didn't fall down with two black eyes. Li Qi, how does this make her rational? You've been climbing for half your life to get to the ticket office? Lin Yi was mentally prepared to keep rushing. Indeed it's here. The ticket office. It's here too. Lin Yi finished walking towards the ticket counter, but the staff all let go of the passageway to let Lin Yi walk through. Suya and Liang Qi continued to follow without tears. Free admission for the three of them. The viewers in the live room were also going crazy with joy at this point. Ha 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 ha. Crunchy college student. Just tell me if it's here yet. The ticket office is also here. Kid brother is so fucked up. My stomach hurts from laughing so hard. I told you how the crunchy college student's smile just appeared for a split second and then disappeared. So it was transferred to my face. I know what the crunchy college student was just about to say, little Tarzan. Nothing more. Crispy college student withdraws a rant. Crispy college student Suya had her own pride. And even Lin Yi didn't take it lightly. How could she, a college graduate, just give up, being told you're worse than a schoolboy? And with the continuous climb down, Liang Qi and Suya could no longer carry them. The legs were already shaking. Lin Yi looked back at them some distance away and also bought bread to eat at the kiosk halfway down the road. After all, I came out in the morning, was on the highway the whole time, and hadn't eaten anything for lunch. Lin Yi waited for Liang Qi and Suya to catch up, so they could eat as soon as possible and replenish some energy. Liang Qi and Suya also bought a lot of food at the kiosk. The staff talked about, "It's free, eat all you want, we'll pay for it." Liang Qi's eyes lit up at the staff's reminder. Take the bag and fill it with lots of food. At the moment he could not wait to carry the commissary on his shoulders and eat while he climbed. Lin Yi watched them eat almost as much as they could. Also keep climbing. Liang Qi brought a lot of food with him and ate as he walked. It's free anyway, so it's a waste of time not to eat it. And it gave Liang Qi, the foodie, the potential to develop. As long as the food is on point, Tiny Tarzan, feel free to take it. Liang Qi also sped up his pace to keep up with Lin Yi. Suya was desperate. No. 2 elementary school kids are better than her? Liang Qi was still eating while walking. Lin Yi also understood at this point that Liang Qi was a pure foodie. Innate stealing attribute holy body. Terrifying as hell. Lin Yi continued to sprint down. 5 hours straight. The 3 of them were also exhausted long ago. Liang Qi had developed his body to the limit, fueled by snacks. But his 10-year-old body really couldn't carry it. And Lin Yi had the system's full-grade breathing method, although it said that it saved him a lot of physical energy. But the body always has a limit. The legs had begun to shake uncontrollably under a heavy sweat. The live audience also witnessed the trio's perseverance throughout. From watching the action at the beginning, the screen was full of encouraging cheers. The number of people in the live room has risen from tens of thousands in the beginning to tens of millions, and is now measured in billions. Go kid brother. Damn. It's burning up for me. What perseverance this kid has. I'm a college student who took a break of at least 2 or 3 hours in the middle of a climb. The kid brother really doesn't take any breaks except to eat. With a lot of heat. At this time, Li Jingguo received the news. What? That kid is really going to climb Mount Tai to ascend the throne. General Li was a little confused for a moment. He thought that little guy Lin Yi was playing terrier and simply traveling to Taishan. Is that jade seal in his hand real or fake? It looks like the real thing, but at the time the live feed only recorded the words at the bottom. General Li was deep in thought. The real seal of approval? Knowing that the jade seal of transmission had disappeared for years, it was now rumored that the jade seal of transmission that Lin Yi had casually dug up was real. It's hard to believe it's true. It was nighttime, after 11 o'clock, and at this moment, Lin Yi was already exhausted. Exhausted. He lowered his head at one of the steps and panted heavily. Suya and Liang Qi also rushed up while Lin Yi was resting, planning to take a break with Lin Yi before charging again. This guy, Lin Yi, hasn't stopped except to eat some bread. Now that it was so hard to see Lin Yi stop, he thought that Lin Yi was going to rest for a while as well. The staff on the side were all a bit impressed that Lin Yi was so persistent at the age of 9. He wouldn't say that Lin Yi had a stiff upper lip, but rather he felt that Lin Yi was truly a man as well. Lin Yi gasped under his breath and tried to raise his head to see where it was, but in a moment of looking up, Lin Yi's vision blurred and hazed for a moment. Lin Yi was in a trance, and the people who were still climbing the mountain in front of him disappeared. Under the lights, Lin Yi could merely see some of the figures appearing in front of him. As Lin Yi froze, the silhouettes in front of him all turned into several ancient Chinese emperors wearing imperial robes. An emperor of 1,000 years, a cloth-clad emperor, opening up the frontier and expanding the land, a brilliant ruler in his prime. Several of the late emperors were watching him from the steps. For just a moment, they were waving at the summit of Mount Tai, saying to Lin Yi, "The great way is at your feet. Go!" Lin Yi's eyes went hazy. Wiping his eyes with his hand, the scene before him resumed as tourists laboriously climbing the mountain. Suya followed up with Liang Qi at this time. Suya was a bit surprised that Lin Yi froze and looked ahead. What was he looking at? "Your Majesty, what do you see?" "I saw our Ming ruler of China, the late emperor." Lin Yi's words gave Suya a shock that caused her to stop breathing heavily. Looking in the direction Lin Yi was looking, there were only a lot of beautiful women in suspenders, hard at work climbing the mountain. There is no such thing as a wise ruler or a former emperor. The staff at the side were also a bit confused by Lin Yi's reply. Wiping his eyes, he looked away. There really was no such thing as Lin Yi's so-called Ming ruler and former emperor. The audience in the live stream was buzzing at this point. What did he say he saw? "My mom told me. Dogs can see things that people can't. Drag the unruly man upstairs out and behead him. The late emperor has come out. This must be an acknowledgement of the kid brother. This is almost the summit. I'm afraid the kid brother isn't hallucinating from exhaustion, right?" And Lin Yi thought back to the scene he had just seen. There was also a slight smile. "Even if I lie down on the ladder and climb, I will climb up. I will definitely be on top of Mount Tai, to continue the dynasty's fortunes for China." Lin Yi finished, as if he had made some sort of determination. Step by step towards the summit of Mount Tai, he firmly believed that it was the will of heaven that guided him to ascend Mount Tai to seal his abode. Then his 715 steps, after searching, that's the correct number of steps, were definitely not in vain. Lin Yi no longer felt physically exhausted at this point. His conviction, it was as if he was breaking the shackles of the limits that belonged to himself, to mankind. Suya and Liang Qi watched as they walked up with their heads held high, and they followed helplessly. They looked up having seen the top very close. Just hold on a little longer. They're almost there. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had already seen the top, the ancient Dengfeng platform. It is also the place where the late emperor came to seal his throne. His thighs were shaking uncontrollably. After ascending the last step, his body was so drained that he couldn't even control himself from falling to his knees. But it seemed like there were countless hands behind him, keeping him on his feet. Lin Yi looked back, and there was only the poem's meeting of the top of the world and a view of the mountains. Lin Yi pulled out the jade seal of transmission that he had carried all the way from his school bag at this time. The staff on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. The jade seal of transmission. Crap, this kid is really going to come to Tarzan to seal the throne. The attention of the tourists in the arena who had just arrived at the Jade Emperor's Peak was also focused on Lin Yi, who was 9 years old and holding the jade seal of passage. Some of the tourists were tired and sat on the ground, watching as Lin Yi pulled out the four-square jade seal of transmission. The moment they saw the jade seal of transmission, it was as if the exhaustion in their bodies was swept away. Eyes were mesmerized as they stared at Lin Yi. The staff on the sidelines were a bit dumbfounded. He has worked at Taishan for many years and has knowledge of the history of Taishan as a sealing place. This is how many years? The imperial era. How many emperors are because of Songjinzong Zen feel bad luck, qualified or not come to Taishan Zen? But in the present, the past is written down in the history books. Taishan Zen has also become a thing of the past. In modern times, someone actually took the jade seal to the Jade Emperor's Peak on Mount Tai to seal the Zen. He had always thought that his superiors had told him to come over and broadcast live, and that the kid brother who got the challenge of climbing Mount Tai to seal the throne was a joke. As a result, the kid brother really pulled out a jade seal, and others were dumbfounded. Suya and Liang Qi were also exhausted at this time and arrived at the Jade Emperor top. The moment you reach the top you don't care about your image and just lay down on the ground. Inside the live broadcast room of Tainan City Cultural Tourism, hundreds of millions of viewers also exploded at this time. The moment they watched Lin Yi pull out the jade seal of transmission, none of them were calm. Coming, the modern-day Tarzan seal. History we can only learn about in history books, but now we see with our own eyes the sealing of Tarzan. No, he really dares to seal the throne of Taishan. He's not a real emperor. Yeah, what are his qualifications? Blackie, shut up. If Songjinzong can seal the throne, why can't my kid brother? With the jade seal of transmission in hand, do you think kid brother is qualified? The audience in the live stream was a mixed bag. Most of them are here for the hilarity of the show. There were fans in Lin Yi's live broadcast, but there were many passerby viewers. Seeing that Lin Yi actually really did take the jade seal out to seal Zen on Mount Tai, many of them had taken on the guise of black people, discussing Lin Yi's qualifications and great achievements. But Lin Yi couldn't hear any of these live broadcasts at all. Qualifications? A great achievement? No, he doesn't need those. As he traveled from Mordor to Taishan with the jade seal of transmission, he traveled rain or shine along the way. There was no imagery to stop him, even the rain that was forecast for Tarzan. But there wasn't a drop of rain when he arrived, or for the 7 or 8 hours of the climb. This proves, heaven and earth are also guiding him to come. If there was a drop of rain when he arrived at Mount Tai, he would think that the heavens were holding him back and that he really didn't deserve to be ordained. But brother Unicorn, heaven and earth are guiding, even on the latter. He saw generations of bright emperors and late emperors. They were all signaling for him to ascend and seal the throne. Then this is heavenly guidance. At this moment the system's voice in his head rang out. Mission accomplished. At the fall of the system's voice, Lin Yi also held up the jade seal of transmission and raised his head atop the Jade Emperor to face the sky. Even if he was exhausted and sweating heavily at the moment, but he still holds his head up, holding high the jade seal of transmission. I follow the will of heaven and the guidance of the Ming Emperor's predecessors through the ages, and climb to the top of Mount Tai to perform the feudal ceremony. I am sealing Zen on Mount Tai, not for selfish reasons to ask heaven to bless me and grant me the same life as heaven and earth, but to seek blessings for the more than 1 billion sons and daughters of Huaxia. Pray to the heavens to bless my Chinese nation with prolonged prosperity and 10,000 lifetimes. Bless my Chinese descendants for 1,000 years, and the happiness and well-being of hundreds of millions of people. Lin Yi looked at the sky, should have opened his mouth to let the sky, the imperial dynasty's Qi all plus China's national luck. He was 9 years old body, drained the physical limit to go the 7,715 Taishan heavenly steps, so that the sky to give China's national luck 7,715 years. But he thought about it. The Chinese nation deserves to live long and prosper forever. At this moment, it was as if a moonbeam was reflecting on Lin Yi in the sky. The tourists in the field who were still resting, waiting to rest for the night to watch the sunrise, listened to Lin Yi's Tarzan seal. Looking at Lin Yi seemed to glow. Their pupils were also dilated. Suya and Liang Qi didn't dare to breathe as they stood up and looked at Lin Yi, who seemed to be glowing, listening to Lin Yi's big picture sealing words. The crowd of onlookers was also taken aback. Lin Yi was so big, and he could say such a big pattern. The Tarzan staff, who were on the air, were shocked. Raising his head, he watched as the moonlight shone impartially on Lin Yi. He had never seen such a scene. The moonlight shone on the heirloom jade seal, and the heirloom jade seal emitted light. At the moment everyone dared not breathe a word. looking at the jade seal held high in Lin Yi's hands. No one doubted the authenticity of the jade seal of transmission when they saw the scene. Not far away, tourists still struggling to climb the mountain looked up to see the Jade Emperor's peak appear shrouded in moonlight. It was as if the sky had purposely allowed the moonlight to shine on the Jade Emperor's peak. Tourists who see this sight are speeding up their steps to get to the top of the Jade Emperor to see this sight. Suya looked at Lin Yi in her eyes, and what Lin Yi had just said about sealing the Zen kept echoing in her mind. Follow the will of heaven, the guidance of the wise ruler, the late emperor. Pray for more than 1 billion Chinese people. Please ask God to bless the prosperity of the Chinese nation to continue 10,000 lifetimes forever. These words were so high profile, coming from Lin Yi, a 9-year-old boy. No selfishness for the ego at all. Instead, it's emperor-like, truly the heart of the people. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of millions of live broadcast viewers, some were silent, and some exploded all of a sudden. Some were shocked when they looked at the natural visions in the sky. My God, is that really something a 9-year-old could say? Such a big pattern. It's really not too much to ask for an emperor. I'm afraid that he wasn't possessed by the late emperor of any dynasty, right? Perhaps it was the words of some bright late emperor, with the help of his body? I feel also like, for the sake of China's national fortune, seek prosperity and eternal prosperity. The pattern is too big to be uttered by a child. Those black people who say kid brother doesn't deserve to be sealed, speak up. Look at the sky. The moonlight gathers the top for the kid brother. Brother kid is such a big pattern. Blackie doesn't deserve the blessing of heaven. Your Majesty is holy. China will prosper forever. Your Majesty is holy. Huaxia will prosper forever. Plus 9,999. Some of the ones in the live stream who knew what was going on felt that Lin Yi was worthy of the emperor's throne. The piety of the people's prayers for heaven at heart. Not for himself, but for the more than 1 billion sons and daughters of China. There was a flurry of swipes, calling Lin Yi an emperor. Numerous passerby fans, all of them, at this moment, powdered Lin Yi's 9-year-old kid brother, and some of the viewers of the live stream recognized Lin Yi under a vision regenerated in the sky. P.S. Thank you for the gifts of all the treasures. Any suggestions you have can be seen in the comments and with me. A supersized fiery meteor, cutting through the sky, passed over Tarzan. The night sky of Tarzan was illuminated for just a moment. Visitors to Tarzan all let out a gasp of surprise for a split second. Look, a fire meteor. My God, the fire meteor is a symbol of heavenly good fortune. Make a wish. Some of the tourists at the top of Mount Tai were making a wish, and some of them glanced at flaming meteor and froze as they looked at Lin Yi. Auspicious skyfall. A fiery meteor is an episodic meteor attraction that is extremely bright. Underneath the huge glittering fire dragon, there were small fire meteors emitting. The crowd was dumbfounded. Even Tarzan's staff looked stunned. A fire meteor seen with their own eyes, which they've seen in all their years of work. And it was still crossing over their heads. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Under the exclamations of the crowd in the arena, Suya also looked dumbfounded, looking towards Lin Yi at this moment. Heaven, are they all raining down good fortune for Lin Yi? Even the heavens recognized Lin Yi as an emperor. The viewers of the live broadcast also saw, through the camera, a momentary flash of pyroclastic fire. Oh my God, fire flower, a fire meteor that's rare even on the news. Families who understand. I've never even seen a meteor shower, let alone a fire meteor. It's beautiful. The sky is falling, this is. And with the shock of hundreds of millions of viewers on the air, the heavens and the earth are full of visions. It's not just the pyroclastics that the crowd saw on the air. The moonlight in the sky had somehow become very bright and clean. It even shines a light on people. A meteor shower crossed the sky of Huaxia. It was no less dense than the rain, as if celebrating something for the earth, crossing the sky frequently, all over the country of China. People looking up at the sky saw, in succession, a meteor shower passing by. Tourists at the top of Tai, after watching the fiery meteor. Another rare sighting of a real meteor shower. No video seen on TV, on the news, has ever seen meteors this frequent. Everyone on Tarzan let out a shrill cry. The tourists at the Jade Emperor's peak on Mount Tai were now looking at the meteor shower and then at Lin Yi. They feel. The visions were frequent and the sky was auspicious because of Lin Yi's sealing. Even the heavens are celebrating. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream also exploded. Saw it. I saw it at home too. The shooting stars in the sky. My goodness, the sky is auspicious. Emperor, kid brother really deserves the throne of emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live. The heavens are praising Zenko. Blackie speaks. This is truly the sealing of Taishan. Even the heavens are sending down auspiciousness and visions. Everyone in Huaxia raised their heads and looked at the meteor shower in the sky. The director of the Tainan Cultural and Tourism Bureau was dumbfounded. Just now it was a momentary fire meteor ominous, now it's a shower of meteors in the sky. Such a sight, even in history, has never been seen before. He was also thinking of Lin Yi, the kid brother who was live streaming the ceiling at the moment. Really, seal the Zen. Even the heavens are giving recognition in response to the vision. Auspicious. General Li Zhenghua, who was in the military region at the moment, also saw the shooting stars in the sky. He's stupid. I've lived half my life, and I've never seen anything big. Only this. The meteor shower that keeps crossing the sky. It's like no money at all. Usually watching meteor showers is by chance, or squatting which constellation will have an occasional meteor shower cluster. But now this scene. He literally froze in shock, looking at Lin Yi, who was live streaming the ceiling of Zen in his cell phone and holding the glowing jade seal of transmission. Another look at the sky. It's broken. This little guy is really going to claim the title of emperor and seal the throne. Even the heavens are recognizing awe at this moment, and the meteor shower in the sky stopped for a long time. The sky began to sparkle with stars. Stars they normally couldn't see with their naked eyes. It's getting very bright at the moment. Scientists have said that in modern times there are now very few stars that they can see with the naked eye because of light pollution and the expansion of the universe. But now, after the meteor shower, many bright and shining stars gradually appeared in the sky. The sky is full of stars, which makes it straight up beautiful. In all the mountains and rivers of China, a low, rushing dragon's roar echoed. The inhabitants of Huaxia near the mountains and forests heard the constant chants of several kinds of fierce beasts resounding in the mountains and forests. There is the tiger's roar of the king of beasts, and the roar of many beasts. The 10,000 beasts seem to have a sense of pilgrimage in the direction of Mount Tai. Cats and dogs from all over China are sensing the direction of Mount Tai and getting down to worship in their own way. Black bears, tigers, and lions in zoos everywhere are also making amazing movements in unison. All the keepers were dumbfounded. What's going on here? It's the middle of the night, and all the tourists who were at Mount Tai at that moment heard that one strange chant. They hadn't even heard the chant. It has more majesty than any sound made by a lion or tiger. All they could think of, in their minds, was Dragon Bane. The Jade Emperor's peak on Mount Tai at this time was surrounded because of the beginning of the fiery meteor. Everyone saw Lin Yi, who was glowing at the moment. That voice just now couldn't have been the voice of a dragon. My god, this is the real true dragon son. At the Jade Emperor's peak, some of the visions that descended from the heavens were shocked to the core. The fiery meteors, the meteor shower in the sky, and this sky full of stars, plus the dragon's roar just now. Some of the tourists who were there to witness Lin Yi's entire Zen sealing knew that it happened after Lin Yi had sealed it. Then these heaven and earth visions must have come because of Lin Yi, and Lin Yi had just called himself me. They had a suspicion that Lin Yi might have been possessed by a certain Ming ruler, the late emperor. Bone deep in awe of the emperor, some people's eyes unconsciously changed as they looked at Lin Yi. The ones present began to kneel and bow to Lin Yi. My emperor, hail, hurrah, long live. Someone started it, and all the other tourists at the top of Mount Tai began to kneel down at the steps and chant in unison to the Jade Emperor's top. My emperor, hail, hurrah, long live. Suya froze at this moment, and Liang Qi unconsciously followed the crowd at this moment to perform a kneeling ritual to Lin Yi. Suya seemed as if, for a moment, beside Lin Yi's tiny body, she saw the figures of all the bright emperors of the past, one by one, tapping Lin Yi on the shoulder. I don't know if it's a tired hallucination, or if it's really the appearance of the first emperor of the past Ming dynasty. Suya didn't care that much and cowed out heavily to Lin Yi. My emperor is holy. Long live the emperor. P.S. Thanks to Fake Smokey Biggie for the reward for the great healthcare. Thank you for the reward of Winnie the Gentleman for the certification of the Great Spirit. Thank you for all the gifts of the treasures. Not one thank you. The thoughts are received, yo. The peak of Mount Tai resounded with countless chants for Lin Yi. At this point, even the Taishan staff who had followed them to the live broadcast were in awe of Lin Yi. A vision from heaven. The heavens were recognizing Lin Yi as an emperor. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, looking at the frequent visions and auspicious signs, were all a little shocked for a moment. They weren't just visions seen on the air, and they are distributed as in every part of the country of China. The village dogs, as well as their own, unconsciously kneeled in the direction of Tarzan, shouting. Snakes were seen stopping on the side of the road, and wolves howling in the mountains, and living near mountains and rivers. You can hear the dragon's voice. With such an association, many netizens have guessed what that's all the beasts are worshipping. Hundreds of millions of netizens were blowing up on the air. My god, did you guys hear a different animal roar there? I heard it. I live at the foot of the mountain here, and that sound was on the air just now. It can't be a dragon, can it? All the animals in my zoo make a pilgrimage in the direction of Tarzan. 10,000 beasts are worshipping. He is truly the true dragon son of heaven. Emperor, our Chinese emperor. My emperor, hail, hurrah, long live. Many of the viewers of the live broadcast recognized Linny as the emperor of the new era, and at that moment, Linny saw a vision of heaven and earth, saw the auspiciousness of the sky descending. Looking back at all the visitors to Tarzan, they respectfully kneeled down and called out to him. Linny also knew that heaven and earth recognized him. With the jade seal of transmission in his hand, Linny walked out of the gate of the Jade Emperor's Peak and looked at the Chinese people kneeling on the steps of the mountain, full of them. Linny was not sure why they knelt down. Was it because heaven and earth recognized the auspiciousness he had brought down, and the respect for the emperor in their hearts made them kneel down unconsciously? Linny doesn't care what purpose they kneel for. Under this new era of China, Linny didn't need them to be like that. The imperial authority of ancient Huaxia forces you to kneel. The new era of Huaxia wants you to stand up. Raise your head, lift up your chest, build with me a prosperous China. Quietly at the top of Mount Tai, Lin Yi's voice resounded through the mountains of Mount Tai. Since he is the emperor of the new era, the ancient Chinese imperial feudal system should not appear in this new era of China. Creating an unprecedented flourishing China is not something he can do alone. At Lin Yi's words, the tourists who were kneeling around the peak of Mount Tai all raised their heads at the moment. Look at the child standing on the top of the Jade Emperor with the moonlight shining on him. All the tourists got up and looked at Lin Yi with gathered eyes. Lin Yi's words, even if they had become small in their ears just now, but that moment was still extremely imposing. It echoed in their minds. The imperial authority of ancient Huaxia forces you to kneel. The new era of China wants you to stand up. Hearing Lin Yi tell them to stand up, the heart is not inevitable. To this just sealed Zen, the sky for the birth of the vision of the young man, more a lot of reverence. Lin Yi wouldn't let them kneel without dignity. Instead, they are told to hold their heads up and their chests out. Everyone at the Jade Emperor's Peak had also heard Lin Yi's words. Slowly stand up. Looking at Lin Yi's back, they didn't know what to say in their hearts at the moment. This is New Age Emperor's pattern? Do not let them kneel. Instead, lift up your head in confidence. Everyone at Taishan was watching Lin Yi. Neither spoke a word. They all seemed to be frozen in place, looking at the new era emperor who triggered the vision. Everyone in the arena had absolute recognition for Lin Yi as well. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room had also heard what Lin Yi had said as he faced the bowed-down crowd. Hundreds of millions of Chinese were stunned by what Lin Yi said. Instead, it is a continuation of imperial power and the enjoyment of imperial exaltation. Let the people kneel without dignity. Instead, it's about keeping everyone's head up. Straighten the spine. Kings forced you to your knees. Noxus made you stand. Is it you, my god king? I declare, he's the strongest aura emperor in my mind. Kid brother YYDS. An absolute imperial aura. If he was born in ancient times, he might have been a famous emperor and bright ruler in history as well. Such a big pattern at such a young age. Write me into the history books. The emperor of the new era. Lin Yi, Emperor Lin Yi. Blackie, speak, words, ranting, my kid brother. Is he worthy of the Zen throne? Those black people who say that the kid brother has no rights, no great achievements and does not deserve to be ordained stand out. See that heavenly and earthly vision. Heavenly auspiciousness? The guillotine serves. Let you cosplay Louis XVI. At this moment General Li Jingguo Li watched the whole thing. Having heard what Lin Yi had said to heaven and earth seal, also heard Lin Yi's line, new era of Huaxia. Let you stand up. No kneeling. This one sentence stunned General Li. The assholes in Huaxia who were kneeling outwardly, pandering to foreigners, traitors to their country. They can hear this from Lin Yi. A new era of Huaxia. Let them stand up. Everyone in the arena looked at Lin Yi. With the aura that Lin Yi was giving off, it was as if they were seeing a real emperor in charge of a domineering dynasty. Lin Yi raised his head at this moment and saw several figures on the starry sky, smiling faintly at him and giving a nod of recognition. It seemed to be recognizing Lin Yi's imperial ways in the new era. With just a glance, Lin Yi knew that the shadows were full of the bright emperors and kings of ancient China through the ages. They recognized Lin Yi. He didn't blame Lin Yi for not picking up the feudalism of the ancient Chinese imperial dynasty. Rather, he wants to go out of his own. In this new era of China, out of his own emperor way. All the emperor's figures disappeared in the starry sky. They were satisfied with Lin Yi's approach. At this time in a certain space and time, a person asked the ancient Chinese emperors of all generations in the space. All the emperors? Can you tell me where you have hidden the jade seal of the passing state? The reply from all the late emperors seemed to have been united long ago. Oh jade seal, we bet it on the new era. Lin Yi, who was at the Jade Emperor's Peak at this time, looking at the late Emperor Mingjun who disappeared in the sky. He will go out of his way to be an emperor in this new era. Because of the new era, he did not have the real power of the emperor. He'll use his methods to strengthen HWA. Nowadays, with 6 godly suits of Huaxia, he only needs to strike slightly, demonstrate full invention. This current version of Wachovia will be known for being over the top. just like him. Lin Yi looked at the hands of the jade seal of the state. A day of the emperor addiction over. Heaven and earth visions of auspicious landscape also finished. He should be back to the mother of the good treasure. The principal of the olden's good students. The netizens of the children brother. Before that, Lin Yi thought of something. Lin Yi signaled Suya to take out her cell phone, and Lin Yi dialed General Li Jinghua's number. The last thing he thought of, and that was to get the state to turn in his. It's really not possible. Then it's better for him to hand over the jade seal of transmission. He doesn't want peanuts, although it is honorable to die as the last emperor of China. But nowadays, this jade seal of state is nothing more than a foursquare jade in his hands. In this era, the real power of the emperor could not be extended by this jade seal of transmission. Playing and fooling around, you still have to turn it in when you pick it up. The country is considered to be well enough protected by Brother Unicorn if he doesn't come to his door with peanuts in the first place. It's a new era. He has his own way of being an emperor. Even if it's not through the jade seal, he would just as well have created achievements that surpassed the achievements of all the previous emperors and wise kings. Lin Yi called Li Jinghua's phone, and everyone in the arena stopped moving, all quietly looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's prestige was extremely high in their hearts at the moment. Lin Yi's line, "The new era of Huaxia makes you stand up." They had already identified Lin Yi as the emperor in their minds. "Hey, General Li Lin Yi just wanted to call himself me, but he thought of something and immediately changed his words. Cough cough. General Li, I've picked up a genuine jade seal of transmission. This way please turn into the state O." It occurred to Lin Yi that after the emperor's addiction was over, it would be impolite to call himself me again. Lin Yi had planned to do the same. When you go out in the future, you give yourself an identity. Going to school is elementary school. At home is mommy's little pride. On the internet it's kid brother. If someone contradicts and disobeys him, then he will. No more pretending. I'm going to show my cards. I am the last emperor of China. Why don't you kneel down when you see me? Next time you see me, you'll have to kowtow one step at a time. Lin Yi said, bothering General Li Jinghua to turn in his country. But Li Jinghua didn't seem to understand. Okay, tomorrow I'll personally go to Mordor to fetch it. You kids should take good care of it. It's on top of Tarzan. Do you realize how much trouble you've stirred up? When Lin Yi heard General Li talking about the trouble, he was selectively pretending to be deaf. Wait. General Li, you are mistaken. What I mean is that you turn the country over to me? Not that I'm going to turn over the seal of transmission. Li Jinghua sighed listening to Lin Yi pulling his punches. Saying that he should hand over the country and give it to Lin Yi? Li Jinghua was speechless for a while. Anyone who dared to talk to him like that was really no one but Lin Yi. Taking a heirloom jade seal and wanting the country. What? You want to fly up and be shoulder to shoulder with the sun? You boy. Give the country to you? You go against the Big Dipper. That's really. It's not a good idea to say it. Switch strangers and find them to turn the country in when you pick up the jade seal. It's not a matter of dragging them to the police station for a few years of free rice. It was only Lin Yi who dared to say it with such big guts. Generally speaking, pick up the cultural relics are ordered to turn over to the state. Lin Yi, this kid, to engage in this hand-inverted astral. To have the country go up to him and take charge. Lin Yi heard that General Li was in a hurry, so he didn't tease General Li anymore. Okay, I don't want the country. In that case, this is a real state seal in my hand. Can I make a condition for handing it over? Hurry up and say, how much money do you kid want this time? The bank card I gave you last time. Don't tell me that the money inside is spent. General Li felt that this little guy, Lin Yi, was a proper little money grubber. Last time with that mech, Lin Yi actually only asked for money. If Lin Yi asked for a position, it could all be done for Lin Yi. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't mention money this time. It's like this, General Li. As for me, I want to do something real for the people. Lin Yi thought, well, at least he's being called emperor by his people, though it was said to be only for a moment just now. But handing over the jade seal of state, abdication before, have not done some great deeds, which is not inevitably a little regrettable. General Li heard Lin Yi say that he was doing something practical for the people. It was also a bit of a surprise. He had changed his opinion of Lin Yi by more than just a little bit. Plus those statements Lin Yi had just made at Jade Emperor Peak, all still echoed in his mind. He has since ascended to the position of Admiral, seen everything. But for someone like Lin Yi, at only 9 years old, he's an emperor. Unusual, really extraordinary. Say, what is it? Here's the thing. Put podiatry on Medicare. Lin Yi's words rang out, and when General Li on the other end of the phone heard them, his person froze. A question mark hung over his head. Is this the real thing you said you were going to do? Right. I held the jade seal of transmission and heard the pleas of hundreds of millions of Chinese subjects. From the depths of their souls, the sound of their pleas, deep in the recesses of my mind, kept echoing. Okay. I'll figure out how to do it. The jade seal is protected. General Li hung up after that. What Linny said about the practical demands is indeed the truth. How many footbath great emperor dream of the policy? But he is also aware that this podiatry is included in the medical insurance. To get it really some trouble. And at the top of Mount Tai, the gazes of the tourists stared blankly at Linny. After hearing what Linny said to the other person on the other end of the phone, they don't care about anything else but what Linny said. Podiatry is included in the medical insurance. Although the voice is small, but in an instant it resounded in their minds like a megaphone. Keyword captured. They all looked at Linny as if their eyes were glowing. Hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room clearly heard the conversations. Linny flirting with General Li, handing over the country to him, and what with handing over the jade seal of transmission. And the moment they heard that podiatry was included in the health insurance, those conversations were directly ignored. What? Podiatry is covered by health insurance? Is it true, righteous father? No, please call the kid brother. Emperor. Fruitfulness, your majesty. Your majesty is wise. The emperor is deeply righteous, worthy of being recorded on the first page of the history books. Your majesty is wise. The inclusion of podiatry in medical insurance is the best policy. Increase your efforts. Long live the emperor. 10,000 years old. Your majesty has won the hearts of the people. First accept my pious obeisance. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room had already admired Linny when they heard what he had said about the inclusion of podiatry in health insurance. At this moment, they were revering Linny from the bottom of their hearts and minds. This new age emperor is really, he puts the people at ease, and the people are naturally high on such a wise ruler and former emperor. The tourists at the top of Mount Tai looked at Linny with light in their eyes. Linny wouldn't let them kneel, and they were at the top of Mount Tai, and they started chanting in unison. My emperor is holy. Long live the emperor. With the crowd cheering, Linny signaled them to keep a low profile, and unbeknownst to Linny, podiatrists' ultimate ideal podiatry is covered by health insurance. Even when they climbed to the top of Mount Tai, they were praying, podiatry under Medicare. They're still agitated. Linny put the jade seal of transmission back into his bag and looked at the Tarzan steps at this point in time in deep thought. He's already drained of physical energy by climbing up. Everyone says that going downhill is the final challenge. Going down with the help of a ropeway? But on the way here, Linny saw that their ropeways operated after morning, with the latest closing at 0 o'clock. The time is also now long past 0. Linny remembered Brother Unity's full rookie protection. How about, roll straight down? Can't you die anyway? With these 8 characters, what more stairs? But after thinking about it, Linny decided to call it quits and go down slowly. After all, the jade seal of passage on this body is quite important to the country. Rolling down with him, he might not die with the protection of the Unity Sun, but this jade seal, there's no rookie protection. Linny ignored the people around him and looked at Suya, who was at the side. Why don't we watch the sunrise? Ropeway down again during the day? The idea of the Wachovia. Come all the way. It's always weird to go back just like that. Suya nodded. This was about to get tired. Rushing down in the wee hours of the morning now? It's not as good as topping off for the night and waiting for sunrise. Fatty Liang had fallen asleep on the ground by now. If I hadn't heard him breathing, I would have thought he was the old streets of Mordor at this time. The old fortune teller closed his stall, looking at the frequent visions in the sky and the stars that filled the sky. How long has it been since I've seen this view? The old fortune teller pinched his fingers and looked at the sky, where the brightest star of the empire was twinkling. As luck would have it, the year before, a child with the emperor's destiny was counted. The fate of the emperor is set at this moment. The old man knelt down 3 times toward the sky as the pedestrians watched. Everyone wondered what was wrong with the old fortune teller. Linny and Suya, Liangqi witnessed the sunrise at Mount Tai. After watching the sunrise, it was time to take the cable car down the mountain, and Linny paid someone to drive them back. They were really sleepy. Fall asleep in the car. After the curtain falls on the farce of the Zen Emperor, there is always a need for someone to wrap up the show. The person who closed this is naturally General Li Jingguoli, because what Linny had done last night at the Jade Emperor's Peak on Mount Tai had too great an impact. The heavenly visions induced by the sealing of Zen alone, spreading out in China, could cause a considerable impact. To Linny, harmful and unhelpful. With his influence expanding abroad, this Linny is being targeted by countries with evil intentions. It would cause Linny no end of trouble. It would also be a loss for the country. General Li also understood the importance of this guy Linny. The heavenly blessing was destined to prevent Linny from living an ordinary life. Perhaps, his future is to lead China? But until then, he needed to do everything he could to shelter Linny's growth. Under a big meeting, the top management of the country asked people to suppress the influence of this Zen ceremony. On that day, Lin Yi's Zen appeared in the hot search as usual. But this time, Something's different. Kid Brother starring Tarzan Seal. A promotion for a trip to Tarzan. The Emperor's aura on the 9-year-old's brother. Feel the oppression of the Emperor. The new era of China wants you to stand up. Kneeling assholes. Have you woken up? The Kid Brother said he saw all the past emperors and wise kings. This time, the hot search, under the operation of the state, turned the direction to Linny is filming a seal ceremony. It is not a personal claim to the throne, because in the context of the new era, claiming to be an emperor is against the law. And if it were anyone else, those words of Tarzan claiming to be an emperor would be enough to pull a few hundred holes in a gun. And no sperm allowed after the founding of the country. Ditto. And the visions that fell from the sky, auspicious. It was also officially and uniformly pushed as coincidence. The online hit list was once again dominated by the headlines of Linny, Tarzan, and Feng Zhen. Numerous netizens online have blown up when they saw it was staged. I Lou a bean. Last night so high burning. You tell me is acting? I was there yo. It's an act guys. It's not real. Showing up. The scene is strange. So real. It's actually staged? I Nima. Official you so round right? How to explain yesterday's heavenly auspiciousness? Coincidence? You're telling me that the meteor shower in the sky is a coincidence? Are the fire meteors a coincidence? The 10,000 beasts worshipping is also a coincidence? I was in the live broadcast yesterday, and the vision that happened just after the Kid Brother sealed his zen. It's definitely not a coincidence. The officials are definitely covering something up. How handsome Kid Brother was last night. A new era of China. Want you to stand up. I think. This emperor he will be sure. Rumors began to circulate on the internet that is seen from the ceiling. It's a pure coincidence that the sky is falling. Many of the hundreds of millions of viewers who were on the air last night were convinced under the many water armies, not to mention those who are late to the party. And those that were on the site of Mount Tai were stopped by the army that was unified at the bottom of the mountain, paying each person to sign a confidentiality agreement called Huaxia Tarzan Seal of Secrecy Agreement. Uniformity is in play, and it's something that can be cleared up by heavy traffic, as long as it's concealed from the scene, as seen online. Viewers on the internet were all impressed by Linny's acting skills, but what do they know? It's not acting. It was not clear on the internet whether the official paid for a water army, or whether the blogger really had a sigh of relief for Linny. Editing for Linny's Zen live video, he said that he saw all the generations of the late Ming Emperor. In this instant, I saw the perseverance in the Kid Brother's eyes. This is no longer acting. Suppose the late emperors appeared before his eyes. Did those late emperors see the present flourishing China? With all the heat on the internet, everyone's attention shifted to the acting and the hiking on Tarzan. This time, Tarzan also harvested a large number of tourists to go there. The internet has also begun to circulate. If you say Mount Tai is full of suspenders, I'll ride my little sheep there in the night. And at this time to the home of Linny, generally also to the home of Linny. Linny and Suya, Liang Qi were all lying on the sofa tiredly. General Li also picked up the jade seal of transmission that Linny had taken the initiative to hand over. It's not on live, is it? General Li inquired about Suya, who shook her head at this point. General Li also seriously told up Suya and Linny. Liang Qi, remember, you guys, unify your voices. What happened last night was a play directed to promote Tarzan. If word of mouth is a true event, it will cause a lot of trouble for Linny. Can you understand that? General Li said solemnly. Linny nodded back. He could tell the difference between the weight of the matter and the weight of the matter. The official himself came down to round over how big this was, and he knew it well in his own mind. Suya also knew that the importance of what General Li said. After the founding of China, sperm is not allowed. Linny became a sperm last night. Anyone else would have to eat peanuts for doing that. The sealing event was rumored online as a play by the director. General Li didn't bother Linny much as he watched them all get exhausted, so he took the jade seal of transmission and left. Linny said that it was the real jade seal of state, and the importance of this jade seal of state was self-evident. Many days have passed since the sealing event. Linny and Suya, and Liang Qi also came out of their tired states. Liang Qi also played at Linny's house for 2 days before going back. In the living room on the second floor of the villa, where Linny usually wrote his homework, it was Suya, not Linny, who was sitting at the moment. She was catching up on Linny's summer vacation homework. Linny Chen ran back and watched Suya open the live broadcast, working on her homework, and from time to time, when she encountered a question she didn't understand, she asked the pop-up teacher in the live broadcast room. Linny looked speechless. Linny approached and looked at Suya with another cell phone on, the very same software for tomato novels, watching Suya write a few questions and turn a few pages of the novel. This one mind. Time management counts for this Suya sister to play understand. Sister Suya, you're invincible. Reading a novel while doing homework? Do you understand this doing your homework? Linny also understood why her brain couldn't turn around sometimes when doing elementary school questions. When Suya heard Linny say that, she also hemmed and hawed. Don't worry about it. Just finish your homework for you before the end of summer vacation. What's there to do that I can't understand? I'm reading a brainless cool article. Reading a cool and not using my brain. What's there to do that I can't understand? The viewers in the live broadcast room also went crazy with joy when they heard Suya and Linny's conversation. Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. Truly a master of time management. Not me. Swiping through videos and reading novels at the same time. I don't think there's anything wrong with the point about crunchy college students. What kind of brain do you bring to a good read? Brain removed. Happy and done. You're a nice guy. No wonder you have to keep asking us for a grade school question. It's really removing the brain as a tumor. Linny heard Suya confidently say there was something he couldn't do. It was also a direct question. So what would you say 50,000 times 50,000 equals? Linny quizzed Suya to test if Suya's brain was really lost. And Suya replied directly. It's not simple. 250. 000 ah. Linny heard the answer that Suya replied. Sister Suya, you really are invincible. You might as well write seriously. My mom says you can't do two things at once. Linny finished directly took Suya's sister reading novels of the phone, went to a side of the sofa lying, intending to look at this. What Suya's sister said not with the brain to see the cool article. And Sister Suya hadn't realized at this point that her brain was being eaten by the zombies for food. 250,000. That's right. The audience in the live broadcast room was buzzing at this time as they listened to the results that Suya had calculated. Some were laughing, and some were agreeing. Sister Suya, really invincible. 50, 000 times 50, 000. How did she calculate 250? 000? This college of hers. She went to college for nothing. Sister Suya, there's nothing wrong with her. All be quiet. I'm grilling. Think. I'm burning up my CPU. Hold your horses. I'll go ask my AI-chan. See, all said to read a novel to take off the brain. Crispy college students monster well, is really all pick-ah. Linny took the cell phone that Sister Suya was reading a novel on. Thought I'd check out what Sister Suya calls brainless cool writing. I just don't have to do homework, so I can read novels when I'm bored. And Linny opened and read many chapters. The hero in the novel is in his 20s living in a mansion and driving a sports car, punching all his relatives in the face. And the schoolgirl who disliked him at first chases after him backwards, giving Linny a look that made his pain mask come out. Linny searched for this. This isn't cool either. He casually dug up the most valuable Chinese state seal, which could no longer be measured in terms of value. A randomly chosen lottery number is a prize of hundreds of millions of dollars. And he is now, from the age of 9, a legendary life has just begun. Linny took his phone and threw it back to Suya, muttering, Sister Suya, this cool novel you're reading isn't cool either. So pointless. What Linny said made Suya, who was working on a question, feel speechless, but after thinking about it, Linny's life. Indeed, sharp fiction isn't even as outrageous as he is. Linny's life is a blast from start to finish. Suya only now remembered that the real hero of the cool article was right next to her. What's she doing reading those trade articles? It's not good to think about the ones Linny went through. Mount Taishan sealed Zen. Heavenly auspiciousness. Just this single takeout. Linny's life in this 9 years old this year, can already be said to be the peak of all people cannot be surpassed. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded when they heard Linny's complaint. I Lua soy steal ah. Kid brother reading cool novels? Ha 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 ha. Indeed ah. These cool novels of coolness. The kid brother completely can't even get to ah. The kid brother is the real cool male lead. Okay. Writing a novel about kid brother's life experience. That's really cool. All I can say is that the life of a kid brother. Novels wouldn't even dare to write so outrageous. Okay. 9-year-old international champion in table tennis. Playing soccer in elementary school to beat middle schoolers. Kid brother's life. What is his peak? Kid brother is the novel's male protagonist. Then those like me who watch the live stream must be the NPC who cheers for him, shouts for him, and shocks him. The audience in the live broadcast room thought that Linny's life, incidentally the same experience, was a pinnacle that many people could only dream of. But Linny, it's more than that. Suya looked at Linny. Why don't we send you to an electronics factory for a summer job to taste the bitterness of life? Linny didn't dare to agree with Suya's proposal. What factory would dare take me? When Linny said that, Suya thought so. And it wasn't just Lin Yi's 9-year-old child laborer. Rather, because of Lin Yi's specialness, I'm afraid that if any of the factories dared to let Lin Yi walk in, the entire factory would face a total blockade before 10 minutes were up. Lin Yi waited for Suya to write until evening, and when the sun went down, Lin Yi suggested going out to play. Suya, who had been writing homework all day, was naturally happy to go out and play. It's also just a break. There's still a lot of time left in this summer vacation. Homework a little bit at a time. Finished sooner or later. Suya drove the car and Lin Yi out. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun weren't there, so Suya had to take Lin Yi outside to find a store in the mall to fix dinner. Taking a walk around the mall after eating at the mall. Passing by a pool hall, Lin Yi heard the sound of billiard balls clashing inside. Lin Yi walked in. Lin Yi remembered the full-grade billiard ball that he had acquired for a long time. It's something he's never used before. Just in time to be bored and play some pool. And Lin Yi didn't have much knowledge of it until he got a full level of billiards, having never touched or understood it in either life. Suya walked around and was reminded by the audience of the live broadcast to realize that Lin Yi had entered the billiard hall at that moment. Suya turned back and entered the pool hall as well. Lin Yi is such that every now and then he is drawn to stop by something. Suya has also long been accustomed to it. Suya followed Lin Yi into the billiard hall, a regular billiard hall where minors were allowed to enter. It can't be of a gambling nature though. The owner saw Lin Yi and Suya's entrance and just watched silently. Lin Yi and Suya could be considered household names in Magic City, and Lin Yi has created quite a few famous scenes in this mall. The boss knows a piano piece called The Wind is Gathering, and that quiz took all the prize money out of the anchor of that live quiz. He has seen all these scenes before. How could they, the merchants in this mall, not recognize Lin Yi? Online Lin Yi's influence is not small. He's known as Kid Brother. Lin Yi entered and curiously looked around the table for a few moments as others fought. The guests who were playing pool also saw Lin Yi and Suya. Phew, if it isn't Kid Brother. Kid Brother, come on, play a shot with me. Kid Brother, haven't you been sealed? Why don't you have a yellow robe? Several people greeted Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled politely and slightly. He also just wanted to come in and take a shot and wasn't thinking about playing much. Looking at the remnants of the table, one of the guests handed Lin Yi a pole. Let Lin Yi play the last shot. Lin Yi looked at the pole that had arrived, and people were actively handing over poles. Not playing for nothing. Having Sioa open a table for only a short time? It would be a bit of a waste. Thank you, but I only know how to play billion points. Yeah. Not quite. Oh. It's alright. It's alright. You're just playing. Do you want us to reset the ball for you? And Big Brother was very welcoming. He also liked Lin Yi's polite little guy. Not to mention Lin Yi's influence on the internet. In reality, Lin Yi had all the manners he should have. Lin Yi has at least fought for his country. That impressive 9-year-old international champion, who has such a high starting point. Even those mainstays of the National League nowadays became famous at the age of 13 or 14. Lin Yi was world famous at the age of 9. Big Brother said he was going to reset the ball for Lin Yi, while Lin Yi was, "Set it, please. I'll just play for a while. Look at the pool balls spread out on the pool table." Suya listened on the sidelines as Lin Yi came again. What, a billion points? Billiards? Suya could remember it for real. Lin Yi hadn't even touched a billiard ball since he became famous. This is going to be another billion points, isn't it, Jailbird? The other guests in the arena all gathered around curiously because of Lin Yi's appearance. They didn't even want to fight. They wanted to see Lin Yi fight. The pool hall owner and waiters at this point also stopped what they were doing and came over to watch the show. Lin Yi, the netizen, usually had very few people taking the initiative to surround him, afraid of disturbing Lin Yi's pleasure in going out and having fun. But now that Lin Yi was going to perform, they didn't think it would be too much of a problem to watch Lin Yi play a game of billiards, did they? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also looking at Lin Yi, who was taking a pool cue to play the last shot at this time. Well, it's only going to be a billion points again, isn't it? There's no time to ink. Now the prophet has the floor. Preternatural billiard ball sacramental body. I told you, Jesus couldn't stop it if he came. Crispy college student, please, can you tell Kid Brother not to fight? Really? I'm on my knees for you. I play billiards every day and my skills suck. If the kid can do it, my heart will be broken. Branding iron. Can you not show? I'm afraid I'll look inferior. The viewers of the live broadcast room know Lin Yi's full-grade Kid Brother too well. If you don't make a move, you make a move. Aside from the mischievousness that sometimes preceded his strikes, Lin Yi unsurprisingly made them feel like they'd lived 10 or 20 years in vain. They've really had enough of this topsy-turvy, bottomsy-turvy life. In the live broadcast room, brush gift brush pop-up screen brush screen let in holding the cell phone. Suya noticed what they said. At this time the waiter was also rearranging the balls for Lin Yi. It doesn't matter who it is that's playing against Lin Yi anymore. Let Lin Yi tee off to see the depths. Suya also noticed at this point that Lin Yi's old fans in the pop-ups were asking her to go and advise Lin Yi not to make the whole thing too strong. Suya also listened to the advice and took her cell phone to Lin Yi's side, whispering in Lin Yi's ear, "Brother Shaoyi, your fans said that they want you to let go of the water." Saying that made Lin Yi glance at his cell phone pop-up. Lin Yi nodded meaningfully as he watched. Drain the water? Well, then it's just a random fight. The ball had been set up and everyone was looking at Lin Yi to see him drive a ball. Actually, kick off. You can probably see the depth of strength. If Linny really only knows a little and can't play, he might not even be able to hit the ball. Linny set up his stance and glanced at the ball that was set up. Then, mighty miracle. Then, without relying on the full-level billiard skills given by Brother Unicorn, this should be considered a release to the live audience, right? Linny's powerful blow crashed out of the white ball. The field rang out as if a shot had been fired. Linny quickly raised the pole and stood in place, quietly watching the effect of the vigorous miracle, only to see the white ball vigorously crashing through all the balls. The balls move in order and fall into the table pocket in order. In a mere 10 seconds, the table emptied of balls, leaving just one slowly stopping white ball. The sound of the ball dropping into a table pocket in the middle of the field stops. Everyone looked at the white ball that slowly came to a stop on the stage, their heads hanging in question marks. The pupils were filled with incredulity, looking again at Linny, who was frozen in place. A shot of clear? A real shot to clear the table. Linny was confused. He didn't use any techniques. He relied purely on his strength to perform miracles. Linny remembered his own coy physique. This playing pool does. There's an element of luck. But Linny seemed to have underestimated the absolute luck he carried in his coy physique. Linny was also helpless. He really had been letting off steam. It's over the limit to the point where you have to rack your brain to release the water. And the crowd in the arena looked at Linny in confusion. Now that's a true one-shot clearing of the stage. What pool player wouldn't be confused by that? Ding Junhui came to be charged for a minute. It's called he'll hit 1 billion points? They admit that there is indeed an element of luck in playing billiards. But, facts aside, was there really no strength component to Linny's violent shot? They don't believe it. Suya had also long since become accustomed to it at this point. After watching Linny's plain and simple shot, Suya felt horribly strong at the moment. She's on. She's okay, even if she hasn't touched a billiard ball. When she saw Linny's shot, she felt like putting on a suit and tying a bow tie. She can also hit a shot handsomely. The audience in the live broadcast room at this time. There were those who looked at the broken defense, and there were those who looked dumbfounded. It occurred to them that Linny was very overqualified, that it was hard to beat Linny at billiards, and that once again Linny would score 2 or 3. But they really didn't expect Linny to come in with a real one-shot to clear the table. Crap. Look at this. Is this a human thing? No, kid brother. You're really a fucking innate billiard ball saint body. That's what I call a clear shot. Even Ding Junhui would call you a kid brother. All I can say is, Ding Junhui can't even play. Q, find your own hole. Ball, okay brother? You just take care of vigor, leave the rest to miracle? One look and you're done. One study and you're done with the series. That's what a marksman is. I'm good. It's going to be a sister on the sidelines and they won't be confused when I hit this clear shot? The crowd in the arena was under a daze. Some of them obviously look like the cerebellum is shriveling up. I wanted to see the kids' billiard skills to see if I could learn something. But Linny's violent one-shot clean. What's the point of learning? The owner was also looking at it and shaking his head, having seen all kinds of strange balls since he opened his store. But this is a clear shot. It's really hard to see. A clear shot for others. One ball after the other is cleared without giving your opponent any chance. Kid Brothers one shot clear, an opening shot clears the table and the game is over. The crowd looked at Linny and finally realized. People on the internet were calling Linny the full-grade kid brother, a presence known for being over the top. It's really not true that a full human being is not a sham with this one-shot maneuver. And Suya felt horribly strong at this point. She's going to perform a handful of these. Linny violently one-shot clear. She also has the strength. She can do it too. Suya gave her cell phone to Linny. Brother Shawi, teach me some tricks and let me have a clear shot. Linny heard that Suya wanted him to teach. Linny was also serious, just vigorously. Leave the rest to the miracle. That's the secret to that shot just now. But, he has the koi physique given to him by Brother Unicorn. It's not in the realm of teachable skills. It's really not teachable. Suya was also confident when she heard the mantra Linny had taught her. Please help me set up. I'll take a shot too. Linny and Suya switched roles. And Linny took his cell phone and live-streamed Suya. Only at this time, the audience in the live broadcast room began to discuss Suya. No, she's a crunchy college kid who can play pool? She'll just get on it. The kid brother taught her that. She really believes it? It's not just anyone who vigorously works miracles. Kid brother's operation is 100 feints. And Crispy Sister's operation is the next meal. The crowd felt that Suya, the crunchy college student, had no skills and it was all down and dirty operations. And the crowd in the room had just come out of Linny's one-shot clearing operation. There was no time to be shocked by Linny's maneuvers. Now debuting was Linny's assistant, Suya, the brittle college student. The staff in the arena was also facetious enough to help Suya set up the ball. Suya also applied the rod head in a similar fashion. She remembers on TV, the greats competing, rubbing it before hitting a shot. and at that moment, Linny glanced at Sister Suya, and then at the crowd surrounding the table. Even the opposite side of Suya's station was filled with 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. Big brother on the opposite side of her. You guys better stand on both sides if you don't want to get hurt. Well, that's a dangerous place to stand. Linny was afraid that Suya would do a miracle and send the ball flying across the room, giving the onlookers a big bag to dry out. Linny's reminded. The onlookers in the position opposite Suya were also convinced. Immediately shifted his position and ran to the sides or behind Suya and stood on the chair to watch the show. For just a moment, there were people standing all across the street, but they all separated to the sides and back. They also have a clear perception of this. It's extremely dangerous to hit a billiard ball aimed in that direction in the case of a big miracle. Maybe it'll be a golden headshot. After Suya wiped it off, she saw the people standing on both sides, even so many that they were standing on the chairs. The spot across the street is empty. Hey, where's the trust between people? Suya was really disappointed in modern humans. The crowd of onlookers was delighted. Trust? How can I go out and pick up girls when I have you in my pocket and you're going to give me a gold burst later? Hurry up. We already trust you by watching you play one shot live. Yeah. What an inkblot. Just don't give us dinner. Vigor is a miracle. At least you have to score a goal. You're really looking up to her. She won't even dip the ball later and make you laugh your ass off, believe it or not. Ha 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 ha. Not so much, right? The crowd of onlookers. If they weren't giving face to the kid brother Linny, they wouldn't even want to see Suya's brittle college student wanting to get off his ass. Under the jeers of the crowd, Suya was also bursting with self-confidence to believe in herself. Linny has taught her to make miracles. How can she not even touch the ball? We'll eventually break the questioning, okay? She was at least a college student in Mordor. And Sioa learned to set up her stance and carefully aimed at the white ball, mentally reciting the mantra Linny had taught him. Just vigorously. The rest, leave it to the miracle. At the moment there seemed to be light before his eyes, and the figure of the man, a powerful shot, snapped quickly. The white ball crashes into the setup ball, which jumps high into the air and hits the top at the light. Boom! The lights went out. This time it was no longer the sound of a clear ball dropping into a table bag, but a glass crumb dropping onto the table making a sound. The people in the arena all took 2 steps backward unavoidably. Jungle God technique. Lights out on the high bar. They really didn't expect this brittle college student to be able to play such a godly skill. It's kind of a strength in a way. True, just vigorously and leave the rest to the miracle. One shot, and the lights go out on Miracle Brother. The boss was speechless at this moment by Suya's pole. He's not going to use it even if he gives you a chance. Originally, the owner wouldn't have thought that the kid brother could generate spending in his store when he came with her. He was really not expecting. Suya this hand high pole lights out. At this moment Suya, 18 that year, standing like a mole. There was a nationalist gasp in the arena, giving Suya recognition for this high stick out of the lights. Crap, to talk about Suya Kai. She can hit this hand again. High stick lights out. Even Ding Junhui can't hit a jungle shot. In a sense, Sioa equals Gauhands. The owner thought about Linny coming in and giving his store some heat. Maybe he could give away a pole or something. Now, send a ball. Hello, WX or ZFB. The boss was also nonchalant as he opened his mouth to Suya. Forget about the pool table fee and all that. This lamp is worth a fortune. He had to clean it up again and have someone come back to get the lights. And Suya also knew that she was in the wrong. A small step. WX pay. The audience in the live broadcast room also went crazy with joy at the sight of this scene. Ilua soy steel. Is it possible that this is the Jang who lost for a long time high pole lights out? Fix the lights for 100. Check the surveillance for 10,000. I thought today's protagonist was Kid Brother. But I didn't expect the crispy college student to come with this hand of high pole lights out. Ha 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 ha. In a way, Ding won't even know how to do it. So crispy college student is stronger than Mr. Ding Junhui Ding. After Suya paid, she also grayed out and walked with Linny. Linny is also serving spicy, helping the passerby to prevent Sister Suya from getting a gold burst. Didn't expect Sister Suya to do a lightbulb operation. In the spirit of the Chinese people's bones, the idea of saving what can be saved. Went in to play a couple shots for fun for nothing. Figured it wouldn't cost anything. I didn't expect. Sister Suya really came up with a great effort to make a miracle. You don't give this money to the owner of the ballroom. All prickly and scratchy? Sister Suya was following Linny at this time, and asked Linny before he even left the ballroom. Brother Shaoyi, that shot I just took is more or less at a certain level, isn't it? Sioa felt like stabbing out a shot. Well, at least the ball moved. First time touching a billiard ball. That's a small accomplishment. Isn't it? Suya wanted to hear some compliments from Linny's mouth. Well, it's leveled. That shot of yours just now. Even today's master Ding Junhui Ding couldn't hit it. Suya also felt horribly strong after hearing Linny say that. It even has the feel of being able to play professionally. After Linny and Suya finished shopping at the mall and walked out of the mall, Linny walked towards the gymnasium not far away. Anyway, it's a vacation and you don't have to do homework, so you can have as much fun as you want. The gymnasium has a basketball court, badminton court, table tennis court, a large scale. It occurred to Linny that most of the talents and abilities he'd gained before, starting with the fried rice incident, were sports more than anything else. Nowadays, the only sports that have been touched are soccer and table tennis, badminton and basketball. Linny usually didn't even have the chance to touch them. Also just played badminton with sister Suya recreationally. Linny and Suya walked into the field and walked around the gym, listening to the sounds of basketball scoring and ping pong balls pulling each other in. And the sound made by the badminton snapping ball is delightful. Linny couldn't muster much interest in soccer or table tennis for the time being, because soccer, as it is nowadays, doesn't have much of a chance of winning when you shock children's games. It's the World Series, or those games in higher leagues, that he wants to pursue. Nowadays, the opponents are talented or good, but they're all underdeveloped, so they're as boring as a child's game. And table tennis, nowadays he is already unbeatable at the same stage. 9-year-old international champion. Those campus, provincial competitions, compared to the scene to take more than one stacked small honor. Those tournaments in pursuit of the Grand Slam will also have to wait until he's old enough to play. He already has a spot on the national team ahead of time. He just needs to be old enough to go through the process with the national team. But now in front of the eyes of the badminton. But he did not play properly. The last time he fought with Shua wouldn't fight. It was merely entertainment. The thrill of moving your whole body and mind to attack and kill the ball is called playing badminton. Linny watched the others playing the dunking ball on the sidelines. And the sound of that one sound, Linny felt as melodious and pleasing to the ear as the sound of the sky. Linny didn't know whether this was a quirk or not. The feeling of that snap ball bursting over hard, catching it hard, slapping it back, and both parties doing their best. Wonderful. Under Lin Yi's thoughts, Unicorn's voice rang in his head. Mission, catch 100 dunks. Reward, full-level car skills. Lin Yi heard the mission. Crap, 100 kills? Lin Yi was dumbfounded. He likes to hear the sound of the ball being snapped, giving him this kind of task, right? Good. Listening to the rewards given by the unicorns. Car skills? But he's still underage. Driving? Drive a go-kart? Lin Yi thought of the racing license, which is a racing driver's license that doesn't require adulthood and doesn't restrict age. This skill Lin Yi found to be of great use. 100 kills. Lin Yi looked aside at the brittle college student. Sister Suya, can you hit 100 badminton kills? Suya glanced at her cell phone at this moment and heard Lin Yi say, 100 badminton kills. Look to the kill shot that is hitting hard fouls in the middle of the field at this point with a thumping sound. Me? Suya pointed at herself incredulously, somewhat skeptical that Lin Yi was asking if it was her. Or was it the live audience that asked? 100 kills? It's one thing if she swings it right, but if she doesn't, to have a racket come off, that would be an accident. Lin Yi looked at Suya, who wasn't even confident, and shook his head. Yes, he's actually counting on Coa to hit 100 kills and take over to finish the job. The audience in the live broadcast room had also heard Lin Yi's comment about 100 kills at this point. Letting crunchy college kids hit 100 kill balls? Crispy college student, are you going to kill me, friend? Ha 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 ha. You're all stealing from the crunchy college kids who can hit the ball and hit 100. What happened to kid brother wanting 100 kill balls? Crispy college students can't. We can. Yeah, I can play kill ball. I'm old awesome kid brother. I'm horribly strong now. 100 kill balls? I can hit 1,000. The viewers of the live broadcast, who didn't know what Lin Yi was up to, heard Lin Yi mention the kill shot of badminton, and many of the badminton-loving viewers stepped forward. The audience base of Lin Yi's live broadcast was extremely large, with enthusiasts from all fields, and badminton, this kind of sport, in China, can also be a sports ace. There are also many among the general public who choose its use as a workout. Shuya saw the live viewers mention that they all play badminton. It was also mentioned with Lin Yi. Brother Xiaoyi, I can't type it out, but your fans can. You have to realize that Lin Yi's entire online fan base is counted in the tens of millions. The live streaming room is no joke, as it maintains 100,000 plus people per day. Lin Yi also thought of something when he heard Suya mention fans. Yeah, Shuya was right. She can't fight. The fans can. Lin Yi thought of the fans, but Lin Yi felt that nothing would be happy about just letting them play kill ball. After all, killing the ball is something that comes out of the woodwork anyhow. Lin Yi came up with the idea of having a prize to kill the ball. Lin Yi signaled Suya to point the camera at him. Come on, Everyone in the live broadcast room, those who are close to the downtown Magic City Stadium and can hit a badminton kill shot. Come on. As soon as I can't catch a kill shot, you guys can make me an offer. Either something you want me to do or a reward like money. Lin Yi's purpose was simple. To activate their desire to win. There are prizes. And this task of picking up 100 kills is not a simple one. One person might be a little hard. But 100 people. 100 people with one kill shot each. Lin Yi had absolute confidence in the full-grade badminton he had obtained by touching the cannonball in the river earlier, plus the full bodily reactions that you have in yourself. How fast they swung at the ball, how hard they snapped at it, and how easily they could capture the drop with him. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded when they heard Lin Yi's words about a prize kill. Fruity? Bao-chan, I'm coming. I'll do it too. I'm so good at killing balls. It's not like I can't give you a golden headshot. Come on. Badminton army, march into the Magic City Stadium. Kill balls feed you until you're full. Just in case you can't catch one. On any terms? Then can I sip you? Kid brother, you smell so good. Then I'll give you a hug. That's not too much to ask. Is it? Then it's not too much to ask that I take my kid brother straight to the license. Is it? Some of the viewers on the live stream have been saying they'll be right there. And some of them felt that Lin Yi was 9 years old. And they had practiced killing balls for over 10 years. Who could catch it? Already some of them were treating Lin Yi like a fish on a plate. And they all started to bring up the conditions they wanted in the live broadcast. Money is nothing in their eyes. The main thing was that Lin Yi promised to agree to any conditions. In their opinion, Lin Yi's handsome aura smelled good from afar. Like the meat of a monk. If you hold it and take a sip, your soul will come out. Won't it? Suya saw all those requests from the viewers of the live broadcast, either kissing or hugging. The key is also the one with a male tag, talking about how good Lin Yi smells. Isn't that pure perversion? Suya looked straight up and frowned, but she chose to believe Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was not something that could be won over by this oversized kid. She'd never seen Lin Yi choose that kind of losing path. Fine as hell. Lin Yi could spread his aura with that confidence just by standing there with his hands in his pockets. Full kid brother who comes with a field of confidence. Lose? Suya seemed as if she couldn't see a single word of defeat in Lin Yi's life. Suya went to book a venue for Lin Yi, bought rackets and badminton balls, and waited for the arrival of those challengers on the live broadcast. And a little time passed. Around the venue that Suya had set, many viewers from the live broadcast came. They all live in the neighborhood. Some of them had just finished playing at other venues and just happened to hear that Lin Yi was having an event here. And they came. The venue is getting more and more live viewers arriving. Hey, 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 isn't it true? Kill the ball, kid brother can't catch it. I can just hold it and gnaw on it. You fucking. What the fuck? Even a kid brother? Pure perversion. Super creepy bro. Kill the ball. Watch me snap him until he's autistic. Fuck badminton dreams. Some of the spectators in the arena were trying to figure out how to pop Lin Yi. What is Lin Yi going to do when he wins? The crowd was growing. And the rest of the field came over with curiosity. Even those who were playing ping pong and basketball stopped and came around to watch the show. How much foot traffic there usually is in this gym is well known to those of them who are regular athletes here. But today, it's too many people. The stadium was filled with people. And as Lin Yi watched the crowd grow, he smiled slightly. Interesting coming up. That's the kind of vibe he likes. Now taking on 100 kills won't be so boring. Combined with the motivation of the reward, the desire to win or lose between men combined with the body's adrenaline rush, the ensuing kills can be especially fun. Lin Yi was holding the racket at the moment and looked at Sister Suya at the side. You talk to them about the rules. I'll serve. They look at the situation and kill the ball. It has to be a kill I can't catch to beat me. Sioa heard this and also spoke loudly about the rules with the fans who came around to support the show. The crowd nodded as they listened. It has to be a kill shot. That's a cool set for them. A force that has been nurtured in my body for over a decade. One snap and no squeak. Come on, let me go first. Some of the sluggers in the field had already pressed on. Buckle up and win. Ask Lin Yi for a money. Or let Lin Yi do whatever. It's all good in their favor. Suya was also keeping order on the sidelines, keeping the crowd from stepping over the line and giving Lin Yi and his opponent a chance to put up a good fight. Then you go first. Sioa appointed one that didn't look too fierce, thinking about giving Lin Yi a head start on warming up. We can't be careless. If we lose, the one who wins makes a sick request. That's really, really bad. That's really bad. The guy on the sidelines who was designated by Sioa went first. Lin Yi was also holding the racket at this time, spinning it in circles in his hands. Then he tossed it up and caught it, testing the sensitivity at his hand. Feeling that there was no problem, Lin Yi tapped up the badminton ball on the ground onto the racket. Lin Yi's maneuver caused the guy on the opposite side to frown slightly. What's with the beatboxing? Taunting him? The many in the arena who had played badminton watched Lin Yi's silky little streak. It was also evident that Lin Yi wasn't simple. Lin Yi picked up the ball and launched it with one hand. Hitting the passed ball, Lin Yi also judged the arc well, allowing the opponent to make a good power snap. After all, he wasn't tasked with cutting a game, but catching 100 sacks. Lin Yi hit the ball over to his opponent, who also jumped up slightly and hit at Lin Yi with a hard snap. There was a loud snap, and the field knew the force when it heard the sound of a badminton ball being snapped out of place. And at this moment, Lin Yi was not slow to look at the ball that was snapped over. It looked very energizing to others, while in Lin Yi's eyes, one word was slow. 3 words, very slow. Lin Yi used his badminton racket to easily catch the ball that was snapped at him. He didn't want to open his mouth to taunt anything out of the fact that the other man was coming at him as a fan. If it were a foreigner opponent, Lin Yi would have just said, "Li Wei, are you eating?" Forget it if you're a fan. It's not easy for a person to come over and play with him for a bit to help him get the job done. Taunting is a bit too much. Giving yourself a black eye is totally unnecessary. Playing it cool is playing it cool. Don't make fun of your fans. Lin Yi picks the ball up high and catches it. Keep hitting it back, playing back and waiting for his opponent to take a break. Lin Yi once again spun his badminton racket. The people in the arena were dumbfounded as they watched Lin Yi being so leisurely. How did this feel like Lin Yi, the 9-year-old guy, was the one who fried the fish? And just now when they saw Lin Yi take the kill, that originally powerful hit of the kill was as if it had been controlled by a deceleration field in Lin Yi's vicinity. When it touched Lin Yi's badminton racket, it was just like landing on cotton. It's true what they say. You really hit the cotton. Everyone in the arena was staring dumbfounded at Lin Yi, and Suya saw Lin Yi's maneuver. Knowing the live audience, he had already guessed what the netizen was going to say. Innate badminton's sacred body. As Suya thought, the audience of the live broadcast exploded at this time. It's appeared, the innate badminton's sacred body. No dude, you bring your own deceleration field just now that the old fast badminton. How do you have no power like? Online question. What did the kid brother turn the beat for? CF's bullet changing cancer. Right, gun changing cancer. Right, one hit and cut the gun. He's invincible. No, who taught him to play badminton like that? Turning the beat to cancel the backswing? He's playing too laid back. Let me put some intensity on kid brother. The opponent was also seeing that the ball he had just hit over was easily picked up by Lin Yi. With the man's desire to win, he always felt that he had just hit a beat on cotton. Looking at the ball that flew over again, it was a chance given by Lin Yi once again. Lin Yi is going to eat the kill shot, and honestly, he can't have someone next to him at all times to replace it. Looking at the flying ball, he also gritted his teeth and jumped up for a hard foul shot. The snap carried the fury of his years out of society as a social animal. How could a 9-year-old, carefree Lin Yi catch it? Take what to catch? The badminton ball was slapped with an extremely fast sound, and the badminton ball broke through the air, flying towards Lin Yi. In Lin Yi's eyes, these badminton balls are really slow. I also wonder if it came with that just acquired full car skill. At this moment, Lin Yi really wanted to go back and tell Lao Dang, I've been reading things slower and slower lately. Give me the whole AE86. Flying ball. Lin Yi catches it with an offload, and the guy across the street was already a little skeptical. No, kid, is he the reincarnation of Zhao Huaizhen? How is it the same as the field Taiji unloading power? The ball to his place is the same as being controlled, and once again hit over. Lin Yi gave it another chance, and his opponent tried it again. A violent snap, and when he saw Lin Yi's laid-back look, he really wanted to even fling the racket out. And as far as Lin Yi was concerned, anyone could come. He just wants to finish catching 100 kills. Some of the people in the arena couldn't look away. Can it be done? Jailbait. No, change me. Why are you playing with energy? Letting a kid catch kills like it's a game. Yeah, change it. Some of the feather cake players in the field can't wait. They watched as the guy across from Lin Yi made several kills in a row. And when they got to Lin Yi they were as breathless as if they had been slowed down. They also looked anxious. They have started on the sidelines. They line up. They want to get on. And the one opposite Lin Yi also put down his beat and walked off the court with some skepticism. After all, there were so many people, and he couldn't be so selfish as to feed Lin Yi the kill ball all by himself. Lin Yi organized a prize kill ball, which of course many people wanted to participate in. There was something he couldn't figure out. Why does it feel weird that he usually hits kill shots that snap on people? But how did it hit Lin Yi? It was as if a voice rang out. Chi moves with the heart, changing in thousands of ways, under the proposed substitutions in the field. Suya also randomly picked one again. The man who came on again changed a couple of times in a row, but all of them jumped up and violently snapped down. And the kills fed to Lin Yi were one by one deflected by Lin Yi. Everyone heard the sound of the badminton ball breaking in the field, and it was very energizing how it sounded. But when it came to Lin, it's like touching cotton. The audience in the live broadcast room at this time also have exploded, looking at the change of many people on. Actually no one can kill the ball so that Lin cannot catch. What the hell is all this? Are they rice? That sounds pretty loud. It's a rare opportunity to have a prize mode. And none of it works? Really fake ah. Rub. At this point, the opponent hates to face snap ah. Ha 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 ha. Identification complete. National Service Zhao Weizhen. I just heard the chi moving with the heart and changing in a million ways. I'm Le Saw Steel. Known. It's not recommended that kid brother fight like that, because big brother fights red warm, but he's going to have a free-for-all with you. In 1974, with the successive substitutions in the field, the kills that Lin had picked up stacked up to over 80. Many of the self-confident ones in the field came up and tried it, but all retired with a sigh of regret. At this point one of the women in the field raised her hand. Let me do it. A clear female voice rang out. When Suya heard that there was actually a girl who had enthusiastically signed up, she also thought that she was courageous. After all, this was just a bunch of big old men, snapping so many times that Lin was able to take them. A girl with the courage to challenge? Come on. Sioa is also signaling her to make her debut, I think. And at that moment a girl came out of the crowd. The crowd in the arena also cheered when they saw it. Looking at the girl who appeared, in her gym shorts and those long white legs, it was like spring water on the Seine. There should be a voiceover at this point. In 1974, for the first time the crowd in the arena cheered down in surprise. And not just because of the beauty's long legs. Rather, the person who came was the badminton world. Everyone recognized the national costume Lu Ruyan. Don't understand the national costume of Ruyanu. Have a hard time. You should know that Ruyan Lu has cried, feared, lost, slagged, and been poor, just not ugly. And she was previously a professional badminton player, but retired early due to some personal reasons. Everyone was also surprised how it drew her in. The crowd cheered in amazement, but also talked on the sidelines. Why is she all here? Crap. Are those real legs? She's coming to play prize kill ball too? Can she do it? She's got a strong kill shot too, alright. The crowd murmurs under their breath and wonders why she has come too. I'm a fan of Kid Brother too, so there's nothing wrong with coming here, right? She heard what Lin said about having a prize to kill the ball, and she, a badminton person, was naturally interested in Lin Yi's 9-year-old, fragrant and handsome little boy. It's a life well spent to be able to hug a kid brother. Badminton, which was her area of expertise. It shouldn't be much of a problem to beat Lin Yi, a 9-year-old guy. The crowd heard that the goddesses of the badminton world that came were actually fans of Kid Brother. Sure enough, the composition in Kid Brother's fans is also extremely complex. Game players, soccer players, table tennis players, badminton players. There are talents in all fields, and Lin Yi had no idea who the visitor was. All he knows is, catch a dozen more kills. His mission is accomplished, but he's not playing with them. And the young lady picked up the badminton racket prepared in the court and swung it to familiarize herself with the feel of it before nodding with satisfaction. Not a very subpar beat. Some in the field reminded up the young lady. Beauty. There's something wrong with this shot. Hit the ball out softly. Yeah. Killing the ball won't work. I advise you to re-prepare the beat. Some of the ones in the field that have been on the court have blamed the racket for the weak kills. And the ones who brought their own beats on just looked on silently and didn't say a word. The beats? They don't see it. Those fans who used the field to prepare the beat with Sioa were up in arms. Think it was Sioa who intentionally prepared that kind of crappy beat. Make it easy for Lin Yi to win. Lin Yi just smiled bashfully when he heard this. If he wasn't a fan, he could have raised his double pincers. The dish would have practiced more. People can't do it. Blame it on bad shots? Suya was also convinced when she heard these voices. Looking for presents in front of a beautiful woman? That the racket doesn't work? Let's practice more if the dish is good. The racket is bought off the shelf. If you think there's something wrong with it, bring it yourself. The buddies who brought their own beats aren't talking. Suya is not spoiled. The racket is she personally went to buy new. Although it is said that it is not expensive. But at least it is a middle-priced racket. Those fans who bring the beat, admit when they lose, and don't even bring a sound. The young lady on the field who was about to start feeding the ball to Lin Yi also picked up the badminton ball on the side of the field, flung it up, and swung it with such force that the badminton ball hit the mineral water box on the side of the field impartially. With a popping sound, the badminton ball is imprinted into the box. Everyone was silent at that sound. The young lady proved herself both with this maneuver. It also proves that there is nothing wrong with the beat. Everyone was silent. The guys who say the beat doesn't work are also the ones who know they're saying the wrong thing. Quiet up. Lin Yi looked at the badminton ball set at the case and also looked at it with a slight smile. Interesting. This outburst. This is going to be really fun. Everyone quieted down and looked at the field with attention. wanting to see this professionally retired young lady and Linny face off. Linny picked up the badminton ball at this point, and he didn't want to waste time. Ready? Ready! Linny launched the ball in earnest. This time Linny didn't take it lightly, turning the beat or anything. Instead, focus. The opposing young lady looked at the high-flying ball and also looked to jump up and make a violent snap. Linny was already adjusting his angle by now. Looking at the snapped badminton, unload with the racket and gently tap back in, enabling Missy to keep snapping. And naturally, Missy wasn't polite. She had come to feed Linny the dunking ball. If Linny couldn't catch it, she won, and she bloody well earned it. If Linny could catch it and she lost, it wouldn't be a loss. At least he could fight Linny. She was also in full form as she watched Linny play back the badminton ball. It's like going back to the days when you were competing for your country. A sound duel with your opponent. Once again, no holds barred with a snapshot back, but they were all beaten back one by Linny. Another consecutive snap from Miss. The sound of badminton breaks echoed constantly in the arena, and everyone was quiet to listen to the pleasing sound of the strikes. At the moment, everyone watching was also like a visual feast. The balls were flying towards Linny at high speeds, but they were all knocked back by Linny. And time again the pretty young lady snapped violently. Each swing tugged at everyone's heartstrings. It seemed to hit them in the heart bar with every stroke. Linny and Missy went back and forth. The ultimate one attack and one defense. Makes everyone look silly. Linny is really simply eating snaps, not bringing a bit of serious comeback. And Missy really buckled down. The balls under the snap are hit back perfectly and the non-stop hitting really gets the adrenaline pumping. Suya watched the badminton ball fly back and forth and was dumbfounded. That's more than a dozen snaps. Linny can still handle it. Live in the room. I'm listening to a lot of fuck sounds at the moment. Crap. This is going to be a firefight. Stop it. You guys stop hitting the chili. Stop fighting. Kid brother, this was fed kill ball. Fed to vomit. This extreme ball speed can be caught. True Tezuka field. Right? Kid brother, the domain unfolds. Taiji Bagua. Ilua tart steel. Handsome hempoke. Bad. Let the kid brother play until the real field unfolds. Everyone was under surprise when Lin Yi's system's voice rang in his head at that moment. Ding! The mission to pick up 100 kill balls has been completed. Lin Yi heard the sound of a system mission being completed. It was also known that it was time to end it. Lin Yi looked at the killing ball that flew again. This opposite lady was already a bit tired. This ball was no longer as powerful as the previous ones. Lin Yi picked the badminton ball up high, and follow up with a jump up. The kill was a blend of emotions from the 100 kills he had taken hard. Who caught it? Lin Yi suddenly jumped up with a snapshot. It made the young lady across the room freeze in place with her beat. Watching the killing ball flying rapidly, she didn't even have time to react to block the catch. The badminton ball snapped and flew behind her. Lin Yi's counterattack confused the crowd. Lin Yi also said at this time, "You lost. Oh. I'm not playing. My mom is calling me home for dinner." Lin Yi knew that it wasn't a good idea to stay here for long. If this fight continues, I'm afraid that the remaining fans, one by one, will get on and wheel him around, and he will always be exhausted. When the time comes that he can't take it, and the fan makes a request that's a little too much, but not too much, will he say yes or no? The fans that came in the arena were all over the place. Some simply crave him, others come for the money. Lin Yi didn't need to think about it. Now that the mission is accomplished, there's no need to fight any longer. Just find a reason to bolt. Suya heard what Lin Yi said, her mom calling home for dinner, and knew that Lin Yi didn't want to play. As Lin Yi's assistant, she still had a knack for judging the situation. Everyone disperse. Brother Xiaoyi is a bit tired today. Hard work everyone, Suya said and packed her things to take Lin Yi away. And present, by the Jianghu people called National Costume Lu Ruyan Miss, also by Lin Yi's a counterattack kill. Some skeptical of life, started to keep recalling the images from earlier. In her head, Lin Yi's maneuvers puzzled her. When he thought of this, he also thought that Lin Yi's reputation as a full-grade kid brother wasn't for nothing. She smiled back with relief. Lin Yi was able to beat her with more than just the final snap. Instead, she was all broken at Lin Yi's. The goal is just to get them to feed kill balls for fun. It's only Lin Yi who plays killing balls as entertainment. And at this time on the way back, Suya, who was driving, thought of Lin Yi's badminton maneuver. Brother Xiaoyi, you're not really bringing the field, are you? Like that anime, once the big move field is open. Lin Yi was also speechless when he heard Suya say this. There was no such thing as a field. It was just the speed of the body's reaction coupled with the softness of Kung Fu. It can also be described as the dissipation of power in Kung Fu. It's just tricks. Where is the field statement? It's just a little trick. Where's the field? Lin Yi replied to Suya in denial. It's the truth. If he really had a realm, he'd be the only one in the world. He'd be the only one in the world. Suya heard Lin Yi's reply back. Tricks? Is it the same as Popeye's miracle in billiards? Suya also knew that she wasn't a genius, and didn't let Lin Yi teach her. After all, the lights went out on the tall pole today. It's still fresh in my mind. Suya drove Lin Yi back home. After one night, Suya's daily routine of helping Lin Yi with his homework, Lin Yi watched the TV. Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun weren't going to be busy today. They also chose to stay home with Lin Yi for a few days from time to time during the summer vacation. Doesn't intend to go into the investment business full time. Baby boy is the most important thing. Although Lin Yi was very knowledgeable and didn't need their company at all, but they should still be home. Watching the TV, Lin Yi saw the rally competition. Dan, I want to drive this. Lin Yun glanced at the TV after hearing this, and it was the rally cars that Lin Yi was watching. Lin Yun didn't say anything, unlike before when Lin Yi offered to live in a villa. He couldn't afford to give Lin Yi conditions like that anymore. Now that the conditions at home were such that the things Lin Yi had mentioned could be accomplished with anything that could be done with money. On the side, Zhang Yining frowned when she looked at it. Driving a race car? That seems a little dangerous. In Lin Yi's case, there was no such thing as danger. Only the throttle stands up and stomps. The adrenaline that soars at that extreme speed. Suya also raised her head to look at this moment. Racing? Shawi brother, you're only 9 years old. You're not even an adult to drive a race car. Suya seems like she doesn't know. In racing, there is a kind of driver's license called a race license, which is also known as a racing driver's license. You don't need to be an adult. You just need to have the skills to pass the test to get it. The audience in the live broadcast room heard what Suya said, and they also gave the crunchy college student science in the live broadcast room. Ha 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 ha. This crunchy college student really doesn't know anything. This racing stuff, it's only for the rich. Cold fact, you can get a race license at 5 years old. Cold is all that's left of knowledge. With a private field and track, professional instructor training, just drive. Just take your race license next. Numerous people have pointed out what it takes to drive a race car. There is no restriction on success or failure, but all that is needed is a professional track, a professional instructor, and of course the consent of the guardian. Suya got the netizen science also understand, and Lin Yun has learned about racing these. Are you sure? Lin Yun confirmed up to Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi nodded his head in confirmation. Just spend the money to get a professional racing coach to train Lin Yi, and a racing venue. All of these things require the ability to launch bills. But now, they're Lin family. The last thing they need is money. He and Yining Zhang have been doing business lately, smashing money out of the door so to speak. And here comes the weird part. Never saw a loss, but rather a growing gain. How could he, his old man, stop what Lin Yi wanted to do? Lin Yi nodded at this point. Since he had just gained a full level car skill yesterday, Lin Yi didn't know. This racing car, does it count? After all, only racing cars he could drive. On normal roads he was too young to drive. So if you want to get into car racing, then you have to get into racing. Every boy probably has a dream of being a race car driver. Experience and enjoy that feeling of soaring heartbeat, acceleration and passion. Driving a race car is also an adventure. And that was the feeling Lin Yi wanted. The thrill of badminton's catch and kill. The pull of table tennis. These were no longer enough to satisfy the adrenaline rush he was after. There's very little that can be done today to keep mom and dad from worrying and trying to pursue those without killing themselves. Lin Yi's nod made Lin Yun start preparing the venue and finding a professional coach for Lin Yi as well. Yining Zhang also knew. Lin Yi couldn't stop what he wanted to do. A few days down the line, Lin Yun plopped down a track for Lin Yi, and hired a professional level coach for him. Since Lin Yi wanted to play racing, he would take care of that racing license during this summer vacation. Just let the coach train Lin Yi properly. Within a few days, after the venue was done and the car was made ready for Lin Yi, Lin Yun took Zhang Yining, Lin Yi, and Suya and drove to the track. Xiao Yi, that coach is from abroad and speaks English. You should be able to communicate with him. Good. Lin Yi didn't care who was coming. A foreign coach? He's fluent in all the languages of the world. Lin Yi felt that Lao Dang was a bit redundant, but Lin Yi didn't say much. Let's just pretend someone taught him. When he came to the track, the foreign coach had already been waiting for a long time. This is young Master Lin, right? I'll be your coach from now on. You can call me Mr. Danny. Okay. The foreign coach communicated with Lin Yi in a mouthful of not-so-fluent Chinese. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't speak foreign languages when he could. The Chinese national language is the mainstream. It is extremely inconvenient for a blue star to have so many languages and not recognize each other, which is not a betrayal of the first emperor. One day, he would inherit the will of that fascinating late emperor. Abolish all those miscellaneous languages and words. Leave only the Mandarin language. The S3 season is about to open. Oh charming old ancestors. Your will of great unification is mine to fulfill. Lin Yi looked at the racing car that Lin Yun Laodang had specially prepared, and also went up to take a serious look at it. Lao Deng is really spending a lot of money. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also looking numb as they watched this new toy of Lin Yi's. I Luatard steal. Other people's 9-year-old toys are racing cars. My toys are a family out to my cell phone. Is this someone else's mom and dad? Mom and dad, did you see this? This is someone else's mom and dad. Ha 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 ha. Inverted Big Dipper, huh? They just know other people's kids. I come to individual people's moms and dads and the equation goes straight to seconds. It's just so much faster to use equations. The viewers of the live broadcast began to reverse the Big Dipper. The other people's children that mom and dad like to mention. And they began the other people's mom and dad. Suya is present to watch Lin Yi's new toy. A race car. Another look at the audience statement on the live feed. There was also a bashful smile. Comparing Lin Yi's family to a normal family? There is absolutely no comparison. Not to mention the inverted Big Dipper. Other people's kids, other people's parents. In Suya's opinion, before the Lin family became rich, before Lin Yi appeared in the public eye, Lin Yi's mom and dad were also extremely good moms and dads. Wouldn't bother interfering with Lin Yi's hobbies, didn't even bother to give his opinion. All went along with Lin Yi. Suya had also heard what Zhang Yin and Lin Yun had said about their education of Lin Yi. That is, as long as it's not against the law, it's all up to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi can do whatever he wants. They would do what they could for Lin Yi. Suya had come to Lin Yi's side all these days, and had never seen any emotional outbursts in Lin Yi's home. The family is stabilized to the core. In Suya's eyes, things that could make Lin Yi angry seem to simply not exist. And Lin Yi's mom and dad, in Suya's eyes, they're also what many children dream of. Suya also pretended to be a reporter at this time, and came to Lin Yi to look at the racing car aside. Come on, little brother Yi, what are your thoughts on this new toy? Can you share this with the live audience? Lin Yi listened to Suya's interview. There's nothing to feel. Lin Yi didn't have any feelings about the car. He just wanted to have a good drift. Step on the gas full blast and listen to the engine rattle. So, what dreams have arisen now that you have such a great race car? Suya also had absolute knowledge of Lin Yi. Lin Yi, this guy. He's a dreamer, a full-grade kid, the god of war, the national service manipulator, the heavens pride corrector, the one who fights is a genius. Everything is a genius. Full level of favor accidents. To say that Lin Yi can come up with a small or big dream when he does anything. Give him a soccer ball and he can want to take the national soccer team to the World Cup. Give him a ping pong paddle and he could win the international ping pong championship. Give him a jade seal of passage, and he can think of ways to make Huaxia the immortal bird of the blue planet. Now give Lin Yi a racing. No budgie? It's all a lie. On the side, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun, as well as the foreign coach, also looked at Lin Yi. I wanted to see what new job Lin Yi was going to organize. Lin Yi heard what Suya said about his dream, then said a little dream and challenged the Barnbrook track. The crowd in the arena heard Lin Yi's little dream. Barnbrook Raceway? Suya in the field is no stranger to hearing this. The Bayonne Brook track doesn't exist. It's all made up in the movie. Suya also frowned slightly. Lin Yi had seen this racing movie with her before. There was no way Lin Yi didn't know that this thing didn't exist. But Suya was also moving her brain. So maybe Lin Yi was speaking metaphorically about this little dream. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun were also puzzled. The foreign coach, on the other hand, thought that Lin Yi, the little kid, had watched too many movies, taking the Barnbrook track seriously. Good dream. You've got a lot of work to do. Bayonne Brook tests super high car skills. Yo! The foreign coach spoke to Lin Yi. He hoped that Lin Yi was a moldable talent, or at least could learn what he was teaching. The viewers of the live broadcast were also speculating about the little dream Lin Yi was talking about at this point. Bayonne Brook? I think the kid brother said before that the Bayonne Brook track is actually life? Be quiet. I'm grilling. Thinking. How come everything the kid brother says is so profound? Is there a possibility that he really wants to challenge Barnbrook? Nothing else. Well, we were overthinking it. And Lin Yi opened the car door at that moment and sat up toward the car. Coach Danny also sat in the passenger seat, intending to teach Lin Yi something. At this time, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun, standing toward the edge of the field, were not standing on the track. Shuya looked at the car. Can I sit in the back? Lin Yi, on the other hand, was casual. Suya sat in the back seat and put her seatbelt on and her cell phone in the back to be able to film the conditions inside the car. Lin Yi sat down and skillfully adjusted his car seat and fastened his seatbelt. Mr. Danny buckled his seatbelt and watched as Lin Yi buckled his seatbelt and even adjusted his seat to the best position for himself so he could step on the gas and hit the steering wheel. Coach Danny was a little confused. He clearly remembered. Lin Yi's mom and dad said when they hired him to come that Lin Yi had never raced. He had thought at first that it was a bit mind-numbing to teach from the basics. But now, he was confused. No, I thought you never raced? Danny asked suspiciously. How do you see this getting on the main process? So skillfully? Linny had forgotten at this point. He really had never touched a car in his life. And having had a driver's license in his past life, he had these basic things he should do when he got in the car imprinted in his memory long ago. Well, I learned it watching TV. Linny said the most reasonable explanation. Sorry, division out of a big-name TV set. Table tennis, soccer, all of them. Linny's reply made Danny nod his head in disbelief. Linny was so skillful. He didn't even bring a lag. Did he really learn this from TV? Suya in the back seat had long since gotten used to it, glancing at the pop-up standby. As he thought, the audience was speaking up. The classic "don't look like you just learned it. Don't look like you forgot it." Linny's strange behavior wasn't just this one time. Fried rice, soccer, ping pong, swana, many operations. Linny was very skillful at all of them. It also makes the crowd of netizens think. Linny was the one who drank expired mangpa soup before reincarnation and didn't forget many things cleanly. Look, definitely doesn't look like you just learned it. Yeah, like not forgetting the clean ones. This guy, in his last life, was designated a recharge party in Hades. Why are you so skillful? Learned it on TV? I believe you, Hammer, you lousy kid. Bad as hell. Nah, this guy is going to have another innate racing saint body? The prophet dies first. Kid brother. The ancient Greek god in charge of the Eucharist. Ha 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 ha. Danny didn't speak again, just silently looking at Linny. Wanted to see what Linny had up his sleeve next. Linny no longer cared about the foreign coach Danny on the side at this time. Look up some of the keys in the car. A handbrake with a high bar. There are also a lot of weird buttons. Unlike a regular car, the specialized configuration. Linny fired up the car, pressed the gas to the floor, and grabbed the high lever of the handbrake. Danny, who was on the side, frowned straight away as he watched Linny's maneuver. This is ejector start? The roar of the engine sounded. Hey, you really haven't driven a race car before? Driven. In my dreams. Linny hadn't released the handbrake at this point, and answered Danny's question seriously. Linny replied in the Chinese language. Knowing that this Danny could understand the Chinese language, Linny's reply made Danny's eyes widen. Dreaming. Driven? Without waiting for Danny to react again, Linny released the handbrake and the car took a catapult start. The car got off to a fast start and drove up. On the sidelines, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun cheered straight away as they watched. Look, the sun is driving up. This guy Xiaoyi learns everything fast. Looks like the coach wasn't hired for nothing. That's just getting in the car. And it's starting. I seem to remember that some people even had to recognize the gas and brake half the time. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun's eyes were filled with joy as they watched the race car drive up. Lin Yi will always be their pride. They were also proud of Lin Yi. Lin Yun also had absolute confidence in Lin Yi. What do Lin Yi's parents know? Danny didn't even teach them. And Lin Yi did a handful of catapult starts. At this point the Denny's were dumbfounded. What did this family hire him for? Simply to accompany the car? Suya was in the back seat, also sitting and holding steady, feeling the thrill of that catapulted start. Suya was also surprised as hell. This coach didn't even teach. Linny could even eject and start. She's been driving slowly for so long with her license that sometimes her hands are too busy to find out which one is the brake. Woohoo! So exciting! Suya felt Linny picking up speed in the back seat. She also cheered without caring about her image. The audience in the live broadcast room was buzzing at this point. How did a man return? Ha 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 ha. Crispy college student homecoming scene. God drove in a fucking dream? It's definitely not forgotten clean. It's not something you just learned. Solid. Somebody grab the slices. Who's a kid who can eject at the age of 9? I'm in QQ flying car ejection start just now learn. You tell me. He 9 years old driving a race car will ejection start? I don't want to see this live for nothing. But I'm going to get you in a van of college students. I'll be waiting for you in jail. Please don't show. I'm a college student who failed 3 times in 3 subjects and really broke the defense hot. The viewers of the live broadcast saw Lin Yi's showy ejection start. They can also feel a momentary start in the live camera. Some of the new ones, totally hasn't adapted yet. A kid is better than him. Have broken the defense. And Lin Yi's operation was just the beginning. It was only now that Lin Yi realized what the concept of a full-ranked car skill given by Brother Unity was. Lin Yi's mind was extremely clear at this time. And his body was as if it had a muscular response. What time should he step on the gas? Brake. And even the control of drifting was pure at this time. A curve appeared not far in front of him. Lin Yi was still slamming on the gas. And Lin Yi was also mainlining a curve is only fast if it's fast. Who doesn't know how to refuel in a straight line? Playing for excitement. That feeling of stepping on the gas and getting the adrenaline pumping. He loves it so much. Off to the side. Danny looked around the not-so-distant bend and watched as the speed on the meter was still increasing. lowering his head to see Linny still slamming on the gas. He was itching to stand up and step into the gas tank. Hey, slow down, hit the brakes and let off the gas. Danny looked anxious as the corner not far away was not one that could be taken in a hurry, requiring controlled speed through the corner. His entire body was drenched in sweat at this point. If you don't brake and slow down, it's better if it doesn't roll over, but if it does, I'm afraid you'll have to lie in the hospital for half a year. No rollovers or casts. Count how many bones are broken. And at that moment, Linny had excitement written all over his face. He didn't need Coach Danny to teach him anything. But this tuition from his old den can't be for nothing. I won't let you make money for nothing. I'll let you feel the Russian frenzy. This can be exciting and cannot die. And do not have to teach also can receive tuition. This were to find such a good thing it's like a free parachute free skydive. Suya in the backseat watched the bend get closer and closer. Out of the human fear of death before it knocks on the door, Suya also closed her eyes. It wasn't that she didn't trust Linny that this guy had a newbie protection period. Rather, she was an ordinary person who was really scared. Even if the internet rumors are outrageous, Linny's full level of novice protection. But, what if Linny has an ancestor in Hades? She's a brittle college student. It's not built to last. If Linny punches her twice, I'm afraid she'll fall apart. And if this car flips over, she'll be bruised and battered. Danny also grabbed the handle on the door of his car at this point and closed his eyes to give himself a Jesus-blessed prayer maneuver. Oh, my God, I have done no evil in my life. Let me live a little longer. He didn't dare to affect Linny's operation, nor did he dare to pull on the handbrake, because pulling on the handbrake in a state of haste made it extremely dangerous for the car to become unbalanced. The live viewers watched as the screen got faster and faster, and that bend is getting closer and closer. The viewers watching the live broadcast all closed their eyes nervously. Is this hitting the gas like a brake? This is going to be a disaster if someone dies. Don't panic, he's got rookie protection. Close your eyes everyone. Let's listen. The sound of a famous sword breaking. Ha 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 ha. That foreigner is praying directly to Jesus to God. Foreigners, it's hard to make money. It's hard to eat shit. Bend fast. It's only fast. Who doesn't know how to refuel in a straight line? Lin Yun and Zhang Yinin, who were not far away, watched the car go straight around the bend, neither of them slowing down. They usually drive and slow down early when they see a curve. And this speed of Lin Yi's car was getting faster and faster. It was also causing them to worry about Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi also began to operate. Watching the corner getting closer and closer and starting his extreme drift, the field resounded with harsh drifts. The tires make a noise as they rub extremely hard on the track. But what immediately follows is an acceleration. The ultimate cornering drift. The car speeds up again after the corner. And there is no ominous prediction as Suya, Coach Danny and the others thought. The body did not show a bruise. They prayed to God. The only thing that answered them was the roar of Lin Yi's big racing toy, the advanced engine boost. On the sidelines, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun were also sweating. They really didn't expect that Lin Yi would be able to corner at the limit in that kind of rush. And the boost is a snap. It's an operation that more or less older drivers can't do. Could it be? Their son is not only a genius in table tennis, but also in racing? While in the car, Suya and Danny slowly opened their eyes, listening to the roar of the engine speeding up. Looking at the scene, there was no longer the curves just now, appearing only a straight track. Seoa looked up at the back as the curve passed. Suya also dropped her jaw in shock. You could take a corner at that speed? She thought that Lin Yi, the living king of hell on earth, he was going to send her and Coach Danny to the real king of hell. Suya was also thankfully relieved. It's okay. Living another day. It's already pretty good. The jittery brainwashing audio rang in Suya's head. She's a brittle college student following Lin Yi around. And Lin Yi is so fussy. It's really good that she's survived this long. Danny opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him, resembling the track where the race had been held back in the day. Is there a running clock? Danny knows that before a person dies, there are images of what once was. But listening to the sound of the engine, Lin Yi slammed on the brakes every now and then to drift through small curves. Danny looked aside at the 9-year-old Lin Yi. Not dead? Did you make that turn? Danny looked at Lin Yi with incredulity in his eyes, and as Lin Yi listened to Danny talk to himself, he glanced at him with a slight smile. Want to die? You can't die in his car at all. Even if the black and white invincibles come to pick it up in person, they'll be slapped back by Brother Unicorn. I can't die at all. Okay. At this time, Lin Yi really want to find the Red Bull official point of sponsorship. This money is not for nothing, brother, to show you what is called extreme death. On the brink of death, a frantic tryst. Lin Yi had also decided that when the bar mitzvah came around, he would take Red Bull's sponsorship and open up the world to live streaming the challenge of Ozaki's 8 items, deadlier than anyone could have imagined. No, the operation of death-defying is beyond anyone's imagination. And at the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room exploded as they watched Lin Yi's extreme drift through the corner. Crap, it appeared. Innate drifting sacred body. Not the innate racing saint body? See? I told you that Kid Brother was the ancient Greek god in charge of the Eucharist. I've got a bean. Ignited. Kid Brother, this hand drift I want to learn. Teach me. Kid Brother, start the class. I'll learn on my knees. Really? Kid Brother. He shouldn't have a system, right? Don't argue. Kid Brother is probably doing a system quest. I've read a lot of system literature. I'm definitely not wrong. Earthowell upgraded? Issued a system? Speak up, guys. Do you all have systems? Woo woo. And at that moment, Lin Yi drove his car, thought of something, and suddenly slowed down and stopped. Danny and Suya had only just finished enjoying the sensation of Lin Yi driving at a rapid pace. They were also confused when Lin Yi suddenly stopped, looking toward Lin Yi, and Lin Yi reached out his hand and asked Suya for his cell phone. Suya also gave Lin Yi the spare, and Lin Yi opened his cell phone and tapped the music in it. Caught Shrimp House. Once the music intro started, Lin Yi pulled the volume up full. Keep driving up. The sound of the engine with the shrimp catcher. This is a real Russian frenzy. No state of extreme speed is worthy of this song. Lin Yi continued to speed up violently. The track in the middle of the field ran wild, and this formulaic little track was no longer enough to satisfy the raging thrill that Lin Yi wanted. Danny has forgotten himself as he listens to the Caught Shrimp House put on by Lin Yi. He seemed to have forgotten that he was Lin Yi's coach. Suya was in the back seat, listening to the Caught Shrimp household and feeling Lin Yi's rapid racing, as if at this moment, they are right there on MT. Akira. In Suya's eyes, at this moment, Lin Yi was the true god of Akira's car. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded as they listened to the BGM that Lin Yi put out. Bold. What kind of scene needs a special song for the god of cars? Did the Kid Brother play it? It's okay, kid. It was crowded outside. I'm kneeling down for you. Teach me how to drift. Ignite. I can't help it. Fly me. Step on the gas. Confidence is the true summit. As soon as I heard the song, I had a picture in my head. Kid Brother is going to be a whole living, full of live effects. Ha 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 ha. Innate live saint body. It's appeared. The god of car racing is here in Akiyama. The loser leaves the decal. Under the cheers of the live broadcast, Lin Yi also listened to the BGM, and at this point, he no longer cared about the speed of the car, until the BGM stops and Lin Yi slowly drives back to the start. Danny was still mesmerized by Lin Yi's rush just now plus the BGM. The whole thing was high on the passenger side. Suya watched Lin Yi get out of the car and followed with her cell phone. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun saw that Lin Yi had stopped and went forward excitedly, looking at Lin Yi driving just now without any speed control at all, as if he was in a race. Every second counts. And at that moment Danny reacted to the stop, also followed off. Lin Yun also felt that it was all because Danny had taught him well, and went up to praise Lin Yi before thanking Coach Danny as well. Coach Danny, thank you. My son is driving really well. Thanks to you. And Danny shook his head as he listened. That's not true. I didn't even teach him. He drives too well. He's the best of the talented kids I've ever seen. Danny was incoherent. He didn't know how to describe Lin Yi's talent. He wasn't very proficient in the language of Huaxia and only knew some basic words. In a word, genius. See him. It's all just, what comes around. It means awesome. Get it? Danny was already overwhelmed by Lin Yi's handful of shrimp catches coupled with extreme drifting. Coach, he doesn't deserve to be Lin Yi's coach. Among the children he taught, one like Lin Yi had never appeared before. The basics he teaches, those guys take days to digest. And Lin Yi said it was driven in a dream. Gave him a handful of extreme drifts through the corners. Danny's broken Mandarin said roughly what he was trying to convey. Shua also knew what Danny was talking about. Uncle Lin Yun, what Coach Danny means by that? Genius? It's just a gateway to seeing little brother Yi. Danny nodded in recognition when he heard what Suya had translated. Yes, that's what it means. Danny finished pulling Lin Yun to the side and returned the tuition he had received in advance, because he really couldn't teach Lin Yi anything. Putting aside all this talk of teaching or not teaching, sitting in Lin Yi's co-pilot was the same as playing Ultimate Challenge. He wouldn't dare teach it again. I'm off. I can't teach this little guy. My mom has something calling me back home. See you around. He said that he had refunded his money and was going back to his country with the luggage he had just brought from the airplane. Lin Yun was confused. What do you mean? We just hired him from abroad and he's quitting? What do you mean you can't teach? Lin Yun was confused. Just now Lin Yi drove quite well. Danny taught no problem. Cluelessly, he looked at Lin Yi at this moment. Did you just cuss out Coach Danny? What did he say about? He can't teach you? When Lin Yi heard Lin Yun's questioning at this point, he didn't curse. Why are you scolding him for no reason? Lin Yi shrugged and spread his arms out. Lin Yun was also puzzled when he received Lin Yi's answer. There you go. Have to hire a professional trainer again. Later in time, Lin Yi began to prepare for his racing license during his summer vacation, planning on entering a drag race sometime. Lin Yi was as self-disciplined as usual these days. Suya also slowly followed Lin Yi's exercise and changed that gringo routine. During the summer vacation, Suya nothing usually go to bed early in the morning at night, asleep to wake up to eat lunch, and even sometimes lunch is not eaten. In the morning, Lin Yi knocked on Suya's room door. Get up! These days Suya had Lin Yi yell at her to get up and go out to exercise together. She planned to get rid of this crunchy college student label during her summer vacation. The main one is self-discipline. Suya and Lin Yi finished brushing their teeth and washing their faces and began their morning run on an empty stomach. Suya has already changed the live broadcasting equipment to live broadcast even in the state of motion. A cap with a lens on the head. On the web. Also known as having a camera in your head. Lin Yi ran in front, and Suya followed Lin Yi's rhythm at the back. Lin Yi, who was in the front, was used to running in the morning, having climbed MT Tai the last time and acquired the breathing method. He found that his long runs lasted a long time. It's safe to say that he doesn't always bring a breath with him after a long run of several kilometers. It's not even a problem to run 10 kilometers in one breath. Suya followed Lin Yi for a while, but Suya, who had only just started running for a few days, coupled with the fact that she used to exercise very little, suddenly you start working out and all those lazy cells in your body are resisting. It was only not even 2 kilometers, and Suya was already panting heavily. There's no rhythm at all. It's pure jaywalking. I can't run anymore. Xiao Yi, slow down. Suya ran after her, saying she couldn't run, but she didn't stop her footsteps. She also knew that the moment she stopped, Lin Yi would run away. Lin Yi glanced back at Suya, who was panting heavily, her feet in a mess. This was her own initiative to ask to follow the morning exercise. The audience in the live broadcast room were also buzzing as they watched the self-disciplined Lin Yi and Suya, who had just been running for a short while before she started to say that she couldn't run anymore. How long has this been going on and you can't run anymore? You can't even be a brittle college student. Kid brother, raise her a double clamp to motivate the crunchy college kids. Ha 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 ha. Mocking ability pulled full circle. Kid brother is so self-disciplined? I'm going to be self-disciplined too. I'm going to get up and do 100 push-ups. Forget it. I'll just keep lying down as a loser. It's more in line with my temperament. You're invincible, kid. The viewers in the live broadcast room, looking at how self-disciplined both Lin Yi and crispy college student were also thinking about disciplining themselves. But a few minutes of sweaty, woozy exercise and give up. Suya braced herself and ran after Lin Yi for a long time. And I don't know how far it ran, but Lin Yi seemed to have accomplished his goal. Started working up the next program in the park, and Sioa slumped into a park chair in exhaustion, watching Lin Yi begin his next project. Push-ups. Suya also slowed down. She felt that she could just keep up her morning run with her exercise program. Forget everything else. She can't take a little bit of pain. Simply counting up the number of push-ups for Lin Yi. 1, 2, 3. She didn't know what Lin Yi's morning exercise goal was. Lin Yi's morning exercise goals, on the other hand, were 10 kilometers of long-distance running, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 deep squats. He had been practicing this way in the mornings during the summer, especially after returning from that trip to Taishan. Lin Yi always felt like he had a lock on him, but it never opens and there is a delay in finding the key to open it. The viewers of the live broadcast followed Suya and counted up the number of push-ups for Lin Yi, until 100. Lin Yi stops, finds a good sit-up spot in the park's facilities, and begins to sit up. Suya looked dumbfounded. Isn't this tiring? After starting to follow Lin Yi's morning exercises the other day, Lin Yi had been working out like this, and usually she didn't even count. But today Lin Yi started counting how many push-ups and sit-ups he had to do. The viewers of the live stream counted up to 100 push-ups, and something conjured up in their minds. I'm so steel. 100 push-ups? How many kilometers did you run just now? About 10 kilometers. 100 push-ups. 10 kilometers of running? What does this kid want? Trying to break the human genetic lock with this exercise? I'm halfway through a 10-kilometer run and he wants push-ups plus sit-ups? Adult kid brother, I'm getting bald? And stronger? Are you guys crazy? The kid brother is just getting some exercise. What's all the excitement? Quickly stop him. He's trying to give Earth a centerfold. What centerfold? Little black guy, right? Suya continued to count up sit-ups for Lin Yi at this point, but watch as Lin Yi starts to get a little tired and a little overwhelmed. It was also known that Lin Yi's physical limit was going to be reached. It wasn't until he had counted out 100 sit-ups that Lin Yi started the standard deep squats again. Suya saw that Lin Yi was already sweating profusely. She also extremely admired Lin Yi for this determined perseverance and self-discipline. With that kind of energy, what can Lin Yi do that can't be accomplished? watching Linny struggle to complete 100 deep squats. Linny was also tired to the point where he sat on a park chair for a long time to slow down. Suya also asked Linny the question in his mind. Brother Shawi, if you're doing such an intense workout every day, you're not thinking of going into free sparring or something in the future, are you? While listening to what Suya asked, Linny replied, maybe. Linny was clear about his life path, which was full of uncertainty. What he wants to do he will do. He won't do anything he doesn't want to do. Beg for it, put a gun to his head and tell him to do it. It's safe to say that some things are done on a whim. Some things are just 3 minutes of interest. Suya listened to Linny's uncertain reply and didn't ask any more questions. Suya, who thought of something, then spoke to Linny. By the way, I heard from my sisters that over at the center square today, there are disciples from the Shaolin temple who came out to sell their art and earn some money to refurbish the temple's Buddha body, chest breaker, golden bell shield iron cloth shirt, iron head kung fu or something, and stick technique or something. It seems to be quite interesting. It starts in the evening. Do you want to go and have a look? Suya thought that Linny should be interested in Shaolin temple kung fu or something. Her sisters had also called her out to catch up with them. If she saw that Linny was going to see a show there, she also happened to meet up with her sisters. Linny was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. Shaolin disciples selling their art on the streets? That hasn't been seen in years. Now that there actually was, Linny naturally wanted to go to the scene. Okay, then we'll go check it out tonight. Good. Suya and Linny also planned to go out in the evening to check out the so-called street selling. Evening. Suya drove the car and took Linny out. Soon came the center square of Magic City, and by now the scene was already overcrowded. Many people have never seen this live street vending. All came early to the scene to gather around ready to eat and watch. Chest breaker, iron head kung fu, whatever. They've all been seen in books and on TV. The reality is that they've never even seen it. I felt a numbing pain in my scalp just hearing the words. Let's not talk about actually doing a chest-breaking display of iron head. And after arriving at the plaza, Shuya found a spot to park her car and contacted her sister. Brother Shawi, those sisters of mine from the university want to meet you. You won't mind, right? Linny shrugged after hearing this. Feel free. It's not like he's a big star. See him if you want to. After Suya got Linny's answer, she also told those sisters where they were. In no time at all, 3 girls came. It's been a long time, Shua. They greeted Shuya and the 4 of them hugged. Suya had been following Linny's live broadcasts since she graduated from college, usually playing along while her 3 sisters were busy with their own jobs, and rarely get together. Hello, Brother Shawi, I've heard a lot about you. Don't they all call him Kid Brother? He's so handsome, even more handsome than the online videos. After the 3 girls and Suya had hugged, they saw Linny at the back with his hands in his pockets. The cool look made the 3 girls excited as well. Linny heard the other party greet him, and out of personal courtesy, he also extended his hand from his pocket. Hello guys, just call me Yat. Not to mention that the 3 girls and Suya knew each other. As long as the other party took the initiative to greet them, Linny wouldn't care what the other party was or what their status was. He would respond politely. When you meet a strong person, the quality is unknown. If they are unqualified, I'm sorry, but he will really explain what it means to have a leaky quality education. The 3 women looked at Linny as she stretched out her white and tender hand, and were also excited as they stretched out their hands to shake Linny's hand. Shaking hands with Linny, they felt the warmth of Linny's hands. The grip made them linger as well, not even bothering to withdraw his hand. His face was full of smiles. I shook the Kid Brother's hand. I won't be washing my hands for days. His hands are so soft. Is this really a fist that can punch through books? The 3 girls also belonged to the category of being Linny's avid fans. Almost every day, they watched Linny live, and they had a deep understanding of Linny and the girls. Holding on to Linny's hand, they felt like they could blow 10 years. Didn't even want to wash my hands. And they were wondering, Linny's little fist could actually punch through a book? They didn't think it would even hurt when Linny hit them, did they? Maybe it's a treat? Suya watched from the side as her 3 sisters were so agitated, and didn't know what to say. But Suya has also gotten used to it a long time ago. Yeah, what attracted people to Linny was more than just those over-the-top talents. Linny had his unique personal charisma and that handsome, male and female loving appearance. In summary, oh charming Kid Brother. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Suya's sisters all get so excited. And when they saw Linny shaking hands with them, some of the mom fans, they all broke their defenses. No, what makes them able to shake hands with Kid Brother? I've been watching Kid Brother live for 10 years. I've never even shaken Kid's hand. What? 10 years old fan? Kid Brother has seen Kid Brother live before he was even out of his mother's womb, right? It appeared, the doctor who took Kid Brother's ultrasound. He must have seen Kid Brother still in his belly. 10-year-old fans. Uninvited. It's too much. Look at them. They're not worth it. A handshake will make them excited. No exaggeration at all. Kid brother drank the water at the gym last time. The leftovers I took home and mixed with water for 3 days. Mom, there's a pervert upstairs. Get him. All I can say is, what is this? A mouthful of phlegm from the goddess back then. I blended it with water and drank it for 3 years. Linny was also a bit speechless as he listened to their outrageous statements. You don't even want to wash your hands after a handshake? You can't be serious. Suya spoke up at this time. You guys don't scare brother, shall we? Come on. The shows seem to be starting. Let's go together. Go, said 3 girls followed behind Suya and Linny, walking towards the center square, where others were selling their art, and by now it was already overcrowded, with onlookers already standing around the stage where the show had been surrounded. Horns blared in the arena. Good evening, audience. Today we bring you the chest-breaking boulder, the iron head-breaking brick, and the unbreakable golden bell shield iron cloth shirt. Shaolin hand stick. The voice rang out in the square. Suya looked at the overcrowding, wanting to see it in the first row. It's really a bit difficult. It's a little hard to get into the far end to see it. I'm afraid. What to do? Brother Yat. Suya wanted to see it at the very front. It would be fun to see it that way. Linny looked at the crowd. Honestly, it was really hard to squeeze into the first row without relying on some evil methods. And one of the sisters besides Suya, one of them, looked at Linny and thought of something. I have a plan. Suya looked at her sister after hearing this. Why are you so good when you're also a recent college graduate? P.S. Thank you for all the gifts of the treasures. Treasures for the love of power support it. Linny also looked at Suya's sisters after hearing this. Okay. You got a plan too? Is it a way to restore the Han dynasty to its original state? Or is it just a plan by Zhang Fei? Or is the 36th plan the best way to go? Don't look away so you don't have to squeeze in. Perfectly closed loop. Linny also said seriously at this time. What brilliant plan does the military master have? Speak quickly. The female military commander may have ideas that are unique and tricky to her. Linny himself had a plan. Only, it wasn't very good. So Linny didn't plan on using it. Thought I'd see if the Martianess could come up with a brilliant plan. And the female warlord signaled for Suya and the other sisters and Linny to lean over. Come here, you guys. This plan. The main event is a surprise. Stay close to me later and you're guaranteed to get to the first row. Suya and the other sisters nodded after hearing this. And Linny was puzzled at this point. What's the surprise? Tell me, I'm in a hurry. And that warlord was standing behind the crowd at that moment. Taking a deep breath, she went out on a limb. The kid brother is here. Get out of the way. A shout at the top of his voice caused many in the arena to turn their heads. The live show hadn't started yet, so naturally they didn't gather their attention. They also turned their heads when they heard the kid brother coming. Many pushed right out of the crowd. Where's kid brother? Where? Did he show up with his hands in his pockets? I heard he was coming tonight. Where is he? Many of the people in the arena were locals, and they were all too familiar with Linny, the big netizen. Many of them also came to the scene to squat Linny's performance after hearing Suya mention it on the air in the morning. But Linny didn't crouch down, and the show had already begun, and the female warlord held Linny back. Kid brother is in front of the mall next door. I heard he's going to show off his talent. Go! The words of the Martianess caused the returning crowd to give up watching the show and run straight to the mall. Come on! He's not going to play the piano again, is he? He plays piano music that is really so sensational to hear live. Does kid brother give autographs? I've been watching him live for a year. I want his autograph. Many of them run straight to the mall at a fast pace. The master at arms was also shocked when he watched what had been an overcrowded crowd in front of him. Empty in an instant. Is this the influence of kid brother in the Magic City? Linny was also convinced that the phrase brother kid is here. It made his scalp go numb. Is this the oppressive feeling of being next to a social cowboy? No wonder those who are on the road and run into a social cow have to stay away. Suya also froze, with very few people left in front of her. Maybe most of them are running to Linny. Suya's sisters reacted. Quickly, we'll stand in the first row. With that, he pulled them forward. And the performing Shaolin disciples at the scene were confused. Watch the crowd, which was packed, run away in a flash. They are also stupid. I was thinking that with so many people, it would be easy to raise money for charity. That's all that's left. That's all that's left? Still have to perform. Linny stood at the front, and Suya and her sisters surrounded Linny to avoid people coming from behind seeing him. Then the uproar is a problem. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the warlord's plan to empty the field, and they were also happy and numb. Wonderful. It is really wonderful. What is the name of this plan of the military counselor? This plan is the sound east and west of the 36 stratagems? Kid brother, well, Well, a kid brother arrives all out of the way. That was a good game. But don't play it again. I'm numb with laughter. Look at those Shaolin Temple disciples' confused looks. You've done a great job. You've lost the audience. You're so bad. Oh, I like it so much. I'll take this warlord in my arms. The rest of you feel free. What? The live studio closed down and divided up the property? I want kid brother. No one can steal it from me. Fruitfulness. Righteous father? I want the crunchy college student. She looks like she's got a lot of style too to me. I think you're really hungry upstairs. You can eat anything. Isn't kid brother the point? How can someone even have a crunchy college student someone to steal from me? Under the live stream's hilarity, viewers who had been tricked into going to the mall entrance realized that they had been snubbed and walked back slowly. What son of a bitch yelled that? How could kid brother go there? I thought he said he'd be there for the show. Yeah, let's just squat on the spot. Maybe we'll get lucky and see him. Those that were cheated walked back cursing. Suya's sisters and the military counselor also looked at each other in disbelief, and then poofed a smile. He was afraid that the people who came back would see Linny, which would be a big problem. Seeing that the audience had returned, the Shaolin disciples in the arena also stopped dilly-dallying and then began their 18 martial arts performances. After all, it's better to be quick about raising money for charity. Good, everyone, it's on. This is the first item. Chest breaker. Said he had one of the disciples lie down on the slab and hold a 4-square piece of slate on his body. The crowd in the arena also started cheering, and in their preparation, another disciple swung a sledgehammer. Linny looked at this moment and frowned slightly, watching the hammer about to fall. 80. With a bang, one of Lin Yi's 80 pairs went into rhythm. The disciple who was lying on the spot also pushed away those debris and got up and pounded his chest to show that he could carry it well. This was the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt he had learned in Shaolin, and he was proud of it. The audience in the arena also cheered in amazement. Others applauded. As for Suya and her sisters, they all heard Lin Yi's ill-timed sledgehammer just now. 80. God TM 80. Suya was also happy. It's worthy of being you, brother Shaoi. Linny also knows a lot about live effects. The sisters on the sidelines were also delighted. Also understood why the viewers in the live broadcast room were calling this guy Linny the innate live streaming saint body. It's so alive. The live show is still on. It's not just the chest breaking. There's also the iron head that breaks bricks, which hurts to look at. It also has a zippy, awesome looking stick. One of the disciples was also very confident in order to live in that temple for many years, the place that held his memories for so many years. He couldn't bear to watch it collapse like that. Now the Shaolin Temple needs him to go out and earn money for charity. He was self-sacrificing. Everyone who came to the scene, you have witnessed the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, as well as the iron head kung fu of our Shaolin kung fu. Anyone who thinks it's fake, you can come up and punch me to try. The crowd in the arena, some of whom felt that the bricks they used were low-quality bricks, felt that they were not authentic enough. They also raised their hands one after another, thinking to try it out. What is the feeling of this punch on the body of a disciple who has practiced the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt? It's all about 2 shoulders and 1 head. So why are they so good? Many people in the audience raised their hands, and Linny raised his hand in a hilarious manner at that moment. And Suya and her sisters on the side also raised their hands, watching so many people in the audience have a reaction. One of the disciples also went to the audience and picked it up. When he saw a young man with glasses raise his hand, he thought it was a bit svelte and his fist shouldn't have much force. You're it. Come on out, little brother with the glasses. And the little man with the glasses pushed his way out of the crowd and removed the thin jumper he was wearing. That toned body appeared. In the words of that drama, your son's big chest muscles. Why so pompous? And those biceps. To exaggerate, he could kill a cow with 1 punch. Although, it is rumored on the internet that you can eat protein powder as well. But this stuff, who's to say he got it from protein powder? What if it really is the real thing? That Shaolin Temple disciple was also fuming when he saw his stature. He was afraid that if he punched out, his golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt wouldn't work. He'll suffer internal injuries. Then the money raised out here won't even be enough to treat the injuries. Oi, forget it. I look at your face. We don't match. I'll change it. He was also afraid of making a fool of himself. If he was beaten and shouted out, he would lose the face of Shaolin Temple. So it's better to pick a regular guy. There were also boos in the arena. And at that moment, the Shaolin Temple disciples looked towards Linny and the brittle college students. Kids want to get in on the action too? Wouldn't it be a great way to raise money by letting the kids play around and have some live effects? He looked at the 4 women behind Linny and thought that they knew each other. It was also looking in the direction of Linny and the others. Gee whiz, kids want to show off too? Well, how about we let the kids start things off? And then to the 4 beautiful female sisters behind him. Linny also smiled slightly when he heard that he had been ordered to do so. That's enough to pick him? Also good. Lin Yi thought about trying out how much damage he could do with this fist of his. Suya and her sisters heard at this point that the Shaolin Temple disciples had chosen Lin Yi. It was also a poof of a smile. Who wouldn't be a good choice? Pick on Lin Yi? You know, Lin Yi's fist can break 10,000 scrolls. Other people read books to break 10,000 scrolls. And Lin Yi, the overachiever, uses his fists to break 10,000 scrolls. Although it was said that Lin Yi hadn't hit anyone before, the last time Lin Yi had broken 10,000 scrolls live, the speed of the punches he threw was painful to listen to. The effect of hitting a person is predictable. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded, and they didn't expect that this Shaolin Temple disciple would really pick the most overpowered presence of any human on the scene, even if Lin Yi was young now. But viewers who had seen Lin Yi break 10,000 scrolls knew that this kid's fists were not made of clay. They had also tried to break 10,000 scrolls like Lin Yi, but their fists were numb with pain. But they didn't have the same effect as Lin Yi. Oh Xia Baoqing. Nice guy, I direct good guys. Kid brother, what a good judge of character. Joy. To be honest, if it were me, I'd rather have the muscular guy with the glasses from earlier. Screwed up and picked the most overpriced one. You know, kid brother has been working out every day lately. I'm afraid he already has six-pack abs. Lin Yi was also crossing over the spectator bar at this point, heading towards the Shaolin Temple disciples at this point. Also began in earnest to warm up and move his right arm. And when the crowd in the arena saw Lin Yi appear, many of them were Lin Yi's fans. There were also a lot of people who started cheering. Crap, it's him, kid brother. I told you he was there. Crap, this guy picked the kid brother to go on? He's crazy. Under the cheers of the crowd in the arena, the Shaolin Temple disciples were also frowning slightly at the Lin Yi at this moment. He doesn't know about the internet, or what a kid brother is, or the gold content of the word kid brother. He was also seriously scrutinizing Lin Yi, who was walking towards him, watching Lin Yi move his right arm, looking at Lin Yi's smiling face. He was also thinking that this little friend seemed a bit different. Just by looking at Lin Yi's posture, he felt something was very wrong. The body somehow felt a bit stressed like never before. He had never felt this way even when facing those old monsters of the Shaolin Temple who were well versed in Shaolin Kung Fu. This inexplicable pressure, was it really brought on him by a child? Only one punch? Where to hit? Lin Yi also asked curiously. If only one serious punch in a row, and he'd be able to test his fighting ability. At least in the future, when he encountered a bully who was bigger than him who wanted to bully, he would be able to make a bold move. Measure how strong you are. And the Shaolin Temple disciple heard Lin Yi say that he could only throw one punch? He was also afraid to bet in case this kid really has something? Let him throw random punches. Then wouldn't he be hit with internal injuries and have to carry it all by himself? Take a punch it right here. With that he pointed to his abdomen and began to pose, taking horse stances, as if it were a movie, and dribbling hard. The whole face was suffocating red. He was confident that his abdomen could carry the strong man's powerful punches. Lin Yi also pondered. Full power? He's not supposed to be able to hit anyone. Hurt anyone? I don't think so. After all, the other party is a Shaolin Temple disciple, just now performing chest-breaking boulders, golden bell shield iron cloth shirt, and randomly hitting with steel bars. He didn't even make a sound of pain. That defense. Lin Yi also didn't know much about the extreme force of his 9-year-old body. Lin Yi still decided to use his full strength. I won't fight for nothing. Brother will donate money to Shaolin Temple. Lin Yi was also planning to use the inch fist from Kung Fu. Explosive power hit from extreme speed. Lin Yi spread out the palm of his hand and swung it in front of the Shaolin Temple disciple's abdomen. The Shaolin Temple disciple lowered his head and looked at Lin Yi's spread out hand as he gestured. It was also a sudden bad feeling. 2 words instantly popped into his head. Inch punch? Back then, Bruce Lee, Mr. Lee, shocked the world with his inch fist. How could he not know? And now that he was looking at Lin Yi's stance, he was already sweating. What little kid knows this kind of stuff? Now that Lin Yi had said it out, did he dare to be 100% sure that Lin Yi wouldn't? Based on the pressure Lin Yi felt just before he came on, now he knew that this little guy really had something. Lin Yi raised his head slightly, looking at the other party's expression that appeared with a burst of pressure. That's it? He hasn't even started and he's sweating? Lin Yi also retracted his hand with a swift hand and synthesized his hand into a fist, striking out with a sharp punch. Then thought about free sandbagging and hitting it full power to test how much power his fists could hit. But Lin Yi, a Chinese man with a warm and kind bone, made him give up on the idea. What if you really hurt someone for no reason? Thinking of this, Lin Yi intended to use only 3 points of force, and inchworm strikes. The Shaolin Temple disciple who had taken the horse stance also fell backward in pain. Sitting on his ass, there was incredulity in his eyes. The force. Inch punch without a doubt. If he hadn't reacted in a flash, he would have relaxed his body to unload and fall back, and he would have carried this punch hard. I'm afraid I'm going to have to spit out the previous year's New Year's Eve dinner. Sitting on the ground, he looked at Linny at this moment with palpitations. The other Shaolin Temple disciples, seeing him being beaten, sat down on the ground, also rushed forward, but there was only a look of horror in his eyes. Doesn't look like it's hurt. Linny also looked at his fist and felt it. The other party had unloaded that punch of his own just now. It was the same principle as hitting cotton. Touching was touching, but his fist will be powerless, no matter how hard he tries. The crowd in the arena watched as that Shaolin Temple disciple was hit to the point where he sat on the ground with a single punch, and they were also up in arms. That won't work either. That punch went down? How old is this kid? Where's the energy? Didn't you guys see the speed of that punch from Kid Brother? The crowd on the sidelines rose to the occasion. Suya was also looking at Lin Yi, who was frozen in place looking at his fist. Suya had a deep knowledge of Lin Yi's fists. It was also established with conviction that this guy Lin Yi wasn't something that could be measured by age at all. And Lin Yi's system voice rang in his head at that moment. Mission: promote Chinese martial arts before reaching adulthood. Reward: full-level swimming. Lin Yi didn't expect that a punch would lead to a mission. Promoting Chinese martial arts? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Then he didn't think about it. Just go and finish it before adulthood anyway. At that moment the Shaolin disciple sitting on the ground stood up. How old are you? Curious, he asked about Lin Yi's age. He had actually gauged how powerful Lin Yi's fist was. If I didn't unload just now, I'm afraid he's going to have a hard time. Hearing the other party ask about his age, Lin Yi also answered seriously. 9 years old. When he heard Lin Yi say 9 years old, he was also a bit skeptical. 9 years old you are? After all, how could the force of this fist be made by a 9-year-old? What's wrong with 9? When Lin Yi heard the other party question his age, he quickly approached as well. And the Shaolin Temple disciples were afraid that Lin Yi would come back with an inch punch that caught them off guard, fall backward, retreating behind his master's brother. At this time, Sister Suya and the others on the sidelines were also mad with joy. For those who don't know, they think they're fixing the effects of the show. The audience in the live room was also happy and numb. 8 years old? What's wrong with 8? Approach quickly. The medieval scene belongs to Yes. The Kid Brother knows too much about the tomb setting effect hotness. You've got a big fist and you're right about everything. Shaolin disciples, 9 years old is 9 years old. Why are you near me? Kid Brother has 100 ways to convince you that he's really 9. Lin Yi also retired at this point after cooperating with the show. Signaled Shuya to reward some charity. The punch. He really doesn't punch for nothing. The scene also had some of the spectators who were watching also rewarded the charity because of the humorous scene that Lin Yi had pulled off. Lin Yi drove back home after shopping with Suya and her sisters for a while. And summer vacation time passes very quickly. The beginning of the semester is upon us. Lin Yi also advanced to the 4th grade. Enrolling in the school, Lin Yi breezed over to Principal Lao Deng's office. Lin Yi, who had entered the office, sat down directly on Principal Lao Deng's office chair. Principal Lao Deng, who was still making tea, looked at Lin Yi, didn't say anything either. Suya sat down on the sofa aside. This principal's office. During the school year Lin Yi came here like he was home. The enrollment process is done, right? The principal asked about Lin Yi as he sipped his tea. Lin Yi also replied, my dad and the others are getting it there. They don't need me. The principal nodded after hearing this. This guy Lin Yi, there was no need to enroll or anything. By the way, do you want to jump a grade or something? Principal Lao Deng also knew that Lin Yi was too far ahead of his peers in this learning aspect. I'm afraid I've memorized all this elementary school knowledge long ago. So asked Lin Yi tentatively. Lin Yi shook his head as he listened. Don't. Lin Yi didn't want to skip a grade, because he also knew what skipping a grade meant. The advantage of skipping a grade is that you can avoid a lot of homework. But Lin Yi was talking about a gradual progression. There are benefits to not skipping a grade. Principal Olden is still the same Olden. Feel free to play it however you want. If he jumps too fast and enters middle school at 9, the ones in his class are all older than him, and that feeling he doesn't like. Let's not talk about how the principal of the new school is like, but when you go to a new school, you have to give gifts and do some favors. What a pain in the ass. The principal was also puzzled when he heard Lin Yi's decisive refusal and asked, why? I can't let go of you. Dear headmaster, speak human. That wasn't the last time I reported on schools all over Mordor. I heard from those fans of mine that the principals of a number of middle schools blacklisted me. Hearing Lin Yi say that, Suya also recalled that winter vacation, when Lin Yi had his hands in his pockets. With his own power, he had made all the school principals in Magic City memorize Lin Yi's great name. Shuya was also happy. So did the audience in the live stream. Joy. The Kid Brother line pulls me back to the memories of going to school on winter break with red money. God fucking pulled the plug and you kids have the nerve to sign up? A phone call from the kid brother managed to close the road to the middle school. Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. I'm a new fan. Was kid brother this wild that year? Principal Laodang also almost didn't spit out his tea when he heard Linny say that. After putting down the tea in his hands, he also spoke to Linny. Lahey, do you think the country's 9-year compulsory education is for show? They don't have the right to refuse. But after thinking about what Linny said, it wasn't unreasonable. After offending all those principals, can anyone give Linny a good look? Come to think of it, the principal was also thinking of something. The principal thought of it. He could have applied to change the school to a 9-year program. There was also enough room for the school to expand with a new playground, a new dormitory, and the old school building was knocked down and rebuilt. That's enough to complete the closed loop and apply for a 9-year program. Elementary school, secondary school in one. In this day and age, all have emerged as 12-year schools. Some of the 12 years of compulsory education are in the same school. And now, Linny was worried about his future career in middle school. Again, he just happens to not want to see Linny graduate from school and leave. Linny, a student, was an existence he was proud of. Those other principals, I'm afraid, are not old and senile. A future national athlete with an unlimited future is thinking of pulling the plug? Don't want this student? They don't want it. He wrapped it up. 9-year system is nothing. He even thought of expanding the school and applying for a 12-year system. As long as Linny wanted to, he could go to any class. Going to first grade today. First year of high school tomorrow. I'll find a way to go to the Board of Education and apply for a 9-year integration. So that if you want to skip a grade, you can be in school and come as you please. Linny also froze for a moment when the principal said these words. Surely his most respected principal, Olden, had a point. Other schools don't go. I was born a member of Sunshine Elementary School, and I will die a ghost of Sunshine Elementary School. Shuya heard the planning of Principal Laodang and applied to become a 9-year integration. Suya's eyes also lit up. This Linny is going to a new junior high school and she might not even be able to get in. But that's different now. Principal Olden applied for 9 years as one, so she could follow Linny again. Now she's kind of thinking about getting her teaching license to go. When you're tired of being Linny's assistant, you can be a teacher. Linny also spoke up to Headmaster Laodang. Good decision. But the principal sighed. I'm afraid this application procedure is a bit long and particularly troublesome. It can't really be done without a couple years. Hearing this, Linny also replied to the principal. Take your time. If not, I'll look for the mayor of our magic city. This is going to wait for which day? I will fight for my life to become a director of education. You have any application? I will do it directly for you. What benefits are arranged for you on the top? Linny said as he drew up a pie for Headmaster Laodang. This principal has applied for a 9-year program for his sake, so he can't be ambiguous. Later when the Board of Education, these benefits that can be arranged for the Principal Laodang, naturally, cannot be less. The principal ate the pie drawn by Linny. Well, and a school board president. Now say better than singing, but do not later when the Secretary of Education turned around and questioned him. Shao China, when my snake pets you give to send where? At this moment, Suya was also so happy that tears came out of her eyes when she heard the pie that Linny had drawn. Wait a minute, brother Yi, say what you just said again. I say, I'll fight tooth and nail to be a school board president in the future, for the benefit of Principal Olden. What about me, brother Yat? Suya also wanted to take a bite of the big pie drawn by Linny. Linny drew a pie, both real and fake. What if we do make this kid the head of the school board? I'll find a way to give you the whole principal's position. Take you to the top of your life. Suya was also intoxicated as she listened to the pie drawn by Linny. So this is what it feels like to eat a big pie drawn by a man. Listening to it all cheered her up, as if this moment is the pinnacle of life. It's true. Every single one of the males is a congenital cake painting saint. The live stream was also crazy with joy, and viewers were popping up and swiping. Ha 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 ha. It's appeared, the innate painted cake sacred body. Look, you guys, kid brother the pie is big and round. For crunchy college students who are intoxicated by listening. Men are precocious pie painting saints alright. Did all the pies you painted for your parents when you were kids come true? Upstairs, don't make me give you a big pussy pocket at the happiest time. We're online friends. You crossed the line. No, I'm just a stinking live viewer. Why are you suddenly attacking me? I'm not doing well. I didn't fulfill the pie I drew for my parents when I was a child. I'm guilty. The upstairs went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Didn't take the stairs or the elevator. Suya was also giving Linny a thumbs up at this point. I'll remember. The principal didn't say much when he heard Linny say he wanted to be the head of the Education Bureau, preparing documents to apply for a 9-year. And Principal Olden's application. The mayor of Magic City heard about it. also took the fast track and gave Sunnyside Elementary a quick pass on their application. The school year hadn't even started for a couple of weeks when Principal Olden received the paperwork for approval to be completed. Also immediately arranged for people to start work. Rapid construction of a new school building and expansion of the playground. And Linny was in his new classroom, looking out the window at the workers going about their business in the distance. Suya also looked away. How was Linny looking at the scenery? That's looking at those civil engineering seniors. In his new class, Linny didn't arrange for a table, because the table only interferes with his sleep. And at the front table was the familiar Huangfu Xiaomei. Huangfu Xiaomei watched as Linny didn't sleep and was looking outside, and also looked outside curiously. She also didn't know what Linny was looking at, and she was able to sit in front of Linny, relying entirely on the family's Olden to mobilize the ability to arrange the money. And it was halfway through class. The language teacher felt some pain in her stomach. The girl's monthly period made her cringe with pain. The lectures are a bit overwhelming. Pause the lecture to put down the textbook in your hand and cover your stomach. The female students, who were in the front row, were also concerned about the teacher. Teacher, what's wrong with you? The language teacher also waved her hand. I'm fine, he said and looked at Sioa who was sitting in the back, thinking about asking Shua to help with the lesson. She was in too much pain to concentrate. Read the book yourselves first. Saying that, he walked towards Suya and Linyi's position in the back row at this point. Looking at Suya, she said, can you help with the lecture? Just this class. She thought that Suya was a university graduate and should have no problem teaching some elementary school lessons. Suya shrugged it off even after hearing it. Ha, me? I'm afraid not. Because the summer vacation homework he wrote for Linyi earlier was sampled. And yet, the level is touching. Let her lecture? Isn't that going to kill her? Friend. She also knows that her brittle college student brain. The walkers opened her head all cursing and walking away. And at that moment, Linny heard the movement of the teacher going aside to speak, and also looked at the language teacher. His face was pale, his brow was furrowed, and he looked very hard indeed. Suya also saw the difficult look on Linyi's language teacher's face, and as a woman herself, how could she not empathize? Why don't I try it? Suya also gathered courage. After all, teaching this thing, she cannot. She was planning to take the teaching exam, but that was just the beginning. Linyi's mind resounded with the system's voice at this moment. Mission, help the language teacher with this lesson. Reward, full-level digger technology. Linny heard this mission. This reward, driving an excavator? Completing this mission. You don't even have to go to Lanxiang. Straight to full tech. This is a lesson he's set on. And Jesus can't stop it. Suya wanted to get up, but at that moment Linny directly intercepted and stood up. Sit down, teacher. It's tiring to teach. Teacher, you sit here with me. I still have water here for you to drink. Why don't you let me give this class to the students? I listen carefully to the class every day, and I review the coursework very deeply, so they should be able to understand it if I explain it to them from my point of view. Sister Suya, he hasn't even read your coursework. Linny said, handed a bottle of unopened National Light Waha mineral water to the language teacher. When Linny said that, Suya's movement to stand up stopped, watching Linny actively stand up to give way to the language teacher. Suya also didn't know what kind of medicine Linny was selling, to actually offer to take a class? You know, Lin Yi's guy's book is not even pressed. That issued textbook is cleaner than his face. Where's the profundity? Where's the attentive listening? Take the class seriously. It's your lie. The language teacher also froze for a moment when she heard what Linny said. That pain was instantly distracted by Linny. If Linny were to say that, she wouldn't be in pain. This guy Linny, he's never taken a class seriously. From the beginning of the school year, the classes she took, Linny was almost always sleeping or looking at the scenery. Told the principal, who also said not to bother. Just take your classes. But she wasn't angry with Linny either, because Linny was quiet. Sleeping in class is sleeping, sightseeing is sightseeing, and homework is done as usual. Not naughty to interrupt his lesson. At this age of elementary school students, some naughty to make her disturbed. Linny like this is already very good. After thinking about this, the language teacher thought about how Linny had done such an outstanding job on all of his assignments. Perhaps it was so emboldened by having prepped all the books ahead of time. Or perhaps this guy Linny is the one who likes to go home and study, and is working hard at home where no one knows? The idea of genius? She doesn't understand. And all the students in the classroom in the center of the field looked at Linny. He also heard Linny's offer to give them a lesson. There was incredulity in their eyes. How dare you mention this to your teacher? They don't have the courage. It's just Linny. And in this new class, some of them had transferred in for the new semester. So it wasn't surprising that they didn't recognize Linny. But all had mentioned Linyi's uncomplicated nature in the mouths of their classmates. Principal Olden's office was as much his home as his home, and he came and went as he pleased. they go all thrown out. And Huangfu Xiaomei looked at Lin Yi. She was eager to hear Lin Yi lecture. After all, she had seen Lin Yi this semester, and Lin Yi really hadn't even flipped through his books, not even the idea of taking it out of the table. That's all you can learn? She wondered. At this point, the audience of the live broadcast had also exploded listening to what Lin Yi had said. Well, you're taking a class? I'm in the middle of a teaching exam and I don't even have the courage to do that. If I had to, I wouldn't dare go on. Having listened carefully to the lesson is a lie on your part. Kid brother so brave, right? I'll call Jia to come. Don't mess with it. How can I be embarrassed if I speak better than someone who just got their teaching credentials later? Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room were afraid that Lin Yi would come up with another tawdry maneuver. They spoke in droves. And at that moment, the language teacher, looking at the seat Lin Yi had given her, also sat down. Go on then. Be serious. Lin Yi also smiled slightly after hearing this. Alright, this has to be taught properly. Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the podium. When Suya saw this Lin Yi with his hands in his pockets, she knew. This class, it's not simple. Maybe, it will last forever. I can't forget it before I drink Mona's soup. The language teacher looked at Lin Yi, who had his hands in his pockets, and always felt something was wrong. But again, I can't say. I just have to wait and see what happens. In the classroom, Lin Yi walked towards the podium with his hands in his pockets, also causing the students in the room to freeze without making a sound. There was only one voice in his mind. Growing up, I've never seen such an arrogant person. If Lin Yi had been able to hear those voices, he would have said, alas, you'll see it today. Lin Yi walked up to the podium and looked at the language teacher's backed-up books. Lin Yi also picked it up and looked at it. It's also knowing where the language teacher is talking about. Exit from the plug in an ancient poem. The famous border poet of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chonling. The meaning of the poem was also understood by Lin Yi. A full level of knowledge is no joke. As long as the ancient poems that exist in China and those that don't exist, he understands them all. To say he's the king of know-it-alls is an understatement. Lin Yi coughed twice at this point, following the teacher's example. Cough cough. And now for the ancient part of the poem, out of the seas. Everyone just go ahead and cover your books and remember where this teaches. What's next? I'll start by telling you a story. When Lin Yi said this, the students in the room all looked at each other. Some are unsure. No more books? Listening to stories? What else is there to do? Some of those who knew Lin Yi were convinced to cover their books. So did Huangfu Xiaomei as well also. Trust in Lin Yi could be said to be 100%. And some had already idolized Lin Yi in their hearts, because Lin Yi's starting point made them envious. 9-year-old international champion in table tennis. Those who know table tennis know Lin Yi, and those who know soccer even more so. And the sound of a book being covered rang out in the arena. The language teacher, on the other hand, frowned. What kind of teaching is this? Telling stories? But in class now. Just have the students memorize the general stuff. What story to tell? Isn't this a waste of time? For her, teaching, in her eyes, is just a daily task. Suya was also curious at this point as to what Lin Yi was up to. Lessons in the form of storytelling? And Lin Yi watched as the students covered their books. It also continues with, well, forget what you just saw. Li Xin. Everyone knows that, right? Lin Yi mentioned Li Xin, and the students in the room all lit up. They know too much about the name. They know it all. Because they didn't do much farm work at home. This I know. I know that too. Highland security. Ha 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 ha. Just your Li Xin guarding the high ground. Shut up. You're still the same dish. The boys in the arena were up in arms over the name. Some of the girls, on the other hand, understood that the name was a game character, and they weren't familiar with what Lin Yi was going to say. The language teacher's chest ached with anger when he heard the commotion in the field. It's over. What's all this teaching? Just a few short sentences. Let these guys' hearts fly outside the classroom. What does this teach into? And Suya was also happy. Nowadays elementary school students are playing King's Honor. Some of them are already in the realm of demons. Only know the pesticide Li Xin, but do not know Lin Yi said Li Xin is the ancient warring states at the end of the Qin generals, but also belong to the war heroes. Suya also knew at this moment that Lin Yi was going to tell the story of Li Guang, whose ancestor was none other than Li Xin. She wasn't stupid. She still learned these things. The audience in the live broadcast room was also buzzing because of a name that Lin Yi had uttered. Crap. Known. It's bad. Kids today are obsessed with doing farm work. The pack against the sky. Highland security guards can say that. Kid brother only talks about Li Xin too. Who knows if kid brother is going to teach how to play like Xin. And the upstairs is unbeatable. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room also had their minds flying. And some of them simply didn't connect the dots between what Lin Yi had said about Li Xin and this piece of poetry about Exodus. Some were watching Lin Yi's lecture attentively. It wasn't given to noise because of the pop-up uproar from the live viewers, nor was it affected by the children on the scene talking about the game's Lexin. Instead, he was more curious about what this Lin Yi fellow was going to talk about, and with the noise of the crowd, Huangfu Xiaomei listened quietly. Lexin she had played in King's honor, and this, she felt that Lin Yi should not be talking about the game. The Lexin that Lin Yi heard his classmates in the arena discussing up was a character from King's honor, and just a slight smile. Yes, at their age, what do they know about the famous generals in history? The knowledge they are exposed to now is nothing more than language and math. As for history, that's something you don't learn until after junior high. Lin Yi also did not go to say that they played the game playing Bewitched or something. After all, young, love to play. This is everyone has experienced childhood. Lin Yi pressed his hand, signaling for them to stop discussing the game. Well. The Lexin I mentioned is not the same person as the Lexin you are thinking of. The Lexin I'm talking about was a great general of Qin at the end of the Warring States period in ancient times, and a highly decorated warrior. What Highland security guards? People, forget it for a second. I know you guys don't know anything about history, historical figures, and you'll know that later. You'll learn these after elementary school, too, but here I will not tell you more. Continue with the story I'm about to tell you. The main character in the story I'm going to tell now is not Lexin, but his descendant, Li Guang, known as the Flying General. Lin Yi's words rang out in the classroom. It also tells of the legendary life of the flying general Li Guang, and the line in Out of the Seaside. But make the Dragon City fly. Don't teach the Hu horses to cross the Yinshan mountain. One of the Dragon City flying generals naturally refers to Li Guang. Lin Yi spoke about the legendary life of Li Guang, and the students in the arena listened with fascination. The class Lin Yi was giving was completely different from the one they had attended for 4 years. Lin Yi also only recounted what he had learned about Li Guang in history. And some on the internet say that Li Guang had his ungrateful children and grandchildren who disgraced his Li family by defecting to the enemy. Others extol Li Guang's war record, while others feel that Li Guang is a jerk. To each his own. As for Lin Yi, it was naturally worthwhile to learn about it if it could be recorded in the history books and passed down to this day. Regardless of the achievements of our forefathers, they have all spilled their blood for China, all worthy of his respect and understanding. It was only a few minutes before Lin Yi finished telling Li Guang's life. It made all the students in the arena feel that Li Guang was very powerful when they heard it. Listening to what Lin Yi was saying, they too fantasized in their heads about becoming great generals who shook the earth with their fame, riding a warhorse into battle and killing the enemy like chopping. The language teacher also forgot about the pain as he listened to the story Lin Yi was telling. The whole group was in a state of amazement. Lin Yi, this 9-year-old little guy, actually understands famous historical generals? Not only do you understand it, but you are familiar with the story behind it. To be honest, there were some stories of famous generals that she didn't even necessarily know, but she was sure. This guy Lin Yi probably even knew more than her. It's incredible. And he knew from the stories Lin Yi told that Lin Yi was lecturing in a different way, also watching quietly without making a sound. Suya was all dumbfounded at this point as well. Lin Yi spoke of Li Guang's legendary life, making her listen in admiration of this famous general. To defend the country's gates against foreign enemies, it's so combustible. Right now, Suya wanted to get on a horse and go cut down a few foreign enemies. What little brats dare to come and offend? Straightforward though it may be, the viewers of the live stream were also in awe and disbelief when they heard it. This is coming from a 9-year-old kid brother. Crispy college students, can you tell the kid brother to hurry up and get down here and stop talking? I understand everything, even this thing out of the plug. I know it by heart. Yeah, get him down here. He knows so much here. I'm kind of blushing and ashamed of myself. I'll let the kid brother understand finished. You let me. Who can not even recognize all the names of famous generals how to do Quickly, stop him from speaking. I'm breaking defense. Forget it. I'll just get a van full of people in front of the school ready to get him. I can't believe I'm learning on the air of a schoolboy. My old swan. Thank you kid brother. Otherwise I really wouldn't have known that the flying general was Li Guang. Straight up the defense breakers break the defense. Some also said that they had learned and were grateful to Lin Yi. And some of them feel that they have lived enough of this lower than little, upper than older life. It's time to reopen a number, preferably with the memories of a previous life, and reclaim the face you lost in the last one. Lin Yi finished his speech and looked at his mesmerized classmates. He has his teachings, and he can't guarantee that he understands them all, but at least, it'll be better than the old-fashioned way that language teachers used to teach before. Since the beginning of the school year, it was true that Lin Yi hadn't listened carefully to the lessons, but he had listened to the teacher's lectures hypnotized before he went to bed, and he could hear the language teacher's approximate teaching method. Nothing more than a quick way to get them to rote memorize. These old poems don't even bother to break them down to speak, which the verses contain, and the meaning of the notes is never explained. Linny still felt that poetry would be much better than rote memorization. Teachers are never looking at grades and don't care if they can learn this stuff in his previous life, Linny experienced all this rote memorization, coming out of elementary school, to junior high school, slowly understanding history, only to know that the flying general is Li Guang. Well, Li Guang's story is done. Students now open your books and turn to the poem out of the sidewalk. In Qin time, the moon is bright and the Han time is closed, and the people of the 10,000 miles long march have not yet returned. But make the dragon city a flying general, and don't teach the horses to go to Yinshan. Can you get the general meaning of the poem now? Doesn't it feel like it's memorized all at once? When Linny said this, the crowd also recited the poem silently. They are also surprised to find that it always feels like this poem, rooted in the mind as, thinking of the out of the plug, thinking of the dragon city flying generals. All of a sudden there is a picture. All of a sudden they can recite this poem. And Huangfu Xiaomei raised her hand at this moment. Mr. Lin Yi, then may I ask, what if I forget after some days? Is there a way to make me unforgettable? The kind you can't forget. Huangfu Xiaomei thought that Linny should have a unique memorization method that belonged to him, and she wanted to learn it from Linny so that she wouldn't forget anything that she had memorized. Linny's grades were so good that he didn't even need to go over the books much before the exam to get a perfect score. Perhaps it was because Linny had a unique memorization method that belonged to him? When Linny heard what Huangfu Xiaomei said, he also immediately said, there really is another little trick. Learn it. Linny said that he was going to teach him tips. The crowd also listened with curious ears. Linny was sleeping in class every day and outperforming everyone academically. Mom and Dad said to play more with your classmates who study well. Learn from their strengths. But Lin Yi's strengths in learning, they realized that the only thing they could learn was to sleep on their stomachs. I didn't learn anything else, but I was rewarded with a hard chestnut for learning this. Lin Yi also spoke seriously. There are some things that can't be remembered, and remembering them to death means that they really can't be remembered, right? When Lin Yi said this, the students nodded in recognition. Sometimes they are rote memorized and then forgotten the next day. When Lin Yi saw the crowd nodding, he also continued, then you guys learn from me. Lin Yi repeated the recitation of Exodus. The crowd read along. Okay, do it again. In the time of Qin the moon is bright and the Han the moon is clear, and the long march of 10,000 miles is yet to be made. Damn, make the dragon city free will be there. Not teach human degree M3. Lin Yi read the last sentence in an extremely humorous tone. That's what he's going to teach. Unique mnemonics. Can't remember? Then get into your head in an entertaining way. The crowd of students in the arena also laughed out loud when they heard it. Ha 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 ha. That's too bad. Damn. Knowledge got into my head in a weird way. The crowd was also amused by Lin Yi's humor, and the lesson that Lin Yi had taught them had been unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Knowledge was learned, stories were heard, and fun was had. In the past, their language teachers' rote teaching methods had made them tense up, but in an instant, they were amused and relieved by Lin Yi. They were surprised that Lin Yi was so funny. At this moment, in their minds, Lin Yi's image wasn't just that of the high-flying boy with his hands in his pockets tugging away. Humor is fun. Huangfu Xiaomei also laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Now he realized that the song, Exodus, she would never forget for the rest of her life. She also realized, there is some knowledge that doesn't just come by rote memorization. Suya was also happy at this time. Interesting, it's so funny. This guy Lin Yi, it's a bit of a shame that he's not a teacher. And the language teacher was all flashed by Lin Yi's reversed hand. She was genuinely surprised that Lin Yi's serious talk about the Exodus had also made her classmates understand it. Here we go again on this handful of humor degrees M3. The audience in the live broadcast room was also mad with joy at this time, and some of the audience's talent also began to raise a, well, what a damn, learned, gave me tears of laughter. I told you, this kid is full of life. I really learned this one. Oh, here's a handful for you all. Learning without thinking is not enough. Thinking without learning is damn. Upstairs, you're a real bully. Enjoying yourself. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. Are you guys trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my mortgage? Lin Yi looked at the crowd of students underneath at this moment. Simply listen to the damn piece. The next class listened to the laughter coming from Lin Yi's class, and every now and then there was a damn. They were also baffled. What's with the happy vibe in this other guy's class? It was also the envy of the other classes. And Lin Yi waved his hand. Okay, it's okay to stop. That magic alteration just now. It's purely for entertainment. Just for everyone to have fun. Lin Yi continued to teach the next poem in earnest. The classroom is also filled with laughter and knowledge entering the head. Very happy. Lin Yi glanced at his watch. It was almost time for class to end. Also close the book. Well, class is almost over now. Changing the subject back to a little extracurricular talk. What the class was talking about earlier. Li Xin, the Highland security guard. Actually, I do know that. Game characters. But students. We can't just indulge in competitive climbing in games. For Li Xin, right now the only thing you know about him is the game character Li Xin. And the historical character Li Xin. Which is also fascinating. The Li Xin you all love. Isn't he fond of that super burning line, a thought that passes through the heavens? The gods and devils have no fear. Don't you guys think it's hot and cool? Yes, for you guys it does burn. Gaming is actually more than entertainment. I would say that while playing the game, you can actually learn something from the game. For example, the character lines in the game. Just one highly combustible line and he can make you feel what's going on here. For Lin Yi, being born in China was an honor and doubly proud. Having lived 2 lives, he also knew how much the heritage of Chinese culture had given him. What Lin Yi said caused all the students to fall silent. They already had admiration for Lin Yi. At the same age, Lin Yi was too good and knew too much than them. There was also no more cajoling chatter about the game. Instead, listen quietly to these last few minutes of extracurricular conversation. The language teacher didn't stop it. She heard the meaning of Lin Yi's words, and she felt Lin Yi's triple vision. Games can be played, but not indulged in. Some games also have a lot of Chinese culture propaganda. It also has the flavor of belonging to the intellectual heritage of China. Lin Yi looked at the crowd and continued. I also have a favorite character in line, and that's in King's Glory. Su Lai's line. The spine that stretches for thousands and thousands of miles holds up the pride of the family and the country. Not only that, but also I like a lot of lines from games. Like a line from the wrist how character in League of Legends. Love you mom. This line is the only perfect line on the internet. In my opinion. It's never the lines that are full. It's the mom. There are also many games with a lot of charismatic characters who are also well set lines by the designers, in which they racked their brains to think of ancient poems and phrases that are worth memorizing. Gu Qinghan and the eternal havoc of the infernal. The wind is strong and the horns and bows are sounding, and the strings are sending the birds and beasts scattering. In fact, many of the character lines are transformed from ancient poems and phrases, which is the charm of our Chinese culture. When Lin Yi finished, the language teachers all stood up appreciatively and applauded Lin Yi in the quiet classroom. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. This guy, Lin Yi, knew too many things, and some truths, too many things. There's just a maturity that shouldn't be there at this age of 9. She was also marveled by what Lin Yi had said. Repeatedly ringing in his mind was what Lin Yi had just said. Love you mom. The spine that stretches for tens of thousands of miles, holding up the pride of the country. The wind is strong and the bow is sounding, and the birds and beasts are scattered. Listening to the phrase love your old mom makes me think of my amiable mother at home. A spine that stretches for thousands and thousands of miles, holding up the pride of the family and the country. Hear the heart of the town and country. The wind is strong and the bow is sounding, and the birds and beasts are scattered by the strings. Even more so, images appeared in her ears, translated by her cultural knowledge. That's when the bow is drawn and the next arrow is fired, and the birds are scattered from the branches. As Lin Yi said, this is the charm of Chinese writing. The crowd of students followed the language teacher and violently applauded Lin Yi. In just half a class, they had learned a lot from what Lin Yi had taught them. Turns out, there's more to gaming than just entertaining competitive climbing. There's so much more to learn. Suya was also stunned by what Lin Yi said later at this moment. The whole thing froze. Lin Yi really amazed her whole life. What a vivid lesson. The audience in the live broadcast room was also taught a lesson by Lin Yi at this point. And all the knowledge that I didn't listen to carefully in elementary school is now entering my mind in strange positions. The kind you can't shake your head at. Invincible kid brother. I actually listened to what my kid brother taught me. And I'm not sleepy. I told you. It must not be me. Excellent speech. Kid brother's God forever. What a perfect score. Not the lines, but the mom. No more. I'm going to ask mommy for money to buy chile. Hee hee. My mom says you can't eat chorizo. No hee hee. The many viewers in the live broadcast room were amazed by Lin Yi. That was what attracted them to Lin Yi. It's not just how awesome it is on a regular basis. Lin Yi also has a wry sense of humor from time to time, by virtue of the billionaire people. And the bell rings for the end of class. The system's voice was also ringing in Lin Yi's head. Mission accomplished. Lin Yi was also walking off the stage, and the language teacher was in a much better mood. Lin Yi teaches great too. The pain from earlier was also swept away by Lin Yi's vivid lesson, and the class was dismissed by numerous students, beginning their playfulness. The school classroom hallways, the school grounds, and the restrooms all resounded with, damn. The principal, Olden, who was in the restroom on the big one, was also clipped off by the strangely brainwashing damn. until it was time to go to the restroom and listen to the sound of damn in the campus. Principal Olden was also speechless. What the hell is this? Crossing over? Until he returned to his office and saw Linny in the principal's office. He too frowned in surprise. Principal Olden also thought of something. Whenever something weird happens on campus, just think of Linny. Those guys damned just now. Did you kids teach them? The principal is all damned up. This stuff is weird, but it's also brainwashing. Linny heard Headmaster Olden's pure American damn, also burst out laughing. It's not me. How could I possibly teach that? I sleep through all my classes. Where do I find the time to teach? When Linny said that, the principal, Olden, frowned even more. He doesn't believe it. And Linny ran away without hesitation when he heard the class bell. Suya was still in a daze and Linny's flash was handing out vapors. Principal Olden was dumbfounded. Where had this kid ever been so active in class? Hey, you kid! The time was fast approaching evening, and the internet was quickly spreading. A video of Lin Yi's class today. It's also exploding to hotness online. 9-year-old kid brother gives a lesson to his classmates, and it's really a wonderful speech. He's practically a model of a dream lover. I love this lesson so much. I've seen American-style residents. I've seen American-style boy for the first time in China. There is an endless stream of discussion about Lin Yi online. Some were evaluating Lin Yi's lectures throughout. Some were commenting on the game character lines spoken by Lin Yi, and they also had unique insights into game character lines. What? The lines that were prepared with great care and effort? Are you saying, my dog looks like me and I look like my dog? Joy. Fire up the butt. King's Honor official, don't curse. Don't curse, sweat it out. Or curse my matching mechanism. My review is gold out of shit. Or the kind of gold you have to turn in. I still like Brother Kane's. I'm the chosen and the one. I really don't get sleepy at all when he lectures. Speaks better than me with a teaching license. Online, Lin Yi's favorable reviews were also once again leveling the playing field. Some are of the opinion that Lin Yi's ordained both longevity and eternity event has been the pinnacle. And these lectures, long ago, fell flat. Little did they know. This was just a bland chapter in Lin Yi's legendary life. The story is still being continued and the legendary life continues. After many days, the school expansion project is still underway. And in the morning meeting, the principal, Senior Deng, was talking about the do's and don'ts. Students, there's construction going on in that neighborhood of the old campus. So just play in the playground during your leisure time after class. There will be an excavator today for the demolition of the old school building. Workers' construction do not go close to the fence. It is dangerous. If you want to see it, just stand on the far side of the fence and watch from afar. Don't bother the workers. He is also reminded up, for fear that some naughty, far enough to see, but also to go to the profane. He said looking towards Lin Yi who was in the crowd with his hands in his pockets. Lin Yi also locked eyes with the principal, Olden. Lin Yi was also confused. Just say, see what he's doing? What's it to him? Does he look like the kind of guy who's a troublemaker? The look in Headmaster Olden's eyes said it all. You can't say it's like that. Only that it's exactly the same. The meeting was also dismissed. And with that, the principal walked back to his office. Lin Yi also followed behind, thinking to ask Lao Deng for a cup of wake-up tea to refresh himself. And Headmaster Lao Deng watched as Lin Yi followed him aside and reminded him once again. You kid, remember do not go close to the huddle. You have an accident. I will also suffer. This guy Lin Yi is a treasure. Even the mayor pays extremely close attention. Not only the mayor, but also the military chief. And there's also the attention of the state. If Lin Yi wanted to scrape some skin and get hurt at school, and the band-aid wasn't even on, he figured he'd have to go to King of Hell to report to work early. Okay, how could the principal know? Lin Yi's body, prideful bones aside, is mostly anti-bone. P.S. Bowsy guys, tomorrow take a day off. That is, the night of the 5th to update again. Do not have to squat. Qingming, we should also pay attention to the safety of ancestor worship yo. Do not just play with the phone. There are times when there are things that the more he is asked to do, or not do, he, on the other hand, would choose to do the opposite. Suya followed along behind, listening to the reminder from the principal, Lao Deng, also shaking his mouth. Well, it's good that you're not reminded of that. The more he was reminded, this little guy Lin Yi could be the opposite. From what she knew of Lin Yi was like this, and that's when followed the principal into the office, only to see a man sitting in the office seat of the principal. Senior Deng, it looks like it's still young. At the first glance Lin Yi saw, he guessed that this might be old Den's student, and when he saw the principal, he stood up and greeted the principal, Olden, a raven's signature way of saying hello, with a grin on his face. Oi, old Den. Principal Olden was still wearing a smile on his face, but when he saw this greeting, The smile on his face shifted to nowhere. Lu Yang, you kid? What are you doing back here? The principal was also extremely impressed with this guy. It could be said that this guy, Lu Yang, was another version of Lin Yi. Pure naughty school. Wanting grades but no grades. Specialties but no specialties. The main fight a haunting quite. Class time over the wall to go out to buy chili fries. What strange things this Lu Yang have done. The difference between Lin Yi and him was that Lin Yi wanted achievements and specialties. Lin Yi saw the principal Lao Deng frowning and was also looking at the guy in front of him called Lu Yang. This seems to have a story with Headmaster Olden. He doesn't usually call the principal Old Den by name. Hey, I came back. You invited me back. Lu Yang heard the principal Lao Deng that didn't quite welcome him back to the school with honor. It was also spoken of in quick succession. He didn't ask to come back on his own. He was invited back by the principal. Olden. Principal Olden was even more puzzled. Invite you back? Yeah. You hired a team of diggers to work the shift until I'm here today. Principal Olden understood what was going on when he heard him say that. There's been all this construction going on at the school lately. Diggers? Whatever. Lots of workers. It's not surprising to see your own students brought in. Saying that, he sat down and chatted with this Lu Yang. You're driving a digger now? It's been open for some years. Aren't you just out of college age? How come it's been years? No. I went to junior high school and realized I wasn't cut out for school and ran off to learn digger skills. Principal Lao Deng also nodded lightly when he heard Lu Yang say this. It is impossible for him to pay attention to all of his students' lives. Lu Yang's kind. Those who don't continue their studies after graduating from junior high school are many in China. 9 years of compulsory education, some of which are not even completed. He's seen it all before. He never told his students that it was okay to come back and visit. He only said at graduation that if you go out and make trouble, don't say you're a student at Sunnyside Elementary. He was quite surprised by this Lu Yang's return. He also didn't have any prejudice against this Lu Yang who came out right after middle school. Lu Yang had at least worked hard for what he wanted to do with his life. That's good enough. In his expectation, as long as the students graduated and went out and did not do those illegal things, even if they just worked a job that could only support themselves, he was satisfied. At least, they tried. Life is their own. That's what his teaching is all about. Do not need students have much achievement for the school face, just need to live well and happy. Not to do those things that cross the line are counted as his school's educational policy did not appear to be a problem. This mischievous Lu Yang, in elementary school when the fuss out of the community to work well, he also relieved. The principal, who remembered something, looked at Lin Yi, who was drinking tea on the side. Xiao Yi, this can be considered your senior. Lu Yang used to be better than you. No, he's far worse than you. The principal was going to say that the naughty aspect was Lu Yang's strong point, but thinking about Lin Yi's Teacher's Day surprise, he knew that Lu Yang that only for his own mischievous nonsense is far worse. Lin Yi had snakes in his pocket, and that alone is already far ahead. Lin Yi also greeted Lu Yang after hearing this. Hello senior, and Lu Yang looked at Lin Yi and smiled slightly. You're the kid brother, aren't you? I've heard your story. Lin Yi only responded with a bashful smile after hearing this. Lu Yang finished and glanced at his watch. Alright Lao Deng, I'll come back to you for tea after I'm done. I'm going to start work on my end. With that, he stood up. He's following the diggers now, and he's just a top shift mixer. It's still a good idea to get to work on time and make money. Principal Olden nodded as he listened. Go on, and Lu Yang glanced at Lin Yi before he left. Come and play with me sometime, all little guy. With a meaningful smile he walked away. Principal Olden also shook his head. Things are not what they used to be. The campus is expanding and getting bigger. The former students also felt very strange to him. That mischievous Lu Yang all curbed his playfulness and worked well. He didn't know what Lin Yi would grow into in the future, but he knew now. Lin Yi would always be his greatest source of pride and capital to brag about. Lin Yi also watched as class time arrived. I'm going back to class as well. Lin Yi and Suya slipped back into the classroom. During class, Lin Yi heard the sound of a wall being chiseled from time to time not far away. Eyes and minds are drawn to it. How can anyone think about class? Thinking about what that senior said just now. Let's play with him sometime. Have the time STH. Lin Yi thought about the 10 minutes between classes. It's 10 minutes. He's not going to the bathroom. He's free. That's not being available, is it? When Lin Yi thought of this, he was already making calculations in his mind about what he planned to do after class. Suya also wondered. Lin Yi didn't even sleep during this first class? It was still the most hypnotic math. And Lin Yi could actually hold back from sleeping? Suya watched as Lin Yi sat up straight and looked at the children's phone watch at his wrist. She was also thinking of something. This guy Lin Yi, I guess he has something bad in mind again. Suya asked Lin Yi in a low voice. Brother Xiao Yi, What bad things are you thinking of doing again? Lin Yi turned back after hearing. He's a 9-year-old kid. What kind of bad thoughts can he have? Just a little playful, a little naughty, a little rebellious, a little angry. Lin Yi shook his head bashfully. It's nothing. Lin Yi's answer was far-fetched, and Suya didn't believe it, and Suya didn't intend to break the ice. Anyway, she had been following Lin Yi. What Lin Yi was doing, wouldn't she know in a moment? And the end of class is approaching. 1 minute before the countdown. Lin Yi bent down and tied the laces of his shoes. Suya looked favorably at him and frowned slightly. To say that there was 1 point of wrongness, Lin Yi was 10 points of wrongness. The moment the bell rang, the math teacher stopped lecturing, closed the textbook and just wanted to say class was over, only to see a whoosh sound, a figure running so fast that a stump appeared flashed out of the classroom. The math teacher, Asuna, froze. What the hell? A whoosh passed? At this moment, Suya was also confused, looking at Lin Yi's empty seat, stuck in thought. Who says humans can't run at the speed of light? Isn't that what this is? This reaction speed. The first ring of the bell. Lin Yi had opened his flash. Is this the reaction speed of a full-grade kid, brother? Scary as hell. The Suya people were dumbfounded. The audience in the live broadcast room, at this time, have all exploded, full of question marks brushing the screen. Plus 999. What the hell? All of a sudden it's gone? The kid brother is open. With that start speed, Bolt would have to yell brother if he came here. Really invincible kid. Kid brother, no off means on? Practice more if you're a vegetable. All I can tell you is that kid brother's speed, in our school, doesn't even deserve soup in the cafeteria. Upstairs, give Sister Puller a warning. Suya was still dumbfounded. Where was Lin Yi rushing off to? And the math teacher looked at Lin Yi's empty seat without having to think too much. That figure just now was Lin Yi's. He didn't pursue anything too much. The principal, that old dang, treated Lin Yi like a treasure. They had no right to lecture him. Class dismissed. And Lin Yi's speed at that moment was as fast as it could be. For a 100-meter speed run, you only need to consume 1 chowder. Before anyone came out of any of the other classrooms, Lin Yi had already run downstairs, head in the direction of the old school building. Thinking about what that Lu Yang said, he was driving a digger. In other words, the sound of the digger heard during class time might have been driven by Lu Yang. Drive the excavator. What boy wouldn't love this big toy? Lin Yi is also childlike. He has driven a thrill racing car, but he has not driven this digger, which is very addictive to operate. Although there is a full level of digger tech on him given by Brother Unicorn. But how pointless without hands-on. Lin Yi quickly ran to the vicinity of the old school building, which had long since been separated by a barrier. There was a sign posted, "Construction in progress, do not enter." Lin Yi didn't enter recklessly. At this moment, Lu Yang, who was driving a digger and chiseling the old school building, caught sight of Lin Yi, who was outside the isolation zone. He, too, was brightening up. He could be considered a fan of Lin Yi. Usually, he didn't dare to go back to school, and most of the time he watched Principal Lao Deng on Lin Yi's livestream. He also fell into the category of somewhat admiring a full-grade kid like Lin Yi. It's too over the top to become famous at such an age. How many people can't reach that height? His words in the morning were actually baiting Lin Yi to come over here to the site. He wanted to see if Lin Yi was really over the top like he usually was. Genius in many ways. This big toy excavator of his. I wonder if Lin Yi can drive it. How can you get any skills without going to Lanshan for further training? Look at this Lin Yi. Full-grade child is true or not? Lu Yang stopped the machine and walked towards Lin Yi. Yo, kid brother, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were free to come and play with you? Isn't it free during class time? Lin Yi's reply made Lu Yang think for a moment. There's really nothing wrong with that answer. In the old days, he was even considered free during class time. These 10 minutes of free time after class are really free. Want to play with the big toy? Lu Yang saw that Lin Yi's live broadcast assistant hadn't come over yet, and thumbed at the excavator in the back. It's not good, is it? Lin Yi first politely declined. After all, Headmaster Olden had just said in a meeting this morning that they couldn't go in. Old Den says you can't go in. You can only watch from afar. Or I might as well stand here and watch you drive. Lin Yi put on the appearance of a good boy and took a step backwards, looking at Lu Yang with a serious face. Actually, Lin Yi was thinking in his mind. Why don't you just drag me in? If Old Den asks, I'll say you let me in. Lu Yang was in front of Lin Yi, looking at Lin Yi's docile pup appearance. The mouth said no, but the eyes were honest. Eyes had been on the excavator that had stopped not far away. Lu Yang could see that Lin Yi actually wanted to play. The words just about appeared in his eyes. Pull me over and let me drive. You actually want to drive, right? Yes? No. Lin Yi said no, but his eyes were all about the big toy excavator not far away. What's the point of being afraid of old Deng? Come with me, he doesn't even know when it's open. Don't you think? Elbow. After saying that, he pushed up Linny's back to get him over the barrier and put a helmet on him. To be reasonable, as long as Linny doesn't go out and this digger is in the school, it's fine. Not to mention having him as an adult around. What could be the matter? Linny followed Lu Yang into the excavator. And by now the other classes were out of class, all listening to the sound of the excavator and wanting to see the big toy. At their age, it's hard not to stop and watch, even if they see an excavator working on their way home. Even when they grow up, they can't hide from the fact that a man is a teenager until he dies. Suya slowly walked out of the classroom at this time, looking at the playground in the direction of the restroom. Linny obviously wasn't going to the restroom. Suya also frowned, feeling things. I'm afraid it's not simple. Thinking of that Lu Yang who was in the school elder den office this morning. Drive an excavator. Bad. Linny rushed the excavator. Bad. Suya also immediately accelerated and ran towards the old school building area at this time. There were many elementary school students walking towards that old school building on the road long ago at this time, because they all know that there are diggers over there. Big toys. They couldn't get close, but watched from a distance under the trees in that neighborhood, on the periphery of the barrier. It'll also add a little fun to those boring 10 minutes between classes. And Linny had already been carried onto the excavator by Lu Yang at this point. Linny also felt that this Lu Yang people strange good Lu. Lu Yang closed the driver's door at this time. You don't know how to drive this, do you? Do you want me to teach you? Lu Yang thought that Linny might be a genius in every aspect. But these are things that are for adults only. Linny hadn't even touched it. No one had taught him, so he shouldn't be able to do it, right? This I will. I have a small one at home. Linny felt that this was the most reasonable explanation. Does he have a small digger at home? How does Lu Yang know? That's a very beaver explanation, isn't it? Linny got into the driver's seat and began to start the excavator, operating the left and right handles to get the mechanical arm moving, adjusting its orientation to turn toward the school building that had already been partially demolished. Lu Yang, who was on the side, looked silent, watching as Linny was still able to operate the excavator and move forward normally. Even the mechanical arm could operate freely. Sure enough, he had overthought it. This Linny was really a full-grade child. It's not something that's blown up on the internet. Linny swung his mechanical arm to aim at the old school building that had been partially demolished. Suddenly it stopped. I'll dismantle. That's not good, is it? Linny said looking towards Lu Yang. The school building is old, though, and has seen better days. But, one of them, too, was his former invention room, which belonged to his unique memories now. This driving a digger for fun and letting him demolish. It's not very good, is it? Lu Yang heard Linny from the side. What's wrong with that? In my place, I'll give him 3 days to get this month's work done. Headmaster Olden used to tell me to tear the school down if you can. No, I specialized in my major just to prepare for school demolition. Lu Yang could see that Linny had some lingering feelings. Also speak your mind. Linny heard what Lu Yang said. He also felt that this Lu Yang also belonged to a bullish character. This game of chess has been played for so many years. It's all demolition anyway. Whose demolition isn't demolition? Linny swung his mechanical arm and opened it up. The sound of a mechanical arm crashing into a wall rang out, and the students who had just leaned over from class, listening to the commotion of the excavator tearing down the wall, watched from afar. They saw Linny sitting in the cab. Isn't that Linny? Ha, it's really him. I thought the old principal said you couldn't go there. How did he get in there, and on a digger? The crowd of students were puzzled and curious. Linny will drive the excavator first. How dare Linny? This was just reminded this morning by Principal Olden at the morning meeting. Linny actually went in the left ear and out the right? And at that moment Suya also arrived. Listening to the discussion of the crowd of elementary school students, she also saw Linny, who was operating a digger to chisel the wall. Suya shook her mouth. Nice guy, she knows good guys. This next class drove a sprint and ran to the digger? Principal Olden's meeting today was for nothing. Suya knew that the more Principal Lao Deng reminded him twice, the more curious Linny became. Now it's good to operate directly on, not far away. She could clearly see that at this moment. Linny was laughing like crazy. Viewers of the live broadcast also saw from the camera Linny, who was operating a digging machine. Ouch crikey, driving a sprint just to come and drive a digger? How dare he? Call the police. Underage driving a digger. Look at how sad Kid Brother is. Yeah. Kid Brother would even cover his inner sadness with a smile. LOL. After all, this old school building had his office before. Well, you guys interpret it that way, right? Joy. Kid Brother is laughing like crazy and you're telling me he's hiding his inner sadness? And at this point a female teacher also saw it and called the principal. Olden. Headmaster, Lin E. He's driving a digger on this side of the old school building. Come and take a look. Principal Olden's pupils dilated as he listened in his office. What? Principal Olden hung up the phone and ran in the direction of the old school building. Bad. This morning's meeting was held to remind Lin E of this mess. This guy Lin E was even more curious about the construction zone when he heard it. He was also serving spice. Principal Laodang hurriedly came. At this time, the crowd of students saw the fiery Principal Laodang who hurriedly came. They also hurriedly made way for the position. The principal is here. Oh wow. Lin E, he's finished. The principal is angry. I'm afraid this is going to be bad for Lin E. Yo! Under the crowd's discussion, Suya also saw the rushing principal. All she could do was remain silent. Lin E came to drive the excavator. It's really not her fault, is it? The principal also ripped his voice out. Xiao Yi, Lu Yang, you two guys get your asses down here. Principal Lao Dang's voice came out, and even Lin E, who was operating the excavator and tearing down the wall to make noise, could hear Lao Dang's voice. Lin E also looked outside the barrier, standing with many of his classmates and Principal Lao Dang and the others. Lin E was also looking at Lu Yang face to face. OX. Lin E also stopped operating. It hadn't even been cool long enough to get caught on the spot. Lin E had no choice but to stop the machine and follow Lu Yang out of the digger and out of the barrier. Anger was written all over Olden's face. You guys, what do you want me to say? Old Den can be a real pain in the ass. This was just after one session of the meeting, and Lin E started. Principal Olden was also a head over heels. Go, now go to my office and wait for me. Lu Yang, you're busy with you. Principal Lao Dang gestured for Lin E to go to his office and begin his ideological education again. Lu Yang had no choice but to continue with his work. Lin E also grayed out and walked towards the office. And the principal looked at the crowd of students in the field. All of you go over to the playground and play. Don't come over here. I'll make you call your parents if I find anyone else crossing the cordon again. Principal Olden's words rang out, and the crowd of students dispersed and ran away. The principal walked toward the office with his hands behind his back. Suya could only follow along, not daring to make a sound. The audience in the live broadcast room had already exploded at this point. Ha 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 ha. Kid brother is going to be criticized. Lu, the principal's old denizen, is shattered to see Lin E operating a digger. Artistic and bold. This little guy. Any 9-year-old can drive a digger. And my punk ass, who can't even drive a motorized car, really broke the defense. It's comforting to see the kid brother caught in the act. Ha 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 ha. Some of the little hackers in the livestream were also laughing like crazy when they saw Lin E get caught. There were even some little black people who directly called the police and told the police uncle about Lin Yi's 9-year-old excavator in Sunshine Elementary School. The Magic City Police Department was also quick to respond. And at this moment, Lin E was in School Elder Deng's office, sitting on the couch. The principal, Lao Deng, came back and was furious when he saw Lin E sitting there. Stand up. Principal Olden's voice amplified, causing Lin E to jump in fright. How old are you? Not even trained in digger skills. Licensed to work, do you understand? It's dangerous to demolish buildings like this. What if the wall collapses, along with the digger, and buries you? Principal Lao Deng criticized Lin E very seriously. There was no playful talk with Lin E this time. He didn't know that Lin E had any so-called newbie protection period. All he knows is that something like demolishing a building is just high risk. Lin E is a human being, a body of flesh and blood. When he encounters danger, this little body, can it hold up? Lin E had also heard the meaning of Headmaster Olden's words. Lin E thought about it for a moment, and indeed it was. He had his own rookie protection and never worried about anything dangerous happening. But how can anyone who cares about him understand that? Lin E also knew the line, that year I put my hands in my pockets and was scolded so much that I didn't dare to say anything back. That he did have a fault. He still knew the truth, that he had to admit his mistakes and stand upright when he was beaten. Suya also leaned against the wall of the office as if she was being punished, not daring to squeak, not even daring to gasp for air, afraid to make a sound. Take a big breath. Olden then diverts attention to scold her. Old Den gas comes and goes quickly. He didn't dare criticize Lin E much, afraid of hurting Lin Yi's fragile little heart. Old Deng, who had gotten over his anger, was also sitting in his office chair, looking at Lin E, who was standing. The bell rang for class, and neither Lin E nor Suya dared to move. And at that moment a familiar person came to the door. Officer Zhang's police department network received a report of a child driving an excavator without a license. When she heard that it was Lin Yi's elementary school, she guessed that this person might be Lin E. She came over alone out of the police. Officer Zhang entered the principal's office and looked at Lin E, who was being punished. She also guessed what was probably going on. Driving a digger and getting caught by the principal. I received a report of a minor suspected of operating a backhoe without a license. Principal Olden also stood up after hearing this. Hello officer, Nothing, it's just kids being naughty. Driving for fun. Not driving on the road. Shouldn't be against the law, right? Officer Chang shook his head. There's no offense in that regard. Unless he's driving up the road in a backhoe on a school. Nothing major. As long as Linny didn't drive the digger to the road outside. It's within the school district's jurisdiction. And the most the police can give for this is a verbal reprimand. The school administration needs to step up their game when it comes to students. Student Linny is hereby given a verbal warning. Linny, from now on, you're not allowed to violate the rules by operating the digger. Do you hear me? Linny obediently received his hands behind his back after hearing this and nodded seriously. If you are wrong, you must admit it, and if you are criticized, you must stand up straight. Officer Chang finished dealing with the principal and called it a day and left. She had other things to do. The principal watched Officer Zhang leave and also looked back at Linny. My little ancestor, you really have nothing to do, so go tutor your classmates in their studies. You're idle. I'm really scared. The principal really hoped that Linny would be addicted to his studies and be unable to stop himself. Or addicted to ping pong. Soccer. Those talented in strong sports can be. Linny also really couldn't think of what he was going to do. The main one does what he wants, and with one little thought, he wants to do it. The system's voice was also ringing in Linny's head at this time. Mission, host, please get the strongest title in each field before you reach adulthood. The highest rewards will be given out when they are achieved. Linny heard the new characters released by Brother Unity. Also froze. Areas? Referring naturally to the field of gaming, sports, academia. There are many more. One of the niche aspects of this is the many. Linny was listening to what Brother Unity said. High rewards after reaching it? But all those quests done before, the rewards were horribly strong. There are even higher rewards than these? To put it this way, Linny may choose to let go. It's a total letdown. After listening to the principal's criticism, Linny went back to the classroom. Start planning your life. As Tuzo said, the strongest title in all fields. But these don't seem simple. Soccer? Does it have to be at that highest tournament? That is, the top of the World Cup? Badminton? And is it playing all over the world? Rugby? And is it becoming an absolute powerhouse superstar? These all seem to be word traps for unicorns. It's not easy to achieve. The reward might definitely be more than he expected. But to achieve any one of these is an absolute high degree of difficulty. Compared to those previous missions. The previous missions were child's play. Linny also thought, this is something to focus on first. Starting with one item, Linny also pondered that the strongest in the country, the strongest in the world? So if he plays a game and hits a world number 1 that is recognized by everyone, is that mission accomplished? As Linny thought of this, he began his plan. Back at home, Linny stared at a handheld shooting game. Linny was planning to make a leaderboard. With his top gaming talent, making a leaderboard shouldn't be too difficult, he thought. Linny also wanted to make sure that he hit the top ranking of the game. Does it trigger a reward for mission completion? If that wasn't possible, Linny could be sure. That would only count if he had to hit the highest circuit of the game professionally, and take home the trophy that belonged to the champion of the highest tournament in each field. Dad, give me the whole high-end cell phone. What do you need a cell phone for? Play the game. Lin Yun asked Linny what he wanted his cell phone for, but he didn't expect Linny to make no secret of the fact that he wanted to play games. Lin Yun was silent. Well, it's okay to play, but remember not to desert your studies. Got it. Lin Yun also placed an order online that night for a cell phone store in Mordor to have it delivered to his door. Gave Linny a whole cell phone with the highest configuration. Suya was also a bit uncertain. Linny, this has just been criticized today, and this is going to be the entire phone playing games? What's going on here? Stimulated? Don't want to study. Learn bad to play games? Watching the phone being delivered in no time, Lin Yun looked at it and saw that there was nothing wrong with it, paid for it and gave it to Linny. Linny took it and also went to sit on the sofa. Download up Peaceful Elite, Peaceful Warmth. This is also at the moment the hottest dress-up game in China. No, it's a shooting game. Suya sat aside and watched as Linny downloaded Peaceful Elite. Really degenerate? Going to play games now? Brother Yat, you want to play this? Can I play with you? I have it on my cell phone download. Suya thought that Linny should be strong at playing chicken even with this gaming talent. Big brother, take flight. What a shame not to hug this thigh. Could be. Linny didn't think it mattered. Let's familiarize ourselves with the game first. The game also downloaded and installed quickly. Suya and Linny also opened the game together. The audience in the live broadcast room were also buzzing as they watched Suya and Linny both open the chicken game. How's this? I haven't looked at it all day. Why are you playing the game? I Lua Tart Steel. Who taught the child brother to play on this Peace Warmth? Kid brother, take me with you. I'm Gaga C. Packaged chicken A package for chicken? You do not know how much food crispy college students It's like a human machine, bringing her bag to the ground to become a box. Ha 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 ha. College girls have been insulted too. Many of the peaceful elites pastry hands in the live broadcast room had sent invitations to Lin to have a good fight with Lin on the battlefield. And Lin and Suya chose to ignore the live broadcast pop-ups. Lin logged on to the small number Suya had previously registered. Shuya boarded her trumpet. Invite this. Are we going to play double row, or 4 rows? Lin pondered for a while and chose 4 rows for some excitement. Lin cancelled matching teammates and picked the classic island map. With that, tap start game. And this numbers segment is not high. Originally Suya has played for a period of time. The segment in the platinum. Suya watched the start of the 4 rows, and when she entered the game, Suya realized that Lin actually didn't choose to match his teammates. Suya was a bit confused for a moment. No teammates? Double 4 rows? You know, there are masters in this game who can solo 4 rows, but most of them are low segment fish fryers, while at the higher segments the pressure is so great that not many people are solo 4 rowing, and Lin drove a 2-player 4 row. Suya is very clear about her own strength. Dish as much as a human machine or saying less. Human machines have automatic aiming. She can't aim. So isn't Lin Yi's behavior equivalent to a solo 4 row? And brought her a drag. Suya blinked and looked at Lin Yi, who was now familiarizing himself with the operation and adjusting up the settings. Never played it, but he'd seen others do it. With his full gaming talent, he'll be at the top of his game in terms of understanding any game he's just starting out with. The audience in the live broadcast room were buzzing as they watched Lin and Suya double up in 4 rows with no teammates needed. Crap, seriously? You don't even want a teammate? Double 4 rows? That's bold enough. Reward the kid with a fall into a box. And that's with a crunchy college student. Isn't that pure hell difficulty? Crispy college students, don't hold my kid brother back. Crispy college student, why don't you quit and watch kid brother solo 4 rows and forget about it? Some of the viewers in the live streaming room had urged Suya to quit the game so that Lin could feel the pressure of solo 4 row. And Sioa saw these dissuasive pop-ups. Also no hee. She's a college student. Doesn't she want to lose face? How do you make it sound like she's really not even a human machine? Couldn't she find a place to stay and find medicine for Lin? Couldn't she be a logistical medic for Lin? No, I'm not backing down. How could I possibly drag my feet for brother Shawi? While the game started, Lin chose the P-town that had a lot of people. Sister Suya, find yourself a place to hide. After Lin finished speaking, he watched as the airplane crossed the line close to the vicinity of P-City, and also jumped down decisively. The more people there are, the more fun it is. Lin operated the jump while getting the headset on. The most important part of this game, but listening to the voice. If you know how to hear a voice, you win half the game. Not wearing headphones sometimes creates a picture. When you get hit by the enemy, you're all like a fly on the wall. You don't know where the other guy is. Lin entered into a serious state. When Suya heard what Lin said, she let out an "oh." She couldn't hit a man. She could still find a small toilet in a wild area to hide in. While Lin jumped to P-City alone. Moving the viewpoint, you could see so many teams jumping towards P-City. This is the center city of this game. Of this map. It's normal to have a lot of people. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lin jump towards P-City by himself, and looked at the many umbrellas that had landed together in P-City, and were buzzing with excitement. Ouch cripes, so many people. You kids really play solo 4-0. Crispy college students are pure hangers-on alright. Let's see how many minutes kid brother can survive in P-Town. I bet it didn't cover my stomach in 5 minutes. You guys are underestimating kid brother too much. Suya looked at Lin on the side. There were so many enemies in the same jump point. That's a lot of people. Is this going to win? Lin replied indifferently. It'll win. And Lin landed on the ground, casually searching the room with a gun and a tertiary head and a triple armor. Suya was hanging out in the wilderness area, looking at Lin on the side, only feeling outrageous. It's just landed and it's fully loaded? What kind of dog luck is this? Sioa was dumbfounded. Is this Lin Yi's luck? And Lin was listening to the footsteps in his headphones at the moment. There was someone in the next room. He also pinched up a mine, approached with slow steps, and threw out an instantaneous explosion mine, blowing down one person. Shuya looked dumbfounded. Ha? Instant mines? Is Lin Yi really a newbie? Even instant blast can play. Suya only found it unbelievable. And more maneuvers followed, leaving Suya's mouth wide open in surprise. Lin Yi killed through an entire P-Town with one gun, plus throws. It was as if Lin Yi had perspective. And in P-City, everywhere Lin Yi went, it was all boxes. Shuya watched the kill message pop up. The number was the name she had given. Watching Lin Yi's 4 kills followed by 3 kills. Killed a dozen or so in P-Town alone. None of the beaters were off the mark. Sioa was dumbfounded. Normally the enemies in a game like this could brush her off as a human. Now, swiped by Linny as a human machine. Linny also truly interpreted what it means to be a real show-up. At the kill message box, Linny was frantically swiping the screen. It wasn't until Linny finished strolling through P-Town, listening to the lack of gunfire. Alright, people are clearing out. Come over and lick the bag yourself. After Linny finished speaking, he drove away from P-City's car and rushed to the next place where gunshots could be heard. As soon as he could hear a shot being fired, he rushed to. The Suya people were dumbfounded. Where's the fucking king of hell? The big brother who opened the hanging is not so outrageous. Listening to what Linny said. After the people are cleared, lick your own bag. Is this what it's like to play a game with the big boys? The audience in the live broadcast room also looked dumbfounded, watching Linny swipe the screen. In the screen almost the enemy showed his head. Linny was instantaneous seconds. Viewers of the live stream have also been calling out. Hang on, he's on. Crap, now that's a real show and tell alright. What kind of bureau is this? A man-machine bureau? I can't even play a human machine that fast. I Lou a tart steal. What bureau first not to mention? I went. Kid brother can put me as a man-machine brush. This horrible consciousness. Hearing voices is out of this world, isn't it? Yes, I can prove it. He heard my footsteps in G-Port in P-Town. Hang, it's definitely hanging. It's just like finding someone with perspective. That's how I play when I'm hanging, right? Kid brother, if it's not off, it's on? It's definitely on. I'm reporting it. Some of the little hackers in the live broadcast room had already started to swipe the screen to say that Linny had opened up and cheated. While some felt that Linny was playing at too low a segment and wasn't very good, Linny was also completely into the game. Suya was also too lazy to read the pop-ups, and simply watched Linny operate after sending him to his death. Linny's maneuvering was too good. Reaction and shooting accuracy. Her brittle college student was ashamed of herself. Take a big sniper and really show up for instant seconds. Suya looked dumbfounded. Until the final round survived a few left. Linny took it, and the screen showed great luck. Chicken. Suya was also thrilled to see it. It's too strong. Linny, this can be said to be a solo 4-row bull. We are the champions. We're awesome. I'm gaga messing around with Xiaoyi to kill. Are you guys convinced? Blackie talk. Suya's back straightened when she saw the chicken. Straight to the 100,000 plus viewers in the live stream. She belonged and raised her eyebrows. Linny was speechless at the side. What do you mean? Two together gaga messy kills? The live stream audience also exploded when they saw the crispy college student's face on the mouth. You went against the grain crunchy college students. The kid brother bag is invincible. Gaga messy kill? She's not wrong. She's in charge of gagging. And kid brother is in charge of killing. Joy. She's still got a mouth on her. She does 0 damage in this console game. And her biggest help is sending people to their deaths to let the kid brother know where someone is. Crispy college students, just tell me if there's any credit to be given. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my stomach hurts. Man machine are at least a little bit of damage. This is really 0 injuries to eat chicken. Suya looked at the ridicule of the live broadcast audience and also ignored what they said. She wasn't dragging Linny down. So that was a positive effect. Not the side effects like the guys in the opening said. Linny watched as Suya was still playing against the netizens. So he also silently kicked Suya off and started a solo 4-0 alone. Suya didn't say anything more. With Lin Yi's strength, there was no need to bring her along. And Linny belonged in this segment with ease. Pressing is just abusive fish frying. After a few consecutive games of chicken, Linny felt a bit drained, went back to my room to sleep. And during this time, Linny also slept when he could at school outside of his daily workouts. When you get home from school you immediately rush through your homework and turn on the game. The game's segment scores are punching all the time. 2. The segments are getting higher and the intensity of the opponents is gradually coming up. Linny also turned on matching teammates, and his playing style changed from lone wolf to team play. Lin Yi's score surged higher and higher, coming to the top of the leaderboard in the 4th row. And during this time, during the weekends, Linny could be said to be playing games in addition to his workouts and homework, and eating, bathing, and sleeping time. More than a month of time passed, and the Emperor's heaven was not to blame for him. In the last hand Linny went to the top of the leaderboard in 4 rows with the highest segment score. But at this moment, Linny had no joy. There was no sound from Unicorn. This also allowed Linny to confirm that the highest leaderboards in this game didn't trigger rewards. You can only fight to the pros and to the championship throne. Linny learned. Esports in China is restricted to minors. Topping out before adulthood? Totally out of the question. Unless, go ahead and subvert that restriction. Linny dropped his cell phone and went downstairs to the lawn to lie down and look at the moonlight. At this moment, Linny really began to think seriously. Suya was upstairs, with the crowd of netizens, looking at Linny, who was number 1 on the chicken game leaderboard on his cell phone. The crowd and Suya were cheering. Bull, is this the innate game saint body? How long has it taken to top the game's leaderboard? Kid brother is only 10 years old. What's the point of playing the leaderboards with that talent? Go play in a tournament. Yeah, how nice for kid brother to go to the tournament. Underage restrictions. Kid brother retired on the spot. Okay. Underage straight up banned the kid brother. After thinking for a long time, Linny went back to his room to sleep. The next day Linny went to school normally. The school embarks on daily parent-teacher conferences each semester. This time, Lin Yun didn't come, and Zhang Yining came to attend Linny's parent-teacher conference. And in the class, the teacher communicated with all the parents about the students' strengths and weaknesses, and also showed all the parents the grades of the students in the class, and all the parents were looking at their children's grades. Lin Yi's grades were full marks in all categories, and he was in the top of the list. Zhang Yinyan's face was also bright, and after the parent-teacher conference was over, Zhang Yinyan was called into the office by the principal to talk. There's something strange about this guy lately. What's he doing these days? Principal Olden knew that Linny had been surprisingly quiet after the last digger incident. It refers to not making a scene or doing anything big, not going to any games. He also didn't know that Linny was seriously rushing that game's highest leaderboard these days. Zhang Yining heard the principal ask and was also reminded of the recent Linny all playing that game. She also didn't try to obstruct Linny, because Linny is all about writing homework before playing. Usually sleeping, and eating, and working out routine is normal. Well, he's been hooked on some game lately. I don't know. I heard Suya say these days that Linny is rushing some kind of leaderboard. Principal Olden heard Zhang Yining say this. Also contemplating. Hit on the game. Bad. After Zhang Yining went home, the principal called out to Linny. Linny walked towards the principal's office at this time. From the classroom, with his hands in his pockets. He had come out of his obsessive gaming state and was planning to see which field was easier to be the strongest. There's no limit to what you can do. Go ahead and make an impact. Principal Olden watched Linny arrive. It also gestured for Linny to sit down. Ah Yat, I heard you've gotten into gaming lately. Linny nodded after hearing this. I've been playing for a while, but I'm not going to play now. The principal also continued to say, alas, the game this kind of thing, not let you play, is not to play things no right? Entertainment on the line. Got it. By the way, headmaster, are there any competitions lately? Math contests, ping pong or anything like that? The principal heard Linny say this. There really is. English contest, Olympic math contest. Do you want to get involved? Open your eyes. Linny nodded after hearing this. Yes, sign me up. Principal Lao Deng was also well on his way to seeing Linny stirring up his heart to want to compete again. All of these matches naturally helped Linny arrange to go. He even helped Linny sign up for the table tennis competition at the elementary school in Magic City. Linny could compete if he wanted to, but if he didn't want to, then he could just abstain. And these days, Linny disengaged from the game, getting into the swing of things. During this time, Linny won the first prize in the Mordor Province Olympiad Mathematics Competition, first prize of English Contest Magic City Competition, champion of the Magic City Elementary and Middle School Table Tennis Competition, champion of the Magic City Junior Badminton Competition, Magic City Youth Soccer Championship, many of the tournament winners. In just a few short months, Linny has won several honors, and Headmaster Lao Deng's mouth is cracking with laughter. The principal's office was filled with championship trophies that Linny had won. It was the second semester of Linny's fourth grade year. May, the height of the newly born summer, Linny came to the age of 10. Principal Lao Deng was in his office lovingly, holding a clean towel and wiping those trophies of many honors that Linny had solicited. And it's been a few months since he won the trophies, so he really can't see them getting dusty. In almost idle moments, he would rub it over and over again. Look at the words engraved on those golden trophies. Olympic prize in mathematics, badminton, soccers, table tennis. It's all golden. A room full of no silver, copper. Principal Olden also knew that this was the limit of the trophy, not Lin Yi's. Looking at each of the trophies, the principal was also caught up in flashbacks. During that time Lin Yi had traveled to various tournaments. Crush your opponents with invincibility. Even those elementary and middle school matches, when the opponents heard Lin Yi's name, they didn't even go on the field and directly announced that they had forfeited. The contestants who were called geniuses didn't even force Lin Yi to sweat. The principal put the trophies away and smiled with relief as he looked at the many awards. And those trophies have a picture on top. Framed. It was Lin Yi. And Lin Yi was the only one in this office that could be framed and hung in a picture frame. Principal Olden is proud of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was also his capital to brag about on the outside. In front of those principals from the same province. Lin Yi also came to sit down in the office with Suya at this time. Lin Yi looked at the principal's gaze, still looking at that high up, his own photo. Lin Yi also spat up breathlessly. Dang, Can you take that picture frame down? You're framing this and adding a lace, just like I've GA. Linny had been looking at that picture frame for a long time. This feeling of being hung on the wall is really the same as being eulogized when you die. At Linny's tirade, Suya pouted on the sidelines. Indeed, in Suya's opinion, this high-hanging, unlucky. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also laughing like crazy at that moment as they looked at the picture of Linny hanging high above them. Lou, this old den really framed up. Laughing my ass off. Too late to mourn my genius kid brother. Next up on the scene are the crunchy college kids. This is serious. I can't laugh. Old Den's face is grinning from ear to ear looking at those trophies. No, that's what we're saying. Why is this old deng hanging so high? The principal listened to Linny's tirade and looked back at Linny, who was sitting on the sofa. Ouch. It's not like it's in the way to hang it. Isn't that cool? The principal persuaded Linny to give up the idea of letting him take the photo. Linny was also indifferent. Just hang on to it. By the way, I want to take the entrance exam. The principal listened to what Linny was going to attend, and nodded indifferently. Go on. After all, the Linny of this period of time was going to so many competitions. Hearing that Linny wanted to participate, he went along with it. He was not surprised that Linny wanted to go to any competitions, but it took a while. It took a moment for the keywords to be picked up in Headmaster Olden's brain. Waiting for a meeting? What did you say you were attending? Hi. The principal could not believe his ears a little. Once again, he inquired about Linny. The college entrance exam. That's not something Linny should be thinking about at his age. The college entrance exam is one of the most important turning points in life. And Linny wants to face this so soon? Linny listened to the principal. Lao Deng. With a startled, shocked look. Also nodding. Well, I'd like to try out for high school and test what I've learned ahead of time. Linny once again spoke out with certainty the idea of taking the college entrance exam. And Linny was planning on this being exactly May. A month's countdown from the start of the college entrance exam. Early entrance exams. Now full of knowledge reserves to face this exam at full strength. Not like the last one. Panicked. I also want to see what it's like to have the title of top student in this high school. Suya had been dumbfounded on the side. She hadn't heard that Linny had plans to prepare for the entrance exam. And this college entrance exam. It's already a month countdown. Linny was only 10 years old. And he actually dared to propose a college entrance exam? The viewers of the live broadcast also called out that Linny was crazy. Crap. Kid brother is crazy, right? At 10 years old he dares to take the entrance exam? If this were 20, wouldn't he be commanding the entire army to blitz the little devils? Hey, upstairs. You don't say. Kid, get you a bowl of noodles to try. Don't blitz me. Brother. Give Old Lee a division and he dares to hit Taiyuan. Give kid brother a command. And he dares to blitz Tokyo. Damn. People are more than people. More than people. This heck of a 10-year-old dares to say he wants to take the college entrance exam. I'm still preparing for this. I'm already shivering. The viewers in the live room were feeling incredulous. Who's a good person to take the entrance exam so many years in advance? And Linny is only how old? Not even primary school. 5th grade textbooks have not touched. This is going to go to the college entrance examination? Even the hardcore fans on the air have been shaking their heads. This had already made them feel shocked. And Headmaster Olden was halfway out of his state of shock. Taking the entrance exam at the age of 10. This is unprecedented, isn't it? Not in the history of China's college entrance exams. This is a big deal. Have you discussed this with your parents? Linny shook his head. I make all the decisions in my house. Discussions? It's almost as if his mom and dad approached him for advice. Lin Yun and Zhang Yini never interfered with Lin Yi's choices. Linny addicted to the game or not? Want to go to the game? Want to go to the expenses to break the bank to buy to play are good. They will all just be quietly supportive. Giving Linny the most help they could. What Linny was thinking about. What he was going to do. They wouldn't ask much about it at all. The most that can be said is, are you sure? Never spoiling Lin Yi's fun. This was also the reason why Linny sometimes didn't choose to swing for the fences when it came to honors. If he could fight for it, then he'd give his family Old Den. Principal Old Den. A long face. The principal heard Linny say that. Also in deep thought. Linny is 10 years old and will be attending. This is a big deal. If you do well, that's one test free of 3. Or even one test free of 4. Exemption from secondary school exams, university entrance exams, master's degree exams, and doctoral degree exams. You really want to take the test? Aha. Alright, I'll find a way to enroll you in the exam. It's only a month away, so you should study hard. This college entrance exam. If you really can't do well in the exam, then think of it as an early feeling. Linny also smiled bashfully when he heard what the principal had said. He never fights a battle he's not sure of. A bad test? It doesn't exist. The principal also arranged matters for Lin Yi for the college entrance exam. This age high school, it takes deliberate scheduling. Everyone else is taking the ad hoc gifted teen class, and Lin Yi hadn't cared about any of this before, let alone participating in the class of gifted youngsters. The mayor of Mordor has heard about this. He also helped arrange something for Lin Yi, who was going to take the college entrance exam a month later. And the fact that Lin Yi had taken the college entrance exam at the age of 10 had quickly spread across the internet. It also blew up a lot of traffic on the internet. It is approaching the period of the college entrance examination. Preparatory high school candidates are in the nervous revision brush. See this news, but also have been dumbfounded. A big fall. A 10-year-old kid from Mordor takes the college entrance exam? A genius prodigy of the new era? This news was dumbfounded by many parents and high school students watching. The comments section has also been blowing up. What, 10 years old? Are you kidding me? What kind of talent is this coming out of the Ministry of Shock? 10 years old? Not even much exposure to English. Taking the entrance exam? 10 years old. 4th or 5th grade, high school entrance exam? Are you sure it's not the middle school exam? Confirmed. It's really 10 years old taking the entrance exam. Oh, I guess I got up too hard. I'll sleep a little longer. This story, true or false, has been read as fun by many preparing for high school. 10-year-old high school. No one would believe it, right? And the network also quickly confirmed that the Secretary of Education of the Magic City have come out to make statements that this matter is true. This is even more dumbfounding. Weekend. At Lin Yi's home. Lin Yi was eating lunch with Suya, Lin Yun, and Zhang Yinin. The TV also reported the news that the director of the Education Bureau of Mordor had come forward to confirm that 10-year-olds were taking the college entrance exam. Zhang Yinin and Lin Yun both looked dumbfounded. 10-year-old high school entrance exams? My goodness. Whose kid is this? Can this brain hold so much? Zhang Yinin and Lin Yun felt a bit incredulous. They still don't know. It's none other than their precious son, Lin Yi, who's being reported on this TV. Suya also bared her teeth, happy as a clam. Lin Yi just ate his meal blandly. He hadn't even talked to his mom and dad about this high school entrance exam. Zhang Yinin and Lin Yun listened to Suya's laughter. Laughing at what? They were also a bit puzzled. Suya, on the other hand, waved her hand. Didn't laugh at anything. Little brother E, he's also 10 years old. He's got a lot on his mind too. At least, in Suya's opinion, Lin Yi had a lot more in his head than she did. The only thing she had in her head more than Lin Yi was perhaps the yellow waste of secondary and corrupt literature. When Suya said that, Zhang Yinin and Lin Yun looked at each other. 10. This TV couldn't have been talking about Xiaoyi, could it? Taking the entrance exam? When did that happen? How come we didn't know? Lin Yun and Zhang Yinin were dumbfounded. Their baby boy took the entrance exam? And this without informing them? When Lin Yi got married one day, were they, as parents, unaware of it? Suya was also happy and didn't say anything more. Lin Yi continued to eat his meal. Small matter, didn't tell you guys. I thought I'd talk to you guys after the test. Lin Yi's words came out. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining both fell silent. High school is trivial? No. This is a recognized life event in China. And this was for Lin Yi. It did count as a small matter, because those questions that appeared on the exam paper were all in his head. Wasn't the exam simple? The time is fast approaching the high. Lin Yi was sleeping in the classroom as usual. The teachers are speechless. Didn't you say the little guy was taking the entrance exam? How is it that this is almost a few days into the countdown? Lin Yi is still sleeping, and he hasn't even flipped through his textbook. So what's this going to be a test? Going to test an egg and come back? The teacher also shook her head breathlessly. He couldn't say anything about Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi's homework was all done on time. Even waking him up midway to stand up and answer a question, Lin Yi could answer with his eyes closed. He's trying to pick a fight with Lin Yi's melon. There's no angle. Principal Lao Dang was also concerned about Lin Yi's studies and peeked his head through the back door to see where Lin Yi was. Turns out Lin Yi was sleeping on his back. The principal didn't know what to do. The fact that Lin Yi was going to take the college entrance exam at the age of 10 was all over the internet. This is a salted duck egg test. It's a laugh riot, isn't it? The principal also sighed and had to do what he was told. Lin Yi hasn't let him down before. Maybe Lin Yi was going to disappoint him this time. It was only a one-time thing. And the principal thought about it for a moment and decided it didn't matter. Come along with Lin Yi. This learning, Lin Yi all of a sudden the more so high. The test is not good. May hit Lin Yi's self-confidence. Ugh. Let's just pretend it's sinking in. He also knew Lin Yi very well. And apart from being a bit mischievous, Lin Yi had done everything with a clean slate. To the principal, it was nothing for Lin Yi to suffer a little setback. That's 10 years old to take the entrance exam. And there are many more years ahead, each of which you can go to. Even if he didn't do well on the exam this time, It was just so that Lin Yi could go and gain experience. Time is fleeting. Come June high school day, Lin Yun and Zhang Yining also put off everything, sending Lin Yi to the school gate where the examination center for his college entrance exam was located. And by this time the entrance to the school was already crowded with parents of students who were dropping off their exams. The principal, Lao Deng, had also come to the school entrance early to wait for Lin Yi's arrival. After Lin Yi got off the bus, Lin Yun and Zhang Yining, Suya led Lin Yi to the principal. The principal was also taking out Lin Yi's pass, and a prepared pen in a bag. It doesn't matter if you don't do well on this test. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Know what? When you go inside, a teacher will find you and take you to your car. The principal once again instructed up Lin Yi, handed Lin Yi the preparations, and told Lin Yi about the examination center. Lin Yi nodded after hearing this and took out his pass and pen from the bag and just put them in his pants pocket. Su Yahei, Zhang Yining, and Lin Yun also cheered Lin Yi up. Go for it, little brother Yat. Suya felt that she was also careless. She should have known to customize a cheongsam in advance and wear one to send Lin Yi to the exam. Good luck to Lin Yi for his flagship victory. Lin Yi nodded as he listened. And at that moment students who were going to take exams were walking in at the entrance of the school. It's just the equivalent of a ride. Meet at this school and have a special bus to carry them there. Okay, I'm going in. Lin Yi finished speaking and walked into the campus with his hands in his pockets. Suya looked at the back of Lin Yi's invincible posture. There's that familiar smell again. Just from the way Lin Yi stood, she didn't even need to think that Lin Yi was frighteningly strong. Stronger than just a point, but a billion points. Lin Yi truly exemplifies what it means. That year, I had my hands in my pockets. Lin Yi walked into the campus, and the parents in the field who had watched their children enter the exam room were a bit confused when they saw Lin Yi. And how could they not recognize Lin Yi, the most famous kid brother in Magic City? He's really coming to the entrance exams at this age of 10? My god, I thought those news were hype. Courageous. The many parents were a little surprised to see Lin Yi walk into the school with their own eyes. Those high school students who had entered with Lin Yi saw that Lin Yi, at his tiny age, had also shared the exam room with them. Lin Yi had no look of panic on his face. Instead, he had his hands in his pockets and looked very calm. It seems that this high school exam, it's like a game with him. The principal also chatted with Lin Yun, Zhang Yining, and Suya as they watched Lin Yi walk into the school. How's he been reviewing at school lately? Zhang Yining inquired somewhat curiously about Lin Yi's status at school. Aside from Lin Yi informing his parents that he slept in class when he was 8 years old, neither the principal nor the teachers said anything more about Lin Yi's status at school after that. The principal heard Lin Yi's mom, Zhang Yining, ask this. The principal thought of Lin Yi sleeping in class. How can he answer that? It's this one. It's okay. It's working pretty hard. What the principal said made Suya almost didn't spray out the mineral water she just drank when she heard it. Lin Yi's latest endeavor. Sleeping did work pretty hard. In full class status, he can lie down until the end of school. The principal, on the other hand, knew that Lin Yi's parents were worried about Lin Yi's college entrance exams. The principal gave them a fix. Settle down. This high school, it's just a way for him to experience it. He didn't even have to take the test. He's always been offered a guaranteed spot over at Qingbei, so he can go to college whenever he wants. When the principal said that, Zhang Yining and Lin Yun also looked at each other. Bail out? Why don't they know that when they're parents? And not many people knew about it. The principal kept it under wraps. Especially some time ago, the president of Qingbei had approached him several times, because Lin Yi had won so many awards. The college entrance exam? Lin Yi didn't even need to score a grade on the college entrance exam to enter the Supreme Hall of Chinese Scholars. Qingbei. It was something that he had also asked Lin Yi if he had any thoughts about skipping a grade. It was also a metaphorical inquiry as to whether Lin Yi wanted to skip middle school and high school and report directly to Qingbei. Suya's jaw also dropped when she heard the principal say such explosive news. Bailed out early? This is still a chicken test. Suya said. This has been bailed out. The exam? Might as well play a couple more games of King's Glory. The audience in the live room also exploded when they heard what the principal said. Bail out? Did I hear you right? He's only 10 years old. It's better to let kid brother taste the pain of studying. So I'll bail me out first. Let kid brother finish tasting the pain of studying first, and then bail him out some years later. I'm really convinced. The whole internet is discussing kid brother's college entrance exam results, and before the exams even start. You're telling me he's bailing out? I'm still thinking that kid brother sleeps every day. This exam zero duck egg he took for sure. Said bail out of this moment. I think my clown nose fell off. Let me pick it up first. Big guts. How dare you question the gold of my kid brother? Pick up your nose. Pick up your nose. 10 years old and bowling. This is going down in history, isn't it? Suya and Zhang Yining, Lin Yun were all shocked. The The pupils were filled with incredulity, heard the principal talking about bonding. Suya was also impressed. This Olden is more or less something. Had to wait until the kid brother was going to take his exams to put the word out. Really? What's true is not true. And what's not true is not true. What the principal said is true. He didn't say it ahead of time because he was also thinking that Linny would say it after he finished his serious college entrance exams. And Linny was indeed oblivious. Still reeling, so many years after the reopening, to feel the pre-high school tension again. Linny also found the lead teacher and arranged for him to get on a special bus for candidates. After Linny got on the bus, those candidates in the seats all looked at Linny, who had just gotten on the bus. Although they were all high school students, they weren't cavemen, and they were familiar with Linny, the netizen of the Magic City Online. Overweight kids, beyond all their peers, even crushing them at their age. Superlative index, 10 stars. It's not because Linny's overrun is just 10 stars, but the overrun burst is also 10 stars. Kid brother, he's really coming to the high school too. My god, what luck. Same car. Can he take the test? He probably understands the test better than you do. Everyone knows he's a full-grade kid brother, but it seems like a lot of people forget that he's also a school teacher. A school bully? He's an elementary school bully who's learned everything he knows up to high school. Who knows? With the crowd's discussion, Linny ignored the gossip, and have long since gotten used to the sounds of the outside world. All the skepticism, he ignored it. The way he breaks the skepticism is not by his mouth, but action. The candidates for the college entrance examination were assembled, and the buses departed from this campus to the examination center. Mordor No. 1 Middle School. Linny was at the window seat, looking at the parents at the school entrance who were cheering and shouting for support. Linny also just smiled slightly. The car quickly arrived at Mordor I. Following the sign's instructions, Linny walked towards the location of his exam room. There was also a large group of candidates alongside, rushing together. Some were a little too nervous for their own good, sweating straight from the forehead, and Linny contrasted with them. With his hands in his pockets, he looked as if he had come to play. The many female candidates also greeted Linny. Xiao brother, go for it on the college entrance exam. Don't be nervous. When Linny heard the others cheering him on, and comforting him, he responded with a polite smile. You guys go for it too. Nervous? Comforting him? He doesn't seem to be able to use it. His heart was as quiet as water at this moment. It's terribly strong. Candidates are admitted one by one to check their identity and take their seats, and Linny's position on the exam was next to the invigilator. When the invigilator saw Linny come to the college entrance exam at such a young age, he was also aware of why the director of the Education Bureau had given him special notice that a special place was reserved for his exam room. Focus on the young age after all. Linny sat down and looked at his position, face to face with the candidates below. Those who didn't know thought he was invigilating the exam. The invigilator is sitting right next to me, and a normal person would already be sweating. P.S. Posies, don't speculate on whether I'll finish or not. Jumping timelines is just to turn the plot. There are so many holes that I've paved and dug before that it's taking me ages to fill them in and all write up the plot. But Linny isn't an ordinary person. The invigilator finishes the examination room discipline, distributes the test papers and starts the examination. Linny looked and swept the exam questions, starting to get into full concentration to answer the questions. At the movement of Linny answering the questions, the other candidates in the examination room all looked towards Linny, who was at the front of the room, looking at Linny's speed in answering questions. It was faster than their usual copying of homework. Everyone was silent. No noise was allowed in the examination room, and they were puzzled in their minds. Is this sure it's not just scribbling? The invigilator sitting on the side also pushed up his glasses and watched Linny answer the questions. Answering those questions is the same as filling them out without thinking. But as he watched, it was all exactly right. The invigilator was also a bit surprised. This little guy, is he really 10 years old? How can you face the test questions of the high school exam and be able to answer them correctly? Not a pause at all. The other candidates looked dumbfounded, but they couldn't make a sound. It's the important high school entrance exam of their life now, and they have no time to care about others. So bury your head in the sand and answer the questions too. Soon, Linny finished answering the questions and finished writing his essay. Linny set the answer card, the test paper to the side and fell asleep. There are clear rules in the exam room that you can only hand in your paper early 30 minutes before the countdown. You are not allowed to hand in your papers at any other time. Linny knew the rules of the exam room well. After all, it's now considered the second time you've taken the entrance exam. The invigilator on the side, watching Linny finish his answers, without even checking them once, he fell asleep on his back, also dumbfounded. A college entrance exam, such an important exam, and you're actually sleeping? And there is no rule in the exam room that you can't sleep. The invigilators in the other positions in the field watched as Lin Yi wrote for so long, then got down and went to sleep. They are also confused, but they are not allowed to walk around unless the student voluntarily raises their hand for something, and then they can tiptoe over and ask. And since Lin Yi, who was sleeping, hadn't disturbed the order of the examination room or disturbed the other candidates, they could only pretend that they hadn't seen it. The other candidates had only slowly finished half of the paper and were about to face the second half of the language paper and that biggest boss, essay. As they watched Lin Yi fall back to sleep, they also inwardly cried foul. It's good to be young and fall asleep, but there was more doubt in their minds. You're done? No checking? They couldn't care less. Fearing they wouldn't have enough time, they continued to lower their heads and write. And Lin Yi fell asleep. Feeling that the time was almost right to turn in his paper early, Lin Yi also raised his head and looked at the clock hanging in the classroom. Lin Yi watched as it reached 30 minutes before the time to hand in the papers. Raise your hand as well. The invigilator on the side gently walked next to Lin Yi, whispering, "What's wrong? Turn in your papers." Lin Yi also replied softly, not to make too much noise and disturb the other candidates' thoughts. The invigilator also collected Lin Yi's test paper and signaled for Lin Yi to go out slowly. Lin Yi nodded as he listened. The other candidates were confused. Turn in your papers? A 10-year-old's brother turned in his paper? The whole lot of them were dumbfounded, brains buzzing. They were still looking at the essay, lost in thought. The CPU is burning up. And Lin Yi finished writing early, slept for a while, and went out when it was time to be able to hand in his papers early. They realized at this moment, is this the gap between people? Lin Yi walked out of the exam room and also stretched his back as if he was relieved. The weight was not the pressure from the exam, but the silence in the exam room. That seriously intense feeling of suffocation. Lin Yi disliked it. Sleep is not even restful. Before sleeping in the classroom, and the teacher's lecture to help you sleep, this exam would be nothing but the sound of candidates scribbling away around. So Lin Yi chose not to sleep to turn in his papers early. Lin Yi walked through the campus with his hands in his pockets. Didn't wander much into this one and wasn't really interested in it. Also just walked towards the school entrance. And at this time at the entrance to the school, many journalists have long been squatting, waiting for the first out of the examination room candidates, preparing the equipment for the interview. And there are more reporters at this middle school test center than any other test center, because they know that little guy who took the high school entrance exam at the age of 10. In this midterm, Lin Yi was more than just the point of taking the college entrance exam at the age of 10. He was a hyper-traffic internet celebrity in his own right. This interview with the kid brother, it'll boost the ratings a bit, too. They had all already thought of the words for the interview, and it was up to them to see if they could squat on Lin Yi. Principal Lao Dang and Lin Yi's parents, Suya, had also come to the school entrance early to wait to pick up Lin Yi, because it was the height of summer. June. The sun was blazing, and all the other parents were holding umbrellas and also chatting about their children, passing the time waiting for their children to come out. And at that moment, a figure appeared not far from the school entrance. It was none other than Lin Yi, who had his hands in his pockets. Hands in pockets in, hands in pockets out. Suya was also sharp-eyed, and saw Lin Yi from a great distance. Those hands in their pockets, tugged to the hilt. Elegance never goes out of style. Brother Shaoyi has come out. Suya's sentence came out. And many people on the side looked towards the school entrance. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun, as well as the principal, were also looking at Lin Yi, who was about to walk out from the school entrance. They too frowned in confusion. It's out? How long has it been? The principal also looked at the time. There were still more than 20 minutes before the papers were due. And Lin Yi came out here? Lin Yun and Suya, Zhang Yin were also puzzled. But when he thought about the concept of handing in his papers early, he also knew that this guy, Lin Yi, had specified that he was handing in his papers early. The audience in the live broadcast room also looked at Suya's raised live view. All of them also saw Lin Yi, who was about to walk out. Coming, kid brother, he's coming carrying the stereo. Quickly turn off his stereo. He took the college entrance exam at 10 years old and turned it in early? Is this still human? Shouldn't have turned in a blank? Kid brother with his hands in his pockets. High school MVP settlement screen. It's so sensational. This hands in your pockets invincible look of kid brother. Some of the viewers in the live stream were cheering for Lin Yi, who had just finished his language test. Lin Yi handed in his papers early, and in the eyes of many Iron fans, that's steady. It's all steady and hot. Lin Yi walked to the entrance of the school. The security guard watched Lin Yi come out at this time, and also opened the access control to give Lin Yi a free pass. After all, this is the first one out of the examination room. The security guard also inquired about how Lin Yi's exams went. How did you do, little guy? When Lin Yi heard the old man's inquiry, he also replied politely, wait a few years for me to stand guard with you. A few decades less. Lin Yi's answer left Moncler Outlet Store him dumbfounded. Bad. This little guy came at his food bowl, but Moncler Outlet Store searching. Lin Yi, this guy walked out so confidently. Irony is not simple. At least, you'll get a job as a security chief, right? Lin Yi walked out, and many of the reporters present rushed forward for interviews. Magic City's 10-year-old taking the entrance exam is still the first one out. This interview, it's definitely going to blow up. And the scene began with the classic interview session with the first student out of the high school. Hello, how do you feel being the first candidate out? When Lin Yi heard this question, he also answered, there's nothing to feel. Lin Yi had a bashful face. He's not trying to rush out for an interview. Rather, it's not sleeping in the exam room. So how can you feel about this year's questions? It was okay. Kind of hard. Took a few minutes off my sleep. Lin Yi's answer left the interviewers in the arena dumbfounded. A few minutes less sleep? What do you mean? You're in a hurry to finish it and go to bed, aren't you? The principal looked at Lin Yi, who was being interviewed with his hands in his pockets. From the side. That answer, too, made him shake his mouth breathlessly. Good man. Didn't get enough sleep at school? You're going to sleep when you get to the test center? The principal, Lao Deng, was also looking at Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun as he looked at the two couples with a skeptical gaze. The principal even suspected the two couples of abusing Lin Yi and forcing him to study late into the night. How else is it possible? To be sleepy even in school and on exams? Then isn't the problem with them as parents? Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin felt the principal's gaze. What are you looking at them for? What's it to them? Is it you two couples that make Xiaoyi study until late at night every day? Why do you always like to sleep? The principal also had the audacity to ask. After all, it wasn't good for them, as parents, to be geniuses like Lin Yi. It's impossible for him, as a principal, not to be heartbroken. Can't be good enough? He took Lin Yi to his house to raise him. Sleeping for 24 hours is fine. When Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin heard the principal's words, they also waved their hands in a hurry. No such thing. Lin Yi, he is self-disciplined to go to bed early and get up early every day. He doesn't even need us to rush him out of bed since he started school. We don't know what's wrong with this bad habit of his to sleep. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin were also shouting out their grievances. They really didn't force Lin Yi to learn to sleep late. These Lin Yi were extremely self-disciplined. They also couldn't figure out how Lin Yi was so sleepy. Perhaps it's caused by Lin Yi waking up early for his morning workout. And they also knew that Lin Yi's overloaded workouts were too much for any normal person to handle. Lin Yi held on hard for so long without stopping. What absolute self-discipline in thunder! When Suya heard Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yan say this, she nodded in recognition. Whether Lin Yi had been forced or not, she, the assistant, knew best. Lin Yi's work and rest is also frighteningly self-disciplined. In this age of electronics, a lot of kids don't go to bed until they play until 11. That's what happened to her cousin. How could there be any semblance of self-discipline like Lin Yi's? The principal heard Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin's reply and didn't pursue the matter any further. It was better to ask Lin Yi about this love of sleep. And the interviewer at this time continued to ask Lin Yi, what is the proposition for this year's essay? Lin Yi, on the other hand, pretended not to know after hearing this. There's an essay? I don't know how. I woke up from my nap and walked out. Lin Yi intended to play dumb, not wanting to answer these reporters' questions too much. Just use the excuse to hard control them a bit so you can slip away. There was no writing paper. It was his lie. Fooled you. Actually, I answered all the questions in the entrance exam that day. Many of the journalists interviewed were dumbfounded on the sidelines. Not even an essay? Feeling like this early handing in of papers out is sleep-dazed. Sleepwalking out? Lin Yi avoided the camera with a slight smile and walked towards his mom and dad and the principal. Suya also handed Lin Yi the hand bouquet she had prepared. Nor did he ask Lin Yi how he did on the exam. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin, the principal, also tacitly did not ask. Take Lin Yi away from the bustling gate towards the parking lot. Lin Yi followed them all the way, holding the flowers in his hands, and was a bit confused. Why don't you ask him how he did on the test? He's all ready to answer how. After all, this is just out of the school gate. The security guards are asking a mouthful. And that interview reporter. One could even say that passing dogs are going to wang twice and ask him how he did on his exams? This most important family member. And you don't even ask? Then he would have to. Family. Who understands? Lin Yi also opened his mouth in confusion. Why don't you guys ask? How did I do on the test? Lin Yi was also full of backbones and didn't like people asking too many questions. But it always felt weird for him not to ask. That has to be asked of him. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin, Suya, the principal, also looked at each other when they heard Lin Yi open his mouth to ask the question. What? How'd you do on the test? Right now. For them, it didn't matter how well Lin Yi did on the exam. Why are you asking about your grades? Tired of asking Lin Yi questions and getting upset. They couldn't be coaxed in any way. Now Lenny actually opened his mouth and asked them to ask? The viewers of the live stream had already been boiling at this point. From the moment Lenny left the exam room, they had crunchy college students asking Lenny how he did on the exam on their pop-up screens. Ask yourselves. Joy. Passing dogs want to open their mouths and ask, are you guys really not asking a single question? What's this guy doing in the marketplace? He's a guaranteed student from Qingbei. He can go anytime he wants. Kid brother, ask yourselves, or I'll be in a hurry. Look at that. The kid brother is in a hurry to get you guys to open your mouths and ask? And Suya acted like she didn't know anything about it, pretending not to know that Lenny had bailed out. Grades and all that so-called stuff. Opening his mouth, he asked about Lenny. So how did you do on the exam? Lenny also felt much more comfortable all over after hearing the inquiry. Lenny also replied politely. Well, it's not bad. Thank you sister Suya for caring. Suya was also a bit speechless when she heard Lenny's reply. And you won't disclose the approximate score you'll get? She asked for nothing. She knew better than to open her mouth. Very polite. But not much. The principal didn't ask too much, fearing that too much questioning would give Lenny that invisible psychological pressure of how many points he could score on the exam to give him a long face. After the break, there is a math test in the afternoon. He also took Lenny to find a place to eat. The exams for several consecutive days are also over, and all the elementary schools were still in school during this time. Summer vacation time is at the end of the month and approaching. On the eve of summer vacation at Sunnyside Elementary, the principal also received a surprise. That's when high school grades are available. He also hurriedly informed Lin Yi's mom and dad to come to school and check on the computer together. Lin Yi, who was in class, was also called to the principal's office. Suya also followed behind Lin Yi. How could she not be there at this exciting time? When Lin Yi and Suya arrived at the principal's office, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun had also put down their work at hand and came early. Xiao Yi is here. Come on. It's score check day. I've been watching the sky at night, and now is a good time. The principal hastily gave way to Lenny after opening the good search site for him. Lenny sat down as well, and after inputting the information, before he could press it, the principal on the side shouted a pause. Wait a minute. The principal finished by pulling out his cell phone and playing Good Day. It's a good day. Lenny was also speechless. Suya and Lin Yun. Zhang Yin's nervousness was eased. Even though it was said that Lenny had bailed out, they were still a little concerned about how Lenny did on the exam. Every subject Lenny turned in his papers early and came out. Ask Lenny how the exam was. Lenny all answered vaguely. It was okay. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more nervous at this point. They all wanted to see how much of a gap there was between Lenny, who was only 10 years old, and their exams. Check it. I've just checked mine. And when I saw my 300 odd points, my hanging heart finally died. And I placed an order for a plane ticket to work in I'm coming to the electronics factory. Joy. I've been in the construction site since I finished my high school exams. Way ahead. Hey. That's not how you use the remote lead. Good guys. I'm straight up good guys. All rolled up like that? I don't care about my own grades at all. I only care about kid brothers. And Lenny tapped the query button at this moment. Just see the results screen pop up. It made the principal and Suya, Lin Yun, and Zhang Yin in the arena freeze. Looking at Lin Yi's grades in all subjects under his name, he had 0 duck eggs and a ranking of 0. They all froze for a moment. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun were both confused, and Suya, a brittle college student, didn't know what this meant. 0 points? What was shown in their expressive faces was then shock. I can't believe that Lenny got a 0 duck egg on his test. You know Lenny has never let them down before. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun didn't think about that grade anymore. They bailed out anyway. A 0 is a 0. It's okay, baby. You got a 0 on this test on purpose, didn't you? These grades don't matter. Lenny listened to his mom and dad's comforting words and didn't make a sound. He knew what was going on, nor did he explain anything too much. Indeed, his mom and dad won't change a thing about how he did on this high school entrance exam. Every child is mom and dad's little pride. Suya was just shocked to inquire more. Still 0 points. The live stream audience is blowing up at this point. Blackie's moment of ecstasy. 0. This early handing in of papers turns out to be handing in blanks. Knowing that you don't know how to do it? Shiredo speaking, that's a 0. And you're still brainlessly blowing it? You really got a 0? Kid brother is a direct rendition of a fallen genius. Definitely an unqualified traveler. The kind who can't remember all his high school knowledge. Whitey keeps screaming. That's it? You blacks. Alas. Mo has to be saved. Is there a possibility that it's harder to get a 0 on a test than 100? You know that filling in a name gives you points. So there's no such thing as a 0. Oh brainless little hacks. I'm not bothering to cope with you. On the live feed, some of the little hacks started screaming. Some of the white sons felt a bit incredulous when they saw Lin Yi's achievement, and some smart whites have seen through it all long ago. That's when the Olden, who was present at the frozen principal, confirmed what was going on in his head. Without saying anything, he ran out carrying a firecracker full of red. It didn't matter that it was time for classes. They set off firecrackers directly in the school. Too late to explain. It's celebration time. The ringing of firecrackers echoed through the campus. All the students and teachers were confused. Who's got the guts, setting off firecrackers at school in broad daylight? Some of the teachers who had been angered by their students ran into the hallway and saw that it was the principal, Lao Dang, who had put, "It's okay then." Still, they were a little surprised that there was anything good to celebrate. You know, a while back, there were firecrackers set off by the principal every now and then. Those were all put there by Lin Yi going to various competitions and winning championships. It's almost vacation? Why? They also wondered. Suya and Zhang Yining, Lin Yun, walked out of the office and looked at the principal who happily finished setting off firecrackers. They were all confused. This, Lin Yi gets a 0 duck egg, and the principal is so happy that he sets off firecrackers? The viewers in the live room were also numb with laughter. Principal Olden. He really, I'm crying my eyes out. A kid brother getting a 0 on a test is worth his celebratory firecrackers. Students sleeping in class, what's wrong? New Year's Eve? Lu, this is all firecrackers? Look at Headmaster Lao Dang smiling like he's hugging his grandson. I don't understand and am confused. Is there a possibility that Principal Olden is much smarter than you guys? Some of you are being sarcastic. Principal Olden here also firecrackers? Some have seen it all. Until the long firecrackers were finished, the principal walked happily to his office. Looking at Zhang Yining, Suya, who was still confused, Lin Yun, TSK, why the sad face? Isn't that a good thing? The principals also really don't know. They don't understand the concept of high school shielded students. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining, Suya were already confused, and hearing this from Principal Lao Dang made them even more confused. Getting a 0 on a test, is that a good thing? Lin Yun and Zhang Yining also suddenly face Lin Yi to take the college entrance examination. This college entrance examination hidden things. This first time when parents, the first time to face Lin Yi college entrance examination after checking the results, naturally do not understand anything. They were also just ordinary candidates in the college entrance examination back then, and there was no such thing as shielded students in the college entrance examination back then, not to mention COA. Hearing the principal say this, he saw Lin Yi so blandly opening 4399 on the school elder den's computer and playing a small game. Having learned about this, Lin Yi naturally knew what the outcome would be. He naturally waves. What's so exciting about all this? Back when he was 9 years old at Changban. Ah no, mistake. I guess he didn't have any mood swings at all when he ascended to the international table tennis throne at the age of 9. Shuya thought of something, not to ask the principal Lao Dang, took out the spare cell phone in the bag. Jitterbug searched, what is the concept of 0 points in the college entrance examination? And when the video was released, it started with a congratulations. Tsinghua and Beihua University, 985 and 211 at your choice. In addition to cheating being dealt with, the presence of a 0 score is categorized as a high school shielded student. Provincial winners in the top 50 are the ones that will show 0 points. They knew very well whether Lin Yi had cheated or not. Hearing this, Zhang Yining and Lin Yun, Suya all displayed surprised looks. What's the concept of a provincial top student and top 50 in the country? Even if you don't rely on guaranteed admission, Lin Yi could have gotten into Qingbei at 10. Other people spend their lives desperately pursuing the door of Qingbei. At the age of only 10 years old, Lin Yi's feet had long since been able to step in at will, even repeated horizontal jumps. He can go when he wants. He can leave when he wants. Looking at Lin Yi, who was still happily playing a small game at this point, they had already had their worldview turned upside down by the genius Lin Yi, who's 10 years old gets top 50 grades in the country. Principal Olden's mouth split with laughter, pouring Lin Yi some awakening tea. What was Lin Yi doing playing games in his office during this class time? If you're not happy with the fight, you can call all those teachers to check the strategy. 10 years old, top 50 in the country for high school entrance exams, a real genius prodigy. Principal Lao Dang had already thought about what kind of stance Lin Yi would take to appear in the headlines tomorrow. The audience in the live broadcast room was also blowing up at this time. The words of the national essence brushed up the screen. 999 plus pop-ups in a second. Crap 99 plus. High school shielded students? Zoon do fake do? First time I've ever known that concept. I Lua Bina. 10-year-old high school shielded student. Blackie speaks. Blackie come out and die. Kid brother forever God. I still want to know how much the kid brother scored on his college entrance exam. It's all shielded. Do you think this score is low? I've already spelled out a cool article for myself, following the experience of my kid brother. Looking at Lin Yi playing the game peacefully, Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yin didn't bother and left after saying to the principal that they had something else to do. It was also Lin Yi's school time, and there was no need for them to be at school at all. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin also left the school to go to the company to work on their business. Principal Lao Dang is also happy. Think of his whole life, out of those sad things. Cannot suppress that smile. It's harder to press than AK. Suya was speechless as she watched the principal giggle from the side. This is going to be seen by a girl on the side of the road and she's going to think it's some kind of demented man. But after thinking about it, I'm afraid Lin Yi is going to make a big splash on the internet with this college entrance exam. And as Suya expected, within a few days, Lin Yi's college entrance exam results were officially deliberated upon and decided to come out publicly. A 750-point college entrance exam scholar has appeared in Huaxia. He's only 10 years old. Another full-score college entrance exam winner in China? What will happen to his life? We'll see. What kind of an ending would be worthy of such a glorious life for the shockingly talented 10-year-old prodigy kid brother? Genius prodigy. It's a real honor. The highlights of kid's life. Goes down in history. A 10-year-old high school student. The pinnacle of life. A hot search headline about Lin Yi swept across the internet. Internet users everywhere watched it and were floored. They all felt incredible, especially at the age of just 10, taking the title of top student in the college entrance exam. Taking the young age, 10 years old? A 10-year-old high school student? Are you sure it's not 20? Upstairs. That's right. It's a 10-year-old kid brother. It's too late to explain kid brother's 9-year-old international table tennis champion. Next up is 10-year-old high school champion kid brother. Kid brother YYDS. These hot searches are mistaken. This college entrance exam is not the pinnacle of Kid Brother's life. Kid Brother's pinnacle is the Taishan seal of Zen. It's still unbreakable. Just what kind of end is worthy of the Kid Brother's upheaval along the way? And with all this news, Lin Yi's family was congratulated by various relatives at their door. The mayor and the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, who are far away from Irving, also came with generous gifts to congratulate them. By the way, let's take a look at this already 10-year-old Lin Yi. 2 years have passed since that memory was fresh. The 8-year-old Lin Yi of the Northern Expedition. Looking at the grown-up Lin Yi, they were also very pleased. The school's old denizens, too, pulled up red festive banners in front of the school, along with the high wall near the campus, with banners spaced a few meters apart. The banner reads, "The School of Top Scholars. Congratulations to Sunshine Elementary School student Lin Yi, the top student in Magic City. Warm congratulations to Sunshine Elementary School student Lin Yi, who scored 750 points on the college entrance exam and won the top science prize in Magic City." Various banner wording. None of them can hide from the word of a scholar. I'm afraid that people in all of China don't know that he's Sunshine Elementary School. An elementary school has produced a top student in the college entrance exam. Passers-by look confused. An elementary school that produces high school seniors? The principal of this school, Olden, is senile? But seeing the news splashed across their cell phones, they all believed. Isn't a 10-year-old scholar an elementary school student? The principal can be 50 paces ahead these days, and at this point in time, it's pretty well known in Sunnyside Elementary School. They all know about Lin Yi in the 4th grade, the top student in the college entrance exam. The teachers were shocked. The teacher who had taught Lin Yi was all red. Even if Lin Yi had slept in class and hadn't listened, he could still boast that he had led the class Lin Yi was in. In the class, Huangfu Xiaomei also looked back at Lin Yi from time to time. There was even more admiration for Lin Yi. But she also really felt the gap with Lin Yi was getting farther and farther away. Aside from her age, she really couldn't think of anything that could be close to Lin Yi. She had known about it when Lin Yi had won various competitions before. The distance between Lin Yi and her in a year could be as far away as the stars in the 9 heavens. At the tender age of 6, during her first acquaintance in the 1st grade of elementary school, Lin Yi had intruded into her mind. Since then, she couldn't stop paying attention to Lin Yi, realizing that he was quiet. Not having the usual recess playfulness that those little boys should have, but just a quiet one. The current Huangfu Xiaomei realized that the furthest distance in the world is not between life and death. Rather, Suya also saw what was hidden in Huangfu Xiaomei's eyes from behind. Huangfu Xiaomei's eyes were exactly the same as many of her friends around her many years ago. Clueless, totally in line with sunflower flower language, in my eyes. Only you. Suya smiled faintly, but also lamented, love rises with the wind. And the wind stops the intention of awe. Suya did not understand at that time. Boys have white moonlight. Girls also have? It is now clear that Lin Yi might be the perfect white moonlight in Huangfu Xiaomei's heart. At the beginning of the school year at the moment, Liang Qi, the innate stealing tribute sacred body who had been assigned to the next class, heard the news of Lin Yi's high school entrance exam, gave him the surprised bear look. No, man. Similarly sleeping in class. Why was Lin Yi able to go to the college entrance exam at this age and even get a perfect score? He's very incomprehensible. After class Liang Qi went to the next class to find Lin Yi. Brother Yi, you shouldn't be studying hard while I'm sleeping, right? Lin Yi shook his head. Indeed not studying hard enough. Rather, the last life wasn't cleanly forgotten. And Unicorn gave back stuffed knowledge. Learning? He didn't even have to learn. As for Liang Qi, he's not afraid of Lin Yi really swinging for the fences. He's afraid of Lin Yi secretly learning. Lin Yi's peaceful sleep allowed him to dream big just as well. The news that Lin Yi had gotten full marks in his studies kept him up all night. Sleeping? Does he have the face to sleep? The teacher kept asking why he was sleeping. Before there was a reason to say. Before being at the same table with Lin Yi, Dream Zhou Gong studied properly. Now what? Lin Yi scored a perfect score on the high school entrance exam. And when the teacher asked, he couldn't even write an ordinary elementary school assignment in its entirety. Liang Qi couldn't even think of how to break this deadlock of his own when he thought about it. Suya was all happy on the sidelines. Liang Qi, this little fatty, innately stealing tributes is really fun. If Lin Yi slept, he really dared to follow him. And at this time, he was in the same grade as Lin Yi, the same schoolboy from Sunshine Primary School. Hearing the news of Lin Yi's high school entrance exam, his whole body was dumbfounded. Being pressured by Lin Yi's grades, in elementary school for so many years, he had always been the second of 10,000 years. Lin Yi had always ranked first in the results. He's tried so hard. But now that Lin Yi had come up with a whole college entrance exam, others were in a state of confusion. Classes are out of focus. Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. How is this possible? Also 10 years old. Why was Lin Yi already studying for the college entrance exam? He's even prepped for middle school in advance. Lin Yi has terrorized high school to the point where he's finished learning all the content? This is what humans can do? He somewhat questioned the truth of these things, but when I heard the teachers talk, it was all about Lin Yi. The principal was even happy enough to have the cafeteria add extra meals for a few days in a row. The banners hanging all over the campus and the firecrackers that go off once a day. And then there was last night, when mom and dad at home were shocked to see the news. How I wish this high school prodigy was the likeness of his son. Are all these signs really the kind of momentum that a fake can create? He's not stupid. He studied late into the night, thinking about the day he could catch up with Lin Yi. It even pushed Lin Yi down from number 1. But, now Lin Yi this college entrance examination full marks. This China, the test of full marks only 1 Will he still be able to in the future, break this record of Lin Yi? But by then, perhaps, what he had fought his whole life to achieve was nothing more than Lin Yi's starting point, and Lin Yi's mom and dad, Lin Yun and Zhang Yining, were also full of red these days. All of them were immersed in the joy of Lin Yi's high school entrance exam. That's more fun than a company they invested in that earns tens of millions of dollars a day, every day. And those billions earned out and lying in bank cards have become cold numbers. It's all the capital they've kept for Lin Yi. Even if Lin Yi didn't want to work hard in the future, this money would be enough for Lin Yi to live freely and happily for the rest of his life. And even Lin Yi's children and grandchildren wouldn't have to worry about money. Lin Yi wasn't in much of a happy mood about taking the title of top student in the college entrance exam. Just as usual, ripples. He's having a hard time figuring out, the strongest in all fields. As Tadako said, how exactly does one reach it? The important college entrance exams of his life, in which he had already taken first place and even scored a perfect score. Why? That doesn't count as mission accomplished? Isn't this still the pinnacle among students? Suya followed Lin Yi and spotted him, bland as ever. It seemed that this high school student is what he expected. In the bag, even in the face of taking the high school entrance exam, or this look of unperturbed. This is really the mentality that a 10-year-old boy has? Sioa also had to be as skeptical as the netizens. The college entrance exams are so calm. She has only seen repeaters. Lin Yi, this is not a repeat student. This is a proper resurrection student. The school had some distinguished visitors at this time. The principal of Qingbei personally visited Sunshine Elementary School, where Lin Yi is from. It was because he had just gone to Lin Yi's house and heard that Lin Yi was still at school, and that's how he came to Sunnyside Elementary, the kind of high school where all the high school seniors are on vacation after the high school entrance exams, and elementary schools check their grades and still have some days left for summer vacation. The visit of the principal of Qingbei also brought the principal, Lao Dang, to the door to welcome him. The president of Qingbei University himself visited. So you can imagine, this platoon, it's pulled full, it's really full. And together with the principal of Qingbei into the school, also has a program host accompanied. They also wanted to record that the principal of Qingbei came to his door and saw the 10-year-old genius prodigy Lin Yi. An interview with the day-to-day life of that 10-year-old genius prodigy. Lin Yi and Suya were in the school's corridor, looking at the president of Qingbei University who had walked into the school, and some important leaders following behind him. Suya recognized at a glance that the one walking at the front, even the principal, Lao Deng, had to show a gesture of being a step behind him. This kind of aura, not the president of Qingbei University, who else? Worthy of the president Lao Deng such. During this time, Lin Yi had won many championship trophies in major fields, and these honors made old Deng's hunched back straighten up all of a sudden. The only people who deserve him to put his foot down are the presidents of the prestigious schools. At the end of the day, he's just an elementary school principal. Institutions where only geniuses are allowed to enter. There are countless outstanding talents who have come out of that institution. These, Principal Olden admits to himself that he can't compare. But what does he know? The future. The naughty boy he's taken on will truly reach achievement, a shock to the ages. The future will also allow him not to appear inferior again. Principal Lao Deng saw Lin Yi in the corridor, and also waved his hand to signal Lin Yi to come down and meet with President Qingbei in his office. Lin Yi saw the gesture from the principal, Lao Deng, and obediently walked down the stairs. The president of Qingbei and the leaders and journalists into the president of the large office. The eye is full of office trophies. Even the desk in the office is full of championship cups from a number of tournaments. Looking at those championship trophies from the major competitions, President Qingbei's was also viewing them with some surprise. Table tennis, badminton, soccer, math, English, ancient poetry contests, and so on. A wide array of clear champions. There wasn't a runner-up, a third-place finisher. It can't all be honors that Lin Yi has captured, can it? The principal of Qingbei was also surprised and opened his mouth to inquire. Because it's all about the winners. There's not even a trophy for the runners-up. And Lin Yi's starting point was a 9-year-old international table tennis champion. It was something they remembered well. And the tallest trophy, which they also recognized, was none other than the championship trophy of this international tournament of table tennis. Back then, Lin Yi had crushed several talented players from several countries with his invincible 9-year-old stance. Wasia greeted them with the Watergate salute, and the avenue of the Magic City stood full, cheering for the player who had fought for his country. The events of that day are still fresh in their minds, and it was also during that time that Lin Yi slowly entered their field of vision. At that time, it was also negotiated to leave a guaranteed spot for the 9-year-old Lin Yi, but Lin Yi was too young to announce it. It wasn't until recently that Lin Yi had made a name for himself in various tournaments again, and they were even more eager to bring Lin Yi through the gates of Qingbei. Principal Lao Deng also nodded in reply. At the moment, he had to hold his head high at the mention of Lin Yi. The bottom line Lin Yi had given him was not just a star. He even felt that under one person, Lin Yi was invincible. With all the shining geniuses of Qingbei, Lin Yi was also invincible. He was also proud of Lin Yi. In his opinion, the first class below the president of Qingbei is. The gates of Qingbei Institution have brought out many scholars who have made outstanding contributions to the country. This was an aspect that Lin Yi had yet to contribute to. He didn't know, and it wasn't clear that the steel robot that had gone into hiding and was included in the state's classified archives counted as an outstanding contribution. Yes, this entire office is filled with trophies from a student. Lin Yi, over there is that other student getting the honors. The principal laid out the other students' honors as well. It's just that those honors of theirs were unremarkable and unimpressive under Lin Yi, the grand tournament champion. The president of Qingbei and a bunch of other leaders all looked as surprised as they could. Watch up Lin Yi's championship trophies from major tournaments. The reporters accompanying him also took their lenses and got close enough to photograph Lin Yi's championship trophy. An elementary school principal can have so many honors earned by his students. It also makes them incredible. This principal, how loved by this student. Most students take the trophies home and put them in their families. But Lin Yi, he gave them all to the principal. For those who don't know, fought this principal wholesale championship trophy. The reporters saw that Lin Yi hadn't come down yet and also interviewed the principal. Sunshine Elementary School. Principal Qin, can I interview you? Can. Old Den is also looking at the camera with a big smile on his face. Lin Yi really gave him a long face. A lifetime out of a student like Lin Yi. Straight hot. Hello, do you have anything to say about the fact that your school has produced a student like Lin Yi, who is a dragon and phoenix among men and a gold medalist? What's there to say? Principal Lao Deng began to recall all of Lin Yi's pasts at school. 8-year-old mischievous Lin Yi. That Teacher's Day surprise. The shells pulled out of the river coincided with a gift that didn't arrive over the weekend. Soccer led the varsity team to a big win over the middle school team with the elementary team. Traveling north brings that multiplied cultural and tourism revenue to Irvine. 9-year-old table tennis international champion. With the real jade seal of transmission on the top of Mount Tai, the ceiling of Zen shocked China. Tinkering with inventions. Lin Yi invented things that looked useful, but actually didn't help at all. That stainless steel wallet that's been used for a couple years and hasn't seen any wear and tear is still in the pocket. It wasn't until the appearance of the steel mecha that Lin Yi's invention came to an end, and he chose to close the invention room himself. By now 10 years old, championship trophies in multiple fields filled his office. 10-year-old high school seniors. Lin Yi is writing a kind of shocking, legendary life. At the age of 10, this record-breaking battle is already something that many people have fought their entire lives to achieve. But the principal also knew that this was just Lin Yi's starting point. It's like what those on the internet say, those who have ascended through hardship become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers who surround the Monkey King. Aren't those so-called geniuses, in Lin Yi's case, equivalent to this? The principal took a long time to look back at the camera. There was so much he wanted to say when it came to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, my best student yet. Also, the naughtiest little guy in the history of our school. You can't tell how much of a surprise 8-year-old gave me for Teacher's Day. Almost didn't give me a heart attack. And touched a war relic shell. This brat first remembered to give it to me. If not for the weekend, I think my wife would have come to pick me up. And this purse. The principal, Olden, spoke endlessly about Lin Yi. From his mischievous past, to that of earning several honors. There was some heartache in the principal's eyes. And there was also some pride in Lin Yi. That stainless steel. The unique wallet that no one else in the Wachovia has. Is there no money for a new one? No. That's no reason at all to buy a new one. It won't break. It's not broken at all. They all fall to the ground with a sound. And thieves are guilty of stealing them and returning them. And leave a few $100s behind. I'm afraid that this old dang's poor life is not as good as it should be. And that his wallet has been stolen and he's looking for a way out. Growing up. Really grown up. Principal Olden can't seem to say enough in a lifetime. Mischievous hocus pocus Lin Yi. Growing up to this, an office of trophies. In his mind, he also recalled the profound images that Lin Yi had brought with him. Lin Yi, who had his hands in his pockets and was holding a viper in his hand that he couldn't let go of. Barrel of cannonballs delivered to police station. Shocking Magic City districts Lin Yi. Interviewed and felt it was a shame it wasn't given to his Lin Yi. That raised eyebrow of crushing several countries with invincibility and shaving the heads of the other countries' players all over again. In the field of table tennis, Lin Yi, who has raised the national prestige of China. The reporter could see it too. This principal had Lin Yi's likeness in his eyes. It seems that words are not enough. The other leaders and the president of Qingbei were still seriously admiring Lin Yi's trophy. One by one, they read the words above the trophies. Lin Yi also poked his head around the doorway of the principal's office at this time. Suya also followed behind. Looking at Lin Yi like this, Suya was speechless. Why was he sneaking around? It's not like you've done anything bad. She was noticing that following Lin Yi gave her a strange feeling every day. Lin Yi's head was also seen by Headmaster Olden, the other big leaders, and the president of Qingbei saw Lin Yi. Yat, come here. The principal also shouted up to Lin Yi. Lin Yi also walked into the office at this time. The leaders and the principal of Qingbei all met Lin Yi, and it wasn't the first time they'd seen Lin Yi. It wasn't once or twice that Lin Yi appeared online. On TV, Lin Yi walked in and greeted him politely as well. Hello leaders, my name is Lin Yi. Looking at Lin Yi's imposing, sunny and upright demeanor, the leaders were also very fond of him. A dragon and phoenix among men. It's rare to find one who was so talented and intelligent at the age of 10. The leaders and the president of Qingbei praised Lin Yi as well. The principal's face was also lit up with pride. And with a moment's deliberation, Lin Yi was allowed to choose a school. The leaders in this room, all from the local education bureau chiefs, under their deliberation, the belated arrival of the presidents of the 7 national defense universities, Beijing Aerospace University, Beijing Polytechnic University, Urban Institute of Technology, Northwestern Polytechnic University, Nanjing Polytechnic University, Nanjing Aerospace University, Urban Engineering University. These universities are known as the 7 sons of Chinese defense, dominant and low-key. The strength is not inferior to the existence of Qingbei. A line of principals arrived, all vying for Lin Yi's enrollment. The principals were also in an uproar. This student, Lin Yi, has a talent for mechanics. He deserves to come to our Urban Institute of Technology. No, he's a good fit for us at BYU. We at Tsinghua are willing to waive all of Lin Yi's expenses for schooling, with an exclusive allotment of rooms near the school. Pay out money? Who can't afford to pay out? The leaders at the top said that we can come and compete, but we have to let the boy Lin Yi make his own choices. Principal Olden looked dumbfounded on the sidelines. Here comes the president of this Tsingbuk University. And here comes the National Defense 7 Sons University, all vying for Lin Yi. The principal was on the sidelines and had never seen this before. Listening to the communication of the principals, The principal also heard the upper leadership. Even the presidents of these top Chinese universities have to call out for leadership. But there aren't many of them. There are still people up there watching Lin Yi. The principal was sweating just thinking about it. Who dares to say Lin Yi is powerless? The forces behind this, the town generals, the leaders of the provinces. What's Lin Yi doing here that isn't unobstructed? Worrying about Lin Yi's soccer future before was completely overthinking it. These were things that Lin Yi could do if he wanted to. The viewers of the live broadcast also looked at the president of the top stream university in the first office. Koriko was already sweating. How have they ever seen such a scene? At the age of 10, the face-to-face meeting of the presidents of the top universities in the congregation. This has been the pinnacle of life in the minds of many. And that, for Lin Yi, it was just a few more people coming to see him. The pinnacle of his life? It doesn't seem to be happening yet. In his heyday, maybe in adulthood, the audience in the live stream had exploded. Crap. The presidents of the 7 Sons of Defense University are here? I've got beans. Isn't Qingbei still the first choice? How can you pick your own? Don't you just fill out an application and the school picks? Tears. Kid brother, I beg you to go to the next era. I really lost face in the same era as you. How do you expect me to live with myself with a 600 plus on my high school exam? I didn't break my defense when I saw my kid brother scoring full marks in the high school entrance exams and being the top student. Seeing the principals of these prestigious schools grabbing them, I've broken my defense. A perfect score on the high school exam? That's because, that's the limit of the paper, not kid brother's limit. The interviewers at the scene, looking at the principals who were still communicating where Lin Yi was going, also had their cameras facing Lin Yi. Mr. Lin Yi, can I interview you? He came here today with a mission. Interviewing high school seniors is a regular task almost every year. Lin Yi also nodded, and the interviewer led Lin Yi out of the office. Outside, in a cooler under a tree, he began to interview Lin Yi. You sit here and ask just a few small questions, oh student Lin Yi. This is our TV station interviewing the top students of the college entrance exams every year, so please cooperate with us. I'll mention anything you need to the leader. For his part, Lin Yi was also indifferent, bored with idleness anyway. This is an interview that every year's high school seniors have to face. He's naturally less so. It's more or less posing to give an interview, just to be asked a little question, and to be asked a little condition. Okay, got it. The interviewer is also placing a good shot. Take the microphone and hang it on Lin Yi's collar. Sitting down next to Lin Yi, the interview was conducted in a chatty manner. Alright, student Lin Yi, can I ask what you feel about becoming the top student of the college entrance exam in China at the age of 10? Thoughts? None. So do you ever feel like you've catapulted yourself to the top of your life with this high school top spot? Lin Yi listened to the question. Top student in the college entrance exam? The pinnacle of life? No. The pinnacle of his life could never be this. Perhaps the undisclosed Taishanzan is a real event. Is in the future, ping-pong balls together on the throne of the Devil King, is to lead the Chinese team, the momentum of the World Cup competition in a big way. Or maybe it's the announcement, that the core of that national research that can't be broken through, controlled fusion, shocks the world. Is it in basketball, with the pinnacle of the Chinese yellow race, winning the NBA championship? Or perhaps, in front of the world, complete the 8 items of Ozaki, and let the world know what it means to be truly invincible to me under the immortals. And 1 for 1 above the immortals, and many more. High school scholar Lang, just a little up and down in his life. The voicelessness of the unicorns may be proof of that. Lin Yi confidently shook his head and denied to the reporter that this college entrance exam was the pinnacle of his life. Lin Yi's denial also left the reporter a little confused. This Chinese college entrance exam scholar, there's just one every year. How many people dream of being at the top of their game? In ancient China, this high school scholar, but it is called a real flight to heaven. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw Lin Yi confidently smile and shake his head, some of them felt puzzled, while others were of the opinion that Lin Yi's life would definitely not be that of this Gaokao scholar, either. He's shaking his head with this confidence, making me think, I'll go on this college entrance exam. I'll go on it. Brother kid, the bottom of the cell begs you to stop showing off. You're not even the top student in your life? How can you let me, who feel that I am the peak of my life after drinking a bottle of ice coke and playing games all night, live? Without further ado, I'm rebooting to go. I hope in my next life, Earthowell didn't miss sending me a system. His soccer talent, ping pong talent, badminton talent, really does not allow high school students as the pinnacle of life. I'm just a plain old crunchy college student. I'm just watching a live stream. Why do I feel like they're all cursing me? And after being confused for a while, the reporter continued to ask about Lin Yi. So, Mr. Lin Yi, there's an option that's been very popular on the internet lately. If you had to choose between Qingbei, Defense 7, the top stream universities and a World Cup debut, which would you choose? I did learn about you, student Lin Yi, that you have a talent for soccer, and I also vaguely remember a video where you said that your dream was to lead the Chinese team to the World Cup finals. Under the reporter's inquiry, Lin Yi heard the question. It's the little kids that make the choices. He wants it all. Why choose one over the other when he could have achieved all of the options presented by the reporter? Qingbei, the president of the University of the Seven Sons of Defense, is in the office. Which one he wants to go to is just a matter of his word. As for World Cup debuts, this World Cup, which is only held once every 4 years, will have to wait. And there is no age limit for the World Cup. Sure, as long as he makes the home team's roster. Lin Yi was confident in his strength in soccer. He would fulfill that, the dream he had set in front of Coach Chen. He will show Coach Chen that the World Cup field. Appearing him, he also didn't know whether Coach Chen had forgotten him, forgetting the arrogant dream he had spoken in front of him when he was 8 years old. The audience in the live broadcast room at this point, hearing this option, have already started to come together to make a choice. Kids make the choices. I want it all. All I can say is that there is no honor in going to war for your country. Who can say no to a tearful singing of the national anthem at the World Cup? World Cup? If this wants Huaxia to enter the final round of the World Cup, all of Huaxia will have to take a unified day off to watch the game. At this point, those unattainable Qingbei gates are not worth mentioning in front of the World Cup starting spot. Every passing 4 years there are only 22 people out of 7 billion, and Qingbei, the gateway to the Seven Sons of Defense, has several people every year. If I can start in the finals, this Qingbei, Defense 7th son, let me go to school. I have to think about it, okay? CCTV, CCTV, please turn the camera to the player's tunnel. About to come out is the youngest youngster from China. Suya watched from the sidelines as the live stream audience brainlessly chose World Cup starters. Also see, this World Cup. The sons and daughters of Huaxia no longer appear on the field to raise the national prestige of Huaxia. Really let the people of this age feel as a kind of regret. Suya also looked at Lin Yi. She also knew that Lin Yi's talent for fame. Exactly, soccer. Lin Yi. Seems like they don't even touch soccer anymore. It seemed that soccer had long since faded into Lin Yi's memory. Lin Yi is now disciplined to work out every day and just doesn't spend time touching soccer anymore. Soccer. As if it were a royal princess who had been put out in the cold. But Suya only knew that Lin Yi didn't train himself in soccer. How did he know that? At the age of 8 that year, Lin Yi had already reached the peak of his soccer attainments. Training? He doesn't need it anymore. Age was his breaking point. And with his age rising and his physical qualities soaring, Lin Yi was invincible in soccer. All it took was a thought of him taking the stage and he would have made a big splash in soccer. Lin Yi also answered the reporter at this time. And he didn't want to answer the question, since he was given a choice of two. I'll take the World Cup debut. Hearing Lin Yi's reply, the reporter smiled in relief. In fact, he still knew Lin Yi from that year when he was 8 years old, and Lin Yi's dream, leading the Wachovia team to the World Cup final. This dream is a joke in the eyes of many because it's so hard to realize. It's hope in the eyes of some of the true fans of WAC. It is the fire of the stars. In the new era of China, there is no lack of genius in other fields. And soccer in China needs a fire that can start a blazing fire. This fire, in the reporter's opinion, it might be Lin Yi. He's waiting for Lin Yi to grow up. The interviewing reporter asked a few more questions before letting Lin Yi go back to his office. The principals also let Lin Yi make his choice. Lin Yi just shook his head bashfully. I don't want to go to college for now. I have my own life plan. Thank you, leaders. Lin Yi said what he wanted to say to the group of prestigious school principals. It didn't stem from the choices that Unicorn made him make, nor did it come from the eyes of the principal, Olden, who did not want him to leave his alma mater. Rather, it came from his own life plan that he had already made. This early step onto a college campus was not in his plans. Even with how tempting the conditions were, he was not lacking in things that came from material supplements. Lin Yi's refusal also caused the principals of the prestigious schools to be a bit surprised. Lin Yi refused on his own? But at Lin Yi's age, wasn't it always the family that made decisions on such choices? The viewers of the live broadcast were shocked by Lin Yi's words of refusal. What? Rejecting so many prestigious schools? Crazy, kid brother. This is a prestigious school that everyone dreams of. You just said no, right? No. He really dares to make his own decisions at 10 years old. I have to ask my mom and dad to open a new carton of plain milk at home. He rejected Qingbei when he was 10, rejecting the Seven Sons of Defense? Kid brother. Really invincible. At this time, Suya's face was filled with a shocked expression, looking aside at Lin Yi, who was seriously uttering his refusal. She knew that Lin Yi made many of his own decisions, but this prestigious school that many people dream of, Lin Yi actually didn't even ask Zhang Yin and Uncle Lin Yun? This is no small matter. Rather, it's a major event that determines the path of life. The leaders all looked at the principal of Sunshine Elementary School at that moment. Principal Lao Dang also frowned straight away. He didn't expect that Lin Yi would refuse so decisively. He didn't want Lin Yi to graduate so early, but he didn't want Lin Yi not to choose these universities. Even if Lin Yi chose to do so, it could be argued that it was fine to go back and read it some years later. Lin Yi directly rejected them all. He's stupid. And this was for Lin Yi, the fact that he could get into the top-ranked exams. That proved that he had absolute strength. Even if he didn't need this college entrance exam, he would have other strength to enter Qingbei, the school gate of the Seven Sons of Defense. This matter, can Lin Yi make his own decisions? Why don't we just ask his parents? And Principal Olden shook his head when he heard what they were saying. Don't get busy. It's Lin Yi who makes all the decisions in his family. Asking his parents would be in vain. His parents have to ask Lin Yi about any big decisions. Ask, and both Yining Zhang and Lin Yun will agree 100% with Lin Yi's decision, without questioning it. The principals of the prestigious schools, who were also confused when they heard what the principal said. P.S. Thanks to Lone Mendicant for the Big God certification. Thanks to Admin Muji Biggie for the popping of the flowers. The higher-ups had also said how they were going to make an offer for Lin Yi to join the school. Everything had to be chosen by Lin Yi himself, following his personal wishes. Lin Yi's refusal was something they hadn't expected. All have also said their goodbyes and left Sunnyside Elementary School. Since Lin Yi had said that going to college early wasn't in his life's plans, he'd wait a little longer. Lin Yi was still young, and elementary schools are on summer vacation. Lin Yi, as usual, works out intensely in the morning. The viewers in the live broadcast room all urged Suya to advise Lin Yi that intense workouts at this age would affect Lin Yi's future height. Crispy college students, make Lin Yi stop now. That's a lot of tossing around and wear and tear. Yeah, it'll all grow out of it later. I don't think so. I see that kid brother is developing quite normally. I can't last many days with this intensity of his workout. How does he hold up? He's like this. His height is already set. He won't grow any taller. Suya rode her bike and followed Lin Yi, who was running in the morning. Naturally, I saw what the pop-up said, also listening to the advice. He rode his bike to the side of Lin Yi to talk to him about it. Brother Xiaoyi, all your fans said that they told you not to exercise so intensely. It will have an effect on your body. Others say you won't grow any taller. Sioa was also truthfully saying what the viewers were saying in the pop-ups. Not growing taller is a word that really stings a bit. Not that she would think that Lin Yi couldn't grow taller. Lin Yi looked at Suya after hearing this. There was no answer. Just a slight smile. Influence? No, not at all. The newbie protection period for unicorns protects even the bones of the body. Worn out bones and all that. Non-existent. Lin Yi just silently continued his morning run without saying anything to Suya. Suya, which also couldn't hold up to Lin Yi's so much exercise, and she would run with Lin Yi for a few days on a whim. The rest of the time, it's followed on a bike. Summer vacation time is fleeting. A new semester has begun. The beginning of the school year also saw Lin Yi enter the 6th grade, and Lin Yi's height had changed dramatically. On the eve of the school year, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun remembered that they had measured Lin Yi's height every single year. Xiaoyi here has been eating a lot lately. The height seems to have gone up a lot too. Old Yun, measure Xiaoyi's height later. Yeah. Zhang Yin, who was eating her meal, focused on Lin Yi, always feeling that in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had grown up quite a bit. Perhaps it was because they had been so busy with business lately that neither of them had paid much attention to Lin Yi. After dinner, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun took Lin Yi to the sports equipment room. Shuya followed along. She also realized that Lin Yi's development this summer was a bit scary. Lin Yi seems to have grown more than a star taller. And in the sports equipment room, there was a wall where Lin Yi's height had been measured and recorded for each year of his life since his family had arrived here. Lin Yi stood there, and Lin Yun took a measure of Lin Yi's height. 1 meter 7. Lin Yun looked at the height that Lin Yi had measured when he was 9 years old and drew up a large height. The whole group was in deep thought. Grow? That fast? Lin Yun's people were dumbfounded. You know, a normal boy 10 years old and over 5 feet 4 inches is super tall. Lin Yi is 10 years old. Came to 1 meter 7. Keep in mind that it's still a few months until Lin Yi's 11th birthday. Not even 11 years old. And he's 5'7". Zhang Yin also looked at Lin Yi a few more times once again. Even though Lin Yi was very tall now, in her eyes, Lin Yi would always be posy. The Suya people were dumbfounded. 5'7"? Suya stood to the side of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was already about the same height as her. She's only 5 feet 8 inches too. Early development has been completed. Lin Yi is only 10 years old. There's still years to go before the developmental cutoff. Sioa was dumbfounded. Didn't those netizens say that Lin Yi's intense workout would affect his height? How come Lin Yi has pulled up so much this summer? Standing there, it doesn't even look like a schoolboy anymore. Grow up. He's too early in his development, isn't he? Zhang Yin and Lin Yun looked at each other. Only Lin Yi knows that it's all about persistence and hard work. Everyone's physique is different, and it makes sense that he can go to heaven with his left foot on his right foot, doesn't it? The viewers in the live broadcast room had all been dumbfounded at this point, and those little black people who had taunted Lin Yi at the beginning of the summer vacation that he wouldn't be able to grow taller in the future had all been confused. 10 years old and 5 feet 7 inches. Don't be so outrageous. Crap. He's got his hands in his pockets there. I didn't even know he was a schoolboy. Kid brother is now really strong and scary. Kid brother was 10 years old, 5 feet 7 inches and afraid of schoolyard bullies. The kid brother can really kill me with one punch now. No kidding. I'm growing handicapped here. High schoolers still at 1 meter 7. Looking at the kid brother into contemplation. For a time do not know who is the elementary school student. This fucking 10? Suya always felt. The current Lin Yi could knock out her previous year's New Year's Eve dinner with one punch. After dinner, Lin Yi thought about how school would start tomorrow. Let's go. Sister Suya, take a walk. Lin Yi didn't want to be idle at home. Suya also nodded and followed Lin Yi out the door with the equipment. She didn't even dare to walk next to Lin Yi. Lin Yi has grown so tall and big, and for fear of misunderstanding, he just walked behind Lin Yi with the lens. If Lin Yi were to grow any taller, she'd be walking next to him. I'm afraid she could be misunderstood by others. She's Lin Yi's little girlfriend. Suya also lamented at the back. Time flies. Ah, Lin Yi finally does not look like he couldn't lift the pot back then. Suya also recalled that Lin Yi was 8 years old that year. The pot is lighter than the writing pen. Now, just Lin Yi's back alone made passersby feel that he was frighteningly strong at first glance. Lin Yi also had his hands in his pockets as he and Suya walked slowly through the night. I didn't want to drive out today. Simply wanted to walk out and have some fun. And at that moment, as Lin Yi walked, there was a somewhat dark intersection in front of him, and the malfunctioning streetlights in that place were flickering. As he neared the intersection, a ball flew out untimely and flew to Lin Yi's feet. Suya was at the back, seeing the sudden appearance of the leather ball. She was also sweating. You know, now in the middle of the night, this quiet intersection to a ball? Take away the silver. Suya was also a bit scared as she followed Lin Yi closely. Only at that moment, a person with horrible clown makeup suddenly appeared at the corner of the intersection. Unmoving, he stood there, his gaze deadpan on Lin Yi and Suya. Suya looked creeped out by the clown's appearance. With that makeup and dress, it couldn't help but make Suya think that it looked like it came out of a movie. Suya, also from instinctive fear, hid behind Lin Yi. Bend over and don't want to hurry up that clown. Lin Yi looked at the scared Suya behind him, looking at the clown not far in front of him. Lin Yi wasn't afraid. He was a staunch materialist warrior. A clown? If it's true, he can beat him into a real clown. Fake? Beat it into real clowns too. And that clown looked at Lin Yi without moving a muscle. Lin Yi had his other hand in his pocket, leaving one hand free to pick up the ball on the ground. Throw it out towards that clown's feet. Confirmation of whether it is an entity. It's solid? Then you can fight. It's unreal? Even if the real ghosts and gods come, he can change them one for one. 1 for 1 under the immortals. He really couldn't do it now. Ghost? Relying on his all-pervasive righteousness. He can fight. The ball Lin Yi threw over touched the clown's feet, and the clown lowered his head to look at it. Suya was scared at this point, but still poked the camera out from behind Lin Yi. She was timid, but how could such a good thing be without a live audience? The timid moms in the audience. The auntie fans had already closed their eyes in fear. The male fans had already been wide-eyed, watching for details. See if it's a man or a ghost. They're just watching live anyway. If it's a real ghost, it's not like they're fine. Hey, crispy college student. You're afraid of me too. Don't take the live broadcast audience to block off. Crispy college students are not human. It doesn't seem real. He's an entity. It should be someone pretending to scare the kid brother. I think so. Where are the ghosts in this world? Yeah. This would be someone's neat trick. The live viewers are still discussing the truth. And that played the clown. A streetwise neat anchor. His live camera is hidden in his collar. His live viewers, too, recognized who it was that was across from the Joker. And how could the Joker not know? This Magic City's biggest netizen today. He's known as Kid Brother. Lin Yi confirmed that it was solid at this point. He also realized it was probably just pretending to scare people. Lin Yi also smiled evilly. Like to scare people? That would be interesting. The Joker's live broadcast room was also buzzing with activity at this time. And when they saw Lin Yi smile, some of them who had seen Lin Yi knew to be bad. What the hell? You've got the kid brother? Interesting. That's funny. Run away, brother. He's laughing, you're finished. Whole point, people, you are high-minded. Kid brother, smile. You are life and death. He's terribly strong just from his standing position. Don't look at kid brother now. He's only 10 years old. He's really able to kill people with one punch. Run. Meet Clown's livestream viewers have been making Clowns run for the hills. But you can't see the pop-ups with the Clowns now. He just eyed Lin Yi. Looking at Lin Yi's face, that wicked smile. He also frowned slightly with a sudden sense of ill will, under the impression that he's the one who's praying. Looking at Lin Yi having one hand in his pocket, the other hand was already starting to clench that sandbag-sized fist. Bad. This guy is really not afraid of him. Just Lin Yi's standing posture alone, combined with exuding an aura of invincibility. Joker swallowed. He couldn't believe that it was a 10-year-old Lin Yi's invincible stance that had been cultivated over since he was a child. He hadn't even seen it on a movie on TV. He's an adult now. Mid-20s, yes. But at this moment, as he looked at Lin Yi's stance, he even felt that he didn't have the slightest chance of winning if he fought Lin Yi at all costs. Not at all. He was also questioning in his head, was this really a 10-year-old schoolboy? This aura of Lin Yi. None of those free sparring, several times KO'd opponents have it. This confident look was something he really hadn't seen before in China, or even the world. He wondered if the live audience could feel it, but he could intuitively feel a real sense of oppression as he stood across from Lin Yi, sweating it out, really sweaty. At this moment, Lin Yi took his other hand out of his pocket, another sandbag-sized fist. In the words of the star, that is, a fist the size of a sandbag. Are you scared? Watching Lin Yi go from a defensive stance and his feet begin to move forward proved that Lin Yi had entered an attacking state. Joker also watched as Lin Yi took a step away, and immediately kicked into a sprint, running away to the back. No more playing, no more games. I was wrong, don't hit me. He was really afraid that Lin Yi would make a move. No kidding, he really can't beat it, really can't beat it. He knew his own strength too well. Lin Yi's Wing Chun lightning speed fist could knock the shit out of him. Lin Yi hadn't even run towards him yet, when he saw him running away without looking back. Also speechless. It's not even done. You're scared out of your wits. Lin Yi also shook his head helplessly. Thought someone could break heads with him for a bit. And it turns out, that's it? Suya was behind Lin Yi, listening to the clown making pleading noises and his voice getting smaller and smaller. Suya probed her head in confusion, only to see that the clown was running as fast as if he had a sprint on, and his mouth was still saying words begging for mercy. Ha! The Suya people were dumbfounded. Something divine or demonic happened? Scared like that? As Lin Yi listened to Suya, all he could say was that there was no time to mourn the genius prodigy he was. Next to debut as the man who could kill Tyson with one punch. Lin Yi also unclenched his fist at this moment and took a serious look at his fist. Lin Yi always felt the power in this body was somewhat inexplicably pressing on, always wanting to swing. The daily sandbagging at home completely represses that urge to be violent, but he has the restraint not to use violence lightly. The moment he saw the Joker just now, he had given the Joker numerous chances to run. Otherwise, just the moment he threw the ball over, Lin Yi would have been able to leave him hanging within 30 seconds. The viewers of the live broadcast were also amused to see that clown being run off, with a talentless cry for mercy in his mouth. Ha, that's it? Can a kid brother be scared like that? I don't understand. Me neither, Sister Lee. Ha 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 ha. Now, he's a real clown. Laugh num okay. Kid brother, pick up your nose. Pick up your nose. The clown neat blogger ran a long way away, and when he saw that Lin Yi didn't catch up, he also took out his cell phone with a sigh of relief. As he thought, he had just been criticized and ridiculed by the audience for his unproductive plea for mercy. He was also in a hurry to explain. Clowns, you guys can do it, you do it. You guys are unaware. Kid brother's standing there. He doesn't even have to make a move. I can feel it. He's ridiculously strong. Not that he's really exaggerating. He had thought that the kid brother Lin Yi that he had seen on the internet was just a bit of outrageous overkill. I didn't realize that the reality of locking eyes with him could be sweaty. The well-known kid brother in the Magic City. Who doesn't know that he started his legendary life at the age of 8? He became a Chinese internet star at the age of 8 and won the International Table Tennis Championship at the age of 9. A 10-year-old high school senior. Kid brother's life hasn't had any setbacks along the way. In his experience, he didn't even seem to lose. It seems, losing is not in his vocabulary. That invincible and full of confidence aura under this life experience. Anyone with a bright eye could feel his aura. It's just like meeting those veterans who have been fighting for many years on the street, with those horrible dumpling ears. Just by looking at the ear, I know he can't fight, can't even come close enough to see it. One punch can dry out the blood. No kidding. And Lin Yi's aura was that, even if he knew that Lin Yi was only 10 years old. But now, Lin Yi's 10-year-old height of around 5 feet 7 inches, plus that usual workout method that regular people couldn't sustain, Really, even if two adults fought him, they wouldn't dare say they could take advantage of Lin Yi. Under the explanation of the whole clown, those lazy people who watched the spoof and the whole thing, seeing that this anchor was actually scared like that by the kid brother and still explaining, also continued to taunt without any explanation. That's it? And you, my friend, you're a real clown. Shame on you. I won't dare to say that I've seen your live broadcast when I go out from now on. Kid brother didn't even make a move. You're scared like that. Pack funny To the kid brother our whole laugh. The whole thing is very good. Next time don't hole. Really no live. You just open broadcast bite lighter. Joker was also anxious when he saw the pop-ups on the air, none of which understood his situation. You guys are just standing around. If I hadn't run fast just now, the bag died in the bottom of the cell. He really wasn't joking. If it wasn't for advanced judgment, Lin Yi moved to run at him. Packet of seconds. One punch at most from Lin Yi and he was going to go down and die in place. Isn't that a package of death? Some of the viewers in the clown's live broadcast room also knew that the one who just screwed up was the 10-year-old kid brother. They really didn't expect this clown to be scared like that by Lin Yi. Didn't even do anything to make this clown sweat. I can't believe I'm still saying the highest rating, the bag of death. You're also invincible. Being scared like this by a 10-year-old kid brother? He's only 10. How much strength does he have? Yeah, get scared like that. Dude, reopen it. Lou, are you guys unaware of the 9-year-old kid brother's fist technique of breaking 10,000 scrolls? His punches were so fast and hard that MacArthur commented, if he punched me, I'd be dead in my cell. And the upstairs is unbeatable. MacArthur has been dead for so many years. It's not even surprising that it's still on fire. Joker saw that Netflix was still taunting. It was also dry to turn off the live stream. Even if you don't earn your points, pussy, you're still being mocked hard. What's the point of broadcasting? The clown is also pissed off. He really wasn't kidding about what he just said. Lin Yi's aura. That aura. It was really hard to believe that he was only 10 years old. But, that's the truth. And just now at the intersection, Lin Yi and Suya also left. Lin Yi was also speechless. Having had enough fun and bumping into such a clown on his way home, Lin Yi wished it was a real demonic clown. That's what makes it fun. But in this world, those things don't exist. Suya followed behind and inquired about Lin Yi. Brother Xiaoyi, you don't look like you couldn't lift a pot back then after all. By the way, what did you just do? Scared that clown like that without even doing anything? Suya was as puzzled as the audience of the live broadcast. Why did that clown panic and run away begging for mercy when Lin Yi merely stood still without even moving? Because of the live broadcast camera, and her hiding behind Lin Yi, she didn't see Lin Yi's expression at all. Didn't even see the gesture. Naturally, I don't understand what's going on. Lin Yi shrugged. I didn't do anything either. Just laughed and he ran away. Lin Yi truthfully said what he had just done. It's also true that it did just smile. The thought of him making a move rose up and pressed back countless times. So just keep standing still. Otherwise, with his current explosive power, if he really wanted to make a move, it would only take a split second to catch up. Suya was confused as she listened. Just laughed a little? Can you scare people like that? She didn't believe it. And the viewers of the live broadcast believed it even less. And the next day, the first-person view of that clown live was edited and posted online. Perhaps it's the details of which many people watch. Also under Lin Yi's sandbag-sized fists, he felt the oppressive feeling that Lin Yi brought. Just from the way he stands, I can tell. He's terribly strong. This fucking 10? Kid brother, what's wrong with 10? Approaching quickly. No kidding. With his invincible stance. Really do it, he could spit me out with one punch. Vori Jiner. It's you. A sense of packed death oppression cuts through the screen. Yesterday's clown brother. I cyber violated you. It was my fault. It was crowded yesterday. I apologize to you now. The video of the clown fixing the whole thing has caught fire online. The clown saw that a knowledgeable person felt Lin Yi's sense of oppression. Also opens the live stream and vents hard. Super loud. Hysterical rage. Black talk. You guys really don't know. I could hear my Tara's voice ringing in my ears that night. There's no time to mourn the nation's top high school student. The literate kid brother. Next up is the kid brother who can kill a tiger with one punch. To say that at the age of 10, Lin Yi's greatest achievement was in the high. And next, Lin Yi would explain to the world what it meant to be a true man of letters and martial arts. Lin Yi's legendary life continues. Time came to Lin Yi's school season. As Lin Yi was at the age when he started school, Lin Yi chose to go to elementary school a year earlier. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinin were also aware of Lin Yi's intelligence from a young age, and had let him advance to the first grade. So at someone else's age of 12, 13 years old in 6th grade, Lin Yi was in the 6th grade at the end of his 10th year, going on 11. This was why many people on the internet wondered why Lin Yi was in the 6th grade at his age. On the first day of school reports, Lin Yi walked into the principal's office. Old Den, I want a hot cup of tea. P.S. Thank you to Nerd Suckstar for the great certification. Thank you all for the gift of ducks. Principal Lao Dang, who was in his office, heard the commotion and also looked at the person who walked in at the office door. And a somewhat familiar and unfamiliar guy, but there was always something familiar about the way he listened to the voice and the address. On second thought, who else could Suya be following? Yat? Ouch, has this one summer vacation changed so much? The principal excitedly observed Lin Yi, handsome as ever. The temperament is also pulled up a lot. Strength, it's also a bit off the wall. Looking at Lin Yi's biceps, was this the same somewhat scrawny Lin Yi from before? With those muscles, you shouldn't have a problem blowing out his glasses with one dry punch, right? The principal was also excited as he pulled Lin Yi up and compared his height. Lin Yi was as tall as he was as an old man. Growing up, really grown up, mentally mature and physically grown. This also made the principal a bit surprised, knowing that this new semester Lin Yi was only in the 6th grade. 6th grade is that high, that height. The future is bright. It's not a dream to be 5 feet 8 inches or 5 feet 9 inches. The principal was thrilled. Lin Yi's healthy body, looking to a bright future. Principal Lao Dang said, also pouring hot tea for Lin Yi. Careful, it's hot. He was so concerned about Lin Yi. Lin Yi's incident with that college entrance exam scholar had earned him a lot of face. Such deeds, Lin Yi would also be written into the school's history, even if in the future, when he, the old man, came down from the position of principal, the world would forget about him as principal, but it was unlikely that they would forget about Lin Yi, the prodigy. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's dislike, he'd be close to getting on his mouth and blowing tea cold for Lin Yi. The principal watched as Lin Yi sipped his tea, still amazed at how much Lin Yi had changed over the summer. To say that a woman has changed, this is more than 18 changes for Lin Yi. After Lin Yi took a few sips, alright, I'll report back to class. Lin Yi finished speaking and went back to his new classroom with Suya. The new class, many of which are new transfers, also has several familiar faces. Lin Yi walked back through the back door to his back window seat. In the front seat, sat the same Huangfu Xiaomei that Lin Yi was familiar with, the familiar high ponytail. Lin Yi also wondered, it's a new semester, and she's still sitting in the front? Lin Yi didn't greet Huangfu Xiaomei either. Having been in the same class as Huangfu Xiaomei for so many years, Lin Yi also recalled in his memory that it seemed that he had always been in the same class as Huangfu Xiaomei at Sunshine Elementary School. Thinking about it, there are only a few classes in this entire grade. It's not surprising that it happened. After Lin Yi sat down, Huangfu Xiaomei also turned her head back when she heard the commotion. Seeing Lin Yi's even more handsome appearance than before summer vacation, Huangfu Xiaomei looked dumbfounded. Although they had been watching Suya's live stream of Lin Yi over the summer, none of them had been able to watch Lin Yi this close. Now Lin Yi was right in front of him, being even more handsome and bright in the live room. That temperament made her, a little girl, always feel that Lin Yi was unattainable. Huangfu Xiaomei's face instantly turned red. Lin Yi also saw Huangfu Xiaomei, who had turned her head to blush. Now Lin Yi really wants to open his mouth. You blush a bubble pot of tea? Huangfu Xiaomei's new deskmate also looked at the handsome Lin Yi sitting behind her, also stunned. Handsome, who are you? Suya was watching the action from behind. Sure enough, Lin Yi's current temperament. It's not too much to say that it's the dream of a billion young girls. The temperament is outrageous even. The key Lin Yi's strength was also outrageous. In summary, supermodel, super standard monster. The audience in the live stream was also watching the fun at this point. Ha 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 ha. Classic. Handsome, who are you? Kid brother nowadays. Should really call him brother. Starting today, everyone stop taking orders from elementary schools. You don't know what's going to show up next. Will it be a kid brother like this? Yun Shan, the temperament is quite good. The strength is also a bit outrageous. The sovereign pack is dead. There's no time to mourn the high school kid brother. Next up is the dream of a billion young women. No, kid brother is only 10 years old. Leave the kid brother alone. It's my turn to take all this. He can't handle the pressure at his age. Lin Yi listened to Huangfu Xiaomei's question from the same table. My name is Lin Yi. Xuan Mu Lin. E of E Shuluan. Sure, you can call me brother. I can afford it. Huangfu Xiaomei heard Lin Yi introduce himself to her tablemate. It was also a bit of a surprise. Lin Yi. She doesn't even seem to talk to her that much. Did Lin Yi become so cheerful and talkative in one summer vacation? Huangfu Xiaomei's table heard Lin Yi's self-introduction. It was also shocked enough to stand up. You're Lin Yi? He's also in his 6th year at this elementary school. How could one not recognize Lin Yi? The kid brother. Just looking at the handsome Lin Yi in front of him, the change was astonishing. The face that was a little young before. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't say anything more in the face of her questioning. He is Lin Yi without changing his name and without changing his name. Lin Yi's silence also caused Huangfu Xiaomei's table to fall into deep thought. Huangfu Xiaomei also pulled her to sit down, not allowing her tablemate to bother Lin Yi. Until the end of today's new semester check-in, Lin Yi went out of the classroom. On the way to the school gate after school, he bumped into his previous deskmate, Liang Qi. Lin Yi looked at him as his size increased once again. Everyone else was growing straight. He was growing horizontally. It's been so long. Lin Yi visually estimated that Liang Qi should have gained more than a tiny bit of weight from before. Liang Qi, Lin Yi said, tapping Liang Qi on the shoulder. Liang Qi looked back at Lin Yi, also frowning slightly. Dude, who are you? Lin Yi heard Liang Qi's question and also rolled his eyes a bit breathlessly. Has he changed that much? Me? Lin Yi? Ha? Liang Qi jumped in surprise, looking around Lin Yi. That confident air. It was Lin Yi alright. What's with this body? This height? No. Why are you growing so fast? Eating tiger's milk? Lin Yi listened to Liang Qi's bombastic speech. It was also breathless. Liang Qi is also against the odds. To be able to say something like eating tiger's milk, it's worthy of being an innate stealing tribute's sacred body. The strength is still there too. Stop it. Normal workout. Holy shit. You're telling me this is a normal workout? I don't believe it. Warlord, please show me the way. I want to be like you too. Liang Qi is also on summer vacation, heavily influenced by short videos. Quite a good feeling about the master at arms. Make a plan. When the man of God is also to have a master at arms, he must gung-ho the master at arms. Lin Yi was also a little confused as he listened to Liang Qi's sudden shout of master at arms, and a familiar system voice rang in his head. Ding! New mission, advise the three. The other party will be counted as one person only after implementing the suggestions made by the host. Reward, full grade rock climbing. Lin Yi listened to the quest posted by Brother Unity. That is, he was asked to be the counselor to give advice to 3 people, and the other guy has to implement it before the job is done? Listening to the rewards given by Brother Unity. Rock climbing? The Lord of Fate in Ozaki's 8 items. It is the unarmed rock climbing that needs to be challenged. And now this reward given by Unicorn. Together with his previous full swimming, full surfing, and full skiing, Unico is preparing for his Ozaki 8. Creator of water, master of life, solidified by ice. The world knows that no one has ever completed the Ozaki Hachi, a challenge that, when completed, can lead to a true rebirth of nirvana. But, few people actually know that there are 3 other hidden challenges: death's rest, burial in the earth, and the opening of the village. It takes more than courage and the determination to die 8 times. Lin Yi also recalled a saying, die 8 times. Maybe it really will be an epiphany? Lin Yi was out of his mind for a moment, and Liang Qi saw Lin Yi strangely frozen. It also waved its hand in front of Lin Yi's eyes. Hey, Lin Yi, I want to lose weight and be as handsome as you. Teach me something. Lin Yi returned to his senses after listening, hearing what Liang Qi said. Isn't this Liang Qi in front of him a good candidate to complete the counseling? Are you sure? Certain, as well as very sure. So you can take the pain? I run 10 kilometers a day in the morning, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. So you can follow that and try it. Lin Yi was also speaking out about his exercise planning. It wasn't intentionally made harder to say. It's something he keeps up with every day. This high-intensity workout was something Lin Yi had gotten used to a long time ago. Even take it for granted. Feeling this intense workout has been nothing but stressful. It's just that he saw that there was a lock in his body, but there was still a key missing to open it. Lin Yi couldn't find the so-called key either. Lin Yi uttered the plan. Liang Qi's pupils dilated as he listened. 10 kilometers of morning running? 100 squats? 100 sit-ups? 100 push-ups? Is this something humans can accomplish? Then forget it. I can't take a little bit of pain. No more. My mom is waiting for me to come home for dinner. See you tomorrow, brother Yat. When Liang Qi heard Lin Yi's plan, it was obvious that he couldn't even complete 100 push-ups, not to mention the rest. He still chooses to spend his days eating snacks and watching anime. Can't take a little bit of pain. Hurriedly slipped away with excuses. Lin Yi listened to what Liang Qi said, and the person walked away. Lin Yi always felt that was a bit familiar. Shuya was all happy behind her. It seemed like Lin Yi had actually said this before, and she remembered that it was Lin Yi who had said it to a soccer coach. As a result, the words flew back to hit Lin Yi like a boomerang. Lin Yi was helpless. He didn't expect Liang Qi to practice either. It was a task that he had other ideas for accomplishing. All it takes is 3 of them to listen to him. He has so many fans. He opens a live studio and plays the military advisor live. There are always so many hardcore fans who will listen to his words seriously. Right? Lin Yi and Suya returned home. After homework and dinner, Lin Yi was also in the living room, signaling Suya to give him the live streaming cell phone. Suya watched as Lin Yi took his cell phone and wondered what Lin Yi was up to. Linny took his cell phone and went on the air, intending to connect with the viewers. Come, my lord, I can show a clear path here. Come on with your advice. Linny suddenly talked about showing the way, and Suya was a bit confused at the side. Show the way? What do you mean? Is this going to be an internet warlord? The viewers in the live broadcast room, who had been somewhat quiet, were all ignited by Lin Yi's words. What, Meilu? Don't make fun of us grown-ups. Kid, Bright Road? I'm afraid it's not the underworld path. Yo, indeed, military master. Then I want to chase after a cosnetizen with 1,000,000 fans, so please show me a clear path. Military master. Teruya, don't fantasize. Go squat in the corner and play. No. Does anyone really believe anything he says as a 10-year-old guy? You guys don't believe me, then don't video link and give me this spot. You guys don't even think about it. That year Kid Brothers' casually written lottery numbers made Lin Yun, that old denizen, become a rich second generation in one fell swoop. I'm going to ask the master at arms for a string of numbers. The other day there were a bit too many people. I hacked you out of necessity. Kid brother, I'll kneel down for you now. You even a bit me. Many of the ones who didn't believe Linny in the live broadcast room were speaking, and some believed that with Lin Yi's koi holy body, maybe if they begged Lin Yi to give them a number, that would be tonight's jackpot number. Winning that would be too much to spend, at all. Given that Lin Yun had previously won a few $100 million when he got a string of numbers from Lin Yi, many people also trusted Lin Yi. Even some of the little hackers who had hacked Lin Yi before had turned black and begged Lin Yi to even him. Some of the big brothers on the list in the live broadcast room who had a little bit of money and weren't considered to be rich and famous were also brushing up their gifts to grab Lin Yi's connection. Let Lin Yi show a clear path and be able to break the game. It allowed their family to soar and prosper. Suya was next to Lin Yi, looking at the big gifts that were splashed across the live stream. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars up and down in minutes. The impact of a single word from Lin Yi. It's scary as hell. On this pop-up screen, all of them shouted out for Lin Yi's military advisor. Lin Yi didn't care about the gift money. He's not short of that gift money. He just wanted to have 3 that would listen and get him through it. Lin Yi was reminded of this as he looked at so many applications for connectivity. I'll say it up front. The ones who are connected, they have to listen to advice. Don't even worry about this or that. If you don't have the power to act, don't worry guys. My proposal won't be breaking the law or anything. It's definitely within the realm of what can be changed after your actions. Lin Yi is also a good law-abiding citizen. Getting someone to break the law or something is absolutely out of the question. The livestream has been full of people saying they listen to advice, and the number of people applying for a connection is growing. Lin Yi then continued, I'll pick 3 at random. There's only 3 of them. Lin Yi casually selected a video link, and a man with somewhat long hair appeared in the video. The other party was also extremely excited to see that Lin Yi had chosen him. The odds are no different than buying a lottery ticket and winning. Kid brother, pick me. Kid brother, I absolutely listen to advice. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. I heard that you're only 10 years old. Kid brother, and you don't have any children. I want to pension you off. The opponent was also excited and came up with a silky little combo. Lin Yi was speechless even as he listened. Against the great day. He's only 10 years old? Needs someone to age him? Stop it. Which area do you want advice on? Can you suffer? Lin Yi first threw out 2 questions to the other party, and the other man spoke up seriously. Just make some money. Not the big rich kind. At least the pinnacle of ordinary people. I can't take a little pain. Lin Yi also looked at the other party carefully as he listened and analyzed. Can't take the pain. That's not willing to make much of a difference. Nor is it possible to change things with effort. Just make a little? Well, it doesn't take much. Lin Yi heard the other party being so sincere. At least the opposite side didn't ask for a lottery number. If it was this kind of one, Lin Yi also hung up directly and decisively. Too much karma because of a lottery number. Lin Yi scrutinized the other party, feeling that the other party had the appearance of a deceased person, looking at each other's hair a bit longer, and also scheming up a plan. Here's the deal. You do as I say. Go out and get your hair cut slightly shorter and have the barber give you a whole center parting. Spend some more money on the whole backstrap. Get an idol trainer backdrop. Start a live stream. Play basketball. And play the soundtrack, just because you're so beautiful. Lin Yi is also a long story short. This plan of his can certainly make this buddy, not to say great wealth, at least can eat a period of dividends. Lin Yi's words also caused his buddies on the company to be a bit stunned, but he didn't question it much, and what Lin Yi said was just a few steps. It's time to cut your hair when it's long. Bib pants aren't worth much. It's not hard for him to start a live stream in this age of everyone being able to live stream. Okay, I got it. I'm going into action now. This buddy is also extremely listen to persuasion. Immediately hang up the connecting microphone. Leave the live room straight downstairs to the barber store. Lin Yi didn't feel the slightest bit bad about this scheme. That dude has the look of a deceased person. And that mysterious sect, the patriarch, is gone. The clan is getting stronger. Plus there's never a shortage of talent in the background of that idle trainee that's comparable to a brush cage. Lin Yi's suggestion left many people who didn't understand the stunt a little puzzled. Suya did understand some of it, only still a little bewildered. The viewers of the live stream, some of whom were slightly older, had no idea about the stunt. Goo, kid brother, what are you doing? Kid brother, you rub my homing pigeon traffic. You can give my homing pigeon a kiss? Oh? Upstairs. You're disgusting. Backpacking pants? Playing basketball? What kind of douchebag wears backpacks to play basketball? Big guts upstairs. How dare you scold my family pigeon? Invincible. Is this kid brother's composition complicated to this extent? I can't believe it's still little Blackie. This is perhaps the longest surviving terrier, isn't it? The patriarch is gone, and the clan is getting bigger and stronger. The live broadcast room was also very lively. While Linny continued to pick up the second lucky viewer, the dude who was on the mic also launched an inquiry to Linny. Brother kid, that brother just now, can you really make money according to what you said? And for Linny, making money should be no problem. Really? Then I'm not asking for a lottery number. Originally, his plan was to ask Linny for a winning lottery number. But think of that, everyone says there is an insider and only insiders can win. And he dismissed that thought. Can you point me in the right direction? Just like that dude just did. I'd like to have a bowl of live streaming too. I've watched a lot of people put together Land Rovers online. Kid brother, do you think I have a chance? Linny heard the other party say. Linny could also see that the other party's eyes were filled with desire for the Land Rover. Suya was happy to be on the sidelines. The internet. Talented people. There's no shortage of talent under the internet in this day and age. A dude who squatted toward the outhouse belongs to the ages. There's also a little Ajiao who doesn't even go to school as much as Zay and Zhao out a broken car. It also has one of the youngest generals in China. And I heard that he's been eating public food lately. It's really enviable. The low start and high life of these people has also led to the emergence of many people on the internet, who have risen to pursue the meal of webcasting. After all do not have to suffer. A night open, a live broadcast, circle a Lamborghini, a Range Rover, not to mention, a product of the internet age. That's it. And Linny looked at this newly connected up dude, didn't ask him for the lottery numbers. Linny also recognized it. The clear path he showed this time was definitely no less than winning a small lottery. Not to say overnight wealth. At least towards the peak of his life belongs to him. Linny also scrutinized the other party and felt that this person also had the appearance of a deceased person. It's true. An old friend. Isn't this the innate black mamba sacred body? It's not purely God's reward. He didn't realize it. Linny also unearthed it for the other party. Go downstairs. Shave your head. Make it a little darker. Just dim the lights if you can't. Head to the booth. Drink iced tea. And play See You Again. Buy a No. 24 jersey in basketball. Put on the jersey. Take the basketball and turn on the PK. Make money every day. Not a dream. Linny gave a serious speech down the line. The connected dude was silent. Shave your head? Nowadays, in this society, how can anyone want to shave their head? Do you still want to go out and see people? Other conditions, buying clothes and basketballs, iced tea, music and whatnot are good. But this haircut, it belongs to be stuck. Still, he asked Linny once again. Sure about this? Linny nodded once again with certainty. Shave it. If it doesn't make money, I'll make it up to you. Fruity? Fruity. At Lin Yi's words, he also gritted his teeth and went downstairs to act immediately. Lin Yi's sentence of fruity truth gave him the bottom line. Lin Yi, with all this intelligence, surely wouldn't frame him to play. And for Lin Yi, this little street down the line was ironically making money. Naturally, he doesn't have to make up an egg. The audience in the live room at this time also carefully recalled the buddy just now. And the No. 24 jersey associated with a thought. There was a lot of blowing up. Innate black mamba sacred body? Is that you jailbait? Against great odds belongs is. This is a true innate saint body. That koan from before was just an impure bloodline. Man, what can I say? Finally, I know why all the innate sacred body clans are grabbing for it. And after lifting away, pick to the next somewhat white dude, Linny was still wondering what kind of job the other party could hold. And at this moment, Suya on the side couldn't sit still. Looking at the other side was a true gesture of a deceased person. Too much like the ex-husband brother of Showbiz. It's almost as if they were cut from the same mold. If he hadn't known that his ex-husband's brother was still peddling a sewing machine, he'd have thought he'd broken out of prison. Dig the groove. Ex-husband brother. Brother Showy. I can do this question. Suya also had a plan at this time. Rush to answer the question. For the one who was now connected to the video with Linny, the innate certain mortal sacred body, she compared her thoughts to what Linny had come out with before. she felt alive too. As for a certain fan, a bad artist, he was also a sensation in China some years ago. The jungle name is ex-husband brother. Now, the jungle still circulates his story. Linny was also a bit speechless when he heard Suya grabbing for advice. What, you have a plan too? For Linny, Suya's plan is as good as Zhang Fei's plan. The live broadcast saw Suya have a plan to mention her ex-husband's brother, and the audience of the live broadcast also began to rush to answer. Crap, woo, Lu, it's really the era of the innate saint body battling the dome of the sky, the great age. Innate certain mortal sacred body. Dude, you're being fed by the gods. Hurry up and take hold of it. Yeah, buy an old-fashioned sewing machine. Shave your head. The whole barred window. The prisoner's uniform. Live stomping on the sewing machine. It's not millions of dollars up and down in minutes? There must be someone high up to guide us. This pop-up teacher is a demon. Dude, don't believe it. Demons pointing the way. It's too much punishment. Pack against the jailbait. Some of the live broadcasts have already grabbed the answer. Not even waiting for Suya to say it. The audience in the live stream has swiped the answer. The connected dude, after looking at the pop-ups, didn't wait for Linny and Suya to come up with a plan, and in a hurry to go shopping, he hung up the connection as well. That's a good way to go. He's going to get a sewing machine, shave his head, and buy a prison uniform, none of which cost much. The most expensive thing is perhaps an old sewing machine. This live feed is out of the way, and he's not going to act again. Perhaps the previous innate Black Mamba sacred body, and the innate Quincy sacred body can just grab the finished traffic. If he slows down, he won't even have soup. Linny and Suya were also deep in thought as they looked at the suddenly hung-up connection. The Suya people were dumbfounded. She hasn't even shown her talent yet. How can you hang up like that? Linny's people froze. Look, another rush. This dude is in a hurry. It's not a good thing to be quick-tempered. Linny was also helpless. He hadn't said anything just now, and he wasn't considered to be advising. So this could be a new choice. That one doesn't count, haha. Let's pick the next one. Linny randomly picked one, and when he saw a black avatar, Linny picked him as well. And after Linny connected, a childish face appeared in the video, about Linny's age. Hello brother Yat. The other party didn't call Linny a kid brother, but brothery. Linny also had a lot of goodwill towards this one. How old are you? 14 up. Linny nodded his head after hearing this. This actually connected to middle schoolers. Linny looked at the time. Today was Thursday. Middle school students either board all week or are dismissed in the evening. Linny didn't think much of it. You're in middle school? You're a day student, not a boarder, right? It's boarding. Something came up, and I came back from vacation. So you're still going to school tomorrow? Well, just go earlier in the morning. Linny nodded as he listened. What do you want to suggest? Well, Yat, I don't want any money advice. I want you to give me a different advice. Linny frowned slightly. Other suggestions? Linny pondered for a moment. At the age of middle school, there really wasn't that much of a need for money. So, which area of advice? You say? It's like this. I'm being bullied by my classmates at school. They take away my allowance every week. I can't beat them. The teachers don't care, and I have to pay them like protection money every week. And for me to find out from time to time if there are any cigarettes in the house to take to them. My grandfather sometimes receives cigarettes from some of his uncles who come to visit him and bring them, and I have to steal them every so often. My parents are working in the next city. There's nothing going on. They don't come back, and there's only my older grandparents at home. I'm afraid to talk to them. Yat, what do you think I should do? Linny frowned slightly as he listened. You want money for bullying? Forget about the money. More cigarettes? He's a minor, and he smokes and beats up his classmates. You know, some time ago an underage bullying shrimp incident sensationalized China. From endless bullying, until the end of an innocent life. You didn't tell mom and dad? No, they're busy working and I don't want them to worry about me. Linny also took a deep breath when he heard this. He knows what he's doing. He's been hurt in ways he shouldn't have been. He doesn't know what he's doing. He didn't tell mom and dad about it. So you want me to give you advice that won't let your parents know and will stop them from bullying you? Aha! Suya frowned straight away as she listened. The mind was cursing the bullies who deserved to die. Also looking at the boy who appeared in the video. The light had gone out of his eyes and the haggard look on his face should not have been bullied much. Suya was so angry. Suya didn't say anything, just silently tried to help the little boy. After all, the bullying incident that rocked China some time ago is still fresh in our minds. Since she'd seen it, even if Linny didn't want to care, she'd have to go and help. Some of the viewers of the live stream were equally angry to the core. Ha, silly kid. Why don't you tell mom and dad? Mom and dad, they'll fix you up. Yeah, no, mom or dad won't help their kids. It's heartbreaking to know. Wasn't that the same thing with that little boy before? My god. What school are you in? I'm going to go give that bully a big pussy pocket and teach him to be a little human. Linny naturally had many ideas that could help him. A schoolyard bully? Show him how it's a thing. Then private message me where your school is. Don't say it on the air. Good. The other person also sent an address of his school. The address is not unfamiliar. The familiar Mordor too. Linny had been there twice. Once because of a friendly soccer match, and once because of the college entrance exams. And this school was the transfer point for taking the special bus for the entrance exams. It's not far from his Sunnyside Elementary School. Here's the deal. I'll give the advice and you do what I say. I promise you won't be bullied again. Since the other party called him Brother Yat, and in the context of doing a mission, this favor he would help. The other party also nodded. Brother Yat, I'll listen to you. Linny also spoke to the other party at this time. Isn't school out on Friday tomorrow? So you'll go back to school as usual. And then tell the guys who bullied you that after school, at the front of the school, your little 10-year-old cousin will be waiting for you at the front door. Just tell them that the little cousin has money on him and a red ticket every time he goes out. Just tell him what I told you, and the rest, leave it to me. The other party, hearing what Linny had said, also nodded in disbelief. Under the private message, Linny talked to the other person about how he would be waiting at the school entrance before school. When the time comes, just have the other guy meet him at the school gates with the few people who like to bully. When he heard that Linny was going, he also chose to trust Linny. Wasn't the only thing he could do now was to trust Linny? After Linny knew the other party's name, he didn't care about the audience in the live broadcast room, and also went straight off the air. Stretching a little. 10 years old this year. Fear of bullying in school. Suya finished reading Linny's private message with that middle schooler from the sidelines. Brother Shoei, are you really going to the second middle school tomorrow? You don't want to fight those tumors impulsively. It's not good to get hurt. For Sioa, there were many ways to do that middle schooler a favor, but she didn't want to see Linny go personally, choosing the method of fighting violence with violence. I heard from the middle schooler that there were several bullies who bullied him. That's a gang. She admitted that Linny was indeed very strong now, but there was an old Chinese saying, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Linny might be able to fight alone, but people together, with something, even if Linny was powerful, but he was still flesh and blood. Hurting Linny was something she didn't want to see. There was no way to explain this to Linny's parents. Although she was now Linny's assistant, she was now considered Linny's guardian. On weekdays, Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun were so busy that they only came back in the evenings, and unless Linny really had something to tell them to stop working, how could they play a custodial role? When Linny heard what Suya said, he naturally knew what Suya was worried about. Don't worry, I won't fight violence with violence. Well, Suya heard that Linny wouldn't fight violence with violence, so that meant using another method. Then she can help too. And for Linny, fighting violence with violence was the next best thing. He has 100 ways to make the other side stay. Enchanter, Yi Liangchen. After Linny finished speaking, he walked towards the door of Lin Yun's room. Dad, asleep? Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun were lying down resting and playing with their cell phones. When they heard Linny knock on the door, they rushed to the door as well. What's wrong, Yat? Nothing much. Dad, do you have any cigarettes? Get me one. I'll take it to Principal Olden tomorrow. The principal, his old man, is pretty tired of taking care of me, too. Lin Yun was naturally happy to hear Linny say he wanted to honor the principal. Taking Linny to the study, he opened a cabinet filled with all kinds of expensive cigarettes. Linny picked the one that people on the internet were talking about the most. Huazi, Lake and Watsi. Lin Yun was a bit confused. This cigarette won't work. Take a yellow crane tower for the principal better. Linny shook his head. Just this one. Filial piety and respect for Olden was his lie. He has other uses for this cigarette. As for honoring old Deng, that office full of trophies is enough to keep him happy for the rest of his life. And with what false piety? It wasn't good for the old man to smoke too many cigarettes, so Linny wouldn't choose to take it to him. Suya was a bit puzzled on the sidelines. Principal Lao Deng didn't want this filial piety from Linny. She didn't know for a moment what Linny was going to do with the cigarettes. It's unlikely that Linny would smoke it anyway. We'll just have to see what Linny is going to do tomorrow. Linny is quite anti-smoking, so Lin Yun usually doesn't dare to smoke at home, and smoking is driven out by Zhang Yinyin. And on this night, the Battle of the 100 Holy Bodies was fought. After being instructed by Linny, an immortal of the Imperial Master, the innate Black Mamba Sacred Body, the innate Koan Sacred Body, burst into flames at night. Live streaming traffic can also be a step up, all in the 50,000 plus count, and the innate Black Mamba Sacred Body is even more terrifying as God feeds. The number of people who broke through to 100,000 plus The appearance of the innate black mamba sacramental body also made netizens cry out. Jail de, is that you? Back, give us another jailhouse big elbow. No time to mourn. Next up is the elbow jutsu return battle. There must be someone high up to guide and visualize it. And not only the innate black mamba sacred body, the innate Koan sacred body, but also the innate ex-husband brother sacred body, and the innate demon Ming sacred body. The ascendant black mamba sacred body reigns supreme, and the ascendant demon Ming sacred body appeared to engage in a friendly elbow jutsu return battle with it. And the innate Koan sacred body had a much worse flow due to the bloodline not being very pure. The precursor prefigure brother sacred body also listens to the demonic guidance of the live audience. Bought a sewing machine and prison uniform. Liv stepped the sewing machine. As a result of hiring a cupdai as a disciplinarian to sternly reprimand from the sidelines. Step faster. Too real was reported by the netizens. The live room was banned. Open broadcast has not earned back the money of the sewing machine. Retired on the spot. The precursor prefigure brother sacred body withdraws from the battle of the sacred bodies. Straight away, I call out, there are demons who harm me. The following morning, Linny finished his morning running workout, waited for Suya to finish her breakfast, took Wazi with him, and a whole bunch of bills he received for the new year in his room, and left for school. Linny had also seen the innate black mamba sacred body and the innate Koan sacred body killing madness online last night. Also knew that it became two and the rest was just a matter of that middle school buddy. Once resolved, Tuncher should be considered mission accomplished. At this point, the junior high school student who had been on a video call with Linny went back to school and talked to the bullying students about his 10-year-old little cousin. As Linny had said, didn't bring any money? You're real trash. There really isn't any more. My grandparents, they're broke. Double next week. Don't. I really don't have that much. He begged bitterly with the other man. After school, my 10-year-old cousin comes to the front of the school and waits to go play after school. He has money. He carries $100 on him at a time. Really? Really? He said he wanted me to take him out and bring money out. Okay, then next week you don't have to bring any money. And take us to meet your cousin after school. Let's get acquainted. Well, don't you guys bully him. Don't worry, we won't bully him. They smiled wickedly and didn't move their hands again, not realizing what awaited them. The 10-year-old superstandard brother whose fists can break 10,000 scrolls and whose aura can scare a tiger to death. And Lin E, who was at the school, watched the time come to more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and also went to Principal Lao Deng's office. Dang, I need a vacation. Lin E thought to himself that middle school and elementary school vacation times were about the same, so he could go early, or else stand the dude up. He won't be able to avoid another round of bullying. Nor was Lin E righteous and sanctimonious. Rather, it was just the right task. And the other man called out to him again as brother Yat. You're not going to cover me? I don't think so. Principal Lao Deng was also a bit puzzled when he heard that Lin E wanted to take a leave of absence. It's almost the end of the school year. What are you doing taking a leave of absence for? Principal Olden glanced at the time on his computer screen. Be reasonable. School's out in 2 hours. What's the point of taking time off? And Su Ya, who was live on the sidelines, already knew that this was intended to go to that second middle school. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room had guessed what Lin Yi's early vacation was for. What else can I go on vacation for? The kid brother is taking time off work to go give that schoolyard bully a power shot. Ha! Go, kid brother. Give him a big pussy pocket to teach him a lesson. Old Den talks too much, asks so many questions. Kid brother needs a reason to take a vacation? Lao Deng, hurry up and release him. And Lin Yi had already thought of a reason when he heard the principal, Lao Deng, ask, me, out to pay protection money. Old Deng also frowned slightly as he listened to what Lin Yi said. Paying protection money? You kid, go collect protection money on it, right? Be reasonable. Lin Yi, with this physique, this body, to pay protection money? He was disbelieving. He also took it all for granted that Lin Yi was joking. Forget it, I don't care to ask if I don't want to talk about it. Go on, I'll talk to him on the homeroom teacher's side. Remember to be home by nightfall. Good to know. Lin Yi didn't say anything more when he heard that Old Den didn't ask any more questions. After leaving the principal's office, he let Suya go to the car and set off to Mordor Second Middle School. The audience in the live broadcast room heard what Lin Yi had said and shared the same opinion as Headmaster Olden. In their opinion, Lin Yi could already be invincible under adults and 1-for-1 above adults. Paying protection money? That's if someone dares to take his protection money. Ha 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 ha. Goddamn, paying protection money. No. How dare someone take protection money from a kid? Is it a whitelist from Hades? Headmaster Lao Deng was right. Kid brother collects protection money and he gets his share. The kid brother is here. Get out of the way. There's no time to explain. Next to make an appearance is the 10-year-old younger cousin, Lin Yi. I can already imagine the look on the faces of those bullies when they see their 10-year-old brother. Doesn't that scare them right out of their emoticons? Linny was in the back seat of the car, putting that prepared pile of banknotes and a whole cigarette into his book bag. A 10-year-old cousin should act like a 10-year-old cousin, carrying a backpack. Makes sense, right? Suya quickly drove to the vicinity of the Magic City Second Middle School, which was already close to the time when the second middle school was dismissed. The entrance to the school was filled with parents picking up their students. Suya also found a parking space near Mordor No. 2 Middle School, put the car away and followed Linny to the school gate to wait for Xiao Zhang, the classmate who was being bullied. Now, I should call Linny's cousin, because right now, Linny came to this school gate as Xiao Zhang's little cousin. Linny was carrying his school bag, and Suya was looking speechless behind him. Linny's 5'7" frame looked like a bullying street skater at the school gate anyways. How's that for a 10-year-old cousin? Just now she had also seen the pile of RMBs that Linny had packed in his school bag. Obviously, Linny is really here to pay protection money. Not a moment later, the bell of the second middle school dismissal rang, and many students came out one after another at the entrance of the school. At this age, some of them have mom and dad to pick them up, and Zhang didn't. After last night Linny learned that after school it was Zhang who took the bus back on his own. Grandparents are inconvenient and mom and dad are out of town. Linny and Suya waited for a while, and Linny saw Xiao Zhang from a great distance. Xiao Zhang was followed by several classmates. Figured it would be the guy who bullied him. Linny looked at Xiao Zhang's figure, which differed greatly from the few behind that. Chang also looks like one of those chronically malnourished types. Signs of yellow could be seen in Chang's hair when the sunlight reflected on it. Linny knew that prolonged malnutrition would lead to yellow hair. It can also be associated with conditions such as excessive perming or iron deficiency anemia. But last night, Chang told him that all of his allowance since the beginning of the school year had to be turned over to the bullies. The school food isn't going to be any better. Plus you usually have to turn in your allowance even for breakfast. It's a wonder it's nutritious. Linny looked at that little Zhang's pitiful appearance. It was really rising the heart to do it directly without any nonsense. But he promised Suya last night that he wouldn't do anything. Linny also pressed that impulsive heart. Wait and see what happens. If the other guy was going to do it, he wouldn't think twice about it. Xiao Zhang also saw Suya and Linny who were waiting for him. He was also leading the bullies towards Linny. This is my 10-year-old cousin. Xiao Zhang, who had brought it to Linny, spoke to the three bullies behind him, and the three people behind Xiao Zhang, listening to what Xiao Zhang said, also looked at Linny, who had appeared in front of them. The three of them, all of them, were dumbfounded. This fucking 10? All three of them were 6'6", but in front of me, Zhang's so-called 10-year-old little cousin, taller than all of them, looked stronger than all of them. Their gazes looked at Linny incredulously. Xiao Zhang also walked over to stand beside Linny, afraid that those three would get angry and make a move directly at him. Is this really your 10-year-old cousin? One of those three spoke angrily to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang looked at Linny on the side and nodded seriously. Linny told him to say that. Just listen to the advice. Yat said to listen to him and he would absolutely help. The three were naturally a bit shocked to see that Linny had to look up. Linny also knew that since he was here, he had to fix this bullying thing. Otherwise, he's just here to stand up for Chang? It's obviously not working. There's a saying, there's always a time when you're not there, right? With him out of the picture, wouldn't Xiao Zhan be bullied just the same with his fighting ability? Linny looked at the three bullies at this point. My cousin said for me to bring money to you, so you won't bully him. After Linny finished speaking, he pulled out the pile of RMBs from his school bag. It's protection money. Also, I don't know what kind of cigarettes you guys like to smoke, big brother, so I stole my dad's wazoo and brought it to you. With that, he handed the man in the center of the trio a pile of new bills, complete with seals. A nice pile. There's also a strip of wazi from filial piety. Pass it to them. A bright red pile of new bills and a wazoo, unopened, made their pupils dilate when they looked at it. New banknotes. They've never seen so many in their New Year's red envelopes. Only New Year's Eve grave sweeping can come across such a pile of them. How can they even think if it's a fake bill? The touch in their hands already invigorated them. The 10-year-old little cousin. It is really rich. Suya was dumbfounded at the side. No, really come to pay protection money? She didn't want to see Linny make a move. It was something that really came from within. But seeing Linny bow down to these bullies, she really felt that what she said last night was a bit redundant. See Xiao Zhang, that body, compared with his age, is far away. This is not robbed pocket money, cannot buy what they want to eat, or milk to supplement nutrition. What is it? Suya looked at the bully and a fire really rose in her. If she wasn't brittle, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to fight. She really wanted to go up there and do a general you flying kick. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. not expecting Lin Yi to actually concede to the bullies and actually come to pay protection money. No. Are you really here to pay protection money? I Lu a tart steal. $10,000 of protection fee? Add a wazi. Let me collect this protection money. I don't want to make the effort. Kid brother, give me the money. I'll protect you. No. Does kid brother need their protection? Kid brother, what the hell are you doing? The viewers of the live broadcast couldn't figure out what Lin Yi was up to. In terms of height, stature, and strength, Lin Yi felt that it was more than enough for the viewers of the live broadcast to beat these three bullies. But instead of seeing Lin Yi make a move, they actually took out their prepared protection money. They were a little puzzled. And Zhang, who was on the sidelines, was confused. He didn't expect Lin Yi's solution was to come and pay protection money. But if this paying protection money works, it's not like he's going to get a beating from them every week when they're in a bad mood after he's turned in, and make him wash his socks, wash the underwear. It seemed to Xiao Zhang that the protection fee that Lin Yi had paid here would make them even more brazen in asking Lin Yi for protection money. That's a bottomless pit. He also has some regrets. Why did you call out to Lin Yi? It's as if pulled Lin Yi into the abyss. It wasn't just Suya and Xiao Zhang who were confused. The three bullies across the street, they were confused too. Looking at the money in his hand that he had never seen so much of in his life, their hearts were thrilled to the core. That's enough money to fill up their games with so many skins. And then there's that wazoo they usually can't even afford to get together to buy. A whole strip, full rows. Isn't it doubly dignified to take this and hand it out to those upperclassmen brothers? The three of them had even figured out how the money would be divided and spent, not the least bit concerned about the 1.7 Lin Yi in front of him. In the present day they seemed to be. Lin Yi was as stupid as Xiao Zhang. So what if Lin Yi is this tall? Among the people they bullied were also stupid big guys so tall that they wouldn't dare fight back after a few slaps. Would they be afraid of Lin Yi, who was personally delivering protection money and cigarettes in front of them? They already thought of Lin Yi as a little brother in their hearts, really treating Lin Yi like a 10-year-old kid. Fine. We'll take you as our little brother. We'll take these protection fees. Lin Yi's mouth at this moment revealed a smile that was difficult for normal people to detect. What? How dare you take it? Lin Yi thought that they would bring some brains with them, afraid that the amount of money was too much to take. Taking it now? This is a good thing. Then you guys should go. My parents are nearby. It won't be good if he comes over and sees it later. Lin Yi talked about his mom and dad, who were also nervous about hiding their cigarettes in their school uniforms and money in their pockets. Going the other way. Suya and Xiao Zhang were dumbfounded. Ha? All that money and just give it to them? Brother Xiaoyi, you're a loser. Just call the police when they bully. Suya also talks about how she had wanted to help Zhang's thought process. Call the police for sanctions. Lin Yi also called out childishly even as he listened. This call to the police is going to be a complete solution? He wouldn't think of it? And calling the police. The most you can do is call up the parents of these three guys to go to the police station for a little critical education. This is just the beginning of the nightmare for Chang. Unsurprisingly, that's when they returned to school from the police station and bully Chang even harder. Lin Yi shook his head with a faint smile. Give it to them. They have to have that time to spend too. Watch this. I'm only going to teach this once. It's going to be awesome. Lin Yi will also perform for all the live viewers. And Xiao Zhang. Suya. What do you mean? I don't eat beef. Suya and Xiao Zhang, as well as the live broadcast audience, were a bit puzzled by Lin Yi's inexplicable words. And Lin Yi ripped out his voice at this point. Robbery. The three of them robbed me of my tuition money. That's the money my dad worked so hard to put together for my tuition. Lin Yi performed so well that he was close to crying. The three bullies walking towards the other side were startled by Lin Yi's voice. All the parents near the school entrance, as well as the takeout boys passing by, stopped in their tracks when they heard Lin Yi shouting like that. Hearing Lin Yi talk about robbery, they had become enraged. There are still people robbing money in broad daylight? I can't believe you're still robbing tuition? Who doesn't know that it's been 2 weeks since school started, and it's been 2 weeks past the start of the school year before the tuition was scraped together? That's hard-earned money. Chinese people all have a deep conception of the blood monies. Who wouldn't be outraged by that? And many of those present, many of them are parents with children who have also paid tuition and naturally know how much tuition this really is. Which guy? Just those three. There was one with dyed yellow hair, the three with their uniforms tied around their waists. Lin Yi also shouted out the characteristics of the trio with pinpoint accuracy. It didn't even require him to make a move. The parents of the surrounding students immediately grabbed the three bullies from earlier. Out of their pockets came a bunch of bills, and a cigarette. One of the parents saw that they had cigarettes. Well, not learning at a young age and smoking? I can't believe it's still Huazi. I can't even afford to smoke this good. It's supposed to be the robber who has more money and goes to buy it. I can't believe I'm still a student at the second middle school. Oops. How did the second high school teach these scum? The adults in the arena were guessing that the three students, who were supposed to have robbed the money, went to buy the wazi. It also angered the crowd to no end. You're too young to learn. Suya and Xiao Zhang froze for a moment as they watched those three people being caught. What is Lin Yi up to again? Offer to pay protection money, and then call for a robbery? What kind of operation is this? And for Lin Yi, 10,000 RMB. How could he just give it away for nothing? Paying protection money? What law says you have to pay protection money to students to pay so much? Protection money, that's robbery in a different sense. All the others turned in were a few dozen dollars, and the police may have just looked at it as underage and criticized and educated. But Lin Yi was robbed of over $10,000 here. Lin Yi opened his mouth and said they robbed and coerced. That's robbing. That's coercion. They have the money and the live video proves it. It's bullying to get them to bring the money. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly. That's it? No. Things are just. It has just begun. P.S. Thanks to I'm a cat AAAA big guy for the king of gifts. First time receiving a king of gifts. Thank you so much, yo. And thank you to all the treasures for the gifts. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room came to their senses at this point and realized what Lin Yi was really up to. Crap. Torture. Real torture. Kid brother. Take my bow. That's a good move. 5,000 into the sentence. That's 10,000 RMB plus a wazi. Enough for a sentence, right? They're underage, aren't they? Underage. Can hear under 18, has turned 16. Aggravated circumstances. 3 years to bottom. I wonder, is this chronic schoolyard bullying considered aggravated? Don't you care? Robbed the kid brother in Magic City. Not sentenced him to death. All burned incense. It's too late to explain. Someone really dares to rob the 9-year-old international table tennis champion and the 10-year-old youngest scholar. With the value Lin Yi brings, they're in really big trouble this wave. Many people in the live broadcast room understood Lin Yi's intentions. Some also came to their senses, realizing that Lin Yi had a bit of a belabored attribute. However, it seems that Lin Yi doesn't seem to reveal much of this beloved attribute. The first time was on the soccer field in the face of an unprovoked shoveling. This pays protection money. Shouts robbery. Counts the second time. Others are beginning to mourn for those three, because Lin Yi's influence in China was too great. The status is also of a genus, a height that many have not been able to travel. Before that, someone robbed a researcher and was sentenced to death. And although Lin Yi's things weren't expensive, Lin Yi was a person they couldn't afford to touch. Lin Yi walked over to the crowd over there at this point, and also thanked the people who were there to help catch those three bullies from the victim's perspective. Thank you, uncles and brothers. The three bullies were confused as they were held down. They didn't expect that Lin Yi, after giving them the money and letting them go, would now open his mouth and call them robbers? They're not stupid. Ironically, they won't recognize it. No, that's what he gave us. Really, he said it for us. Yeah. All three of them united in saying that it was from Lin Yi. No, here it is. How dare you take it? How dare you take it? And now the angle was that Lin Yi was the victim, and it was useless for them to say anything at all. The stolen goods are on the scene. The parents of those students were still sophomoric when they heard those three. How is it possible to trust them to spit ivory out of a dog's mouth? And now you're still dead? Whose kid has $10,000 to give you? Cut the crap and take it to the police station. This man's stolen goods are still separated from this BB. What kind of parents teach this scum? And that was when Lin Yi walked towards the three bullies. Just a slight smile. Their nightmare is just beginning. Just send it to the police? Where's the good in that? They still have a big role to play. At this time the uncle who pressed them inquired about Lin Yi. Are these cigarettes yours? Said, taking the cigarettes out of their arms. And Lin Yi knew that the biggest effect of the smoke was coming. Lin Yi didn't say it was his. He just took the huazi, raising it high in the air. He cleared his throat and vocalized at the loudest voice he'd ever heard in his life. Where's this cigarette? It was these three who robbed me and ordered me to get it. And they said that if they didn't buy it, they were going to beat my cousin and beat me. I fought. And my cousin is no longer being bullied by them. And tuition is being made to pay. Lin Yi spoke with such sincerity that he was close to sniffling. The crowd of students' parents who had gathered in the arena were also stunned when they heard Lin Yi's account. Being bullied to the point of buying cigarettes and using all your tuition money to pay for protection. How hateful is this bully? Bullying has gotten to this point? The three bullies who had been caught, hearing Lin Yi's claims, also denied it in a hurry. You fart. I didn't bully you at all. And as soon as he finished his words, he was slapped on the back of the head by an unknown parent of a student. Do you have a say in this? Bullies are used to bullying? What others say is false. Some of the parents were also extremely angry when they heard what Lin Yi said. They are cognizant of school bullies. These tumors, they don't speak up to deal with them? The next one to be bullied might be their precious son. Their daughter. How can you not empathize when you are both parents? The bullying deaths that rocked China some time ago are still fresh in our minds. It's not even out of the wind yet. And someone else is doing it again. So some of these middle school students, some of them are just not afraid because they think nothing will happen to them because they are underage and under the umbrella of being underage. My kid, just the other day, told me that his classmates bully him every day, and let him bring cigarettes. Are kids so bad nowadays? This second grade school is really a crap school. How come there's no bullying at all? Hand these 3 over to the police station. That's a lot of money for a robbery. Enough for a sentence. Where are the administrators of this school? Won't they come out and say something? It's all eaten up. There's a lot of bullying in the second grade. And at that moment the commotion in front of the school grew louder and louder. Numerous parents of students are spewing anger at the bullies, as well as the second school. The second high school security guards were on hand to listen to the growing public outcry. Also rushed to call the principal. Principal, it's not good. There's a big problem in front of the school. Student caught red-handed in robbery. Get to the front of the school. The principal of the second high school also sweated when he heard it and rushed from his office to the entrance of the school. And at that moment, Suya and Xiao Zhang, who were behind Lin Yi, were also surprised by Lin Yi's hand. Turns out, this one cigarette, it's used like this. Suya admired Lin Yi's intelligence even more at this point. Set up a game with cigarettes plus money. 3 bullies who dare to take it would be nice. No, perhaps. Lin Yi has other plans too. And from Suya's point of view at this moment, Lin Yi wanted to make a move. That was really the next best thing. Lin Yi single-handedly set the stage for a public opinion storm to unfold at the entrance to the second middle school. There's no way it's going to end like this, because Suya felt out the atmosphere around her. Many parents had their anger ignited by Lin Yi's few words. The audience in the live broadcast room was also surprised at this point with their mouths open. And some admired Lin Yi's hand at this, not deciding when things were going wrong and muddying the water first. I finally know why kid brother can become a high school prodigy at the age of 10. In my place, the most I could do is to have them sent being to the police station. But it seems that sending them to the police station doesn't address the root cause of the bullying at all. And this second center, isn't that the root cause of bullying? Teachers and principals don't act. They have a hand in checking cell phones. Can't students see when they're being bullied? Right, some teachers have a knack for scolding their students. A mouthful of crap. But what about a student being bullied? The refrain is, why don't I see him bullying me? Kid brother forever God, I'm with you. It's okay to fuck the second middle school out of business for him. Kid brother. He's really, I'm crying my eyes out. He's really the parent official of Mordor. He's really doing something. This wave. Old dang. The principal of the second middle school is going to sweat it out, isn't he? And Lin Yi had the idea of making a move. Especially seeing Xiao Zhang that had been bullied to the point that his eyes had lost their light. The whole humble to the dust look. Lin Yi really wanted to think he was a superhero syndrome. When we meet, we ask first, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, eat a punch first. But with his warm and gentle bones and the usual teachings of his mom and dad, he really wouldn't just do it. Unless it really hits the bottom. Then all you can do is close your eyes and say sorry to your dear mom. A punch to meet the ancestors. 2 punches to Hades. And with the crowd at the scene up in arms, the principal of the second high school arrived with his teachers and pushed his way into the crowd. I'm the principal of the second high school. Can I ask what happened? Lin Yi didn't want to pay any attention to his inquiry. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of offending any school principal. Because all the principals in Magic City, Lin Yi had already been offended that year. The principal of the second grade school, right? This is the protection money I pay for the students at your school. Please hand this out. And some of the seniors, they want this protection money too. Can you tell them to stop bullying my cousin? Zhang Mingyang, please? He also robbed me of $10,000. And I had the police called. Lin Yi said, shoving the cigarette into the arms of the principal of the second middle school. The principal of the second middle school listened to what Lin Yi said, although Lin Yi didn't make a move. But the words were so devastating that it was like a big slap in his face. The principal of the second high school also blushed with shame. With what Lin Yi said. Wasn't this just calling the second middle school he managed a big pile of shit? It's also as if to say that he's an umbrella for the kind of bully power that exists in the second grade. This high hat. Lin Yi couldn't help but snap it on his head. And for Lin Yi, who cares if the principal doesn't? Students are being bullied at school to the point where they are underfed, underclothed, and heartbroken. It's not the principal's, the teacher's responsibility. So whose responsibility is it? Is it hard to believe that in this era of the rule of law, there is still the weak and the strong? The weak deserve to be bullied? Being bullied for no reason? Even the money that should have been happily spent at the commissary was raided by the bully. Even if he took a step back and he, the principal of the second high school, didn't know about it. But sorry, Linny needs to move a bit more. The bullying forces in this second school, now that he's here, he's going to remove them completely. For Chang's line, brother Xiaoi, what about fighting the bullying forces in this second center? Suya was dumbfounded on the sidelines, looking at the principal of the second high school. None of them dared to move or even speak. Lin Yi's few words with deep meaning just put him to shame. Lin Yi's yin and yang words really played it out. Xiao Zhang couldn't read it though, but seeing that the principal, who was usually high and mighty, didn't dare to speak at that moment, just know, there's nothing wrong with this shouting at Lin Yi as brothery. Lin Yi had a vigor that he didn't have. The crowd of parents in the room were also buzzing. Yeah, I hear there are a lot of bullies at your school. Yeah, my son is constantly blocked at the bathroom door asking for cigarettes. And now middle schoolers are smoking? Is the management of this school so crap? Shit, get my son out of school. I have cigarettes here as well. Please ask the principal to inform those students so that they don't bully my son. Li Zhan, I've got some here too. Is there enough Yellow Crane House? The parents, all around, took out their usual cigarettes from their pockets and handed them to the principal of the second high school. Let him take it. And the behavior of these parents made him even more ashamed of himself. I wish I could dig a hole in the floor. And hide. The principal of the second middle school also glanced at Lin Yi. He naturally recognized Lin Yi. Does he dare to dislike Lin Yi back? Is he moved? No, he wouldn't dare. The incident in which Lin Yi had delayed the opening of all the schools in Mordor by doing it all by himself had been over a year and 2 years in the past, but it was behind this incident. Metaphorically, he was let in on the fact that the power behind Lin Yi was not something that could be touched by his position as principal. It might be a matter of seconds to lay him off. Eyes shifted to the 3 bullies from their school who were being held down. These 3 tumors, too, are notorious in their second grade. He usually bullied his classmates at school, so how could he not know? But it's all about their moms and dads begging him, on their knees, with generous gifts, to let their kids study. He knew, shouldn't have kept those 3 in school then. He hates it, he repents. The second high school principal's eyes stared at the 3 bullies with some anger. He hadn't expected that these 3 guys would dare to make a move against Lin Yi. The Prince of Mordor. Prince of Mordor. Though no one shouted, but what Lin Yi was sheltering him behind. It really wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the Prince of Mordor. The eyes also seemed to be saying, you guys, you're messing with this guy. No one can be saved by pleading for mercy now. Their moms and dads are afraid of kowtowing. It's useless. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast also admired Lin Yi's guts. This wave of yin and yang made the principal of the second middle school not dare to fart. And those cigarette-passing student parent gods. Good job, kid brother. Show me a good time. This kind of trashy principal should be sacked. The principal of the second school, I feel like he's cursing me, but there's not a single word in the word. MVP, kid brother, God's helpers, parents of students. You're really on fire with this wave of secondaries. The kid brother is also giving a big wave of traffic to the second grade. Okay. Headmaster of the second middle school a 6. Kid brother, close the avatar. The principal of the second high school also said without handling things, I'll ask the police department to deal with these 3 robbing students seriously. And bullying in schools. We give all parents a piece of our mind. I'm here to make sure, if there are bullying forces, then rectify them. If you should be ordered out of school, you should be ordered out of school. Give the second grade students a good student environment. May I? Principal of the second school, somewhat humble. Noticeably absent was the usual condescension in front of the students' parents. That one-sentence Sky Ranger temperament that determined whether or not a student could study at his second high school was gone for a bit at this point. It's not that he's afraid of trouble from the students' parents. Instead, it was Lin Yi in front of him. Standing before him was the dragon in Phoenix, 8-year-old Urban's ambassador for tourism, 9-year-old table tennis international champion, 10-year-old high school student, the most powerful carbon-based organism of the 21st century, full-grade kid brother, the prince of Magic City, the talker of China. Lin Yi didn't think much of it when he heard what he said. What you say, and what you do, are 2 different things, and at that point a call was received from a concerned citizen and the police arrived at the scene. It also took away the 3 second graders who were defined as robbers. Lin Yi was also taken on a trip to the police station. Suya and Xiao Zhang were also taken, and upon arriving at the police station, numerous officers saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi this in the Magic City. No one knows the existence of no one. They naturally recognized it. What's going on here? It's not much. This little guy got robbed of money in front of the second high school for an amount so large that this might be a bit of a big deal. Ha, in front of the second middle school? That's when Officer Zhang heard from the officer who went to the scene and brought people back. It was also confusing to hear. In front of the second middle school? But she remembered that Lin Yi's school was Sunshine Elementary School. It's a good distance from the second high school. It wasn't like she hadn't gone to the school to look for Lin Yi. And now, Lin Yi wasn't in middle school, and this was something she was concerned about. That's right, the entrance to the school where the crime took place. 3 second graders, robbery involved, $10,000 whole dollars, plus a strip of wazoo. This public robbery, or in front of the school, and the one who robbed was this guy Lin Yi. Enough to sentence already. One of the officers spoke, and presumably the case was finalized. It's just a matter of seeing if there's a reversal. And the Mordor police chief at that moment walked out of his office. Seeing that there was Lin Yi being brought back, he also poured a cup of hot water for Lin Yi. The controlled trio looked dumbfounded through the bars. This guy, the chief of police, even poured the water himself? The thought of being finished also rose in their minds. They didn't know, yet, what kind of existence they were messing with. The police chief didn't say anything, just silently looking at the 3 men who were being guarded. These 3, weren't they sent in by the students' parents last time for bullying their classmates? It's them. This time the bullying went to cousin Lin Yi's head, and they want Lin Yi to bring money to pay protection fees. Is this considered extortion, or is it robbery? The police chief took a deep breath even as he listened. Turns out it's a repeat offender. But that time, their parents stepped in and, by some means or other, got that bullied classmate to understand. And it wasn't a big deal. Also just criticize and educate and call it a day. But, now grab Lin Yi's head. And this amount. This plot. It doesn't matter if it's racketeering, robbery, which one to convict. It's hard for them all to escape the law anymore. And, Lin Yi's influence in the Magic City. I'm afraid it's going to come out bad sounding if this isn't resolved properly. 10-year-old high school student, this kind of genius prodigy, was actually robbed in the first-tier city of Magic City. When this gets out, the face of law and order in Mordor will be disgraced. Suya had also closed the live broadcast long ago by this time. He could only stay with Lin Yi and wait for the police to finish the matter. Chang was clearly still a little scared on the sidelines. And this time, going into the police station was all within Lin Yi's expectations. Lin Yi had already reminded him of this long ago last night. Let Chang tell the truth about the details of the bullying at school. And what happened to the 3 bullies who gave them their weekday allowance. And as Chang said, basically every week, Mom and Dad sent him red envelopes from WX. The backhand was forced to be sent to them by those 3. These are sufficient evidence. Lin Yi was also questioned by Officer Zhang. Lin Yi, tell me, this Xiao Zhang isn't your so-called cousin, is he? Lin Yi also nodded truthfully. That's not true, but it's true that those 3 guys wanted me to pay protection money. Officer Zhang didn't say anything after hearing this. The authenticity of the cousin's identity is not important. Those 3 were really charging Lin Yi protection money. This is indeed true, and got caught red-handed. What Officer Zhang asked were only irrelevant questions. After all, those 3 were real repeat offenders, and it wasn't the first time they had bullied their classmates. A dog can't stop eating shit. If Mom and Dad can't control it, then leave it to the state. Xiao Zhang and Suya were also called to give statements and add details. The WX record of Chang being bullied into handing over his allowance was also looked at by the officers. That's just a couple dozen dollars a week, and they take all of it without a penny left over. Look at the officer and frown. The mayor of Mordor, as well as Lin Yi's mom and dad, also came to the police station when they heard that Lin Yi had been robbed. When Lin Yun and Zhang Yining arrived, they hurriedly cared for Lin Yi, wanting to see if he was injured. Lin Yi looked at the way Lin Yun and Zhang Yining were checking out his body in a panic, so close to asking him to take off his clothes and check his whole body. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. I was just robbed of my money. They didn't do anything. Lin Yi wouldn't get hurt. To really make a move, Lin Yi will show them what self-defense means. Of course, it can occur. Over-defense. It all depends on his mood. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining were relieved when they heard Lin Yi say it was fine. Lin Yun looked at the police officer who was on the sidelines. Someone actually robbed my son in broad daylight? What a bunch of people. The officer on the sidelines also replied. It's a couple of 14, 15-year-old middle schoolers. Hearing this age, Lin Yun also frowned slightly. There are a lot of imps in China who use being underage as a shield. The mayor of Mordor also hurried to the police station. The police chief was also quick to greet his sudden visit. It's fine. I just came to see that little guy Lin Yi. It's good that people are okay. The mayor of Mordor said nothing and put an invisible pressure on the police chief. The mayor of Mordor just came to take a look at Lin Yi, and then went out of the police station to call and ask the education bureau what was going on in this second middle school. Lin Yi and Suya, Xiao Zhang were brought back home by Lin Yun and Zhang Yining. Before going home, Lin Yun sent Xiao Zhang back home first. Xiaoyi, how come I didn't know that our family has a cousin named Zhang who was in middle school? Zhang Yining asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi also replied blandly. Oh, the 56 nationalities of China are one family. Lin Yi's reply made Suya, Lin Yun and Zhang Yining feel that this one sentence had pulled up the heights. The pattern opens up at once. 56 nationalities are one family. Say he's a cousin. Then he's a cousin. Not long after Lin Yi and the others left, the three bullies' moms and dads, too, rushed to the police station. Knowing what happened, they were all scared out of their wits as well. It's also got an aggravating circumstance hanging over it. An aggravated sentencing is no joke. The three bullies' moms and dads also spent money and connections to find Lin Yi's home address. This matter, as long as we get a letter of understanding from Lin Yi's family, their son wouldn't have been sentenced so badly. The Magic City overnight, but also pushed on the hot search. The second middle school is also in the hot netizen exposure, pushed into the limelight. That wave of hidden-up bullying in the second grade was revealed. In one fell swoop, Lin Yi had set the entire Magic City second middle school on fire. Only, not like bringing fire to Urban, bringing fire to Tarzan is splashy rich, and the second middle school this fire with a little burnt through the charred flavor. And the top management of Mordor has been working overnight to rectify Mordor's second high school. The principal of the second middle school was dismissed, and some of the classes, classroom teachers, and even teachers involved in bullying were all subjected to a major purge. Some were sacked and investigated to see if they had received gifts from the parents of students, to harbor such connivance with students. The principal of Mordor too has not even had the chance to launch an operation to take on those bullying forces at the school, and he was dismissed. He was also dumbfounded as he looked at the papers that had arrived on notice. It's not even a night yet. He regrets it. Why did those three beasts have to mess with Lin Yi? He also understood at this moment. Lin Yi had incited public opinion with a few words at the school gate. This is the 10-year-old genius prodigy. It's also the Prince of Mordor that deserves it. Simply showing up and being a trigger was enough to set his second grade school on fire. None of those powerful official families had such a horrible influence. It may take a little while for the official operation to lay him off. But Lin Yi, like the king of hell naming him, letting him go down on the third watch. Who dares to keep him past the fifth watch? He can't help it. It seemed like a fated catch. Lin Yi, who was 8 years old, took on the soccer team of the second middle school and nailed his second middle school to the pillar of shame with a few kicks. Go out and meet other principals, have dinner, and sit there and make people laugh for the rest of their lives. The age difference between soccer teams that also have coaches is even 4 years, and kicked the loss. Who wouldn't laugh at that? It's like a grown man being over the shoulder by a schoolboy. With a face? The face is lost. And now Lin Yi's reappearance had caused him to be laid off early and put into a nursing home. What else could he do? He could only sigh and say to himself, sins. In his last life, he didn't know if it was Lin Yi's enemies, but in just one day's work, he was made to go from being the principal that everyone admired to an ordinary person. And there are tons of hot takes about the second grade online. Mordor kid robbed of 10,000 RMB in front of the school. Underage is not an umbrella for lawlessness. In front of the school gate, the kid's brother with a cigarette told the bullies to stop picking on his cousin. A remark that angered many parents of the students. He called the school the cradle of sinners. Magic City purges all school bullies. Set up a special department to deal with bullies. Some of the netizens who weren't watching on the live stream last night, as well as some of the lezzies, were dumbfounded when they saw these hot searches. Ha! Someone dares to rob even the Magic City kid brother? Haven't you heard that his fist can break 10,000 scrolls? The kid brother didn't do it. To do it, that's not the effect of breaking 10,000 scrolls. This is a real penalty. The Prince of Mordor has someone who dares to rob him. These three bullies belong at the top of their game in life, don't they? Asking for protection money from kid brother. It's a thing. I'm afraid they'll be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives when they come out of the sewing machine after stepping on it. Future, kid brother achieves the strongest carbon-based creature of the 21st century? Chinese talker. The strongest creature on the earth? Bully, sorry, I robbed him. Upstairs. You're invincible. Rapid shift. Sleepless nights. Bookless store smashed. Some netizens also have a whole living. These three people rob Lin Yi also belongs to the peak of life. But it's a bad case. And with a record. Their life is over. It is also living your life to the highest heights. After Lin Yi returned home, the sound of the system's settlement also rang in his head. Mission accomplished. The task of these three military divisions was complete, and Lin Yi was relieved. He had thought that with a rash strike, this unicorn didn't count as mission accomplished. And one night passed. It just so happened that over the weekend, the news of what happened to Chang reached their mom and dad. After all, it was about his son too, and Lin Yi's righteousness to help. They also took the night off to come back. Early in the morning, he brought Xiao Zhang and some gifts to the door to thank Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi's help had allowed his son to walk away from that bully. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know that their son was being persecuted by such bullies. Maybe their son will be like the bullying to death incident that shocked China before, just in time for the weekend. The doorbell of Lin Yi's home was rung. It happened to be a weekend, and neither Zhang Yining nor Lin Yun planned to go about their business. Instead, she chose to stay home with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was grown up, but at 10 years old, and in their eyes, Lin Yi would always be a child. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun heard the doorbell ring. Also go to the door. Xiao Zhang they met last night. Looking at the followers, should be Xiao Zhang's parents. Hello guys. Hello, this is Lin Yi's house right? We'll bring our children to the door to thank Lin Yi. Thank him for helping my kids, he said, handing Lin Yun and Zhang Yining the fruits and milk or whatever he had prepared in his hands. These things aren't worth much, so please accept a piece of our heart. Can we say thank you to him in person? Lin Yun and Zhang Yining looked at each other in disbelief and held the item in their hands, not thinking to reject it. After all, their son has done something great that has stirred up China. Mordor, all set up a department against bullying overnight. Bullies are brought to justice. Blackmail for $12? If the parents don't keep a tight rein on it, then leave it to the full authority of the state. This, too, stemmed from Lin Yi helping Xiao Zhang. That's fine. Come in and sit with us. Xiao Yi he just went out for his morning run and won't be back until later. And Xiao Zhang entered Lin Yi's manor. Look around curiously. Is this the hero of his heart? The Lin Yi family? As for Lin Yi, the image of him standing up for him like he did at the school gate yesterday was deeply engraved in his mind. In his heart, Xiao Zhang also regarded Lin Yi as a true hero. Lin Yi is also like light. And he, brother kid, he's a real hero. Xiao Zhang's parents were also brought by Lin Yun and Zhang Yining to sit in the second floor living room. Lin Yun also does not have that kind of rich man's frame. Like before, the family came to the guests, serving tea. Here, have some tea. Xiao Zhang's parents were also flattered that they came to the house to say thank you, not to be a guest. Well, thanks. In a moment, Lin Yi also returned from his morning workout. Suya followed along, and when he returned to the second floor living room, he saw the familiar Xiao Zhang. P.S. Thanks to I'm a Cat AAA Big Guy for another King of Gifts. Wow. Thank you Posey for the King of Gifts. And thanks for the gifts from all the treasures. Yo, brother Yat. When Xiao Zhang saw Lin Yi, he opened his mouth to greet him. Lin Yi also nodded in response. Looking at the one sitting beside him, Lin Yi thought that they should be Xiao Zhang's parents. That incident yesterday was all over the internet. It would be strange if Chang's parents didn't know about it. Xiao Zhang's mom and dad were also excited to see Lin Yi and stood up, listening to his son. Lin Yi is just over 10 years old. This height, this figure, really 10 years old? And his son is 14 years old. And he's actually calling Lin Yi brother Yi. But after turning his head and thinking about it, Lin Yi had done his family a great favor and could afford to be called a brother. Hello auntie and uncle. Lin Yi greeted them politely. Xiao Zhang's mom and dad were also surprised by Lin Yi's greeting. Is this Lin family style so polite to people? No wonder Lin Yi had so many fans online at such a young age. And the two couples sincerely thanked Lin Yi. The two couples gave a slight bow to Lin Yi. If Lin Yi hadn't stepped in, they didn't even know how long their son would have been bullied. Even the mind appears to be traumatized in a way that is difficult to heal. One can't think straight, even to the point of committing suicide. Xiao Zhang followed suit at the side and gave Lin Yi a slight salute. Lin Yi deserves him. Lin Yi, on the other hand, told them that they didn't need to, that this was just a matter of doing tasks in passing for him. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining also left their family at home to finish lunch before leaving. There was no way for the two couples and Chang to refuse, so they had to stay. After dinner, another person came from outside the manor and rang the doorbell. Zhang Yining also went down to open the door. Looking at the 3 men and 3 women who came, Zhang Yining also did not remember what relatives. Opened his mouth to inquire. You are? We're the parents of the kids from that robbery thing yesterday. Zhang Yining also frowned when she heard the self-reporting. Stealing his son and having the nerve to come to the door? You know it's the parents of those kids who come in and just close the door. Didn't even have the desire to go downstairs. Anything? We would like to trouble your family to sign a letter of understanding. Give our children a chance. One of the 6, perhaps in consultation, let one of the men speak. Get the Lin Yi family to sign a letter of understanding, so that their son will not be sentenced so heavily. As much as you can reduce your sentence. Zhang Yining was a bit annoyed at hearing this. Where's the big face? Give the kid a chance? But those children who are bullied are so traumatized that their adolescence, which should be spent happily, is covered by a cloud of reckoning. All this, and who to ask for a chance? Give bullies a chance? She was shaking with anger at the news she had read some time ago about the bully who had died. How dare she give this a chance? You guys please go back. This is non-negotiable, said Zhang Yining about to close the iron gate of the manor. She really didn't want to see this bully's parents for a second. Honestly, she didn't believe that children were born with such bad seeds. And the parents of their 3 bullies know full well that the current opportunity to keep their kids out of jail is in the Lin family. How could they let this go? Jamming his foot against the door. Please, my kids are so young. People make mistakes. Give them a chance. We can pay you. How much will you sign that understanding? All 6 parents were unforgiving and wouldn't let Zhang Yining leave, because after this closed door, they won't have a chance. Zhang Yining was also shocked by this behavior of theirs. Don't you guys go in hard. Our family won't sign for any amount of money. Pay up? Their family doesn't lack that kind of money at all. Even before the family had taken off, she would not have chosen to bow to money and give those 3 little devils a chance. Rehabilitation? If, in the future, these 3 little devils don't reform and continue to do evil, or even kill people, she will regret it for the rest of her life. It's really no different than indirect killing. Since parents can't teach them well, it's up to the state to take over and make them new people. And the commotion at the gate attracted the dogs who were napping on the lawn of the property. Alpaca Jailbait was also running after the dog to the gate. The 6 men also had to go hard inside the estate. Zhang Yining was also afraid that they would make a move and fell back. Even though their mouths were pleading, she was still instinctively afraid. The dog rushed to the entrance of the manor and barked at the 6 men who were about to break into the manor. A fierce grimace. It's the head of security at Sunshine Elementary School. Can it sit in that position without some strength? Alpaca Jailbait also began its magical attack. It just happened to be the weekend. So nice to get out of school. Stop hearing about that knowledge, and come home to a sun-kissed day on the lawn. This is actually someone coming to make trouble? Hatchui. Alpacas also know the difference between what's good and what's bad. Since the jailer's mother won't even let anyone in, what can be a good silver na? The 6 men were also startled by the dog's barking and fell back. There was also the thick 82-year-old phlegm at the bottom of the alpaca cell that made them all come out of their pain masks and retreat outside the manor. And Zhang Yining closed the gate in the process. They also had to get paper towels to wipe away the drool at the entrance to the manor. It's not a good day to not add a chicken leg for the second and a fruit salad for the third. And Lin Yi and the others, who were in the living room at that moment, also heard the dog barking. The dogs are on the property. Nothing really will randomly dog bark. Lin Yi also got up in a hurry, running towards the entrance of the manor. Lin Yun and Suya hurriedly followed. I'm afraid this isn't something that happened to Yining Zhang. And Chang and his mom and dad followed behind. Lin Yi, who had arrived at the manor's entrance, was first concerned about whether or not Zhang Yining was alright. Zhang Yining also shook her head. With the dog around, these people didn't make a move. But these 6 people were thinking of breaking into their house so hard that the police could be called to arrest them for trespassing. At this time, the 6 people at the entrance of the manor, their ugly faces were also revealed. What's all this? It stinks. Just to talk to your family. As far as that goes. Damn it. No one was killed in this. No one was hurt. So I'll compensate you with some money. Sign the papers and the matter will be settled. As for being so unreasonable, Zhang Yining also laughed in anger as she listened to what they said at the entrance of the manor. As for that, they're trying to break into a house. Is this the attitude to discuss things? What does it mean to be reasonable? How can you say that so easily? No one was killed? No injuries? Does it have to get to that point for it to be a big deal? Lin Yi had naturally heard what they had forced Lai Lai to say at the entrance to the manor. Thinking with my feet, I know that these 6 would be the parents of the 3 bullies. Parenting is like that. And those 3 bullies probably learned their virtues from them. Lin Yi also opened the door to the manor, pointing somewhat angrily at the 6 people who had given his mother, Zhang Yining, a fright. Compensation? All you assholes know is compensation? Lin Yi didn't have the slightest bit of politeness, nor did he have his usual politeness, because he knew that the people who came were not guests, but the parents of the bully. Come and ask for a letter of understanding so that their son can have his sentence reduced. What Lin Yi was angry about wasn't what the visitors were, but the fact that they had actually made that normally smiling mother. Frowning tightly, he usually didn't let his mother get upset with him. These guys come begging for this kind of attitude? A mouthful is a trifle. And as to whether it is or is not a trifle, let the law weigh it well. The viewers of the live broadcast also saw the scene where Lin Yi scolded the parents of the bully who came there. Froggy fun. What kind of people are these, making kid brother so angry? There was talk of compensation. It wouldn't be the bully's parents, would it? Well, it should be. My god. Xiao Yan, is that you? It's appeared, the innate Xiao Yan sacred body. Compensation? You assholes know all about compensation. The temperament is not bad, and the strength is a bit outrageous. Kid brother, they are bullying you are an intellectual. Look at you Lin Don Lao Zu. He social people do not have any words. Look at Lin Don Lao Zu 2 words let him brain dry fart. Kid brother, which sentence? Lin Dong, great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Chengtian dragon transformation skill. Good job upstairs. Reward. The kid brother changed his name overnight. The family's grandpa, martial ancestor Lin Dong, beaver, very reasonable. Lin Yi really had a bit of an urge to do something now. Under Lin Yi's furious curses, Suya also stood out. No longer go. We call the police, you trespassing ah. Suya's words scared them into running away in dust. Lin Yun inquired about Zhang Yinin. Is everything alright? It's alright. They tried to come in. I closed the door. They wouldn't shut it. The dog and the alpaca came and they quit. Hearing this, Lin Yun also nodded. Lin Yi then looked at the dog and the alpaca. Great job. Junior. Must reward a big pussy pocket. Dog. The alpaca seemed to sense something and a question mark appeared on his head. So, Chang and his parents also went home after the farce. Boring weekends. Idle moments after work. Lin Yi just turned on the TV. Just saw a major news story. With a self-dubbed good day. A rocket costing billions of dollars in the Ghost Nation fails to launch. Suya was broadcasting live from the sidelines and saw the news as well. And the news footage documented that the rocket, which cost over $1 billion to build, didn't even get up much higher before it exploded. For those who don't know, thought it was a scampering monkey that was released. The audience in the live broadcast room was also mad with joy at this time. Ha, more than $1 billion? Pulled such a big pile? Ha 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 ha. Well, at least they get to hear a sound. This good day was put just right. It may be that customs are different. In China, this no matter scampering monkey called into the rocket. The moment the rocket went up, the researchers said, yo, extinguish. So, you know, you guys are so alive. You're making me feel inferior. Has the little kid scampering monkey developed to this extent? Way ahead of the curve. The corners of my mouth are harder to press than even AK. When Lin Yi saw this, he couldn't tense up anymore. Over $1 billion, just to hear this ring? Lin Yi was also speechless. Sure enough, Ghost Nation, vegetable and barking and biting. This rocket, no kidding, he's on, he's really good. And at that moment, the voice of Brother Unity rang out. Ding! Mission, build your own rocket. The mission is complete when we're high in the sky. Reward, a full-grade violin. Lin Yi listened to the quest posted by Brother Unity. It was also unruffled on the inside. Because he can really do the rocket liftoff. As for the reward, Lin Yi didn't care what it was. It's all about ordering skill trees. Brother Unicorn is building him up towards a full human. Naturally, he wouldn't let Unicorn down. The plan is to talk to the principal, Olden, about the whole big one after school on Monday. After the daily morning meeting, Lin Yi couldn't wait to get to Principal Lao Deng's office. Suya also followed behind. Lin Yi's recent routine, if nothing else, no surprise, that is the principal's office to the back row of the classroom to sleep by the window. Principal Lao Deng had also just sat down when he saw Lin Yi, who had followed him into the office. You boy, did a great job. Over the weekend, he had heard about the big thing Lin Yi had done at the entrance of the second middle school. In one fell swoop, the bullying forces of the second grade were purged. Even the teachers who ignored the bullying were dismissed in waves. Suffice it to say, the second form was a total purge this time around. Schools in Mordor, and even to the extent of all of China, are beginning to take bullying seriously. Others might not have the strength to fix them. But, Lin Yi stepping in and making waves on the internet was no joke. Lin Yi also knew what Principal Olden was talking about. Let's leave that one alone. It's a small thing. And the principal, Olden, frowned slightly. Next time something like this happens, just let me know and I'll notify the superintendent of schools. Aren't you in danger if you go to the scene yourself at your own risk and ask those lumps to bring some knives? What do you do if you get hurt? Lao Dang was also concerned about Lin Yi's well-being. He didn't care what the repercussions of this fuck-up were. He only cared about Lin Yi's safety. If something happens to Lin Yi, what will he do? Lin Yi, on the other hand, was indifferent. And during the novice protection period, he didn't even look for a roulette wheel stuffed with 5 bullets to die. It's already very restrained. Okay, got it. Dang, I have another dream. I want the whole DIY, handmade crafts kind of thing. Principal Olden stood up when he heard this. Yeah, if you have a dream, go for it. I will fully support you. Principal Olden had known over the years that this guy Lin Yi was a great talent, is a genius, not mortal. What if, he meant what if, this guy Lin Yi, in his new field, was also a genius? Suya was on the sidelines and had already seen it all. Lin Yi, there's a good principal and a good mom and dad. This starting point is already a peak that many people can't get past. The audience in the live broadcast room was buzzing at this point when they heard what Lin Yi had said. Well, big dreamer. Again, the kid brother is happy to add another dream. The ancient Greek god in charge of the Eucharist. He's at it again. What kind of holy body will it be this time? Kid brother, he has so many dreams. What kind of ending would be worthy of the highs of his life? Principal Lao Deng didn't want to see Lin Yi idle either. because Linny being idle, it was scarier than being busy. Give him the whole thick gift one day and he won't even know it. Might as well encourage Linny to make the most of it. It's good to be busy, all of you. When Linny heard the principal, Lao Dang, agree, he also directly took out the list of materials he had written at home yesterday. This is the material I want. Principal Lao Dang saw the list Linny had taken out. It was also straight up frowning. Good man. This was prepared to come. Fine. I'll get it for you. Go have a good class. After Linny and Suya left, Headmaster Lao Dang glanced at the list. That's normal. There's no prohibited material. And he went out of school to buy it for Linny. Linny and Suya returned to the classroom. And Suya still couldn't help but ask Linny about it with curiosity. What kind of craft are you building? Linny, on the other hand, chose to keep it a secret and didn't choose to reveal it. Secret. You'll see after a while. Suya didn't ask any more questions after hearing this and just acted like a curious baby. She was really curious. But if Linny didn't say anything, then he really didn't want to reveal it. And by the time the noon meal was over, the principal, Olden, had bought all the materials, waiting for Linny to finish his meal and come to his office. Principal Olden also spoke. Xiao-yi, these materials cost me a lot of money. Linny heard Principal Olden mention money. Naturally, he also heard that Principal Olden was up to something. He didn't even say a word when I approached him for materials before. Just tell me what you have to say. Olden. Principal Lao Dang was also smiling happily, and it was true that he was comfortable talking to smart people. It didn't even have to be much of a stretch for Linny to see that he had something else for him to do. It's like this. After a while, this year's Magic City Elementary and Middle School students' sports and athletics competition will begin. Would you like to represent Sunnyside Elementary School for a bit? Linny heard about the track and field category. Naturally interested. After all, lately it's always felt like there's no place to put your strength. Yes, it is incumbent upon my generation to fight for Sunnyside Elementary. Report all those programs to me. Linny said that all the items were reported, giving Lao Dang a dry frown. You know, even though it's an elementary and middle school track meet, there are so many events in the competition. Linny all attend? Linny's physical fitness was truly top of the line among his peers. In so many cases, Linny attended all of them and had to go one by one as well. Those sprinting events are just a little while, not to mention testing the explosive categories. And what about those long runs? Tests of endurance, staying power, and high jump, long jump, and throwing categories. One item after another. Isn't Linny exhausted? That's a lot of items. Are you busy? You can't eat, can you? Linny's running speed was fast. He was thinking that Linny would just pick a strong category to go to meaningfully. After all, it was only the city's elementary and middle school competitions, and Linny had even participated in international competitions, so perhaps he couldn't see the city honor. But he still didn't understand Linny. Maybe a thought made him want to go. Linny waved his hand. It's fine. Just let me go though. As Linny said that, he swept his gaze over Principal Lao Dang's large office. By the way, this office of yours is too small. I'm afraid it won't fit the trophies. It's better if you find a classroom to use as an office someday. Linny left after that and went to look at his materials. Principal Olden shook his head with a faint smile even as he heard what Linny had just said. He didn't believe that he couldn't fit Linny's trophies in one of his offices. The wholesalers of those trophies don't even have warehouses the size of his office. He also all but assumed that Linny was teasing him with that remark. He is also preparing for the Sunnyside Elementary School track meet. Every elementary school has a spot in this city tournament. Except that he's going to have the schools start qualifying and picking their seeds before this downtown tournament starts. But Linny's name was the first to appear on the big list. Although he didn't know Linny's strong points, since Linny wanted to participate in all of them. Let them all be. The other seeds, let them play and talk. Linny is definitely an inside job. Linny was 8 years old with a soccer ball over the speed of all extremely fast, as if the feet are born. It's really a bit of a shame not to go running at that pace. Linny was a good treasure in his eyes now. Linny could always surprise him. And Linny also began to toss his own handicrafts. Suya was on the sidelines, calling out that he couldn't understand. It was also known that Linny was going to participate in the elementary and middle school students' track and field competition in Magic City. You're so busy with this handiwork. Are you sure you don't want to go practice a little track and field? High jump, long jump, whatever. I don't think I've ever seen you jump. Suya thought that this match should come soon. Shouldn't Linny train seriously for a while? Linny, on the other hand, shook his head. No need. It's not that he's rampant. Rather, it's that intense workout he does every day. That little competition program that seems like a breeze to him. Otherwise, then wouldn't he have worked out all these years for nothing? Running and all that. Although his morning run every morning was slow, it was all about controlling the speed and waiting for COA. who was gasping for air even as she pedaled her bike. The viewers of the live stream have also exploded. Aigu, Kid Brother is rampant. Netizen actually has a heavenly ranked fighting technique rampant as well? I'm so steel. Kid Brother is crazy, but he really has the capital to be crazy. This is really no joke. Other than that, Kid Brother is powerful. But I've heard that in track and field for elementary and middle school students, every single year, every single place, there are geniuses coming out of nowhere to break records and even reach the national third-tier athletes. All I can say is, genius? It's just the threshold for meeting my kid brother. The new viewers on the livestream were still questioning Lin Yi's strength, and the older viewers already imagined Lin Yi with his hands in his pockets. There was no doubt about Lin Yi's absolute strength. There's also a saying floating around the internet that you don't know when Kid Brother, the ancient Greek god in charge of the Eucharist, pops up with a new Eucharist. Suya didn't say much when she heard what Lin Yi said. Lin Yi loved to toss around strange and weird things, and she couldn't say anything about it. Just watch. Well, why don't you help me get to class, and I'll get some stuff here, Lin Yi said as he asked Suya to help him get to his afternoon class. Ha, me? Suya really felt like she had sinned. You went to college to help your roommate check in, and now you have to help with your elementary schooler's top class? No. Kid Brother Mud, do you really think the teacher is so old and blind that he can't tell the difference between a man and a woman, or can't tell if the person sitting in his seat is a human or a ghost? Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't think it mattered. After all, he took all his classes and fell asleep without the teacher even seeing him. You go to class, plop yourself down there and you're done. The teacher won't care. Go on or class will start. Lin Yi thought of rushing to finish this handmade, so that's Suya instead of going to class, but also to give Suya to add some knowledge. After all, it's going to be a year. This brittle college student Suya hasn't even gotten her teaching license yet. He was looking anxious, even wanted to go to the test for Suya. Too bad this thing can't substitute. Only now, while there was a chance, could Suya be subjected to more knowledge in the classroom? Suya couldn't argue with Lin Yi, so she had to rush back to the classroom before class started. Lin Yi was also alone getting his own stuff. Suya returned to Lin Yi's classroom. Just take Lin Yi's seat. Huangfu Xiaomei in the front seat glanced back again, but then the next second he turned his head back. Where's Lin Yi? Huangfu Xiaomei was a little confused as to how it was that Sister Suya came back on her own. Shuya waved her hand. He asked me to come and take his afternoon class for him, tossing around his so-called handicrafts. Huangfu Xiaomei also felt that Lin Yi's operation was outrageous after hearing it. This teacher saw that it was Sister Suya in Lin Yi's seat, so she had to be angry? Suya, on the other hand, didn't care. It wasn't her who was scolded. Anyway, it was Lin Yi who shouted for her to take the class instead. Suya also put this behind her. In fact, she had so many questions for Huangfu Xiaomei. She always had the feeling that Lin Yi and Huangfu Xiaomei were a bit of childhood sweethearts. She also felt a bit sorry for it. If this chick, Huangfu Xiaomei, grew up with Lin Yi, and then another one that's fingered in the family, that's something she's going to have to knock to death. Though these were all in her own head, but she really liked this chick, Huangfu Xiaomei. Maybe it's because I read a lot of young adult novels online, deeply brainwashed by all those fingerlings and CPs from childhood type of novels, so she really wants to kowtow to her real-life childhood friend. Unfortunately, these things only exist in fiction. It seems that in reality, there's never been a storyline like this. She also understood this clueless fondness Huangfu Xiaomei had for Lin Yi. Before the teacher came, Suya asked Huangfu Xiaomei about it. Hey, Mei. When Huangfu Xiaomei heard Suya call out to her, she also turned her head back. What's wrong, Sister Shuya? If. Well, you say, if I were to give you a chance that would change your fate, it would be that while in the womb, your parents would get to know Lin Yi's parents and give you a finger marriage. Would you want it? Hearing this, Huangfu Xiaomei felt that the question was somewhat magical. It's not going to happen either, but she still nodded decisively to Suya. When Suya heard Huangfu Xiaomei make such a decisive choice, she also smiled her aunt's smile throughout. If Lin Yi were to start over and have a childhood friend, Huangfu Xiaomei, Lin Yi would still be as high and cold to Huangfu Xiaomei as he is now. She all felt that she could start a novel. Wife abuse, wife chasing crematorium? Unfortunately, I don't have that ability to change time and space. If I could, I have a feeling that the story of you and Brother Yi from childhood to adulthood would probably make a long, sweet novel. Suya, on the other hand, felt that it shouldn't be a problem for her to use her imagination and write it herself. Huangfu Xiaomei also realized that Suya was simply teasing her with this question. If, could really have that chance, even if she wasn't born into a rich family, as long as she could be Lin Yi's neighbor and be Lin Yi's follower since she was a child, that would be fine. But these, it's all ifs. Now, she felt that Lin Yi was getting farther and farther away from her, and at this time, The audience in the live broadcast room looked at Suya's anti-smile that whole time, hearing what Suya said. Some of the audience members also buzzed. It's over. The brittle college student is hopeless. That's ironically from reading sweet texts and looking stupid. Look at her anti-smile. And that's how she took advantage of Kid Brother's absence to torture Mei. Look, Huangfu Xiaomei didn't even hesitate to nod her head when she heard this question. It's obvious that she's really interested in Kid Brother. Crunchy college students open a book quickly. I want to get high. Start a Kid Brother and Mei's childhood friend novel and I'll be the first to support it. Suya also saw the reaction of the audience in the live broadcast. Suya is also shaking her head to reject the live audience. She does not have time to write but it was pretty sweet when she imagined it for herself. A childhood friend. But there aren't many people who grew up together from infancy to adulthood. Suya also completely let herself go, taking advantage of Ling Yi's absence to ask Huangfu Xiaomei many questions. Suya also probed out. Huangfu Xiaomei, this girl is really innate love brain holy body Suya estimated that Lin Yi disappeared into Huangfu Xiaomei's life, and Huangfu Xiaomei was able to miss Lin Yi for the rest of her life kind of thing. His fondness for Lin Yi was overflowing at that age. Sending it off to dig up wild greens for a few years won't cure it, but Sioa thought about it for a moment. Yeah, Lin Yi is so good. How many people have been amazed in their lives? Even she, a crunchy college student who had seen all the flowers of the internet, was so amazed that her 3 views were refreshed over and over again. Suya really wanted to be a love warlord for Huangfu Xiaomei, but it was a little thought, immediately snuffed out by the idea of banning early love in China. Lin Yi had also said that he didn't fall in love early, so it's crushingly impossible. Suya was also showing Huangfu Xiaomei a clear path. Work hard, Xiaomei. Maybe in adulthood, you'll get your chance. Be brave enough to pursue what you love in the world of adulthood. At that time, Lin Yi couldn't use the reason that he didn't want to fall in love early to put off Huangfu Xiaomei. This cute chick, could he? Huangfu Xiaomei nodded after hearing this. Instead of swinging for the fences, she's really working on her violin. I hope that one day, standing on the top of the mountain in the violin field, I will be seen by Lin Yi. Also wanted. Like those novels where the hero and heroine are like that, with Lin Yi playing the piano and her elegantly playing the fiddle ensemble on the side. But these are just fantasies. The teacher for the class came, and when he saw that Lin Yi hadn't shown up, he didn't ask too many questions. Suya was also relieved. This Lin Yi, he's really screwing with her. But she seemed to enjoy the fact that Lin Yi wasn't there, and could chat with Huangfu Xiaomei, her little sister, with impunity. Most of the month has passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi's homemade rocket was also completely done. Lin Yi was also happy to run off to the lab and to Principal Lao Deng's office. Old Den, I got my stuff done. Principal Olden just nodded when he heard it. Let's see. What kind of handmade item did you get from drumming for most of the month? Then I'll take it to the playground and show it to you. Okay? Lin Yi thought about sharing the joy of successful production with Headmaster Lao Deng, and also wanted Headmaster Lao Deng to see the thing lift off with his own eyes. After all, he couldn't have completed this period of research so quickly without the support of Principal Lao Deng, which has been adding equipment, and Principal Olden is breaking the bank. P.S. Thanks to Pops will carry umbrellas for the showers. Thanks for the gifts from the treasures. Yo, this has to be watched by Principal Olden from a live VIP seat, right? He didn't know about it until later, more or less. Principal Olden was listening to what Lin Yi was saying. What the hell? Getting so excited? Okay, go get it. Lin Yi nodded after hearing this and told Suya to follow him to the studio to move the stuff out. The first time Suya saw it, seeing that this Lin Yi had spent most of the month making something homemade, people were dumbfounded. Fire. Rocket? Ha? Sioa expressed great shock. How did this Lin Yi think of building a rocket? But Suya thought of watching that earlier with Lin Yi, the news of the failed rocket launch by the brats. Suya thought that maybe Lin Yi thought it was simple, so he went and made his own, right? The viewers of the live broadcast were also dumbfounded to see the modeled rocket in Lin Yi's studio. Lin Yi hadn't even let Suya follow up on the studio during his homemade period. In the most made what? They don't have the slightest idea. But when they saw the rocket, they people were dumbfounded. No, Kid Brother Mud. You call that a handmade item, don't you? Well, 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 bad. Kid Brother really has something. Kid Brother don't roll. Don't wait till the country hasn't even made a move and you're blitzing the brats. You don't say. You don't say. The live audience was shocked. Lin Yi's so-called handmade item was actually a rocket. They looked like they were bluffing. That it's a model? They don't believe it. They'd rather convince themselves that this thing is a real homemade rocket. Suya followed Lin Yi as he moved his things to the school's playground. As Suya was moving, It was obvious that this thing was real, which is what is called a craft. Lenny finished moving out and was ready to launch. Getting everything ready. Tell Suya to call out Headmaster Lao Dang, because it's after lunchtime. Some of the students who had finished eating at school passed by the playground and saw the standing rocket. All have blown up. I'm so steel. Rocket. Is this thing real? I Lua Pop Bean. Package is real. This thing explodes and packs a death punch, right? Crowds of students went to the playground to watch. But seeing that it was Lenny messing around there, none of them dared to get too close to watch. Who was Lenny? They can't afford to mess with him anyway. Can't beat it is true. It's also true that you can't afford to mess with them. And Headmaster Olden was pulled to the playground by Sioa to see the rockets all set up. Principal Olden was also dumbfounded when he looked at it. No. Xiaoyi, you call this a craft? He could remember that half a month ago, Lenny had approached him and asked him to buy materials, but he said that he would do some handicrafts. Crafts? He thought about Lenny getting some crafts to liven up his mind and stop sleeping in class all the time. But he really didn't think that Lenny's whole rocket everyone else's rockets are made of plastic bottles. Lenny has really come up with a small rocket. Lenny, on the other hand, didn't say anything and set up the launch button, thinking that he'd let Principal Laodang press the button and watch this rocket lift off. Come on, come on, come on, Olden over here and press fire. And he took off. Lenny felt that he naturally had Olden's unconditional support for the credit of his successful production. Principal Olden then spoke up. Are you sure? This thing is really capable of flying? Lenny, on the other hand, shook his head. Doing it for fun, not necessarily flying. Don't worry, it won't explode or anything. At most, it appears to be flightless. Lenny finished speaking to the principal, and at the top of his voice told the surrounding students to back off and not get too close to watch. Class, back off. Don't get so close. At Lin Yi's words, they all obeyed and fell back a good distance. Lin Yi also signaled for Lao Dang to press the button. The principal also half-heartedly pressed the red button for launch. With just one sound, the rocket began to launch itself into the air. Principal Olden was dumbfounded. It really flew? The moment he looked up, the rocket grew higher and higher, completing a first-stage booster separation at high altitude, and the rockets went higher and higher. And instead of joy, the principal, Olden, just frowned. Bad. He suddenly remembered things that were put into the sky and reached a certain height, but they needed to be reported to the officials. It's broken. It's really broken. Watching the rocket get higher and higher, it completed another second-stage booster separation. He's stupid. This is getting high. This height is totally forbidden. This was completely unreported, so I'm afraid I'm going to be taken to tea by the officials. He had thought that it probably wouldn't fly much higher. Think of Lenny as a kid playing around like those homemade plastic bottle rockets on the internet. Didn't realize Lenny homemade this to fly so high? And this rocket didn't stop at all, completing its third boosted separation. Suya was also dumbfounded as she watched the rockets getting higher and higher from the side. It's fucking handmade? Whose handmade rocket can fly so high? Lenny looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. Unicorn system voice sounded. Mission accomplished. Lenny was also relieved, and the crowd of students in the arena watched in amazement. The audience in the live broadcast room also accompanied Suya as she raised the live broadcast camera and looked at the rocket that was flying higher and higher. There was a lot of blowing up. No, dude, this thing can really fly this high. Criminal, too criminal. Kid brother, you wait to go drink tea. This height. The Air Force 7 minutes to the school. The National Security 15 minutes. The police station 20 minutes. Kid brother, you do not want to think of hitting the drop to transfer to the airport. Transfer to foreign countries. It's appeared. Kid brother's new holy body. Rocket aviation's sacred body? This world is a giant tomato novel. I told you, tomato novels are still too conservative. Just do what the kid brother did. You say he built a rocket at 10? I'd believe it at 11 to build an aircraft carrier. No dude, you're really something. And in the meantime, in one of the departments, the troopers watching the radar have noticed an unidentified object high above the Magic City area. It also gave him a cold sweat. Immediately notify your superiors urgently. It also triggered an alert around the Mordor district, because I didn't receive a report of anything lifting that high today, nor is it so fast that it suddenly appears in radar detection range. They even thought it was a missile. Departments around Mordor, too, have been spooked into quick action. The skies over Mordor City were also inspected by the Air Force, and the crowd at Sunnyside Elementary School at this time don't even realize how much of a poke in the eye this time. Raising his head, he watched the rockets that Lenny was launching go higher and higher. There was not a hint of joy in the principal, Olden. The expression on his face froze. This is really bad. There wasn't a moment when he was happy about the homemade rockets Lenny had made at his age. And he knows it. Lenny was afraid of stepping over the line this time. That's no small thing. The audience in the live broadcast room was also buzzing as they watched the rockets flying smoothly out of sight. At this moment, I really want to point out that certain countries, spend so many billions just to hear a sound. This is going to show the Kid Nation that Kid Brother built rockets that can fly at the age of 10. Won't that be a big defense breaker? Ha 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 ha, laughing like crazy. This version of Kid Brother, simply T0 no comparison, no harm, joy. Kid Brother specified that he saw half a month ago that none of the rockets built by the brats could fly, so he built one to show the brats. The little kid sees this. The pack breaks the defense. The viewers in the live broadcast room had seen news of rockets that exploded when the ghosts ascended into midair, and then watched as Lin Yi's rocket ascended smoothly at this moment. It's also fun to watch the theater. The Leco people have been laughing until their stomachs hurt series, and in the skies above Mordor, the sonic booms generated by the swooping and pulling up of the fighter planes that belonged uniquely to the Huaxia series resounded over the Mordor city area. The authorities around the Magic City are out on the highest alert, as well as the highest profile series of warplanes. Thought it was a foreign raid. Always be ready to fight back. The fighters looked around the skies over Mordor and none of them found anything unusual. Also reported truthfully. Report. No anomalies over Mordor. Under the exhaustion of one fighter plane, it was also confirmed that there was no abnormality in the sky above Mordor. No enemy planes or attacks either. The sonic boom's commotion also caused the people of Mordor City to raise their heads. Thought it was without warning that the S3 season was starting in Mordor. You know, in the skies above Mordor, it's rare to see warplanes flying over. Except for those airline passenger planes. When they saw so many warplanes flying over, they all thought there was a war somewhere. And the internet exploded. Lin Yi's quest was complete, and he recycled the stuff and put it in the studio. Rather comfortable. But at this point back in the office the principal, Olden, was sitting on the edge of his seat. He was afraid an army would surround Sunnyside Elementary next. He didn't know what to do either. Report it to the police as it is? Or wait for the door? Lin Yi was in his office, swinging his ass around thinking about taking a nap first. Seeing the worried look on the principal's Olden face, Lin Yi was genuinely happy. Seems like it too. This launch button was pressed by Olden. Still while Olden hesitated, the phone in the office rings. It's the security guard calling to tell the principal, Lao Dang, to go to the entrance of the school. Someone is looking for him. Speed from China. It's on full display at this time. Look at the trouble you boys have made. Principal Olden guessed that the authorities were at his door. This is ironically going to tea. It hasn't even been 10 minutes and here it comes. Principal Olden is sweating too. Lin Yi was also wide-eyed. Crap, so soon? Lin Yi was feeling a bit incredulous. The legendary speed of the Wahini is really no joke. Suya was in a daze at the moment, not yet having slowed down from Lin Yi's smoothly ascending rocket. Now someone's coming to the door? The audience in the live broadcast room was also happy and numb when they saw the principal's face was scared blue. Look at that. Olden is scared to death. Old Deng. Sweating like hell. Aren't you? Lao Deng, it's going to be okay, right? Kid Brother, the bag was arrested. Lao Deng. Lao Deng and Kid Brother. I'm afraid it's not going to be tea. Yo. With this wave, bail should be waived. Watch the fun in the live room to see the fun. And the principal was already sweating like a pig. He's really panicking. No kidding. Lin Yi was indeed a genius in this area from a certain perspective. But this, genius is genius. Make a mistake or admit it. The principal rushed to the school entrance. Lin Yi and Suya also followed behind. And at that moment, at the entrance of the school, two groups of people stood. One set of people, in police uniforms, and the other is the uncommon Air Force uniform. The principal also rushed forward to greet him. The other party ignored the principal's greeting and inquired about the principal with a very serious look. That rocket that rose high into the sky just now was launched by your school, wasn't it? Yes. It's homemade by our students. Thought it won't rise much higher. That's why it wasn't reported in advance. Sorry, really sorry. The principal also apologized humbly, fearful that this would affect Lin Yi's future. He was also regretting why he hadn't reported it in advance. Lin Yi also stood by the side of the principal, not daring to speak, before the Air Force could speak to the police. That's when another group of men in national security uniforms arrived. The principal also wiped the sweat from his forehead. Really, it's a big deal. And just now I heard the warplanes over Mordor break into the air and rise. And he'd chickened out. What's the difference between Lin Yi and lighting a nuclear bomb? At this particular time in S3, there is news of war all over the international. This little bit of movement can make the defense move. And without waiting for them to take the principal away, a car appeared off to the side, and a man came down with an imposing presence. Proof was shown, signaling the three sets of people to step aside and talk. And Lin Yi and Suya, the principal, they couldn't hear. The principal frowned as he looked at Linny on the side. You told me this thing was really capable of flying this high. Linny listened and replied decisively. And you didn't ask. It's the truth. And he's sure to tell it if Olden asks. Principal Olden's eyes widened. Crap. Linny just replied that he didn't necessarily know how to fly. Appearance. There's really nothing wrong with it. Principal Laodang had also learned the hard way that the next time he listened to Lingy's answer, he would remove those uncertain words from Lingy's mouth. Then it'll be the truth. The three sets of people who talked to that later also nodded and came back to remind up the principal. Next time remember to report in advance. It's okay, that's all this is. Let's go. After that, he called it a day and left. It came and went exceptionally fast. Linny and the principal, Suya, and the security guard were left at the door in a daze. It's okay? What did the people who came in the back of the room say to the people in these important departments? The principal also frowned in confusion. Reasonable, though he didn't know much about that side of things. But he remembered that it was less about going to the police station to record it and pay a fine or something, right? How come it's okay to come out and say a few words to someone? The man who had just shown proof and let the other departments go with a few words walked towards Linny. General Lee sends his regards. Contact him sometime. He said he'd take you to the military area. This is what General Lee asked me to pass on to you. Well, next time remember, report something in advance. After saying that, he left without waiting for Linny and the others to react. And they were the very department the official hierarchy had secretly dispatched to secretly protect the area where Linny was operating. There were some things about Linny that they were able to report to the officials in time. It was only then that the principal realized. General Lee was fast enough to level this in a few words. P.S. Thanks to I'm a Cat AAA boss for another king of gifts. Boss atmosphere. Things are past. But the principal, Senior, Deng, still had his heart in his mouth. This Linny gave him a familiar feeling. The recipe is different, but the flavor is familiar. It wasn't like Headmaster Lao Deng could criticize Linny for something. You kid. Next time this kind of thing is better. Even the warplanes are out. Linny shrugged. But, you pressed the launch button. Principal Olden heard Linny dump the pot, eyes wide. Well. Growing up and learning to dump? Good boy. Principal Olden had nothing to say, and with a negative hand he headed for the school. Suya was on the sidelines, and only just came back to her senses. Linny is really getting bolder and bolder. Screw this rocket, even the Air Force is alarmed. Are you really not afraid that the army will surround Mordor with tanks? And that was just a miscalculation for Linny. I had counted on the height, but didn't realize it was beyond. Linny also remembered the General Lee mentioned by the one just now. Also, haven't seen General Lee in a long time. Linny also kind of wanted to go to the army for fun. But that thought was quickly put behind Linny. Back in the principal's office, Principal Lao Dang was also talking about Linny. This rocket, you'd better not hole. In 2 days you'll be going over to the first middle school to represent Sunshine Elementary School in the Magic City Elementary and Middle School track and field competition. Train hard one of these days and take it seriously during the game. The principal didn't want to mention the rocket again. Anyway, it's all in the past. Linny nodded as he listened. The task of building rockets is done. So what's he fooling around with? It's alright to build nukes when the S3 season starts. Building it now is totally pushing yourself towards being sliced. Dang, which event would you like to see me win? Principal Olden heard what Linny said and just shook his head with a faint smile. With Lin Yi's peppy personality, how could he know which of Lin Yi's words were true? Which program? Just be serious. You kid, don't get all fancy. Didn't you say you wanted me to expand my office to hold trophies for you? If I could really get that many trophies, I'd smash down this wall and use the classroom next to this one as an office for you to put your trophies in. The principal stood up and tapped the wall next to him. Next to this wall was none other than a classroom. Linny was also puzzled when he heard what the principal, Lao Dang, had said. Fill an entire classroom with trophies. It seems to take a lot of games to do that. Linny stood up and stretched. When the time comes, let me smash this wall. Linny finished speaking and left. The principal laughed when he heard it. This kid, what a joke. With this today, he didn't know for a moment whether Linny was reliable or unreliable. Other than that, for Linny to build a rocket that could fly at his age was already unprecedented. He didn't believe that Linny, the top student of the college entrance exam, would be unaware of that reporting regulation. Linny was smart in his eyes. In the evening, the rockets that Linny had gotten up had blown up the internet with many hits in half a day. The S3 season has begun. The sound of warplanes breaking through the sky over Magic City explodes. Disinformation. War has not begun. No enemy attack. 10-year-old kid brother made his own rocket and launched it without reporting, thus triggering Wasia's air defense. 10-year-old kid brother made a homemade rocket, breaking the record of the youngest homemade rocket in China. One hot search after another. All the Chinese netizens were dumbfounded. For a while it was hard to know which of the hits was real. Or is there an official WAC release just to confuse things? In the skies above Magic City, that new line of fighters, normally a top secret, does not easily appear in existence. It's amazing that so many were out inspecting over Magic City today. It's hard to believe that there wasn't an enemy attack harassing. And with this news of homemade rockets at the age of 10, netizens are choosing to believe that the S3 season is open. After all, it was only a while ago. How many billions of dollars of the little devil built a rocket that sounded in mid-air? How could a 10-year-old child build a rocket that could fly high into the sky and trigger the air defenses of China? They would rather believe that this is a smokescreen put out by officials who are hiding something. After all, with official news releases, you sometimes don't even know if it's meant to launch smoke bombs to confuse the gringos or if it's real news. Chinese netizens have exploded. No! Has the S3 season started? Come on, come on, come on. Give me a share of one of the brats, or else it'll all be too late to grab it when it really gets going in the back. It's halfway through the S3 season. I request that priority be given to sending out peaceful elite players. Years of gunfighting have long since given them the strength of a battle wolf soldier king. For a moment, I don't know if what's upstairs is a reversal, or if it's real. The sound of a single round of AK will shatter his dreams of being a soldier king. Going to warbag peeing pants jail bottom. Is this version of Kid Brother so scary as hell? At 10 years old he can build rockets. Many skeptical voices are also appearing online at this time. After all, 10 years old. They used to be at that age when they were still wondering where to go fishing after school, how to play solitaire, still studying Han Xin with red and blue, whether to counter the field first or capture the upper road, or maybe trying to figure out how to finish your homework. How is it possible, at 10 years old, to know how to make rockets? Underneath the skepticism online, there were also Lin Yi's true fans. Post the rocket that Lin Yi fired out on the internet. Edited live streaming footage of the whole process. A step-by-step breakdown. Netizens don't believe their eyes. Both let themselves rise to other ideas, which mom and dad helped get. Or maybe it cost money to get and market out, just to help hype up the heat for Lin Yi. And with all this skepticism, some reporters came to Lin Yi's mom and dad's door for an exclusive interview. But Lin Yi's mom and dad both said they didn't even know Lin Yi built a rocket. Not to mention help or anything. It wasn't until an interview with Lin Yi's principal. It took the internet to realize the truth. And it was confirmed. Officially, under the real hammer. The netizens realized that it was the real thing and not a deliberate hype. After all, it's a lot of noise to make. If it weren't for this guy Lin Yi, if it were anyone else, they would have already gone to the police station to drink tea and pay the fine. Things under the actual hammer. The crowd of netizens is more broken defense of broken defense. My suggestion is to not strengthen the Kid Brother this season. The 10-year-old high school student is also him, right? Crap, a 10-year-old can build a rocket. If the brats find out about this, won't they break defense? Laughing to death. $1 billion to set off a firework is not as good as a homemade rocket made by a Kid Brother. It's not like a new number. It's like a rebirth with a system. I told you, this world is a giant tomato novel. With the heat of the internet, officials have been surprisingly unshielded from this hot-button event. Lin Yi's building of rockets also caught fire on the extranet. Netizens in other countries looked dumbfounded. The forums on the extranet were all discussing Lin Yi. Nanny, 10 years old building rockets that can fly? I'm special hair. Don't be so outrageous. Don't joke about things like that. How can a 10-year-old build a rocket? 10 years old and not even hairy. Right? This is unbelievable. This must be false news. Some foreigners are questioning the fake news. But that one real live launch video went viral on the extranet. It also made the gringos look confused. Some of the gringos were watching the video in front of their computers, their eyes wider than brass bells. As we all know, video is not payable. The gringos all believed it too. And there's a story circulating on the extranet. The people of China have mastered the technology of homemade rockets. Even a child can build a rocket in China. Claim after claim spread on the extranet because of Lin Yi's rocket building incident. The countries that are hostile to the Chinese state and eyeing the tiger are already sweating. Especially at this time of year. The cherry blossoms. The top brass of Sakura Nation saw this blow up after blow up. The truth of the matter is no longer something they have to consider. It's so explosive to see all the recent news coming out of Wachovia. They were already panicking. After all, they had heard too many voices coming out that Wasia was going to blitz them. If they made the slightest move, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even need to hear the wind. The East Wind Express that belongs exclusively to China, or that Xinguo nuclear weapon, would have been delivered. Now they only have one thought. That is, little kid Mia, wash to the end of the spicy. Even the private sector has mastered the technology of building rockets. Even some years ago rumors that the Chinese private sector mastered the technology of vertical liftoff variable orbit missiles. With all this pieced together, wouldn't that be getting ready to kick off the S3 season? It was supposed to be a horribly strong season for Wachovia. A return to the old days when everyone was a soldier with a large population. One person in China spitting a mouthful of water at their Sakura country could form a tsunami. China's netizens are also passing out all sorts of fun under the wild. Sakura Nation, sweaty brother. Don't blitz me. I surrender. Huashout new rule for S3 season. No surrender accepted. Sakura Nation, where did this rule come from? WAH, my rules are the rules. Under the heat of the internet, it didn't affect Lin Yi's normal life. And Lin Yi didn't indulge in building rockets. Because he thought, seems like there's not much point in getting the materials to build a rocket now. So just wait until later and ask General Lee to find some materials for a bigger firework. Time turned to the day of the Magic City elementary and middle school students' track and field competition. The players who were selected, representing each school, and each program, also made their way to Mordor City's first high school in the morning to compete. Lin Yi, who had just arrived at the school, was taken to the office by the principal. Give Lin Yi the prepared gym clothes. Bastard. Don't hang around. Take the game more seriously. Respect your opponent. Friendship first, competition second. All students of Magic City. Lin Yi nodded as he listened. Got it. He was already committed to the principle of honoring his opponents. Never release water. Even if he was crushed to the extreme, Lin Yi wouldn't raise a single thought of letting go. For Lin Yi, the best way to honor an opponent was to go all out. That's why Lin Yi has shaved his opponent's head countless times in table tennis. It's not just about the nationality of the other side. To be kind to your opponent is to be cruel to yourself. Hearing Lin Yi's reply, Headmaster Olden nodded in satisfaction. Many times in Chinese education, the saying of friendship first, competition second comes up. Lin Yi naturally understood this. Alright, get ready to go. The lead teacher will drive you to the first school. Watch the playing field there. You've got more projects. I've had someone inform the teachers over there to stagger your competition time. If you can't carry it, just forfeit. Principal Lao Dang was also afraid that Lin Yi would get tired. After all, with so many programs, there are so many running programs alone. Not to mention all the long jumps, high jumps, and such. Lin Yi just nodded silently after hearing this. Much? He was now numb from his intense daily morning workouts. These matches, in Lin Yi's eyes, they're just a passing phase. What's more, the opponents in this match were not much older than him. The kind where the pressure is not even there. Suya did not say anything on the side. She was responsible for going to eat melon. Even milk tea melon seeds she was ready. It would be nice to get high while cheering for Lin Yi then. And yeah, here's some water for you. There's bread and everything. So eat something if you're hungry. The principal was still chattering about the many things he had prepared for Lin Yi. It's like the nagging of elders over and over again before they have to go away. It's just a race to the first grade. Lin Yi was speechless, yes, but both respected their elders and listened attentively. The live audience was bubbling over at this point. This old Den, he talks so much. The kid brother will go to the game later and just interpret it for old Den. Geniuses see me just at the threshold. Respect the opponent? That kid brother went all out. Didn't even let go. How can the opponent win? The innate sport saint body. It's going to appear, isn't it? Upstairs prophet. Knife up, knife up. Other than that, the principal Lao Dang to children brother strange good Lu. And after the principal's rant, the lead teacher finishes assembling the students going to the competition. Drive them there. The principal also watched Lin Yi and the others leave, and a sigh of relief. He also has to be stationed at the school, and he won't be able to be there for the game. But at the office, it's still okay to watch the live stream. The teacher leading the team in the car questioned Lin Yi suspiciously. Have you been practicing the high jump and long jump lately? Lin Yi shook his head bashfully. It also confused the lead teacher dry. But he didn't dare say anything. Principal Olden was so spoiled for Lin Yi that he didn't even let Lin Yi go to the competition within Sunshine Elementary School. Just put Lin Yi's list on the programs. That's the inner player. It was not good for him to say anything. This guy, Lin Yi, was a legend in Sunshine Elementary School. It was strange that the principal, Olden, didn't gonk Lin Yi up. He also didn't know Lin Yi's true level of athletics, so he could only wait for the race to see how Lin Yi would perform. The teacher leading the team was also aware of Lin Yi's talent in other balls, track and field type races. He hadn't seen. It wasn't clear what kind of talent Lin Yi had. At Lin Yi's age of over 5 feet 7 inches, he was able to touch the threshold in all of these areas. But height isn't everything. Soon, the Sunshine Elementary School team also made it to Magic City 1. Lin Yi also looked at the large Mordor First Middle School. Principal Olden might have come to this first middle school for junior high if he hadn't bid for a 9-year school. and the lead teacher quickly led Lin Yi and the other contestants to the elementary school group contestants area. These are divided into middle school and elementary school groups, and there are also high school groups. Nominally, it is a track and field competition for elementary and middle schools, while colleges and universities are also represented. Every edition of the Magic City elementary and middle school students' track and field competition is very lively. The boys and girls groups are separated, with another female lead teacher taking the girls' team members. The boys' team also went to the rest area to wait for the program competition to begin. First, the running events, 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters, and 4 by 100 meters. And after that, high jump, long jump, softball. The elementary school team has fewer events than the middle schoolers, including relay, triple jump, shot put, javelin. Lin Yi also saw a bulletin board next to the rest area at this time. Lin Yi was also curious and walked over to take a look. Printed in front of the eyes is the Magic City groups of various events competition results bulletin board. Represents the ranking of each program's respective campus. It also has a statistical table of total scores for each school. The statistics of these will also be reported as a record. It will also help the players who come to participate in the future. And those who break the record will be recorded in the highest record book of elementary and middle school track and field competitions in Magic City. Lin Yi also merely glanced at it. Suya didn't ask anything more from the sidelines. She also didn't know what Lin Yi's purpose in watching this was. The 100-meter race has also begun. Lin Yi is ranked in Group B. That is, the second round has only begun. Numerous players on the sidelines are warming up. Try to get yourself to start the race and pull full form. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was holding Suya's spare cell phone and playing elimination. The players from the same school on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. Why was Lin Yi so good at the same age? Isn't Lin Yi nervous? They were looking at the other school's players at this point, each one of them a werewolf short of a ruthless look. Doesn't that comparison blow them out of the water? There is pressure in their hearts. Yat, aren't you nervous? Someone off to the side asked Lin Yi about it, and Lin Yi shook his head with a bashful smile after hearing this. Why should I be nervous? Lin Yi was also initiating torture from the soul. This rhetorical question also confused the person who asked about Lin Yi. Looking at Lin Yi as he continued to play dissipation with full concern, he didn't know what to say. For Lin Yi, the word nervous was not in his vocabulary, because he's seen too many big games, an international table tennis competition against the best table tennis talent from all over the world. He didn't even have an ounce of nervousness. He's competed in many races bigger than this inner-city track meet. Can't say much about big game experience. But at least, no one within that middle has as many games as he does. Nervous? The ones who should be nervous. It's them, isn't it? Suya also just smiled and didn't say anything from the side. Other than that, the Lin Yi she knew was unrivaled among his peers when it came to physical fitness. To summarize it in one sentence, that is, I, Brother Xiaoyi, am invincible. She'd seen Lin Yi insist on countless mornings of intense morning runs. Naturally, he knew Lin Yi's physical abilities and stamina, but the explosiveness. I had only seen the class flash by once. She also didn't know if that was Lin Yi's strength in his full state. She dared to say that in this elementary school group, in the long-distance running event, Lin Yi could definitely get points. In the live broadcast room, those hardcore fans of Lin Yi were also buzzing before the match at this point. Kid brother, he's invincible alright. Nervous? You're telling me kid brother gets nervous? Everyone pay attention to the spice. Standing in front of you is Lin Yi, the international table tennis champion, the Magic City Junior Badminton Champion, the absolute soccer genius, and the 10-year-old hand-rolled rocket. Any of the above could be someone's life's struggle, but they are only part of his life. Shouldn't they be the ones sweating when they see a kid brother? Let them feel the oppression from the kid brother. And after Lin Yi had played for a while, Group B was about to start playing. Horns sounded in the arena. Elementary B 100-meter runners, enter and stand by. Under an announcement, the lead teacher notified Lin Yi. Lin Yi, it's your turn. Don't get too nervous about the game. Go on. The lead teacher said a few words and let Lin Yi go on. He too followed to the sidelines to watch the game. He wanted to see if it made sense for the principal to put Lin Yi directly on the big list. Lin Yi gave his cell phone back to Suya and walked towards the competition preparation site with his hands in his pockets. Suya walked behind Lin Yi, and clearly felt the oppressive feeling of Lin Yi, the great demon king. That year, Lin Yi stuck his hands in his pockets. In international table tennis, beating the pride of other countries to tears, Lin Yi had shown top-notch talent in many fields during this era. The crushing stance along the way had long since given him an aura of invincibility and confidence. In these age groups with Lin Yi, perhaps other geniuses, some of them had a bit of talent pride, self-confidence, but Lin Yi was completely different from them. Suya also seemed to sense that the script for the novel's male lead was in Lin Yi's hands. He is the only king. Suya was also reminiscing back those years of Lin Yi's life experience. Who can lay off the fried rice pops at 8? Who can catch a poisonous snake with their hands and touch a cannonball in the river as if they were playing every day? Who can play at the age of 8 years old? The operation that all those stars are difficult to replicate. At the mere age of 8, the gifts received are valued in the tens of thousands? One might think that the son of a plutocrat's family, the cry at the moment of birth. This is the emergence of the young master of a building. But is Lin Yi's family any worse? Lin Yi has made Lin Yun a rich second generation with. It's a 1-2 punch into a billion-dollar household. And that's just the precursor before a 1-2 punch. The assets that the Lin family had pinched and invested over the past few years had long since doubled. 9-year-old international table tennis champion who built his own mecha. Picking up the jade seal of transmission, he dared to ascend Mount Tai to the throne. The vision that appeared on the top of Mount Tai. To the present day, Lin Yi is more than 10 years old and will be 11 years old. This matter has been sealed by the state as a top secret. The only 10-year-old with a perfect score on the high school entrance exam. Looking at the history of China, no one can reach a perfect score at this age. 10 years old to build rockets that the little kids couldn't build to lift to high altitude for $1 billion. This is not a novel hero script in hand? Suya, did not believe it. Honestly, if someone said that Lin Yi was a fictional male protagonist in reverse, she felt like she was insulting Lin Yi by using the word adversity. While Lin Yi entered, the other runners went to their corresponding runways to get ready. The players from the other schools looked at Lin Yi, who had his hands in his pockets, that oppressive aura, and that height that shouldn't be that of an elementary school student. Someone spoke to a referee on the sidelines. He's on the wrong field, isn't he? Isn't this the elementary school group? The referee looked at it for a moment, then glanced at Lin Yi. Your name is Lin Yi? Aha! The lead teacher also verified Lin Yi's identity with the referee. The referee didn't say anything after confirming that there was no mistake. The player people from the other schools were dumbfounded. What's this? Lin Yi's crushing height, coupled with the stretching of his legs. Absolute condition crushing. They have to be fast enough in their stride and explosive enough to make up for the crush that unfolds with that stride. Lin Yi also took his hands from his pockets and began to pop up in place to warm up. Pre-match warm-ups? Still, Lin Yi also wanted to see where his speed limit was. The competitors from the other tracks, watching Lin Yi's warm-up, were sweating by now. Some of them weren't that much taller than Lin Yi, but having heard Lin Yi's story, none of them could help but be so nervous that their hearts skipped a beat. Winning against Lin Yi, that would prove that among his peers, he's got something worth bragging about in this one. But seeing Lin Yi warm up, it always felt like he was facing some kind of monster. Ready! At the sound of the referee's voice, runners from each elementary school stepped up to their corresponding track. Prepare for the starting position. Lin Yi is also in the center, on runway 5. Getting ready. The starting positions are set up and the referee is ready to sound the starting chime. Lin Yi also rocketed up and ran out in response to his taut nerves. Lin Yi's pace was extremely fast. The ones next to the track thought Lin Yi had snatched the run. While running 2 steps, it was discovered that it wasn't Lin Yi who grabbed the run. Rather, they, too slow. Wide-eyed pupils watched as Lin Yi's pace was like a shadow, pulling the gap wider and wider. They could only grit their teeth and run as fast as they could as well. But they realized that Lin Yi was getting farther and farther away from them, pulling off a true no-man's land. The referee timing the game in the middle of the field looked confused. Is that speed, really, what the elementary school group should be doing? The high school group, they don't even have that kind of speed, do they? He looked and felt. Lin Yi's pace seemed to be flying. Sioa also looked dumbfounded by the runway. The live camera couldn't even keep up with Lin Yi's speed. Some of the other groups in the arena were also launching a burst of exclamations as they watched. My God, that speed! He's so fast! The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned into a fit of crouching at this time. There was even only Lin Yi's silhouette in the shot. Not a single person following behind him. Ouch crikey! That speed! At that speed, Bolt is going to go culture when he comes to see it, right? Ilua saw Steela. Where's his opponent? What's going on? This is in reality. I would indeed say crikey when I see it, but this is shakyology. And all I can say is that there's still practice to be done. At our school, only leftovers? No kidding. Bad. Kid brother is running to break the record. Under the shock of the live stream audience, some of them understood why Lin Yi had glanced at that bulletin board. And at Sunnyside Elementary the principal watched the live stream and his eyes dilated. No other school can keep up. The speed. It would be a shame not to win a sprint championship in the series. Principal Olden also cheered wildly from the principal's office. Steady hot. Steady hot. With this speed, Lin Yi could at least break the highest 100-meter record in the elementary school group in recent years. With that running talent, what's the whole rocket thing? The scene of Lin Yi before crossing the line looked back at the behind was far away. Also reduced speed to cross the line. The moment Lin Yi crossed the line, the timing judge pressed the timer. Watched the timer show up. 9 seconds 84. The pupils were dilated. Lian wiped his eyes, thinking he was getting old. But it's a factual 9 hours 84 minutes. That night sealed the god Su Xin. In the track and field record is only 9 seconds 83. Lin Yi ran at this age in the elementary school group. 9 seconds 84. Just 0.01 seconds away from Su Xin. Can he not be shocked? You know, the yellow record didn't even break 10 seconds until Su Xin sealed the deal in one battle. Lin Yi, an elementary school student, actually ran 0.01 seconds short of breaking Su Xin's record. The other competitors were also left out in the cold in a flash, with many of those who hadn't yet competed running to the referee with the timer. Wanted to see Lin Yi's results at this speed. Suya and the lead teacher also ran towards the referee. Gathering around the referee looked at Lin Yi's score on the timer. Rater, 9 seconds 84? ITEFA. Are you sure it's not a broken timer? The timer is broken. It's definitely broken. How can it be 9 seconds 84? The crowd gathered around the field gasped in shock. Everyone felt incredible. The first thing that came to mind was that the watch was broken. It's definitely broken. The Suya people were dumbfounded. It's not like she doesn't know the world record for 100 meters. Su Xin, who represented Huaxia, had just broken the yellow record, and formed a difference of 0.01 seconds from Lin Yi's result. She had just seen that Lin Yi was clearly slowing down and turning back behind her. If Lin Yi really went full speed, would he not be able to overtake Su Xin? Suya also felt incredulous at this time. She also chose to convince herself that it was true that the timer was broken. The lead teacher was nearly choking. He was so shocked he couldn't breathe. The ones he's brought in, they're thankful to be running in the 14s. Lin Yi ran a break of 10 seconds. Even came close, really close, to breaking Susan's record. How can this not be incredible? The other runners were dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Yi, who had just finished running with a bland face and his hands in his pockets. Lin Yi walks towards the timekeeper with his hands in his pockets. He just wanted to see how much he ran. The live streaming room was going crazy at this point, and the number of people was soaring after Lin Yi's 100-meter time came out. Take less? 9 seconds and 84? Crazy. Kid brother is only 10 years old. 10 years old in 10 seconds. I don't believe you when you say he doesn't have a system. Open the fucking door for offbeat. Kid brother. I admit that I just said that you still have to practice, and my voice was a bit too loud. I'm on my knees. Go and win honor for your country. Su God is coming to tears. Bolt is coming to turn culture series all night. What about MacArthur? What did he say? Lin Yi approaches the timekeeping referee at this point. Wasn't too surprised to see my score. To get a little more training in sprint bursts. He could be faster. Several judges also gathered to discuss Lin Yi's results. They've never seen such horrible results in their lives. For several years in a row, he was a track umpire in the Magic City. High schools, middle schools, each year has had surprises that broke the previous year's record. But this year, Lin Yi, the elementary school group, broke a record that even the high school group couldn't run. It even came close, really close, to breaking Su God's one-win record that night. Suya handed Lin Yi mineral water at this time. The admiration for Lin Yi deepened in his eyes. The lead teacher person on the sidelines was dumbfounded. The Sunshine Elementary School players who had come with Lin Yi were all confused at this point. Is this something a grade schooler could run? Suya was also asking doubts at this time. Brother Xiaoyi, did you let go of the water just now? Generally speaking, in a really high-intensity race, no runner will be able to slam forward without concentrating. Lin Yi had just now had the intention of looking back at the rear and slowing down. When Lin Yi heard Suya ask, he just smiled slightly. Guess? I'm not going to guess. When Suya saw Lin Yi's smile, she knew roughly. For all Lin Yi knew, there wasn't a single thing this guy seemed to do that would be 100% out of his mind. Both will deliberately try to keep something. The teacher leading the team on the side was even more surprised when he heard what Suya and Lin Yi said. What does that mean? Lin Yi hasn't put up a fight yet? This is so close to breaking Su Xin's record. And you're telling me Lin Yi hasn't given his best? The lead teacher wiped the sweat from his forehead, sweating it out. With this kind of undercard, are there any worries about not placing in this year's track and field competition for primary and secondary school students? At this point, he was no longer bothered by the fact that the principal had given Lin Yi an internal quota. All he wanted to do now was to shout, "Headmaster is wise. Lin Yi is invincible." He'd lost the desire to watch the other contestants now. Intending to focus all his attention on Lin Yi here, the audience in the live broadcast room exploded even more when they saw Lin Yi's smile that carried a lot of meaning. I Lua Bina. He's so close to breaking Sajin's record, and you're telling me that he's letting it go? Crap. That intense workout he does every day. Without that strength it really needs to be reopened. Headmaster Olden, this wave is a winner. Sunnyside Elementary School, all lie down. Kid brother come and take flight. Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. And that's more than chicken feathers. Bolt, brother, don't screw me. At this time the principal, Senior, Deng, was in the principal's office at Sunnyside Elementary School, watching Lin Yi's 100-meter time appear on the live broadcast. He couldn't believe his eyes for a bit. It wasn't until the live stream audience was swiping at Lin Yi's results. His eyes went wide. That's in 9 hours 84 minutes? He also rushed to search the internet for the 100-meter world record. Those who break 10 seconds are the best in the 100-meter dash. And in this world, there are only a handful of people who can run 100 meters in 10 seconds. The number of people who have gone to space are more than the number of people who have run the 100 meters in 10 seconds. Lin Yi, he's only 10 years old. Just to be able to run that kind of time, it would take Lin Yi's body to enter its true peak. Bolt is going to turn culture when he sees it, right? And just now, when he saw the conversation between Lin Yi and Suya in the live broadcast, it was obvious that there was a suspicion that he had let some water out of the fire. That is to say, Lin Yi can break Sushin's God-ceiling score at any time? And at this point in the first grade, the game was on. Many runners from various schools were discussing the 9 feet 84 inches that Lin Yi had just run. Did you hear? Someone in the elementary school division just ran the 100 meters in 10 seconds. So close to breaking Sajin's top score. Elementary school kids? That's fucking cheating, isn't it? How is it possible to run under the 10-second mark with elementary school fitness? Running within 14 seconds is thank goodness. Just go to the site and see for yourself. Inside the first middle school, the elementary, middle school, and high school competitors from each school went near the site of the elementary school competition. All want to see the guy who ran 9 hours 84 minutes. This is in their opinion. The high school group can't even run even if they are open. How could anyone in the primary group run out? They couldn't think of any other reason than the table was bad. And the crowd of judges verified the meter several times in a row with no sign of it being broken. The timing of the other players was also extremely different from Lin Yi's. How to find cannot find Lin Yi. This achievement is the table bad build out of the signs. The judges also looked at each other. Put his score first. He's got a running program behind him. Lin Yi's name is not only in 100 meters, but also in 200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters, and 4 by 100 meters. All of these running programs could verify Lin Yi's true strength. As long as the next item played out normally, that would prove that Lin Yi's 100-meter score was true. Because of all the lined-up groups, it was impossible for Lin Yi to rerun the race. The house judge also endorsed such an approach. Big deal. Lin Yi's next project. Use 2 timers. Lin Yi's results were announced, and they were immediately updated on the bulletin board. Lin Yi's name was written on the results board of the 100-meter elementary school division, and in the eyes of all the judges, Lin Yi had a score that no one in the elementary school division could break. Even if a middle school, high school group came, they couldn't break it. The high school group that came to watch saw Lin Yi's 9 feet 84 inches time that was pegged. Crap, is that a fucking flyer? Shall I see if he grows 4 legs? The high school, middle school division, have all wanted to see it. Is this junior who ran 9 hours 84 minutes a cow horse or a dark horse? And when he got near the elementary school group, he only saw Lin Yi, who was conspicuously playing a game in the elementary school group. There was Suya and the lead teacher handing out bread and milk on the side. I told you, I've had breakfast and I'm not thirsty. The lead teacher was also suddenly nice to Lin Yi. He didn't say anything about Lin Yi playing the game. And Lin Yi, this is, properly, a thigh. As long as Lin Yi played normally, their Sunshine Primary School would definitely have a place in this track and field competition. Why don't you put it up? He'll be able to blow it for a while as a lead teacher if he wins a place. Everyone was waiting. Lin Yi will run 200 meters later. What it's like. They chose to watch it live. How outrageous for others to say that Lin Yi ran like he was flying. They don't believe it. They chose to let themselves see it with their own eyes. And the lead teacher wasn't worried about Lin Yi's running performance anymore. It didn't matter what the timer timed out. He felt. The light Lin Yi just ran up 100 meters. In a 100-meter track. Could shake off the runners from other schools to shake off a no man's land. Can this be weak? These can be the best of the best from the schools selected. Lin Yi could even crush it like this. Definitely nothing to worry about on the running side. What to worry about? High jump, long jump. After all, before coming, Lin Yi said he hadn't practiced the high jump or the long jump. Lin Yi, high jump and long jump. Do you need to sharpen your gun a little bit on the spot? The lead teacher asked Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi stopped playing the game and looked at the lead teacher, shaking his head seriously. Keep playing up the elimination. A shot in the arm? He doesn't need to. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, the lead teacher couldn't say anything. Kids, He can't even be coaxed when he talks too much and gets upset later. It's better to go with the flow. And the race in the field quickly came down to the 200-meter dash. The list also points to Lin Yi to prepare. Lin Yi also made a bashful entrance. When the crowd in the arena heard Lin Yi's name, they all came over to watch. And those referees who are timing the game are prepared to have a few more timers. The lead teacher couldn't say anything before Lin Yi entered, because he didn't train Lin Yi, nor did he have the right to teach Lin Yi anything on the prowl. Lin Yi enters, and the runners on the sidetrack are already sweating. They all panicked when they heard Lin Yi's 100-meter time just now, not to mention standing beside Lin Yi, feeling Lin Yi's invincible confidence. The runway was surrounded by runners from all schools and divisions. All wanted to see Lin Yi, how fast he could run these 200 meters. You can run 9 hours 84 minutes for 100 meters. And for those 200 meters, it shouldn't be that bad. It was also all around the runway that you could barely stand, and it was extremely lively. Warm-up time at this point. Lin Yi also jumped up in place. Goku jumps to warm up. On the sidelines, seeing Lin Yi so warmed up, just straight up sweaty. Goku jumps to warm up, just standing on the sidelines. I could feel that Lin Yi was terribly strong. Is this a fucking elementary school kid? The referee signaled the start of the ready stance. Lin Yi also crouched down and prepared his starting position. The starting gun goes off after the prep. Lin Yi raced out like an arrow out of a string. Reaction and power. Lin Yi had pulled full circle long ago. Lin Yi was also putting his best foot forward this time. Running hard, the crowd that was watching from the sidelines, watching the pandas wide-eyed emotic and dry out. Fast, too fast. In just a moment of starting, Lin Yi was able to pull away. No man's land. It was as if they saw Lin Yi flying. With that amazing speed, the middle school and high school students who were observing from the side of the track were in awe. Some of the nationalists also popped up in a flash. Crap, he's going to fly. My god, is this fucking elementary school? I heard. He's only 10 years old. Raider Young, 10 years old? That's 10 fucking years old? The crowd in the arena gasped in shock. Lin Yi crossed the line with absolute crushing power. The crowd timing judges pressed pause the moment Lin Yi crossed the line. 19 seconds and 58? The referee looked at a couple of timers and matched the results. Also swallowed. 19 seconds 58. This elementary school student, is he still human? They were already too stunned to speak, as if witnessing belonging to the rise of the superstar of Chinese sprinting. That's still in elementary school. As soon as the country takes notice after, try to train for a few years, to the international scene, the Olympics present world, telling the world at breakneck speed as a yellow man. Yellow can do it. This kind of top talent and physical quality. Do not fight for the country. Shu Kai Series A. After Lin Yi crossed the line, he leisurely turned back and looked at those behind him, who had just run halfway through the race. The crowd in the arena didn't look at Lin Yi anymore, but instead they all walked towards the timing referee at this point. Wanted to see Lin Yi's performance in these 200 meters. Just now, they had already felt out this extreme speed of Lin Yi's. It's not something they can match. The crowd froze when they saw Lin Yi's time at around 19 seconds. You know, there are only a handful of top talented blacks who can run the 20-second mark in the Olympics. They people are stupid. Is this fucking elementary school? They believe it when they say it's a national level athlete coming to play. The referee also immediately had someone report it to the officials. This is a big deal. And after Lin Yi's 200-meter surprise, the next 400 meters, 800 meters, 4x100 meters, all blew them away. Lin Yi was as if he had come to set this highest record. Lin Yi, alone, finished the entire running track and field event with the highest record. In the running events of the elementary school group, the first were all in Lin Yi's name. Even that record, the highest in the high school division, was completely out of reach. Absolutely crushing. Lin Yi also became the highlight of this middle school track meet. Before the groups didn't compete, they all crowded around to watch Lin Yi's match. A loud cheer, under the pretty boy, almost made Lin Yi lose himself. Until Lin Yi's upcoming high jump event, it was also surrounded by people. Are you sure you can jump? The lead teacher inquired about Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi had just run with high intensity. This picks up another high jump, and he's worried that Lin Yi is already exhausted. However, Lin Yi nodded. It's fine. Small problem. Lin Yi showed a look of relief. It seemed like that intense run earlier in the day was as easy as drinking water. The crowd in the arena was also buzzing about Lin Yi's high jump. High jump. He's not supposed to be able to do it. Is he? No. How come he's in every program? The records were all set by him. This is a proper fucking Tonto generation. Quickly go and invite Rudraksh. I don't think he can do the high jump. Can he? First, let's ask if he's a class rep in his school class. Or does he sit in the back row? He seems to be in the back by the window. Bad. And in the eyes of the crowd, Jumping high flies for two kinds of people. One kind of class rep high jump. One type of back rower. Apparently, Linny seems to be the latter kind. Linny was also read his name. Linny also walked towards the field with his hands in his pockets. There was also a cheer around the room. Many girls from various groups were shocked by Linny in the running program. Some were also deeply attracted to Linny. Think of Linny as an idol. There was a look of adoration in his eyes. With the crowd in the arena cheering, Linny also took his hands out of his pockets. A few random jumps to warm up. Look at the 1 meter 2 height the referee has set up. This is the start of the elementary school group. It needs to be a step up. Linny also ran forward a bit bashfully, followed by an easy jump with an Ultraman flying kick. The crowd in the arena also looked dumbfounded. Well, jump like this is it? Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. Got him loaded up. Can't stand it. Let me go up there and beat him up. Too good for a cup this kid. For Linny, this starting 1 meter 2 was not too easy. Linny walks back at this point and watches as the referee begins to lift the bar. And Linny also said at this time, this is too easy. Help me bring up to 1 meter 7 to start. Linny said, using up an easy pose. The people in the arena also understood what Linny meant. And at this point, Suya pointed at the trash can and asked the live viewers to answer her what it meant. The live audience also exploded. Calling my kid brother trash? Big guts. I'll have kid brother remove you later. This crunchy college kid doesn't want to do hot. Let me be the kid brother's assistant. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room misunderstood Suya's meaning, and Suya smiled bashfully at that moment. No, it should be. Brother Shoei, he's loaded up. Suya's words also made the live broadcast audience happy and numb. Suya, she wouldn't be Lin Yi's little hack. She would always be Lin Yi's #1 hardcore fan. The referee is also lifting the bar to a height of 1 meter 7. The city record for the high jump in the elementary school group is only 1 meter 7. Linny was confident that he would start at 1 meter 7. Come on then. After all, time is short. This guy Linny has swiped from the 100 meters of sprinting to the high jump. This guy Linny, he's definitely going to make a name for himself in this track meet today. They can't stop it either. The players standing all around the field were proof of this powerful and attractive strength of Lin Yi's. In addition to those playing normally, almost every group playing in the first school was on the sidelines watching. Lin Yi's ease of raising the bar on the high jump also had the crowd on the sidelines cheering. Go for it, Lin Yi. Many people cheered for Lin Yi, and Lin Yi was bouncing twice at that moment, taking deep breaths and looking at the 1 meter 7 high railing. That's not a 1 meter 2 that you can easily fly kick through. This is going to be a real test of strength to start with. With the crowd cheering, Lin Yi also accelerated and boosted his run. Lin Yi with a perfect backward leap. Lin Yi landed on the mat and did a carp. Looking back, the pole didn't fall. The crowd in the arena also cheered. And again. He's letting him get loaded. This innate high jumping holy body. I thought he couldn't memorize the Vietnamese style. How does it feel to be 6'7" he's playing with? With this casual jump, Lin Yi had long since brushed aside the records of the elementary school and junior high school groups over the years. The referee shook his head as he watched. It wasn't because Lin Yi was incorrigible. Rather, it was because Lin Yi was ridiculously strong. In their opinion, it shouldn't be the intensity and strength that an elementary school student should have. That's the kind of intensity and strength that only comes from the kind of people that top universities break into the school. As a result, Lin Yi, an elementary school student, actually had it. And judging from the running record, Lin Yi was only stronger than them, not weaker. It can even crush the top tier of national athletes in the country. This height of 1 meter 7 was obviously difficult for Lin Yi to defeat. It seemed as if it had just begun in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi signaled the referee to mention 2 meters at this point as the crowd cheered. Mention 2 meters. The referee was dumbfounded to hear it. How many? 2 meters? Not many people in the high school division can even jump. And they looked at it, and the all-time high school team high the year before was only 6 feet 9 inches. Lin Yi, a schoolboy, coming up with 2 meters? Lin Yi nodded once again in confirmation at this point. The referee could only adjust to 2 meters as Lin Yi requested. The crowd of onlookers in the arena also cheered. Crap, 2 meters. Go for it. No one in this high school division can jump 2 meters. And he's a junior who dares to do it? He's prioritizing middle school. High school mate selection. If he's going to middle and high school, won't those schoolgirls wail after him? Sorry, my yat. He's had absolute choice of spouse since he was 8. Suya and the lead teacher were also watching quietly at this time. Lin Yi might be building a legendary record today. The Magic City's track and field record would be one that no one would be able to replace Lin Yi's name down in the future. Unless in the future, humanity's physical development reached the extreme in order to brush off these battle scores of Lin Yi's. But in the opinion of the lead teacher, this city list, Lin Yi's name will always occupy. Other people's dusty records were recorded in decades, but Lin Yi's will be sealed in centuries. The crowd in the arena cheered. Lin Yi took a deep breath and played as he had just done. Back over style, crossing the 2-meter high pole once again. The pole didn't move. 2 meters. Challenge successful. The crowd in the arena was also cheering like crazy. The applause was thunderous. Crap, 2 meters. He's only in elementary school. I've got beans. He's so top-notch with that bounce. Innate athletic sacred body. No kidding. I can't even begin to think that if he grows to his physical peak, won't this Olympic trophy hang around his neck and not fit? The players in the field from the middle school group and the high school group. People were dumbfounded. The elementary school group is already getting skeptical. The contestants who had come to the competition with the heart of breaking the record of the city's elementary school group. At this moment the heart hanging in the air finally died. That proud bouncing power made his pride stand up. But at this moment when Lin Yi jumped 2 meters, the pride was broken. It's fucking breaking a dick. This record that Lin Yi had swiped was simply not something that a normal person could break. Even in the high school division, the highest record couldn't keep Lin Yi's record down. Bring in the national city level athletes and they all have to gray out the series. The referee is already sweating. If it wasn't for the surveillance records, they would have been criticized by the leadership when they went back to submit the highest record in this elementary school group. It's still hard to explain that this is really an elementary school student. This Lin Yi guy. They all believe him when he says it's a heavenly fighting technique and a ghost is possessed. And Lin Yi chose to stop here at this point. Leave some space that can be broken for future students. In the future there is someone who can break it, and that proves that person, that he can have. At this age, the strength of genius meets my threshold. Lin Yi also walked towards the long jump field in this regard. All that's left is the long jump and softball events. Walking to the long jump venue, there were also many fangirls and fans following behind. Lin Yi was like leading an army into battle, and wherever he went, there were more people. Suya also turned on the water and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi also took a few sips. Brother Xiaoyi, are you going to choose a consort? Suya asked Lin Yi a question, giving Lin Yi all the dumbfounded questions. A concubine? He didn't even choose a concubine on the day he sealed the throne at Taishan. What is he going to choose now? And Suya asked about this. Naturally, she has her reasons. Lin Yi's run and high jump just now knocked down that damn priority selection. Just as Lin Yi was still jumping, there were so many female high school contestants, taking their cell phones and adding Suya WX, asking Suya to recommend them to Lin Yi. It's not just girls, but guys too. Even the male contestants were so close to having it written on their faces. Dude, you smell good. Of course, Shua didn't mention the boys. Sure enough, she also understood what the internet said. The strength is superb. Not only does it attract the opposite sex, the same sex also sucks. Lin Yi shook his head at this point. He didn't have much in the way of choosing a concubine. Lin Yi walked towards the long jump field at this point and once again set a new record for the long jump in front of the crowd. And then there was the softball, where Lin Yi easily broke the record. It's a record that no one can break even in the high school division. Back at the school, the principal, Olden, had a crooked smile on his face. Good boy. I told you there was no future in building rockets. Track and field is an area where your talent has a bright future. Lin Yi listened to what the principal said with joy. Rocket has no future? Lin Yi wasn't in a good position to refute anything to Lao Deng. At this stage, for Lin Yi, this military-industrial aspect really didn't do much for him. Instead, it was that track and field where Lin Yi could make a name for himself with his talent. Principal Lao Deng had also thrown a celebration banquet for Lin Yi and the students who had gone to the competition together. A few tables were happily set up at the hotel. Teachers and students who went to the competition were present. Lin Yi also went back after the meal. And Lin Yi today's Mordor 1, primary and secondary school students track and field competition battle, also spread on the internet. The official release came out with a list of city records, running events, high jump events, long jump events, softball events. The highest records in the elementary school group were all in Lin Yi's name. Until the netizens saw that record, they all exploded. What? 9 seconds and 84 seconds for 100 meters? A 2-meter high jump? Is this fucking elementary school group? What's this official for? It's so uninteresting. It should be the high school group, right? Lin Yi. That name is so familiar. Why does it sound like a Netflix hero's name? This iron cheating. The cheating students of the art exams are all caught in the net. And there are people cheating in the track and field competition? The results are still so outrageous? Many people on the internet do not approve of this achievement. After all, how can an elementary school student run and jump so high? Some are also starting to associate it with that art student cheating a while back. This track meet cheated to change the score, and they felt it was reasonable. And the official staff saw the pop-ups. Also a breathless shake of the head. They were there watching. Cheating or not, don't they know? Straight away. I posted all the video recordings of the day's matches. That absolute speed. Plus the bounce. Cheating? Do you need to? Linny also brought in absolute points for Sunnyside Elementary in this track meet. The medals of each item won by Linny were sent to Sunshine Elementary School. Principal Olden was also getting it, happily stroking it and rubbing it. A display case was put back up, in order to have a proper display of the student honors that belonged to his proudest students. Looking at the put-away medals makes him happy these days. Linny and Suya also came to Principal Lao Deng's office after class. Principal Lao Deng saw Linny and also happily asked about him. Xiao Yi Ah, is there anything you want as a reward? I'm happy these days. I'll buy you anything. When Linny heard the principal's words, he also thought for a moment. None of them seemed to have what he needed. Linny walked out of the office and pointed at the sun in the sky. Den, I want that. The smile on Principal Olden's face froze instantly even as he listened. Don't make me scold you when I'm at my happiest. Can you buy that sun thing? It's really nonsense. After saying this, Principal Olden took 2 tickets out of the drawer. A reward for Linny had obviously been prepared. Nah, I can't fix the sun in the sky, but I'm okay with a ticket for a visit to the Chinese Shield. This is from the UU area over there. The Huaxia SHIELD is parked in UU. You can visit the ship, just for 3 days starting tomorrow. Principal Olden knew that Linny had a penchant for these military things, inventing rockets and building robots. He felt that Linny would be interested in this overbearing Chinese divine shield, the destroyer. Linny was also curious to pick up the ticket after hearing this. Tickets to visit the Chinese heavyweights known as the Chinese Shield. Suya's eyes also dilated at the side. Visits are by appointment only, and it needs to be vetted. You can't always visit the ship. Some did not make a reservation in advance. Can only be viewed from a distance at the pier? Not on the ship desecration. Olden got his ticket and used it to bring an ID to visit the ship. Those who are fans of the military industry, some of whom want to go, can't even get up there when they make an appointment to apply. This can't be done for a visit ticket that costs money. It truly comes with the territory. During the period when the Chinese Shield is docked in UU, you guys bring this ticket, and your ID cards, and you can get in whenever you want, if you want to. Linny and Suya looked at each other. How could one give up the opportunity to see a heavy weapon of China? Let's go. Linny and Suya were in agreement. No classes, no free time for homework. Linny and Suya also packed their bags after returning home from school. When Lin Yun and Zhang Yining came back, Linny and Suya mentioned to them about visiting the Huaxia Sacred Shield on their trip to UU. Mom and Dad, Suya and I are making a trip to UU for something. What is it? Lin Yun and Zhang Yining were a bit confused. It's not too far for Mordor to go to UU by airplane, but that's considered going out of town. Naturally concerned about what Linny was doing in UU, while Suya didn't say anything, Linny said in a serious manner, go to UU to review the Chinese Divine Shield. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining were dumbfounded when they heard it. The Chinese Shield? The two couples looked at each other. Then he remembered the Huaxia Shield that had recently docked in UU. No. What's the need for their son to review this thing? How can we launch the boat without the country having finished the parade? Wasn't it possible that Linny was going to suggest some improvements? The live studio audience also exploded at this time. Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. Kid brother, are you going to suggest improvements to the ship? 10 years old and all that's on your mind is your country, isn't it? He built rockets at the age of 10 and Mech at 9. A proper innate radical. He's really afraid he won't get a chance to exterminate the ghosts. Kid, S3's rabbit is strong enough. Kid brother. No. Kid dad. Let me go. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining also took what Linny had just said all as a joke. Since Suya accompanied Linny, and since Suya had been Linny's assistant for so many years, what could they possibly be uneasy about? You guys go then. Be safe. And when you get there, give us a video call to let us know you're okay. Suya and Linny had also picked out airplane tickets for tomorrow's departure from Magic City to UU. It was also a rare moment of leisure for Linny after the match. The news that Linny would be setting off to UU to visit the Chinese Divine Shield had also reached General Li's ears. Hearing that Linny was so interested in this military industry stuff, he was also thinking that Linny was getting more and more interesting. First we built mechs, then we built rockets. Now to observe a destroyer. I'm afraid you're not thinking of building a destroyer. General Li also called Linny at night. Sioa saw the call from the spare cell phone in the living room. It was the same call Linny had made earlier, and Linny had made a note of General Li's name. Suya knew that this General Li couldn't be calling for her, and also handed her cell phone to Linny, who was watching TV on the side. Linny saw the caller and also picked up. Hello? Linny, it's me. General Li, how is it? I heard you're going to UU to see the destroyer. Ha, why didn't you tell me about this in advance? When Linny heard what General Li said, he also spoke of the cause. Lao Deng is happy to give me and Sister Suya 2 tickets today. You know, Sister Suya and I like to talk about traveling. How could I tell you ahead of time when all this visiting tickets came unannounced? If it wasn't for the ticket given by Lao Deng, Linny wouldn't have known about the destroyer stopping in Yu for Chinese people to book a tour, and General Li couldn't say anything after hearing what Linny said. On a whim, he couldn't be bothered to go and ask Linny to change his itinerary. Alright, you this business, remember to be safe. Let me know if there's anything you need, and I'll notify the staff on the Chinese Divine Shield ship from my side, so you can mention anything you need to them. I have some work to do over here, so I won't be coming over to keep you company. Okay, I got it. Okay, to be interested in military industry, you can find me you have seen, not seen, my side can let you see. I'll show you the ropes someday. Hang on. General Li hung up after that. Linny also returned his cell phone to Suya. Sleeping Sister Shuya. Good night. See you tomorrow. Linny slipped back into his room after he finished speaking. After all, we're leaving the Magic City airfield tomorrow morning. Early to bed, early to rise, and a daily morning exercise routine to maintain each morning. Absolutely powerful physicality can get him a lot of words. Suya also symbolically replied to Linny. Good night. After that she was still playing the game in the living room. She still likes to go to bed past 12. That feeling of not getting enough sleep every day. Of wanting to live and die. She couldn't get over it. Linny forced her to change her routine over during the vacation, and didn't keep it up for long before changing it back. So Linny didn't even bother with Suya. After all, adults are responsible for their own behavior. Destiny is always in your own hands. The night owls in the live room, and many fans stayed behind to chat with Shuya, looking at Suya which are not even sleepy. It's really too much like them. Sister Suya, if you're staying up so late, aren't you afraid that you'll go out and be killed by an ant single-handedly? Laughing your ass off. So exaggerated? No exaggeration, okay? My roommate's pure gringo routine. He doesn't get up during the day. He doesn't sleep at night. And now I feel like a dog could kill him solo. Cherish your life and stay away from staying up late. Crunchy college student. Some of them also bitterly urged Suya to get off the air and go to sleep in the live broadcast. But Suya also maintained a stiff upper lip. Go to bed at 5 and get up at 8. Hades praises my good health. I can't get up for such an early flight tomorrow. So why don't I just stay up all night and get on the plane tomorrow? Suya's reply caused the live broadcast audience to swipe the screen. You're invincible, kid. And Suya was also afraid that she really couldn't get up tomorrow morning. So she simply chose to stay up late. The next morning, when Linny woke up at 7 to have his morning exercise, when he left the room, he saw Suya with Panda Eyes playing King. For those who don't know, they think the panda ran out of the garden and into his house. Sister Suya, you didn't sleep, did you? Suya giggled a little at that and continued to play the game, letting her exuberance hold out until it was time to leave for the airport. Linny also found Suya's smile creepy. Instead, he shook his head breathlessly and went to brush his teeth and wash his face for his morning walk. Zhang Yinin, who got up to make breakfast for the family, saw Suya, who was still playing games, also glanced at the cell phone. Thought I was sleep deprived. Has the sun risen in the west? Suya actually got up earlier than her? Zhang Yinin, but seeing Suya's panda eyes, she also understood something. Gu, yeah, you're not even sleeping here? This staying up all night has ruined your body, and you won't even have a place to cry in the future. Harm, I'm not doing this so I can catch a plane? Zhang Yinin was speechless for a while as she listened. Couldn't you guys have picked a noon flight? Suya also scratched his head awkwardly when he heard what Zhang Yinin said. Seems like it too. Last night, when I was choosing boats with Linny, I was too excited to think about taking an earlier flight in the morning. You can still hang out in the neighborhood for a little longer when you get to Yue. Totally surprised that I couldn't get up early in the morning. Suya can't do anything about it. It's all simmering. What else? Listen to the clock in the opposite direction a million times back to yesterday? Maybe it takes listening to Linny playing piano music 10,000 times to go back to yesterday? And Linny soon returned from his morning walk, finished breakfast with Suya, and packed his bags. Zhang Yinin also drove the two of them to leave for the airport. Suya let Linny sit in the co-pilot. She was also in the backseat directly lying bored sleep. Linny breathlessly took his open cell phone and waved his hand in greeting to the live audience. Usually he doesn't even have interaction with his fans. Most of the time it was Suya dealing with the live viewers, and the live streaming him. Zhang Yinin didn't say anything along the way. He was also afraid of disturbing Suya, who was catching up on her sleep in the back seat. There was no need to dictate anything to Linny either. It was because Linny had been so understanding since he was a child that it was heartbreaking. Until the airfield. Suya, from as if she was a walking corpse, took her luggage and led Linny into the airfield. Yining Zhang also drove back to her business. Suya and Linny waited for a while before checking their tickets, because she was going to be in flight mode when she got on the airplane. Suya also greeted the live audience in advance. "We're getting on the plane. Sharpoed first." After saying this, Suya turned off the live broadcast, opened the airplane mode, and found the location to directly put on the eye mask and directly sleep. Linny was also extremely speechless. Was this the kind of work and rest a normal human being should have? After the plane takes off, Linny was listening to music next to Suya and looking out the window. Some of the ones on the side recognized Linny and were whispering about something. And the voyage from Mordor to Guangdong is just over 2 hours. Suya had only squinted for a moment when she heard the sound of a prompt coming up. Suya also stretched a bit and took off her blindfold. Comfortable. Linny looked at Suya, who had woken up. More than 2 hours. Had enough sleep? Suya, on the other hand, nodded seriously. Well, enough sleep. Linny also commented from the bottom of his heart. 6. P.S. Thanks to the chief of the Avalanche Iron Ahab Discovery crowd for the 10 hypes. Linny was all confused by Suya's fucking. It's only been a little while and you've had enough sleep? Others are fake invincible. But she's really invincible. It wasn't until they got off the plane that Suya resumed her usual vivaciousness. The aura of death that had preceded the departure from home was by now all but gone. Linny wanted to ask, crispy college students, who invented this thing? Suya and Linny followed the crowd out of the airport. And at the exit of the airport, there were men dressed in navy. They were holding a sign at the entrance. "Kid, come here." Suya saw the word entrapment at a glance. "Brother Shoei, someone is looking for us there. It couldn't be General Lee sending someone to pick us up, could it?" Linny looked at the uniforms. This visit was to a destroyer, and the sequence of staff on board naturally belonged to the Navy. The uniforms of the 3 armies of China, land, sea and air, are all chic and conspicuous. At a glance, you can recognize which sequence they belong to. Going to ask? Suya also nodded when she heard Lin Yi's reply. This bright and shiny place, still dressed in navy, a human trafficker? Linny didn't think it was possible. The night before he came, General Lee said he had notified the Navy on this side. That's probably because they arranged for someone to pick it up ahead of time. Suya and Linny approached, and the other party recognized Linny and Suya. "Linny, our leaders have asked us to come and pick you up to visit the destroyer, and we will be responsible for your food, clothing, and transportation for your trip this time as far as you. Mention anything you need to us. This way," the staff said, thoughtfully helping Linny and Suya with their suitcases. There was an interviewer with a lens on the side. Suya and Linny followed and got into the car. Suya also checked in with Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun in the car before turning on the live broadcast. And in the car, the reporter sat beside Linny and interviewed him. "Kid brother, we learned a lot about you before you came. We found out that you're interested in the military industry. And some netizens even said that you're an innate rocket aviation sacred body. Do you have any interest in attending a college in the aerospace series in the future?" Linny was also slightly stunned when he heard this question. Why do you designate such a series of colleges? It seems he doesn't need it at all. Maybe. Hearing Lin Yi's answer, the reporter then continued to inquire. "So, kid brother, do you know what astronauts do?" The reporter feels that every boy has a dream of aerospace and aviation. Ask more questions to bring Linny into the conversation. Linny heard this question. It was also felt that the question was more or less simply asked. Could it be that this reporter did his homework before he arrived for nothing? You know, he's a full-scoring high school senior. That, of course I know. Astronauts, they're the ones who plant the 5-star red flag on top of every planet. Lin Yi's reply confused an entire car full of people. Those navies were dumbfounded. Both thought their ears had misheard. Suya was all dumbfounded on the sidelines. And for a moment, she didn't know if Lin Yi was serious, or if he was just making a whole living out of it. 5-star red flags on every planet? Suya thought for a second. This guy Lin Yi, Taishan, has been sealed and called the Emperor, and has this far-reaching understanding that can be understood. The reporter people on the sidelines were dumbfounded. The interviewer's brain was buzzing. She has heard, when the red flag is full of sky and the horse treads on Tokyo to see the cherry blossoms. But I've never heard of it. Red flags can still be planted all over the universe. This reply from Lin Yi seemed to be telling them that it was small. The pattern was small. Plugging in little kids all over the place is a small thing. A universe full of them is a big thing. The audience in the live broadcast room, at this time, also exploded. And the question mark brushed the entire live broadcast room. Plus 999. No, kid brother. You're dry humping me with this line about plugging in all the planets. My idea was to stick it all over kid territory. I thought I was radical enough. But this time kid brother has turned me into a conservative. Listen to this. Now that's what I call a big pattern. Conservatives and radicals, alike, should listen more to the cries of the young and the strong. I thought it was radical enough before to check the globe for red flags. The kid brother actually wants to stick it all over all the planets. Well, long live kid brother. He really wants to do it. A real red flag all over the world. Don't forget that kid brother has taken the jade seal of transmission, and he wants to carry on the legacy of several of China's first emperors who opened up the country. Growing up under the red flag, I never thought that conservative, traditional, old-fashioned could be applied to myself. Lin Yi's words had fucked the audience in the live broadcast room silly. There were radicals who, after hearing what Lin Yi said, were directly labeled as conservatives, and Lin Yi adheres to Mr. AI's understanding that truth is within canon range. He also got evolved, truth is in the line of sight. Suya seemed to see, at the moment, the shadow of the first emperor appearing behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi was truly, at this moment, having the legacy of the first emperor. All want to make great territories for Huaxia. Only, the modern-day kid brother who calls himself an emperor has an absolute vision, a perception. In a nutshell, that's giving politics a map of the world. There are older live viewers, and TV viewers, who are in front of their cell phones, and TV screens at this point, feeling a little ashamed to cover their faces. The pattern is actually worse than the kid brother. Their pattern is only thinking about how to trample on the East. The Chinese flag is everywhere in the East. Say no more. Put me on a space lottery. I'll buy it every day and realize the 5-star red flag of China everywhere soon. No matter how hard it is, we can't suffer the children. Follow what the kid brother says. We can only sigh that we are indeed old. Belonging to the old-fashioned school. Too conservative. The old man still thinks of riding his horse to step on the East, and the boyish son has already schemed for the red flag all over the stars. The legacy of the beginning, I see the future of Huaxia in him. Prepare an enthronement ceremony for my kid brother. Brother kid, no. How did the yellow robe get on me? 10 years later, after the large space battleship of the Chinese nation landed on Saturn, one of the youngest captains of the Chinese nation said meaningfully, when I was a child, I said I wanted to plant 5-star red flags all over the planets. Suya also realized at this point that this guy Lin Yi's top-notch ideological awareness. How many people can compare to that? The navies in the car all glanced back at Lin Yi with some surprise. Lin Yi's resolute eyes seemed to be telling them, it's something he can do. The reporter was sweating at this point too. Lin Yi gave just a few words to bring a lot of invisible pressure on her. She also understood why those online netizens were happy to call him a kid brother. This is the real big brother. The reporter also asked Lin Yi another question. And it's a question that no one else has asked. This was also a question that she really wanted to ask after she had gotten to know Lin Yi. Because Lin Yi was the top scorer of the college entrance examination with full marks. And before that, there were top scorers in China every year. And there were many other college entrance examinations with excellent results. Many are choosing to go out of the country and further their education abroad. Some seem to have lost something in the process, choosing to abandon Chinese citizenship to join another country. And she wanted to ask, naturally, about that. Kid brother, after realizing that you are a high school senior, I actually want to ask you a question. I don't know if I should ask. Lin Yi didn't care when he heard that there were going to be questions again. It was a boring ride anyway. Ask. The reporter was also bold enough to ask. What I want to ask, kid brother, is whether you would choose to go abroad for further study after completing your highest studies in China, with absolutely favorable conditions given to you abroad to train you to become a titanic figure in the relevant field of study, and give up your Chinese citizenship. What would you choose? The reporter is also well aware that some of China's talents have also flowed overseas because of the desire for profit, even abandoned the Chinese nationality. And Lin Yi this, a 10-year-old high school student, showing absolute talent in many areas at a young age. Lin Yi can also be called a top talent. She also wanted to know how Lin Yi's thoughts were. When Lin Yi heard this question, he just smiled disdainfully. What conditions would make him give up his Chinese citizenship? Is it money? He's not interested in money. Is it absolutely safe? But the most peaceful place in the world is right under his feet and his beloved motherland. Born in China in 2 lifetimes, he slowly rose up from the bottom. He could feel the absolute happiness, the security of a gradually stronger motherland. Can you train him to be a titan in the relevant field? Lin Yi laughed even more when he heard this. Is it a scientific field, or is it a biological field? Scientific field? He pulled out the core of his mech, and it was enough for those so-called genius scholars and top experts abroad to study it for the rest of their lives. Until I die of old age I will not be able to study it. Teach him? Train him? Is it a match? If Brother Tuzi could talk, wouldn't this offer of such conditions to Lin Yi be the equivalent of slapping Brother Tuzi in the face? Suya shook her head and smiled even as she heard the reporter say this from the sidelines. She also had a deep understanding of Lin Yi's patriotic heart. Making conditions for Lin Yi to commit treason? She was even willing to go so far as to believe that the world was about to end, not even believing that Lin Yi would join another nationality. The jade seal of transmission can even come into Lin Yi's hands. This also indirectly proved that this guy, Lin Yi, was recognized by heaven and earth. And that night on Tarzan, she provides a true witness to it was publicized online as a so-called filming. She's been following Lin Yi. Can she not know if it's true or not? Tarzan was sealed, invoking the visions of heaven and earth. The new emperor of Huaxia recognized by heaven and earth. Definitely a real dragon. The audience in the livestream was also reacting at this point after this question. I'm so steel. Good question. Next time don't ask it. The kid brother is determined to plant the 5-star red flag all over the sky. What are you still questioning? Big guts. Dare to talk to our true dragon son of China like that. She probably wants our sire to study abroad. The Warada students are angry for a bit. Lin Yi didn't run away at this time, and also answered the reporter's questions positively. It's unlikely that I'll go abroad to further my education, because there's no need. Can you train me to be a Titanic level in the relevant field? No kidding. You should ask those foreign titans, PhDs, and experts in various fields to come see me when they get a chance and I'll give them a lesson. For Lin Yi, with the help of Unicorn, knowledge-wise, he was definitely way ahead of everyone in this world. The reporter's pupils dilated when he heard Lin Yi's reply. Lin Yi seemed to have the word madness written on his face at this point. To have those top foreign experts in various fields come to him for education? Journalists are confused. What could make Lin Yi say such a thing? Tanisco, yes. That's right. It's exactly me. Mad. It's crazy. And Lin Yi also had his wild capital. Some of the things he invented, whenever he wanted to, were definitely ahead of the world's technological products. After seeing Lin Yi build mechs and rockets, Suya had long since become accustomed to hearing such arrogant words from Lin Yi. Only Lin Yi was low-key. If this was really given those forbidden materials, Lin Yi might even be able to create a nucleus. It was his instinct. The navy that was escorting them in the car heard Lin Yi's words. It was also not without a chuckle. Should I say Lin Yi is crazy? Or should I say that this hot patriotic heart of a redoubtable son? The audience in the live room was abuzz with new and old fans. Ouch crikey. Kid brother bragging without a draft, huh? Foreign experts, well, 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 well. Other than that, kid brother building rockets at 10 years old is enough to make him mad. Kid brother has his wild capital. Some took Lin Yi's words as a play on words, and the crowd in the arena was then silent. They all seemed to treat Lin Yi's words as if they were children. Childish nonsense. In their opinion, Lin Yi was too young to see the world as it really was, and didn't understand it. There is an insurmountable gap between those top scholars and geniuses, and unbeknownst to Lin Yi really did have the ability and knowledge to override these experts. There were no words on the way, and they soon arrived at the pier where the Chinese divine shield was docked. It was the first day it was open, and there was an unusually large number of people lined up at the ID checkpoint. From afar, the behemoth that was the Chinese divine shield could be seen. It was nothing like the small fishing boats described by the War Office. Lin Yi was also shocked by the behemoth. Sioa's eyes lit up. Although she wasn't a military fan, she was genuinely surprised to see this Chinese divine shield. And previously, videos and pictures were rare on the internet. Now she could see it with her own eyes. She could feel it too. It seemed like the motherland was getting stronger and stronger. And all these things that should have been hidden away were put out for casual viewing. While Suya was still lamenting, Lin Yi walked to the back of the queue to take the cue. Suya followed behind Lin Yi as she reacted. At this time, the Navy and reporters accompanying him also rushed to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi, you don't need to line up. The captain told us when he gave the order for us to pick you up that you could go straight through. Lin Yi shook his head at this point. Lin Yi still thought that non-military, non-old, sick and disabled. What right did he have to prioritize? Lin Yi shook his head. It's fine. I'll be fine after a while of rowing. By the way, we don't have a country that promotes a kid-first ordinance, do we? Lin Yi suddenly brought this up, and the crowd of navies and reporters shook their heads. They also remember in the next moment that shocking hotel incident that actually prioritized the kiddies. You know, in China let people ingrained notion is military personnel in accordance with the law priority, the elderly, the sick and disabled priority. But that hotel actually did something that made people so angry. Lin Yi was also internalizing that so-called hotel. The live streaming audience has also been buzzing. Ouch crikey. Even kid brother knows that soldiers are prioritized according to the law, and the old, weak, sick and disabled are prioritized. Are the waiters at that shitty hotel animals? It's animal priority. Pressure gives to that shitty hotel. Look, a child knows the truth. Reward kid brother with an outstanding pioneer award. The crowd of navies and reporters couldn't argue with Lin Yi. Solely let Lin Yi stand in line. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was treating himself like an ordinary person out for a good time. If it was like the last time he traveled north to Irving, the officials deliberately put priority lanes for their team. He would simply integrate into the collective without much pretense, but he was the only one who took the priority lane under this big queue, which inevitably caused some people to be angry. Lin Yi also thought to himself, come out to play. There's no rush. Polishing the mind is not an overnight process. Suya followed behind Lin Yi, under the big line, and she had no complaints. After all, they were all Chinese subjects, and there was no distinction between noble and lowly, all with the thought of coming to get a glimpse of the country's sacred artifacts. This destroyer, it's not like they're going to run when they're in line and haven't gotten up there yet. And the stop was heard to be for 3 days, with tours available by appointment on all 3 days. Since it's a national program, if it's not a big deal, it won't go away temporarily. There's no rush. She also understood what kind of person Lin Yi was, with strong principles. There were some principles that Lin Yi had determined that no one seemed to be able to change. After waiting in line for a long time, Suya and Lin Yi turned in their tickets and entered the pier as well, really close to the destroyer. Suya also improvised and wanted to take a picture with Lin Yi in front of the ship. Brother Shoei, I don't think I've had a picture with you yet. Why don't we take a picture in front of this Chinese divine shield? Lin Yi nodded as he listened. Could be. Lin Yi didn't reject Suya's claim, because since I was 8 years old, I've experienced a lot with Sioa. Lin Yi had also long since treated Suya as his own sister. Consider it an integral part of your home. Suya also found a reporter working on the sidelines. Can I trouble you to help me and Lin Yi take a picture? Suya said and pulled out the camera she had prepared before coming from her bag. The reporter didn't say no. It was supposed to be her job today to interview the ship. And with Lin Yi's arrival, the leader told her to follow Lin Yi and interview him as much as possible. This Lin Yi's assistant. A small request for a photo shoot. How could she possibly refuse? Okay. Suya also happily ran to the front of the ship, signaling Lin Yi to stand beside him. Lin Yi was still as usual, with his hands in his pockets. Suya also got used to it and put her hands to her back without death scissors. The thought of this memorable day, taking a picture with Lin Yi in front of this Chinese divine shield, made her ***** so much. The reporter also helped find a good angle and took a few more shots of Suya and Lin Yi. The audience in the live room also has many old fans and Hemp. He also wanted to take a picture with Lin Yi. Just like Suya. They had never seen, like Suya, a face-to-face star chaser. Feel free to ask anything you want. The reporter also then took Suya and Lin Yi on a tour of the ship. If you guys have anything you want to ask, you can ask me. Oh. Lin Yi stood on the deck, feeling the freedom. Also at a glimpse of the gun poles laid out in plain sight on the ship. It struck me that the ship, terribly strong. Suya also pointed at the cannon pole. I don't even know what it's like to have this cannon blast on the little devils. Lin Yi also chimed in. This mustn't be. That piece. This piece ah? Sioa laughed like crazy at that. She'd heard of a fall from a mountain. A green patch. A purple patch. First time I heard this piece. That piece. It feels graphic just listening to it. The reporter was dumbfounded on the sidelines. No. Are all kid brothers talking to people so hardcore these days? The live broadcast room was also blowing up at this time. Hey. What the hell kind of jokes are being made? Kid, damn it. What a joke. Lou, this cannon blasts down on a man. That's a little bit of this. A little bit of that. A block? That's all counted as his bones being hard. Numb with laughter. You two are real demons. Kid, you guys can be as strong as you think you are. Why do you have to drag me into this? Sweating it out? Aren't you brats? Lin Yi and Suya also started their tour from the front end. Lin Yi looked at the vertical launcher and became curious. All know it's loaded with missiles. And Lin Yi had a bold idea. Knowing that this reporter's understanding of the ship was higher than his, and adhering to the principle of asking questions when he could, he also asked the reporter about it. You said, can this hold a nuclear bomb? The reporter's brain buzzed under Lin Yi's question. What did Lin Yi just say? Nukes? Nuke it? Ha? She thought she had misheard. What a niche word. Nuclear on a destroyer? Is this the new age of the Minister of Justice? Destroyer, as the name suggests, a destroyer. And what Lin Yi meant by this nuclear load? Wasn't this a direct expulsion of the target to disappear into this world? Ha, what did you say? The reporter frowned, confirming his question to Lin Yi again. Surprise was written all over his face. Suya was on the side, her pupils dilated. What, a nuclear bomb? I mean, can this hold a nuclear bomb? The reporter man was second-guessed when he heard Lin Yi say the question again. It's broken. The phobia of insufficient firepower is really ingrained in the minds of the Chinese. Now even a 10-year-old kid brother has this phobia. even a destroyer. Kid brother wants to go nuclear. Suya expressed her shock on the sidelines. The reporter was on the sidelines, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Nukes, can it be loaded? She didn't know what to say to that. Load. Nukes? The reporter also wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sure enough, not bad for you, kid brother. For a moment, he didn't know what to say to Lin Yi. And at this time, the audience in the live broadcast room had already been ignited by Lin Yi's words. Bad. Kid brother, this is the innate eagle school sacred body. Sure enough, Huaxia's hawks are in the folklore. Ilua saw steel. This is the lack of firepower phobia? Even the new era of small flowers have. A bunch of military fans are so proud of themselves every day. But when the kid brother asks this question, their brains are buzzing, right? It turns out they are the conservatives themselves. Bad. A kid with a day to spare and a few random words to label me a deadbeat conservative. Kid brother. You're a nuclear pacifist, aren't you? Yeah, it's that kind of nuclear flat. Conservatives think radicals are too conservative. Look at you. You military fans. Every day you think of which newly built ship is named after what region. Are you ashamed to ask this question? Live on the air. The radicals who yell every day about how to fight the war. The hawks. At the moment they were all rendered silent by Lin Yi's words. Sure enough, the new age is for the young. But I didn't expect. It's kid's brother of this age. They also know that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. What do they know? This new age backwave. Still in elementary school wearing red scarves. Coming up is a nuclear start. So high intensity. There are military buffs who spend every day on the internet discussing what newly built ships should be named after their local area or something. Until he heard the question Lin Yi asked just now. People are stupid. Their pattern, it seems, is so small that they are not even as small as a 10-year-old schoolboy. It seems, they're the real elementary school kids. 10-year-old Lin Yi is thinking about vertically launching a well-plugged nuke. They're still bickering about the naming of the ship. Pupils in the opposite direction. And at this point, some of the netizens are sweating in shame. And some are already too shocked to push more. The reporter also asked Lin Yi at this time, what do you think? Nukes on this ship? The reporter was genuinely confused. Versatile, multi-business destroyer with a nuke roaming around out there, to drive towards the territorial boundaries of the brats that must not hear the sound of death knocking at the door? As for Lin Yi, it was Elder AI's will that he inherited. The main point is one, truth is within cannon range. Nuke coverage. Ditto. Lin Yi also answered the reporter. Why are you loading nukes? Haven't you heard of Wang Wei's poem, Envoy to the Seaside? Lin Yi suddenly mentioned ancient poems. Suya and the reporter were a bit puzzled on the sidelines. They can't really remember the old poems they used to learn without some memory now. They also just vaguely remember one of the more popular lines on Shakeology. This is not your average red bean. This is the red bean in Wang Wei's poem. Never heard of Wang Wei's poem. Love thought? And they were a little more impressed by Wang Wei's acacia. To mention what Lin Yi said about making it to the plug. They can't remember. The reporter also tested Lin Yi. Then can you ask our top scorer of the Chinese college entrance exam to memorize the complete make to the plug for us? It's a poem I've long forgotten. Lin Yi also put his hands behind his back and earnestly read to them a poem from the Tang Dynasty poet Wang Wei. A single car wants to ask about the border, and the genus passes through Guian. The marching horse is out of the Hansei, and the returning geese are in the Hadian sky. The great mushroom smokes straight, and often nucleates the roundness of the setting sun. Shaoguan foam waiting rider, all guarded in Yanran. And the idea of releasing the nucleus comes from the poet Wang Wei, who often nucleated the sunset circle. This is not your average sunset circle. It's the sunset in Wang Wei's poem. Suya and the reporter were listening in disbelief. Benefit. For the first time, I went further and more intuitively had a unique understanding of Wang Wei's poems. Good one. Good one. Standing nuclear sunset. Suya and the reporter also said that the ancient poem entered the head in a strange position. It seems like a lifetime to forget. The reporter also rose in admiration for Lin Yi. That's what she said. Recognized even by the netizens as the strongest elementary school student. I'm sure it's not a cover. The poem was read and the sunset was even more divine. More than 1 billion Chinese people are eagerly awaiting the sunset program. Even 10-year-old schoolchildren are mindful of that part of history and are always alerted to the fact that China is not worried about its great prosperity. The audience in the live broadcast room, hearing the poem Lin Yi read, all exploded. Good, good, good. Mr. Kid, we're enlightened. What a sunset. A divine stroke. Learning to live to a ripe old age. I didn't think I could learn something in the live broadcast of an elementary school student. Surely this is the new age of nuclear ping pong pie? Bad. We're still thinking about how we're going to get a share of the brats to fight for our lives with bayonets. And kid brother is actually thinking about a nuclear washout. Brother kid, the Chinese army is entering eastern Japan. Shake all the eggs apart. Chop up all the live earthworms and feed them to the dogs. And don't leave a single cell of eastern Japan behind. Well, then I'll have the last word, out of the nuclear day when there is none. Han enemy nuclear under the slaughter. When Mr. Quit the literary world. I was strongly against it. Upstairs. Don't think I don't know that you were the one who smashed eggs the hardest back then. All the Chinese netizens were emotionally driven by Lin Yi's words. And of course, some of the traitors, the Muyang dogs shivered. Some netizens also recorded this scene and posted it on the internet with the caption, "A child asks for a nucleus." The live broadcast also had many poets composing poems on the spot after Lin Yi's line about the setting sun being round. A small nucleus is just showing its tip, and a hydrogen boat is already standing on its head. If I ask where the nuclear bomb is going, a child will point to the village of Terra Nova in the east. The lotus leaves from the sky are endlessly blue, the nuclear flowers reflecting the sun in a different color. There are also those who identify Lin Yi as, well, a nuclear ping-pong faction of the yearly hydrogen. The reporter listened to what Lin Yi was saying, but thinking about this ship-mounted nuke, to cruise the waters sometimes. This is to let other countries know that this pendant well is not loaded with shells, but nuclear bombs. This neighboring countries are afraid of sleeping uneasily. Those at the top of the kids' hierarchy, sleep that shall not. One eye open, one eye closed? How dare you sleep so much? Afraid to sleep through it. Really dead duck. The uncle who was passing by on the side, hearing what Lin Yi said, silently took out his huazi from his pocket, stuffed 2 cigarettes into his mouth at once, and lit them up at once. Don't you want to order more than one? That's all a kid wants. Not to have the state fulfill it? The reporter in Suya suddenly also felt that this guy Lin Yi, really great talent. What a sunset circle. This kind of silo, made for artillery shells. It's not very practical to load it with nuclear bombs. Maybe the country will improve it later. The reporter is also speaking his mind. After all, it's no small thing to have a nuclear ship in the middle of a ship. Improving the rest of the destroyer's guns and stuff is a good change. But loading the nucleus, this kind of stuff, the oppression is too strong. It's too bold an idea. The reporter also took it all for granted that Lin Yi was joking. Sunset is possible. But for now, the state seems to be waiting for the most logical opportunity. At the slightest slight from the little kid, the country might strike a thunderous blow of destruction. So, none of this stuff is what they should be worrying about. The thing to do now is to trust the state. Suya and Lin Yi also visited the complete ship, took pictures on it too. Lin Yi was also overwhelmed with emotion. Now they were on the ship, happily chatting and taking pictures. To think back to the old days, China is still struggling with some things to learn from other countries. Now, all these things that should have been hidden away are being pulled out into the open. It seems that the state is telling the children of China, this stuff is outdated and there's no need to hide it. Lin Yi also stood high up on the deck looking into the distance. In his mind, he also kept thinking about the most impressive sentence in his previous life. In the education he received, study for the rise of China. But it seems that the present age of China has long ceased to carry out the sentence. The rise of China has long been accomplished in a subtle way. What the present generation has to do, isn't it that we should be self-reliant? Suya was on the side, and saw Lin Yi who was lost in thought. What's on your mind, little brother Yat? Lin Yi also came back to his senses at this time. Didn't think anything of it. Lin Yi stretched his back. What he needs to do in this time of peace is not all over the war. And peacetimes have a different kind of war. That's the athletic side of sports. There are many ways to raise the national prestige of China. And it seemed that Lin Yi could go for all of these methods. Suya and Lin Yi also finished their tour of the destroyer in earnest. It also adds color to a different day. And at this time at Sunshine Elementary School in Magic City. In the office of the principal senior. Dang. Sunnyside Elementary also had many visitors today. All our national team coaches in a number of track and field programs. He personally came to Lin Yi's door. Principal Olden was also confused. Sorry about that. That student of mine. He went to UU to visit the destroyer on vacation these days. Won't be in Mordor for a few days. The principal had lost count of how many times he'd said that phrase. The threshold of the office was broken. It's all those coaches who came for Lin Yi. Because this guy Lin Yi's track and field talent was too demonic. The age is officially confirmed to be 10 years old indeed. The physicality of a 10-year-old, and that strong track and field level, already has the state's track and field teams on their radar. Those coaches who rushed to Sunnyside Elementary School, hearing the principal's answer, also decided to come back another day, because Lin Yi, the genius, was going to fight for his country's glory, and would definitely make shine internationally. Let those gringos feel the surprise from the yellow people of China. The principal, old Denman, was depressed. In the office, looking at the business cards that fill the desk, All are heads of coaching for the national team in various track and field programs. His students, when it's really in demand. He also recalled Lin Yi's form that broke all the Mordor track and field records. Those were records that, in his mind, no one could break in a lifetime. Sunshine Elementary School and Lin Yi's name are going to dominate this record until the world is destroyed. To know, Lin Yi is still a college entrance exam scholar. This track and field sports program are so extraordinary. To take the physical exam, come to the individual examiner. Wouldn't that be like the ancient scholarship? Scholar in both arts and martial arts. The principal, Lao Deng, is happy just thinking about it, and Lin Yi and Su Ya, who were in UU, took advantage of the evening to check out UU's tiny waist. This is a benchmark building in the UU region. Also, after looking over the area, I found a hotel nearby and settled for dinner. Lin Yi also randomly ordered a few of his favorite dishes. Shuya put her live phone on the opposite side of the room and swiped Shakeology. Seeing that the internet was blowing up with many hot searches about Lin Yi at the moment. Under fire phobic kid brother. Contemporary young people are really nuclear pacifists. Aerospace plugs in chess. The young generation is in great demand. Bad. I'd become a conservative. A few more words from kid brother and I'll become a hardliner. After all, we're too conservative. The kid brother who wants to open up the frontier for Huaxia wants to open up the frontier to the planet. One hot search about Lin Yi. Suya also looked dumbfounded. Sure enough, this guy Lin Yi was the innate heat search saint body. Wherever you go, there is fire. With this kind of physique, do you still worry about the lack of money in this life? And the comments section was buzzing with many netizens voicing their opinions. We, Huaxia, we're the country that loves nuclear peace. 10 years later, one of China's youngest, spirited generals, General Lin, pointed at the pendant unit and said, I told you this thing could hold a nuclear bomb. Upstairs, the book is no store to smash. General Lin asked for nukes, so that's what it is. It's not like we don't have any, don't you think? Penguins. One look at the child brother's childish questioning of the nucleus and I realize I'm a recalcitrant. And one look at the aerospace flag planting and I realize I'm an antiquarian. Post-90s, radicals, all play fire cover for me. Post-00s, conservatives. I think radicals are too conservative. After 10, dropping down to me to load nukes. Hey, let's take the nucleus for what it is. Don't be impulsive. What? The target is the little devils? Throw 10 of them up there and listen to the sound. Kid brother, light up your cigarette. I told you to light up your cigarette. Suya glanced at the talent in the comments section and also laughed her ass off. She also gave her cell phone to Lin Yi, sharing the joy of her discovery. Lin Yi also casually glanced at it. With that, once the food was served, they ate dinner with Suya. Sister Suya, where are we going to play tomorrow? Old Den gave us a 3-day vacation, yeah. Lin Yi talked about a 3-day vacation, because it's a 3-day vacation, and today is only the first day. They then finished watching the destroyer. We can't go back tomorrow and see the destroyer again, can we? Suya shook her head at this time. Brother, shall we? When I used to study in college, I didn't even look for my family to give me money when I came out to play. And when I went out to play, I was completely poor. And now, when you have money, you don't even know where to go or what to play. So weird. Shuya was also saying what she wanted to say. Suya and Lin Yi are just that, each talking about their own. Lin Yi called out to Sister Suya. Suya calls out to Lin Yi's brother. Lin Yi was also thinking about where to go tomorrow when he was thinking about where to go. At that moment, the system voice rang out in Lin Yi's head. Ding! New mission. Survive 2 days in UU with crispy college students without spending the money you bring in. Survive on your own without anyone's help. Starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. Reward, a full-level flying card stance. Lin Yi listened to the task released by the system, suddenly looking at the opposite side of the brittle college student Suya's sister. Isn't the brittle college student that Brother Unicorn is referring to Sister Suya? As Lin Yi listened to the mission, he also suddenly fell into deep thought. Survive 2 days in this city in Guangdong without spending the money brought. Well, Tatsuko, really trying to make him suffer. You can't get passers-by to give you help yet, which means you have to rely on your own hands and live in UU for 2 days. But after Lin Yi thought about it carefully, it didn't seem like a very difficult task for him, only bringing Sister Suya. This clearly increases the difficulty of the mission. But think of the reward. Flying license technology? Can't you use a poker as a flying knife or something? Lin Yi, on the other hand, wouldn't refuse the mission. How could he just give up such a good skill? Lin Yi was also talking to Suya across the room at this time. Sister Suya, I think of something fun to play tomorrow, and it's especially meaningful. Well, want to give it a try? Of course, it was impossible for Lin Yi to directly talk about the so-called unicorn mission. We can only lay a trap for Sioa to get into. Suya also frowned a little strangely when she heard what Lin Yi said. after a mouthful of food. Say, what's so funny? Lin Yi, on the other hand, continued, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, when we go out from the hotel, we won't be able to spend another penny from our own wallets. We can't let passers-by help us yet, and we're relying on our own efforts to survive for 2 days, and in the meantime earn enough airfare to fly back to Mordor. What do you think? Lin Yi spoke out the plan. Spell out his intentions as well. After all, after today, there were only 2 days left in the vacation, and it was within the mission time to rush back to Magic City before the vacation. It's a matter of surviving for 2 days while trying to figure out how to get back to Mordor on your own. Suya, on the other hand, had her pupils dilated after hearing this. Hearing what Lin Yi said, Suya suddenly felt that the rice on the table didn't smell good anymore. Ha! The Suya people were confused. God damn it. Why is she lamenting the old days of poor traveling? It actually stirred up this heart of Lin Yi's that wanted to feel poorly traveled. Bloody hell. The audience in the live broadcast room had also exploded at this time, and some thought that it was Suya's sentiments just now that made Lin Yi rise to the idea of traveling in poverty. Ha 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 ha. You crunchy college student, you're really looking for a crime. No, which asshole wants to experience our young master Lin? A billionaire with a billionaire family fortune who wants to travel poorly? What a thought. Traveling poorly in Guangdong for 2 days is no easy task. And earn enough for your own airfare? Crazy, right? No. You want to earn enough for 2 people's airfare in 2 days? What Kid Brother means is that the earnings from the live broadcast don't count either? How can you earn enough money for airfare with just your hands and mind? Viewers of the live stream have been feeling. This poor traveling that Lin Yi was talking about was too high level. They say they don't fly much, but they know a little bit about the price of airplane tickets. Airfare from UU to Mordor is less than 1,500, 2,000 or more. In economy, this was in UU, where ordinary people were paid around 150 a day, and the two of them, Lin Yi and Suya, not counting the money they spent on food and drink, would have to earn enough for this airfare. It can be hellishly difficult. Not to mention, Suya, a college student, is an adult, can do temporary work and so on, earn money naturally easy. But, what about Lin Yi? Who dares to hire Lin Yi? A 10-year-old kid? I'm afraid the fines are so bad that I'm in tears. Hearing what Lin Yi said, Suya then felt that there was still room for redemption. She was also in the middle of Lin Yi's plan and found it too high up. Wait, brother Shoei, traveling poorly isn't fun. What you said about not spending the money you brought in earlier for airfare, just for the two of us, is over $4,000 less. Brother Shoei, some of the factories in this area of Guangdong, do you know that some people work from 8 o'clock or so to 9 or even 10 o'clock at night, day and night, and stick to it for a month? And some of them can only get more than $4,000 in base salary, 5 or 6,000 for the better ones. By the two of us, 2 days without thinking about airfare and we might all go hungry. In Shuya's case, she was labor, and Lin Yi is just a kid. Suya also remembered that line from the internet at this moment. It's very fitting. The brave enjoy the world first? Fool, you don't call that bravery. You call it having money in the family. Lin Yi naturally knew the high degree of difficulty. Then hone it. The age limit. Honestly, as long as he doesn't tell his real age, who wouldn't believe him when he says he's an adult? And this unicorn's shelter, plus so many skills on the side. To this level of difficulty, he couldn't even finish the task. That would be pure waste. Not to mention the Ozaki 8 items later, when he could have the courage to stand on top of a mountain and look down. Lin Yi looked at Suya with a smile. Sister Suya, trust me and be brave. You can swing for the fences. Just watch me. Suya looked at Lin Yi's expression. It was also straight up frowning. She had been Lin Yi's assistant since she was 8 years old. Naturally, he knew Lin Yi's nature. As long as there was something in mind, Lin Yi would do it. What one wants to do, no one can stop it. There was also no one who could talk Lin Yi into giving up anything. She knew Lin Yi too well. So much so that Suya panicked when Lin Yi spoke up about the plan just now. Suya also shook her head with a bitter smile. She really shouldn't have talked about her student days when she and her classmates saved up their ticket money and were traveling outside the country for fun and poverty. These few words stirred Lin Yi's heart to want a challenge. As you wish. It's not like there's a punishment anyway. 2 days? I'll just make sure young master won't starve. Tell me more. Suya swings for the fences. It was impossible to persuade Lin Yi to give up this playstyle. She could only go and do her best in this challenge that Lin Yi had proposed. She's just an ordinary person too. What's the best way to make money day in and day out? Impossible. She could only ensure that Lin Yi, the young master, would not be starved for 3 meals, and that was as much as she could do. Promise to take care of Lin Yi's parents. Lin Yi, this little guy capriciously wanted to play like this, so she can only think that it should be fine to find a simple temporary job to do tomorrow to earn money for meals. Lin Yi heard Suya say, can't finish. No punishment? But he was different. He wasn't going to give up the chance to accomplish this mission so easily. Originally, he had the determination to let Sister Suya swing and he take the fly. Linny also knew what Suya was worried about. But Linny adheres to the 360 trades in China. All the trades are good. What can't you do to earn some? Suya's entire body looked like it had wilted after she finished checking out. The thought of having to suffer for 2 days made her a little unhappy. Honestly, it's been more than 2 years since I followed Linny. She was afraid that she would be out of touch with society. And what if she went to work as a temp and was clumsy and scolded? What if the boss doesn't want a stupid employee like her? Just thinking about this made Suya's head spin. Taking Linny back to the hotel. This hotel room had been prepared for them long ago by the previous reporter. 1 room for 1 person. Suya also didn't know. Will she still be able to sleep in such a comfortable bed tomorrow? According to Linny, that meant that this hotel room help couldn't be wanted either. Maybe tomorrow could be sleeping in the park. Maybe tomorrow is the day. Tears wetting pig's feet in rice. Suya didn't dare to think much about it. And it was impossible to stay up all night. Because tomorrow was going to be very stressful. At least make sure Linny doesn't go hungry for 3 meals a day. It's okay for her to be hungry. But Linny, the young master, can't starve to death. And Linny had already had many ways to make money. Just waiting to see if it will materialize tomorrow. Linny's 2-day challenge to survive in Guangdong, which he launched by pulling crunchy college students, also caught the attention of many netizens. It also created a wave of heat online. Linny, the netizen, is no stranger to netizens in China. Just think of Linny. He's an awesome kid brother. Household names couldn't be talked about. But those who had surfed the internet had more or less seen news about Linny. And under the night, netizens were also launching heated discussions about this survival challenge of Linny's on various platforms on the internet. Laugh it up. A 10-year-old kid. What can he earn? Hey, it's true that rich kids don't know the pain of life. Without help, I guess these two will be begging on the side of the road tomorrow. It's all about the little darkies, isn't it? Really think the kid brother is a 10-year-old? The airfare alone is over 4,000, which is a month's salary for me. How can they earn that? They can't. Brother kid, I don't know if I can stand it. You can't top that. Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun in Mordor hear that Linny and Suya are challenged to start from scratch and survive for 2 days in Yu, and get the airfare money taken care of. Hearing this chapter, Yinyin people were dumbfounded. Aren't you asking for trouble? No. Call them. Can't let them play like that. Zhang Yinyin thought, these 2 days a point do not want to bring their own. How can you have enough to eat and a place to stay if you earn it on your own? And how old was Linny? How could he possibly have the ability to earn money independently? Relying on Suya to earn it alone? Isn't this a clear indication that Suya is suffering? Although Suya was not related to them by blood. After all these years together, Zhang Yinyin had long since considered Suya as part of the family. Lin Yi's sister. This makes Suya suffer? She can't see. Zhang Yinyin was just about to make a call when Lin Yin stopped him. Well, don't worry about that. This was all brought up by Yat. They challenge like that for fun. Just to sharpen up. What's the point of spoiling the kids' fun? Yat, don't you understand? He has his own measure. It's not like he just threw them out on the streets overnight and left them with nothing. They initiated the challenge themselves. They have the phone in their hands. They can't top it. They'll be stupid enough to not voluntarily give up, right? Lin Yun could see some of it. It's not like anyone forced Linny and Suya. It's just a spontaneous challenge for 2 people. Cell phone and bank card in hand. It's just a matter of choosing to use it or not. Use it as a game over and come back to Mordor. Lin Yun's words also made Zhang Yinyin stop thinking about calling Suya and Linny. Okay, I'll watch them live tomorrow then. I'm afraid that the 2 children, Xiaoyi and Xiaoya, will starve. Her heart ached for Linny and Suya, and she couldn't see Linny and Suya starve to death. He was a mother, and Linny was rarely even absent from them. Lin Yun also nodded. The world. How can there be a mother who doesn't love and care for the child she has given birth to? The news also spread all over Mordor. And it was only then that the mayor of Mordor received the news that Linny had gone to Yu to visit the destroyer. It was also learned that Linny and Suya kicked off the challenge 2-day poor life challenging Yu. The mayor of Mordor also frowned. Isn't this nonsense? After all, Linny is only 10 years old. What kind of person would want to hire and let Linny carry out the work to make money? And General Li didn't have much of a mood swing when he heard the news. Even thinking to either trip up Linny. Otherwise the 2 days of this challenge are so easy that it doesn't seem interesting to watch. General Li smiled badly at the thought. Give Linny some whole flavoring. Immediately call and arrange for someone to go to Yu. Prepare some surprises for Linny and Suya. The mayor of the Yu region heard that Linny, the crown prince from the magic city, was going to conduct a 2-day survival challenge in their city. It's all so sweaty. You know, Linny, the prince of Mordor, is only 10 years old. What's the point of surviving? It's here to screw them, isn't it? It takes a blind one to put Lin Yi to work directly despite his age. That's gonna blow up in your face. What's left of it? But after receiving the message from General Li, Yu's mayor was able to eat his heart out. Think of it as watching rich kids come out to play. Anyway, there are people watching in secret, so it shouldn't have any effect on Yu. Nor would Lin Yi, the prince from Mordor, be harmed in any way. Until 8 o'clock the next day, Lin Yi and Suya packed their bags, and apart from their suitcases, the two of them went out of the hotel with a school bag. Lin Yi and Suya still didn't know what was waiting for them. Lin Yi stretched a bit as well, reminding up Suya. Sister Suya, remember, never, ever spend the money we brought out. We have to work with our hands. Understand? Lin Yi was afraid that if Suya didn't pay attention and broke the rules of the challenge mission, it would be a lost cause. Suya listened to Lin Yi's reminder and sighed helplessly. Alright, got it. P.S. Unknowingly. 300 chapters. Thanks for the company. Thanks for the support. I'm a little tired. From the beginning, I wanted to make the character of Lin Yi a truly all-powerful, full human being written under my keyboard, but it seems that too many complicated strands are doomed under this idea, and it has led to the book falling from 780,000 in the reading at its peak to arguably not many readers now. I don't know, will I still be able to keep writing until the day when, under the immortals, Lin is invincible? Suya was helpless too, since she couldn't change Lin Yi's mind. She just let nature take its course. Why don't I go get a day job as a temp for starters? It'll make sure we don't starve today. Shuya was also navigating her way through society for the first time. During her time out of college, she didn't even have to think about getting a job like her classmates, applying for jobs, and starting at the bottom. She followed Lin Yi live on the eve of her graduation. Social experience, arguably zero. If she was simply out to work, she could take her time and find steady work. With her diploma, she doesn't even have to look for those temporary jobs. But now the challenge is to survive for 2 days. It's impossible to get one of those month-to-month jobs. The goal right now is to make some daily money and make sure to eat. And now there's a Lin Yi in tow. Be reasonable. Lin Yi, an underage guy, standing in Shuya's shoes. That's just more mouths to feed. Now, Suya's mind could only think of finding a temporary job to earn a meal before saying anything. She didn't dare think about the airfare. Just have to go with the flow. This can't be earned. Consider the challenge a failure. After all, she was a brittle college student. The ability is really limited. When Lin Yi heard what Suya said, he then spoke. No, Sister Suya, you can just follow me. Lin Yi and Suya had very different ideas. Lin Yi didn't have the slightest doubt about his abilities. There was also no need for Suya to suffer and work temporary jobs to earn money. Lin Yi had other thoughts. For example, with his full electrician skill, he knows where a leak is when he touches it. Another example is singing and dancing rap. All roads lead to Rome and there is always an opportunity to make money. When Suya heard that Lin Yi wouldn't let her go on a temp job, she couldn't refute anything. So you have an idea? In a couple hours, it could be lunchtime. Suya glanced at the time, which was just a few minutes out of the hotel. Not being able to use the money she brought with her, Suya became anxious all of a sudden. After all, in 4 hours, it'll be dinner time. Usually Lin Yi's diet was on point. Lin Yi was still developing, so he couldn't starve for a meal. Could he? Lin Yi already had a point long ago. Now they have zero funds. That is, out of the hotel. They don't even have cab money. Lin Yi, on the other hand, asked Suya to take a look at his cell phone's navigation. See if there's a park in the neighborhood. Suya also opened her cell phone and glanced at the navigation on it. It's not far. There's a park a kilometer or so away. Go. Lin Yi took one look and memorized the route. Suya thinks about the park. What can I do in the park? She just couldn't figure it out. Brother Yi, what are we going to the park for? Lin Yi grinned and turned his head to answer Suya. Take a good spot. If we can't make any money today, we'll be able to settle for a night on a park chair tonight. Suya's face went white when she heard Lin Yi say that. Sleeping in the park. The Suya people were dumbfounded. She and her classmates traveled poorly. At least they were able to go to the internet cafe to open a private room and sleep through the night. Lin Yi thinking straight. Sleep in the park tonight? Not even struggling? Direct park open swing? Shuya's brain buzzed. She was really thinking through her head, her CPU running at high speed, and she couldn't even imagine that Lin Yi was actually going to go to the park to take up a spot. Then what was the significance of Lin Yi's challenge? Simply to suffer for 2 days? To experience life as a beggar? At least, beggars still have bridge holes to live in and ragged quilts to cover them. They're going to sleep on park coolers? Days for the quilt? It's going to be a tramp. In the middle of the night. Straight up. Thanks to nature. Is she still alive? The audience in the live broadcast room was also laughing out loud at this point as they listened to Lin Yi and Suya conversing. Laughing my ass off. Kid brother straight up swing. Less to go. Straight to the park chair. Ah yes. Good job. Reward. Kid brother giving crunchy college kids the shits. Ha 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 ha. Joy. In a way, there really isn't anything wrong with kid brother's choice. You don't say. You really don't say. If you don't go ahead and take it now, I'm afraid there won't be any seats left until the evening. Why don't you guys hurry up? If you don't grab it, you won't be able to. The lazy audience in the live broadcast room was also amused by Lin Yi's remark. And Lin Yi couldn't hold it together when he saw that expression on Suya's face. I'm afraid that if I tease a few more times, Suya-ran will faint. Oops. Fooled you. Go to the park first. I have my plans. Do you think I'll sleep in the park? Lin Yi's words. It eased Suya up a lot. This young master Lin Yi. It's indeed unlikely that he'd choose to sleep in the park. What can Suya do? Now we could only watch Lin Yi operate. If she was serious, there was nothing she could do if Lin Yi wanted to sleep in the park. Suya followed Lin Yi towards the park, and by now General Li had long since brought his men to the UU area. Make some preparations in Lin Yi's range of motion. For General Li, Lin Yi's life was too smooth. It seemed that Lin Yi's path in life was a complete and smooth one. All that was needed was for Lin Yi to move forward. There are no twists and turns, not to mention the so-called bumps and bruises. For example, in the life of the average person, at the beginning of life, there will eventually be this thing called life that presses. Lin Yi's life is as good as it gets, and in contrast to normal, ordinary people's lives, there are always bumps in the road, forks in the road of life where choices are made. Sometimes it's wrong. Some are lucky and get the right ones, but that's just an isolated case. What General Li wanted, that was to add to Lin Yi's problems slightly. This honed Lin Yi's mind. In this way, he was able to make Lin Yi refrain from arrogance and impatience. This time Lin Yi's ego had challenged him, and he had already planned to add to Lin Yi's frustration, preferably making him feel what it was like to fail. Let Lin Yi's mind change a bit and become stronger. And with Lin Yi's 2-day survival plan, General Li knows Lin Yi. This challenge, which seemed difficult to others, would be easily accomplished by Lin Yi. In a nutshell, that would be this guy, Lin Yi, who was a little witty. There are a lot of ghost ideas too. General Li went to the nearby police station and had completed his discussions with the police department, spying on Lin Yi's every move in the live broadcast and tripping him up from time to time. This, Mr. Li, is it really good to target a small child like this? The police chief asked General Li about it. He listened to what General Li said and tripped up Lin Yi. In his opinion, Lin Yi was only 10 years old. He could ensure that he didn't starve, didn't steal, didn't rob, and survived for 2 days had already beaten 100% of his peers. General Li smiled bashfully after hearing this. There's nothing wrong with it. You don't really think of him as a 10-year-old. He has an intellect, a mind, that no one in the present age can match. The 10-year-old high school senior. That's who. General Li casually listed a few of Lin Yi's accomplishments. These open-mouthed battles are dreams that some people pursue for a lifetime and cannot accomplish. But in Lin Yi's case, that's just a short piece of a wonderful life. The police chief was dumbfounded to hear that. He remembers it as far as the high school student is concerned. It was a sensation throughout China during that time. It can be said that when you mention this, you can think of the prodigy of that magic city. General Li looked aside at the surprised-looking chief. Well, just keep an eye on it. His well-being is also important. Talking about adding some difficulty to Lin Yi, he also wanted to be here to watch Lin Yi complete this challenge. Don't be so stubborn that you don't know how to give up when you can't take it anymore. And at that moment, Lin Yi didn't know that General Li had arrived in UU. Take Suya into the park. Lin Yi was also looking for a target. Suya followed Lin Yi, and was also a bit speechless, wondering what exactly Lin Yi was doing, what he was looking for. After walking around the park for a while, I found some old men playing chess at the gazebo. Lin Yi's eyes also lit up. The target has been marked. Lin Yi walked directly next to those old men playing chess. Suya also followed behind. It wasn't until then that Suya guessed something. Is it possible that Lin Yi wants to play chess to make money, right? And at that moment, Lin Yi saw that the old man had made a stinking move. Master, you can't play this chess here. You'll lose if you play this. The other lords on the sidelines were also pointing. Hey, I can't believe I'm being instructed by a little kid. I told you it shouldn't come down here. Even a child can see that. Old Lu, are you any good? Lin Yi's words also ignited the field. And in the parks, on the streets and alleys, many of the old masters' chess games are played by one man, with a couple of masters at arms pointing the way. Just as Lin Yi said, after that move, the other side came with a general. See, it doesn't work this way down. The old men on the losing side have been discussing it. And Lin Yi spoke up at this time. Gentlemen, can I play with you? Yo, you know how to play too, kid? No, it's not the weekend. You kid wouldn't be skipping school, would you? Come on, let's play a game. Let's see what you boys have. Some of the old men questioned Linny, thinking that Linny should still be a student pup. It's not like it's weekend time. Their grandchildren are in school. Linny, on the other hand, said, I'm learning to play chess, and now I'm going to come out to practice and find an expert to practice with. Know what? Linny was also talking nonsense. There are times when a little lie can cover up a lot of unnecessary answers. Such little lies can drop a trap without any problem. Linny's reply also caused the crowd of old men to nod their heads. No. Isn't this just martial arts looking for someone to cut? Is it gone like? Come on, play a game. The old masters were also interested in his strength in learning chess. As Linny had expected, both want to play a game. Linny smiled slightly as the game began. Suya was outside the crowd, still a bit puzzled. Can it be that Linny is simply here to play chess to pass the time? Linny played a game with an old man and generaled the opposite side of the room with great speed. The old man across the street was dumbfounded. That's it. Lost? Old young? You can't. Let me do it. All those old masters wanted to grab a hand with Linny, and Linny stood up at that moment, shaking his head contemptuously. Seems not good. I'd better change. Linny's words caused the crowd of elders to stare in disbelief. Isn't that a slap in their face? Being looked down upon by a little kid? Come on. You boys have a game with me. The one just now is not strong enough to be with us. The old masters had all told Linny to sit down and fight again with someone else. Linny, on the other hand, sat down with a 10,000% reluctance. It's such a waste of time and life to play with you guys. When Linny said that, the crowd of Elder Dang also became more intent on fighting. Throw kaba. What do you want you? What do you mean? Wasting time? Linny also replied, time is money. It's so easy to play with you guys. Tell you what, how about you guys buy me lunch if you lose? Linny also knew that playing in the form of gambling would not be pleasing to them. And a dinner, such a statement, is never repulsive, is it? It's just a meal. Come on. If you lose, treat our old man to afternoon tea. This kid is playing pretty well. Let me set up chess. Many of the old men were also very happy. A meal or something is too easy for them. And what's the point of treating a kid to a meal when you're happy? Linny also knew that the fish had taken the bait. With that, he played a serious game with the old man. With a full level of chess, he naturally wouldn't lose. On the side, Suya, watching Linny win game after game. With a plate of dinner, the money for meals in the past few days do not have to worry about. Suya's eyes were glowing. General Lee and the police chief at the police station watched Linny win round after round. The police chief was sweating a little. What kind of simple 10-year-old is this? It's not too much of a stretch to call this chess playing a child prodigy. After watching for a while, several old men went on and couldn't win against Linny. General Lee, on the other hand, spoke. Have the men wait nearby and prepare for action. Well, with that, he arranged up the police department. Arrange for someone to go to the neighborhood of White Cloud Park. I'll act on notice. And Linny was having a blast playing at the moment. Unbeknownst to him, the storm against him was coming. Linny's all-conquering record at the park spread through the circle of old men. In WX also notify up that the big players who are good at chess come over and play a game with Linny. Linny was also keeping track of how many hands he had won. Looking at the old man across from him with so many keys around his waist, Linny also had a bold idea. If I win, I'm going to stay at your house for the night. Linny played chess with ease, talking to the old man across from him who was sweating profusely and pondering how to make his next move. The pressure on the old man across the street skyrocketed. He also knew that if he lost, he would have to treat Linny to dinner or something. And just now Linny won so much, it can't all be on the house. Linny offered to stay for the day. He a landlord, and there were houses in the neighborhood that were his. If Linny wants to live, so be it. But right now he's not thinking about what he's going to do if he loses. Rather, it was Linny's step-by-step moves that made him a veteran of thousands and thousands of chess games. Sweat. Linny was sitting on the opposite side of the room, and as long as he moved one step, Linny would be able to take the next step without having to think. The area around the gazebo where the chess game was being played was already full of curious old men who had come to watch the battle. Suya was also counting how many games Linny had just won. If you want a win to count as a meal, Linny had already won an unknown number of pig's feet and rice here. And at that moment, the old man who was playing against Linny wiped the sweat from his forehead. I lost. If you're looking for a place to stay, I'll be square dancing over here in the evening. Just come find me. The old man wouldn't say renegade or anything. Linny also smiled slightly. Although the winnings weren't money, the winnings already ensured that they wouldn't go hungry for the next 2 days. To make real cash, It's going to take a different approach. Suya looked at Lin Yi from the side. Her eyes lit up. At least she didn't have to sleep in the park. The admiration for Lin Yi was getting deeper and deeper. The audience in the live broadcast room was buzzing as they watched Lin Yi win game after game of chess. I Lu a tainted steel this casually under a few dishes. These days of meals do not have to worry. Kid brother still has some brains. If it were up to me, I'd probably choose to get a temp job just like the crunchy college students. The meal is taken care of. But the important thing is, what about the airfare back to Mordor? That's a huge amount of money. Yeah, it's not like you can win enough of these for as many sets as you want. The viewers in the live broadcast room had their scalps tingling at the thought of Lin Yi and Suya having to pay more than $4,000 for a plane ticket back to Mordor. Some of the people who are watching the live feeds are mostly regular adults, for whom it's a good idea. More than $4,000. A normal laborer in Ye, a month's salary is only more than $4,000, more than $5,000. And Lin Yi, who was 10 years old, without relying on the help of others and without Suya going to work. It's hard to do. At this time a middle-aged uncle sat down. Little friend, accompany me to play a hand. Win a hand. I will give you $100. How? What if I lose? Lin Yi also knew that there was no such thing as pie in the sky. This unsolicited money can't be that easy to get. If you lose, teach my baby girl to play the piano for 2 days. But I've seen videos of you playing the piano on the internet. And my baby girl is taking piano lessons because of the videos of you playing the piano. Lin Yi smiled slightly after hearing this. Good, Lin Yi said as he swung his chess piece, signaling his opponent to play first. Teaching to play the piano didn't feel like anything in Lin Yi's case. Instead, teach for 2 days. But Lin Yi had absolute self-confidence in his own strength. Losing is impossible. As Lin Yi thought, playing against his opponent, the middle-aged uncle opposite him was quickly defeated. Decidedly, too, he took $100 out of his pocket. Throw it on the board. Lin Yi also nonchalantly took it. $100 in the bank. One step closer to over 4,000. Suya's eyes lit up when she saw the red ticket. But there are some struck. She'd looked over the internet last night for temporary, part-time workers, and that daily rate was about $100. And Lin Yi, easily. You can make $100 a handful of chess. The older man stood up with a slight smile. And Lin Yi also sensed his opponent's strength in the game of chess. Doesn't play chess very often. It's just a matter of familiarizing yourself with some of the rules. After Lin Yi took the money, he saw the other party's smile. It was also followed by a slight frown. It always felt like, which is not right, but he couldn't tell. And the chief, who was at the police station at the time, ordered the operation to begin. Close the net and get the kid and the little girl with the backpack. Under the pretext of verification of identity, child abduction by the little girl, she will be held until the afternoon and then released. Confiscate the money from that boy. An order from the police chief. 2 police officers in plainclothes near the park also began to move in. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't realize that a crisis was coming and was still playing chess with the grandmasters without a care in the world. That's when the 2 men burrowed into the crowd of old men and pulled out the police cards in their pockets. Police, a report has been received that you are suspected of child trafficking. Please come with us to the police station. With that, he pulled out silver handcuffs and was about to handcuff Suya. Suya was dumbfounded. I didn't. Before Suya even had a chance to defend herself, the handcuffs were cuffed. Lin Yi was also grabbed by the shoulder by a plainclothes policeman. Lin Yi also frowned strangely at this point. Without waiting for Lin Yi to open his mouth to defend himself, he took Lin Yi and Suya away from the park. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also startled by this sudden situation. Child trafficking? I Lu a bean. Which warrior reported? How brave. OX. This grab, kid brothers challenge. Even more difficult. It's over. Suya and Lin Yi were taken to a police car. Suya, who was in the car, was still opening her mouth to argue something, but the police in the car, as if their ears were stuffed with cotton, took Suya's words as farting. Lin Yi also shook his head at this time to signal Suya that there was no need to say anything. A complete waste of breath. Lin Yi seemed to have guessed something, but that's just a guess. Lin Yi has understood the process. Generally speaking, received a report, but also at the scene to ask for documents first. There's something suspicious before you bring it into the police station. It won't be like this. Cuffed straight to the police station. Suya was really crying with injustice. What asshole reported this? Suya had already cursed that so-called whistleblower 100 times in her mind, and the police wouldn't listen to any of her explanations. It's a waste of time to talk about it. Lin Yi also simply opened the pendulum. This can't be. We can't just lock him up for 2 days, can we? Lin Yi thought. Couldn't it be that Brother Unity deliberately added difficulty to the whole unexpected thing? But Lin Yi quickly dispelled that idea. There's no reason, no need for Unico to be like this. Aside from that thought, Lin Yi thought of something else. If it's an indirect order received by this police department, just skip the normal steps and arrest him and lock him up. That would only be someone who has the power over the chief of police. Come to think of it, Linny had already figured out who it was in his mind. Tripping him up on purpose? Linny ran through it all at once, trying to intentionally fail his challenge to go back to Mordor from scratch. Linny smiled bashfully. Unless, lock him up until tomorrow night. It's the only way to really break up the idea of his challenge. Thinking that it was General Lee, Linny already knew that General Lee was deliberately honing him and giving him a hard time. Linny didn't say anything along the way, and unlike Suya, he wasn't defending himself along the way. Linny knew that it was useless to say anything now, and General Lee, who was in the police chief's office at the moment, could only see Linny, who was in the back seat calmly, from the surveillance on the police car because Suya's live broadcast was forced to close. It's not bad to be in danger. General Lee also knew that Linny was of such a nature that he wouldn't give up on his challenge lightly. The police chief who was on the sidelines was a bit very puzzled by General Lee's behavior, using such a dirty routine on Linny, arranging for someone to play chess with Linny and send money in bets to give Linny a glimmer of hope. Again, in no time at all, closing the net, arresting the person and bringing him back to the police station later. Again, we have to find a way to collect the 100 that Linny earned. Dirty, really dirty. And at that moment Suya and Linny were brought to the police station. Shuya was taken to a small room. Linny, on the other hand, was at the lobby, and the constable poured water for Linny, and also symbolically inquired about Linny. Who was that you just now? Don't worry, if you were trafficked here, we'll bring you home. Linny heard the officer's question. Also answer up. That one just now. That's my family's on-air assistant. Been working at my house for 2 years. Her name is Shuya. Graduated from Mordor University. I wasn't abducted. She and I came here from Mordor to see the destroyer. Anything else to ask? Her ID. Do you want me to report it for you? Linny also answered the police officer's question sharply. Also cite a proof of the relationship between the two. No kidding. Linny was really able to memorize Suya's ID number, because he has a knack for not forgetting things. The police officer who was making a statement, listening to what Linny said. The whole thing was dry silenced. Linny's self-certified words and the information in just a few sentences were enough for them to call for verification and release him. Okay. Sit down for a moment while we verify the situation. There may be some misunderstanding. The officer finished and didn't write a statement. Rather, it was intended to be a simple process. He didn't even know what to say in order to follow the chief's instructions and find a way to pull out that $100 from Linny. Suspected of gambling? Thinking of this, the officer also ordered Linny to hand it over. Linny didn't care and pulled out the money. And after Linny handed over the money, he was in the police station, looking at his surroundings. Another look to the police chief's closed office. Linny thought of something. I need to use the restroom. And a police officer was leading Linny towards the police station's bathroom. This is just past the police chief's office. Linny followed behind, slowing down as he was about to reach the police chief's office. Open the police chief's office in a flash. As Linny thought, there's a familiar face sitting in the police chief's office. It was General Lee. Linny also had a smile on his face and greeted him politely. Yo, Uncle Lee, long time no see. General Lee, and the police chief, were also dumbfounded as they looked at Linny, who had appeared in the doorway. General Lee's people were dumbfounded. This, did you know he was here? How did Linny know? General Lee was also sweating profusely. With an IQ like Lin Yi's, it wasn't hard to deduce that he tripped, was it? He also knew Linny very well. This guy Linny had a lot of heart. Plus looking at Linny who was now wearing a smile on his face, General Lee also felt strange. At this point the officer was also confused. Didn't he say he was going to the bathroom? Why did you open the director's office? And the constable was about to close the door, but the chief signaled him to leave. Linny also walked into the police chief's office. The police chief was also getting curious about Linny. This little guy, does he know General Lee is here? You're just going to go to the bathroom? General Lee also put on the underhandedness and pretended not to know about it. I can't believe I ran into you even in UU. Well, finished visiting the destroyer? Did you have a good time in UU? General Lee also shushed Linny. Linny wore a smile on his face. Don't pretend. Uncle Lee, you arranged for Shuya and I to be arrested, didn't you? When Linny said that, the police chief was also shocked. This little guy, is he really 10 years old? That heart, and that witty mind. General Lee also continued to play dumb. He also knew that if he admitted it, once this little guy Linny got angry, what was he going to do to coax him? Set off a firework at the kid's place? What? COO was arrested? Here, Chief Jun, let the people go. Director Jean was speechless as he listened to General Lee make a show of himself. People are the ones you yell at to grab. You've got him and you're letting him go? Didn't we say we'd put it out after noon? Hey. Okay, I'll put it there. Lin Yi, on the other hand, looked at General Lee with a serious expression. It's as if the eyes are saying, you keep performing. Come on, Uncle Lee, the people you've arranged have made too many breaks. If I hadn't verified that you were at the police station, I would have dismissed it as a prank reported by an internet user. Just send me money. The one playing chess, the calluses on his hands, and the air of being your assistant or something. And the police department went to arrest the people. The scene cross-examination of the formalities are not, obviously received in order to find a crime to arrest us on the line. That's how I figured you were setting it up, but I wasn't sure. But now, you show up here. Sure you want to keep lying to me, Uncle Lee? At once, Lin Yi combined what he had discovered and said it. In fact, these breaks, and suspicions, Lin Yi also thought of them as he recalled the images in the car. Lin Yi wouldn't deliberately memorize anything, but what was seen, he could review as long as it wasn't too far in the past. What Lin Yi said also surprised Director Zhan and General Lee. This mind, so thoughtful? It would be a real shame not to become a detective. General Lee isn't pretending either. Hey, I knew it. Can't fool you, kid. I was just thinking, this challenge of yours, it's too easy for you. Trying to trip you up a bit, test you. You're not going to get mad, are you? Lin Yi smiled bashfully even as he listened to General Lee's reply. No. Lin Yi wasn't fretting about this little hiccup that had occurred, nor would he be angry at the little episode deliberately arranged by General Lee. In Lin Yi's mind, General Lee had also long since been defined as, well, an elder for his own good. I'm trying to train him, and this grinding, for Lin Yi, was a much-needed child's play. General Lee didn't look angry when he saw that Lin Yi wasn't making a scene. On the other hand, it feels weird. Geez, don't get mad. Someday you'll take you to the military district and feel the real fireworks. Fruity? Fruity. Okay then, don't waste my challenge time. I'm going to get busy. Lin Yi didn't dwell on anything more. For him, the biggest stumbling block wasn't how much money he made in 2 days. Instead, this sudden hiccup. If we hadn't come to the police station so suddenly, we'd have given General Lee some Cantonese specialties. General Lee also watched as Lin Yi walked out of the office and looked at Director Zhan, who was on the side. See, they said not to treat him like a child. Director Zhan was also filled with helplessness. How could he have known that this little guy was so smart? Suya was also suddenly released, and the officers didn't ask anything the whole time. Lin Yi's $100 were also returned. Suya was dumbfounded as she followed Lin Yi out of the police station. Nothing is missing. Suya fell as if she had lost her soul. What happened? Inexplicably caught and released. Only Lin Yi had a bland face, because that little hiccup wouldn't waste much of his time. Suya then asked Lin Yi, what's going on? Suddenly releasing us. Oh, I called Uncle Lee, and we'll let it out when he notifies us. Lin Yi didn't tell Suya about the real situation. This little farce is nothing. Suya also came back to her senses after hearing this. What kind of lackadaisical people are these? What are they reporting blindly? Lin Yi nodded in recognition as he listened. It's pretty lackluster. Ha, the person who reported it you know? I don't know. Lin Yi didn't say anymore. Instead he chose to start looking for money-making projects. Come on, our challenge isn't over yet. Lin Yi didn't like to give up easily. Even if time is given to him for only 1 day, he will do his best to try to fulfill it. Suya didn't say much and opened the live stream on her cell phone. The live streaming audience also entered in large numbers. My god, what just happened? Busted? Is this released? That fast? Those viewers had just seen the scene of plainclothes policemen arresting them before the live broadcast was subsequently interrupted. Those who don't know much about what's going on are speaking in a puzzled flurry on the air. Suya saw that the audience asked and answered in a good-natured manner. Don't let me catch you in the act of reporting me blindly for child trafficking and you'll be in for a rude awakening. Suya, on the other hand, thought that it must have been the well-fed netizens who would try to interrupt their challenge, so they called to report it. Can she be happy with a silver bracelet that she inexplicably wears? Suya's stomach was full of anger. Lin Yi walked in front of him, listening to Suya's whining, and just smiled bashfully. It wasn't until Lin Yi walked to the outskirts of a neighborhood that Lin Yi saw a fresh cat search notice. Lin Yi was also curious as he moved closer and looked at the date, which was exactly these 2 days. But Lin Yi didn't pay attention to the content and saw the most important. The cash reward. Sister Suya. Someone sent money. Lin Yi asked Suya to take a look at the cat-seeking notice. Suya also took a serious look. Lost a Norwegian forest cat. Looking at the cat in the picture is also extremely nice. Suya is also a little cognizant of this cat. It can be said to be the Rolls-Royce of the cat world. Walking RMB Suya also knew that the cat was super expensive. Suya was also a bit curious. How did you lose this cat? but to hear Linny say, "Give away money? Ha, brother Showy. You're not thinking of making money from this cat-seeking notice, are you?" Linny nodded. "Quickly call and ask if you found it. We might find it if we haven't already." Suya also frowned when she heard it. Linny still has the ability to find cats? Even though she questioned it, Suya took out her spare cell phone and typed in a cat search notice. And the owner, who left a phone number, was quickly connected. Suya was also immediately communicating with the other party. "Hello, I might be able to help you find the cat from my side. Have you recovered the lost cat on your end?" "Not yet. Can we meet and ask you for details?" "Where are you?" "Let's see. It's over here by the east gate of the Golden Ocean neighborhood." "Then wait for me for a while and I'll come to you." The phone hung up, and Suya also looked at Linny. "Brother Showy, can you really find it? The cat hasn't been found yet, and I called out the owner." "I don't know. Try it, in case you can find it." Suya was helpless even after hearing this. It's also straight up swinging for the fences. It's going to be noon anyway. It's impossible to get a temp job. Let's look for a cat. Let's take our chances. Maybe we'll get lucky and find it. If we do find it, there's a reward for that, so we might be able to make a lot of money. Soon, Suya and Linny waited for the owner of the lost cat at the entrance of the neighborhood. The owner is also talking to Linny and Suya about many pre-lost details. The cat ran out of the neighborhood when she wasn't looking. Neighborhood surveillance shows that the cat ran out, but it's not clear where it went. Sioa is also staying in the picture. Then be a pet detective for once. Linny and Suya also searched around the neighborhood, but neither found the cat. Linny, on the other hand, had an idea. "Let's go. Take a trip to the kiosk." Suya was also following closely behind Linny, who had paid for a pack of ham sausages at the supermarket. Exactly $100 earned in the morning at the park gazebo. Which, although it is said that General Lee went to the set, but this money is earned by Linny with his ability. It's something you've worked hard for and there's nothing wrong with spending it. Suya was puzzled when she saw that Linny had bought a pack of ham sausages. "What's with the ham and sausage? Of course it works. Come with me." Linny took Suya and walked into the neighborhood next to where the lost cat was. Linny also seemed to be looking for something. The stray cats were found in the neighborhood, and those stray cats came out without fear when they heard Linny's voice. Seems to know, this man will not hurt them. Linny also squatted and fed the stray cats with ham sausages, and Suya was squatting on the side, watching Linny's behavior, her head full of question marks. "Wasn't it the Norwegian forest cat you were looking for? Why are you feeding stray cats here?" Suya had 10,000 reasons why, but didn't ask any of them, and watched as Linny opened a strip of ham sausage and boredly fed it to the stray cats. And Linny fed for a while, pulling out a cat-seeking notice from his pocket. "Can you guys help me find this cat?" Linny opens his mouth to the cat to communicate. Suya was listening from the sidelines. The expression was shocked. "Don't understand and can't read. Talking to a cat in human language? The cat can hear a Dan. Hey, brother Showy, don't be too outrageous. Can a cat understand you? You're not fooling around." The audience in the live broadcast room was just as shocked, puzzled, and confused as Suya was. Some were also shocked out of their dead pig emoticons the moment Linny spoke human words to the cat. "Ha, kid brother. He's possessed? He talks to cats? I'm afraid I'm not crazy. Cats can hear me. I eat them straight away." "Eat what?" "Upstairs first. I Lua soy steal. This child is really invincible." Offbeat. Her mom opened the door for Offbeat. The shock of the audience in the live broadcast was not only because Linny was talking to the cat and whether the cat understood him or not. Think with your little head. How can this cat read pictures? The cat stopped eating the ham sausage at this point and raised its head to look at what Linny was holding. And then, there was no more then. Lowering his head, he continued to eat the ham sausage Linny had broken. And Linny thought of something. "The cats that have been out there lately are not the same breed as you. Understandable?" At Linny's words, the stray cat seemed to understand and meowed in response to Linny. Then go back to eating ham hocks. Linny seemed to understand what the stray cat meant and smiled slightly. There's still a chance. Suya was on the sidelines, and people were stupid. Not Buddy. Can it be that Linny really is the innate Nangong Wanya sacred body? Can animals really understand Linny? Linny quietly watched the cats finish their ham hocks. "Help me find it, and I'll give you extra food." The cats, on the other hand, were walking ahead of them, turning back to meow at Linny from time to time, as if signaling Linny to follow them closely. Linny would follow. Sioa also stepped aside, following the cat. A group of cats led Linny and Suya on a long walk to a dilapidated old park. Suya, on the other hand, frowned straight up in confusion. "Until you get into the old park." These well-fed cats burrowed into those flower beds as if looking for something. In no time at all, they drove out a cat, and the stray cats, all of them, surrounded them fiercely. A piercing catcall that seemed to be angry at something. Suya and Linny walked up to take a look. Exactly the same Norwegian forest cat as on the pattern. That temperament, exactly as in the picture. And the Norwegian forest cat, surrounded by crowds of stray cats, summoned the Norwegian forest cat pat in, especially afraid of the Norwegian forest cat lying on the ground, as if to say, give you two shits who told you to run away from home. Linny was also happy to see the found cat at the moment. In Lin Yi's eyes, this wasn't some expensive cat. This was a proper mobile RMB. Suya was on the side, her pupils dilated, pulled out my spare cell phone and looked at the picture the cat owner had left, except it was a little dirty. Isn't that the Norwegian forest cat that owner was looking for? Ah, that's alright? Sioas are stupid. Suya's worldview was shattered by Lin Yi's maneuver. These cats, they're real workers when they eat. Lin Yi also went forward, and none of the stray cats blocked Lin Yi. Obediently, he made a path for Lin Yi. Lin Yi also grabbed it and instantly refined it. Sorry for the mistake. Lin Yi picked the cat up, and the cat also seemed to be too scared of Lin Yi to move. Lin Yi also patted the leaves that had gotten on the Norwegian forest cat and placed it in his arms. None of the whites in the family have ever had this treatment. Lin Yi disliked that little white fox for being too lazy and didn't even want to take it out. Day after day it lies in the living room, and if you don't know it, you think it's a stuffed animal. It was only a short while after watching the entire cat search on the live feed. I found it. The live viewers people were in a state of shock. Ha, no. Dude, no. Kid brother, you can really communicate with animals? Crap. I told you the kid brother was hung. It's definitely on. No kidding. Kid brother, is it open if it's not closed? Rookie, just practice more. Is this a human being? It's a human being, I'll eat it straight away. No. Upstairs. Make up what you just said you wanted to eat first. Kid brother, can you help me find my cat? Heavy thanks. The audience in the live broadcast room, under a crouching sound, some of them have felt very incredible. Looking at the cats around Lin Yi's feet, one couldn't help but think that Lin Yi was a reincarnation of Elvis. Or maybe it's a magical beast of some kind. At this time, Lin Yi looked at Suya, who was frozen in place, with a smile on his face. Let's go. Sister Suya, let's get the money, Lin Yi said, walking out of the old park and towards the neighborhood of the owner of the lost cat just now. And the stray cats, they all went back to their wandering territories. Shuya was puzzled. No, brother Shoei, you weren't a cat in your previous life, were you? Lin Yi was speechless, thinking about what all. Unluckily, Lin Yi really did know what he was in his last life. Not the cat. Maybe it's some special ability embedded in those abilities given by Unicorn. Lin Yi hadn't even fully developed those skills yet. For example, Koi Physique. This was one of the strangest and most godly items given by Brother Unity in Lin Yi's mind. What other special skills were contained within it? Lin Yi was completely unclear. It wasn't just absolute luck. There was also a lot that Lin Yi didn't know. Suya's curiosity came to the door of the neighborhood, contacted the owner had Project STH, and the owner heard it half-heartedly. After all, how long has this been going on? Thought it was a lie to her. But he went down to the entrance of the neighborhood and saw in Lin Yi's arms her good boy who had been lost for a day and a night. She was also surprised and delighted. Ah, boy, where have you been? And she was so excited that she shed tears, perhaps thinking there was little hope. Her cats were expensive and ran out and were caught and resold for big bucks. Never in a million years will you find. This was in the slim hope of actually getting it back. She was also in tears of excitement. Lin Yi also understands that cat owners have a spiritual attachment to their cats. It's more than just fur kids. It's also alternative family. Dogs and cats. All of them. Seeing that his master was so excited, Suya also used hand gestures, comparing to asking for money. It's a gesture that they understood when they were kids and asked mom and dad for money. I also wonder if it's uniform across the country. The cat owner, in turn, put the cat in Lin Yi's arms and ran upstairs to find the money. Not a moment later, give Suya 3,000 RMB. Suya looked at the 30 RMBs. Eyes are glowing. Wow. Golden legend. That's only a small amount of work. And you've earned 3,000 RMB. The money for the plane ticket back to Mordor is that much short of 1,000. If you've earned over 3,000, is it still hard to earn the remaining 1,000? Suya was also happy to give the money to Lin Yi. Let Lin Yi make up his mind about what to eat for lunch today. Lin Yi and Suya happily took the money and left. Finding a restaurant, he settled for lunch. And after lunch, Lin Yi didn't forget about the stray fur children. Picked out a lot of cat food at the supermarket with Shuya. Before Lin Yi walked away, he looked back at the cat behind him who had watched him leave. Lin Yi also had a million things to say. At this point he had important business to attend to. Lin Yi and Suya do as they are told and look for similar cat and dog search notices in the neighborhood. Linny and Suya also relied on this newly developed method of earning money, and together with the first order in the afternoon, earned a total of more than $6,000. At night, Suya and Linny ate snacks at the night market. Suya also stopped worrying about the money for the airfare back to Magic City and really started enjoying life straight away. That sad face of hearing about high challenges has long since faded. The money on hand was also enough for her and Linny, their expenses for the past 2 days in UU, and the airfare back to Magic City. Linny and Suya took a light stroll through the streets of UU after having a late-night snack. Linny looked at the bridge not far ahead. Let's go. Sister Suya. Let's go to the bridge and blow on the river breeze. Suya nodded back and took a walk with Linny toward the bridge. The evening breeze in Guangdong is very gentle. Linny and Suya walked towards the bridge. Enjoy this night view of Guangdong province from the fence in the middle of the bridge. From a distance, you can see the lights of thousands of homes and the flashing neon signs. Linny lamented. This evening breeze, it's so gentle. Suya listened to what Linny said. There was also a slight smile. The evening breeze was gentle. But, the Linny Suya knew was gentler than the evening breeze. Suya ate a snack and looked at the night scene. This time out, it was done as a tour in a different sense altogether. Feel the destroyer and also feel the strength of the motherland on board. And the busy streets of this Guangdong province. How beautiful it is at night. Linny curiously probed underneath the bridge at this point. TSK. This jump. Snap. Straight up fainting. Yo. Suya, on the other hand, was speechless after hearing this. What's the point of thinking about it? Like it hurts to jump in a perfect diving position. At that moment a man passed by. Somewhat forlornly. Suya and Linny both glanced back. After all, they were the only ones who were up on the bridge in the middle of the night. Suddenly someone passes by, naturally curious to take a look. Linny also frowned slightly in a strange way, and just one look, and back to the night view. After all, there are so many people who cross his path every day. As Linny and Suya looked at the night scene, Linny always felt that something was wrong. Twisting his head in a direction not far away, the guy who had just passed by was already climbing the fence. Linny's pupils were dilated. For just a moment, Linny rose with the thought that this person, to commit suicide? A normal person confronted with someone sitting on the fence of a bridge would have ruled it to be suicide. In many parts of China, there are too many people who have leapt off a bridge and died once and for all. It's no surprise that this bridge has become a suicide site. Suya also saw it, and her pupils dilated. Crap, this is a night view from the bridge and you run into a suicide? Hey, hey, hey. Suya just made a sound, trying to tell him not to jump. Linny had already run towards him by this time. The man who was about to commit suicide, hearing the sound Suya made, didn't turn around and was about to jump without hesitation. Linny came with great speed and grabbed his opponent's arm. Dude, don't you fuck with me. Linny really didn't want this person to die. Suicide in front of him and him as a witness. This is going to be really watching a person die right in front of you. How can he sleep at night? Linny grabbed the other person's arm and had done his best to pull it with both hands. His weight also made Linny look like he was struggling a bit, and the man raised his head, and with his other hand, tried to free Linny's grip on him. He wants to die. He didn't want to drag anyone else along. He was absolutely cognizant of his weight. At this rate, those who catch him will be pulled down by him. Sister Suya, come quickly. With a cry from Linny, Suya also helped Linny pull the other person's hand, exerting her efforts to drag the person up. Let me die. Even when Linny and Suya went up to pull together, the other party didn't have a single desire to survive. Instead, he used his other hand to make Linny and Suya's hands loosen. Linny pulled hard. Dude, don't think about it. Think about your family. At Linny's words, he seemed to have thought of something. The hands picking at Linny and Suya stopped moving. The tears in his eyes were also flowing all the time. Linny and Suya did their best to pull the person up. Linny and Suya were also exhausted. He was rescued and was also lying on the ground covering his eyes and crying. I'm so useless. He felt like such a failure, a loser in love. And now he couldn't even die. Linny squatted aside, wanting to comfort something, but had no way to speak. The man was saved. But by the looks of it, Linny was afraid that after leaving with Suya, the dude would jump off again without looking back. Linny didn't know. What kind of blow did this man take? Linny looked at the other party who was still very young. In these prime youthful years, able to strike a blow, Linny could think of. Maybe it's only love. There were only a few types of people that Linny thought were looking for death. One type of owner who has piled up a fortune and lost it all overnight and gone bankrupt. Another kind. That is to suffer a blow in love. The heart of the other party as a spiritual support. But then the other party mercilessly abandoned. Looking at the other party's age, Linny also associated it with having suffered a heavy blow in love. Sister Suya, call the police or he'll jump again later. Suya also nodded and used her spare cell phone to call the police. The guy who was lying on the ground when Shuya called the police was also just crying. Lin Yi was helpless. Cry. Maybe it won't be so hard after crying, Lin Yi said, gently tapping on the other party's forehead. If you can, you take a look at the world after you die. Lin Yi's words fell, and his sobs came to an abrupt end. The hand that was shielding his eyes slipped away. Suya finished calling the police and reported the address, turning back only to see he was crying. Suya also walked over to Lin Yi and stared at him with him, only to see him at this point, unconsciously curled up. There was a feeling like falling into an ice cave, so cold that he curled up. Suya looked very puzzled as well. What's wrong with him? Lin Yi shrugged. I don't know. Lin Yi thought of trying to see if his ability to follow the law with his words could make this death-seeking dude dream big. Let him meet how sad his family will be when he dies. Would it be possible for him, in his dreams, to pick up the heart that had long been in pieces and put it back together again? And at that moment, as if he were a spirit, he appeared on the bridge and watched himself jump off. The side was empty. The two people who had just saved him, no longer there. I'm dead. Those two who saved me just now were fakes. For just a moment, the river resounded with the sound of falling water. He could feel the coldness of the river that swept right through his soul. He was as much a spectator as anything else, and could only watch his body float in the river. He moved closer to touch and couldn't touch. He too, uncontrollably, disappeared into thin air. He could feel what seemed like days passing in his surroundings. The girlfriend who had relentlessly spoken out about the breakup and dumped him was, as usual, running her own flower store. Seems, didn't know he was dead. Every day chatting with friends. He could only frown as well. So, my existence in your heart is so low. The screen flashed and he appeared in his old home. My sister at home had already been sending messages for days without getting a reply from him. Early on, he had been in a hurry. WX voice, phone calls, channels to reach him, no response. The sister at home, also sending messages from WX, holding her cell phone, hoping that her brother, who is far away, will respond to her. Brother, you hurry back to me. He couldn't make a sound, and he knew that now. He was dead. He couldn't respond to his family. Time passed and the news of his death reached his family. He could also only watch silently as his sister, his younger sister, couldn't eat and completely lost her appetite because of his death. The face had long since dulled. The tears in his eyes, he couldn't stop them from flowing out. He didn't know. He really didn't know that his death would upset his family so much. He subbed day and night, sometimes even forgetting meal times. And not surprisingly, he had stomach problems. He also knew how torturous that stomach problem was. He also didn't want to see his family not even eating because of him. He would get stomach problems. I'm sorry sis. Sis, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Looking at the scene that flashed before his eyes, he already regretted it. Lin Yi, who was on the bridge at the moment, sat with Suya and waited for the police officers to arrive. Suya looked at the guy lying on the ground, curled up in the cold, and sometimes lying away blandly, as if his heart was already dead. Another cry came from time to time, and many more tears came from his eyes. It's also very strange. Brother Yat, he's so strange. Lin Yi knew that perhaps the big dream had worked. He had seen something in his dream, so his body was also reacting to the fluctuations in his emotions. He'll wake up naturally when it dawns on him. Lin Yi and Suya waited on the sidelines for a while until the police officers came to take them away. Suya and the police officer explained what happened, and the officers took the man away. This ideological education can't be avoided. Suya also continued to scatter start with Lin Yi. That scene just now was also still a bit thrilling. Suya also asked Lin Yi, Brother Xiaoyi, you said, what do people live for? Suya was a bit puzzled as to why that person saw death just now. Is it a loss of faith in living? Suya's question made Lin Yi ponder for a moment. And that's when the smart internet users started to grab the answers. 1 lives. Of course it's for Sakurajima Mai. Upstairs. Beg to differ. I live for Nakano Sanju. I live for General Thunderbolt. I Lua Sweep just all of a sudden blew out so many 2 spiny apes? I live for Tamori now. Don't people live for Ram? Amelia. 02? They have their point of view. Lin Yi looked back at Suya at that moment and replied with a smile. People live for Mr. Crab's delicious Krabby Patties. Of course. When Suya heard Lin Yi's reply, she also shook her head breathlessly. There shouldn't be anything wrong with a foodie answering like that. But Lin Yi, it doesn't seem to be much of a foodie either. Suya also assumed that Lin Yi was joking. The audience in the live broadcast room were also happy to hear Lin Yi's reply. Kid brother, do you want to help Mr. Rat steal the tasty Krabby Patty? Ha 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 ha. Kid brother is really alive. Just a few random words are terse. How did he do it? Come on, let's go back to the hotel. Suya and Linny went back to the hotel and rechecked in. After all, the flight back to Mordor is not until tomorrow evening. The night went by. Suya and Linny also went around the neighborhood before setting off for the airport. Linny was also looking at the scenery from the airplane. This 3-day trip also had a different meaning. Some are viewing a destroyer belonging to Wasia in UU, feeling the strength of the country. Also different feelings after saving an individual. Back in Mordor, the system's voice also rang in Linny's head. Mission accomplished. Took a cab back to the villa from the Magic City airport. Linny entered and spoke. Dad. Mom. I'm back. The dogs and jailbirds at this time heard Linny's voice. He also ran towards the front door to greet Linny with gusto. The dog wagged his tail in delight. Linny touched them all as well. And the only one at home at the moment was Zhang Yinin. Hearing Linny's movement, he also hurried downstairs. Yo, Xiaoya is back. Geez, miss me. How was it? Was you fun? It's pretty fun. Zhang Yinin asked Linny. Where's Dad? Leave him alone. He's busy with business. Oh, and Linny returned home just in time for the weekend. Shuya and Linny are also enjoying the weekend. Shua was overjoyed. The 3-day vacation picks up the weekend. And no need to go to school and listen to that hypnosis class. Brother Yat, how about we go out camping? Both. Suya proposes to get up and go out camping. Linny, on the other hand, was indifferent. Well then, I'll go prepare food and something else. Suya was also excited to go and prepare food and things needed for camping. Pulling Linny, he went out the door. Yinin Zhang did not participate. Suya, on the other hand, drove Linny out. Find a camping site. It was a long drive to a place with grass and trees for shade. That's it. Suya found a good place to stop the car and took out the prepared things from the trunk. Linny also helped out. And after getting the mat ready, Suya also set out the food. Linny looked at the food Suya had brought, and also shook his mouth breathlessly. Hey. Sister Suya, camping you prepare these food You call this camping? Are you sure it wasn't just a change of scenery? Take out? And Linny showed the live stream viewers the food Suya prepared. Some boneless chicken feet, and duck necks, duck collarbones, duck feet, chili sticks, milk tea, fruit. The viewers of the live stream were also mad with joy. Ha 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 ha. God fucking changed the takeout. Hey, kid brother, don't look at the broken. Don't say broken. Crispy college students also want to save face. Happy, kid brother don't say it so directly. This is all my favorite food. Kid brother if you don't eat it, get out of my way. Crispy college students are too weak to be hot. Some felt that the food prepared by Seoul was too right. And only Linny was speechless. Because of these takeouts, mom at home doesn't really let them be eaten. Suya. All these will be said by Zhang Yinin. And Suya looked at Linny with a smile on her face. You know, your mommy won't let me eat it. Nor will she let you. We're out camping. She can't see it so we can eat it. Because these foods, in Zhang Yinin's eyes, were junk food. And she was in control of 3 meals a day. So she wouldn't let Suya and Linny eat these. Even street food was not allowed to be eaten by Linny. Come on, little brother Yat. This is really super tasty. Suya also doesn't know how long it's been since she's had duck necks, boneless chicken claws, and milk tea. Linny, on the other hand, drank up milk tea on the side. Not really like snacks, though solely let Suya eat. And at this time at home in Zhang Yinin, Lin Yun also happened to return from his busy schedule. Zhang Yinin didn't have the good sense to talk about Lin Yun. You don't even know to go to the airport to pick up your son when he comes back. Your son is still so young. So get a clue. Will you? Lin Yun was also a bit embarrassed after hearing this. To be honest, he, as a father, really didn't seem to have worried about anything for Linny. It was only when I was 8 years old that I was naughty and was called to school once. Ugh, I'm busy today. When Zhang Yinin heard this, she also knew that Linny didn't need them to care about anything at all. Linny and Suya had returned and arrived, and she had only just realized it. Normally, if you didn't watch Linny's livestream, you wouldn't even know where Linny had gone. Well, think about it, in a few days Yat will be 11. That's don't tell me you forgot about Yat's birthday. When Lin Yun heard this, I haven't forgotten this. What, planning to throw a big birthday party for Yat? It's all up to you. You decide. Zhang Yinin throws the choice of Linny's birthday banquet to Lin Yun to make the choice. Lin Yun thought for a moment. Instead, they decided to give Linny a big party. Other people's sons are raised poorly, and he came to follow through with a rich upbringing. Go. Let's go pick out a birthday present for Xiaoyi. Lin Yun, who had just returned home, pulled Zhang Yinin out the door to pick the most memorable birthday present for Linny. Linny and Suya had had enough of playing outside, so they went home, and time quickly came to Linny's birthday. Zhang Yinin and Lin Yun are planning at home. while Linyi is still at school. Suya also knew that Linyi's parents had prepared a surprise for Linyi. The principal also left work early to head to Linyi's house early. After school, Suya also drove Linyi home. Suya deliberately drove very slowly on the road, seemingly waiting for something. Linyi also felt Suya's abrasiveness in the back seat, but Linyi knew Suya's driving skills, so it wasn't surprising that she was slow at times. Back in front of the house, Suya parked her car outside the villa, and Linyi got out as well, looking at the unlit villa. Mom and Dad aren't home? Who knows? I think something went out and got busy. Let's go. Suya snickered. This was done so seamlessly. Brother Xiaoyi can't have an early insight into their elaborate surprise, can he? Linyi didn't think much of it. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun usually came back later sometimes, and after Linyi and Suya walked through the door, they only saw dazzling lights suddenly come on. The crowd that had been hiding on the sidelines jumped out. Surprise! Happy birthday Linyi! Happy birthday, Yacht! The crowd was full of faces Linyi was familiar with. Schoolmates, teachers, Principal Olden, Liang Qi, Huangfu Xiaomei, Director Li from Urban, and Uncle Li. Almost everyone Linyi had crossed paths with came. There are also many relatives of the Lin family who are in contact. Someone off to the side slowly rolled out the cake cart, with 11 candles lit on the cake. Linyi's 11. Linyi also froze in place when he saw the scene. Everyone was all smiles, thinking that this surprise would definitely startle Linyi. Suya was also smiling at the side. Happy birthday little brother E. How about, you didn't know ahead of time about the surprise we prepared, did you? Linyi shook his head bashfully as he listened. He did have some doubts along the way, but it all makes sense now. There's no time to think. Next on the scene is Linyi's 11. Another year. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin, on the other hand, signaled Linyi to blow out the candles. Quickly, blow out the candles and make a wish. The cake was pushed in front of Linyi. The surrounding crowd looked on. The main character of today's birthday party, Linyi thought over the wish. He was afraid to make a wish, for what he has wished for may be accomplished in the next instant. After thinking about it, there was nothing he particularly wanted. Linyi also simply closed his eyes, pretending to have made a wish, and blew out the candles. And Suya took the live phone. The live room was all swipes of happy birthday. Suya also ignored the live broadcast audience. Linyi cuts the cake and distributes it to the guests present to eat up after. Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun came aside Linyi. Yacht, Mom and Dad have a birthday present for you. Guess what? Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun played dumb. Thought Linyi could guess. And Linyi thought for a moment. Yummy? All Linyi could guess was that it would be the same as in previous years. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin would both choose to prepare a table of his favorite food on his birthday. Because Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun asked Linyi what he wanted for his birthday. And Linyi all but shook his head after answering no. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin shook their heads. Lin Yun picked up his cell phone and called a WX voice. Drive in. Roger that. At the other party's reply, Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin looked at Linyi happily. Come on Yat. Go to the door to meet your birthday present. Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin led Linyi towards the entrance of the manor. The crowd on the sidelines were curious to follow. And Liang Qi was still eating the cake on the table at that moment. Why are they all gone? You're not eating? No, I'll eat. For Liang Qi, food is bigger than heaven. Greater than all. Nothing could stop him from eating cake. Looking at the table full of food, Liang Qi had it all planned out. What to eat in the next bite. And as Liang Qi's mom and dad followed the crowd, thinking of Liang Qi, they looked back at Liang Qi still showing off the food on the table fiercely. Slap your forehead breathlessly. 2. Stop eating and go see what gifts Linyi's parents have prepared for him. When Liang Qi heard this, he was full of reluctance and could only follow. No. What's it to him? The eater? About gifts? It's hard to believe. Someone's mom and dad gave it to him, and his mom and dad are going to reproduce it and give it to him? And upon arriving at the door, only to see a large van drive in. The rear loading box of the van has been converted as if it were a glass display case. Inside was a luxury car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom Special Customized Edition, and outside the glass case, some words were written. Happy 11th birthday, Mr. Linyi. Congratulations on becoming the distinguished owner of a Rolls-Royce. Love always to your mom and dad. The people in the arena looked at the font of the glass case and realized that it was a gift for Linyi. It also caused a gasp of surprise from the students in the arena. Rolls-Royce. Wow. 11. This thing yet can't drive, right? You can't drive if you're underage. I've got beans. Den, I want this gift too. One student saw this gift from Linyi and even asked a parent to get up. The parents on the sidelines are still in shock. While still marveling at the fact that the Lin family was so ho, he heard his son's ill-timed remark about wanting it too. He also lowered his head in no uncertain terms and looked at his indomitable son. His son wants a luxury car that he can't even drive? then I also want you to be as awesome as Lin Yi, not to mention that your academic performance is impressive. You at least have one talent that compares to Lin Yi's, right? You have this. Your old den, I'll give you a whole loan for all of it. And that classmate, hearing Lao Deng's words, was silent and didn't say anything else. Some of Lin Yi's talents. It's simply not something he can compare to. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't compare to Lin Yi's starting point. For all that talent in track and field, the records that were broken a while back, he probably won't break it for the rest of his life. The many parents in the room, looking at the extravagant gift, were all a bit shocked, because that's not a molded toy. This is the real car. Lin Yi was only 11 years old and he was the owner of a Rolls-Royce. Driver's licenses are all required to be an adult. So, isn't this car the equivalent of looking at a child as a toy mold? Isn't that extravagant? The parents of those students are a bit incredulous. Lin Yi was also a bit speechless as he looked at the gift. Old den. Too high profile too. When compared to the gifts from previous years, Lin Yi was left with the feeling that it seemed like he was living in complete poverty before. Lin Yi looked at the old den Lin Yun on the side. No, I'm not even an adult. Did you buy it as a decoration? Hey, saving for a rainy day. I'll give you another car when it doesn't work. Lin Yi was even more speechless as he listened to Lao Deng's reply. There's nothing he likes about cars. One could even say that it's the same with any car. It's nice to be able to drive it. Suya, who was on the side, was shocked. She didn't even know Lin Yi's mom and dad had prepared such a wow gift. 11-year-old Rolls-Royce owner Ah. The audience in the live broadcast room was also looking at the gifts that appeared on the screen at this time, and they exploded. Not Buddy. 11-year-old Rolls-Royce owner? Seriously? Sure enough, the watershed water of life is really amniotic fluid. Log on and sign in for 11 years. A Rolls-Royce? How come I've been signing on for over 20 years and I'm still delivering in a yellow robe? Kid brother, life hand to hand Ah. Kid brother grows up reading tomato cool novels? What kind of cool literature is this? It's not cool at all. Please, next time you show off your wealth, call ahead and let me know. I don't really want to know. Thanks. Begging for a womb link. Don't do that upstairs. Your mom will be sad. Broken. Dude, it's really broken. Stop it. Some of the older viewers are still thinking that Lin Yi is casting a good tire. And Suya, as one, had watched almost the entire process of the rise of Lin Yi's family. Watching the live stream audience say that Lin Yi had cast a good tire, he also smiled bashfully. From the age of 8, this guy Lin Yi is like magic. Hard to jump this family from the neighborhood housing to the villa area level. Know this. In this magic city of inches and inches of gold, Lin Yi's parents had worked hard enough to buy a house for Lin Yi's family. But, Lin Yi's contribution to the family began when he was 8 years old. One jump a year. One could even say, Lin Yun Lao Deng is the one who's rich. Lin Yi inverted the Big Dipper. It's the rich generation. Previously, netizens had jokingly referred to Lin Yi as the innate koi saint body. And viewing the changes in Lin Yi's family over the years seems to confirm that this Lin Yi is a living koi. The family's chi is also as chi as it gets. When Suya heard that Lin Yun had gone to invest, she even thought that Lin Yun, the old denizen, would take the winning money and lose it all. But here's the weird thing. Over the years, Lin Yun hadn't seen a single penny lost. Even the money on hand is doubling. She had never even seen Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun appear sad over business. Liang Qi, who was eating a cake at the side, looked at the big toy Lin Yi's parents gave him. Suddenly the cake doesn't smell as good. Huangfu Xiaomei was shocked as she looked at the gift. Their family is rich too, but the gifts from mom and dad, they're not even that extravagant. Looking at her mom and dad, whose jaws dropped in shock behind her, Huangfu Xiaomei didn't know what to say. I vaguely remember that year when she said that Lin Yi was good, and Olden's various rebuttals. Huangfu Laodang was sweating at this point. The Lin family seems to be developing too much momentum. In just a few years' time the Lin family was then even stronger than the Huangfu family that they had rooted in Magic City for many years. Now, in terms of background, in terms of capital, in terms of strength, their Huangfu family, can they really compete with the Lin family? And Lin Yi, the new generation of the Lin family, developed in a manner that was absolutely promising for the future. Huangfu Xiaomei's dad suddenly felt, that year my daughter came to the door with gold and took less. Should have just closed a villa for Lin Yi. This son-in-law is going to be tied up. And their Huangfu family, too, is able to soar. All I've heard about Lin Yi lately is that he's got some amazing talent. Terrific track talent. It's safe to say that you can hang on to the title of national-level athlete right now. The country trains them for a while and then they can compete in the Olympics. May, has Lin Yi been chatting with you lately? No. Then you can add a WX with him, QQ or something. He didn't sign up for those. Huangfu Xiaomei spoke of what she saw of Lin Yi. Before, when he wanted to add Lin Yi's contact information, Lin Yi answered in the same way. Linny only had a children's phone watch that he had used for more than 2 years. There was a phone inside, and a cell phone that played games before. It seems that he heard Suya say, "That game-playing cell phone." He played for a while and then threw the phone at Suya as a spare. "Stupid. I'll take you to buy a new cell phone later as a gift for him. Doesn't he just have a cell phone? Tell him to sign up, add his contact info, and get in touch if there's nothing else. Don't you build deep friendships by reaching out and talking first?" Huangfu Xiaomei's old man was also giving Huangfu Xiaomei lessons. He was even tempted to take the field himself. Huangfu Xiaomei, on the other hand, felt that these would not work after hearing this, because Linny would not hesitate to reject her gift. Principal Olden looked at this gift from Lin Yun's parents. On the other hand, he remembered that the gift he had prepared for Linny was sneakers. Appearance, no comparison at all. But after thinking about it for a moment, Linny didn't seem to be lacking in material things at all. Even if Linny wanted a luxury car and asked with him, it wasn't like he couldn't give Linny the whole thing. "I'll give Linny a whole one even if I have to dump my family's money. The gift is there. The thought is there. What's the point of thinking about the rest?" After the birthday party, Linny looked at the living room full of birthday presents and fell into deep thought. And in the evening's news, Linny's 11th birthday present rushed to the top of the hit list. It also made the crowd of netizens break their defenses. "There are those who are born in Rome, and I was born a cow and a horse. Cows and horses hide when they see it's raining, and I, a cow horse, will find a way to get to the office and work overtime. Have I updated my plot as an NPC? Breaking the great defense. Today is another day to give young Master Lin a shout out. Ha ha ha. Young Master Lin, the old slave has a driver's license. You're underage. Let me drive for you. I hear the Kid Brothers family doesn't have a housekeeper yet, so let me be it." The online storm didn't affect Lin Yi. This gift, for Lin Yi, it's just a toy and ornament that's a bit too big. Lin Yi's life returns to school. Lin Yi heard the news that the school had started the school sports day. It was also with great interest that he walked to the office of the principal. "Senior, dang, old Den, I'm going to the school sports day." Lin Yi thought to himself. This had been so many years at Sunshine Elementary School, and it seemed like he had chosen to swing for the fences and not attend every single year's field day. The teacher didn't force him to participate either. Principal Olden heard this idea from Lin Yi, also smacking his lips. "Xiao Yi ah, you're not going to participate in this school sports day. You're participating, more or less, in a descending blow. Let's get the students a little involved. After all, he is still the head of this school, and he plays a big role in building the psychology of the students throughout the school. And Lin Yi's strength with that descending strike completely makes that school athletic competition incomparable. Ben's somewhat talented guy, struck down by Lin Yi 3 times like this, had low self-esteem, and was even self-absorbed. That won't do. He is responsible for more than just the safety of his students. In Lao Deng's opinion, Lin Yi didn't need an honor like being first in the school games anymore, nor did he have any trophies. Props for giving a paper award. If Lin Yi really needed this, he could always print out 100 or 80 sheets and give them to Lin Yi so that he could go back and stick them on the wall. Thinking about the awards, Lin Yi's paper awards had long since filled up the box under his desk. The principal also continued to talk to Lin Yi. "Be good and give the other students a chance." Lin Yi nodded as well after hearing this. It also seems to be a descending blow to the varsity sports is a waste of time to compare. "Well, I'm not going." Suya was speechless on the sidelines. Lin Yi suddenly wanted to go to the school games. She didn't even know Lin Yi's athletic prowess. There's no need to talk about it anymore. This would make an entire Sunnyside Elementary School wail if they signed up for school athletics. By not participating, Lin Yi was giving the other students a bit of participation. This is a true symbol of strength. Straight up ban. The viewers of the live broadcast were also whole up live. Our band hero, Lin Yi. "See, I told you Kid Brother was over the top, didn't I? It's not overkill to go out and disable even one of your own? A true version of the true god, Lin Yi." There's no time to mourn Lin Yi's 10-year-old high school scholar, the 11-year-old martial arts scholar Kid Brother who is appearing next. Literary and military. Whose sister wouldn't be confused looking at that? And that's when Principal Olden remembered something. "By the way, the 3 days you went to UU to play, a national team coach came by the school looking for you. It's all about trying to get you to the national team. Try out free. Straight into the team as a starter. I've left all their contact information," said Principal Olden as he pulled several business cards out of his office drawer. "This is the coach of the sprints. Long jump, high jump, pole vaulting, the long run. Basically, all of them have been here, along with the national team coach for table tennis. He asked me to remind you to keep your ping pong hand up and not to desert it. Look, which team do you want to go to?" Principal Lao Deng really wanted to see. Once again, Lin Yi draped in the national flag. fighting for his country. Whether others can do it or not he doesn't know. But Lin Yi, he absolutely believed that Lin Yi could fight for his country. And Lin Yi shook his head. Let's look at it after a while. I'm not interested right now. For Lin Yi, it wasn't like he wasn't allowed to sit in the starting position on the national team. It's just a matter of wanting to go or not. Principal Lao Dang also put his business card away when he heard Lin Yi say that. Lin Yi has a strange nature. He also didn't know when Lin Yi had the idea to go to the competition again. These business cards are still a good idea to keep. Alright, by the way, did the sneakers I bought you fit? It doesn't fit. I'll go change it for you. Lin Yi shook his head after hearing this. I don't know. There are too many gifts to look at. Lin Yi wasn't joking. There really were too many gifts. When she heard Lin Yi say that, Suya, on the other hand, felt that Lin Yi was more or less Versailles. And back in the classroom, Suya always felt that Lin Yi was trying to do something. He also inquired about Lin Yi. Little brother Yi, you're not thinking of going to do something again, are you? Suya was really afraid that Lin Yi would suddenly want the whole traveling the world poorly kind of challenge again. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Guess. Suya was also speechless when she heard Lin Yi's reply. I'm not a kid. I'm not going to guess. Lin Yi also had no qualms about talking to Suya about his plans. I want to go to Red Bull's company and tell them. I have a bold dream. As Lin Yi's words fell, Suya's pupils dilated in an instant. Don't fuck with it. It's not a good idea. Suya, on the other hand, rebutted Lin Yi in an instant. To say that Lin Yi had mentioned dreams, she wouldn't be that emotionally volatile. But, Lin Yi linked his dream to Red Bull? That's not a small thing. The rumors on the internet are but, Red Bull, helping you with every dream that you don't know you're dying for. No one who wants to go talk to Red Bull about their dreams wants to die. Red Bull is offering money. You are offering your life. That's no joke. That's a dream you'd better not think about. Suya immediately bitterly told Lin Yi to smash that dream. Other than that, Light Lin Yi shouldn't be thinking about this at his age. You're only a teenager and you're tired of living? The audience in the live broadcast room, at this point, heard Lin Yi mention bold dreams. There was also a flurry of explosions. No, kid brother, Red Bull paid you off. Ha? Watching a live broadcast, how come someone slapped me in the face? So it's your kid advertising? Red Bull commercials. Are you a tough guy? You'll take it? Well, our big dreamer is at it again. Just 11 years old and you have dreams of finding Red Bull to work with? Kid brother, there's a rookie protection period and you want to do whatever you want, right? The audience in the live stream was in shock. Some of them also thought of the various ways in which Lin Yi had made a fool of himself when he was 8 years old. No rookie protection. They are not to be believed. Suya was also speechless when she saw the live audience saying this. Is Red Bull's partnership, doing all those challenges, really something that rookie protection can protect? Falling from a height. Rookie protection? How? The cost of protection should be this piece and that piece. Into this half and that half? At Suya's words, Lin Yi only smiled bashfully upon hearing them. Take that idea back? But, it's in his life plan. Only, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Lin Yi didn't answer Suya and watched as the teacher for the class arrived. Also back to serious classes. It wasn't until after school, on his way home, that Lin Yi pondered what he was going to do. And that's when Unicorn spoke up again. Mission, receive a third-class merit once. Reward, full baseball skills. Lin Yi listened to the mission that was released. Third class? Lin Yi thought for a moment. He's not in any danger. Where's he going to get a third-class merit? It's hard to believe. There's still a walking third degree in this magic city for him to pick up? When Lin Yi thought of this, he felt it was unlikely. This mission, he really had to think about how to accomplish it. Listening to the rewards, Lin Yi had long since become immune. It was hard to make Lin Yi's emotions fluctuate too much with whatever was coming. When he got home, Lin Yi dropped his book bag. Come on sister Suya, let's go out and have some fun. Suya also nodded. It's happy hour when you go out this evening. And wandering around outside, you see snacks and you can still eat some. Elbows and elbows. Suya drove Lin Yi out again. Lin Yi was also signaling to go to a big square with lots of people to play and take a walk. Shuya also recognizes it. There's food in that neighborhood, too. And after Sioa parked near the center square, Sao up outdoors with Lin Yi near the square, chatting with the audience. And Suya could see that Lin Yi was looking around somewhat absent-mindedly. It seems to be trying to be able to see what's going on. Thinking about what? Lin Yi scanned the surroundings at this time, thinking about whether he could come out and take a chance and complete that third-class mission. Obviously, third class doesn't seem that easy. Nothing, I just wanted to see where there was a bathroom and use the restroom. Lin Yi also changed the subject. He can't tell Suya that his mind is now full of, except for the third degree. It's still the third degree, right? Shuya was also remembering that there was a direction with a bathroom. Come on. I just remembered there's a bathroom over there. If you can't, go borrow a bathroom from the stores in that neighborhood. Suya and Linny started walking in the other direction. And that's out of range of the plaza. Linny saw a public restroom all the way out. There's a bathroom then. You can wait here for me. Linny thought about asking Suya to wait here. He'll go buy an orange. But at that moment, the passing Moncler jacket salesman heard Linny going to the bathroom. It also opened its mouth to remind Linny, young man, you might want to stay out of that restroom for a change. There's one in there that's shaking his head. More than likely he's been shaking his powder there. The bad guys are coming. The boss didn't know if Linny understood the meaning of his reminder, but he added that there were bad guys. Anyone in their right mind can understand that, right? And Linny's eyes lit up when he heard it. What? Walking third class? In China, catching a drug addict is a third-class merit. Linny was also taken aback. What a piece of shit. Out for a stroll and you can run into a walking third class. But, Linny thought of something at that moment. Then why didn't the old man call the police? Thinking about it, the pointing NPC arranged by Brother Unity. Linny was already happy in his heart when he thought of this. Love you, Brother Unicorn. Unicorn. Linny's eyes were glowing. He was worried that there was no place to complete the quest. Yes, nod your head. Shake your head and oh. Discover poisoned rice. Go. The old man was also taken aback by Linny's reaction. Shouldn't you be running in fear when you hear his advice? This young man. Crap. Suya also saw Linny's perverse expression, and heard Linny's line about having read the mess back. I told you to leave. What did you say about the third degree? Crazy, right? No, Brother Yat. You're not still going to go to the restroom there, are you? Suya thought of the images of those shaking their heads. What kind of good person could that be? Call the police and get away from it. Maybe with a knife or something. That's the worst kind of situation. The audience in the live stream also reacted in shock. Does that mean there's poisoned rice in it? Then don't rush to the police. What did the Kid Brother say about the third degree? Wait, what's with this look of excitement on Kid Brother's face? Where's that misanthropic look of his? No, this old dang still talk to the Kid Brother chicken hair off? Why don't you call the police? Grandpa, it's probably the NPC that gave the Kid Brother his quest. Upstairs, you're invincible. The viewers of the live broadcast started calling the police before Linny could even make a move. The Mordor police have also been inundated with calls. When Moncler Outlet Store he saw this expression on Linny's face, he also ran away in a hurry. Some things are better left unattended. Suya was on the sidelines and had just taken out her spare phone to call the police. Linny had then walked towards the public restroom over there. It's a mission he's set on accomplishing. Yes, nod your head, shake your head and oh, discover poisoned rice. Go. Linny also knew. It's not too late. Those enthusiastic netizens watching the live feed are afraid that they have already called the police. What are you waiting for if you don't finish this third class? Suya didn't even have time to open her mouth to advise Linny before he rushed over. Only at this time, Linny to the door of the public restroom, the exit of the boys, came out a shaky guy. His face was pale, and he had an extremely unpleasant odor. The smell isn't cigarette smoke. The smell was extremely disgusting to Linny. Linny's sixth sense told him, it's him. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Walking third class. You sucked, right, dude? Linny's straightforward opening inquiry also caused the pale-faced dude to stare wide-eyed at Linny, who was blocking the exit. Without waiting for him to react, Linny immediately rose up loudly. Hands on your head. Don't move. Linny's words also made the other party's consciousness, which had been a little fuzzy, wake up. Caught him? He also immediately pulled out the butterfly knife from his waist, skillfully in defense of Linny, spinning his knives. Linny saw this operation of his, eyes all lit up. Knife, drugs, resistance, third-class merit, it's the third degree. Alright, Linny had thought to just show a random tackle and restrain him. Didn't realize, the guy pulled out a knife. Linny was not polite. Linny also jumped up in place. He will tell the other party. What is tension? Linny also hooked his hand, signaling his opponent to do it. And the guy with the knife, looking at Linny's bouncy stance. This, Bruce Lee fan. 7 dragons, 8 dragons. He doesn't care. What are you afraid of when you have a knife in your hand? Suya was on the sidelines, watching Linny confront the guy who pulled out a knife. That stance. Isn't that a fight? Suya looked at Linny with his bare hands and his opponent with a knife. It's too dangerous. Yat. Run. Suya was also worried and shouted up to Linny, signaling him to run. After all, Linny's running speed was not something an ordinary person could catch up with. If the other guy is really an addict, then the body really can't catch up, right? Suya's heart was in her throat. She couldn't believe it. How Linny was so brave. How dare you? The other guy's got his knife out. Fists versus knives. The advantage is in the knife, and Lin Yi didn't have that in mind. Fist versus knife? The advantage is mine. The only martial art in the world is fast. When the audience in the live room saw this, any fool would know which side was prone to suffer. Crap. The knives are out. It's still not spread out and carrying the train? One cut. Does Kid Brother still have a newbie protection period? Turn the world on mute. Listen to the sound of a famous sword breaking. Kid Brother. Don't die young. There were also some viewers in the live room who had been a little scared a long time ago, facing this kind of knife-wielding thug. They are the ones they don't want to run into for the rest of their lives. None of them knew where that knife would go next. It's okay to stab irrelevant parts and get rescued in time. What if it's a knife to the throat? Running lights are going to flash by. Not to mention listening to the sound of a famous sword breaking. Lin Yi heard Suya's reminder at that moment. Run? How could he run? If he ran, what if the guy with the knife didn't chase him and backhanded Suya? How much better could Suya's brittle college student's physique be than this addict's? Lin Yi's provocation was also like enraging a lion at this moment. This was pulling out a knife. So naturally it couldn't be a mere threat to Lin Yi. And he pulls out a knife and the guy in front of him isn't scared. What's the point of him being polite? Stabbing out towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi also watched his opponent's stabbing movements at that moment, as slow as a turtle crawling. Lin Yi's reaction was also extremely swift, his left hand slapping against his opponent's knife-wielding hand, slapping downward. His right hand had long since clenched in a fist at this point. Lin Yi swung at his opponent's head. Lin Yi wondered for how long. The restlessness that had been suppressed within was released at this moment. Let the opponent listen. The sound of a famous sword breaking. An uppercut to the jaw lands for his opponent. The opponent was about to fall back with a pain, only to feel his brain vibrating in general. A buzz resonated in his head. Things are shaking before my eyes. It always feels. It seems like my teeth have fallen out, and my big teeth are loose. The hand holding the knife had also loosened under the pain. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't feel like overdoing it and quickly grabbed his opponent's clothes to keep him from falling backwards. That's all one punch. Give the other guy a physical anesthetic and sleep. You'll get the state's all-inclusive meal package after a good night's sleep. Dude, bear with me. Lin Yi grabbed his clothes and pulled his opponent up, once again blasting his fist into his opponent's face. Wing Chun, Lin Yi's most skilled and favorite Japanese character punch. Faster and faster punches to the face of his opponent. There was also blood at his mouth and nose under Lin Yi's fist. Lin Yi also punched several times before withdrawing his power and letting his opponent lie straight down. Lin Yi also stayed back and didn't use his full strength. Lin Yi looked at the other party lying straight and was relieved. Comfortable. Lin Yi didn't know how long he wanted to fight like this. Unfortunately never got the chance. Today, this third-class merit initiative to send the opportunity. Do not use it for nothing. In China, there has always been zero tolerance for poison rice. Not to mention, this guy actually pulled out a knife. Even if this guy wasn't a drug dealer, Lin Yi was still considered active defense. Who's a good guy with a knife? And it was he who took the initiative to stab first. That was why Lin Yi had dared to put up a big fight. Suya was not far away, watching in disbelief. Lin Yi struck out for just a moment. The punches that were thrown were appearing as stumps. That fist speed. It also made Suya recall the image of Lin Yi breaking the 10,000 scrolls fist technique that day. This fighting strength. Just now, her telling Lin Yi to run was completely redundant. Thinking about Lin Yi's fist-to-flesh blast on his opponent's face just now, it was a pain in the ass. Her face hurt as she watched from all the way away. It should be. Tell the guy with the knife to run for it. The viewers of the live broadcast, who had also witnessed Lin Yi's several punches in a second, were filled with question marks appearing on the live broadcast pop-ups. Plus 999. Ha, it's fucking. Kid Brother, what is tension? That punch speed. Who yelled at the Kid Brother to run? What the hell? These punches on my face are going to break out my pimples. Aren't they? Patterns open. Brain bubbles. Kid Brother, he could pop you. It's not. Didn't you say that Kid Brother is the top student in the college entrance exam? Can a nerd still have this kind of fighting power? Ha 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 ha. Upstairs. Sorry, my Kid Brother. One Wu scholar. Your internet speed is too slow. There's no time to mourn poison rice. Next on the scene is physical anesthesiologist Kid Brother. At this point in the broadcast, Blackie had sighed in horror. Sure enough, the one circulating on the internet. Lin Yi was just standing there. It was frighteningly strong. No joke. With the speed of that punch just now, a professional boxer would come and face Lin Yi. I'm afraid they'd all have to bleed before they left. Suya was also close to Lin Yi at this time, looking at the guy lying on the ground, old and straight. Blood was coming out of his face, mouth, and nose. This looks half dead already, but in reality, it's probably all gone. Shuya was also sweating straight up. Ah, this shouldn't be. Gah, right? She had imagined that Lin Yi's fighting strength wasn't in the realm of his peers, but generically, she hadn't expected it. Lin Yi's fighting strength was so over the top. From Suya's point of view, the guy lying down didn't even moan and cry out in pain. He looks like he's lying flat. You've been walking for a while, haven't you? Suya finally saw the point. Next time you look at Lin Yi, wear tinted glasses, magnified kind of colored eyes. While Lin Yi listened to what Suya said, he waved his hand. No, I have my measure. Gave him a punch ma. That's what it should be called. For Lin Yi, the kind of anesthesia used with the needle is converted. The set he just had. Sort of general anesthesia. If this guy doesn't pull out a knife, Lin Yi will choose. Give him a partial numbness, half numbness. Suya listened to what Lin Yi said, but she felt outrageous to open the door to outrageous his mother. Outrageous to the home. Full. Fist of hemp? Fist of fists? Suya shook her mouth. She didn't know how to describe Lin Yi for a moment. Messing with Lin Yi. He's kicked a titanium alloy steel plate. Saying that Lin Yi was an iron plate before was more or less an underestimated insult to Lin Yi. The audience in the live broadcast room, the lazy people, were happily numb, and did not have the slightest sympathy for the guy lying on the ground. Whether or not he was a drug addict aside, he went out with a knife and even pulled it out and aimed it at Lin Yi. This is not by General Lee to find a way to bring him directly to the execution ground. Count him lucky. Well, what a punch ma. There's a little bit of truth in my physical anesthesiologist. The children are teachable. The fist is numb. It's also numb, right? Physical plus real damage. Pulled full. Really pulled full. I said why is the toilet clogged? So it's full of kid gorillas. It's a set down. And the patients call it straight. Suya was still thinking about how to fix the scene when there's a police car coming down the road. A good number of officers came down, running in the direction of Suya and Lin Yi. And Suya was also alerted. Police uncle, this is the person. There is a possibility of sucking up. I called the police. The police uncle came to the scene and looked at the guy lying on the ground, covered in blood. There are knives next to the body. Also rushing forward to grab people. Good job. The police uncle looked at the drug dealer, and then at Lin Yi, who was looking at the side of the vessel. There was still blood on his fists. As soon as they analyze it, this guy is most likely a co-worker or something as well. Not bad. What department are you in? The police uncle asked about Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a bit confused after hearing this. Me? Lin Yi was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. Ask him which department. Is that a question about where he goes to school? Sunnyside Elementary. Lin Yi's words came out. The police uncles present all had their gazes on Lin Yi. Sunshine Elementary School? The officers in the room all looked at each other in disbelief. Is it some newly created special department? How do they not know? But one of the officers' CPU reacted in a flash. Elementary school? You mean, you're an elementary school student? Lin Yi nodded as he listened. Yes. Suya was on the sidelines and felt, kid, you're invincible. The police officers heard Lin Yi's definitive reply, confirming Lin Yi's height. At the least, they're all 6'7" bottoming out. Then he turned his head and looked at the criminal, who had been picked up by his colleagues and beaten to sleep. The officers were a little incredulous for a moment. Elementary school students? With that kind of combat power? This is the elementary school student who has been repeating for more than 10 years, right? Be reasonable. In their opinion, the ones that can dry blood from the mouth and nose. There's none of that adult kind of strength. That's savage fighting. It can't be done. If combat power is measured in terms of an index, an adult is less than a C, and an elementary school student can't even make it to F. Gee, it's really hard to do what Lin Yi did without something to kill. You just only hit with your fist? One of the officers asked Lin Yi. When Lin Yi heard this question at this time, wasn't this scolding him? To fight a junkie in a weakened state, he has to use a weapon? But on second thought, when you hear he's a schoolboy, you'll look down on him. Well, that's the punch. Ancient Chinese boxing style, Wing Chun Sun character punch, Lin Yi said, waving his fist in place. The officer watched as Lin Yi's punches became faster and faster. They were all dumbfounded. This is really elementary school kids who are supposed to be fighting. Elementary school kids in this day and age. It's too much. Well, we believe it. Come on. Would you two please come with us to the police station? Cooperate with the investigation. After all, it's not like there's a lot of people at this site. The only ones on the scene were the addict and Lin Yi. And Suya. This they have to do with the archives as well. The crime scene is all to be understood. And Lin Yi and Suya didn't refuse. There's nothing going on anyway. Police department. It seems they'd been regulars for a long time. Soon, Suya and Lin Yi were brought to the police station. The addict was taken to the hospital. When Lin Yi and Suya entered the police station, Someone prepared chairs for Linny and Suya. Why don't you two have a seat and we'll go ahead and check out the guy who took that to the hospital. The paperwork for the internal inspection is still required. The police reports received from the netizens and COS police reports are that the guy who was beaten was smoking. It's still a trip of formalities. And Linny and Suya just sat down. That's when an acquaintance, Officer Zhang, came by. Yo, rare guest. Officer Zhang recognized Linny and Suya at a glance. Although Linny was growing fast and changing a lot, but they had the task of clocking in to patrol Linny's campus. The main thing is to observe whether Linny's environment is safe or not, which is a task arranged by his superiors. Officer Zhang looked at Suya and Linny with a smile on his face. Linny and Suya responded politely as well. Officer Zhang, long time no see. Officer Zhang also waved his hand after hearing this. What's going on today? What is it that has brought you here? Officer Zhang had just finished asking, not waiting for Suya and Linny to answer. The police officer who had brought Linny and Suya back on the side also spoke. It's a hero coming up. Probably a third-degree award. The officer didn't say for sure. After all that's confirmed now is the knife. Not whether there was any sucking. Just waiting for the urine test later. I won't know until after the test. Sucked it up or not. But in his years of police work, it seemed intuitively obvious that the guy was bone-thin and his muscles were flabby as hell. Like a chronic addict. Officer Zhang was also surprised by his colleague's account. Third-class merit. And Lin Yi's age. He remembered. He just celebrated his 11th birthday. Right? What a third class for an 11-year-old. Officer Zhang was all but shocked. This little guy. It's really something else. And the police officer who had narrated Lin Yi's business had some admiration for Lin Yi, the young student. The eyes and words were unobtrusively appreciative. How to describe Lin Yi? It would be bullish with a capital C. Plus, just now, I was pulling up the surveillance on that side of the scene. He watched the surveillance and saw the whole thing. Lin Yi didn't panic for a second in the face of the knife-wielding thugs. And instead of even running, he took a stance. That confident stance. He, the veteran police officer, looked at it and cried out crap. If in normal times, he plainclothes straight in the face of thugs who took out knives, have to think about how to check and balance. And this Lin Yi from the elementary school department, he met it directly head-on. With that punch and move, he wanted to pay homage to Lin Yi. No kidding, that punch out of the stump was more or less something. After the police station staff confirmed this and also finished questioning Lin Yi and Suya, they sent Lin Yi and Suya back. That guy was a real junkie too. The police officer also spoke to Lin Yi, Suya, and waited for the honor of a third-class merit to be delivered to his door. Seol was dumbfounded. You can pick up a third degree just by going out for a stroll? What is this if not the chosen one? And the system's voice rang in Lin Yi's head. Mission accomplished. Lin Yi also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this mission would be difficult. It turned out to be done in one trip out the door. Sure enough, you need to get out more. The opportunity is at your feet. Lin Yi was also escorted home by police officers. The officers watched Lin Yi and Suya enter the villa before leaving. The officer shook his head with a faint smile as he recalled the surveillance footage, still feeling a bit incredulous. He also had many doubts in his head. This little guy, is he really about 11 years old? Is this really the kind of fight a rich kid can have? As far as the surveillance footage hitting the junkie is concerned, it's safe to say that he can't even fight. Age's suspicions were confirmed on Officer Zhang's side, who hadn't had much contact with Lin Yi. Officer Zhang had noticed Lin Yi from the moment he delivered the shells to the police station. She had watched Lin Yi grow up. Lin Yi and Suya entered the villa. Suya looked at the time as still early, also took out his cell phone to open the live broadcast. She slept late every day anyway, usually live streaming Lin Yi, and at night she gossiped with her viewers about gossip and whatnot. After opening the broadcast, Suya didn't pay attention to the viewers who entered the live broadcast room, and was shocked all the way back to Lin Yi's set of Wing Chun's Sun character punch. She had always thought that before. Lin Yi had hit the book and broken 10,000 scrolls by simply beating the target to death, and that anyone could hit it. But I didn't realize that Lin Yi's actual combat power, but it's really explosive. Suya also swung her fists around, following Lin Yi's boxing moves from earlier. Brother Xiaoyi, why don't you teach me a couple moves as well? I won't be afraid of running into hooligans when I go out from now on. Lin Yi listened to what Suya said. On the other hand, after scrutinizing Suya for a moment, he shook his head bashfully. Learning those few moves of mine is something that requires a genius like 1 in a million to learn. You, obviously not. Suya listened to what Lin Yi said and pulled up her arm sleeves. I have muscles too, okay? How do you know I'm not that 1 in a million genius if you don't teach me? I mean, maybe, is there a possibility that I really am a genius? Lin Yi almost didn't laugh out loud when he heard what Suya said. Crispy college students who barely ran themselves to death running a couple laps. I can't believe I'm calling myself a genius. The audience in the live broadcast room also listened to Suya's words and almost didn't give a laugh. How? Crispy college students are trying to kill me with laughter? She's being phallic, trying to laugh at me and inherit my flowers. Lou, crunchy college student says he's a genius? And the masters? Charters, give her a couple of punches and she'll know she's not cut out for that. Classic. One punch and we'll know if she's a 1 in a million genius. Lin Yi's viewpoint is also the same as that of the netizens in general. If Shuya counts as a genius, then it's time for him, the genius orthodontist, to get out. Genius? Sorry. Tell you what. I'll teach you if you carry my punch and don't fall back to sleep. With that, Lin Yi clenched his sandbag-sized fist in place. Suya looked at Lin Yi's sandbag-sized fist, and the image flashed. That summer vacation homework that was broken open by Lin Yi's fist. That physical fist numbing by Lin Yi. Beaten to the point of falling back to sleep. The addict who went down on the spot. As if life's running lights had appeared. Shuya's sweaty hairs stood on end. It was scary to think about. Not to mention Lin Yi's fist actually hitting his body. Taking a punch from Lin Yi? Don't joke about that kind of thing. The package is dead, buddy. Suya also turned on her once-in-a-lifetime flashback and immediately took her cell phone and slipped away. In an instant, he disappeared in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at Suya, who had run out of sight, and looked at his fist with a bashful smile. His fists? Is it really that scary? Wasn't it the effect of hitting that addict who was set up to be weak in order to hit? To actually take on the ones that fight professionally, do they have a chance of winning? Lin Yi was also thinking in his mind. What would it be like to fight a professional boxer? In a fight? Those punches that the gringos are so proud of. Like heavy artillery. Can he make them? Truth be told, Lin Yi didn't have any compulsion about the lightness of his fists right now. The audience of the live broadcast at this time, watching Suya run so fast, was also laughing like crazy. Crispy college student, what are you afraid of kid brother for? Isn't it just a punch? It's all one head in one hand. And he's going to knock your head off with one punch? Can a crunchy college student take that punch? Will it win? Crispy college student, bag of death. Win or not I don't know. Last time there was a guy who said he would win. Now it's waist deep. No time to mourn the crunchy college kid. Next up is the heavyweight champion? I can only tell you, kid brother this innate Wing Chun boxing holy body. Let me come. I directly is, I want to fight 10. And at that moment, Zhang Yin and Lin Yun watched Suya and Lin Yi return. Zhang Yin also asked about Lin Yi and Suya. Have you guys eaten yet? After all, when they came back from their busy day, they didn't see Lin Yi and Suya at home. And they didn't know what Lin Yi and Suya had gone to do. Lin Yi also nodded his head when he heard that. I ate my fill there at the police station before I came back. Just now. At the police station. Under questioning, the police officer was afraid that he and Suya were hungry, and also brought Lin Yi and Suya a meal. Got enough to eat at the police station. Zhang Yin and Lin Yun frowned when they heard it. The police station? Had enough? Lin Yun also opened his mouth to inquire. What did you guys do at the police station? Oh, caught a bad guy. So was taken to the station for questioning. Well yeah, that guy seemed to be sucked up and had a knife. Little brother yet gave him 2 punches to dry dangling. Suya also replied in a catered manner. Lin Yun was also dumbfounded when he heard Lin Yi and Suya's reply. Caught a bad guy? Or with a knife? Is that an understatement? P.S. Sorry, things have been a bit hectic lately. There aren't many readers left to catch up on. So maybe it's my quality. So I'm thinking about not updating. Lin Yun and Zhang Yin heard Suya and Lin Yi's words. The man sat up straight in shock. What? And with a knife? So dangerous. Lin Yun and Zhang Yin didn't think this would be anything good. Rather, he was worried about Lin Yi's safety. Lin Yi was naturally unafraid of the weak addict who had been set up. I just smoked it. And I'm a whole lot of limp wrist. Not to mention mentally drained. A few punches were not carried, both went down. A threat to him? Non-existent. Lin Yi also comforted Zhang Yin and Lin Yun. It's fine. I know Wing Chun. Really? Lin Yun and Zhang Yin naturally frowned straight away as they listened to what Lin Yi said. Next time, it's better not to be in the front of this kind of thing. You know? In case it hurts you. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Yi nodded caterwaulingly as well. Fine. Next time, pull sister Suya to the front to help me block. Lin Yi was naturally not afraid. The newbie protection period was still in place. So what was he panicking about? And Lin Yi's words made Suya roll her eyes. Lin Yi with this fighting prowess. The chosen one that this novice protects. And he's letting her, a brittle college student, be a shield? Suya was also straight up speechless. The live audience went crazy with laughter. I've read this chapter where the villain smiles slightly and shields the protagonist in front of him. This might. It's the divine destiny big bad. Crispy college student, I'm convinced you're an old 6. Shua, no. Dude, kid brother looks serious. You guys believe me? I really know Wing Chun. I want to hear kid brother, I want to fight 10. When can kid brother be so wild? My youth may be over. One night later, early in the morning, Linny practiced in the morning as usual, and after that, he and Suya headed to school. And at this time in front of the Sunshine Elementary School came a lot of reporters to get together. Stopped the car of the principal, Senior Deng, who was coming to the school. The principal was a little confused. How? What's going on? Reporters have flocked to the principal's car to interview the principal, Lao Deng. Hello, principal of Sunshine Elementary School. We are CCTV. We are Magic City Daily Reality TV. We are the law of the day. We'd like to interview a third-rate drug hero who appeared on your campus yesterday. You know about this, don't you? Many reporters jammed their microphones up to the window of Chancellor Olden's car, trying to get Principal Olden to answer something. And the principal listened to the reporter yakking away, also confused. What third degree? What drug hero? There's more to this? He doesn't know that either. Who's that? A drug hero from his school? Junior high school student? Or a teacher? Principal Olden thought for a moment. The middle schoolers are all stay-at-home students, and there are only a few walk-ins. All of them live exceptionally close to each other. Narcotics? No way, absolutely impossible. A school teacher? If it was a teacher narcotics, it would have blown up in his circle of friends. How could he not have heard a little bit about it? Knowing about it later than these reporters? The principal, whose head had been down for a while at this point, watched as Suya drove Linny into the school. He seemed to think of something, but then again, it seems a bit unlikely. Then he parked his car and dealt with the reporter. Narcotics hero? I don't know. What's going on? And those reporters got the news from the police. I heard it's your school, the elementary department. It's like 11 years old. Yes, I heard that he faced the knife-wielding robber alone, and that the speed of his punches was like rain on the robber's body. The thug is still in the hospital. Several big teeth missing. Concussion. Add to that the broken body of the addict. And you won't get out of the hospital for 6 months. He really is a hero for the people. That's so brave. Can we interview him? The reporter's down for a bit. The principal also understood something in those words. This 11-year-old. Elementary school. The only one who's that bullish is that guy Linny. Facing thugs with that kind of guts. If not Linny, who else? Normal elementary school students. See knife-wielding criminals. Not to wet their pants or strange, let alone fight back. But hearing the reporter behind him describe, beat the thug until he had a concussion and his teeth were dry-chipped. Principal Olden also shook his lips. Good man. Does that kid really have that kind of fighting power? It's not surprising to have that kind of combat power when it develops so quickly. The principal also dealt with the reporters. And that's when the police department came to give Linny a third-class honor. The principal, Senior Deng, was also beaming as he talked about it at the morning meeting. 11-year-old third-class student. He then wanted to ask, who else? What school can compare? This thing. He blows for life. The principal spoke, and the students below listened to the shock, and the addition of police officers. That reporter who was on the sidelines, recording the video. The battle. It's the first time they've seen it, too. The concept of the third degree was somewhat foreign to them, but when they heard that Linny had beaten that knife-wielding gangster so badly that he couldn't take care of himself, they knew how awesome it was. To Linny, who was receiving the award on stage, his eyes were filled with awe and admiration. Huangfu Xiaomei looked at Linny, who was currently shining on the stage. She found, chasing Linny was too hard. Then, it's harder to reach the sky. Initially first grade, second grade. Back then it was just a learning gap. She thought she could still catch up. But gradually, Lin Yi's reputation, his abilities, rose with age. She couldn't even see Lin Yi's shadow. Shake her off. Too much. Huangfu Xiaomei also slowly realized after understanding. Lin Yi seems to be writing a legendary life. A storied life that no one can top. Perhaps, it was a shocking event that happened to them. Just a short chapter in Lin Yi's legendary life. Could she really do it? On her way to catch up with Lin Yi, make Lin Yi look back at her? But it seemed that Lin Yi, like the song she'd been listening to lately, was telling her, please stop obsessing over brother. Brother is just a legend. P.S. Thank you all for your gifts. I won't say thank you to all of you. Thank you all for your supportive company. And go for the love of power. I'll see if I have the motivation to make up for it one of these days. It wasn't until the morning meeting was over that the reporters and police officers left. Principal Lao Deng also pulled Lin Yi inside his office, putting that third-class honor on display. Almost the office was about to be filled with honors belonging to Lin Yi. Trophies. After setting it up, the principal, Elder Deng, turned back to look at Lin Yi at that moment. Xiao next time that kind of dangerous thing, it's better not to get involved. You know? He didn't want to send a white man to a black man. As Lin Yi listened to Headmaster Lao Deng, He naturally knew what Lao Dang was worried about. Linny coped by nodding his head. Next time is next time. Next time. I'm not so sure about that. Lao Dang. Fooled you. Actually that day I didn't even think about not going to push the limits in the future. Tell me. The officer said you know Kung Fu. Is that true? The principal thought that if he took a look at Lin Yi's Kung Fu, he might not be bullied when he went out in the future. He wouldn't have to worry so much. Linny hadn't thought about hiding the fact that he knew Kung Fu. Will is will. Won't that is won't. Then try hitting me and see if you can. Linny thought that he wouldn't need the strength of Kung Fu. His point full of evasion would be enough to fool Lao Dang for a bit. As Lin Yi's words came out, Suya froze for a moment on the sidelines. First time you've seen that request? It always feels like some movie plots are figurative. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Suya wouldn't have believed that someone would really take the initiative to invite a fight. The audience in the live broadcast room was also buzzing at this point, listening to Lin Yi's request. Ha, no. Someone's really asking for it? This kind of request, I've literally never seen before in my life. Old Den, get out of the way and let us do it. I'm a planter. I don't have much strength. Let me punch. I can dry spit his last year's dinner out in one punch, believe it or not. I'll sign up. Let me fight first. Any amount will do. You're lucky if you can dodge it. Honestly, give kid brother 2 punches in the face and he'll be honest. Old Dang flattened him with smoke. You're welcome. The viewers of the live stream, at this point, felt like they were on the line again, treating the kid brother like a sandbag big enough. They thought they could dry Linny out with a single punch. Less to say towards health insurance arrears flat. Principal Lao Dang also frowned straight away as he listened to Lin Yi's words. Forget it. I'm old, but my fists are not light. I've practiced before. It's not good to hit you and hurt you. He wasn't willing to make a move on Lin Yi. Even if Lin Yi made a mistake, it hurt his heart to scold him twice. Let's not even talk about hitting Lin Yi. Slapping him twice. He was afraid of hurting this precious student. It's too late to hold Lin Yi in the palm of your hand. Fight? I'll beat the shit out of him. Lao Dang finished speaking and refused Lin Yi's request. Although it was that this was Lin Yi's initiative, but to test whether Lin Yi knew Kung Fu or not, there was absolutely no need for him to do it. Lin Yi heard Lao Dang's words. You've practiced before? Hurt him? Just kidding. Unicorn's rookie protection is no joke. Let's not talk about old Den's fists. Bullets. Unico can bail him out. Even if a nuclear bomb was thrown at him, it would become a bore. Nothing happens to him when thermal weapons cover him as a target. Lin Yi was also energized. This had to be something that the principal, Lao Dang, would try. Gee, it's okay. I'm fast. I'll hit you with some moves later. Principal Lao Dang listened and also followed Lin Yi to the open space outside his office. He couldn't argue with Lin Yi either. If he didn't do anything, Lin Yi reckoned he could pester him for a day. He simply symbolized letting go of the water to throw a few punches and accompanying Lin Yi for a good time. Kids, they're easy to coax. Well, ready, said as he took up a stance to throw a punch. Come on. Lin Yi was also getting serious. Principal Olden throws out a flicking jab. Lin Yi avoids it easily. Too slow. Hurry up. At Lin Yi's words, Headmaster Olden continued to throw punches as well. But unsurprisingly, Lin Yi dodged them all with ease. Lin Yi felt, it's not difficult at all. Too slow. Faster. At Lin Yi's words, the principal, Olden, also accelerated under Lin Yi's stimulation. But Lin Yi's head and body shape, both preemptively dodged. Even if he swung as fast as he could, up and down, left and right swinging punches, Lin Yi dodged them all. When Headmaster Olden swung another punch, Lin Yi didn't dodge it and blocked it with his arm. The other pushed away from Olden's broad arm. A gentle push towards his chest. Unloading force, soft force. Lin Yi was using it with a perfect fire. Lao Dang was also pushed back a few steps by Lin Yi. Lin Yi controlled the force. If a hard punch hit his chest, Lao Dang's health insurance card would probably be in arrears. Principal Lao Dang also looked at Lin Yi with a surprised expression. Lin Yi was not afraid of even strong adults when he danced with these few strokes. More than enough for self-defense. Lin Yi is really something. Just now, when he swung his fist, he had swung it out with all his might. But Lin Yi blocked it lightly. His fists were as good as cotton. Lin Yi also asked about Lao Dang's feelings at this time. How's it going to be okay? Lin Yi thought about whether or not he should go sign up for professional boxing. Otherwise, this body that has been working out intensely, coupled with a full level of Chinese Kung Fu, it's useless, but it's a waste. Principal Lao Dang also stood up with a thumbs up. Impressive. Where did you learn Kung Fu? That's a reaction. It's too fast. A professional boxer. It should be similar to you. The principal's words under. On the side, Suya looked on in disbelief. Lin Yi dodged that punch just now. Why was it like a game? Casually dodged. There was even an, she's on, She's okay. It's the Principal Olden who put. Did he release the sea? You don't want to hurt Linny? Thinking of this, Suya thought of Principal Lao Dang usually spoiling Linny. It's not out of the realm of possibility. It's either a sea release or a water release. And that final blowout, comparable to a pro's reaction time? Suya is not believe. After all, professional boxers, that are a game of fight practice out of the field reaction. How old is Linny? Blown ingredients. Very big. The viewers of the live stream felt the same way, thinking that it was too easy for Linny to dodge. Ha, that's it? Old Den deflated. Definitely deflated. This is not a release of water. This is a release of the sea. Lao Dang ah. Your uncle spoils him. With that punch speed. I'll get on me and I'll be able to dodge it. This meow punch. A child can dodge it alright. Many veteran viewers, Principal Olden is no stranger to them. In Lin Yi's life, didn't he play the role of a spoiled kid brother? Building rockets. Building mechs. Even when Linny was fooling around building that piano grill. Even those expensive objects in the school didn't bring heartache to let Linny toss them around as hard as he could. There was also a special studio for Linny. Honestly, I don't think my own kids are this spoiled. Linny was also yearning for the reasoning of a professional boxer when he heard Lao Dang's words at this time. Dang, I've decided, I'm going to fight in a boxing match. He wanted to experience the blood-filled boxing grapples, not letting that full-grade Chinese kung fu be useless. Lin Yi's words came out. Suya and the principal, old denizen, were dumbfounded. Bad. This kid has a new target. The principal and Suya were still in shock and hadn't come back to their senses. Linny directly walked away without waiting for them to react. Linny had always been like this. What he decided, he would definitely do. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, and maybe in the future. How it goes is up to him. As for Suya and Headmaster Lao Dang's thoughts, he also had some knowledge of them. It's just fear. Fear of what he's going through on the field. The advice of others, on this path, finds some difficulty, finds it dangerous, and opens words of discouragement. None of it would affect Lin Yi's decision. I'm not sure the sky is the limit, as long as he wants to go. The road is at his feet, even in the future. That countdown ushers in the Ozaki 8, which the world considers a death-defying challenge program. If he wants to do it, he'll do it. The world's bragging, questioning, and disbelief will not affect him. The pinnacle produces hypocritical adherents, and the dusk witnesses devout believers. His life will go to the top, right into the sky. Suya and Headmaster Lao Dang then looked at each other after watching Lin Yi leave at the moment. They also know, Lin Yi's words just now meant something. They were witnesses and companions during Lin Yi's growth stage. Naturally, he understood what Lin Yi was trying to do. Suya's greatest fear still came. She's not much of a fan of fighting, boxing, free sparring, those cage fights. Too much violence, too much horror. She had seen some matches where there was no absolute winner. The competition is about the hardness of fists, physical fitness, and the conviction to fight and win. There are wins, accompanied by an opponent's brain going down and fainting. Or maybe they couldn't withstand that very lethal punch and fell to the ground. Thinking about all this, Suya just felt that these matches were cruel. She didn't want to see Lin Yi go wrestling to come out on top of this brutal program. Because the road to becoming a king must be full of dead bones. The blood of the opponents accumulates in a sea of blood, and the loser becomes a ladder to God. But, on this path, there are countless strong. Will Lin Yi be? Will he be the one who stands on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on his way to becoming king? In China, or the entire world, there were a lot of geniuses who started practicing fighting at a young age, and their families had been training them in that direction. Lin Yi's physical qualities, Suya admitted, he hadn't seen many that could compare. But, boxing-wise, is Lin Yi's halfway decent really comparable? Thinking about Lin Yi's teasing remark earlier, looking for Red Bull to work with, Suya frowned straight away at the thought. She also knows, Lin Yi had always thought of it and done it. Suya looked at the principal Lao Dang who was by the side at this moment. Lao Dang, why are you praising him for nothing? Well now, he's going to box. That kind of race, take away the danger. Suya, on the other hand, puts the pot on Lao Dang's head. After all, she hadn't done anything just now. She was a bystander. But Olden is different. Lin Yi's dodging was obviously testing something, plus a few words from Lao Dang arching fire. Now that's good. Straight to trying to get in the ring. Fight 10. Who else can we blame for this if not Olden? Principal Lao Dang was a bit confused by the cauldron Suya snapped over to him. Crap, what's that got to do with me? He just blurted it out. But that's a really given comment. Pretty words he didn't even say. Just a simple compliment. Other than that, Lin Yi's dodging was really fast. Why else would he be so surprised? Olden thought about that kind of boxing match. Some of them have broken noses and are bleeding straight. He thought about it for a moment. and also felt a little terrible. The live streaming audience also got up. Lao dang. Lao dang. Why are you praising him for nothing? No, he really wants to go boxing. Ha, those fist fights. It's dangerous. Will kid be okay? That punch of his. Are you sure the kid brother is in danger? Vaguely. I saw the word, danger, flashing in red on the head of kid brother's opponent. Ever heard of the legend of 7 punches in 1 second? Punctured summer homework. You heard my story? The last one played against the kid brother. Now the child at hospital to eat a stream of food it. I see the crunchy college student is overly worried and doesn't have time to eulogize the drug dealer. What's next? A boxing prodigy? 1 punch to shatter your dreams of being a champion. The viewers in the live broadcast room. Some worried. Some praying for Lin Yi's future opponents on the road to boxing. Worried. Most of them were like Suya, who felt that Lin Yi was well behaved, elegant and easygoing, and that kind of violent program was not suitable for Lin Yi, a well-behaved baby. Lin Yi's flesh and blood. No matter how strong he was, he would still be injured, right? Those mommy fans, naturally, worry about these, and there are some hardcore male fans in the livestream. Worried except in a surging mood? Non-existent. They were worried. Can those so-called geniuses on the boxing circuit withstand a punch from Lin Yi? Or, will Lin Yi's dream of being a boxing champion be shattered by a single punch? Everything. It's all unknown. Principal Lao Dang also looked at Suya. Harm. Children. Maybe tomorrow he will not want this. Principal Lao Dang somewhat vainly reassured himself and spoke to Suya as well. It also seems to be self-hypnotizing, but he had watched Lin Yi grow up, so how could he not understand Lin Yi's nature? Act on it. But it's just a matter of doing it right away. Or just plan to do it. Suya also rolled her eyes a bit as she listened to the words of the principal. Lao Dang. Do you think it's possible? Suya left after saying that. It was also a sentence that shattered the last unrealistic self-hypnosis of Principal Olden. Principal Olden was also back in his office and had been drinking tea. Never in a million years would I have thought. He just complimented. And Lin Yi wants to box? It's going to take some injuries for Lin Yi to be in the game. Then, he is really damned. But he also felt. It seemed like Lin Yi was growing. Slowly. From the childish, mischievous, growing up to understand. Seriously. Now, the momentary rise of blood that should be present in a man. His mind also recalled that year when he was 8 years old. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Yi, growing up, looking at the photo on the table, that year 9 years old, table tennis international competition, a win, on the podium, there are some childish-looking Lin Yi. Old Dang also lamented, growing up, it's not like that mischievous look back then after all. Lao Dang also knew that what Lin Yi had decided. A few words of persuasion wouldn't make Lin Yi give up. Lin Yi's energy. If you do focus your will, take a path. Ascending to the top before adulthood is all about simplicity. It's like that ping pong ball that you go to play out of interest, and you play it on the international stage. And several talented players from several countries shut themselves down. If Lin Yi had been walking on the ping pong path, it's safe to say that it's definitely capable of championship monopoly. But, present-day Lin Yi, in his opinion, some of the worst points are right at hand. A spur-of-the-moment idea. Lin Yi will just do whatever it takes. It also left Old Den a little confused. Should we say that Lin Yi is a whim or a hobbyist? At that thought, Olden also shook his head. Genius. There's always something strange. Lin Yi is also unique and overwhelming. Or perhaps it could be said, throne that others chase for a lifetime to reach the top. Lin Yi could do it easily. The pinnacle of Lin Yi's life. Perhaps, it's not in these. Lin Yi, who had returned to the classroom, was already planning how he could go boxing. How does he match his opponents at his current age? Height and weight? Is it matching players who have adultish? About his weight and height? Or, matching players of his age at 11? Lin Yi looked at his fellow classmates and fell into deep thought for a moment. If it's matched to the same age stage, he can fight 10. No kidding. And at that moment Suya returned to the classroom and sat down behind Lin Yi. She still didn't know what to do for a moment about what Lin Yi had just said. The thought that rose in Lin Yi surprised her too much. She could only take one step at a time. Open your mouth to persuade? Then don't waste your breath. And after school, Lin Yi returned home. After finishing his homework, Lin Yi went out onto the lawn of the manor and swung his fists around to himself. Shuya was lying on a recliner by the door with her cell phone live. Looking at Lin Yi's current state, she'd thought about it all. Lin Yi now had dreams of becoming a boxing champion. Watching the live viewers say their own words, Suya was also speaking up to the live stream audience. You do realize, little brother Yat, there are a lot of dreams. With that stance, I guess he has dreams of being a champion. Suya also didn't know exactly what Lin Yi's life plan was like. There is so much to wonder about. So many dreams. Can Lin Yi round it up? The dream of leading a national team in soccer. the dream of being an inventor, to now having to box. Before that ping pong, track and field. All these things Linny did, although Linny doesn't mention ever dreaming. But that talent, even if it wasn't tied to a dream, Linny could rise to the top of these programs. Netizens really aren't kidding when they say that Linny is the ancient Greek god in charge of dreams. You never know. The next second, what dreams Linny will do things with. The viewers of the live broadcast also watched as Linny rhythmically swung his fist at the air. Some newcomers to the audience are arching to start a fire. What's with this pair of air shrimp swinging their fists? Come and have a few moves with Uncle. That's it? It doesn't look like much. No. Someone really dares to provoke my kid brother. This is the village just connected to the internet. Do not know the kid brother's terrible right? Champion dream? Come on. Come on. I'll send the address. Come and let my brother break his dream of being a boxing champion with a few punches. I run a taekwondo gym, so I can have kid brother come and try it out with me. Some unknown viewers thought Linny was some kind of small cotton flower. All of them had thought about teasing Linny. And Suya looked at these pop-ups provoking Linny and smiled bashfully. Linny, not exactly cotton. To say it's a steel plate is an understatement. She didn't want Linny to box. Not because Linny wasn't strong enough. That was simply because she thought Linny was too small. That kind of boxing fight, the same kilogram-level opponent, the fist and not all what drift punch, that punch to the flesh, hit the body, hurt the spleen and stomach, or nose and eyes, hurts the bones and all that. Linny is still developing again. What if I hurt myself? Linny wasn't a mechanical body. He'll always get hit, right? Flesh and blood will inevitably hurt. But this is the kind of race that is perfectly avoided by not participating. Suya looked at Linny's punches and always felt like Linny was juggling. Little did he know, Linny didn't even use a single move. In thinking back to those boxing matches on TV, the angle of the opponent's swing, he had a full point of dodge. But in that kind of match, it wasn't about dodging, it was also about convincing and knocking your opponent down to win. Linny also carried out the principle of never working overtime, figuring out if I can get a hit to win. But now, the opponents he's encountered gaming over are just that, sucked-up junkies, weak, broken, and in very poor physical condition. The whole thing was shriveled up, pure and simple, a limp noodle, not really an opponent at all, calling it sandbagging. It's all about insulting sandbags, because sandbags can carry it better than he can. Third-class credit delivered to the door dude, so, you. Linny also rose with the idea of wanting to find an opponent to spar with. Looking at Sister Suya, who was lying down at the moment, Linny had a bold idea. And at this moment, Suya saw Linny looking at her. That look, it's wrong. Suya also sat up straight, watching Linny rub his fists. Bad. Come at her. Suya knew Linny too well. It could be said that she knew what kind of shit Linny was going to take as soon as he puckered his ass. Hey, 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 don't fix it, brother Yat. I'm young. I'd fall back to sleep if you punched me. Suya had a deep and clear knowledge of her physical qualities. Ants can single kill the being. No kidding. The alpaca jailbait and the dog, lying on their backs in the grass enjoying the gentle evening, seemed to sense something. Run and hide. On the estate, at this point, only the belligerent Linny, the fearful dog and the shivering alpaca, and the soon-to-be broken her. Linny looked at Suya's fearful expression. Sister Suya, there are protective gears. You wear them on your arms, and headgear, and I'll wear gloves on my fists. Can't hurt your Lou. Linny thought. Sister Suya, this ready-made human sandbag, it's more or less a waste not to use it. Old Den isn't even back yet, and there's no point in hitting that dangling sandbag. It's pretty good to have someone wearing a defense and him attacking to practice. Suya shook the corners of her mouth in speechlessness even as she listened to Linny. That's easy for you to say. Suya wouldn't believe Linny's tripe. Can't be hurt? That's all Linny's lies. Who knows if Linny, this overachieving, awful guy, knows a spacer, or the kind of punch that comes with a move. She wears a gauntlet, it can prevent a Dan. I don't want it. If you really have energy and no place to spread it, go hit the scenic tree at the entrance. Suya diverted Linny's attention. She didn't want to be a human sandbag for him. If she really had nothing better to do, she could really suggest that Linny go find a class. Linny heard Suya's proposal. Landscape trees? Linny looked in the direction of the doorway. Linny also wanted to try it out. What was the effect of this full level of kung fu? Hitting a tree? As Linny thought of this, he headed towards the entrance of the manor. Suya watched Linny's direction towards the door. Also stood up. What? Jin. You're for real? Linny was really going to hit the trees. The Suya people were dumbfounded. She was just kidding, but she didn't realize. Linny is for real. Suya was also sweating straight from her forehead. Man's fist hits tree. Any fool knows what's coming. Whether the tree would hurt she didn't know. But individuals know. Human flesh and blood can hurt. The viewers of the live stream were, too, blowing up. Ha, you're serious, kid. Ilua saw Steel he is really brave Jay, I heard. You're super brave? Let me Kong. Scenic tree, bad. This heck is coming at me. Even the trees. So this is what it looks like. Crazy, right? Even trees want to give 2 punches? Stop him. Crunchy college kid. What if this hurts my posy? Many of Lin Yi's heartbroken mom fans in the live broadcast room urged Suya to go and pull Lin Yi back. Don't let Lin Yi do this stupid thing. Shuya also listened to advice. Also no. This Lin Yi to really a fist dry tree. Hurt their own hands. She is the most responsible Who let her casually mention going to hit the landscape trees? She doesn't know. Lin Yi always lacks a string sometimes. Wanted to do it and actually went ahead and did it. Suya also rushed to catch up with Lin Yi. You know, Lin Yi isn't even wearing gloves right now. That's trying to shake the tree with your bare hands. Crazy, really crazy. You know. Boxing Nation kind of Muay Thai pros who grew up kicking banana trees to practice their footwork and punching banana trees. But the banana tree thing? Well, at least it's a little soft on the outside. But the scenic tree at the entrance to the estate. It's not even an exaggeration to say that the shell is made of stone. Lin Yi was actually so brave that he wanted to go to scenic tree for a solo practice. Those Muay Thai fighters would have to shake their heads at the sight of that scenic tree. Not to mention the shots. They're boxing manginas, not idiots. And Lin Yi just wanted to try out what would happen with a punch. Lin Yi walked over to the landscape tree and looked at the somewhat hard shell of the landscape tree in front of him. Lin Yi had no intention of backing down. Suya caught up. Brother Shaoyi, don't fuck around. You can't hit this tree. You're thick-skinned if your hand doesn't hurt when you throw a punch. Why don't we wait for Lin Yun Laodeng to come back and practice with you? Suya really wanted Lin Yun to flash back at this moment. She was genuinely afraid that she wouldn't be able to stop Lin Yi. And Lin Yi would do it with one punch. Lin Yi ignored Suya's words and looked at his sandbag-sized fist. Before Lin Yi could swing his fist, the sound of a car rang out from the curb in front of the manor. It was Lin Yun who came back in his car. Looking at Lin Yi and Suya who were at the door, Lin Yun also stopped the car and walked over with Zhang Yinyin. What are you doing here at the door? Lin Yun and Zhang Yinyin's movements caused Lin Yi to stop his idea of moving his fist to hit the tree. No, nothing. Lin Yi had a smile on his face and didn't want to tell his dad and mom. Suya didn't say anything when she saw that Lin Yi wasn't saying anything. Uncle, Xiaoyi is waiting for you to come back and wants to find you as a sparring partner to practice kung fu. Yeah. Lin Yi also followed up on Suya's words. Now that Lin Yun Laodeng is back, this humanoid sandbag, isn't it more fun than hitting a tree? Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun listened to Lin Yi and Suya. Also face to face. Boxing practice? Oh, yeah, it is trying to box. Ha, then I'll have to practice with you. Practice this stuff a little bit, and when you're out there in the future, you won't easily get hurt. Although it is said that the rule of law society, but self-protection, self-defense is still necessary. You can't just be stupid and let people beat you up, can you? Lin Yun was excited to go upstairs and take down those accompanying defense gear, as well as boxing gloves. Let Lin Yi put on the gloves. Lin Yun was also curious to know how powerful his precious son was. I heard from the news that the junkie Lin Yi beat up last night is now in the hospital on a liquid diet. Zhang Yinyin also sat down leisurely at the doorway chair, watching two fathers and sons practicing. Suya also breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun hadn't come back, Lin Yi is really good at punching dry trees. Lin Yun put on his defenses and was on the lawn, signaling Lin Yi to call. Lin Yi also tried, swinging a few punches at it. It's all controlled force. After all, it's a pro old den. It's not some paid sparring partner. Just hit as hard as you can. Release yourself kind of thing. Lin Yun felt Lin Yi's force in his defense gear. The same force as a chicken pecking at rice. What's wrong? Make it harder. And you're afraid to break it for me? Feel free to fight. Lin Yun also felt that this precious son of his knew what he was doing. His heart ached for him, and he didn't want to exert himself. He also opened his mouth to persuade Lin Yi to make some effort. He's wearing his armor. Lin Yi is 11 years old. He's not even finished developing. How strong can he be? How much can it hurt? Suya and Zhang Yinyin were on the sidelines being the ones to eat. The dog and the alpaca jailbait also plopped down to watch the show. With someone as a sandbag, they naturally have no fear. Lin Yi listened to what Lao Deng said. Don't worry about the fight? Really? Then he is not welcome. Lin Yi also took a deep breath. The expression also became serious. Lin Yun also frowned slightly when he saw how serious Lin Yi was. Sweat hairs stood up involuntarily. It feels. Something's not good. But, as a middle-aged man with a deep knowledge of the judgment of human power, not to mention that his baby boy is only 11 years old, how strong can he be? Plus there are defenses that can't hurt him, right? Lin Yi was also using his most used Wing Chun at this time, the Sun Character Punch. This was Lin Yi's favorite move in Chinese Kung Fu. Break all laws with speed. Lin Yi's punches accelerated into Lin Yun's racked-up defenses. The sound made by gloves clashing against defenses rang out in the arena. That voice made both Zhang Yinyin and Suya froze a bit when they heard it. The speed. The familiar breaking 10,000 scrolls fist technique. Dog and alpaca jailbait feel that something is not quite right and retreat behind Suya and Zhang Yinyin. Lin Yi's punches were getting faster and faster. At this moment, Lin Yun could only feel his arm being shaken and numbed under the speed of Lin Yi's punches. The whole thing was starting to sweat. Using his entire body, he resisted Lin Yi's attack. Lin Yun's entire body was dumbfounded. The frequency of this fist attack. Is it really humanly possible? Before Lin Yun Laodeng could think more, Lin Yi switched stances from punching at this point. The right hand opens up and takes a defensive stance against Lin Yun Laodeng. Lin Yi used Mr. Bruce Lee's extreme intent. Intercepting fist do. Inch fist. In an instant the body's power was concentrated at one point and exploded out. A punch out. Lin Yun Laodeng only felt like he had been hit by something terrifying in general. The whole man lost his center of gravity and fell backwards. Rolled around on the lawn. The numbness in his arm spread throughout his body. Lin Yun's people were dumbfounded. Is this really human power? Is this really his baby boy? You know, he's wearing a defense. And to feel such a heavy force, without his defense, he'd probably break his arm. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Yun's forehead. And by now, he was already sweating profusely. The heartfelt shock delayed his return. Suya and Zhang Yinyin watched as Lin Yun was sent tumbling backwards by Lin Yi's punch. Also got up from his chair. The pupils were filled with incredulity. Just now, Lin Yi's punch. They seemed to have seen Mr. Li's shadow. Lin Yi was only 11 years old. Ah! One punch could dry out the 100-plus pound Lin Yun Laodeng. Suya also swallowed her saliva. Is this still human? Zhang Yinyin also went up to help Lin Yun up. Is everything okay? Lin Yun returned to his senses and shook his head. What about wearing a defense gear? And the ground is grass, so it can't hurt much. Shaoyi is really something. Suya was still in shock and hadn't regained her senses. At this time, Suya realized that this morning's compliments from the principal Laodeng is a real evaluation. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded when they saw this scene. Ilu inch fist. Is this the extreme meaning of the intercepting fist? I seem to saw Mr. Li's figure. That's an inch punch. Love it. Crap. Kid brother is really something. Innate Chinese Kung Fu sacred body? I told you. Ancient Greek god in charge of the Eucharist. Lin Yi also stepped forward, caring for this old dang who was acting as a human sandbag for him. Is everything okay? It's fine. What could it be? Only then did Lin Yun realize that intense workout his son does every morning. It's no joke. And Zhang Yinyin looked at the time and went upstairs to cook. Lin Yun also took off his defenses. How much strength did you use for that last punch just now? Lin Yun also wanted to know if that punch just now was Lin Yi's limit. Lin Yi thought for a moment. I don't know. The inch punch of intercepting fist do. That one was a split-second burst. Setting up his stance, he could have hit with more force. Lin Yun didn't ask any more questions when he heard Lin Yi's reply. His son, with this physique and boxing talent, he'd be unbeatable in the same division if he were to compete in a boxing match, wouldn't he? Thinking of this, Lin Yun, being a thief, looked back at the door to see if Zhang Yinyin was there. He also had a weak heart. This thought of letting his baby son go boxing, if Zhang Yinyin knew about it, he would have to sleep in the study here. This thought, it's fine to think about it, but we can't let Yinyin Zhang know. Boxing is too dangerous. It's not at all the same concept as any other competitive race. Lin Yun didn't say anything more either. Not a moment later, after Zhang Yinyin made the meal, the family ate up at the dining room table. Suya was also talking to Zhang Yinyin. Lin Yun, Sister Yin, Uncle, Brother Shaoyi, he said. He wants to go boxing. Suya also thought to see if Zhang Yinyin could stifle Lin Yi's thoughts of boxing. After all, it's still young. If Lin Yi was bigger, she could pretend she didn't know. But Lin Yi was still in his developmental stage, and it was better to stay away from this dangerous match. Zhang Yinyin and Lin Yun heard what Suya said, also stopping to eat. Frozen looked at Lin Yi at that moment. Zhang Yinyin also understood why Lin Yi wanted Lin Yun to accompany him today. Isn't it obvious? Lin Yun's pupils also dilated when he heard this. Is it true? The power of his baby boy's punches. He's bound to have a great career in boxing. Lin Yun was inwardly happy that Lin Yi had this idea, but he didn't dare to show it in letting Yin Zhang know that he wanted to support his son in boxing. Lin Yi didn't say anything at this point. It's something he's thinking of talking to mom and dad about. Since Suya said it, it also saves him from having to think of any way to open his mouth. Zhang Yinyin stared straight at Lin Yi with a frown. Boxing? It's too dangerous yet. I wouldn't even say anything if you went and raced on another track in sports. But boxing this? Good luck leaving the ring standing. Bad luck that's carrying away. Yining Zhang has seen a lot of experience and has not seen many of those boxing matches on TV. Either the brow bone was cracked by a punch, then the nose was smashed crooked, or the leg was broken by a kick. This kind of injury, on those boxing matches, can be played out at any time. Boxing as a profession. High risk, absolutely high risk. She wouldn't say anything if Lin Yi wanted to go running, high jumping, long jumping and all these tracks to compete for his country. Silent support. But this boxing, it's really hard to take, even if Lin Yi was really, really strong. When Lin Yun heard Zhang Yinyin's words, he also knew that Zhang Yinyin would definitely object. After so many years as a couple, what kind of nature is Zhang Yinyin? Would he, the man on his pillow, not understand? Lin Yun also catered. Yeah, it's too dangerous. Let's not go, Lin Yun said, winking frantically at Lin Yi in a suggestive manner. Lin Yi also understood Lin Yun's meaning in a flash. Fine, fine, Mom, I'm not going, don't worry about it. Lin Yi smiled and said no. Zhang Yinyin's tightly locked brows were also relieved and she continued to eat. Suya frowned straight at this point. Why does it feel? What's wrong? Will what Lin Yi decides really change? Is it because Lin Yi only listens to Mom? After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Yi, this good boy, listened to his mom and it made sense that he wasn't going to go. And after the meal, Lin Yun accompanied Lin Yi, and Suya watched TV in the living room. Suya also had no intention of going to bed early. Lin Yi's work and rest time had arrived, and he was also slowly returning to his room. I'm going to bed. Good night, Sister Shua. Good night, Dad. Okay, good night. Suya watched as Lin Yi went back to his room, and Lin Yun also went back to his room until he heard Suya's movement back to his room. It was only then that Lin Yun quietly came out of his room and walked over to Lin Yi's room. Did you sleep yet? Nope. Lin Yun's words were quickly echoed by Lin Yi. Well, you boy. Lin Yun was also sitting on the edge of Lin Yi's bed. Yat, do you really want to go boxing?